Synopsis: a transmigrated youth in a world filled with anime characters and cosmic horrors navigates life using a powerful system to capture the attention of the world consciousness. The protagonist faces a terrifying reality when their supposed romance target, Kasumigaoka Utaha, appears as a twisted eldritch monster due to outer god corruption. After using a newly acquired ability to cleanse her form, the protagonist builds a life running a supernatural agency. Through interactions with characters like Yuigahama Yui, Yukinoshita Yukino, and the dragon Tohru, the protagonist balances a mundane existence of gaming and school with the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity from silent, creeping madness. Each encounter deepens the bond with these allies as they face indescribable threats together. Chapter 1. System: are you sure that twisted, chaotic creature ahead is my romance target? She doesn't look anything like the voluptuous Kasumigaoka Utaha at all. On a bustling street, a handsome black-haired youth, Kawashima Toya, hid behind a telephone pole, speaking cautiously into the air. Kawashima Toya was a transmigrator, an otaku from Earth. An accident 3 days ago had sent him to this world, a fusion of various anime series. Along with his transmigration, he had awakened a system unique to him. The entity he was currently conversing with in his mind was his cheat, the World Conquest System. As the name implied, the World Conquest System was designed to capture the attention of the world consciousness. He could accept commissions issued by the world consciousness. By completing these commissions, he would earn source points. These points acted as the system's hard currency, allowing him to purchase various abilities to strengthen himself, with the ultimate goal of becoming this world's only max-level human. After binding with the system, Toya quickly received his first novice commission. Resolve the obsession of his previous life, get a girlfriend. As long as he succeeded in finding a partner, he would receive the novice gift pack issued by the system. To complete this commission, and to end the 22-year streak of being single that had haunted his past life, he chose a beautiful girl he had adored as an otaku, Kasumigaoka Utaha. After spending 3 days familiarizing himself with this new world, he felt the time was right. Guided by the system, he successfully located Kasumigaoka Utaha. Toya had prepared to make a perfect first impression. However, an accident occurred. Crossing the street through the heavy flow of people, he finally found the Kasumigaoka Utaha he had been longing for. But instead of the excitement he expected from seeing an anime character in real life, his heart was filled with boundless terror. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and flee for his life. The reason was simple. The entity the system identified as Kasumigaoka Utaha was a monster he couldn't even begin to comprehend. There were no black stockings that made an otaku's heart skip a beat. There was no alluring, curvy figure. There was only a twisted, chaotic monstrosity. Calling it a monster didn't even seem sufficient. It was a terrifying anomaly, as if pieced together from indescribable existences from outside the world. The beautiful JK uniform she should have been wearing appeared distorted and hideous. Her form was covered in eyes filled with madness, radiating a terrifying, primal malice that felt alien to this reality. Toya took just one look and felt his sanity beginning to crumble, as if he were falling into a deep, abyssal purgatory. Fortunately, his mind didn't completely break. He only felt the deep, instinctive fear that such a grotesque creature invoked. Although he hadn't gone insane, he had to ask himself, could a monster that instills such terror just by being looked at really coexist peacefully with humans? Host, are you suffering from a cognitive disorder? The individual ahead is precisely your capture target, Kasumigaoka Utaha. Suddenly, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Fine, I have a cognitive disorder, Toya replied flatly. Please find someone else, I'm not dealing with this. Without sparing a second glance at the Kasumigaoka Utaha, who was about to vanish into the crowd, Toya turned and walked away without hesitation. He didn't want to argue with the system because he trusted his own judgment. How could that chaotic, insane creature possibly be Kasumigaoka Utaha? That monster looks incredibly vicious. You want me to romance that thing? He suspected that the moment he approached, he would attract the attention of something truly horrific. The rewards in the system's shop, piano skills, shogi mastery, business acumen, and so on, were not worth risking his life for. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive and be a plagiarist, copying works from my previous life to make a living? The system, seeing Toya turn and leave without a shred of reluctance, was stunned. At that moment, it even began running a diagnostic to see if there was an error within itself. Clearly, the girl perfectly matched Kawashima Toya's preferences: voluptuous figure, black stockings. Why did he turn away without hesitation? Host, please explain the current situation in detail. Hearing the system's reply, Toya laughed in exasperation. Do you really think that creature, which looks like something out of a chaotic Cthulhu mythos, is Kasumigaoka Utaha? Cthulhu. Please wait. The system is conducting a joint scan with the world consciousness. Toya let out a light snort and waited quietly. If there was a solution, he naturally wouldn't choose to part ways with the system. With the system's help, reaching the peak of life would be so much easier. Chapter 2. System Notice. Scan complete. The World Conquest System has successfully promoted and will now escort the host. System Notice. Detected that the heroine Kasumigaoka Utaha suffers from outer god corruption. Given that the pollution level is at the lowest tier, a treatment plan is authorized. Novice Commission Upgrade, current rank B. Reward, 10,000 source points. This time, the system's mechanical voice, usually void of emotion, revealed an imperceptible trace of seriousness. What, 10,000 source points? Toya raised an eyebrow, astonished. Having spent the last few days familiarizing himself with the system, he knew the value of those points. Maxing out skills like piano or business management, or even exchanging for 100 million yen, only cost 100 source points. 10,000 points were enough to purchase 100 different abilities. As long as he completed this novice commission, he would instantly become a max-level human in this everyday world. But it's the Cthulhu mythos. What good is being a max-level human against that? Toya was incredibly tempted by the reward for the novice commission, but the thought of the dangerous, chaotic eldritch horrors made him hesitate. Host, please rest assured. The World Conquest System has been upgraded to link with the infinite worlds. Redeemable items are no longer limited to the mortal plane, but have reached a higher dimensional status. If the host completes enough commissions, surpassing even the madness and chaos of the Cthulhu mythos will not be an issue. Fine, I'll do it then. Toya cast aside his reservations and accepted the continuation of the commission. He wanted to refuse, but he knew he couldn't. The existence of the outer gods was simply too dangerous. Just wandering outside the boundaries of the world was enough for them to thoroughly pollute it, turning reality into a chaotic mess. If he didn't act as the savior now, more and more people would be corrupted into twisted monsters as time passed. Eventually, living in this world, he would die too. Saving the world was, in essence, saving himself. After a moment of thought, Toya asked with a solemn expression, "System, do you have any items that can withstand mental pollution?" If there aren't any tools to resist mental corruption, this commission is absolutely impossible to complete. The corrupting influence of the Cthulhu mythos was infamous. Ordinary humans couldn't face an outer god, even looking at their minions was impossible. Once someone gazed upon a minion of the outer gods, their sanity and reason would plummet rapidly. In the end, they would either go completely mad and commit suicide or transform into a minion themselves, reduced to a chaotic, twisted anomaly forever. Host status has been successfully activated. No need to worry about the outer god's influence. You may act freely. However, please overcome the fear generated during the process. It is a primal fear inherent to all living beings. As long as you do not directly face a great old one, you will remain unharmed. Because of the involvement of the Cthulhu mythos, the usually non-interactive system was rarely answering every question. System Notice. Due to the characteristics of the Cthulhu mythos, the system's intelligent response module will be permanently disabled to prevent corruption. It cannot be rebooted by any means. System Notice. System intelligence shutting down. May fortune be with you, and may you ascend to the peak of multiverse. Although he felt a slight twinge of regret over the system intelligence shutting down, Toya accepted it for the sake of his own safety. Open the system shop. Toya immediately began checking what updates the upgraded system had to offer. In an instant, a translucent screen materialized, and a dense array of products filled his vision. Method of Magic God Ascension. A record of scriptures detailing the path to ascending from zero to a magic god. Price, 100 trillion source points. Supreme Artifact. A supreme artifact formed from a wisp of residue gathered at the beginning of the root world's existence. Price, 10 trillion source points. Dazzling arrays of goods flashed before his eyes, and Toya spotted quite a few familiar items among them. For instance, the X-rank Noble Phantasm Sword of Rupture, the Imagine Breaker, the bloodline of a progenitor. All sorts of bug-level items were available. Compared to these, the goods available before the system upgrade looked like trash. Is this a beginner's reward? After browsing for a while, Toya suddenly noticed that the system had presented a novice item. System notice: would you like to open the gift from the root world consciousness? Open it. Congratulations, Savior Kawashima Toya. You have acquired the mystic eyes of death perception. Integration starting automatically. Name, Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Rank, Outer Level, sublimated via the root consciousness. Effect, see through false realities and kill absolutely anything. Note, kill anything. If the host recognizes it as alive, it can be killed. In that instant, the mysterious and supreme power of the root poured into him, assisting Toya in integrating the mystic eyes of death perception. Chapter 3. A moment later, Kawashima Toya gently exhaled, his sky-blue eyes scanning the world that now felt both strange and familiar. Is this the power of the mystic eyes of death perception? As expected of a true outer-level ability. The mystic eyes of death perception gifted by the root consciousness were not merely the version found in the Type Moon universe. They were a sublimated, superior variation. He could see the lines of death and points of death in all things. It had truly reached an outer level. As long as it was within his sight, even a god would have to die. Even if he were to face a great old one, as long as he struck the point of death, he could kill it just the same. Let's begin the conquest. A look of anticipation appeared on Toya's handsome face as he murmured to himself. Now, he finally had the confidence to face the minions of the outer gods. That far away. Toya frowned slightly as he checked the distance between himself and Kasumigaoka Utaha on the system map. In just a short amount of time, she had already moved a considerable distance. Judging by the map, is Kasumigaoka Utaha heading to a shrine? Toya looked at the location displayed on the system map, puzzled. Why choose a dilapidated shrine? Is it a gathering of anomalies, or is there another reason? Not wanting to waste any more time, Toya bought a wooden sword from a nearby convenience store and rushed toward Kasumigaoka Utaha's location. Time was of the essence, he couldn't afford to waste it. Kasumigaoka Utaha's corruption level was still at the lowest stage, meaning it could be cleansed. If the corruption deepened, however, his only option would be to kill her using the mystic eyes of death perception. He didn't want to fail a commission he had gone through so much trouble to accept. A remote mountain area. After a 20-minute train ride, Toya finally arrived at Kasumigaoka Utaha's location. It was a secluded mountainous region, lush with greenery and filled with the fresh breath of nature. At first glance, it seemed like an excellent spot for hiking. However, the entire mountain was silent, eerily so. There wasn't a single sound of an animal or a bird. There's definitely something wrong with this forest. Toya gazed solemnly at the mountain woods. In his eyes, the entrance to the mountain seemed like a step into an abyss. The entire mountain was shrouded in a filthy, disgusting black aura, resembling the gaping maw of a gluttonous beast waiting to swallow any living creature whole. The shrine at the summit, in particular, was covered in black mist, so dense it was alarming. Let's go. Toya didn't feel much fear as he strode onto the path leading up the mountain. With the mystic eyes of death perception, as long as he played it safe, there wouldn't be any danger. As he walked, the surroundings remained dead silent. The lush trees no longer looked vibrant and green. Instead, they resembled hideous, malevolent spirits. If an ordinary person saw this, their sanity would likely plummet instantly. Toya ignored these eerie trees and headed straight for the summit. A few minutes later, he reached the top without incident. The shrine. At the peak sat a small, desolate, and dilapidated shrine. It looked heavily accumulated with dust, as if no one had visited for a long time. This long-abandoned shrine had finally welcomed its second guest. The first was naturally Kasumigaoka Utaha, and the second was Toya. Toya glanced indifferently at the shrine shrouded in black mist and slowly walked inside. To think there would actually be a worshipper. Just as he stepped into the shrine, Toya heard a pleasant, slightly surprised female voice. Looking toward the source of the sound, he saw that the owner of the voice was indeed Kasumigaoka Utaha. However, her current appearance was not that of the beautiful, voluptuous girl in black stockings he adored, but rather the twisted, monstrous form he had seen earlier. Toya stared at Kasumigaoka Utaha in silence, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Sure enough, looking directly at an anomaly isn't that easy. Just seeing her form gave him the urge to cut her down. Not for any other reason, but simply out of fear. When humans face a terrifying existence, their first instinct is to flee. But when a human possesses the power to fight that terrifying existence, their first instinct becomes to kill it. Ahem, Toya gripped his wooden sword tightly, staring vigilantly at Kasumigaoka Utaha. You still have your sanity. Although he had determined that Kasumigaoka Utaha could be saved, he still needed to ask the necessary questions. It would also help him formulate a strategy for dealing with anomalous creatures in the future. Should I kill it directly, or try to communicate first? Chapter 4. Inside the shrine. Seeing Kawashima Toya gripping a wooden sword, Kasumigaoka Utaha instantly went on high alert. I am human, why wouldn't I be sane? As she spoke, she discreetly rose to her feet, her eyes scanning for an escape route. The man holding the wooden sword clearly wasn't normal. Who knew what dangerous things might happen if she stayed any longer? It seems she can communicate normally. She hasn't gone completely mad. Toya commented indifferently in his mind, positioning himself to block the shrine's entrance, which was also the only exit. In his eyes, the monstrous Kasumigaoka Utaha was communicative and showed no signs of insanity. This indicated that she was at least mentally stable. In her perception, and likely the perception of others, she still looked like her usual self. Perhaps only he, a transmigrator possessing a cheat, could see her true, monstrous form. This guy is a lunatic. There is no way I can fight a boy my age. I have to run. Utaha's heart sank. The scenario she dreaded most had come to pass. She had only decided to visit a shrine to pray because of the frequent nightmares she had been having lately. She never expected to run into a crazy person. Ignoring Utaha's subtle movements, Toya spoke calmly. I ask, you answer. Don't think about running, you won't get away. Once I'm done asking, I'll let you go. Toya stared at her intensely. Have you noticed anything abnormal recently? Did you touch anything strange, or perhaps write anything strange? The corruption from an evil god's minion must have a source. Ordinary people who directly faced an evil god would either go mad and commit suicide instantly or transform into a minion. Even if Kasumigaoka Utaha was a main heroine, she couldn't possibly be immune. The only possibility was that she had encountered a minion of an evil god and suffered passive mental pollution. Abnormal, knowing escape was hopeless, Utaha answered honestly. Do nightmares count? I've been having nightmares often recently. Almost every day, I dream of some very abstract monsters. That's it. Toya's eyes gleamed sharply, and his expression turned serious. Before the nightmare started, what did you do, or what did you experience? It was just as he thought. Kasumigaoka Utaha hadn't actively sought out the anomaly. Now, he just needed to identify the source of the corruption. My hand hurts. Just as Utaha was about to answer, a sharp, intense pain shot from her right hand straight to her brain. She screamed in agony, clutching her slender, pale hand. Under her gaze, her right hand began to change. It was gradually transforming into a rotting claw. What is happening to me? Why am I turning into the monster from my nightmares? Utaha looked at her hand in disbelief, as it morphed into the very creature that haunted her sleep. Standing aside, Toya's gaze narrowed. It's starting. I must cut off the mental pollution immediately. Otherwise, it'll be too late. In a single thought, his eyes gradually turned into a clear, sky-blue color. These were the mystic eyes of death perception. With the eyes active, Toya could clearly see Utaha undergoing a violent transformation, from human to a minion of an evil god. Although she was on the verge of transforming, the lines of death and points of death still existed on her body. He could even see the specific cluster of lines and points belonging to the mental pollution that was enveloping her. As long as I cut the point of death of the mental pollution, everything will be solved. Toya instantly charged at Kasumigaoka Utaha, aiming his strike at the point of death within the mass of pollution surrounding her. He wants to kill me. Despite the excruciating pain in her hand, Utaha kept her eyes on Toya. The moment he lunged, she immediately dodged. Toya, lacking any combat training, naturally missed. Part of it was intentional on Toya's part. If he accidentally struck any of Utaha's actual lines or points of death, she would die. The only difference would be whether she died instantly or suffered a painful, gruesome death. However, the mental pollution seemed to have enhanced Utaha's physical capabilities, allowing her to repeatedly evade Toya's attacks. Kasumigaoka, stop running. I'm saving you, not killing you. If you keep running, you really will be beyond saving. Chapter 5. Seeing that he couldn't strike the point of death, Kawashima Toya shouted in frustration. If it weren't for his concern for Kasumigaoka Utaha's life, he would have already severed the mental pollution with a single strike. Perhaps the concern in Toya's voice had an effect, for Kasumigaoka Utaha stopped dodging and stood still. Her expression was agitated as she asked, "Do you know what's happening to me?" She didn't know why this was happening, but the fact that her hand was gradually turning into a grotesque, disgusting claw was unscientific enough. Modern science could absolutely not explain such a phenomenon. Toya nodded slightly, his expression serious. "Don't move, I won't hurt you." "I promise." "I believe you." Kasumigaoka Utaha ceased her movements, standing perfectly still. She could feel the genuine concern coming from this mysterious youth. Although she didn't know why she was transforming, there was no harm in letting him try. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he failed, she would likely just continue transforming into the monster from her nightmares. "Don't move, I have a way to solve your problem." Toya walked toward Kasumigaoka Utaha one step at a time, his body tense and vigilant. He was guarding against a potential surprise attack. What if Kasumigaoka Utaha's hand moved on its own to deal a fatal blow? As it turned out, his worries were unfounded. Toya raised the wooden sword and effortlessly struck the point of death within the mental pollution. In an instant, the point of death shattered and dispersed. The indescribable mass of mental pollution reacted as if hit by a terrifying attack, gradually turning into black ash and vanishing into nothingness. Once the mental pollution was thoroughly killed by Toya, no further mutations occurred. Under Toya's gaze, the Kasumigaoka Utaha, who looked like a grotesque monster, gradually reverted to her original form. From a hideous, terrifying anomaly, she transformed back into a beautiful black-haired girl. The girl possessed smooth, waist-length black hair and wore a white hairband. Her eyes were as intoxicatingly beautiful as red wine, set in a delicate, quiet face. Her tall, voluptuous figure, in particular, was far beyond what someone of her age should possess. Her legs, clad in black stockings, were especially inviting of imagination. "I'm back to normal. And my body feels so much lighter." Kasumigaoka Utaha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she felt her body, which seemed reborn. This mysterious guy had gently poked her, and her previously heavy, exhausted body had suddenly become much lighter. Even the hand that was transforming into a monster's claw had returned to normal. If not for the lingering pain and the fresh memories, she might have thought it was all just a nightmare. Wait, the nightmares are fading too. Utaha discovered a deeper change with astonishment. The memories of the nightmares she had been having recently, dreams that felt as real as reality, were rapidly fading. No matter how hard she tried to recall them, she couldn't remember what had happened. Only one feeling remained: the nightmares were terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Run! Seeing Utaha's confusion, Toya didn't have time to explain. His voice carried a hint of urgency. After speaking, he didn't linger and started heading down the mountain path they came from. Utaha was puzzled as to why Toya was leaving in such a hurry, but the events just now had made her realize this mysterious boy was no ordinary person. Without hesitation, she followed Toya, fleeing the shrine area as if running for her life. In just 5 minutes, Toya and Kasumigaoka Utaha escaped the range of the shrine. Toya gazed solemnly at the high mountain, where it seemed as though demons were dancing wildly. What exactly happened there? The mountain where the shrine stood was no longer as calm as when they had entered. The black aura covering the entire mountain seemed to have been agitated by something, becoming frenzied and violent. The foul, malicious black mist seemed desperate to break through the mountain's restraints, yet it appeared to be tightly bound, unable to leave the area of the peak. Chapter 6. It seems this isn't something I can resolve, Kawashima Toya murmured gravely. He had overestimated himself. The black aura surrounding that high mountain was not an ownerless substance. It looked more like the leakage from some strange anomaly. However, there seemed to be opposing forces at play, preventing the entity from fully gathering the black aura. Suddenly, Kasumigaoka Utaha stepped in front of him, closing the distance to a single step. She asked curiously, "Mysterious boy, you seem to know a lot of things. Can you tell me how I became like that just now?" Although the nightmares and memories regarding the evil god's mental pollution had dissipated, the image of her right hand turning into a claw was still fresh in her mind. Toya silently took a step back and spoke calmly. "When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Regarding what happened just now, don't speak of it to others and don't try to recall it if you can help it. Otherwise, you will only harm yourself and the innocent people around you." After saying this, Toya turned to leave. The systems commission had changed long ago. It had shifted from the initial capture Kasumigaoka Utaha to save Kasumigaoka Utaha, who is about to transform into a minion of an evil god. Now the commission was complete. With 10,000 source points in hand, he could confidently stand tall and live a life without financial worries. "You really won't give up a single piece of information, will you?" Utaha looked at Toya with astonishment, her heart filled with an even greater curiosity about the truth. This world was clearly not as peaceful as she had thought. Her right hand turning into a monster's claw for no reason. A mysterious exorcist boy wielding a wooden sword. All of this terrified her, but at the same time, she felt a sliver of anticipation deep within her heart. What does the true face of the world look like? Just then, the crisp sound of a text message notification rang out. Utaha realized the sound came from Toya's phone. Driven by curiosity, she did something rare for her and quietly leaned in to take a peek. Toya took out his phone to check the message. "Notice, your balance at the Internet Cafe Hotel is insufficient. Please recharge immediately. Notice, if you cannot recharge in time, please pack your luggage and vacate the premises as soon as possible." "Heh, I wasn't planning on staying there anymore anyway," Toya scoffed, putting his phone away. When he transmigrated to Japan 3 days ago, the system had provided him with nothing but an identity and a pitiful amount of cash. Aside from covering basic food and drink, he had absolutely nothing left. To save money and prepare for any unexpected situations, he had followed survival tips for Japan he had seen in videos from his past life, and found a place similar to an internet cafe hotel to stay in. The living experience over the past 3 days had been terrible. Now that he possessed 10,000 source points, there was no way he would go back to living like that. "Exorcist-kun, do you have nowhere to stay?" Kasumigaoka Utaha hopped in front of him with her hands behind her back, a beautiful smile on her exquisite face. My house actually has a spare room. The rent won't be too expensive. All I ask is that you explain what happened just now. How about it? Toya fell silent for a moment before speaking seriously. Are you sure you want to know? Once you know the truth, you won't be able to return to a normal life. The anomalies will find you. No matter what methods you use, you cannot hide forever. He had intended to turn around and walk away, but the figure of Kasumigaoka Utaha in her black stockings was simply too. Wait, no. He rationalized it quickly. The source of Kasumigaoka Utaha's mental pollution hasn't been found yet. It is necessary to stay temporarily. Of course I want to know. A look of intrigue appeared on Utaha's beautiful face as she lightly touched the corner of her mouth. I almost turned into a monster. How could I possibly ignore that? But this isn't the place to talk about the truth. I'll take you to where I live, which will also be your future room. As she spoke, Utaha, who had already started leading the way, turned her head and asked, I'm Kasumigaoka Utaha. What is your name? Since we're going to be living under the same roof, I can't just keep calling you hey or you, right? Kawashima Toya. Toya replied calmly, just an ordinary person you can see everywhere. Chapter 7. Kawashima-kun, please take care of me from now on. Kasumigaoka Utaha's smile grew, even more radiant. Perhaps the events that had just shattered her worldview, or maybe the genuine concern in Kawashima Toya's tone when he saved her, had left a mark. Her impression of this mysterious youth was exceptionally favorable. If it were anyone else asking to move into her home, she would have called the police immediately. Perhaps eager to learn the truth about the world as soon as possible, Utaha did something rare and hailed a taxi to take Toya home. Although the fare was pricey, it cut the 30-minute drive down to just 15. A newly built apartment complex. Looking at the pristine exterior of the buildings, one could tell at a glance that the rent here was far from cheap. Utaha pointed at the apartment building and said with a smile, I live in room 302 on the 7th floor. That's where you'll be staying from now on too. Writing light novels really pays well. As expected of the famous Kasumigaoka Utaha, Toya thought with a sigh. Mystic eyes of death perception. In an instant, Toya's eyes turned a clear, sky-blue color as he scanned the apartment building. No anomalies, he murmured faintly. Aside from killing, the mystic eyes of death perception gifted by the root consciousness also possess the ability to see through falsehoods to the truth. Utaha leaned in close, blinking her wine-red eyes. Is there a problem? She had seen those eyes, clear as the sky, just a short while ago. Indifferent, calm, and void of any emotion. When she first met Toya, she had been frightened by those emotionless eyes. Although she didn't know his specific abilities, as a light novel author, she could guess that one of his powers was likely the ability to see truths that ordinary people could not. Toya shook his head slightly. No anomalies, the source isn't the apartment. Utaha breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. If the source really was here, I'd have to move. I only bought this unit less than 2 months ago. Just thinking about it is miserable. Utaha stopped her muttering and teased, Follow me, Kawashima-kun. Let me show you what a beautiful girl's room looks like. Toya nodded plainly, Let's go. Taking the elevator up, Toya followed Utaha to the door of her apartment. Just as Toya was about to enter, the door to the neighboring unit opened, drawing his attention. A blonde girl walked out slowly. Her aura was elegant and gentle, like an angel descended from the heavens. The girl's face was as exquisite as a doll. Her figure was slightly petite, and her entire being seemed to be surrounded by a holy light. Crap, it's Gabriel. Toya glanced at her in shock, then immediately averted his gaze, not daring to look directly at her. He recognized her identity the moment he laid eyes on her. Gabriel White Tenma. An angel from heaven, a truly high-ranking existence. She might be inferior to the great old ones, but her status was definitely higher than that of a human. Although he didn't know if his own status would allow him to be fearless before an angel, it was better to be cautious. At this point, Toya didn't fully understand what the status described by the system actually entailed. The great old ones were powerful, existences he couldn't fight even without their mental pollution. Yet, when simply facing them or looking at them, his status felt no pressure. Gabriel noticed Toya's gaze. A gentle smile appeared on her exquisite, doll-like face. For a split second, even though there was no actual light, it felt as if countless rays of holy light were washing over him. "Excuse me, sir, you don't look very well. Do you need any help?" "Thank you for your concern," Toya replied with a faint, polite smile. "I was just surprised that you could lift such a heavy object when you look so young." She knew how to care for others, and her attitude was so gentle. Without a doubt, this was Gabriel before she became a fallen angel. Gabriel smiled gently. "I exercise often at home, and this isn't very heavy. I can see you're busy, so I won't disturb you." Toya said his goodbyes to Gabriel and hurriedly entered Utaha's apartment, closing the door behind him. Inside the room, Utaha looked puzzled, unable to understand why Toya looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy. "What was wrong with that girl?" "Nothing." Toya shook his head slightly, though he felt helpless internally. "This damn system. It said this was an everyday world where I'd become a max-level human. First, the great old ones appear, and now Gabriel shows up. Behind Gabriel is heaven itself. The backgrounds are getting scarier one after another. If a dragon pops out in this everyday world in the future, I won't be surprised at all. After all, angels are already here. What does it matter if a dragon shows up? Becoming a max-level human, I have a long way to go." Toya looked at the method of magic god ascension in the system's shop and sighed with emotion. Chapter 8. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared suspiciously at Kawashima Toya with her wine-red eyes, sensing that the situation wasn't as simple as he made it out to be. The tenant next door had moved in not long ago, only about 10 days or so. Having received no straight answer, Utaha tried beating around the bush, hoping to find out why Toya was so shocked by Gabriel next door. However, no matter what method she tried, she couldn't get anywhere. Later that night, as the night grew darker, Toya and Utaha sat face to face after dinner. "Are you sure you really want to know?" Toya asked, his expression serious. "Once you know, you can absolutely never return to your peaceful life." "Can I go back now?" Utaha rolled her eyes charmingly. "After the experience of almost turning into a monster, there's no going back anyway." Seeing that Utaha wouldn't give up, Toya sighed. "Then I will tell you the truth. All of this requires an explanation, starting with an indescribable mythos." A long time passed before Utaha snapped out of her daze, staring blankly at Toya. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. To think such terrifying existences existed outside the world. Just knowing their names would cause corruption. Hearing their voices would drive one mad and turn them into monsters. Seeing their forms meant instant death, with no chance of resistance. Even when Toya spoke of these matters, he didn't use any closely related terms to describe them, merely recounting the characteristics of that unknown, dangerous mythos. "If I hadn't experienced such impossible things earlier, I would definitely think you were a lunatic," Utaha said with a bitter smile on her exquisite face. "I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I qualify to be targeted by such an existence?" Toya rubbed his chin and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you don't qualify to be noticed by such high-level entities. If they had targeted you, there would be no possibility of saving you. So, you should think carefully. Did you come into contact with anyone strange before the nightmares started?" Although Kasumigaoka Utaha had reverted to human form, the danger hadn't been completely eliminated. The minion of the evil god, wherever they were, had a metaphysical connection with Utaha. Now that this connection had been severed, the minion would inevitably check to see what had gone wrong. Rather than being passive, it was better to find the point of anomaly and root it out completely. Utaha rested her chin on one hand, half lying on the table in thought. The beautiful girl perfectly displayed a sensual figure that far surpassed her peers. Toya remained expressionless, waiting quietly for Utaha's answer. This slight level of temptation wasn't enough to sway a seasoned otaku like him. Does a new book signing event count? Deep in thought, Utaha didn't notice Toya's appreciative gaze and spoke lazily. Before the nightmares, I held a signing event for my new book. A bespectacled otaku brought a notebook with a very strange texture for me to sign. At the time, I thought it was just a notebook made of special material. Plus, that otaku is a fairly famous blogger. His promotion helped my new book quite a bit. So I signed my name in that notebook. As her memory cleared, Utaha's expression turned grim. Thinking back now, the texture of that book was very similar to human skin. The skin of an adult. After signing my name, I felt my body suddenly become slightly heavier. Heavier? Toya looked at Utaha with a strange expression. You could feel that. Utaha rolled her eyes at him in disgust. Kawashima-kun, if you want to verify whether I've gained weight, please let us finish our serious business first. Besides, the heaviness back then wasn't physical weight gain. It felt as if my ethereal soul had become heavier. Don't worry, I just momentarily lost my composure. Toya coughed lightly and said seriously, we can be certain that the culprit behind all this is that otaku. In that mythos, the existence of human skin books is quite common. They are incredibly evil items that only minions of evil gods can create. The specific effects are currently unknown, but it is undoubtedly a truly evil tool. Toya asked with a strange look in his eyes, do you have that otaku's contact information? When a blogger otaku was mentioned, the first person he thought of was the original work's protagonist, Tomoya. Tomoya was a hardcore otaku who loved recommending various light novels. He fit the characteristics described by Utaha perfectly. Let me look for it. I should have it. Although I don't use Line much, I likely accepted the friend request from that blogger. Utaha thought for a moment, unable to recall the answer, so she took out her phone and began searching rapidly. Chapter 9. Watching Kasumigaoka Utaha search frantically, Kawashima Toya couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Tomoya had given so much for Kasumigaoka Utaha, sparing no effort to promote her light novels. Yet, in the end, she couldn't even remember if she had added him as a friend. I haven't organized my Line contacts. There are too many people, it's hard to find. Give me 10 minutes. Utaha seemed a bit flushed with urgency. Her long, slender legs shook nervously as she focused all her efforts on scrolling through her phone. Seeing her like this, Toya shook his head slightly. Forget it, I'll check the system shop first. A translucent, pale blue screen that only he could see materialized before him. An array of astronomically priced items filled his vision. Toya frowned slightly and thought, filter out all the items I can't afford. Only show me the ones I can buy. In an instant, the dense list of items vanished, leaving behind only a scarce few. Although the selection had thinned significantly, there were still plenty of options. Item: Eternal Arms Mastery. Rank A+. Effect: Martial arts refinement claimed to be peerless in a certain era. It merges mind, body, and technique into perfect unity. Even when suffering from various mental interferences, one can still display powerful combat capabilities. Price: 3,000 source points. Note: extreme danger detected in the current world. A massive discount is applied for the first purchase. A discount for the first purchase. Purchase Eternal Arms Mastery. Toya was instantly tempted and chose to buy it without hesitation. What he lacked most right now was personal combat ability and resistance to the fear induced by eldritch horrors. Every entity from the Cthulhu mythos was hideously ugly and chaotic. Merely seeing them could easily impact one's psychology. Eternal Arms Mastery would allow his combat prowess to remain at its peak at all times, unaffected by the mental influence of these abominations. The moment the purchase was complete, Toya felt countless years of combat experience and knowledge flooding into his mind. Experience in fighting humans, beasts, and all manner of existences became ingrained in him. It felt as though he could utilize these skills at any moment without any unfamiliarity. Next, let's raise my physical capabilities to the peak of human potential. Deducting 1,000 source points, elevating physical fitness to the human peak. A warm current of energy emerged from nowhere, rapidly strengthening Toya's body. In just a few moments, his flat stomach transformed into 8 distinct, chiseled abs. His muscles became firm and compact. He didn't look like a bulky bodybuilder, but rather possessed the perfect physique, slim in clothes, muscular when undressed. Toya looked at the remaining 6,000 source points in the system's shop with interest. Contacting eldritch horrors is a bit dangerous, but the rewards are rich. Just completing the commission to save Kasumigaoka Utaha had yielded a full 10,000 source points. With his previous system, a single mission would only grant 100 points. The difference was astronomical. He didn't even care for the ordinary human skills available in the shop anymore. I'll save the rest for now. I'll use them when the right opportunity arises. He planned to hoard some source points. Once he had enough, he intended to exchange them for a special item. A sharp glint flashed in Toya's eyes. Shishu's teachings. I wonder what kind of surprise that will bring. Item, tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen. Price, 30,000 source points. Effect, upon purchase, the user will be transported to the Land of Shadows, one of the Celtic fairylands, to receive instruction from the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathach. Note, any rewards obtained during the process will be brought back without any cost. A few minutes later, just as Toya was bored enough to doze off, Utaha suddenly let out a surprised cry. Found it. Toya instantly snapped to attention. Can you locate that otaku's position? I want to investigate right now. When it came to grotesque anomalies, he naturally couldn't leave them be. Every minute they remained was a massive instability factor. It's not far from us. Utaha showed the location of the otaku on her phone to Toya. The distance was short, he could get there very quickly. Toya glanced indifferently at the location of the user named Taki-kun on the screen. I'll go to his house and settle this. You shouldn't go out. If a dangerous situation arises that you absolutely cannot handle alone, run next door and find that blonde girl. As long as you stick with her, I trust that no anomaly will be able to trouble you. With that, Toya picked up the wooden sword he had set aside and walked straight out the door. Left alone in the living room, Kasumigaoka Utaha puffed up her exquisite, quiet cheeks in dissatisfaction. That hateful guy. Does he just toss people aside after using them? Even though I put in so much effort. Although she appeared annoyed on the surface, she knew very well that if she rashly followed Toya with her ordinary human abilities, she wouldn't be of any help. Instead, she would only put him in danger. Rather than tagging along, it was better to wait at home. Chapter 10. Kasumigaoka Utaha murmured thoughtfully. What did Kawashima-kun mean by that last sentence? He clearly seemed wary of the girl next door, yet he told me to run to her if I encountered danger. She wasn't stupid, she figured it out immediately. Kawashima Toya saying that proved the girl wasn't simple and would protect her. Commission issued. Eliminate the evil god's minion, Akitomoya. Reward, 10,000 source points. Now I have even more reason not to let him go. Akitomoya's residence. On the other side of town, Kawashima Toya followed the location marked on the system map and rushed toward Akitomoya's home. Taki-kun, so it really is Akitomoya. I hope Aki hasn't completely lost his mind. After raising his physical fitness to the peak of human potential, Toya arrived outside Akitomoya's house in just 10 minutes. His clear, sky-blue eyes scanned the 3-story residence. Wherever he looked, the entire building was covered in a pitch-black, chaotic aura. It even showed signs of spreading to the surroundings. It didn't look like a human dwelling at all. Without a doubt, this was the home of the culprit who had polluted Kasumigaoka Utaha. It seems there's no hope left, Toya noted with a hint of regret. With this level of infection, the consequences for Akitomoya living inside were easy to imagine. Even if he hadn't become a minion of the evil god, he would have died inside. With a calm expression, Toya stepped into the area of the 3-story house. The black aura shrouding the entire residence instantly rioted, as if trying to devour him. At that moment, a non-human monster located inside the house sensed Toya's intrusion. Standing at a window, the anomaly, which resembled a lizardman but was 100 times more twisted and chaotic, looked down at Toya. Its twisted, mad eyes seemed to say, "Look, prey has delivered itself." Toya raised his head, locked eyes with the anomaly exposed at the 3rd-floor window, and chuckled lightly. Eternal Arms Mastery is working well. Indeed, I feel no fear. Don't think about running. You are worth a full 10,000 source points. As he spoke, Toya pushed open the front door, his brow furrowing slightly. Inhumane. The moment the door opened, he saw two corpses lying in the entryway. Judging by their positions, they had been trying to escape. They were killed the instant they were about to flee. The dried blood trailing through the house revealed just how much pain these two had suffered while they were alive. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Toya stepped past the bodies and walked straight toward the stairs. Just as he was about to head up to the third floor, the narrow space beneath the staircase caught his attention. There's still a survivor. Kato Megumi. Toya looked down with a surprised gaze and discovered a girl wearing a JK uniform. She had a bob cut, fair skin, and correct features. Her figure was curvy in all the right places, undeniably a beautiful girl. Even though she was in the home of a Kitamoya, who had become a minion of an evil god, her expression was extremely flat, as if she were comfortably sitting in her own home. However, if one looked closely, they could see the pale complexion of her face and the terror hidden within her calm, beautiful eyes. A normal person, she hasn't been infected by the evil god's aura. A trace of surprise flashed through Toya's clear blue eyes. Ordinary people would feel unwell physically and suffer a mental breakdown just by being within the range of the evil god's aura. The girl, suspected to be Kato Megumi, had clearly been staying in the compartment under the stairs for quite some time, yet she showed no signs of infection. At least in his observation, the girl wasn't entangled by any aura of the evil god's minion. Is it because her presence is too low? Did the evil god's aura wandering through the house ignore her, completely failing to notice her existence? Kato Megumi, who had already fallen into despair, saw Toya appear. Her flat eyes gradually lit up, then dimmed again. Staring at Toya, she spoke anxiously, "Leave quickly. If you stay, you'll be killed by the monster upstairs." Fighting through her physical weakness, she spoke the only words she had uttered in days. "You can communicate, then there's no problem," Toya said gently. "My purpose in coming here is to eliminate that anomaly. Young lady, do you have any strength left? If you have strength, go outside on your own. Don't worry, that anomaly won't stop you." With that, Toya turned and stepped onto the stairs, heading toward the third floor where the monster that used to be a Kitamoya was waiting. Kato Megumi stared blankly at Toya, unable to believe that this boy, who looked about her age, could be a match for that monster. "Don't go." Due to prolonged dehydration and hunger, Kato Megumi's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. She could only watch as Toya left. "I must find someone to help." Anxious, Kato Megumi pushed her exhausted body up and stumbled toward the main door. Just as she reached the door, the aura of the evil god's minion, invisible to her eyes, silently wrapped around the two dead human bodies. Chapter 11. On both sides of the narrow staircase, traces of dried blood were everywhere. The owners of this blood were evidently the two deceased individuals at the entrance. There were no traps along the way. Kawashima Toya reached the third floor with ease, where he saw a Kitamoya, who had completely transformed into a minion of the evil god, looking utterly monstrous. A Kitamoya slowly turned around. His hideous, lizard-like head was filled with madness and excitement as he waved his claws enthusiastically. "Are you here to revere the great god? See, I knew there were others in this world who understood the truth like I do. Those two who claimed to be my parents were truly obstinate. Believing in him is believing in the truth. Why did they refuse? Yes, they were unworthy of faith. How dare they question and blaspheme the great god? Come, let us drown together in his infinite dream." "Disgusting," Toya remarked coldly, slowly drawing his wooden sword and assuming a combat stance. "I never believe in those gods. Just die peacefully. Akitamoya, if you still have a shred of human reason left, tell me. Why did you become like this? Target, failed evil god minion, Akitamoya. Race, defective minion. Strength, paper rank. Description, a failure among minions, a reject among failures, trash among garbage." Toya stared at the pale blue screen that suddenly appeared before him in slight surprise, then let out a chuckle. I didn't expect the system to have this function. It's finally acting like a proper system. Indeed, there's no threat at all. To think that even after becoming a minion of an evil god, he's still half-assed. How pathetic. The moment he faced Akitomoya, Toya had sensed the gap in their strength. Although the evil god's aura on Akitomoya disgusted him, the monster's actual power was pitifully weak. At best, he was only as strong as 2 or 3 adult men combined. A heretic. The excitement and madness on Akitomoya's face abruptly froze. He stared at Toya gloomily, like a venomous snake. I will purge this heresy for the great god and eat you, bit by bit. Before he could finish speaking, Akitomoya charged at Toya, opening his grotesque, gaping maw. Too weak, Toya scoffed with disdain. With strength like that, I could crush you without even opening my eyes. Swish! A sword gleam flashed suddenly. One of the numerous lines of death on Akitomoya's ugly, foul-smelling body was instantly severed. In that split second, a disgusting, hideous arm fell cleanly to the ground. Before the arm even hit the floor, it turned into black ash and scattered. You're a heretic too. I'm not done yet. Toya swung his sword with a calm expression. With every flash of the blade, a part of Akitomoya's body was sliced away. In the end, almost all of Akitomoya's body parts had been cut down, leaving only a pustule-covered lizard head falling to the ground. This was intentional on Toya's part. Otherwise, the monster would have died long ago. Toya stared coldly at the remaining lizard head of Akitomoya. Speak, how did you become like this? He still held onto a sliver of hope that Akitomoya could explain his encounter clearly. However, Akitomoya's crimson, chaotic eyes were filled with madness. Just you wait, Lord God will descend upon this world. I will be reborn in the glory of Lord God and eat your brain bit by bit. Slash. A sword gleam flashed past, and Akitomoya's head was completely reduced to ash. I really shouldn't have held on to any fantasies. Toya sighed helplessly. Since he couldn't obtain the intelligence he wanted, he naturally wouldn't leave the monsterized Akitomoya alive. Even if Akitomoya was a failed product, the result was the same. Every minute a minion of an evil god remained alive, the danger increased by 10%. Anomalies like this couldn't be judged by common sense. If it knew a way to summon a stronger entity, things would get troublesome. After searching the small otaku room, Toya quickly found what he was looking for. A mysterious book made of human skin was enshrined in the most conspicuous spot in the room. Time to end this. Toya brought his blade down, and the human skin book instantly disintegrated and vanished. At the moment of its dissipation, Toya faintly heard a chaotic, twisted sound of surprise, a light huh. That sound was indescribable and incomprehensible, filled with the endless calamity and destruction of the outer worlds. If an ordinary person had heard it, or even if the world itself had heard it, they would have been corrupted in an instant. Tisk, an evil god. Toya clicked his tongue and immediately forced himself to ignore the sound. He couldn't probe any deeper. Attracting the attention of a deeper existence would be troublesome. After disposing of the human skin book, Toya walked downstairs. There, he saw Kato Megumi being blocked by the 2 anomalous human bodies. I need to cut down the corpses in the future too. Can't leave any hidden dangers. As he spoke, Toya swung his wooden sword, slashing the points of death on the anomalous corpses surrounding Kato Megumi. Chapter 12. In an instant, the points of death shattered and dissipated. The 2 anomalous human bodies turned into black ash and slowly scattered into the air. Seeing the 2 anomalies cut down by Kawashima Toya, Kato Megumi could no longer hold on. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. Toya caught Kato Megumi's body and examined her closely. It really is Kato Megumi. Should I take her back now, or how should I handle this? Forget it, I'll take her to the apartment and let Kasumigaoka Utaha deal with her. System notice, commission complete. Rewards have been automatically distributed. Kasumigaoka Utaha's apartment. Kasumigaoka Utaha stared at Toya in astonishment. She sat elegantly on the sofa, her long, slender legs crossed. You went out to kill anomalies, yet you brought back a beautiful girl. Did you forget there's already a beautiful girl waiting for you at home? You scum. Toya ignored the drama queen Utaha and spoke calmly. I met her in the house of the evil god's minion. She's probably been trapped there for a few days. Get her something to eat first, and if possible, contact her family. Kato Megumi had been trapped in Akitomoya's house for several days. Although he didn't know if she had survived purely due to her low presence, the reality was harsh. In the scorching summer heat, not showering for a day was enough to cause an odor. After several days without bathing, and spending that time in a dirty, damp space under the stairs, Kato Megumi definitely had a bit of a smell. It wasn't appropriate for him, a guy, to handle this situation. He could only leave it to Kasumigaoka Utaha. What a heartless man, making one girl take care of another girl for you. Utaha looked at Toya with resentment in her wine-red eyes. Although she complained, she still did as asked. 10 minutes later, Utaha sat down next to Toya, carelessly close, their bodies almost touching. Her beautiful face was filled with curiosity. Kawashima, I've taken care of that girl as you asked. Now, you should tell me what happened. As a light novel author, she was incredibly curious about any encounters that deviated from the ordinary. These strange experiences might just become the factor that made her next light novel a hit. Toya glanced at her indifferently. It's better for you to know as little as possible about these things. Fine, if you won't say, then don't. Utaha turned her head away, her interest waning. After nearly turning into an anomaly herself, she understood that the less she knew about these existences, the better. At least until she had the strength to defend herself, ignorance was bliss. The two maintained a strange atmosphere for a while before Toya suddenly spoke. Fatty Kasumi. Slip of the tongue. Kasumigaoka Utaha, regarding the girl next door, tried to avoid contact with her. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I suggest you don't interact with her. This world was chaotic enough. Evil gods and angels had both appeared. Gabriel looked much like she did in the anime. Unsurprisingly, she would likely fall from grace due to video games. If that happened, the uncertainty of the world would increase even more. In such a dangerous and chaotic world, he couldn't count on Gabriel being exactly like the anime character who was addicted to games all day. If she had a bad day and decided to cause some trouble, it wasn't impossible. I got it. Utaha looked at Toya with dissatisfaction. Also, what did you mean by that name just now? Am I really that fat? Do you want to check for yourself? As she spoke, Utaha leaned in, her wine-red eyes filled with teasing, intentionally or unintentionally showing off that her figure wasn't fat at all. Don't get too close. Toya pushed her away with a look of disgust. Although he had only known Kasumigaoka Utaha for a day, he had watched the anime many times. Kasumigaoka Utaha was undoubtedly full of bad taste. She was actually teasing him. If he took it seriously, he would die of social embarrassment on the spot. With her personality, he would inevitably be mocked relentlessly. Strange, why would I have that thought? Toya looked at Utaha, a weird thought welling up in his mind. The otaku soul from his past life seemed to be roaring. What's a little mockery? That's Kasumigaoka Utaha. How many people would kill just to meet her? Toya thought for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the tempting idea. Kawashima, your gaze is so strange. Are you thinking something weird? Utaha felt a chill run down her spine and backed away slightly to keep some distance. Toya shook his head gently. No, by the way, don't you have school tomorrow? It's so late, aren't you going to sleep? School? Utaha's exquisite lips curled up in a mocking smile. I'm a top student at Toyagasaki Academy. Even if I don't go to school, it won't have any impact. Toya nodded slightly. That works too. I'll leave the unconscious girl to you. I'm going to sleep. Living as a net cafe refugee for several days was just too hard. With that, Toya stretched, yawned, and walked toward his room. Chapter 13. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked at Kawashima Toya, speechless. What is this? Am I really expected to take care of her all by myself? Why does it feel like I'm the outsider in my own home? Despite her complaints, she still shouldered the responsibility of looking after Kato Megumi. At the very least, she needed Megumi to wake up by tomorrow so she could send her home. Back in his room, Toya lay down on the soft tatami mats. drowsiness quickly overcame him and he fell asleep. That night, Japan looked just as it always did. However, high in the sky, in a dimension imperceptible to ordinary people. A massive tear ripped across the pitch-black night sky, scattering the aura of spatial distortion in all directions. A green dragon, exuding the terrifying pressure of a higher being, howled in agony as it plummeted straight out of the rift. It crashed directly into a mountain range less than 20 kilometers away from Toya. The massive weight of the dragon caused the mountains to tremble violently, leaving behind a colossal crater. Yet no one noticed this scene, not even the Japanese government. They couldn't detect it, see it, or hear it. Late at night, a drunken female programmer stumbled her way up that very mountain. Before she could reach the peak, the overwhelming pressure of a higher species struck her. The drunken programmer didn't even realize what was happening. She unconsciously changed direction and walked back down the mountain path. The next morning, the scorching summer sun shone through the window, landing directly on Toya. "I can't sleep anymore." Knowing he wouldn't be able to fall back asleep, Toya sat up, his handsome, sunny face filled with helplessness. "Fatty Kasumi, if you're going to school, just go. Why did you have to pull my curtains open?" A short while ago, Utaha had come to his door with Kato Megumi, who had woken up from her coma. But since he was still asleep, Utaha had simply taken Megumi and left. Before leaving, however, Utaha had disregarded any gender barriers, entered his room, and flung open the curtains that were blocking the sunlight. Toya stretched inside contentedly, so comfortable. "I really don't want to experience the life of a net cafe refugee ever again, not even for a day." After getting himself together, Toya took the toiletries Utaha had prepared earlier and went to the balcony to wash up. While brushing his teeth, Toya inadvertently glanced next door and happened to see Gabriel performing her daily prayers. Gabriel's prayerful posture was exceptionally pious. There was not a trace of the fallen angel she would become in the future. Toya had no intention of interacting with Gabriel. If this were a purely slice-of-life world, he might have approached her without hesitation. But in a world where evil gods and angels had appeared, who knew what other existences might descend in the future? In such a dangerous and chaotic world, it was best to minimize contact with these transcendent races. System Open World Commissions. A minute later, Toya sat on the balcony, eating the breakfast bread Utaha had prepared. System Notice, World Commission issued. In the mountains 20 kilometers away, a wounded dragon from another world is on the verge of death. Host, please arrive promptly. Note, for this World Commission, you may choose to kill the dragon or save the dragon. Reward, 10,000 source points. Subsequent rewards or penalties are undetermined. Toya finished the bread in a few bites, surprised. There's actually a dragon. I need to go see if it's dead yet. Every part of a giant dragon's body is a treasure. Dragon materials sell for astronomical prices in the system shop. Action followed thought. Toya pocketed the daily living expenses Utaha had left him and extravagantly hailed a taxi to head toward the location of the World Commission. The mountains. 20 minutes later, Toya stood outside the continuous mountain range, gazing into the distance. His clear, sky-blue mystic eyes of death perception pierced through the falsehoods, seeing directly into the real world. Deep within the lush, dense mountains, the pressure of a higher species was ceaselessly spreading in all directions. It seemed to be warning any intruders. There is a noble dragon here. Toya could feel the weakness within that pressure. It was as faint as a candle in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment. I'll have to walk the rest of the way myself. Toya looked at the journey ahead, which would take nearly half an hour, and muttered with a wry smile. Next time, I'm definitely exchanging points for a speed-type ability. There was a road leading deep into the mountains, but the taxi driver couldn't drive in at all. The driver was even bewildered as to why he couldn't find the entrance to the road. To avoid arousing the suspicion of ordinary people, Toya had to get out early and walk. Even if a dragon from another world was critically injured and dying, its status as a dragon wouldn't change. As long as it willed it, ordinary people could not cross the boundary set to keep idlers away. When Toya stepped into the mountains, it felt as though he had crossed a dividing line between two worlds. The air inside was the extreme opposite of the air outside the mountains. The atmosphere was filled with a heavy, scorching heat, and the aura of the dragon shook the mind. Chapter 14. As expected of a dragon. Kawashima Toya wasn't too surprised. After all, it was a giant dragon. Even in death, its remaining might would be formidable. As he walked along the path, every tree around him was snapped in two. Even the trees that hadn't been split in half were bent low under the dragon's overwhelming pressure. Acting as if nothing were wrong, Toya quickly headed deeper into the mountains. He wanted to see if the dragon was dead yet. If it wasn't dead, he would try to save it. Though by the time he arrived, it would probably be dead. If it were dead, that would be even better. The precious materials from a giant dragon's corpse were treasures in any world. If preserved well and forged into a noble phantasm later, it would definitely be a massive boost to his strength. 10 minutes later, Toya reached the end of the road that had been smashed apart by the dragon's massive body. He looked down into the ravine at the green dragon lying at the bottom of the cliff. This is... Toya stared solemnly at the green dragon prone at the base of the cliff. A light sword radiating divine energy pierced into its back. It can't be her, can it? Tohru. The green dragon below, whose eyes were about to close in death, bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon named Tohru from an anime he had seen in his past life. Tohru's identity in the anime was quite illustrious. Her father was the leader of the Chaos faction, the Emperor of Demise, and she had many friends. Every one of her friends had a massive background, entities one absolutely should not provoke. Looking at Tohru's massive, bulky dragon body, Toya sighed secretly. What a pity, I won't be able to get a dragon corpse. If he harbored any ill intent toward Tohru, he believed the dragon god Lukoa, who constantly watched over her, would appear in an instant. Since I can't kill you, I'll save you. I don't ask that you become my ally, just don't let this already bad situation get any worse. Toya found a small path and made his way to Tohru, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Tohru's massive dragon eyes took one last look at Toya before slowly closing. She had no strength left. The power within her was being constantly eroded by the god sword. She wasn't far from death. This lowly human wanted to take the opportunity to kill her, and she had no strength to resist. She could only quietly await the arrival of death. Hey, don't die on me, Toya shouted urgently when he saw Tohru's eyes close and heard her breathing almost vanish. Hold on a little longer. Not daring to waste time, Toya hurriedly climbed up her dragon body. A sword of light, emitting an incomparably pure and holy aura, was pierced into Tohru's back. It prevented her powerful self-healing abilities and vitality as a dragon from functioning. How do I solve this? Toya frowned as he looked at the divine sword. A feeling from his very soul told him that this sword was extremely dangerous and shouldn't be touched lightly. If he used the method of that female programmer from the anime, he estimated that this day next year would be the anniversary of his death. Can I do this? Use the mystic eyes of death perception. A bold idea surfaced in Toya's mind. Doing this might allow me to cut the divine sword directly. At this moment, Tohru, hanging by a thread, lay on the ground, letting Toya do as he pleased. She had no idea that Toya had come up with such an audacious plan. Mystic eyes of death perception. Toya's eyes gradually turned a clear azure blue, resembling the deepest sky without a single impurity. In his vision, Tohru's massive dragon body was covered in points and lines of death. He only needed to lightly trace a sharp object across them to easily kill this giant dragon. No points or lines of death on the sword. Toya's expression tightened slightly. This won't do. If I can't save Tohru, things will get troublesome later. He didn't dare to gamble on whether the dragon god was watching Tohru or not. If he bet wrong, the dragon god Lukoa might take her anger out on him. Maybe I can do this. The outer-level mystic eyes of death perception are definitely not as simple as they appear. A sharp glint flashed in Toya's eyes as he stared intensely at the divine sword. I deem you to be alive. You must have lines and points of death. Accompanying Toya's continuous mental suggestion, points and lines of death gradually emerged on the pure, holy sword. Toya looked at the divine sword with satisfaction. That's more like it. Now I can kill you. Toya took out his wooden sword and slashed lightly at the point of death. Faced with the outer-level mystic eyes of death perception, even a divine sword created by a god was of no avail. The point of death shattered, and the pure, holy divine power of the sword slowly dispersed in all directions. This was a sword painstakingly forged by a god to kill the Emperor of Demise's daughter, Tohru. It contained a massive amount of dragon-slaying power, a sword that even the dragon god was helpless against, yet it vanished so easily. If not for the faint divine power dissipating in the air, perhaps no one would know that this supposedly indestructible divine sword had been destroyed with such ease. System notice, World Commission complete. Congratulations, host, you have successfully saved the dragon Tohru. The mission reward of 10,000 source points has been distributed. Subsequent rewards are unknown. Host, please explore on your own. Chapter 15. It's over. After the divine sword dissipated, Kawashima Toya could sense a slight change in Tohru's breathing. It was a clear sign that her vitality was rapidly recovering, now that the power sealing her away was gone. It's time to leave. This isn't a place to stay for long. Confirming that Tohru was no longer in danger, Toya decided to leave immediately. The place where a giant dragon nearly died, even if she was safe now, was by no means a safe location to linger. Just as Toya was leaving, Tohru's dragon eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened a slit. She stared intently at his retreating figure, as if trying to carve his image into her very soul. Tohru-chan stopped staring. Rest well for now. Once you've recovered, you can go find him or do whatever you like. That child is amazing. To think he could even kill a god-slaying sword. A gentle, mature female voice rang out from thin air, and a dragon girl with an incredibly voluptuous figure slowly appeared. If Toya were here, he would have been astonished. Sure enough, it was Lukoa, the identity she used in the human world, who was actually the feathered serpent god, Quetzalcoatl. She had been there the whole time, but due to the nature of the divine sword, she hadn't been able to intervene. Tohru glanced wearily at Lukoa, before slowly closing her eyes again. She was too exhausted. Even though strength was gradually returning to her body, she couldn't recover in a short amount of time. The aftereffects of a divine sword, specifically forged to slay dragons, weren't so easily eliminated. Lukoa sat quietly beside Tohru, her heterochromatic eyes of gold and turquoise, shining as brilliantly as the birth of the world, flickered with a strange light. That sword was formidable. Powerful enough that even I couldn't resolve it. Yet that little guy completely killed the sword itself. The city streets. Having taken a taxi there but forced to walk back, Toya trudged through the streets, bored out of his mind. He was heading home. As for why he was walking, the main reason was that taxis in Japan were expensive, and the cash Kasumigaoka Utaha had given him wasn't enough. He needed to save the remaining money to buy lunch. After all, Fatty Kasumi ate lunch at school and wouldn't be coming home at midday. After a full 30-minute walk, Toya finally arrived home just before lunch. Apartment hallway. Carrying a bag with a half-price bento, Toya was just about to enter his apartment when the door to the next unit opened. Gabriel, looking as holy as an angel, slowly walked out. Seeing Toya, Gabriel nodded her small head with great politeness. "Good afternoon. It was very rude of me not to ask for my neighbor's name yesterday. I am Gabriel, please take care of me." Toya nodded slightly. "Kawashima Toya, I'm just someone who is currently staying at Kasumigaoka Utaha's home." Gabriel smiled, looking gentle and pure. "Kawashima-kun, I was just about to prepare lunch. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together?" "No thanks, I already bought some." Toya shook his head, rejecting Gabriel's offer. Although tasting an angel's cooking was tempting, he didn't dare to accept it. What if there was some invisible karmic tie attached? If he ate this meal, what would he do if he had to help Gabriel with something in the future? Gabriel looked slightly regretful. "That is a pity. If there is a chance in the future, please don't refuse, Kawashima-kun. Toya smiled faintly, sure, next time. With that, Toya went straight into his apartment. Gabriel stood alone in the hallway, thinking hard with a frown. What is going on? Why does it feel like Kawashima-kun is afraid of me? She believed her behavior was perfectly normal for a human context. But what puzzled Gabriel was that Toya seemed to be trying his best to avoid contact with her. If she hadn't initiated the conversation, he probably would have ignored her completely. Lord, my training is still far from sufficient, Gabriel sighed. She simply assumed that she wasn't approachable enough, causing Toya to avoid her. Inside the apartment. Back in the kitchen, Toya took out the various half-price items he had bought from the convenience store, looking helpless. In the end, I'm eating a half-price bento again today. When will a wealthy young lady see through my stubbornness and support me? Toya heated the bento and enjoyed it happily by himself. After finishing his meal, Toya began browsing the system shop. I said I wouldn't live like this anymore. 26,000 source points, still a long way from Skathatchishu's teachings. I'll spend some first. I need to exchange for some money. I've had enough of eating bentos. System notice, deducted 100 source points, exchanged for 100 million yen. System notice, deducted 5,000 source points, exchanged for one cut killer, Murasame. Remaining source points, 20,900. Name, one cut killer, Murasame. Rank, strong. Effect, a weapon that kills with a single strike. Once cut, a cursed poison spreads rapidly. There is absolutely no antidote. The only method of survival is to sever the infected part immediately. A soft white light slowly materialized out of thin air, and Toya subconsciously reached out to grab it. The black-sheathed one-cut killer, Murasame, landed in his hand. Clang! The crisp hum of Murasame being unsheathed rang out. Toya pulled out the Tgthegood one-cut killer, Murasame, and admired the sharp, clear blade. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Chapter 16. Even though he possessed the mystic eyes of death perception, there was technically no need to purchase one-cut killer, Murasame. The effects of the two conflicted, meaning the sword wouldn't provide much additional assistance. But he couldn't help it, he simply liked it. As an otaku in his past life, he had adored the Tgthegood one-cut killer, Murasame. Now that he had the chance, how could he possibly miss it? After playing with it for a while, Kawashima Toya stared at the sharp, clear blade of Murasame and muttered. In the original work, Akame seemed to use it to boost her strength. Using Murasame's curse to enhance one's own power. I'll try it if I get the chance in the future. The afternoon seemed incredibly peaceful. Even when Toya activated his mystic eyes of death perception to gaze at the city and the sky, he didn't detect any traces of the evil god's aura. Calm on the surface, but danger lurks beneath. Toya sighed with emotion and silently took out the ultra-high-end smartphone he had just exchanged for a full 100 source points from the system shop. Just like his otaku life in the past, he started grinding games. System notice, World Commission issued. Detected leakage of evil god's aura. Please cleanse it promptly to avoid adverse effects. Reward, 1,000 source points. Toya looked at the 5v5 MOBA match that had just started with a troubled expression, then looked back at the system commission. I'm sorry, teammates. The game is important, but the world is more important. With that, Toya put down his phone, picked up the demon sword Murasame, and left decisively. Apartment next door. Gabriel, who had already transformed into a shut-in, stared blankly at her teammate named Trash Fox on the computer screen. With me, an angel of heaven, as your support, I can definitely protect you. If Toya could see Gabriel's screen, he would have found it incredible. The world was so big, yet he had actually matched with Gabriel. Why aren't you moving? Unfortunately, he had chosen to go AFK right at the start. A dark alley. Guided by the system map, Toya arrived at a dirty, messy alleyway. After searching for a while, he finally saw an ugly dog at the end of the alley, already infected by the evil god's aura. It was a dachshund. Its eyes were blood red, filled with a terrifying, mad aura. Although it was merely infected by the aura and not a full minion, it was no longer an ordinary creature. An average person would stand no chance against this evil god's pawn. The infected dachshund slowly opened its mouth, and its head gradually split into 4 petal-like sections. Roar! Letting out a hiss that sounded like some kind of facehugger, the dachshund lunged fiercely at Toya. The sight gave Toya a chill. Disgusting thing. Can't evil gods create something that looks a bit more normal? Schwing! As he spoke, Toya drew the demon sword Murasame with an expressionless face and slashed the dachshund's line of death. Instantly, the dachshund was sliced in 2. However, despite being cut in half, the dachshund didn't die. It continued to struggle, trying to stand up. Its hideous, terrifying maw still radiated danger. The threat hadn't diminished just because its body was severed. Die! Toya's gaze was indifferent. This time, he struck the dachshund's point of death directly. The moment the point of death was hit, it shattered. Even with the tenacious vitality granted by the evil god's infection, the dachshund died instantly. Unlike the fully transformed Akitomoya, the dead dachshund didn't vanish. Instead, it gradually degenerated back to its original appearance. It was just a dachshund, cut in half. Under the sunlight, a shiny silver dog tag on the dachshund's neck caught Toya's attention. Toya stared at it and asked in surprise, Sablé. That dog's name sounds familiar. He thought about it carefully, but couldn't recall specific information about this dachshund. So, he decided to ignore it, sheathed Murasame, and left. Not long after Toya departed, a black-haired young man with eyes as rotten as a dead fish stared calmly at the dead dachshund. This is for the best, turning into a monster and dying in a nameless street. Your owner will only think you went missing. She won't know you're dead. Back at the apartment, after returning home, Toya began his life as a shut-in otaku. It wasn't that he just wanted to play games, but rather that he had nothing else to do. Study, he had graduated long ago. Why would he go back to high school to suffer? As for training to get stronger, that was out of the question. He wasn't the caped baldy. That kind of training method wouldn't work for him. The only way was to work hard to complete system commissions and save up 30,000 source points as soon as possible to purchase the tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen. Only with Shishu's teachings could his strength increase at the fastest rate. Magic! Toya took one last look at the Type Moon Universe's Magecraft training methods in the system shop and shook his head slightly. 30,000 source points. Too expensive, at the same price as Shishu's teachings. Chapter 17. The prices were the same, but the benefits were worlds apart. Spending 30,000 source points to buy the Type Moon Magecraft training method would, in the end, only make him somewhat stronger than an ordinary human. A certain Magus killer understood this well, often using modern technology to kill magi. But if he spent 30,000 source points to purchase the tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen, it would be different. Aside from a Shishu with a hot figure in a tight bodysuit, he could also gain many other valuable things. Magecraft training methods, various noble phantasms, they might all be thrown in as extras. There were countless ways to increase one's strength across infinite worlds, but none were as safe and reliable as the tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen. The alternatives involved either taking potions or modifying his own body. These were the aspects Toya was least willing to touch. Being a hoarder feels awful. Toya picked up the high-tech smartphone worth a whopping 100 source points and immediately opened an open-world combat game. As for the competitive game from earlier, it wasn't that he didn't want to play, but that he had been banned for going AFK. Oh, there's actually a stray little priest in the wild. Just my luck. I just started playing and have no gear, so use your equipment to compensate me. After a flurry of operations, the little priest was killed, and equipment exploded all over the ground. Apartment next door. Gabriel, who had thoroughly transformed into a shut-in otaku, stared blankly at the screen with her clear, beautiful eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. You have been killed by player Trash Fox, Hatred +1. Why, in the last game you were the one who went AFK. Now I switched to a different game and you're the one killing me. No way, I want revenge. As an angel, Gabriel possessed a photographic memory. She immediately recalled that the teammate who had trolled her by going AFK was also named Trash Fox. In that moment, she disregarded her dignity as the top student of the Angel Academy in heaven and transformed into a cold, ruthless killer priest, hunting down the player named Trash Fox. However, Gabriel's skills were too pathetic. Every time she tried to hunt him down, she ended up getting counterkilled by Toya. In the end, Gabriel dropped all her items. Seeing such a pitiful sight, the little priest relentlessly chasing him despite losing everything, Toya couldn't bear it and let her go. You're too weak, practice more and come back later. Dusk. The sun began to set. Kasumigaoka Utaha opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Toya playing games like a retired old man who had given up on society. Does this mean you've been playing games all day? Utaha tossed her school bag aside and said with a hint of helplessness, Kawashima, don't you have anything else to do? Seeing Toya sitting on the balcony, basking in the sun and playing games the moment she came back, made her incredibly envious. Unfortunately, she was a student and couldn't enjoy the beautiful dusk like Toya. I did a little something in the afternoon. A dachshund infected by the evil god's aura. Toya put down his phone and thought for a moment. After killing the infected dachshund, there was nothing else. So I came back to play games. Pets can be infected too. Utaha's wine-red eyes widened in shock. Doesn't that mean the future will become even more dangerous? Toya pondered for a moment. That's unclear. Whether the future will become safer or more dangerous is uncertain for now. The everyday world the system had promised was long gone. Evil gods, angels, dragons, all sorts of higher beings had appeared. Who knew what other creatures might show up in the future? He could only hope that a strong individual would appear to keep these higher beings in check. Utaha sighed helplessly. Being an ordinary person is tough. I feel so powerless facing these things. With that, she turned her head and looked at Toya seriously. I'm going to take a shower. You are not allowed to peek. The exhaustion from a full day of classes could only be washed away by a bath. Having a boy in the house made her slightly uneasy. Who do you think I am? Toya looked at her with disgust. Are games not fun enough? Is the sunlight not gentle enough? Why would I peek at you showering? Is that so? Utaha remained noncommittal, though she felt somewhat relieved. Living with Toya had only just begun today. Her heart held both anticipation and apprehension. After all, she was Kasumigaoka Utaha. If he tried anything, it would be trouble. In reality, Utaha was overthinking it. Until she finished her shower, she didn't hear a single sound of Toya approaching the bathroom. She didn't even hear him enter the living room. For the entire half hour, Toya had stayed on the balcony. Toya looked up indifferently at Utaha, whose black hair was still dripping wet as she clutched her bath towel. Do you need something? Did you really not have any thoughts of peeking? Utaha's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. There was a beautiful girl with a great figure and face in the bathroom, yet Toya had stayed on the balcony the entire time. Toya looked at her, puzzled. Why would I peek? Chapter 18. What good would it do to peek or eavesdrop? Aside from adding a bunch of pointless troubles, there wasn't a single benefit. He had long passed the age of impulsiveness and knew that letting blood rush to his head would only be a waste of energy. Kasumigaoka Utaha hugged her own attractive figure and pouted in boredom. How dull. She had actually been fantasizing about how she would chase him away if he tried to peek. Scream or call the police directly. Who knew he wouldn't be tempted in the slightest and would just sit on the balcony playing games by himself? Utaha returned to the sofa and opened her laptop. Kawashima, I'm going to start writing my light novel now. What do you want for dinner? Should I order delivery? I'll have whatever you're having, Toya said without turning his head, still focused on his game. He was at a critical moment. The player suspected to be a girl playing a little priest seemed to have been killed by him so many times she had a mental breakdown. She was frantically sending friend requests, wanting his real-life address, presumably for an offline fight. Utaha felt a bit annoyed. You've been playing games all day, just watch me mess with you. You'll have whatever I'm having, right? Fine, I'll satisfy you. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to the various raw foods on her phone. Sashimi, raw beef. All kinds of raw dishes appeared one after another. Utaha had made a fortune from her light novels recently and didn't care about the cost, so she ordered everything in one go. After placing the order, Utaha revealed a devious smile. Letting you play games all the time without even inviting me. I'll treat you to a raw feast. During her classes this morning, she had specifically looked up the dietary habits of people from other countries. Foreigners generally weren't accustomed to eating raw food, though there were some exceptions. Toya, at a glance, definitely didn't seem like someone used to eating raw food. A few minutes later, Toya put down his phone and sat back on the sofa with a look of satisfaction. Seeing Toya so happy, Utaha, who was writing her novel, asked curiously, "Did something happen?" "I just slaughtered a newbie in the game. In the end," she said, "Big Brother is so cool and wanted to meet me offline," Toya said, half lying on the sofa with a comfortable expression. "So I gave her my address." Offline PK. Kawashima, have you been single for so long that your judgment is impaired? Utaha looked stunned. She reached out her slender hand and touched Toya's forehead. "It doesn't seem broken." "Why would you do that? That person obviously wants to fight you in real life. Did you really give it to them?" Toya scoffed. "Do you think I couldn't tell? So I just sent her a random address. It seems to be in the North Pole." Utaha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's a bit mean of you. How could that person fall for it? Who plays games in the North Pole?" Toya smiled. "Exactly, that's why I was just fooling around." The two chatted leisurely, unaware that in the apartment next door, Gabriel had already spread her pristine, holy angel wings. Her face was filled with compassion, but a closer look revealed a towering rage hidden beneath that compassion. Gabriel clasped her hands in a prayer pose and murmured, "How can there be such a malicious person named Trash Fox in the human world? As a kind and benevolent angel, I should reform him and make him understand the beauty of the world. Lord, you will definitely understand me." With that, Gabriel's angelic wings flapped instantly. Her figure streaked across the twilight sky like a brilliant meteor, heading straight for the North Pole. Her speed revealed a hint of impatience. It was as if she were saying, "Trash Fox, I'm coming to beat you up." Nighttime. Toya stared at the smiling Utaha beside him with a grim expression. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" In front of him lay a huge pile of sashimi, raw beef, and other raw ingredients. They were all edible raw, but how could he stomach all of this? HMPH. Utaha let out a light snort, directly admitting that she had done it on purpose. What was there to be afraid of admitting? Toya wouldn't do anything to her anyway. "Forget it, I'll make dinner," Toya sighed. "I didn't expect a day would come when I'd have to cook for myself." A dignified transmigrator having to cook for himself, it was simply too shameful. Even setting aside dignity, he didn't want to eat this pile of raw food at all. Fortunately, Utaha had ordered plenty of raw ingredients, enough for him to cook a proper dinner. "Heh, if you do this next time, I'll order another pile of raw food," Utaha said proudly, like a victorious rooster. As for Toya taking the ingredients to cook, she was actually happy to see it. For reasons of her own, eating raw food wasn't suitable for her recently. 10 minutes later, Toya walked out of the kitchen carrying a large plate of mixed cuisine and placed it on the table. Smelling the rich aroma of the food, Utaha's eyes flashed with amazement. "Kawashima, your cooking skills are this good." "Eat up," Toya said calmly. Chapter 19. After dinner, Kasumigaoka Utaha lay lazily on the sofa. She turned her head to look at Kawashima Toya, who was sitting to the side. "Kawashima, aren't you bored at home? Even though you went out and killed an infected dachshund today. Do you want me to help you enroll in Toyagasaki Academy? That way, we can be classmates." I'm not going to school," Toya refused firmly, shaking his head. "Don't let my current appearance fool you. I graduated from university a long time ago." He wasn't sure if it was due to the system, but when he transmigrated, he had reverted from his 20s back to how he looked at 16. Although he was younger and still handsome, his desire to avoid studying hadn't changed a bit. Utaha looked at him incredulously. You've graduated from university. You don't look like it at all. Then realization dawned on her. There are many academic achievers in this world. Not to mention Toya. If he could slay demons and eliminate evil, he certainly wouldn't be lacking in other areas. Utaha's slender hands typed fluently on the keyboard as she spoke without turning her head. Kawashima, how about I write our experiences into a light novel? You can try. Toya looked at Utaha's exquisite face with a teasing expression. But when readers infected by evil gods block your door demanding updates, you'll know the consequences. It wouldn't be that scary, would it? Utaha shrank back slightly, a chill running through her delicate body. You can try. Toya's smile remained brilliant, but it was filled with mockery. Forget it, I'll stick to writing Metronome in Love, Utaha said helplessly, snuffing out that spark of inspiration. Toya nodded in agreement. Evil gods can perceive when they are called upon. Even if it's just recorded in a light novel, or even just on the internet, it can become a medium for transmission. Once readers see it, they might get infected. Stop talking, I'll kill the idea, Utaha hurriedly promised. Writing slice-of-life stories shouldn't be a problem. A few minutes later, Utaha complained with a look of annoyance. These class group chats are never quiet. The message count explodes every day. Just mute them, can't you? Toya looked at her as if she were an idiot. If it disturbs your work, just mute it directly. But I can't bring myself to, Utaha said, lightly touching the corner of her exquisite mouth. You don't know what it's like in the Toyagasaki Academy class group chat. It's full of paranormal topics, and everyone is chatting passionately. If it were just empty ghost stories, I wouldn't be interested. But the topics are actually quite amusing. Toya felt a spark of interest. What kind of urban legends? He was quite interested in gossip about Japanese urban legends or school mysteries. In his previous life in his home country, supernatural phenomena were banned from media, so legends of demons and ghosts could only be seen in old fiction. It's not an urban legend. Utaha pushed her laptop over. It's about a pet dog that was brutally dismembered by an evil spirit. Mere animal abuse wouldn't be enough to alarm us. The key is that the dog died in a very unscientific way. Its body was sliced in too smoothly, as if by a terrifying force. A classmate asked a relative, who is a forensic doctor at the Metropolitan Police Department, to help evaluate it, and the conclusion was that no human could have done it. Even the sharpest, fastest machines couldn't have killed this pet dog so cruelly. As she spoke, a picture was posted in Utaha's class group chat. Although it was pixelated, one could still discern that it was a dachshund hunt. Utaha spat disdainfully at the evil spirit, completely failing to notice Toya's strange expression beside her. Toya gently poked Utaha's slender, pale shoulder and said helplessly, "Stop talking, that culprit was me." He had wanted to just be a spectator, but unexpectedly, the first piece of gossip was about him. "It was you," Utaha looked at Toya in disbelief. "Since when do you have a hobby of torturing pet dogs? Wasn't that dog infected by the evil god's aura? If you killed an infected dog with your methods, shouldn't it have dissipated?" Toya replied grumpily, "Of course I don't have a hobby of torturing dogs. The issue was that the dog hadn't been infected for long." He then recounted the events of the afternoon to Utaha. Utaha's beautiful eyes held a complex look. "So, basically, the dog was too weak after being polluted, and you accidentally sliced it in half." Toya spread his hands. "Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't have wanted to destroy it completely?" "Heh, you're famous now." Utaha wasn't angry at Toya's actions. Instead, she teased him. "The dog abuse incident has sparked a lot of anger. Although there are rumors it was the work of an evil spirit, the dog's owner refuses to believe it. She swore to find the culprit." "You're probably going to have a hard time recently." Toya asked, puzzled, "Why would I have a hard time?" Chapter 20. Can she find me? Kasumigaoka Utaha raised an eyebrow. "What era are you living in? The world is full of surveillance cameras. Do you think she can find you?" As she spoke, Utaha pointed to a picture in her class group chat. "Look for yourself, isn't that your back?" "Let her check," Kawashima Toya reacted calmly. If she can find me, I lose. Just pretend you don't care. If you get found, that will be true social death. Utaha turned her head away and continued writing her light novel. Toya leaned back lazily on the sofa, inhaling the faint fragrance in the air. It's fine, she won't find me. Even if she did find him, so what? The system shop connected to the root of infinite worlds. Physical memory erasure methods, memory erasure magecraft. There were countless abilities available, and they were unimaginably cheap. Especially a baseball bat named the Memory Erasure Bat, which cost only 10 source points. One hit with the bat could erase all the memories that needed erasing. The price was so cheap, the only downside was that it hurt a little. That reminds me, I really should exchange for one. Better safe than sorry. Toya immediately spent 10 source points to exchange for the Memory Erasure Bat. While playing with the newly acquired bat, Toya pondered. A transmigrator always staying at home, wouldn't I miss out on a lot? I should find something to do. Out of boredom, Toya began browsing the system shop. Soon, he discovered that the system shop didn't just sell world-destroying items and abilities, it also sold various types of shops. I can't always stay at Kasumigaoka Utaha's house. I choose you, I'll open a detective agency. Specifically accepting various commissions. Toya nodded with satisfaction. After all, the system can only sense the aura of evil gods. It has no effect on ghosts and the like. I can take some commissions in my free time to earn extra money. His health was excellent, and so was his stomach. He wasn't really suited for living off a woman like Utaha. That was just one of the reasons. The main reason was the appearance of the dragon and the angel. If Gabriel could appear in this world, then demons could appear too. With a series of chain reactions, all kinds of monsters and ghosts might take the stage. The role of a detective agency would then become apparent. The world needed a detective agency capable of cleaning up the filth. System notice deducted 100 source points, exchanged for one detective agency. It has been placed at the location selected by the host. System notice, please name the detective agency. Let's just call it the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Toya said. He had no talent for naming things, so he simply used his online gaming handle. The next morning. After a quiet night, Toya opened his eyes early the next morning, staring at the ceiling. Unfamiliar ceiling. No sweet little sister calling me Oni-chan. Well, I'm terribly sorry about that. Beside the window, Utaha, who was about to open the curtains, sneered. It seems I'll have to call you Oni-chan from now on. Ignoring Utaha's sarcasm, Toya sat up slowly. I have work to finish today, I can't sleep in. With that, he started changing his clothes right in front of Utaha. Utaha's beautiful face flushed slightly, but she put on a facade of calmness as she observed Toya's body. This figure. Incredible. It's exactly like the descriptions in light novels, maybe even more perfect. The longer she looked, the redder her face became. Afraid she would reveal a lovesick expression, she could only flee the room in a panic, not daring to look any longer. Toya watched Utaha's fleeing figure with a smile. And here, I thought you really weren't shy at all. Not long after, Toya finished dressing, took the demon sword Murasame, and said goodbye to Utaha. Today, he was going to check out the detective agency he had spent 100 source points to exchange for. A short while later, following the system map's guidance, Toya arrived at the Trash Fox Detective Agency. It was located in a quiet alley. The building had 3 floors in total, all belonging to Toya. It could serve as both an office and a residence. Standing outside the main entrance, Toya was quite satisfied. It's livable too, very suitable. Hanging a sign outside the door, he wrote down the type of work he accepted. Accepting all paranormal commissions, price negotiable. With a few strokes, Toya wrote out the scope of the Trash Fox Detective Agency's business. He didn't plan to accept commissions for finding cats or dogs. He was only prepared to take on supernatural cases. Toya looked at the demon sword Murasame in his hand and placed it in the most conspicuous spot in the first-floor lobby. He believed that anyone with a discerning eye would immediately see that Murasame was extraordinary. After doing all this, Toya sat calmly in the high-end boss's chair and started playing games. The agency had just opened, so he didn't expect any customers to come knocking just yet. Chapter 21. Just when Kawashima Toya thought no one would come. A few passing female students noticed the sign for the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Out of amusement, they snapped a photo of the sign and sent it to a friend named Yuigahama Yui. Yui, guess what we found? A newly opened detective agency. Apparently, the owner specializes in taking on all kinds of paranormal commissions. Here, this is the location. After sending the message, the girls laughed and walked away. Of course, they didn't believe the agency's advertisement was real. They just treated it as a joke. Not long after, a beautiful girl with shoulder-length, peach-colored hair styled in a messy bun arrived outside the agency, her heart filled with apprehension. The girl had an excellent figure. Her overly trendy style made her curves stand out immediately. However, her heavy makeup could easily lead to misunderstandings about her character. Yuigahama Yui stared at the sign of the Trash Fox Detective Agency, her heart pounding nervously. Do they really accept paranormal commissions? Ever since she learned yesterday that her pet dachshund, Sablé, had been killed by an evil spirit, she had visited every shrine she could find. All she wanted was to find a professional who could truly eliminate the evil spirit. The result, naturally, was obvious. Her saved-up pocket money had bottomed out, yet no one was willing to help her. Just as she was preparing for school today, she heard from her friends about the Trash Fox Detective Agency and the services it offered. No, I must find a professional. I have to ask him to destroy the evil spirit and avenge Sablé. After psyching herself up, a glint of sadness appeared in Yui's beautiful eyes. Why did it have to be Sablé? He was so well-behaved, so cute. He only got lost that one day, and something like this happened. No, I have to go ask. Sablé's death made Yui forget her shyness. She gently pushed open the door of the Trash Fox Detective Agency and walked in. In the lobby, Toya looked at the opening door with surprise. A customer on the first day of opening. Are there really that many paranormal incidents in Japan? When he saw that the visitor was Yuigahama Yui, he was shocked. Yuigahama Yui. How did she find this place? Is she here for revenge? Toya discreetly glanced at the memory erasure bat placed nearby, and his anxiety subsided. You are? Toya asked first, once he confirmed if Yui's goal was revenge. Then down would come the bat, wiping her memory on the spot. Yui bowed politely. I would like to issue a paranormal commission. Please have a seat, Toya said calmly, showing no sign that he was the very person who had eliminated the evil god-infected Sablé. I am the detective and exorcist of the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Kawashima Toya. Please state your commission in detail. My name is Yuigahama Yui, a student at Sabo High School. Yui sat opposite Toya, somewhat reserved. Her crisp voice carried a hint of sobbing. My pet dog was killed by an evil spirit. I hope to find the evil spirit that killed Sablé. Toya nodded slightly. I can understand how you feel. So the commission is to find the culprit who killed your pet dog, Sablé, correct? A trace of sorrow flashed through Yui's beautiful eyes as she softly replied. It was an evil spirit. I know, Toya said with a calm expression. I can accept this commission. The price is 100,000 yen. If I cannot complete it, the full commission fee will be refunded. 100,000 yen. Yui hesitated slightly, her face showing doubt. Can you find it for just 100,000 yen? She felt the price was too cheap. Compared to the exorbitant prices quoted by those shrine swindlers, this was unbelievably affordable. Toya's expression remained unchanged. You are the first client since the agency's founding, so naturally, I'm giving you a discount. It wasn't that his conscience had suddenly awakened. Leaving aside whether Yuigahama Yui could afford the actual price for a paranormal commission. The person responsible for all of this was him, so naturally, he wouldn't need to expend much effort. In fact, he wouldn't have to lift a finger. It was basically free money, 100,000 yen for nothing. Can you really find it? Yui asked with a hint of skepticism. Although she was desperate to find the evil spirit, she hadn't completely lost her ability to think. Toya had agreed too readily. Yui stared at Toya's handsome face and his figure, feeling inexplicably that he looked somewhat familiar. But she couldn't recall where she might have seen him. After all, this was her first time meeting Kawashima Toya. Toya gestured towards the door. If you don't trust the Trash Fox Detective Agency, there is no need to continue this conversation. No, I'll issue the commission. Hearing him ask her to leave, Yui panicked instantly. I brought cash. She hurriedly took out the school bag she carried with her and pulled out the money she had prepared beforehand. Exactly 100,000 yen, her entire savings of pocket money. Chapter 22. Kawashima Toya took the money from Yuigahama Yui and counted it unhurriedly. As he counted, a sense of guilt welled up inside him. He could have simply told Yui the truth directly, yet here he was, scamming her out of a commission fee. Only after confirming the amount was correct did Toya look up at the anxious Yui. All right, the commission is accepted. You want me to find the culprit who killed your dachshund, Sablé, correct? Yui nodded hurriedly. Yes. And if possible, please eliminate the evil spirit that killed Sablé. I will pay for the exorcism commission separately. Toya nodded non-committally and opened the drawer beside him, pretending to look for something. In reality, he was browsing the system shop. Exchange memory fragment and convert to cassette tape format. System notice, converting the memory of slaying the evil god-polluted dachshund Sablé into a cassette tape. Cost, 1 source point. A cassette tape materialized out of thin air inside the drawer. Under Yui's puzzled gaze, Toya took out the tape and inserted it into a player connected to the TV. The content of the tape was the exact scene of Toya slaying Sablé, who had been corrupted by the evil god's aura. Please watch this yourself. After speaking, Toya silently walked over to where the memory erasure bat was leaning. If Yui refused to accept the facts after watching the video and tried to fight him, he would use the memory erasure bat to wipe her memory with a single strike. After a burst of snowy static, the TV slowly began to play the content of the tape. When Yui saw the familiar alleyway, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. That's the alley where Sablé had the accident. She was too familiar with that alley. It was the place where Sablé had died. Yui stared at the TV intently, not even blinking, unwilling to miss a single frame. The video progressed, and soon, Sablé appeared on the screen. The dachshund, Sablé, showed none of the affectionate docility he usually had when playing with her. His canine eyes were filled only with madness and cruelty. Yui was certain that if this monster Sablé encountered a passerby, it would definitely pounce and devour them. When she saw Sablé's head split into 4 petal-like sections, the disgusting sight nearly made her vomit. The video on the TV soon ended. Yui murmured in disbelief, "That was Sablé. How did he turn into that?" No wonder the agency owner looked familiar, so that's what happened. The agency owner eliminated Sablé after he turned into a monster, preventing him from hurting innocent passers-by. At this moment, Yui's emotions were incredibly complex. There was the relief of finding the culprit, but also the sorrow of seeing Sablé turn into a monster. To the side, seeing that Yui didn't immediately rush over to fight him, Toya silently put down the memory erasure bat. Yui hadn't lost her reason over the dog's death and hadn't chosen to fight recklessly. Since she was communicative, that was a good thing. As long as it didn't involve too many details about the evil gods, he would answer as much as he could. Consider it compensation for taking 100,000 yen from her. As for the 100,000 yen, no refunds, Toya chuckled inwardly. After a few minutes of calming down, Yuigahama Yui finally adjusted her mindset to face Toya. Even with her heavy makeup, one could see the resentment on her beautiful face. "Mr. Detective, you are so cunning. You could have just told me the truth directly, but you insisted on taking 100,000 yen from me before saying anything." Toya's expression remained calm, unmoved by the girl's pitiful appearance. "Consider this a windfall. Usually, I don't get a single yen for cleaning up anomalies. Today, a sucker delivered herself to my door. How could I not make a profit?" A teasing glint flashed in his eyes. "Besides, didn't I give you a discount?" If it were anyone else, the fee would have started at several million yen at least. Yui puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. So cunning. After complaining for a bit, Yui asked with a hint of hope, "Mr. Detective, can you tell me how Sablé turned into that?" She had accepted Sablé's death. Because in that form, Sablé would have been a danger to people. She could only be thankful that someone had been able to eliminate him. "I can, but you must promise not to reveal the truth to anyone else." After receiving Yui's affirmative answer, Toya began to explain the reason behind Sablé's transformation. Sablé, Yui fell into sadness once again. Toya didn't disturb Yui's morning. He turned around, picked up his phone, and started playing games. He was very happy right now, because the Trash Fox Detective Agency had secured a customer right after opening. Chapter 23. This client had no other demands, she simply wanted the truth. These 100,000 yen was earned far too easily. Not long after, Yuigahama Yui saw Kawashima Toya playing games and puffed out her cheeks angrily. HMPH, cunning Kawashima. She had already come to terms with the death of her pet dog, Sablé. At this moment, Yui's heart was filled with curiosity. What does a detective agency, capable of accepting paranormal commissions, look like? With this thought in mind, Yui began to curiously observe the agency. After looking around, she didn't find anything particularly special. The entire first-floor lobby of the agency was exceptionally spacious, with a sword placed in the most conspicuous spot. Is this the sword that killed Sablé after he was infected by the evil god's aura? Yui walked up to the demon sword Murasame and examined it curiously. Although it was sheathed, its exquisite appearance revealed that this sword was extremely precious. "Kawashima-kun, can I take a look at your sword?" Toya, immersed in flaming the idiot little priest from yesterday in his game, didn't even lift his head. "Look all you want." That sword is called the demon sword Murasame. The blade contains a cursed poison. Once cut, the injured part must be severed within 5 seconds. Otherwise, the cursed poison will spread throughout the body, leading to certain death. After stating the precautions, Toya immediately dived back into his game. Today, he was going to hunt down that little priest until she didn't even have pants left to wear. "Cursed poison?" Yui looked shocked. She hurriedly put down the Murasame she had just picked up and backed away several steps to keep a safe distance. She was terrified that the cursed poison might harm her. However, human curiosity knows no bounds. Finding nothing else special about the agency, Yui's gaze drifted back to the demon sword Murasame. Is it really that terrifying? A bold idea surfaced in her mind. She took out the breakfast bread she had prepared in her school bag. Yui picked up Murasame very carefully and slowly drew it out with extreme caution. As the blade was gradually unsheathed, the sharp, clear steel reflected Yui's face like a mirror. "This sword is so beautiful." The moment Yui saw Murasame, she instantly fell in love with this demon sword. "I can't be careless. Even Kawashima-kun said it's very dangerous. I must not get cut." It took Yui a lot of effort to fully unsheath the sword, admiring the grace of this demon sword from another world. "Let's test it out." Yui was very curious just how terrifying this sword, labeled dangerous even by a professional who could slay demons, truly was. She gently lowered Murasame. Its sharp blade sliced through the breakfast bread effortlessly, cutting it in two. Under Yui's expectant gaze, countless streaks of cursed poison, resembling deadly venom, suddenly surged from the bread. In an instant, the cursed poison completely enveloped the two halves of the bread. In just 1 second, the bread began to rot directly, emitting an incredibly strong, foul stench. How scary! Yui's eyes were filled with horror. The admiration she had for the sword vanished, replaced by intense fear. Just then, a wave of intense dizziness hit her. "I told you not to mess with it." "But you wouldn't listen." From the side, Toya, who had been watching all this unfold, gently caught the falling Yui with one hand and caught the falling Murasame with the other. Toya carried the dizzy Yui back to a seat and sat her down, then looked at Murasame in his hand. "That idiot was actually afraid of you." Serves her right for getting dizzy. Tegu were the top-tier weapons of the Akingakil world. Each of them seemed to possess a life of its own, and could sense the emotional changes of its user. Anyone attempting to use a Tegu absolutely could not harbor negative emotions toward it, such as dislike or fear. Once emotions like dislike arose, the compatibility with the Tegu would immediately drop, resulting in side effects like dizziness. Toya sheathed Murasame and waited unhurriedly for Yui to recover. After a full 10 minutes, just as Toya was getting impatient, Yui finally regained consciousness. Her large, clear eyes looked around blankly. "Where am I?" "You're already dead," Toya said playfully, deliberately putting on a gloomy tone. The ditzy Yui didn't realize her situation at all and panicked instantly. "What? How did I die? I have no strength in my hands or feet. Am I really dead?" Seeing that his joke had achieved its purpose, Toya walked over slowly and greeted her with a smile. "Yo, you're awake." The owner of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Yui's memories suddenly became clear, and she recalled what had just happened. She had been testing Murasame to see if it was as terrifying as Toya claimed. The reality was exactly as he described. Then, she had felt a wave of dizziness. Chapter 24. Toya noticed Yuigahama Yui's confusion and chuckled softly. The demon sword Murasame can only be used by the chosen ones. If others force themselves to use it, there will be side effects like dizziness. Your physical fitness is very poor, so the dizziness lasted quite a while. It had been a full 10 minutes. If he hadn't seen her chest rising and falling with breath, he would have thought she had passed away. Yui's face flushed slightly as she mumbled, "I'm not physically weak. I just fainted, that's all." "Sure, whatever you say." Toya handed her a glass of warm water. "Drink this and rest for a bit. Don't touch things randomly next time." Although the agency is a bit empty right now, there are still dangerous items around. Sipping the warm water Toya handed her, Yui asked in confusion, "Aside from the tables and chairs, are there really other dangerous things in the entire agency?" It wasn't that she looked down on Toya's Trash Fox Detective Agency, but the place was simply too clean and empty. In the spacious lobby, besides a set of tables and chairs, there was only the demon sword Murasame placed in the most conspicuous spot, and an ordinary baseball bat lying casually nearby. Toya wore a bright smile on his handsome face as he pointed to the baseball bat. "Then take a guess. What is that baseball bat for?" "What's it for?" Yui asked curiously. "Hitting people." Toya shook his head gently, staring at Yui with a profound look in his eyes. "It's for guarding against you." In an instant, a chill ran down Yui's spine. She shrank her neck back, asking fearfully, "Why do you need to guard against me?" "And why a baseball bat?" Toya said with a smile. "This bat is the final insurance policy, just in case you watched the video of how Sablé died and decided to go crazy and fight me to the death. Its function is to erase all memories of the past 3 hours from whoever gets hit by it." Yui stared at Toya in astonishment, unable to believe that such a magical item existed in the world. "That's good then, I'm still very rational." Thinking about the bat, Yui felt a wave of relief. Toya smiled. "The only downside is that you can't hit too lightly, or the effect won't be fully realized. In other words, it has to be a hit strong enough to knock you out." Okay, I get it," Yui couldn't help but interject. "Stop talking about it. I'm not an idiot, I would never do something like that." Just thinking about getting hit by a baseball bat made her shudder all over. Toya didn't continue teasing Yui. After all, she was his customer. A good customer who had let him earn 100,000 yen without lifting a finger. About 10 minutes later, Yui felt strength returning to her body and bid farewell to Toya. Toya didn't stop her and watched her leave. Yuigahama Yui's physical fitness really is terrible. To think it took her that long to recover. He hadn't expected the Tegu's rejection reaction to be so strong in an ordinary person. Or perhaps it was just that an ordinary person's physical fitness wasn't up to par, which was why it took nearly half an hour for her to recover. The agency returned to silence. Toya leaned back in his boss chair, enjoying the leisure. This life is so comfortable. It's just a pity that there's always an idiot who likes to cause trouble. Toya stared at his phone unhappily. This little priest really doesn't know when to quit. All her equipment has been dropped, yet she still comes to provoke me. Is she overestimating herself, or is she just a pure airhead? He was thoroughly impressed. This airhead came to provoke him whenever she had free time, always wearing a set of luxurious equipment and swearing revenge. And the result, her skills were so bad it was painful to watch. Every time, she got counterkilled, eventually leaving her with nothing but her underwear. Toya smirked mischievously. Since this airhead is a bit silly, I'll fool her again and get myself some peace and quiet. With that, he started tricking the little priest, who had been chasing him for so long once more. On the other side, the still pure and kind Gabriel spread her angel wings and flew toward the sky, heading for an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. I must make you understand just how precious kindness is, Trash Fox. Having just arrived in the mortal world from heaven not long ago, Gabriel had no idea how treacherous human hearts could be. A dignified angel like her had actually been tricked by the same ploy twice. Afternoon. Just as lunchtime ended and Toya was preparing for a nap, the door to the Trash Fox Detective Agency was pushed open violently. A figure shrouded in black aura walked in slowly, making the ground tremble with every step. Mystic eyes of death perception. Facing a guest with ill intentions, Toya immediately activated his eyes. Chapter 25. In an instant, mystic eyes of death perception activated. Kawashima Toya clearly saw the thick, pungent aura of the evil god on the newcomer. Madness, chaos, blindness, idiocy. The visitor possessed all the characteristics of an evil god's minion, and their intentions were obviously malicious. This wasn't a failed, half-finished product like a Kitamoya. This was a true minion. Name, evil god's minion. Rank, strong. Description, a mindless minion of an evil god, following orders from a higher entity to deliver an invitation. Who are you? Toya's expression was calm as he unsheathed the demon sword Murasame. The clear, bright blade glimmered with a cold light, as if impatient to slay all of Toya's enemies. The towering minion didn't speak. Its eyes were filled with chaotic madness. No attack, Toya looked at the minion with suspicion. Typically, given the nature of these creatures, it should have attacked long ago. Yet, this one hadn't made a move. The minion stood there for a long while, before slowly extending a grotesque, hideous hand. In that hand lay an invitation stained with coagulated blood. Toya glanced at it, made of human skin again. System notice. Host has received an invitation from an evil god's minion. System notice. The invitation opens in 7 days. You've delivered the invitation, now you can die. Toya looked at the invitation with disgust and mercilessly slashed at the minion's point of death. The minion didn't dodge or evade, allowing Toya to strike. The point of death shattered. Amidst madness and chaos, the minion dissolved into black ash, leaving behind only the blood-stained invitation. System notice, eliminated an evil god's minion. Reward, 10,000 source points. Suppressing the urge to burn it, Toya picked up the invitation. What kind of banquet warrants a delivery by an evil god's minion? And to sacrifice a minion so casually, it actually makes me look forward to it. Although he didn't know what these anomalies were planning, he just needed to crush them all. Since it was a banquet, surely nothing too dangerous would happen immediately. Toya wasn't overly worried and smirked. Still, I should be cautious. When I go back tonight, I'll just trick the angel next door into coming along. With Gabriel's help, I'm sure there won't be any danger. He was somewhat confident in his ability to fool Gabriel. Gabriel was still a proper angel right now. Facing anomalies, he trusted she would take the initiative to annihilate them. If even Gabriel couldn't handle it, there were always taller people to hold up the sky. He trusted that heaven's power could at least match the evil gods. Toya sighed softly. This feeling isn't great. If this were a normal anime world, it wouldn't be this difficult. His advantage as a transmigrator was almost useless. Knowing the characters only provided minor assistance. For everything else, the system shop was the real solution. Just have to endure it slowly. Soon, Toya returned to his lazy demeanor, looking as relaxed as a retired old man. In a realm beyond human reach. Far away in the cosmic starry sky, a biological spaceship constructed from indescribable biological tissues was flying towards Earth. Inside the spaceship, a bizarre, grotesque, and twisted shadow waved indescribable tentacles. A hateful voice, filled with all the ominousness of the world, sounded eerily. Incomprehensible, complex speech gradually transformed into human language. "I have come." It was just a seemingly light sentence, yet the biological spaceship let out a frenzied, tragic scream. Around the ship, meteorites instantly came to life, transforming into bizarre anomalies. Dusk. Seeing that it was getting late, Toya was about to close up shop. Suddenly, a nimble figure squeezed in. "Ta-da, I'm here." Yuigahama Yui spread her arms, seemingly trying to startle Toya. Toya stared at her flatly. So silly. Who would be afraid of a beautiful girl with peach-colored bun hair? "That's mean," Yui pouted. "I'm a beautiful girl, you can't call me that." "Kawashima-kun, if you keep calling girls that, you'll be single forever." Toya remained expressionless. "So, what's your point?" "According to the school's schedule, you shouldn't be here right now. You should be at your club activities." "No class at all." Yui curled her lip and said helplessly, "Actually, I wanted to ask for your help." Hearing the word help, Toya's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "The price varies depending on the danger of the commission." The previous 100,000 yen was just a friendship price. Chapter 26. HMPH, what's with touching my hand like that? But this feeling is so strange. It's completely different from holding hands with a friend. It's warm and full of security. Yuigahama Yui followed Kawashima Toya, her heart filled with shyness. She was already this old, yet she had never had such intimate contact with a boy, not even something as simple as holding hands. She hadn't expected to be caught off guard and have her hand grabbed by Toya today. Yui stared at Toya's tall and straight figure, muttering in her heart, "I'm definitely going to haggle hard later as compensation for having my hand touched." Toya sat back in his seat and looked at Yui, who was sitting opposite him. "Now, let's talk about the commission." When discussing paranormal commissions, one had to be cautious. What if the commission was to go fight an evil god? "Right, here's what happened," Yui said with a serious expression. "Actually, when I left at noon today, I ran into a little girl. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary lost child, so I planned to wait for her parents to come looking for her." Listening to Yui's recounting of events, Toya's expression turned strange. "You really are bold, bringing just anything into your clubroom." "It's fortunate that the little girl bore no ill will towards humans. Otherwise, Sabo High School might have become one of the urban legends." I was just anxious in the moment," Yui laughed shyly. "I didn't know she wasn't human. That's why I came straight to you for help." Toya put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, "So the content of the commission is to help that non-human girl find her family, correct?" "Yes," Yui nodded heavily. She was already prepared to bleed money. Perhaps her pocket money for the next half year, along with the pocket money of her service club members, would all have to go towards the commission fee. Toya pretended to think, sensing Yui's nervousness, and laughed inwardly. With a system commission triggered, how could I charge too much? He wasn't short on money right now. Earning money was just a side hustle. More importantly, Yui's request had triggered a system commission, rewarding a full 20,000 source points. Just accepting the commission would grant him 20,000 source points. How could he miss such a good opportunity? "The commission fee will be 100,000 yen. Toya quoted the exact same price as last time, surprising Yui, who was prepared to go broke. 100,000 yen. Yui asked in disbelief. "Kawashima, you're so greedy for money, yet you only want 100,000. "I'm greedy," Toya said helplessly. "I'm not greedy, this is just the necessary price. Who knows when I might need to buy a high-quality coffin. If I charge too little, maybe I won't even be able to afford a coffin." Before Toya could finish, Yui reached out and covered his mouth, stopping him from continuing. Yui said unhappily, "Don't say that. It feels like you're arranging your own funeral. You need to be careful and don't jinx things." Toya was stunned, and an inexplicable warmth flowed through his heart. "Thank you." "HMPH, I don't want your thanks." Yui gave a cute little snort. "I'll get the money right now." No need, Toya shook his head. This time, I'll collect it after the commission is completed. Yui looked at Toya as if meeting him for the first time. He actually wasn't collecting the money up front. Toya smiled faintly. Consider it a reward for your words just now. I benefited a lot from them. It was the first time he had received concern from a girl. Toya picked up the demon sword Murasame and straightened his clothes. Let's go. We're going to resolve this commission. Okay, Yui put away her unnecessary thoughts and stood up to follow. Chapter 27. 10 minutes later, Kawashima Toya and Yuigahama Yui, who had covered the taxi fare, arrived at the gate of a school. This was the school countless otaku dreamed of entering, for no other reason than Yukinoshita Yukino. Toya glanced indifferently at the sign for Sabu High School, then followed Yui into the campus as naturally as if he belonged there. We weren't stopped, Yui asked in surprise. Don't strangers need permission to enter the school? She had been prepared to be stopped, but Toya had walked straight in. Toya chuckled lightly, perhaps because I look young. That makes sense. Yui stared at Toya's handsome face in confusion. Are you actually very old? Same age as you, Toya replied after a moment of thought. After transmigrating, his appearance had reverted to that of a 17-year-old. However, his actual age was still in his early 20s. Suspicious, Yui mumbled. She had heard the hesitation in Toya's voice. What normal person would hesitate about their own age? But Yui didn't dwell on Toya's age. She had more urgent matters to attend to. Soon, led by Yui, Toya arrived outside a clubroom. The sign on the door read, Service Club. If I hadn't watched the anime, I might have misunderstood, Toya thought with a chuckle. When someone first recommended Orgaru to him, hearing the name, Service Club, had made him think it was some kind of unspeakable anime. He had even specifically chosen a time when no one was around to watch it secretly. Yui pushed open the door and cheered, Yukinin, I brought the professional back. Inside the clubroom, a beautiful girl with smooth, shoulder-length black hair, exquisitely cute features that bordered on foul play, fair skin, and a sadly flat chest slowly looked up. Her ice-blue eyes, cold as a glacier, quietly sized up Toya. Is he the professional? Yuigahama-san, I strongly suspect you are being deceived. In the corner, a black-haired young man with a hunched back, holding a book, and possessing eyes like rotten dead fish looked at Toya. His pupils contracted slightly. It's actually him. Seeing Yui's smile, Hikigaya Hachiman quickly figured out the confusion in his heart. Why would Yuigahama, who lost her pet dog Sablé, regain her smile? It seems she knows everything now. Seeing the distrust in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes, Yui was about to explain, but Toya grabbed her arm. Toya shook his head and said calmly, no need to explain. Have you forgotten what I told you? Yui covered her mouth, relieved. Thanks for the reminder, Kawashima-kun, I almost forgot. Matters concerning evil gods could not be revealed to ordinary people. Doing so would invite very troublesome consequences. Yukino furrowed her delicate brows and said coldly, do you have some kind of deal? I will ask my family to handle the matter of this mysterious little girl. You, the professional, please leave. She had absolutely no trust in this stranger. Especially since the matter involved was too sensitive. A little girl who wasn't human would attract the attention of too many people. Yukinen, Yui shouted anxiously. He really is a professional. At this moment, she desperately hoped that Yukino, who disliked contact with strangers, would accept Toya. A supernatural little girl was simply too dangerous. Every minute she remained could cause great harm. No need to explain anything. You paid the commission fee. I don't care about the opinion of an unrelated bystander. Toya glanced indifferently at Yukino, having no intention of engaging in conversation with her. Yukinoshita Yukino was too cold. Interacting with her was just asking for trouble. He certainly liked Yukino in the anime, but reality was a different matter. He wasn't good at dealing with icebergs. Toya believed that one day, Yukino would come asking for his help. After all, the current world was surprisingly chaotic. To the side, Hachiman, who had been acting as background decoration, stepped forward to smooth things over. Yukinoshita-san, let him try. We are ordinary people. We can't understand their domain. As someone who had witnessed Toya's strength firsthand, he naturally knew Toya was a true professional. However, he wouldn't speak of seeing Toya in combat. Yui clearly knew the truth about Sablé, but chose to keep it secret. Although he didn't know why, he would simply pretend not to know. Hearing the persuasion of her 2 club members, and stung by Toya's remark about being an unrelated bystander, Yukino's beautiful face grew even colder, like an iceberg. This is my club, the service club. As the president, I ask you, an unrelated person, to leave. Toya glanced at her disdainfully and scoffed. Does she really think I'm some gentle protagonist who does whatever he's told? Chapter 28. With that, Kawashima Toya strode directly past Yukinoshita Yukino and approached the little girl trembling behind the curtains. Ice blue long hair, plain appearance, perhaps even a bit simple. Dressed in a white kimono, Toya activated his mystic eyes of death perception, scrutinizing the little girl, and an answer gradually surfaced in his mind. Looks similar to the juvenile Yukiana Koji from that Chunibyo girl anime. Name, Yukiana unnamed. Strength, paper rank. Description, a juvenile Yukiana. Due to her youth, her appearance is extremely plain. She fears strangers. Upon reaching adulthood, her appearance will undergo a drastic change, transforming her into a woman of breathtaking beauty. Sure enough, it's a Yukiana. Just not sure if it's the same juvenile one from Dropkick on My Devil. I'll take her back to the agency first and think about what to do next. Just as Toya was about to communicate with the Yukiana, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind. Yukino couldn't accept Toya taking the little girl away. In her eyes, Toya looked like nothing but a swindler. If she let him take the girl, the child would undoubtedly be in danger. This sudden turn of events stunned both Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuigahama Yui. Neither could react in time. Hess, are you trying to be funny? Toya smiled faintly and spoke gently to the girl. Little Yukiana, don't be afraid. Big brother will take you to find your family after dealing with this annoyance. Smack. With that, Toya spun around instantly, grabbing Yukino's small hand. He mocked, please, you're super weak. Although Yukino had trained in Aikido and might catch a peer off guard. Against him, she was just feeding him a kill. Toya released her hand with gentlemanly grace and said calmly, I'll let it slide this time. But please, rude young lady, be aware of the gap in our strength. I can tolerate it once, but that doesn't mean I'll tolerate it twice. Yukino's beautiful face was covered in frost, her delicate body trembling with anger. When had she ever suffered such humiliation, to be so utterly disregarded? But she wasn't an idiot. She could distinguish the difference in their strength. If she continued to fight, the outcome would undoubtedly be her defeat. Defeat was one thing, but if Toya really got serious? Yukino stared at the demon sword Murasame in Toya's hand and said gravely, that is a real sword. As a daughter of a prestigious family, she had naturally seen real swords before. The one Toya held was undoubtedly authentic. If she angered Toya, she couldn't guarantee she could control what happened next. To the side, Yui and Hachiman both breathed a sigh of relief. They had both seen Toya's strength. If this continued, Yukino would only be the one getting bullied. At least you have some self-awareness. Toya turned to the Yukiana with a gentle smile. Come with me, I'll take you to find your family. The Yukiana looked at Toya with teary eyes, especially drawn to his eyes, pure azure like the sky itself. Trembling all over, the Yukiana slowly placed her hand in Toya's palm. Toya held her hand and said softly, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. With that, Toya led the Yukiana away. The instinctive fear of a yakai made her tremble uncontrollably. During this time, Yukino wanted to say something, but didn't dare to speak. Yukinin, your behavior just now was too rude. Yui mustered her courage to say dissatisfiedly as she watched Toya leave. Otherwise, how would he have known at a glance that the little girl is a Yukiana? Oh right, as the client I have to go check it out. Yui put on a pained expression. This commission cost a whole 100,000 yen. If Kawashima doesn't complete the commission properly, I'm going to ask for a refund. Wait, Yukino suddenly spoke up, her beautiful face cold. I'm coming too. She was no match for Toya, but she couldn't ignore the issue of the Yukiana. What if Toya did something harmful to the Yukiana? Kawashima really is a professional. That's great. Yui's beautiful, slightly childish face was filled with joy. This is a perfect chance to ease the tension between you and Kawashima. Not long after, Toya returned to the Trash Fox Detective Agency with the little Yukiana. He glanced at the uneasy Yukino. Come in. The agency never turns away potential customers. He wasn't a child who threw tantrums at the drop of a hat. Yukino was a potential client. After all, people from prestigious families were always targeted by bad guys. Who knew when she might need his help in the future? When that time came, he would fleece her thoroughly. Yukino's exquisite face remained icy as she silently entered the agency without a word. Seeing that Toya wasn't angry with Yukino, Yui breathed a sigh of relief. If the two of them started fighting here, she really wouldn't know what to do. Yui warmly pulled Yukino to sit opposite Toya. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, Kawashima, how did you know she was a little Yukiana? Chapter 29. When Yuigahama Yui encountered the little Yukiana at noon, she hadn't associated the girl with the famous Yukiana from Japanese legends at all. The little Yukiana looked too ordinary. It was impossible to connect her with the devastatingly beautiful snow woman of myth. Even after the little girl displayed the supernatural power to summon ice and snow, Yui still hadn't made the connection. Yukinoshita Yukino was equally intrigued, preparing to listen carefully to Kawashima Toya's explanation. Toya looked at Yui as if she were an idiot. You said I'm a professional yourself. How could I not tell? Instantly, both Yui and Yukino were speechless. Listening to you speak is like listening to you speak. I'll explain it to you. Unable to withstand their curious gazes, Toya signaled Yui and Yukino to look at the frightened little Yukiana. You should know the ancient legends about the Yukiana, right? Both Yukino and Yui nodded. Almost everyone in Japan knew the legends of the Yukiana. Toya said with a smile, everyone knows about the Yukiana's stunning beauty, but very few know that in their juvenile stage, their appearance is actually quite ordinary. Even to the point of being ugly. During this period, Yukiana have almost no power. They might not even be able to defeat a human child. Also, they don't have their own names. They only receive a name when they grow up. The little Yukiana doesn't have a name. Yui stared gently at the trembling little girl sitting beside Toya. Why don't we give her a name? Hearing the suggestion to give a name, Yukino, who had been silent, felt her cold eyes light up slightly. She was also tempted, just like when she cared for stray cats. Toya crossed his arms, leaned back in his boss chair, and said teasingly, Sure, you guys name her. I'm not doing it anyway. Why? Yukino spoke for the first time since entering the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Yui sensed the teasing tone in Toya's voice, but couldn't understand why he looked like he was enjoying a show. Toya didn't ignore Yukino because of their earlier unpleasantness. His eyes were full of mockery. A Yukiana's name is very important. If a human bestows a name upon her, she will come to repay the favor when she reaches adulthood. As he spoke, Toya glanced at Yukino and Yui, quipping, this kind of repayment. An ordinary person might not be able to handle it. You might just get your life force sucked dry and die from exhaustion. Instantly, Yukino and Yui froze. Is naming her that dangerous? Toya looked at them with a faint smile. Don't let her small size fool you. She looks easy to bully and shy right now. But when she grows up, she'll undergo a massive change, starting with her personality. Her personality will definitely not be like this. Once you name her, just wait for her to come find you in the future to repay the favor. Yui said fearfully, then we won't name her, we'll just call her, little Yukiana. Yukino nodded in agreement. She didn't want to deal with a ticking time bomb that posed a danger to herself and potentially threatened her family. I'll continue explaining. Toya glanced at Yukino with a hint of sarcasm. Regarding the combat power of a juvenile Yukiana, this is also why I had to take her away. Hearing this, Yukino's face turned slightly cold, but she grew serious internally. She had assumed Toya took the girl for nefarious reasons, but now it seemed completely different from what she thought. A juvenile Yukiana is almost certainly no match for a human, even a child. But there are exceptions. When threatened, they can unleash terrifying power. Toya paused slightly, his tone serious. The power erupted at that moment is extremely frightening. Powerful enough to freeze that club called the Service Club solid. As for how the threat is determined, no one knows. After all, the Yukiana is a yakai from ancient legends. Yukino was unhappy that Toya used the Service Club as an example, but she felt incredibly fortunate. If such a thing had really happened, not only would she have died, but her club members, Yui and Hikigaya Hachiman, would have been caught in it as well. Yui tilted her head cutely and asked in confusion, "Then Kawashima, why aren't you afraid?" That, Toya's eyes suddenly became azure and clear as the sky. He chuckled lightly. "This is my confidence. If something uncontrollable happens, I just need to kill the source of the danger before it acts." Instantly, a wave of killing intent swept through the room. Yukino felt the killing intent radiating from Toya and was absolutely certain that if the little Yukiana posed a threat to humans, he would definitely kill her. Sensing Toya's killing intent, the little Yukiana's big eyes welled up with tears, looking incredibly pitiful. Fortunately, the killing intent only lasted for an instant before disappearing. Even so, the little Yukiana's fear of Toya didn't diminish in the slightest. After the explanation, Toya said lazily, "You guys go do whatever you need to do. I'm going to contact the little Yukiana's guardian." Chapter 30. Contacting the little Yukiana's guardian. Yuigahama Yui's interest was piqued instantly. She leaned in close to Kawashima Toya and asked curiously, "Kawashima, I didn't know you even knew yakai from ancient legends." Yukinoshita Yukino was also taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. This detective agency looked ordinary, yet its owner's connections were surprisingly vast. He was even familiar with the parents of yakai. "You're definitely overthinking it." Toya laughed and cried at the same time as he pulled a very thick phone book out of the drawer. "How could I know yakai personally? Being able to contact them means finding the guardian's contact information through this phone book." Yui felt incredibly embarrassed, but her curiosity grew even stronger. "Do yakai have phone numbers?" "They do." Toya opened the thick phone book and began searching. This phone book, along with a telephone that connected the two worlds, had been gifted by the system to help him find the little Yukiana's guardian. What a headache! Toya looked troubled. He had underestimated the difficulty. The phone book was too thick, with at least 1,000 pages. Finding the little Yukiana's guardian would likely take quite a while. To the side, Yui's initial excitement turned into boredom. So boring. Sitting next to Toya, Yui swung her legs, clad in sheer black socks, back and forth. Suddenly, she saw Yukino reading quietly. "Yukinin, how about I show you around the Trash Fox Detective Agency?" Yukino put down her book, a trace of doubt in her cool, beautiful eyes. "Is there anything worth visiting in this agency?" Aside from being spacious enough not to feel cramped, this detective agency had almost nothing going for it. The entire place was completely undecorated, with only a few pieces of furniture. "Yukinin, you're wrong to think that." Yui's pretty face was full of mystery as she waved her slender finger adorably. "Let me show you." Toya glanced at Yui and Yukino, letting them wander as they pleased. "The agency is indeed too empty. I need to find some decorations later." He also disliked how empty the agency was. After all, it was his property. But he didn't think ordinary decorations were suitable for the Trash Fox Detective Agency, which accepted all paranormal commissions. This was the reason for the agency's emptiness. If his standards weren't so high, he would have long ago exchanged for a bunch of world-famous treasures from the system shop to display. After all, they wouldn't cost many source points. Finally found it. Toya's eyes suddenly lit up. He had finally found the little Yukiana's guardian. The little Yukiana's elder sister, an adult Yukiana named Yusa. Her name really is Yusa, then it's confirmed. This little Yukiana is the one from Dropkick on My Devil, the one named Koji by that scum snake. Although he had confirmed the little Yukiana's identity, Toya had no intention of naming her himself. He felt that with his current physical fitness, he probably couldn't handle a Yukiona's repayment. He'd leave the naming issue to that scum snake. As a high-ranking devil, she could easily handle the repayment of a mere Yukiona. Toya picked up the supernatural telephone gifted by the system and dialed the number for the Yukiona named Yusa. Beep! The familiar busy tone sounded, and soon, a soft, seductive female voice came from the other end. Just hearing the voice conjured an image of a devastatingly beautiful woman whispering gently. An almost uncontrollable impulse surged into his mind. "Are you Yusa?" Toya asked, his handsome face calm and composed, unmoved by the Yukiona's voice. An adult Yukiona's voice was indeed full of charm. Although he hadn't met a nine-tailed fox, he imagined it would be on the same level as this Yukiona. Fortunately, his status was high enough to ignore any power capable of shaking the mind. The demon world. A Yukiona of exquisite beauty, dressed in a pure white kimono, looked at the phone that had suddenly appeared and paused slightly. "Hello, this is Yusa. May I ask what this is regarding?" Toya's voice came through the phone. "Your sister has run off to the human world. I will send her to a designated area. Please come and take her back to the demon world as soon as possible. Be sure to use concealment magic. Do not reveal yourself to ordinary humans. You should know how much commotion an adult Yukiona would cause. Thank you so much. I will come to take my sister back immediately." A look of joy appeared on Yusa's beautiful face as she thanked him repeatedly. "I'm heading to the human world right now. I'll be there within half an hour. During this time, please take care of my sister." After hanging up, Yusa patted her chest in relief. "No wonder I couldn't find her anywhere. She fell into the human world." Her sister had suddenly gone missing half a day ago, and she had already searched the entire vicinity. The result had been nothing, not a trace of her sister. She hadn't expected her sister to fall into the human world. No wonder she couldn't find her no matter how hard she looked. Chapter 31. Just as Kawashima Toya hung up the phone, he saw Yukinoshita Yukino testing the demon sword Murasame. This is getting interesting. Toya didn't disturb Yukino's practice. Instead, he watched her with interest. 5 full minutes passed. Seeing that Yukino still showed no signs of dizziness, a flash of surprise appeared in Toya's eyes. She wasn't rejected by the Tegu. Yuigahama Yui had merely swung Murasame once before the Tegu's rejection kicked in. As a result, she had been dizzy for nearly half an hour before recovering. But Yukino had been testing Murasame for so long. Clearly, she had been accepted by the Tegu. Noticing Toya's attention, Yui's small face lit up with excitement. "Kawashima, has Yukinin been recognized by the demon sword Murasame?" "Although I don't really want to admit it, it seems so." Toya nodded slightly. It appeared that Yukino, like him, could use Murasame. As long as her attitude toward the sword didn't change, using it wouldn't cause her any harm. "Yukinin is amazing," Yui cheered like a fanatic fan. "That's the demon sword no one but Kawashima-kun could use." Yukino sheathed Murasame, carefully placing it back into its scabbard. "Yui, is being able to use this sword surprising?" "Of course. Only those recognized by the demon sword Murasame can use it." Toya walked over slowly, a hint of surprise on his face. "I thought no one but me could use it." "I didn't expect you could too, Yukinoshita. That was indeed unexpected." Yukino furrowed her delicate brows slightly. "Can you explain?" She couldn't understand why a sword would choose its master. To think that without its recognition, one couldn't even use it. Toya glanced at Yui's blinking, large eyes and said calmly, "You explain it to her." Yui smiled and cheerfully told Yukino everything about the Tegu Murasame. Such a peculiar weapon. Yukino stared blankly at Murasame, murmuring, "I was actually chosen." Yui was full of admiration. "Yeah, I swung it just once and couldn't handle it. Since Yukinin could use it for so long, of course you were accepted." To the side, Toya silently watched Yukino's dazed expression and chuckled inwardly. Even if she's as cold as an iceberg, there's still curiosity about supernatural powers in her heart. The feeling of being chosen by the demon sword Murasame had reignited the Chunibyu spirit within Yukino that had almost faded away. Even someone seemingly as cool and detached as Yukinoshita Yukino still held expectations for Chunobiu fantasies. It's not that magical. It's just some small tricks, definitely not real. A trace of blush climbed onto Yukino's beautiful white face, but she quickly reverted to an expressionless mask. Although she said that on the surface, she already had the answer in her heart. The demon sword Murasame was definitely real. Otherwise, Yui, who liked the sword so much, wouldn't be afraid to even touch it. Clearly, she was afraid of Murasame's negative effects. Toya interrupted the intimate chat between Yukino and Yui. "It's getting late. If you have nothing else to do, you should go home. I'm closing up shop now. I need to go settle the Yukiana matter. Her sister is about to arrive in the human world." Going back already?" Yui hugged Toya's arm and whined coquettishly. "Kawashima, it's still early. It's not even dark yet. I want to follow you and see what the legendary Yukiana looks like." Yukino looked at the sky outside the agency, which was almost dark, and hesitated. "It is time to go back, but the Yukiana matter isn't resolved yet. I want to see what a real Yukiana looks like." She wanted to watch Toya hand the little Yukiana over to her family before she could leave with peace of mind. "No," Toya, who usually agreed to almost any request, refused sternly. "Anything else is negotiable, but not this." "Why?" Yukino asked, puzzled. Yui was equally confused. Toya looked at Yukino and Yui seriously. "The little Yukiana's sister is an adult Yukiana. An adult Yukiana possesses devastating beauty. Even though you are girls, you might still become entranced. Once you're enthralled, even I can't save you. You are ordinary humans. Contacting higher mysteries will lead to erosion by the mystery. Without sufficient strength, at best you'll fall seriously ill. At worst, you could die on the spot." Yui puffed out her cheeks and said indignantly, "Kawashima, you're an ordinary human too. Why aren't you afraid?" Yukino nodded in secret agreement. Although she hadn't spent much time with Toya, he looked no different from a normal person. Why was he unafraid of contact with the Yukiana? "I am indeed human." A mysterious smile appeared on Toya's handsome face. "But what makes you think I'm ordinary?" "I have my own reasons for being able to make contact." Chapter 32. The system had explicitly stated that his status was extremely high. Even facing an evil god directly wouldn't cause him any harmful effects. This was the reason he dared to make contact with the little Yukiana's sister. "All right then, we'll be going." Yuigahama Yui lowered her head in disappointment. Having said this much, they weren't idiots. Why would they continue to probe? The deeper reasons were undoubtedly Kawashima Toya's secrets. Toya watched the two girls leave with regret, then turned to the little Yukiana beside him and spoke gently. "Let's go. I'll take you to see your sister." Hearing about her sister, the little Yukiana's fear dissipated considerably, though she still trembled slightly. However, all this fear stemmed from Toya standing beside her. As a yakai, her instinctive premonitions were far more sensitive than most humans. She could clearly feel just how dangerous Toya was. It felt as if he could kill her at any moment, if he so wished. Toya smiled and didn't offer any further comfort. He just needed to hand the little Yukiana over to Yusa later. Whatever happened after that had nothing to do with him. 20 minutes later, Toya arrived at the meeting place with the little Yukiana. It was a remote suburban area. From a distance, one could see a breathtakingly cold and beautiful figure pacing anxiously. The beautiful woman was dressed in a pure white kimono, fully displaying the gentleness and virtue of an adult Yukiana. The so-called Yamato Neidshiko temperament was exactly like this. Before Toya even got close, the chilling aura belonging to the Yukiana wafted over. In an instant, the area where the Yukiana stood seemed to transform entirely into a freezing hell. The aura of the legendary Yukiana from ancient tales was displayed vividly. If an ordinary person saw her, their mind would surely be entranced in an instant. As expected of a Yukiana, it's a good thing I didn't let Yukinoshita Yukino and Yuigahama Yui tag along. Toya exhaled a breath of cold air, sighing with emotion. Just a silhouette caused such a commotion. Who knew what would happen if they met face to face? Name, Yukiana Yusa. Strength, fierce rank. Description, a Yukiana who has only recently reached adulthood, less than a century ago. Her looks, personality, and strength are all top-tier wife material. Note, if the host has any intentions, please act quickly. Once her strength increases to the next stage, she will be almost impossible to capture. Toya's face darkened slightly. What intentions? Even if Yusa is a newly adult Yukiana, she's not something an ordinary person can handle. He didn't continue dwelling on Yusa. Yukiana were difficult to interact with, better to avoid it. At least until he was strong enough, he should focus on training. Let's go, I'll take you to her. Toya silently activated his mystic eyes of death perception and led the little Yukiana toward Yusa. Not long after, Yusa, who had been pacing anxiously, sensed her sister's aura. A look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. Sister. Guided by her little sister's aura, she looked over immediately, just in time to see Toya approaching with the little Yukiana. Is he really human? But why? Why is that aura so terrifying? Yusa's clear, beautiful eyes gazed deeply into Toya's pure, azure eyes, and an overwhelming terror surged in her mind. This boy is not simple, he can kill me. No, he's the benefactor bringing my sister home. I cannot harbor hostility. She forced herself not to think ill of Toya, but the horror brought by those azure eyes made her uncontrollably fantasize about how she might be killed. Amidst these almost uncontrollable, terrifying fantasies, Toya finally arrived with the little Yukiana. Toya gently released the little Yukiana's hand and said warmly, "Go back, go home with your sister. Don't run off next time. The human world isn't a world for yakai anymore. If there is a next time, you might not be so lucky." Freed from Toya's grasp, the little Yukiana threw herself at her sister like a swallow returning to its nest, hugging her tightly. Yusa gently stroked her little sister's head, soothing her. "Sister, you're not allowed to run off next time, okay? It's fortunate that a kind big brother brought you back this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known where to look for you." After comforting her sister, Yusa looked at Toya and bowed slightly. "Thank you so much. If not for your help, I would never have found my sister." "It's fine." Toya waved his hand calmly. "No need for thanks. Returning to the demon world as soon as possible is the best thanks." Even as a veteran driver who had watched countless anime series, both mainstream and otherwise, he had to admit that Yusa's beauty was stunning. Her features were exquisite, as if meticulously carved. With her flawless, snowy skin and delicate figure, she was so beautiful it was hard to look away. A look of difficulty appeared on Yusa's exquisite face. Even so, a favor must not be forgotten. "Benefactor, before I take my sister back to the demon world, please tell me your name." "Kawashima Toya." Toya calmly stated his real name. Yusa bowed again in gratitude. "Thank you very much, Kawashima-kun, for helping my sister. We will take our leave now." She was well aware of the allure a Yukiana held for humans. Although Toya seemed unmoved by her charm, being seen by strangers would still invite trouble. Returning to the demon world as quickly as possible was the best solution. Chapter 33. Yusa took a step back with the little Yukiana, and a blood-red teleportation magic circle abruptly appeared beneath them. In the next second, Yusa and the little Yukiana vanished instantly. Once the Yukiana Yusa had left with the little one, Kawashima Toya breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Time to go home. His interaction with Yusa hadn't felt great, although her beauty was top-tier and her figure flawless. Yusa was, after all, an adult Yukiana. No one could say for sure whether her personality was gentle and virtuous or cruel and violent. This was why, in Japanese legends, half the stories depicted encounters with Yukiana as beautiful romances, while the other half described them as terrifying ordeals. Some Yukiana were gentle, while others were cruel. An ordinary person encountering a gentle Yukiana might experience a beautiful romance, though most endings were tragic. Encountering a cruel one meant watching helplessly as one's life force was sucked dry. The demon world. Yusa and the little Yukiana had returned home via the teleportation circle. Yusa crouched down and asked gently, "Sister, what kind of person was the big brother who brought you home?" At the moment of parting, for some reason, she had developed an interest in Toya, who seemed ordinary yet radiated a terrifying threat. That feeling was akin to love at first sight. Thinking of this, a faint blush rose on Yusa's flawless, beautiful face. Have I fallen in love? I've memorized that aura. As a newly adult Yukiana, it wasn't strange for her to fall for someone at any time. Of course, the object of affection had to be human. She felt no attraction whatsoever to the yakai of the demon world. The little Yukiana looked at her sister with a dazed, cute expression, completely failing to understand what was happening. You're still young, sister. You don't need to understand this feeling yet. Yusa stroked the little Yukiana's head gently. Just then, a devil with the upper body of a blonde beauty and the lower body of a terrifying cobra saw Yusa's smile. Ha ha ha, look at you. I told you, you stupid Yukiana, you'd fall for a lowly human eventually. Back at the apartment, as soon as Toya entered, he saw Kasumigaoka Utaha with an icy expression on her face. Toya greeted the pouting, inexplicably angry Utaha. Yo, Utaha, long time no see. Have you eaten dinner yet? So you remember to come back, Utaha said, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes grumpily. Look at what time it is. I'll order takeout, let's eat together. Seeing Utaha acting like a resentful little wife, Toya smiled and said, I took on an interesting commission today. Want to hear about it? What commission? Utaha's curiosity was piqued. It wasn't her fault for losing her flower on a high peak, aloofness from Toyagasaki Academy. After all, Toya was someone from the supernatural side. Could his commissions be ordinary? Without thinking, she knew it had to be paranormal. Toya sat down right next to Utaha, his tone mysterious. A commission involving the legendary Yukiana. Yukiana, are they real? Utaha was stunned, her wine-red eyes filled with surprise. Yukiana are yakai. Do yakai actually exist? Hearing it was a Yukiana commission, she was slightly disappointed at first. But then her interest grew even stronger. Didn't this prove that yakai were real? If they weren't real, how would there be legends? Toya looked at her as if she were silly. I met 2 Yukiana today. One adult, one juvenile. Utaha's curiosity was completely aroused. Tell me about it. After Toya finished explaining the details about Yukiana, Utaha realized just how terrifying they were. Ordinary people can't even look at them. Even girls. Toya smiled faintly and nodded. Boys want to marry them, girls want to, well, become very close friends. But don't worry too much about a Yukiana's beauty. No Yukiana would be foolish enough to walk around the human world in her true form. The current era was completely dominated by humans. Almost all yakai had retreated to the demon world. It was rare to see yakai in the human world anymore. Although yakai aren't common, incidents involving evil gods aren't rare. Utaha sighed softly and handed her phone to Toya. Kawashima, take a look at this. Toya took the phone curiously and started reading. Supernatural disaster strikes Pacific Island. Uninhabited island sinks for unknown reasons. Toya spent a minute reading the push notification news, his gaze lingering on the map at the end of the article for a long time. Why does this location look so familiar? Toya stared at the location on the map, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He felt like he knew this place, but couldn't quite recall why. Inadvertently, he glanced at the high-tech smartphone he had spent 100 source points on sitting nearby. Everything clicked instantly. Wait, isn't that island the location I used to trick that little priest? Chapter 34. Under Kasumigaoka Utaha's puzzled gaze, Kawashima Toya took out his phone to check the situation. He needed to confirm if the island's destruction was the work of that little priest. If it was, it meant the little priest was definitely not human. No human could silently destroy an entire island. Toya logged into the game and soon saw the familiar little priest charging at him. You villain, you lied to me again. Don't let me catch you, or I'll take good care of you. The little priest used her pitifully limited vocabulary to express her rage at Toya. Seeing the stream of pathetic insults from the little priest, Toya was certain. The destruction of that uninhabited island was 90% likely related to this little priest, whom he had killed countless times in the game. Toya closed the app, having absolutely no desire to kill the little priest a few more times in-game. Who knew if a little priest capable of destroying an island had the ability to crawl through the internet cable to get him? Beside him, Utaha noticed Toya acting strange and asked, "Did something happen?" Toya replied with a hint of helplessness, "Nothing much, just that an uninhabited island might have been destroyed because of me." Utaha looked him up and down several times before bursting into laughter. She didn't hold back her sharp tongue. "Kawashima, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Although you are strong now, you're still far from having the combat power to destroy an island, right? Forget it, go write your light novel." Toya had no intention of arguing with Utaha. It was better not to let an ordinary person like her know about such things. Utaha huffed lightly. "I'm going to write then." The deadline for her manuscript was approaching. She couldn't afford to slack off anymore. Toya stared at the high-tech smartphone on the table, which he had spent a full 100 source points to purchase, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I finally understand why it's worth that price." At first, he thought it was just a phone with advanced functions. Now it seemed it was far more than that. Encountering this little priest was likely a function of the phone. The internet was vast and boundless. How could such a coincidence happen otherwise? Helps the owner gain unimaginable experiences and infinite encounters. Recalling the product description from when he bought it, Toya didn't know whether to be happy or consider himself unlucky. It seems the system's description was completely true. Since he confirmed it was related to the little priest, he naturally closed the game. "Damn it. Trash Fox, I will definitely find you. I'll let the holy light cleanse you thoroughly." Just then, a crisp girlish voice, filled with rage, rang out. Even the wall couldn't block that overwhelming anger. Soon, the furious voice vanished. The neighbor, Gabriel, seemed to realize she was disturbing her neighbor's rest and hurriedly shut her mouth. That was Gabriel's voice. Toya was astonished. He definitely hadn't misheard Gabriel shouting, "Trash Fox." Without a doubt, she was referring to his in-game name. "The little priest I've been bullying is Gabriel." A flash of realization hit Toya's eyes. "I didn't expect it to be her." That explains it. It's normal for an angel to have the combat power to destroy an uninhabited island. According to the lore he had idly read in the past, Gabriel possessed the horn of the apocalypse. It was said to have the power to destroy the world, though he couldn't be sure if that was true. Having accidentally confirmed that the little priest was Gabriel, Toya felt he should keep a low profile. When playing games, he shouldn't bully Gabriel too hard. He should leave her a little dignity. Every time he defeated Gabriel in-game, he should leave her at least one piece of equipment. Otherwise, if she really traced him through the internet cable, it would be troublesome. A few seconds after the shouting stopped, Gabriel's gentle voice came from the balcony of the apartment next door. "I am very sorry. I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Should I try asking?" Toya felt playful and decided to go to the balcony. After all, Gabriel didn't know that the person who had abused her countless times in the game was him. When he arrived at the balcony, he saw Gabriel bowing repeatedly in apology, completely lacking the aggressive momentum she had in the game. "She hasn't completely fallen yet, but she's close," Toya noted silently. A fallen Gabriel would be easier to get along with. She would just be a gaming otaku. God's faith, holy light, all of that would be thrown to the back of her mind. After apologizing to the neighbors, Gabriel noticed Toya's appearance and immediately lowered her head, apologizing timidly. "I am very sorry. I wasn't paying attention just now." The blonde, angelic beauty still behaved with elegance and gentleness, showing no trace of her gaming rage. "It's fine." Toya looked at the girl in front of him, who was still forcing herself to be gentle, and asked with feigned curiosity, "Gabriel, you seemed very angry just now. Did something happen?" He wanted to see just how angry Gabriel was about his actions in the game. Chapter 35. Gabriel shook her head gently and said with utmost politeness, "It was just a dispute over some trivial matters. Please don't worry about it." "Is that so? If it's just a trivial matter, then don't hold a grudge." Kawashima Toya said, sounding like an old man giving advice. It's not worth it for your own sake. Gabriel's eyebrow twitched, and she forced a smile. Yes, getting angry over trivial matters is unbecoming. At this moment, although Gabriel wore a gentle smile, internally she had flipped countless tables. Could that be called a trivial matter? She had been played for a fool by the same jerk twice in a row. First, she was tricked into going to a place called the North Pole, where she was baptized by freezing winds and blizzards. After waiting for ages, she realized there was no one there. Only after returning home did she learn that the North Pole was a famous uninhabited zone. That was the first time she was played like a monkey. The second time, she was tricked into going to an uninhabited island. It wasn't until she arrived at the island that she confirmed she had been pranked again. In her rage, she even forgot the angel's code of conduct and used her divine power to destroy the island. This resulted in a significant deduction of her Angel Academy credits, and even her halo had turned blood red. It seems this matter won't end so simply, Toya thought, clearly sensing the rage radiating from Gabriel. It was a fury that couldn't be suppressed, no matter how hard she tried to hide it. Toya waved his hand. It's great that you understand. Well then, I'm going back inside. As he turned to leave, Toya quietly activated his mystic eyes of death perception. With the eyes activated, Toya immediately saw the world in its truest form. Gabriel was shrouded in a blood-red aura, and even the originally bright and gentle halo above her head had turned crimson. From a distance, she looked like an avenging angel who had crawled up from hell to the human realm. Is this the consequence of excessive killing? Even animals counted. Toya glanced at her one last time before unhurriedly walking back into his apartment. He wasn't worried about Gabriel. Although an angel's halo was a source of power, even if it turned completely blood red, she just needed to find something to wipe it with, and it would return to normal. Gabriel watched silently as Toya left the balcony. Only then did she drop her facade, waving her small, pale fist in the air. Damn trash fox, you made a fool of me this time. I will remember this grudge. Back in her apartment, Gabriel looked at the blood-red resentment covering her body and her crimson halo with a look of disgust. I have to wash it again. I shouldn't carry my halo around with me in the future. Washing it every day is so troublesome. Utaha's apartment. Personal strength is true strength. Thinking of Gabriel's rage, Toya decided to train hard. As long as he was strong enough, even if he was eventually exposed. He would just beat Gabriel again, face to face. Toya looked expectantly at the items in the system shop, finally saved up 30,000 source points. System, purchased the tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen. System notice, deducted 30,000 source points. Purchased, tutelage of the Shadowlands Queen. System notice, Scathach's tutelage will begin daily after the host falls asleep. Duration, 1 month. Any rewards obtained during this period will be brought back to reality. Time to sleep. After dinner, Toya bid farewell to Kasumigaoka Utaha and went straight to his bedroom to sleep. This scene made Utaha incredibly envious. I want to sleep so bad. But I still have my light novel manuscript to finish. As a young man, Toya's ability to fall asleep and the quality of his sleep were top tier. Less than a minute after lying down, he drifted into a sweet dream. Meanwhile, in a world unknown distance away. In the Type Moon universe, within the Land of Shadows, one of the many Fey realms, Queen Scathach held a formless holy grail in her hands and shouted aloud. Where is the one who can kill me? Suddenly, the formless holy grail seemed to hear Scathach's wish. It began to tremble abruptly, the violent vibrations causing even the Land of Shadows to shudder slightly. Sensing the anomaly, a hint of anticipation curled the corners of Scathach's exquisite, seductive lips. This grail is not simple. Has the one who can kill me arrived? As she spoke, Scathach turned to look at the vast, empty plaza. Let me see just what kind of person can kill me. A pillar of light descended suddenly. A magnificent, vast aura of the root spread in all directions. Even Scathach had to admit that the pillar of light contained a supreme mystery beyond imagination. As the pillar of light slowly dissipated, Toya looked around at his surroundings, slightly bewildered. Where am I? He remembered going to sleep. How did he suddenly end up in this almost lightless world? Chapter 36. You have come, the one who will kill me in the future. A clear, aloof female voice rang out. Kill? Kawashima Toya was startled and immediately retreated to keep his distance from the voice. Why retreat? Scathach looked at the retreating Toya with indifferent eyes. To ensure there's no danger, of course, Toya finally began to size up the speaker. She was an aloof, beautiful queen with waist-length purple hair. Her figure was tall and slender, dressed in a black outfit that perfectly matched his preferences. When he looked at her, the solitary aura of a king struck him. The heavy, majestic pressure pressed down like a giant mountain. Scathach. Even though his body felt as heavy as 10,000 tons, Toya didn't waver in the slightest, standing straight and motionless. After a long while, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Scathach's crimson eyes, which seemed to hold the blood of countless gods. She spoke leisurely. As the one who will kill me, you satisfy me. In an instant, the terrifying regal pressure vanished. Toya felt his body lighten significantly and exhaled softly. I thought I was going to collapse. The moment Scathach withdrew her aura, he knew he had passed the test. At the very least, he could now train under Scathach, the queen of the land of shadows who had slain numerous gods. You wouldn't have collapsed. Scathach mercilessly pierced through Toya's self-deprecation, her beautiful eyes serious. From now on, you are my disciple. I will impart all the skills I know to you. You must learn everything I know. Follow me, let the training begin. Scathach turned and led Toya away. This place was too small and unsuitable for teaching her skills. Toya followed Scathach silently, without any hesitation. Becoming Scathach's disciple was something countless people dreamed of. He had looked forward to this for a long time as well. In that chaotic world filled with evil gods, angels, and dragons, weakness would be the greatest sin. A vast, ancient arena. Holding Gibalg alternative, Scathach glanced at Toya, who had changed into training clothes, and said plainly, Those eyes are nothing but a burden to you right now. Aside from making you more reliant on them, they offer no benefits. Don't use your eyes. Understood, Shishu, Toya responded seriously. Shishu, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Scathach's blood-red eyes. She hadn't heard that title in a long time. The last person to call her that, Kuchulain, had died long ago and ascended to the throne of heroes. Everyone she once knew had passed away, and no one had visited the land of shadows for a long time. For thousands of years, Toya was the first human to enter the land of shadows. The next morning, Toya woke up slowly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. I'm back. At this moment, his aura was completely different from the night before. It was incredibly sharp, like a keen spear point ready to pierce the sky. Shishu's teachings are truly effective. Spending 30,000 source points was a massive bargain. Not only has my strength increased significantly, but I also obtained the B+ rank Noble Phantasm, Gibalg alternative. Toya felt his improvement. He was in a completely different state compared to yesterday, as if he had sublimated. If that evil god's minion came again, he could easily kill it without even using his mystic eyes of death perception. System, can I see my stats? Toya asked internally. As expected, he received no response from the system. Toya wasn't disappointed. After all, the system had no intelligence. There are still 29 days left. I mustn't waste them. Toya decided to go back to the agency and continue sleeping. In the remaining 29 days, he would increase his strength as much as possible. Whether he could gather another 30,000 source points in 29 days was uncertain. After all, one didn't encounter evil god minions every day. Toya changed his clothes and was about to leave when he ran into a yawning Kasumigaoka Utaha. Utaha was wearing pajamas, walking out of her room with sleepy eyes. Toya fell silent as he looked at the scenery Utaha was revealing. As expected of fatty Kasumi, too alluring. Even though he had spent 10 days training with Shishu in the land of shadows last night. Those 10 long days had been filled only with training to become stronger. He had almost forgot about women. Yet, facing Utaha, those feelings were instantly reawakened. He was still a red-blooded young man, after all. Having stayed up late last night, the still droggy Utaha tilted her head blankly. Kawashima, what are you looking at? Your gaze. Utaha followed Toya's line of sight and immediately realized why he was staring straight at her. Pervert. Hearing Utaha's shriek of shame and anger, Toya hurriedly waved his hand. Utaha, I have something to do, so I'll be going first. No need to save breakfast for me. With that, he dashed out the door, leaving behind a mortified Utaha. Bastard, how could I be so careless? Utaha stamped her long, slender legs in anger, venting her shame. Chapter 37. I almost stayed there forever. After arriving at the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Kawashima Toya felt incredibly fortunate. He had actually managed to escape from such an awkward situation. His luck was truly impeccable. Sitting in his boss chair, Toya couldn't help but praise, as expected of fatty Kasumi. Can't think about it anymore. My goal of getting a girlfriend is still too far away. Just then, a lively, enthusiastic female voice came from the entrance. Kawashima-kun, what can't you think about? Yuigahama Yui pushed open the door and waved cheerfully at Toya. Why are you here? Toya frowned as he watched Yukinoshita Yukino and Yui enter. Don't you have school? We do, Yui nodded slightly, her pretty face looking miserable. It's only Wednesday. There are still 2 days until the weekend. Then what are you doing here? Toya asked, puzzled. Are you skipping class? Yukino's exquisite face remained expressionless as she said coolly, We aren't skipping class. We just came to ask about the little Yukiana before school starts. Is she home? Her connection with the little Yukiana had only lasted a day, but she needed to confirm that the child had returned home safely. That was why she had asked her driver to pick up Yui early in the morning so they could visit Toya's detective agency together. Yui blinked her large eyes expectantly and sat down familiarly. Yeah, is the little Yukiana home? If you don't believe me, contact her directly. Toya pointed to the old-fashioned telephone on the desk. Just dial. That's the number for the little Yukiana's sister. Yui examined the phone, which looked almost identical to an ordinary one. Even though I saw it yesterday, it still looks so strange no matter how I look at it. But I'm a bit scared. What if the Yukiana's voice is too enchanting and I get controlled? Yukinen, you do it. You're much calmer than me, so you shouldn't be afraid. I'll call. Yukino didn't waste words. She picked up the receiver and dialed directly. A moment later, a gentle, seductive female voice filled with pleasant surprise came from the other end. Is this Mr. Kawashima? No, I'm not. Hearing Yusa's voice, Yukino felt as if an electric current had run through her body. She forced herself to remain calm and return to her expressionless state. But no matter how she feigned composure, a hint of crimson rose on her impossibly cute face. Are you the little Yukiana's sister? To the side, Yui noticed Yukino's change and was shocked. Even Yukinen can't handle it. Even if the Yukiana's voice had only made Yukino blush slightly, that was already impressive. Yukino was famous for being icy, almost nothing ever moved her. Toya nearly laughed out loud, his handsome face beaming with a brilliant smile. He asked rhetorically, Did you think a Yukiana was that simple? Her looks, voice, figure, everything is unforgettable, even for girls. Is she really that amazing? I really want to hear it, Yui said, cupping her chin in her hands, her large eyes filled with curiosity. It was human nature to be curious about the unknown. Now that she saw even Yukino react this way, she was even more intrigued. I'll satisfy your curiosity then. Toya chuckled lightly and turned on the speakerphone. In an instant, Yusa's voice, gentle, virtuous, yet unimaginably seductive, filled the room. Yui was entranced immediately. It took her a good while to snap out of it, her heart still fluttering with lingering fear. That voice sounds too good. No wonder Kawashima said neither men nor women can ignore its owner. Consequently, her admiration for Yukino grew even stronger. Faced with the Yukiana's voice, Yukino had recovered in just an instant. Toya watched Yukino and Yui's reactions with interest. I trust you won't have any ideas about contacting yakai next time. He felt nothing towards Yusa's voice, given his high status. Plus, after training with Shishu for 10 days last night, his strength and mental state had improved significantly. Even without his status, he could confidently face a Yukiana's presence. After chatting with Yusa for a while, Yukino handed the phone to Toya with a cold face. The little Yukiana made it home safely. Yusa has something to say to you. To me, Toya was slightly surprised. Are you sure you heard correctly? Yusa and I have only met once. He couldn't fathom what Yusa would want to say to him. There had been little interaction between them. Their only connection was the little Yukiana. Yui rested her chin in her hands, her curiosity deepening. What does Yusa want to say to Kawashima? Could it be some girl talk? Toya shrugged, just listen for yourselves. The speakerphone was on. It wasn't like they couldn't hear the conversation. Good day, Kawashima-kun. As soon as Toya took the receiver, Yusa's gentle, slightly shy voice came through. Although it has only been a day since we met. After a long string of polite formalities, Yusa finally stated her purpose. Kawashima-kun, I hope you can tell me your address. I would like to bring my sister to visit and express our gratitude. Address, huh? Toya didn't think much of it, and gave her the address of the Trash Fox Detective Agency directly. Chapter 38. What he didn't know was that, after Yusa received the address, a breathtaking smile appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. Beside her, there was also a frozen blonde snake girl. Trash Fox Detective Agency. After hanging up the phone, Kawashima Toya put down the receiver, only to see Yuigahama Yui staring intently at his face with wide eyes. Startled by Yui's sudden closeness, Toya asked, "What do you want?" A gleam of wisdom flashed in Yui's large eyes, like a detective who wouldn't miss a single detail. So strange. Yukinin, don't you think so? Yukinoshita Yukino's cool, beautiful eyes showed a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Yusa's tone, Yui said, sounding exasperated at their denseness. Didn't you notice something off about Yusa's tone? Something off? Toya's eyes turned slightly cold. What's off? Is she planning to harm me? Aside from this possibility, he really couldn't think of anything else. Sensing the chilling aura rising from Toya, Yui dared not play mysterious any longer and hurriedly explained. No, it's just my own analysis. Kawashima, don't interpret it on your own. Yusa is a good yakai. Toya glared at Yui and said seriously, don't do that again. You can't joke about things like this. One misstep, and I might really end up in a life-or-death battle with Yusa. If Yui's words had aligned with his own judgment, it was very possible that a misunderstanding could have sparked a fight. Yukino nodded in agreement, scolding, Yuigahama-san, please refrain from being cryptic. When it comes to supernatural entities, it's easy to cause irreversible and serious consequences. I was wrong, I promise it won't happen again. Yui clasped her hands together, bowing her head pitifully in apology. Please forgive me. Toya nodded slightly, forgiven. Yukino nodded coolly, and gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. Yui's gossip-loving heart reignited, and she said excitedly, then let me tell you my guess from just now. Toya felt a sliver of interest, wanting to hear what kind of guess Yui could come up with. I suspect the little Yukiana's sister might have someone she likes. The moment these words came out, Yukino immediately questioned. There was nothing wrong with what Yusa just said. How did you conclude she has someone she likes? Toya nodded in agreement. For an ordinary person, to make the famous Yukiana fall in love wasn't easy. First, they had to be handsome enough. Second, their temperament couldn't be poor. Otherwise, they would never catch a Yukiana's eye. In the plot of Dropkick on My Devil, Yusa didn't have a romantic partner. The lack of male characters in the anime was one issue, but the main reason was the lack of sufficiently outstanding men. Yui revealed a mysterious smile. You guys don't get it. Kawashima said that the human world is now dominated by humans. Generally, yakai don't come to the human world, let alone a yakai like a Yukiana who is sought after by everyone. Toya looked at Yui with a bit more respect. He hadn't expected this bunhead to be so observant, firmly remembering the information he had given. Yui lifted her snow-white neck, looking at Toya proudly. Kawashima, I'm smart, right? I remembered everything you said. Very impressive, Toya said with a gentle smile. Prompted by Yui, Yukino roughly guessed the reason and said coolly. Although a Yukiana can disguise her appearance, the human world is a place they usually avoid. Why would she come personally just to express gratitude? Under normal circumstances, sending a gift would suffice. Yet Yusa insists on coming in person. Clearly, it's not just for simple thanks. Yusa, who has just reached adulthood, definitely doesn't have a partner, and a Yukiana's object of affection is almost certainly not a yakai. Listening to Yukino and Yui exchanging deductions, Toya was stunned. Is this the deductive ability of girls? When it comes to romance, even that detective with the glasses probably couldn't deduce things this easily. He looked at Yukino and Yui seriously, reevaluating them. Two girls who have never been in a relationship deducing this so accurately. It's truly surprising. Yui's face flushed red, and she raised her voice to cover her lack of romantic experience. Just because I haven't been in a relationship doesn't mean I can't deduce it. Doesn't this kind of deduction just require a brain? Yukino's expression remained unchanged, maintaining her aloof flower on a high peak status. She wasn't particularly interested in romance. Aside from wasting time and energy, it held no meaning for her. Instead of dating, she would rather spend more time studying or reading books she liked. Chapter 39. Kawashima Toya came to a sudden realization. It seems that when you find a boyfriend in the future, Yuigahama-san, even that elementary school detective won't be able to compete with you. With such terrifying deductive abilities, she could probably detect if he had been near another girl even after 3 days. Yuigahama Yui's cheeks flushed bright red. Stop talking about me. I don't have a partner. By the way, don't you two have school? Why haven't you left yet? Toya pointed to the clock on the wall. You're already 15 minutes late. What? The blush on Yui's face drained away instantly, replaced by a pale look of panic. Oh no, I'm late. Hiratsuka-sensei is going to kill me. Before her voice even faded, she had already rushed out of the Trash Fox Detective Agency, sprinting towards school. Why aren't you going? Toya looked at the still calm and cool Yukinoshita Yukino with confusion. Yuigahama Yui just rushed off at a speed she normally couldn't hope to achieve. I'm not in a hurry, Yukino said faintly, turning and walking away at an unhurried pace. What a personality, Toya couldn't help but praise. If it were me, I would have definitely called in sick by now. After Yukino and Yui left, the Trash Fox Detective Agency returned to its peaceful atmosphere. Come out, Gibalg Alternative. A burst of crimson light emerged from the void. A long crimson spear, with a tip resembling a sword, slowly descended. Name, Gibalg Alternative. Rank B+. Description, the spear used by the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathach. It is similar in shape to the spear used by the famous hero, the Child of Light, Ku Chulain, but they are not the same existence. It is an older, prototype spear. Upon releasing the true name of the noble phantasm, the curse power of Gibalg Alternative can be maximized to perform a carpet-bombing style of destruction on the enemy. Toya grabbed Gibalg Alternative and examined it closely. Shishu is Shishu, she gave this away so casually. It's just a pity I haven't been able to release its true name yet. Although he had only slept for 1 night in the real world, he had spent a full 10 days in the Land of Shadows. Unfortunately, during those 10 days, he had been solely focused on training under Scathach. 10 days of training to temper his skills and combat techniques. As for releasing the true name of the noble phantasm, Scathach had strictly forbidden him from doing so. Your foundation is too weak. Using the true name will only harm you, it offers no benefits. Until your strength reaches the level of Ku Chulain, use this spear as a regular weapon. Toya opened a drawer compartment and looked at the blood-stained invitation made of human skin. He apologized silently to Scathach in his heart. Shishu, I'm afraid I can't follow your request. Thinking about that upcoming battle, I'll definitely need to use the noble phantasm to sweep the floor. Although he didn't know the location of the evil god's banquet yet, there would undoubtedly be many minions at such an event. When that time came, Gibalg alternative would be the best tool for clearing them out. 30 minutes later. Toya opened his eyes, looking helpless. I can't sleep. It seems my plan to sleep during the day, to go to the land of shadows has failed. After enjoying the breakfast delivered by takeout early on, he had immediately prepared to rest. He had hoped to use sleep to return to the land of shadows and improve his strength, aiming to become strong enough to sweep through the banquet before it began. But for some reason, Toya, who usually fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, couldn't sleep at all. He had remained awake for nearly half an hour. Bored out of his mind, Toya picked up Gibalg alternative and started training in the spacious lobby. A long time later, he set the spear aside and rubbed his sore shoulders. Is this the helplessness of a slice-of-life transmigrator? I should be working hard to complete system commissions to become a max-level human sooner. But after the system upgrade, I suddenly realized that becoming a max-level human in an everyday world is within easy reach. Toya drank some water, feeling a mix of happiness and resignation. Even if he spent most of his source points, the remaining amount was enough to buy all the daily life skills. Just as he was about to find something to kill time. System notice, World Consciousness Commission detected. Commission content. Private Toyagasaki Academy is under attack by a group of extremely vicious kidnappers. Please rush to the rescue immediately. Note, the kidnappers are extremely vicious and have already begun slaughtering. Police arrival is estimated in 30 minutes. Please hurry. Commission reward, 2,000 source points. What Toyagasaki? The laziness from moments ago vanished instantly. Toya's eyes turned cold, and his aura became sharp and terrifying. That's Kasumigaoka Utaha's school. I have to get there immediately. With that, he grabbed the Tegu one-cut killer, Murasame, and rushed toward Private Toyagasaki Academy. Kasumigaoka Utaha attended that school, not to mention the countless other students. Chapter 40. Just as Kawashima Toya arrived at Private Toyagasaki Academy, gripping the Tegu Murasame, he heard a gunshot. Bang! The sound of the shot echoed for a long time. They really are crazy. Toya's eyes gradually turned cold as he slowly drew Murasame from its sheath. The clear, snow-bright blade shone under the sunlight, as if anticipating something. Toya walked straight into the academy through the school gate. Passing by the guard room, he found the security guard inside already dead and cold. First, I'll clean up these kidnappers. Toya walked openly towards the main school building. Along the way, he didn't encounter a single person. Not even a kidnapper. It seemed they had corralled all the students and teachers together. As he passed the school auditorium, Toya heard terrified voices of students and the frenzied laughter of the kidnappers coming from inside. Ha ha ha, their screams sound so good. Should we kill a few more? A chorus of agreement followed, filled with thick cruelty and madness. Clearly, these were the extremely vicious kidnappers. Toya became much more cautious, completely silencing his footsteps as he approached step by step. Please don't rush. Just then, a slender, pale hand suddenly reached out from a corner, attempting to grab Toya. Enemy? Toya's eyes turned cold, and he instantly countered the person trying to grab him. A girl's cry of pain rang out. Only then did Toya realize he had grabbed a beautiful girl with a bob cut and fair skin. He was very familiar with this girl, not only because she was a character he liked from the anime he watched in his past life, but also because he had encountered her not long ago when he was slaying the failed evil god minion, Akitomoya. It was Kato Megumi, the girl with the title of Grand Assassin. Toya released her and asked, "What's the situation inside?" "It's okay, but the kidnappers are very brutal." Rubbing her sore hand, Kato Megumi frowned and said, "A kidnapper who looks like the leader took Kasumigaoka-senpai and Sawamura-san to the broadcasting room. There are only 3 kidnappers who went to the broadcasting room. If possible, we should save them first. There are 13 kidnappers in the auditorium. We won't be able to beat them." "All right, we'll go to the broadcasting room." Toya didn't hesitate and decisively chose the broadcasting room. He had the combat power to easily wipe out these kidnappers, but the choice between the two sides was unquestionable. Between random students and Kasumigaoka Utaha / Sawamura Spencer Iriri, the choice was easy. Kato Megumi led the way, walking as leisurely as if she were taking a stroll after dinner. Following behind, Toya sighed inwardly. As expected of the grand assassin, she makes no sound when she walks. Even though Kato Megumi hadn't learned any assassin skills, her ability to conceal her footsteps was astonishingly talented. Even he had only achieved his current level after 10 days of training with Shishu Skathech. Broadcasting room. Wearing a black hood that couldn't hide his ferocity and madness, the kidnapper leader held an incredibly ugly, twisted insect and grinned hideously. One of the two school beauties of private Toyagasaki Academy, Sawamura Spencer Iriri. Stop resisting, be a good girl, eat this and become one of us. The ugly insect let out a hideous hiss, seemingly sensing it was about to be eaten. Not far away, the girl being threatened by the kidnapper had twin tails as golden as a work of art, clear azure eyes, skin like white snow, and a petite, delicate figure. She was a beautiful girl, with characteristics distinct from Kasumigaoka Utaha. Behind the kidnapper leader, Kasumigaoka Utaha, who was also bound hand and foot, widened her wine-red eyes. That's the aura of an evil god. At this moment, Iriri shook her head frantically at the thing in the kidnapper's hand, making muffled whimpering sounds. Something that felt like it should be censored just by looking at it couldn't possibly be anything good. How could anyone eat something like that? Refuse to become one of us. The leader's fierce eyes instantly turned cruel as he sneered. Since you won't join us, then die. With that, the leader raised his pistol, aimed it at Iriri's head from a distance, and slowly pulled the trigger. Nearby, the other two kidnappers laughed maniacally, delighted at the prospect of witnessing death. There's still another candidate anyway. You're kidding, right? Killing someone just like that? Iriri's azure eyes were filled with disbelief. To think she would die so casually. At that moment, Toya arrived at the door of the broadcasting room, just in time to see the kidnapper about to pull the trigger. Don't even think about it, Toya shouted, and without hesitation, he hurled the Tegu Murasame forward. Whoosh! Bang! Murasame flew out like a streak of white light. The kidnapper pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot toward Iriri's head. Just before it could hit her, Murasame struck the bullet with incredible precision, slicing it in two. Chapter 41. I'm alive. Sawamura Spencer Iriri was overjoyed to have survived the ordeal. Someone blocked a bullet with a sword. Kasumigaoka Utaha was stunned, even stopping her secret attempt to cut the ropes binding her. Even without any knowledge of firearms, she understood that throwing a sword to block a bullet mid-flight was almost impossible. At least, it was impossible for an ordinary human. Within 10 paces, a gun is fast and accurate, that's no joke. The kidnapper flew into a rage. Who the? Before he could finish, a figure stormed into the broadcasting room like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The black-hooded kidnapper didn't even have time to react before he felt a terrifying force slam into him. He was sent flying instantly, crashing hard into the broadcasting room wall. The kidnapper spat out a mouthful of bizarre black blood and slumped to the ground. As the black blood hit the floor, it corroded holes into the hard surface. Faintly, one could see disgusting, ugly insects wriggling within it. The other two kidnappers tried to raise their guns, but the figure appeared before them in an instant. Boom! A terrifying force akin to a speeding train hit them. The two kidnappers experienced the same pain their boss had just suffered. With a single strike, every bone in their bodies shattered. Spewing bizarre black blood, they flew backward just like their leader, smashing violently against the broadcasting room wall. So strong, Iriri and the late-arriving Kato Megumi were dumbfounded. Was this the combat power an ordinary person should have? After effortlessly wiping out the kidnappers, Kawashima Toya turned to Iriri and Utaha. Are you all right? I'm fine. Utaha shook her head blankly, still recovering from the shock. The speed and strength Toya had just displayed were far beyond what a normal human could achieve. If he wanted to, he could probably punch a massive hole right through the broadcasting room wall. Toya looked at Kato Megumi, who had regained her composure. Kato-san, please untie Sawamura-san. I'll untie Kasumigaoka. With that, Toya walked over to Utaha and began untying the ropes binding her. Utaha finally snapped out of it. Her wine-red eyes sparkled, and a blush rose on her beautiful, seductive face. Kawashima, you know what? You looked so cool, saving the damsel in distress just now. I'm almost falling for you. The sense of security in that moment was something no one else could provide. Only he could offer it. Toya glanced at Utaha indifferently. Do you think I believe that? Who was Kasumigaoka Utaha? The famous fatty Kasumi, known for her sharp tongue and sarcasm. If he naively believed her, he'd probably be mocked for quite a while. One of the 3 great illusions of life. She likes me. After saving Utaha and Iriri, Toya was about to head to the auditorium to rescue the other survivors. Before leaving, he glanced at the kidnappers. Not dead. The flesh on the kidnappers' bodies was wriggling and healing like a mass of insects, sending a wave of intense disgust through him. Although the healing speed was slow, Toya was certain they were recovering. His deduction was correct. These 3 kidnappers would be fully healed in 3 hours. At this moment, Utaha also noticed the anomaly with the 3 kidnappers. She leaned close to Toya's ear and whispered. Just now, the leader took out a very disgusting insect and tried to force Iriri to eat it. And he mentioned something about me and Iriri being chosen ones. These kidnappers seem to be related to the minions of an evil god. I know, Toya nodded slightly. I'll deal with them. He would never mistake the characteristics of an evil god. These 3 kidnappers were definitely connected to an evil god's minion. Toya picked up the demon sword Murasame and walked straight toward the evil god's pawns. Mystic eyes of death perception. In an instant, the world filled with points and lines of death reappeared. Toya clearly saw the black aura entwining the kidnappers. It was indeed the aura of an evil god. Although it was diluted to a negligible wisp, it still possessed effects unimaginable to ordinary people. However, this negligible wisp of evil god aura carried terrifying negative effects. Anyone tainted by it would be branded with the mark of the evil god, gradually transforming from a normal person into a twisted, raving lunatic. This pollution was extremely difficult to remove. Once tainted, the only possible outcome was falling into depravity and becoming a minion of the evil god. Die completely. Toya didn't give these heinous criminals a chance to revive. He struck their points of death directly. In an instant, the kidnappers and the evil god's aura were thoroughly killed by Toya. As the evil god's aura died, the kidnappers' bodies gradually reverted to their original forms. Even though they had been beaten to pieces by Toya, they retained their human appearance in the end. Iriri witnessed the entire scene, covering her mouth in shock. Today, she had seen the other side of the world. A cruel, terrifying, and bone-chilling other side of the world. Chapter 42. After completely killing the 3 kidnappers, Kawashima Toya turned to Kasumigaoka Utaha, Sawamura Spencer Iriri, and Kato Megumi, instructing them seriously. Find a place to hide. Or evacuate Private Toyogasaki Academy. Once I've dealt with all the kidnappers, I'll leave on my own. With that, he departed immediately. Although the important people had been saved, the others were still in danger. Since he had the power to save them, he didn't mind lending a hand. Iriri's azure eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Did his eyes turn blue, like the sky? She remembered that when this mysterious person saved them, his eyes were black. Why had they suddenly changed? Don't worry about irrelevant things. Let's leave the school first and not cause trouble. Utaha didn't answer Iriri's question. Not knowing was only one reason. She wanted to keep matters regarding Toya as secret as possible from strangers. Kato Megumi's fair face remained impassive, and she likewise didn't answer Iriri's confusion. Iriri looked at Utaha, then at Kato, feeling like they were hiding something. It feels so frustrating being the only one who doesn't know anything. After complaining for a bit, Iriri hurried to catch up with Utaha and Kato as they evacuated. School auditorium. Ordinary humans. Toya silently arrived at the highest point of the auditorium, looking down at the kidnappers surrounding the innocent hostages. Through the observation of his mystic eyes of death perception, the 13 kidnappers in the auditorium were all ordinary humans without exception. Although he didn't know why those 3 other kidnappers had turned into such ugly forms, these 13 were thoroughly human. They weren't influenced by the evil god's aura at all. Their actions were purely out of their own free will. Truly heinous criminals, huh? A trace of ice flashed in Toya's indifferent eyes, which were as pure and blue as the sky. He leaped down from the auditorium beams instantly, charging at the nearest kidnapper. The sound of the demon's sword-piercing flesh rang out silently. The kidnapper clutched his neck, struggling ceaselessly as the lethal cursed poison spread from the wound throughout his body. In just a few seconds, the kidnapper died completely without even making a sound. In the dark and lightless auditorium, Toya moved like a ghost, weaving through the crowd, locking onto and slaying the kidnappers one by one. 1, 2, 3. Vicious kidnappers clutched their necks and collapsed in agony one after another. The incurable cursed poison spread through their bodies, thoroughly extinguishing their life force. In just a short moment, only one kidnapper remained. The last surviving kidnapper noticed his companions' voices disappearing one by one and realized what was happening. Someone's here. Since it's come to this, I'll. Before he could say the words, "Kill the hostages," a snow-bright blade flashed. The last kidnapper saw only a pair of cold eyes, clear and blue as the sky, before clutching his neck and dying in agony like the rest. All 13 killed. Before leaving, Toya confirmed one last time that there were no remaining kidnappers. After ensuring the coast was clear, he left silently, leaving behind only the terrified, trembling students. Throughout the entire process, no one noticed Toya's arrival, nor did they know that he had slain all the kidnappers. After Toya had killed all the kidnappers, the sirens of the police vehicles finally arrived, belatedly. Outside the school, among the onlookers, Kasumigaoka Utaha, Sawamura Iriri, and Kato Megumi waited anxiously for Toya's return. There were 13 kidnappers in the auditorium, each armed with a gun. It was extremely dangerous. If an accident happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. "It's not appropriate for me to stay here. I'm leaving first." Just as Utaha was waiting anxiously, Toya's calm and composed voice drifted over slowly. Kawashima." Utaha hurried to look around for Toya, but she was disappointed. She couldn't see him anywhere in the crowd of onlookers. On the street where police cars were roaring past, Toya walked silently, carrying the resheathed murasame. No one would know that this young man, who looked a bit like a cosplayer, had single-handedly resolved the kidnapping incident at private Toyagasaki Academy. System notice, congratulations, host, World Commission complete. 2,000 source points have been credited. Free source points, might as well take them. Hearing that the commission was complete, a faint smile appeared on Toya's face. If possible, he hoped the system would issue more commissions. Otherwise, daily life was just too dull and boring. The aura of an evil god. Toya walked down the street, murmuring in his heart, "I wonder where those 3 kidnappers got that aura from." He had killed the 3 kidnappers decisively, without intending to interrogate them. Beings corrupted by the evil god's aura were all madmen who never cared about their lives. Even in death, these lunatics would only believe they were returning to the embrace of their evil god. No matter what method was used, it was absolutely impossible to get useful information from a madman infected by an evil god's aura. Chapter 43. Back at the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Kawashima Toya reverted to his usual state of a societal outcast. Lazy and unmotivated, he looked for all the world like someone just waiting to die. It felt great to stretch my limbs. Toya recalled the battle at private Toyagasaki Academy with excitement in his heart. After training with Shishu Skathach, he had become much stronger. If it had been before, he could never have resolved the Toyagasaki crisis so easily. Let alone move like an assassin, weaving through the darkness and slaying kidnappers like a ghost. Pity I can't sleep now. Toya sighed. If he could sleep now, he would dive back into dreamland without hesitation. Training in the land of shadows, was infinitely more efficient than fumbling around aimlessly in the real world. Since there's nothing to do, I'll play games. Toya picked up his high-tech smartphone and skillfully logged into the game. As soon as he logged in, his screen was flooded with messages. Gabriel really doesn't give up, does she? Toya glanced at them casually. All the messages were from Gabriel. This angel, who had just stepped into the online world and had almost zero combat power, was doing her utmost to express her rage. Stop chasing me, you're too weak. I don't want to fight such a weak opponent, it's not challenging at all. Toya replied casually, then controlled his character to go do quests. Gabriel's apartment. Gabriel, who had thoroughly transformed into a shut-in always online, was exploding with rage. You detestable guy, I'm going to make you drop your equipment. Those items cost me my hard-earned monthly living expenses. Only as she gradually became addicted to the game did she realize just how precious the equipment Toya had looted from her was. Now she couldn't afford good gear and could barely scrape together a basic set. Even in reality, she had reached her most desperate point. Her living expenses had bottomed out. Damn it, I have no money. How can I fight without equipment? Gabriel frantically grabbed her sun-kissed golden hair. Her already messy, bird's nest hair became even messier. In her anger, Gabriel suddenly glanced at her angel halo, which had been wiped clean and was emitting a warm glow on the computer desk. Maybe I could. That noon, after enduring prolonged psychological torture, Gabriel, harboring a mix of guilt and excitement, quietly left her apartment clutching her angel halo. No one knew where she was going. Just once I defeat that damn trash fox, I'll redeem it. No one will find out I sold my angel halo. Noon. Toya, who had decided to go out and buy lunch for once, spotted Gabriel acting like a thief. What is Gabriel up to? That movement, it's a bit strange. Seeing her clutching her angel halo, he felt like she was planning something bad. Although he didn't know what Gabriel intended to do, Toya decided to follow her. 10 minutes later, Toya witnessed Gabriel enter a pawn shop with a guilty expression and leave looking delighted. When she left, the angel halo was no longer in her arms. She actually sold it. Toya's eyebrow twitched. He had clearly overestimated Gabriel's integrity. She had even sold her angel halo. This is an opportunity, a sharp glint flashed in Toya's eyes. Although he didn't know the specific rank or function of the angel halo, Gabriel's halo was definitely no ordinary item. After all, as an angel, Gabriel possessed the power to easily destroy the human world. This might become a great aid to me in the future. It might even have unimaginable effects. I'm not short on money anyway, so why not buy it? Toya chuckled lightly and walked into the pawn shop where Gabriel had sold her halo. As soon as he stepped inside, he was immersed in an atmosphere of profound cultural heritage. The pawn shop owner was holding the angel halo, examining it with half-baked knowledge. As expected, he doesn't understand it, Toya thought to himself. Looks like I can buy it. On the way here, he had worried that this might be a pawn shop with hidden depths. But judging by the owner's expression, he completely regarded the angel halo as a somewhat unique custom lighting fixture. Toya looked at the owner and said warmly, "Boss, I'd like to buy a decorative lamp from your shop." 10 minutes later, Toya walked out of the pawn shop, holding the angel halo Gabriel had sold. Once outside, a smile finally broke through on his handsome face. Success. Name, Angel Halo. Rank, Berserker, Quasi-God lower tier. Description, the halo of an angel, containing the majority of the angel's divine power. If utilized to its full potential, it can cleanse the world of filth or destroy the entire human world. Toya walked away cradling the halo, unable to hide the smile on his lips. Such a massive bargain, he estimated this would be a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. He might never encounter such a good deal again. The pawn shop owner counted his 100,000 yen, beaming with joy. What a sucker. I bought that halo for 20,000 and sold it for 100,000. At this moment, the owner had absolutely no idea what he had sold for a mere 100,000 yen. Back at the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Toya placed the angel halo with extreme caution in a conspicuous spot, right next to the demon sword Murasame. Another item for the collection? Toya looked at Gabriel's angel halo and nodded with satisfaction. If I encounter danger in the future, I can have someone use this halo. Although he didn't know how to use the angel halo yet, he would figure it out eventually. Chapter 44. Based on currently known information, there were still angels who were relatively easy to fool. He just needed to ask, and he could find out how to use the angel halo. Kawashima, where did you buy that decoration? Kasumigaoka Utaha asked curiously. This angel halo's light is so gentle, warm like the sun. Where did you get it? I'll go buy one when I have time. Just got lucky and found it, Kawashima Toya said calmly. There's only one, you can't buy another. By the way, Utaha, why are you here? An angel halo wasn't some roadside trinket. Even his purchase of this one was a stroke of luck. Gabriel had abandoned even her last shred of dignity, selling her most important halo. Buying another one was virtually impossible. After all, Gabriel only had one halo. Toya turned to face the entrance and asked in surprise, Utaha, why did you bring them here? Standing beside Utaha were two beautiful girls. One was the golden retriever loser, Sawamura Spencer Iriiri, and the other was the unflappable, grand assassin, Kato Megumi, who remained calm no matter what happened. After such a major incident at private Toyogasaki Academy, how could we continue classes? We have a week off. Utaha crossed her arms, examining the agency with interest. Impressive, Kawashima. At first, I thought you were really struggling financially. I didn't expect you to have an agency so soon. Seeing that the agency's name matched Toya's gaming handle, she was certain it belonged to him. Utaha's intoxicating wine-red eyes filled with teasing. Letting you stay in my humble abode must have been such an injustice to you. Not at all. Toya ignored Utaha's teasing and smiled. That kind of experience is rare. His tone carried a subtle weight, adding a layer of meaning that made Utaha flush with annoyance. After a bit of banter, Toya stopped just before Utaha could explode and asked, So, who are these two? Although he was incredibly familiar with the golden-haired loser Iriiri and the grand assassin Kato Megumi, he didn't know them in reality. His contact with Kato Megumi had been nothing more than a coincidental rescue. Utaha sat down in the guest chair and huffed. Kato-san wanted to express her gratitude to you. So I planned to bring her over, but that golden-haired tsundere followed us on her own. No matter how much I tried to chase her away, she wouldn't leave. Iriiri bristled instantly, baring her cute little canine teeth. Fat woman, who are you calling a golden tsundere? Of course, I came to express my gratitude as well. Utaha looked Iriiri's petite figure up and down and sneered. Even if you wanted to be a fat woman, you couldn't, could you? Sawamura-san, don't forget why you're here. Kato Megumi's airy voice drifted over just as Iriiri was about to explode. Iriiri glared viciously at Utaha, then walked up to Toya and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, I am Sawamura Spencer Iriiri, the one you saved. Thank you very much for saving my life. If not for you, I would have died. Although the words felt a bit awkward, Iriiri forced herself to say them despite her shyness. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to fulfill it. Toya smiled faintly. Don't be so serious. Since I could save you, I naturally wouldn't watch you die. As for thanks, there's no need. He didn't need anything from Iriiri. Currently, he lacked nothing. Since the slice of life system upgraded to a supernatural system, it was more than enough to meet all his needs. Any help Iriiri could offer would be useless to him. To the side, Utaha teased like the mistress of the house. Golden retriever loser, don't be disappointed so quickly. Kawashima is a red-blooded young man. There are many ways you can help him. The suggestive atmosphere instantly made Iriiri, a doujin artist, imagine countless pink-hued scenarios. No way. Absolutely not that kind of thing. Iriiri hugged her almost non-existent chest, her face turning crimson. Utaha, don't make jokes like that, Toya said, laughing and crying at the same time. It wouldn't be good if she misunderstood. Utaha's wine-red eyes flashed with a strange light. Then, Kawashima, what about earlier? You didn't even look away. What happened in the morning had already happened. She wasn't that petty. Although she was embarrassed and annoyed, it was in the past. She just felt a little bit of shame in her heart. Toya's expression remained calm. Why should I look away? Wasn't that a little bonus benefit you prepared for me? Chapter 45. No need for thanks. Kawashima Toya stopped Kato Megumi before she could speak. It was just a coincidence. There's no need to thank me for this. You don't have anything I want. A pile of thanks was useless. Aside from wasting his precious leisure time, it served no purpose. Sawamura Spencer Iriri and Kato Megumi fell silent. It was true. As Toya said, they had nothing he wanted. Someone with the strength to slice a bullet in half wouldn't lack money. What Toya needed was something they, mere students, couldn't possibly provide. Kawashima, does this mean I have to find a way to pay the price for being saved by you? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kasumigaoka Utaha stepped forward to lighten the mood. Toya waved his hands slightly and said calmly, "However, there is one thing you can do that would be a big help." "What is it?" Iriri asked hurriedly. She knew a life debt was hard to repay, especially since Toya was clearly not an ordinary person. This kind of favor was too difficult to return. Toya looked serious. "Do your best to protect yourselves. Do not contact any existence you don't understand. Do not believe in evil gods." If Iriri and Kato Megumi could help him, this was the only way. Not long ago, the leader of the kidnappers had inadvertently revealed the term chosen ones, although he didn't know how they were chosen. He could guess a little. The only people taken to the broadcasting room were Utaha and Iriri. Both were the two top beauties of private Toyagasaki Academy, but that alone clearly wasn't enough to be targeted. Looks alone were far from enough. There had to be something else. The only noteworthy aspect of Utaha and Iriri was their identity as heroines. Although the male protagonist is already dead, Toya silently felt grateful for Akitomoya, whom he had slain. If Akitomoya hadn't become an evil god's minion, perhaps Toya wouldn't have concluded that the group of lunatics worshipping the evil god were tracking the existence of the main characters. Not long after, Iriri and Kato Megumi left one after another. They felt like they might have made a mistake coming here. Otherwise, why would they receive such treatment? Should we have brought gifts? That's right, it'll be more polite that way. We have this traditions too, why did we forget? After returning home, Iriri immediately consulted her mother, Sawamura Sayuri, who pretended to be young. Kato Megumi went into the kitchen, seemingly preparing to make something. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Utaha looked at Toya's handsome face with suspicion. Kawashima, has something changed about you recently? To think you'd say such cold words to beautiful girls like Iriri and Kato-san. Facing two beautiful girls who were in no way inferior to her, and even had their own unique charms, was it normal to have no thoughts at all? Who do you think I am? Toya glanced at Utaha indifferently. I'm not a dog in heat. And I really don't need their thanks. It was just a matter of convenience. If the owner of the apartment I live in hadn't been kidnapped, I might have just grabbed some popcorn and found a spot to watch the kidnapping at private Toyagasaki Academy unfold. Utaha rolled her eyes. So that's how it is. And here I thought you rushed to the rescue recklessly because your beloved, me, was kidnapped. Toya scoffed but didn't explain further. After the brutal training with Shishu Skathech, he had almost forgot about romance. He had become a pure, cold warrior, fighting solely for victory. Utaha was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Kawashima, what will the world become in the future? Two possibilities. Toya thought for a moment and said, the first possibility, we repel the evil gods. Expel all the mysteries, and the world returns to normal. As for the second possibility, Toya didn't finish, trusting Utaha knew what it was. After a long while, Utaha raised her head, her wine-red eyes filled with seriousness. Kawashima, I want to learn how to protect myself. Can you teach me? Of course. Toya was slightly stunned, then an exceptionally brilliant smile appeared on his handsome face. If you want to become stronger, there is a shortcut. Go try it. Do you see the Teigo Murasame? Pick it up. Utaha looked suspiciously at Murasame, then at Toya. Why do I feel like you're up to no good, Kawashima? Is there something special about that sword? She felt Toya's smile was wicked, like he was watching a silly rabbit walk into a trap. How could that be? Toya chuckled lightly. As long as you pick up that sword, you'll be on a shortcut. A fast shortcut. No matter how much she asked, she didn't get an answer. Utaha could only walk towards Murasame, preparing to try as Toya requested. It looks like an ordinary sword. Is there really something unusual about it? Chapter 46. Although Kasumigaoka Utaha wondered what riddle Kawashima Toya was playing at, she still reached out tentatively to draw the demon sword Murasame. After spending these few days together, she had come to understand one thing. Toya wouldn't harm her. As the sharp, clear blade of Murasame emerged from its sheath inch by inch, Utaha's somewhat anxious heart gradually settled. What's this? It's just a sword. With this mindset, Utaha drew Murasame completely and even swung it around deftly a few times. A full 10 seconds passed. Seeing Utaha still moving freely, Toya was slightly surprised. You've been recognized by the demon sword Murasame. Recognized? I didn't feel anything. A trace of confusion crossed Utaha's beautiful face. From drawing the sword until now, she hadn't felt anything special. Toya said seriously, this demon sword Murasame has quite a background. There was a fictional demon sword named Murasame in Japanese history, but this one is the real deal. Aside from the properties of the fictional sword, this one possesses an incurable cursed poison. Anyone poisoned must immediately sever the injured part to survive. Pausing slightly, Toya's gaze turned profound. However, this Murasame seems a bit strange. He remembered that not long ago, Yuigahama Yui had tested Murasame and started feeling dizzy within seconds. But when Yukinoshita Yukino tested it, she was recognized by the sword. Now, with Kasumigaoka Utaha, she was also recognized. I seriously suspect Murasame's preference is black-haired beautiful girls. Akame was also a black-haired beauty. It was the only possibility Toya could think of. Otherwise, why would two black-haired beauties be recognized consecutively? Yet the peach-haired Yui was rejected. That powerful, Utaha looked at Murasame in surprise. So, Kawashima, what do I do next? Simple, Toya smiled meaningfully. Pick up the sword and gently slash your neck. And the fastest method to increase your strength will be complete. Slash my neck. Utaha inexplicably felt a tremendous chill rush into her mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. You just said Murasame's cursed poison is incurable. How could anyone survive that? Toya chuckled lightly. Just take it as a bad joke. Let's go. Since you have free time these days, I'll teach you some basic combat techniques. And let you get familiar with the Tegu Murasame. He had inadvertently revealed the method to become stronger using Murasame in hopes that Utaha would never have to use it. But if one day she fell into a crisis where he couldn't provide timely support, Murasame might allow her to escape danger. While Toya took Utaha to an empty lot for practice. Inside the drawer of Toya's desk, the blood-stained invitation made of human skin slowly revealed incomprehensible text. Translated into human language, it read, 5 days until the banquet begins. Nighttime, Utaha's apartment. Toya sat helplessly to the side, instructing Utaha on how to massage her body. He said incredulously, "Are you really a high school student? You sprained something from just a little training. The doctor even suggested you rest for a month to recover." He was thoroughly convinced now. During the afternoon training, he had specifically chosen exercises suitable for Utaha. The result, not long after the training began, Utaha got injured. 10 minutes of training, 2 hours of queuing at the hospital. And just like that, the afternoon was gone. Utaha's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but she feigned composure. It must be because your training intensity was too high, Kawashima. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. She would never admit that her lack of exercise had made her physical fitness far worse than her peers. Toya nodded noncommittally. If you want to train in the future, the exercises will have to be simpler. Just jog a few laps around your room. Maybe only that level won't injure you. After this incident, Toya realized that it was impossible for Utaha to gain the power to protect herself. With such weak physical fitness and no system to help her, she should give up on delusions of gaining supernatural power and just be an ordinary person. Perhaps in the future, if he found a method to strengthen the body, Utaha could become stronger little by little. Bastard, even if my physical fitness is bad, it's not that bad. Hearing Toya's mocking tone, Utaha's cheeks turned red with anger. Anger makes people stronger, and for the current Utaha, this was equally true. Kawashima, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 47. Mocked by Kawashima Toya, Kasumigaoka Utaha finally couldn't hold back and exploded, trying to get up and grab him. Heth, Toya sneered, not bothering to dodge. If you can get up, I'll count it as your win. The relentless mockery made Utaha's face flush red as she struggled to stand. In the next second, a sensation like an electric shock shot through her waist. Ow! Utaha let out a cute whimper that didn't match her usual image. Her struggle stopped abruptly, and she collapsed onto the sofa as if her bones had turned to jelly. Kawashima, save me. I twisted my waist again. At this moment, Utaha felt unprecedented pain. Her twisted waist burned like it had been electrocuted. She didn't dare to move, terrified of making it worse. Toya teased, still want to be naughty. Now you'll behave right. He felt nothing but deep schadenfreude for Utaha's predicament. After a round of teasing, Toya smiled and sat down beside Utaha. I'll massage it for you. MMH? Utaha responded weakly, completely lacking the usual aura of the sharp-tongued fatty Kasumi. Although letting a boy like Toya help her was embarrassing, she had no other choice. The twist just now made her feel like she couldn't move her body at all, as if even a slight movement would send her straight to the underworld. 10 minutes later, Utaha's exquisite, alluring face was full of shyness as she whispered, Kawashima, that's enough. I feel much better now. She didn't know where Toya had learned his techniques, but in just 10 minutes of massage, her twisted waist felt significantly better. This relief was faster than any ointment prescribed by a doctor. At the very least, she could move freely now. Toya nodded slightly. Since you can move now, I'm going back to my room to rest. Be careful on your own. With that, he returned to his room, leaving Utaha alone in the living room. Utaha's wine-red eyes were filled with helplessness. Does this guy really have no thoughts about a beautiful girl like me? He goes to sleep so early every day. She really wanted to believe Toya was a pervert, but their cohabitation had been utterly uneventful. Although there was another person in the apartment, it felt no different from living alone. In manga, cohabitation between a man and a woman always led to exciting events. Yet between her and Toya, nothing unexpected happened. The only accident was the one she had accidentally caused this morning. After complaining, Utaha looked helplessly at the laptop on the table. No matter how I think about it, I'm skipping writing today. Although Toya's treatment had helped her recover significantly from the severe sprain, she was still far from being able to write her light novel. She could only rest well for a day and try to write tomorrow. Utaha happily found an excuse and carefully returned to her room to rest. Meanwhile, next door. Just as Toya entered the sweet dreamland to train in the land of shadows, Gabriel in the apartment next door couldn't sleep at all. In the dim, lightless apartment, only the glow of the computer screen illuminated the darkness. Gabriel, her golden hair a mess, stared unblinkingly at the screen with her large, clear eyes. Why hasn't Trash Fox logged in yet? Why isn't he online? Usually, he's online by now. She had sold her Angel Halo to get money for in-game purchases, excitedly buying equipment just to thrash Trash Fox. She had waited all day, but Trash Fox hadn't logged in once. Trash Fox, log in already, otherwise you're disrespecting the money I spent. Gabriel completely broke down. Why did she sell her Angel Halo to play this game? For the Trash Fox who went AFK and trolled her in the 5v5 MOBA. For the Trash Fox who killed her in the open-world game. Now that Trash Fox wasn't here, what joy was there in the game? Just one wall away. Toya had fallen asleep early, with absolutely no intention of playing games. Playing games occasionally for leisure was fine, but he was worried about running into Gabriel. Gabriel was an angel. It wouldn't be strange if she had some weird methods. If she traced him directly through the internet cable, it would be troublesome. During this period, he would be going to the land of shadows to train and become stronger every night. Why would he waste time on games? While Gabriel waited bitterly, Toya was also in an unimaginable predicament in the land of shadows. Shishu had directly summoned a horde of undying demonic beasts for real combat training. When the demonic beasts were killed, they would revive quickly. When he was killed, he would also revive, but the pain of death remained unforgotten. Facing the endless tide of demonic beasts, Toya's expression was indifferent, showing not a trace of fear or wavering. Scathach stood quietly in the back, observing Toya's battle. Only in this way can you survive the terrifying ordeal. Come before me and kill me thoroughly. Countless vicious and brutal demonic beasts rushed from behind Scathach, yet not a single one dared to attack her. Scathach stood like a pillar dividing the world, splitting the tide of demonic beasts apart. Chapter 48. The demonic beasts rushed towards Kawashima Toya like a flood, intent on annihilating him completely. Toya charged into the horde of beasts, gripping Gi Balg alternative. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Toya slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light, as tangible and sharp as a blade, flashing through them. The killing intent, accumulated from slaying countless demonic beasts, spread wildly in all directions like a physical substance. Toya glanced at the familiar room, slowly retracting his aura until he returned to his usual state of a societal loafer. Time to get up, Kawashima. Just then, Kasumigaoka Utaha opened the door with a face full of smiles, having no intention of knocking. Kawashima, you're up this early again. A trace of surprise flashed in Utaha's eyes. Toya had woken up early 2 days in a row, showing no signs of his usual habit of sleeping in until he woke up naturally. Toya frowned slightly. Do you need something? For a beautiful girl in the prime of her youth to come to his room so early in the morning, there must be some unspeakable secret. Perhaps Utaha wanted to embarrass him socially. After all, morning was the most shameful time for a guy. Utaha seemed not to notice Toya's undisguised disgust and said cheerfully, Kawashima, I'm here to call you for breakfast. Breakfast? Toya nodded slightly and said calmly, I'll be right there. You go out first, I need to change. Utaha turned and left the room, a gentle smile on her exquisite face. Now Toya was thoroughly confused. Utaha had left so decisively. Clearly, she wasn't trying to catch him in an embarrassing moment. Then, what was the reason for this? He didn't believe Utaha would be kind enough to knock on his door, just to tell him to eat breakfast. When Toya finished changing and arrived in the living room, he found that Utaha had already set out the breakfast delivered by takeout. Kawashima, you're here. Eat while it's hot. Utaha wore the same gentle smile as before. Toya sat down next to Utaha and said plainly, just say what you want. Don't act like this, I'm not used to it. Isn't Private Toyagasaki Academy on break for a week? Utaha stated her purpose. I want to go to the agency with you. I want to see how a detective agency operates. Hearing this, Toya's wariness dissipated, and he laughed dumbly. Just for a small matter like this, did you have to go to such lengths? You scared me. I thought you were planning something bad to make me die of social embarrassment. Utaha's flawless face flushed slightly. I didn't want to do this, but I was afraid you'd refuse. Toya's agency specialized in paranormal commissions. As an ordinary person, how could she easily get close to it? So, she had come up with this method to ask for Toya's permission. Who would have thought Toya would agree to her request so readily, without any hesitation? Toya took a bite of bread and laughed. If you want to experience the agency's work, then come see it for yourself. Even if I told you, you might not believe it. Paranormal commissions weren't that easy to come by. Leaving aside the high commission fees, although the world was chaotic, it hadn't affected the surface yet. Undercurrents surged in the dark, but the surface remained calm. The inner world seemed to have reached a tacit peace agreement, with neither side interfering with the operation of reality. After breakfast, Toya and Utaha walked on the bustling street. From time to time, people would glance their way. Most of the gazes were directed at Utaha. She was simply too eye-catching. Toya appeared plain and unremarkable. Almost no one noticed him. Utaha noticed that no one was paying attention to Toya, the cool, handsome boy, and looked puzzled. Kawashima, why does it seem like no one can see you? They were walking together, yet almost all the attention was focused on her. This was far too abnormal. A smile appeared on Toya's handsome face, because I actively lowered my presence. In the eyes of passersby, there is only you, not me. Why would you do that? Utaha asked in confusion. Toya smiled faintly. Because I'm being watched by the Metropolitan Police Department. Probably because I didn't clean up properly after the incident at Private Toyogasaki Academy yesterday, and some surveillance cameras captured my figure. The Metropolitan Police Department? Shock flashed through Utaha's wine-red eyes. After all this time, I didn't even realize we were being followed. And here she thought her awareness was outstanding. Now it seemed like a complete joke. Chapter 49. Kawashima Toya's eyes were calm. It's fine, let's just go. From a certain perspective, being followed is a form of protection for you. You and that girl named Sawamura Spencer Iriri were singled out by the kidnappers. Logically, it's only right to protect you until their motives are clear. As for me, I'm just considered suspicious. He believed that even if he had been exposed to surveillance, it would only be a view of his back. If there were clear footage, they wouldn't be observing secretly. They would have invited him in for questioning directly. In the crowd behind them, a group of Metropolitan Police officers, dressed as ordinary passersby, were quietly following Kasumigaoka Utaha. Seeing Utaha suddenly talking to herself, they all found it strange. However, despite their confusion, they didn't know why. They could only note it down and have a professional check if Utaha had any mental illnesses. In the eyes of the police officers, Toya simply didn't exist. Utaha observed Toya for a while longer, finally confirming that he truly wasn't being seen by ordinary people. Aside from her, no one saw him. Kawashima, how did you do that? That completely defies science. Walking openly on the street without any disguise, yet ignored by everyone. If Toya were a bad guy, wouldn't he be the ultimate criminal? Don't even think about it. Toya ruthlessly cut off Utaha's anticipation. You can't learn it. This kind of stealth ability is extremely difficult to master. You won't be able to learn it. The ability of presence concealment was something he had learned in the land of shadows. Shishu Skathach had taught him specifically to reduce the trouble he might face. Utaha wasn't disappointed. In fact, she was already used to it. Yesterday, she had only trained with Toya for 10 minutes before getting injured. Even today, her twisted waist still throbbed faintly. Unsurprisingly, she was basically destined to have no connection with supernatural powers. Not long after, Toya brought Utaha to the Trash Fox Detective Agency. He walked straight to a seat and sat down, beginning his day of leisure. Beside him, Utaha, full of curiosity and ready to encounter paranormal commissions, saw Toya lie down instead. Kawashima, are you just playing? A smile curled at the corner of Toya's mouth, surprised. Yes, our job is to play. Aside from that, there's basically nothing else to do. But Utaha wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. After a long while, she asked helplessly, is your job just spending the day here? She had thought she would encounter thrilling supernatural commissions and meet all kinds of yakai. Was this it? Guessing Utaha's thoughts, Toya laughed and cried at the same time. If my unpopular agency were overflowing with people, this world would be in danger of destruction. So don't fantasize about the agency being full of clients. The consequences would be unimaginable. Tisk, Utaha clicked her tongue, regretting not encountering the legendary supernatural commissions. She believed that encountering things ordinary people couldn't would give her more ideas for her light novels. Just then, a wave of cold yakai energy emerged from outside the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Toya, who was about to take out his phone to play games, stopped his movements. His eyes turned playful. Utaha, the supernatural entity you wanted to encounter is here. As soon as his voice fell, the entire agency suddenly became freezing cold. Snowflakes drifted into the lobby. instantly transforming it into a world of ice and snow. Just a moment ago, it was scorching summer. Now, it was a winter wonderland. So cold, Utaha shivered, exhaling a breath of white mist. Despite the cold, her eyes never left the door, unblinking for fear of missing a single second. Two figures, one large and one small, slowly walked through the swirling snow into the lobby. Leading the way was a beautiful girl wearing a veil, though her beauty was still evident. Her eyes were like a cold spring, clear and icy. Her ice-blue hair cascaded down like a waterfall of snow, and her figure was slender and graceful. A soft, elegant kimono fully displayed the gentleness and virtue of a Yamato Neidshiko. Following beside this beautiful girl was a plain-looking little girl who showed no signs of potentially becoming a beauty in the future. The only similarity between them was the same shimmering ice-blue hair, and she wore what looked like a smaller version of the white kimono. Utaha wondered if she was seeing things, but she felt the girl, who looked about her age, was looking at Toya with a strange gaze. That gaze seemed to be joy, affection. Yusa held her sister's hand and bowed slightly. "Good day, Kawashima-kun. Forgive my intrusion. I have come to thank you for bringing my sister back." Chapter 50. The Yuki-ana's voice alone made one feel as if they were drowning in a gentle dream. Even Kasumigaoka Utaha, a beautiful girl herself, felt her voice paled in comparison to the Yuki-ana's. "Welcome." Kawashima Toya was about to introduce Utaha when the Yuki-ana spoke first. "Good day, I am the sister of the little Yuki-ana whom Kawashima-kun saved. My name is Yusa." Utaha was stunned for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile. "Hello, my name is Kasumigaoka Utaha." She figured it out. This Yuki-ana seemed to be asserting her territory. Toya took out some cups and asked, "Yusa, please have a seat. What would you and your sister like to drink?" "I have coffee, tea, and soda." As an agency specializing in paranormal commissions, how could the Trash Fox Detective Agency not be stocked with snacks and drinks? Even if no clients came, he would need them while whiling away his free time. "Tea is fine." Yusa sat down in the guest chair very cautiously, sitting upright and not daring to relax in the slightest. She seemed worried that any carelessness would reveal an unsightly side to Toya. Watching this, Utaha raised an eyebrow. This is a Yuki-ana. The Yuki-ana in ancient legends wouldn't act like this. Unless she met someone she liked. Could it be? She looked at Yusa. The emotions in those clear, cold eyes were definitely not fake. This Yuki-ana clearly had her sights on Toya. For some reason, a huge sense of crisis welled up in Utaha's heart, as if something was about to be snatched away. Toya brought 2 cups of tea and a cup of coffee, handing them to Yusa, the little Yuki-ana, and Utaha respectively. "Thank you very much." Yusa took the tea, accidentally brushing her hand against Toya's. In an instant, that feeling akin to love at first sight surged into her heart again. Excitement, joy, elation, all sorts of complex and indescribable emotions welled up. Is this what it feels like to find your other half? Yusa's beautiful eyes rippled with light, releasing a strange brilliance. Just a simple touch made her heart pound incessantly. This was an emotion she had never experienced in her youth. Unaware of Yusa's anomaly, Toya started chatting with her. He didn't think there was anything special about himself that would attract the famous Yuki-ana. Beside them, the little Yuki-ana blinked her eyes, watching her sister and Toya chat with a dazed, cute expression, occasionally letting out happy giggles. She was too young to understand what emotions were. She couldn't even do something as basic as speaking yet. A's little Yuki-ana. Just then, a joyful shout came from outside the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Yuigahama Yui, with her peach-colored bun hair, ran in excitedly. Behind her, a trace of surprise flashed in Yukinoshita Yukino's cool, beautiful eyes. That girl with the veil next to the little Yuki-ana. No mistake, that must be the adult Yuki-ana Kawashima warned us not to approach. Even through the veil, she could sense the beautiful face beneath it. Just looking at her made one feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Yui hugged the little Yuki-ana, rubbing her cheek against the little girl's face. "Little Yuki-ana, didn't you go home? Why are you back so soon?" Yusa bowed politely to Yukino and Yui. You must be the ones who met my sister. Thank you very much for your help with the little Yukiana. It was nothing. Yui's face flushed slightly, and she waved her hands hurriedly, indicating no thanks were needed. Watching the interaction between the three, Toya deliberately asked, Utaha, what do you think of Yusa's personality? Utaha rarely turned her head away in its tsundere manner, mocking sarcastically. Comparing two girls is the worst. Do you think you're a modern-day harem king? If you step on too many boats, they might all capsize in the end. Why did you steer the topic towards two-timing? Toya didn't know how to answer Utaha. Had he done anything? It had only been a little over a week since he transmigrated. Most of that week had been spent in an internet cafe. Even if he wanted to two-time, he needed boats to step on first. Hef, Utaha sneered and turned to join Yusa and the others in conversation. There are surprisingly many people today, but no clients, Toya sighed. If a commission came to the door, he believed the system would generate a corresponding mission. In the Trash Fox Detective Agency, the girls' chatter filled the air, leaving no room for Toya to intervene. Guess I'll go play games. I can't just stay here and listen to their life experiences, can I? Not wanting to get involved in the girls' gossip, Toya chose to play games to kill time. Chapter 51. Soon, Kawashima Toya logged into the 5v5 MOBA game again, instantly locking the carry role regardless of his teammates' protests. Excuse me, is this the agency that accepts paranormal commissions? Just as the game started, a clear female voice, filled with exhaustion and anxiety, sounded from outside the door. In an instant, all the girls turned their gazes to the entrance. Outside the main door stood a beautiful girl with messy hair and a dusty face, leaning against the doorframe and gasping for breath. This client had arrived in a panic, running all the way here. Despite her disheveled hair and dusty cheeks, it was still evident that she knew how to dress well. Her beautiful face, paired with fashionable attire, made her very trendy, a look with immense destructive power against adolescent boys. However, right now, she had little beauty or nobility, only overwhelming sleaziness and terror. As guests, Yusa and the others remained silent, turning their eyes to Toya. Everyone knew clearly that Toya was the master here. This kind of formal business could only be handled by him. Yukinoshita Yukino and Yuigahama Yui saw the sleazy girl, and a trace of surprise flashed in their beautiful eyes. Is that Miura Yumiko? They exchanged glances, confirming their guess. The current Miura Yumiko was too sleazy, completely lacking the imposing aura of the queen of Sabo High School. Toya handed a glass of water to the panting girl. Don't panic, speak slowly. I am the owner and detective of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. I am responsible for handling all kinds of paranormal commissions. Miura Yumiko grabbed Toya's hand tightly, her expression anxious. Save my friend. My friend, Ebina Hina, was taken by a group of incredibly ugly monsters. Those monsters were originally going to take me, but Hina stopped them. And let me escape. I understand. Toya's expression turned serious. Where did the disappearance occur? The bridge outside the commercial district. Yumiko replied immediately. All right, I'll go retrieve Ebina Hina for you. Discuss the commission price with Kasumigaoka Utaha. After ending the conversation, Toya grabbed the demon sword Murasame, ready to head out and find Ebina Hina. The Yukiana Yusa stepped forward and asked with concern, Kawashima-kun, I can help. No need, Toya rejected Yusa's offer. I'll go alone. With that, he rushed out hurriedly. With Yusa's help, the speed of finding Ebina Hina would certainly increase. However, he was worried about uncontrollable situations. The ugly monsters described by Yumiko fit the description of evil god minions perfectly. If Yusa accidentally got corrupted while helping, Toya didn't dare imagine how terrifying an adult Yukiana turned into an evil god minion would be. Rejected, Yusa watched Toya's retreating figure with worry in her beautiful eyes and murmured, May fortune be with you. Since she couldn't help directly, this was the only thing she could do. Take care of the Trash Fox Detective Agency for him, ensuring he could smile when he returned. In just half an hour, the love-struck Yusa had already mentally assumed the role of a wife. Kasumigaoka Utaha walked up to the resting Yumiko with a smile. "Client, let's discuss the commission price." Toya had talked to her about the fees for paranormal commissions. She understood the dangers involved and wouldn't charge a penny less than necessary. Charging less would be disrespectful to the risks Toya was taking. "Yumiko, what happened?" Once the formalities were roughly settled, Yui pulled Yumiko aside to ask. At Toya's desk, the MOBA game on his phone had just started. Due to the commission, he had no choice but to go AFK. Far away in her apartment, Gabriel stared at the AFK player, Trash Fox, and fell into a long silence. Silence was followed by an eruption of rage. "You bastard! I waited so long for you, even playing support just to troll you, and you go AFK again." Outside. After leaving the agency, Toya moved through the concrete jungle at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, aiming to reach the location Yumiko mentioned as fast as possible. He chose to traverse directly over the high-rise buildings. With his physical fitness far surpassing that of a normal human, this wasn't difficult. Doing so was much faster than taking a car. Traffic jams were common in Tokyo during the morning. If he traveled slowly and arrived at the scene late, the aura of the evil god minions would have long dissipated. At that point, tracking them would require paying a hefty price. Although the system shop sold various tracking items, they cost source points. Comparing money to source points, it obviously wasn't worth it. "The aura is still there, I can follow it." Not long after, Toya activated his mystic eyes of death perception. Seeing the faint, filthy black aura flowing on the bridge, he deduced the general direction. Chapter 52. Following the trail of filthy black aura, Kawashima Toya finally arrived at an extremely remote, unfinished street 10 minutes later. The entire street looked as if it had been bombed. Ruins and debris were everywhere, overgrown with vines twisted like evil spirits. Although it was noon, an uncontrollable chill seeped into his bones. This sensation felt like a deadly poison trying to invade his body. In the next second, a surge of terrifying power swelled within him, dispersing all the chilling aura. Suddenly, Toya froze, staring incredulously at a figure as thin as a bamboo pole, nothing but skin and bones. Is that a ghost? In the distance, the emaciated but extremely tall figure slowly turned its head. Its hollow, eerie eyes stared straight at Toya, and it began to scream frantically, "You can see me! You can see me!" The frantic screams gradually turned into a roar as it charged at Toya like a mindless beast. "Reckless fool!" Toya was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "If this were an ordinary world, I might have ignored you. But do you not see who I am now?" As he spoke, points of death belonging to the evil spirit frantically appeared in Toya's vision. It could be said that the evil spirit's entire body was covered in points of death. A single touch would turn it to ash. Without another word, Toya swung Murasame casually. The points of death shattered, and the bamboo-like body of the evil spirit dissipated into the air. After dealing with the evil spirit, Toya frowned. "Trouble. I shouldn't have alerted that ghost. Now the aura is disrupted." The filthy black aura that had been clear in his vision was now disturbed by the ashes of the dissipated ghost, making it indistinguishable. The only certainty is that Ebina Hina was taken here. Toya looked towards the highest point of the abandoned, unfinished street. "I'll check over there." Evil god minions don't kidnap irrelevant people without reason. These lunatics would never capture someone useless. Those who worshipped evil gods were madmen. Even if they weren't mad initially, they would eventually become so. If evil god minions caught someone useless, they would usually kill them on the spot rather than wasting time. 10 seconds later, Toya arrived at the highest point of the street, an abandoned, unfinished building about 7 stories high, and looked out. Only after reaching the vantage point did Toya realize the anomaly of this area. This street appeared to be an unfinished construction project, but it looked more like the aftermath of a battle. The area was far larger than he had imagined. At a glance, it looked like a small city. However, almost all the buildings were dilapidated, leaving only piles of rubble and broken bricks. This shouldn't be. Given Japan's nature, they would never waste so much space. What exactly happened here? Forget it, I'll just find the person and leave. Why worry about this? Toya scanned the entire abandoned city. A completely intact skyscraper stood silently in the center of the ruins. It's obvious she's there. Are they betting on whether I dare to go? He fell silent. In such a vast abandoned city, a single intact skyscraper stood tall and majestic. Even an idiot could tell there was something wrong with that building. Filthy black aura belonging to an evil god coiled around the entire structure. Under the dense black aura, the building seemed on the verge of coming alive. With such a thick, bizarre aura, it was only a matter of time before the building gained sentience. Wait, they haven't gone in yet. Thanks to the teachings of Shishu Skathach, the current Toya was not much inferior to some heroic spirits. Under his sharp gaze, he spotted 3 evil god minions dragging a girl toward the bizarre building. Not far, I can catch up. Toya glanced at the majestic building that seemed close at hand within the ruins and decided to pursue. As long as he maintained his distance, he could try his best. With that, Toya leaped from the 7-story unfinished building, landing steadily on the ground. At this moment, Ebina Hina, who was being dragged by the 3 evil god minions toward the bizarre skyscraper, felt terrible. What's wrong with me? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Why are there so many people in my head? Ebina felt as if her consciousness had been split into thousands of pieces, with countless frenzied selves screaming. Faster, go faster. Closer, get a little closer. Only by getting close to that place can we gaze upon the holy glory. Ebina felt her consciousness sinking almost completely, losing her sense of self, leaving only that extreme excitement and madness. Ebina Hina, hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a single remaining light shone in Ebina's nearly submerged consciousness. Chapter 53. Who is Ebina Hina my name? Is he calling me? The girl, her consciousness chaotic and hazy, stood blankly on the spot. Like a doll, she watched the figure suddenly block the only path to the building of holy glory. That was close, almost couldn't save her. Kawashima Toya's clear. Azure eyes stared coldly at the 3 evil god minions charging at him as he unsheathed the demon sword Murasame. I'll cut you down. With that, Toya shot toward the evil god minions like a bullet. Madness, ugliness, distortion, grotesqueness. The 3 minions had long lost any human resemblance, remaining only as indescribable monsters. A flash of sword light illuminated the dim, gloomy world. Shieng. Thud. The 3 evil god minions were instantly sliced in half by Murasame, their severed bodies falling to the ground. Just as Toya was about to deliver the finishing blow, the 3 minions regenerated at an incredible speed, recovering in the blink of an eye. Even their severed body parts transformed into brand new evil god minions. The newly proliferated minions possessed the same aura as the originals, as if they were the same entity, yet not quite. Impossible to kill by conventional means, infinite proliferation. Toya's eyes were cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He murmured, but that's just conventional logic. You will die, truly die. In an instant, countless points of death surged forth madly. At this moment, the mystic eyes of death perception, sublimated by the greater consciousness of the root, were sharper than ever before. Even these evil god minions, for whom death did not exist in this world, were granted the concept of death. Toya charged again with Murasame. Sword lights flashed consecutively, and the proliferating evil god minions instantly turned into black ash and scattered. In just a few seconds, all the minions were annihilated. This time, they didn't revive or multiply, they died completely. Let's go! Toya grabbed the doll-like Ebina Hina and fled rapidly in the opposite direction, away from that building. Ebina allowed Toya to carry her away without any struggle, staring blankly ahead. Top floor of the skyscraper of holy glory. In a room of resplendent luxury, a figure watched Toya depart. The shadow cast on the wall was an incredibly massive, dark, and bizarre entity. The darkness of this shadow transcended light and shadow, reaching a realm no one could touch. Facing this shadow, any human who dared to gaze upon it would fall into madness and die. There would be no exceptions, nor any possibility of transforming into an evil god minion, only the most miserable and painful death. At the lowest level of the sacred tower, figures twisted by anomalies were worshipping the figure on the high floor in a frenzy. System notice: congratulations, host. You have discovered the location of the evil god's banquet. Reward: 10,000 source points. Toya stopped at the edge of the ruins with Ebina Hina and laughed helplessly. That's really bad news. He had wished to be as far away from that eerie area as possible, but it turned out to be the venue for the evil god's banquet. Don't think about it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Toya didn't dwell too much on the issue of the abandoned area. Worst case scenario, he'd just trick Gabriel next door into dealing with it. If that failed, he could use the Angel Halo sitting in the Trash Fox Detective Agency as a one-time nuke to purify those anomalies. After evacuating Ebina from the abandoned area, Toya finally had the chance to examine her condition. Good, she can still be saved. At this moment, Ebina's condition was not optimistic. Her pupils were dilated, gradually losing the color a normal person should have. Faintly, he could even see madness and anger deep in her eyes. It seemed she was furious at him for taking her away from that area. Calm down, I'll cut them off right away. Toya chuckled lightly and skillfully used Murasame to start severing the evil god's aura from Ebina. Within moments, all the filthy black aura belonging to the evil god was killed by Toya. Light gradually returned to Ebina Hina's eyes, but physical exhaustion left her with no energy to speak. She could only take a hurried glance at the person who had pulled her out of the abyss before falling into a deep sleep on Toya's back. Toya looked at Ebina's peaceful sleeping face and sighed helplessly. I'll treat you as a patient and waive the fee. Otherwise, I'd definitely ask Miura Yumiko to increase the commission. Carrying Ebina on his back, Toya walked for about 10 minutes before finally hailing a taxi. The taxi carried him and Ebina Hina toward the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Back in the ruined town, a hazy, illusory figure slowly manifested, gazing at Toya as he left in the car. Child of man, the era is entrusted to thee. I can hold on no longer. With those words, the figure raised a hand, as if offering something to Toya from across an unknown distance. Chapter 54. As the transfer ritual concluded, the figure dissipated with a rumble. Beneath this abandoned city, the Grand Five Elements Onmyo formation, which had shrouded the entire area, dimmed to its weakest point. Even so, the Onmyoji's formation continued to function, creating a barrier that completely isolated the domain. It exerted all its strength to prevent the powerful, filthy entities from escaping the formation. Kawashima Toya knew nothing of this. He only felt a sudden, indescribable change within himself, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Without intelligence, the system couldn't provide an answer, leaving him to explore and discover it on his own. The taxi stopped outside the main entrance of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Miura Yumiko, who had been waiting anxiously, saw that it was Toya and her friend Ebina Hina. She rushed over and took the unconscious Ebina from Toya's arms. Toya instructed Yumiko, if you're worried, you can take her to the hospital for a checkup. Yumiko nodded gently. Thank you very much for your help. I'll take Hina to the hospital first. When I have time, I'll come personally to express my gratitude. Toya waved his hand, signaling Yumiko to go do what she needed to do. Kawashima-kun, are you all right? The Yukiana Yusa handed him a cup of hot tea, her clear, cold eyes filled with concern. Are you injured? As a Yukiana, although I am not skilled in healing, I can soothe your fatigue. Seeing Toya's exhaustion, her heart ached for him. She wished she could solve his troubles for him. But she couldn't. To be a qualified wife, she had to respect all her husband's decisions. Even though she and Toya were currently just ordinary friends. Toya drank the hot tea in one gulp. I'm not injured. Aside from seeing some things I shouldn't have seen, I'm fine. Things you shouldn't have seen? Yusa's beautiful eyes showed confusion. Do you need my help? Toya shook his head slightly. No need, it's still within my capabilities. If I need your help, Yusa, I will ask. From the current perspective, the situation was far from reaching a dangerous level. Even if there was danger, the Angel Halo could solve those troubles. Toya glanced at the angel halo emitting a warm, gentle light in the display cabinet, feeling a sense of security. What use is superb strength or fighting thousands alone? In the end, nothing beats the security of an angel halo. Toya found Kasumigaoka Utaha and whispered, "How much commission did you charge?" "Don't worry, it's definitely enough for your hard work." "A full 2 million yen." Utaha curled her lip. "You have such powerful strength, why are you so obsessed with money? If you weren't so greedy, you would definitely be every girl's Prince Charming." "What is due must be paid, not a penny less." Toya's expression was serious. "Business is business, that way we won't get dragged into trouble. Just like when I defeated the kidnappers at Private Toyogasaki Academy, that was purely out of favor, with zero compensation. If someone notices a problem afterward, they will definitely come looking for trouble. Because I didn't take money, they'll assume I have some connection to you all." "What are you thinking?" Utaha rolled her eyes. "I'm just an ordinary student, what trouble could there be? Besides, this is reality, not some light novel. No one kills people over small matters." Toya revealed a mysterious smile. "That's not necessarily true. Look at your loyal reader, that otaku named Tomoya. After becoming an evil god minion, just to keep reading your books, he specifically wanted to convert you too. He naturally didn't know what Tomoya's goal was after becoming an evil god minion, but combining the existing clues, the deduction was clear. Tomoya liked Utaha's light novels. Wouldn't converting her allow him to read them forever? Utaha fell silent. After a long while she said, "You said it yourself, those with mental pollution are lunatics. How can you judge them by normal standards?" Toya grinned teasingly. "I was just messing with you. Evil god minions can't be treated as humans. No one knows what they might be thinking." After their exchange, Utaha decided to ignore Toya and turn to play with the little Yukiana. If she continued chatting with Toya, she might develop a massive fear of the light novel industry. Being targeted just for writing light novels was too dangerous. Grumble. "Since becoming stronger, my appetite has grown too. I need to eat at least 3 people's worth of food today to feel full." Feeling the hunger in his stomach, Toya picked up his phone and asked, "I'm ordering lunch. Is there anyone who hasn't eaten?" "None of us have eaten." Yuigahama Yui stepped forward, cheering happily. "I want a full meat set." Yukinoshita Yukino's beautiful face remained cool. "I have matters to attend to at home, so I'll be leaving first." If not for Toya's reminder, she hadn't realized it was already past lunchtime. As an honor student, she had good time management and a habit of eating at home. Chapter 55. Hearing that Yukinoshita Yukino wanted to go home, Yuigahama Yui quickly grabbed her. "Yukinin, we finally managed to come out together. Why are you in such a rush to go home? You live alone in your apartment anyway. Going back just means being alone. Wouldn't it be nice to have a lively lunch here? Besides, the little Yukiana and Yusa are here too." Yukino thought for a moment. Unable to withstand Yui's persistence, she agreed to stay. For a time, the lobby became lively again. Yui started listing dish names endlessly, like she was ordering at a restaurant. Because of the number of people, Kawashima Toya stopped what he was doing and watched Yui order with interest. Not long after, Yui stopped and said excitedly, "There are so many friends today, so of course we need a lot of food." "Yeah, I think so too." Toya's handsome face showed full agreement as he handed his phone to the puzzled Yui. "Here, take it. Ordering is up to you. Remember to pay the bill. Don't pretend you have no money. You still owe me the 100,000 yen commission fee." "Eh?" Yui looked at Toya pitifully, hoping he would give her a few days' grace. But she only received Toya's smiling rejection. In the end, she could only start ordering with a bitter face. "Mean Kawashima, can't you give me even a little time? Just treat it as buying everyone a meal." Seeing the message on the phone indicating successful payment, Yui slumped in her chair dejectedly, looking soulless. She kept murmuring, 100,000 yen all gone, I'm doomed. I have to figure out how to save on living expenses next week. The little Yukiana watched curiously as Yui stopped moving, signaling her sister to check on her. Seeing this, Yusa said gently, "Big sister Yuigahama is just a bit tired. She needs to rest properly. Toya poked Yui gently. Stop pretending to faint. Why not look on the bright side? 100,000 yen for a big feast. Think of it as a beautiful way to go out. Yui turned her head, her clear eyes looking at Toya pitifully. But I'm definitely going to starve this month. It's fine, your figure can afford to starve a little. Toya said matter-of-factly, you probably think you've gained a bit of weight too. Just consider this period a diet. I don't want a diet. Recalling the pain of past diets, Yui covered her head and cried, absolutely no dieting. She had thought about dieting before, but that thought had faded after just one day. The feeling of starvation was too painful. She never wanted to feel hungry again in her life. Toya didn't say anything more. Yui was suffering enough, and if he continued to make her suffer, someone else wouldn't be happy. To the side, Yukino sighed. Yuigahama-san, if it's really difficult, I can help you tide over the difficulties temporarily. Yui was a member of the service club. Since Yukino had the ability to help her through hard times, she could naturally offer this small favor. Hearing this, Yui's dejection vanished instantly. She exclaimed in surprise, Yukinin, you're the best. As she spoke, Yui glared at Toya. Kawashima is the worst. Yeah, the worst. Toya smiled insincerely. Please retract that statement immediately, Yuigahama-san. Otherwise, if you encounter danger in the future, I might hesitate. I'm very sorry, I misspoke just now. Yui admitted defeat honestly, not daring to badmouth Toya anymore. Toya crossed his arms, quite satisfied. That's more like it. Of course, what he said was false. If Yui were truly in danger, he certainly wouldn't leave her to die. Even hesitating for a second could lead to irreversible consequences. 10 minutes later, a delivery vehicle carrying Yui's order arrived. Exquisite and delicious dishes were served one after another, soon filling the dining table. Just as Toya was eating, a message flew down from beyond the sky. After receiving the message, the Yukiana Yusa's expression changed suddenly. Everyone present noticed the Yukiana's anomaly. Did something happen? Toya asked with concern. The great Onmyoji Abe no Seimei is dead. Yusa said with utmost gravity. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire lobby changed. Yui, who had been happily eating her lunch, stopped and asked incredulously. Didn't he die 1,000 years ago? The girls nodded in agreement. Abe no Seimei died. As Japan's greatest onmyoji, Abe no Seimei had died 1,000 years ago. This was written in Japanese history. How could he have lived until now? Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yukino, and Yui all fell into a misunderstanding. Living in the everyday world for so long made them subconsciously ignore that this world contained mysteries. Chapter 56. Seeing the girls' confusion, Kawashima Toya said gently, the world is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Generally, the stronger one is, the longer they can live. For Abe no Seimei to live this long and only die today is already incredible. After explaining, Toya expressed his own confusion. Yusa, how do you know Abe no Seimei is dead? Realizing Toya didn't know the history, Yusa explained, the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimei did indeed die 1,000 years ago. That part is true, but he chose to die voluntarily. 1,000 years ago, Japan was in chaos. Yakai, anomalies, and all sorts of entities plagued the world. 1,000 years ago, a child named Abe no Seimei was born with the most exceptional talent. Abe no Seimei used all his power and soul to perform an extremely blasphemous, modified version of the Taisen Fukan ritual. Using the power of the 3 sacred treasures, he usurped a sliver of power from Lord Taisen. He dispersed his soul into countless pieces to suppress various parts of Japan. With his soul split into countless pieces, Abe no Seimei was effectively dead. However, that sliver of power from Lord Taisen was mysterious and wondrous. Abe no Seimei used that power to restore sentience to his soul fragments, which had lost their intelligence. Each soul fragment revived, becoming another Abe no Seimei. Hearing this, Kasumigaoka Utaha, Yukinoshita Yukino, and Yuigahama Yui were stunned. Abe no Seimei was so ruthless that he even dared to usurp the power of a god. A trace of awe flashed in Yusa's beautiful eyes. Usurping a god's power is something even yakai wouldn't dare imagine. Abe no Seimei didn't do this without consequences. He suffered an unbreakable curse because of it. Once his soul is completely exhausted, he will truly die, with no possibility of return. Toya listened quietly, then asked, "So, the soul of the very last Abe no Seimei has completely died out?" "Yes, Abe no Seimei is truly dead." Yusa's expression was grave. "The formations he left behind will fail one after another in the coming days. Demons, ghosts, and those unknown, bizarre evil spirits will gradually manifest in the human world." The atmosphere grew heavy. After a long while, Yui asked tentatively, "How dangerous will the world become? Will those man-eating yakai run onto the streets and eat people?" Yusa shook her head slightly. "I don't know." Toya, who was pondering the evil god's banquet, noticed everyone looking at him and laughed helplessly. "Don't look at me. I'm busy these days too. If yakai invade and you want to hide, come to the agency. You don't have to worry about evil spirits or yakai invading this place." Although the agency had almost nothing in it, with the angel halo present, no blind evil spirit would dare cause trouble. Yui looked at Toya with puppy dog eyes. "Kawashima, do you sell items like a Fuda here? If we encounter danger, we can't always stay in the agency. If we had a Fuda, we'd be much safer." Toya spread his hands helplessly. "My focus is different. I'm not good at those things." "Your hope of buying a Fuda for protection is dashed." He specialized in extreme combat power. Combined with the mystic eyes of death perception, he was practically invincible. No matter what demon or anomaly he encountered, as long as he killed it, there would be no danger. He knew almost nothing about a Fuda, Onmyodo, or similar arts. Learning that Toya didn't know Onmyodo, Yui turned her gaze to Yusa. If anyone present knew these things, it would undoubtedly be the Yukiana, Yusa. In her long life, she must have encountered onmyoji or monks. Toya looked at Yusa. "Yusa, do you know any onmyoji or the like?" "I don't." Yusa shook her head. "My memory wasn't very good when I was a little Yukiana. I've basically forgotten everything from my childhood since growing up. Mystics like onmyoji and monks are said to have disappeared a long time ago." The discussion about evil spirits breaking through Abe no Seimei's formation ended inconclusively. Among those present, except for Toya and Yusa, everyone else was an ordinary person. Even participating in a discussion at this level wouldn't produce any mystical effects. When Yukino and Yui left, Toya reminded them again that if they encountered danger, they should rush to the Trash Fox Detective Agency as soon as possible to be safe. As for other help, he couldn't provide it for now. After seeing off Yusa and the little Yukiana, Toya sighed softly. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't." In the system shop, inheritances related to spirit arts cost at least 30,000 source points. And that was just for the knowledge. Learning it would take a massive amount of energy and time. Chapter 57. That night, returning to the apartment, Kawashima Toya saw Kasumigaoka Utaha writing her light novel and teased, "Stop writing. I estimate the peaceful times will last only about 3 more days. Use this time to exercise and rest properly. Otherwise, when the yakai come, you won't even be able to run away." "Do you think I'm you?" Utaha rolled her eyes, saying with disdain, "Your commissions might be dangerous, but just one pays millions of yen. One commission is enough for you to rest for half a year. What about me? If I don't write my light novel, I'll starve to death. Compared to dangers that might happen at some unknown time, having no money is the biggest nightmare." Toya smiled brightly, "Then rest early. By the way, don't stay up late from now on. After all, in horror movies, accidents happen most frequently at night, especially after midnight." On this point, he had to admire the dedication of the Japanese people. Facing an impending dangerous situation, instead of giving up, they continued to maintain their daily work routine. What dedicated corporate slaves! Toya sighed with emotion and slowly walked back to his room. However, his well-intentioned advice sent a chill through Utaha's heart. Originally, she felt she should work hard even if the world was ending, but suddenly, she didn't dare stay up late writing anymore. In the spacious living room, despite the bright and warm lights, Utaha felt exceptionally cold, as if something were watching her. "It's only 8 p.m., How could there be evil spirits? Even if they appear, it should be in the early hours of the morning. She inadvertently glanced out the window at the world outside and was instantly startled. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated by the lights of skyscrapers, a bustling world. Yet in that night sky, evil spirits with bizarre limbs and hollow, eerie eyes were floating. Their appearances were grotesque, challenging the limits of human cognition. Some were as thin and long as bamboo poles, others were riddled with holes, looking incredibly terrifying. These evil spirits seemed to appear out of thin air, floating in the void like ghosts, seemingly searching for targets to attack. Soon, the evil spirits swarmed toward the skyscrapers one by one. Among the numerous evil spirits, many were flying toward Utaha's apartment. No way they're coming here. Utaha saw an evil spirit pouncing toward her, her wine-red eyes filled with terror. Kawashima, there are ghosts. The fearful scream rang out, startling Toya, who was just about to go to sleep. Toya walked out in his pajamas, yawning. Evil spirits, there won't be any evil spirits here. When he looked out the window, he was astonished. It really is ghosts. It was as if some unseen shackle in the sky had been broken, and evil spirits were pouring in endlessly. Kawashima, an evil spirit is coming right at us. Ignoring her loose pajamas, Utaha trotted straight behind Toya to hide. Although filled with fear, Utaha still tentatively peeked out to look at the evil spirit. Because Toya was here, she wasn't afraid the evil spirit would do anything dangerous. Toya raised an eyebrow slightly. It started. This evil spirit is weak enough. Although there were many evil spirits, almost enough to occupy the entire world. These evil spirits were exceptionally weak, barely stronger than an ordinary human. Upon a rough observation, they even had a massive weakness. Ordinary people couldn't see the evil spirits, and likewise, the evil spirits couldn't harm humans who couldn't see them. As an evil spirit gradually approached, it repeated mechanically, "Can you see me?" "Kawashima, should we answer?" Utaha asked cautiously. Toya glanced indifferently at the evil spirit, which was on the verge of frenzy, and said calmly, "Fatty Kasumi, remember what I'm about to say." Utaha nodded subconsciously. I'll remember it well. These evil spirits are very weak. As long as you pretend not to see them, you'll be safe. If you really can't keep up the act, go buy a consecrated wooden sword. Ideally, one carved from sacred wood that is over 10 years old. The older, the better. It can directly kill these evil spirits. Just as Toya finished his explanation, the evil spirit realized they could see it. It entered a complete frenzy, letting out a chilling roar. "You can see me." The evil spirit instantly charged at Toya and Utaha, waving its withered claws that looked like rat paws. No intelligence, laughably weak. Toya didn't even bother to look at it properly, casually making a slight cutting motion. The seemingly terrifying evil spirit came into contact with Toya's harmless-looking attack. Its ferocious body exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating. Toya looked lazily at the dumbfounded Utaha and said, "You aren't me. Even if you kill an evil spirit, it will revive in half an hour. Or the next evil spirit will just come to the human residence. The best method is still to pretend you can't see them." Chapter 58. Kawashima, Toya yawned, and slowly walked back to his room to rest. Can I really pretend not to see them? Kasumigaoka Utaha mustered up her courage and returned to her bedroom. She pulled back the covers of her supposedly warm bed, only to find an evil spirit dying horribly with empty sockets where its eyes should be, hiding under the blanket. It opened its mouth wide and rasped, "Can you see me?" In an instant, a bone-chilling sensation swept through her entire body. Utaha was about to scream and run, but Toya's advice suddenly echoed in her mind. Just pretend you can't see them. She comforted herself with this thought, forcing herself to look calm. But in the next second, the evil spirit didn't seem to believe her and leaned closer to check. In that moment, Utaha could even smell the stench of decay. "Kawashima, help me." Ignoring everything, Utaha ran for her life, with the completely frenzied evil spirit chasing right behind her. The evil spirit roared loudly, "You can see me." The apartment wasn't big, and the evil spirit's roar shook the walls so much that Toya couldn't sleep at all. I told you, just pretend you can't see them. Toya rubbed his forehead, realizing he probably wouldn't be getting any sleep today. He was just about to get up and deal with the evil spirit for Utaha. The bedroom door burst open, and Utaha rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Behind her was an evil spirit, baring its fangs and claws. So smelly and ugly, I wouldn't be able to pretend either. Seeing the hideous evil spirit and smelling the foul stench, Toya frowned. Die. His mystic eyes of death perception, clear and blue as the sky, activated, and the evil spirit's points of death appeared instantly. Toya reached out and tapped lightly. The ferocious, terrifying evil spirit dissipated immediately. After the evil spirit vanished, Toya patted the trembling Utaha and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I've dealt with it. Go back to sleep early. Once you adapt to these changes, there won't be any danger. How can anyone adapt to this kind of change? Utaha's beautiful, alluring face still held lingering fear. That evil spirit was hiding in my blanket. Opening it to find a terrifying ghost, that's too horrifying. Toya stroked his chin, sympathizing deeply. It appeared in your blanket, that would indeed be hard to ignore. He hadn't expected the evil spirit to be so clever, knowing to hide under the covers to scare people. It was perfectly normal for Utaha to be frightened. So what do you plan to do? You can't just not sleep, right? Toya looked a bit helpless. If I rest, I can't give you much help. He wasn't a robot, he couldn't stand guard 24/7. His source points couldn't be spent recklessly for now. Shishu Skathach might give him some advice later. Improving himself, based on her advice, would allow him to survive the evil god's banquet more safely. Once the banquet was over, he would have the energy to do other things. A sly smile curled the corners of Utaha's exquisite lips. I have a way that won't disturb your sleep. Oh, what way? Toya asked with a hint of interest. His daily rest time was used to go to the land of shadows to train and become stronger. This was the only time he couldn't waste. Utaha walked to the closet outside the room. I'll sleep here. She opened the closet to reveal a secluded tatami mat inside. Bedding and everything else were fully prepared. Clearly, she had set this up in advance. How about it? Is it okay if I sleep here? Utaha was already prepared for Toya to refuse, ready to unleash a barrage of dirty jokes. Using the power of dirty jokes, she would force Toya to agree to let her sleep on the closet tatami. Sure, sleep in there. Toya flopped back onto his own tatami. Go to sleep early. Come to the agency with me tomorrow morning. There's a treasure protecting the agency, so you don't have to worry about evil spirits appearing there. From now on, try to do your work and everything else over there. Kawashima, Utaha suddenly felt an inexplicable touch of emotion. He looked like he didn't want to care about anything, yet at the critical moment, he helped her find a way out. This feeling is quite strange. Utaha lay on the closet tatami, her face slightly flushed. I never thought we'd be sharing a room. Suddenly, Utaha remembered something and hurriedly took out her phone. Almost forgot, I haven't notified them yet. I don't know if Yuigahama can see them, but notifying them is always safer. Them naturally referred to Yuigahama Yui, Yukinoshita Yukino, and Kato Megumi. I've never shared a room with a boy before. Although they hadn't known each other long, they could barely be considered friends. After all, everyone had experience contacting evil god minions, so it wouldn't be strange if they could see evil spirits too. As Utaha sent the message, Yui, Yukino, and Kato all received it. Chapter 59. Yuigahama Yui huddled under her cute blue bear blanket, trembling, but looked at the message on her phone like it was a lifeline. I'm finally saved. In her room, the question, can you see me, echoed repeatedly. Clearly, there was an evil spirit present. Yukinoshita Yukino and Kato Megumi saw the message on their phones and took note of it. They also saw evil spirits, but due to distance, it seemed the spirits would need a few more minutes to reach them. At this moment, the entire world plunged into a massive change. Only a very small number of people who could see the evil spirits knew that apart from humans, the world was now filled with ferocious and terrifying ghosts. However, these evil spirits couldn't harm people who couldn't see them. In the eyes of those who couldn't see, the world remained the same as always. The land of shadows. Having just annihilated a wave of demonic beasts, Kawashima Toya looked at the proud, regal figure on the city wall. Shishu, I'm about to face an enemy who might be extremely powerful. What should I do? Do you not trust your spear? A clear, calm, and melodious female voice sounded slowly. Or do you not trust your own body? Scathach descended lightly, landing smoothly and elegantly on the ground. As a warrior, if you cannot even trust yourself, how can you defeat your enemy? Scathach's blood-red eyes gazed at Toya. If you truly lack confidence, then temper yourself. When your own power is strong enough, it will bring you sufficient confidence. I understand, Toya pondered for a moment. I will train hard. Scathach watched Toya quietly, catching a faint glimpse of a corner of the future. However, before she could see the fleeting fragment of Toya's future clearly, it was scattered by a force. Blocked by an existence of equal standing. Scathach murmured in her heart, then turned to leave. Train well, no slacking off. In a while, I will teach you rune magic. Morning. Toya slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a disheveled Kasumigaoka Utaha with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Trying to scare me. Through his training in the land of shadows, he had become immune to these jump scares. Even if a real evil spirit popped up suddenly, he wouldn't feel any fear. I didn't sleep all night. Utaha looked at Toya resentfully with her wine-red eyes. The appearance of evil spirits shattered my common sense too much. I was worried all night that an evil spirit would suddenly crawl out of the wall. But the whole night passed, and nothing happened. Toya burst out laughing. Do you think evil spirits are idiots? Evil spirits lack intelligence, but they possess a primal instinct for self-preservation. To them, the aura of the strong shines like a sun in the dark night. They scramble to escape it. Why would they come looking for trouble? His current strength was comparable to a heroic spirit. Even a wisp of aura inadvertently leaked was a terrifying attack against evil spirits. Evil spirits would be too busy fleeing to come knocking. Then what happened last night? Utaha asked in confusion. The evil spirit that attacked me didn't seem afraid of you, Kawashima. Who told you to trigger the evil spirit's rule? Toya said with a grin. Evil spirits have their own rules. Once a rule is triggered, even if their instinct to flee is strong, they will charge. Remembering something, Toya asked, It's this late already. Why are you still in my room? You think I want to be? Utaha pointed outside the door, wanting to cry but having no tears. There's an evil spirit in the living room. I was just about to go out when I heard it constantly asking if you can see it. Get used to it, Toya said helplessly. You'll see them often from now on. With that, he walked out and skillfully slew the evil spirit. The apartment finally returned to a quiet atmosphere. 10 minutes later, Toya and Utaha, carrying large and small bags, went out together. Watching the evil spirits running rampant on the streets, Utaha sucked in a breath of cold air. There are actually so many evil spirits in reality. The bustling streets were full of evil spirits. There was one following almost every person, constantly asking if they could be seen. Even without receiving a response, they asked tirelessly. With a calm expression, Toya walked straight into the body of a burly evil spirit blocking his way. Utaha was about to stop him, but unexpectedly, the blocking evil spirit exploded directly. It instantly turned to ash and scattered. The numerous evil spirits witnessed this scene, but made no move. Toya said calmly, Just follow me. Evil spirits are weak. Remember what I said? When you have time, buy a consecrated wooden sword. If you encounter an evil spirit, just slash it. Chapter 60. I ordered one last night, but it will take at least 3 days to arrive, Kasumigaoka Utaha said helplessly. Even if I pay extra, it still takes 3 days. 3 days of torture. I don't dare imagine what I'll become. Maybe in 3 days, you'll already be used to the existence of evil spirits, Kawashima Toya teased. It's not that easy. Utaha had heavy dark circles under her eyes. The fear and anxiety all night had exhausted her. If not for encountering various grotesquely terrifying evil spirits from time to time, she might have fallen asleep right there. Just as she was making idle chatter, a middle-aged salaryman in a suit walked toward them. Seeing the man's appearance, Utaha shuddered and snapped awake. The middle-aged man had actually merged with a ghost, forming a bizarre harmony. That uncle is possessed by an evil spirit. Toya interrupted Utaha's remark, reminding her calmly, "There's nothing wrong with that salaryman uncle. And there's nothing wrong with the evil spirit hanging on him either. Don't be too nervous. Evil spirits have no physical form. It just passed through his body, creating an illusion that made you think he was possessed." Utaha felt she was being overly vigilant. Prolonged exhaustion made her jumpy. Walking along, more examples of evil spirits sticking to people appeared constantly. It proved she was indeed overthinking it. Evil spirits merely stuck to people and couldn't influence their behavior. 10 minutes later, Toya led Utaha into the Trash Fox Detective Agency. "Kawashima, are there really no evil spirits here?" Utaha subconsciously stuck close to Toya, observing the interior of the agency cautiously, afraid an evil spirit would suddenly pop out. Toya glanced at Utaha beside him and walked straight to his seat. "Check for yourself if there are any evil spirits. Once you're done checking, go do whatever you need to do. Don't disturb me." His cold dismissal made Utaha's pretty face fill with indignation. "You're too much. I, Kasumigaoka Utaha, am one of the beauties of private Toyogasaki Academy, yet you disdain me like this. With behavior like that, you'll be single forever." Toya looked at Utaha's curvaceous figure with a smile. "Aside from being a bit timid, you do have some advantages. As for being single forever, time will tell." What a joke! How could a transmigrator be single? Let alone one with a system. Utaha rolled her eyes at Toya and put down the bags she had prepared early. Putting on a damsel in distress act, she said, "Since Lord Kawashima says so, I'll go check if the agency is clean. If it's not clean, please come save me immediately, Lord Kawashima." Not long after, Utaha was surprised to find that there were indeed no evil spirits in the agency. Even the unused second and third floors were the same. Aside from feeling exceptionally empty to someone spooked by ghosts like her, there was nothing there. Although there was nothing, last night's experience made her afraid of empty areas, fearing an evil spirit would jump out. Better go back to the first floor quickly. At this moment, in the first floor lobby. Rings, ring. Utaha's phone lit up, constantly showing missed calls. Toya looked at the vibrating, ringing phone on the table with amusement. Interesting. To dare call into the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Unnoticed by most, a faint aura of evil spirits was entwined around the phone, proving this call was not simple. This was what surprised him. The Trash Fox Detective Agency was protected by an angel halo. How did an evil spirit dare to face the angel's holy light, let alone make this call within a lobby filled with it? Just then, Utaha came downstairs and saw Toya staring at her phone, seemingly in thought. Utaha picked up her phone with her slender, pale hand and asked in confusion, "Kawashima, why aren't you answering?" Saying this, she moved to tap the answer button. "Because I'm wondering why an evil spirit's aura is wrapped around your phone." Toya's calm words struck Utaha's mind like a bolt from the blue. Terrified, she froze immediately. "There's an evil spirit. Is this a call from an evil spirit?" Utaha was so scared, she threw the phone onto the table. Clatter. The phone hit the table with a crisp sound and flipped over several times. Her fear of evil spirits had seeped into her bones, and Utaha hurriedly hid behind Toya. "Kawashima, what do we do?" "Let's wait and see." Toya stared at the phone with interest, intending neither to answer nor hang up. Chapter 61. Time passed slowly, yet the ringing showed no signs of stopping. "It's been over a minute," Kawashima Toya murmured softly. "The evil spirit seems quite persistent. Won't give up until it achieves its goal." Kasumigaoka Utaha watched this scene with growing horror. It hasn't hung up automatically after a minute. This is definitely an evil spirit. Thinking of this, Utaha didn't know what to say. Why are evil spirits, evil gods, and the like all targeting me? I'm just an ordinary high school student. Although she had encountered an evil god minion and was easily targeted by evil spirits, surely they couldn't just keep picking on the same person, right? That's incorrect. Just then, a voice that was neither male nor female came from the phone. "The reason I'm calling you is simply because Kawashima Toya doesn't have a phone. I can only reach him through you. Don't speak. Toya signaled Utaha not to answer and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want with me?" This call could ignore the angel's holy light, which was enough to prove its origin wasn't simple. To be safe, Utaha couldn't answer to avoid being marked. Don't be nervous. The androgynous voice on the phone seemed to be comforting them. I have no malicious intent. You can treat me as a good friend. Feel free to chat with me anytime. If the voice were that of a cute, energetic girl, it would be a pleasure to listen to. But the owner's voice had no distinction between male and female, and its flat tone was nothing short of horrifying. Utaha hid behind Toya, covering her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. Toya's eyes gradually turned into clear, azure orbs like the sky, and his voice grew cold. What is your purpose? At this moment, the points of death of the phone had appeared, including the connection to the call from an unknown location. If the entity continued to spout nonsense, he wouldn't hesitate to cut the connection directly. Wait, I'll talk. The voice on the phone spoke, seemingly panicked words in an extremely calm tone. I'm specifically reminding Kawashima Toya to attend the banquet on time. The time for the banquet is confirmed, 8:00 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Location, the skyscraper of Holy Glory. Please dress as formally and solemnly as possible for the banquet. That way, Kawashima's handsomeness will truly shine. If you really don't have suitable attire, you can discuss it with me. Before the voice could finish, Toya casually picked up a pen from the table and threw it. There is only one goal this time. Whoosh! The pen pierced through the faint evil spirit aura, entwined around the phone like a sharp sword. The evil spirit's aura collapsed instantly, turning into ash and vanishing. The call ended abruptly. Toya picked up the phone and handed it to Utaha, who looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Take it. That clump of evil spirit aura has been cleared. Kawashima, what's this about a banquet? Utaha took the phone with a complicated expression. A seemingly ordinary banquet that an evil spirit specifically invited him to. It looked dangerous no matter how she viewed it. For a moment, her worry even outweighed her fear of the evil spirit. Nothing, don't worry. A confident smile appeared on Toya's handsome face. You heard it too, it's just a banquet. What problem could there be? He had long been prepared for the evil god's banquet, but it had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought the skyscraper, standing in the ruins, was eye-catching enough. Now it seemed the skyscraper of Holy Glory wasn't the main character of the banquet. The protagonist of the banquet was someone else. It doesn't seem as relaxed as you say. Utaha had a premonition that this matter was far from as simple as Toya made it out to be. But all her doubts vanished when she saw Toya's confident demeanor. If the professional Toya wasn't worried, what was she worrying about? Utaha yawned and pointed to the spot near the angel halo display cabinet. Kawashima, I'm going to lay out a futon there and rest. Although sleeping in the lobby seemed a bit constrained, drowsiness wouldn't wait. As for resting in other rooms of the agency, she was still a bit afraid. Only by being in the same room as Toya could her fear of evil spirits subside. Go ahead. Toya waved his hand. I'll wake you up when a client comes. Not long after, Utaha's breathing steadied as she drifted peacefully into a sweet dream. Toya looked at the high-tech smartphone he had bought from the system and sighed with emotion. As expected of a system product, even evil spirits can't invade it. That strange call didn't even fear the holy light released by the angel halo, yet it claimed he didn't have a phone. This showed just how powerful the upgraded system was. Chapter 62. Let's check the forums for any changes. After spending half an hour bored alone, Toya suddenly remembered the existence of online forums. Japanese forums were very active, especially now that the world had changed drastically and evil spirits roamed the human world. He believed many people could see the evil spirits, so perhaps he could get a lot of information from there. The power of netizens was infinite. He might be able to gather quite a bit of news. Excuse me, is there a Mr. Kawashima here? Just then, a courier asked from outside the main door, there is a package for you here. My package? Toya was slightly puzzled. I am Kawashima Toya, are you sure it's mine? Mr. Kawashima, your package. Seeing Toya, the courier looked relieved. I was starting to despair. That customer found me half an hour ago and asked me to deliver this package to the Trash Fox agency for you. They only gave a name and address. If they hadn't paid a large delivery fee, I wouldn't have known whether to deliver it or not. Half an hour ago, Toya took the package with a frown. Seeing Toya accept the package, the courier took his leave immediately. Toya stood outside the door, staring at the square package in his hand, thinking, is it a bomb? Carefully sensing it, there was no movement. Is it related to that phone call? Toya arrived at an answer. Unable to figure out what the caller wanted, Toya slowly opened the package with caution. As the package opened, an exquisitely luxurious box came into view. Generous. Although he didn't know much about packaging, he could tell from observation that the price was extraordinary. Opening the box layer by layer, a pristine white tailcoat, as white as snow, was revealed. Delicate fabric, perfectly tailored lines, it was undoubtedly a high-end item. Toya looked calmly at the tailcoat in the box. An evil spirit sending a high-end dress suit? Is it really that simple? He didn't believe an evil spirit would send gifts. Even if it did, it would only be a sugar-coated shell. In an instant, Toya's eyes turned into clear, azure mystic eyes. Hiss. Seeing the gift box and its contents clearly, Toya gasped sharply. What is this? When he saw the truth of the world. The extraordinarily expensive gift box and the delicate, handsome white tailcoat had long changed their appearance. Bizarre, twisted, indescribable shadow tentacles tightly wrapped around the skin of an unknown entity. What was just a dress suit was now a mass of skin, surging with countless frantic murmurs. Looking at the thing in his hands, Toya felt his sanity crumbling with every second. Fortunately, he had the protection of a powerful status, preventing a breakdown. Even so, Toya was shocked. A true object of an evil god. He was absolutely certain this item belonged to an evil god, though he didn't know which one. Good, it seems nothing worse has happened. Toya breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that the item remained in the shape of an exquisite gift box and white tailcoat in its normal state. If this item revealed its true form, it would be trouble. Not to mention all of Japan, at least this part of Tokyo would turn into a city of anomalies. I must find an item to contain it. He had to find a suitable item to seal this thing away as soon as possible. Currently, the gift box and white tailcoat hadn't changed, but he couldn't guarantee they never would. Name, box of sealing. Rank, A. Description, specially designed to contain various ominous objects, possessing excellent leakage prevention effects. Note, the box of sealing cannot be opened from the inside, but can be easily opened from the outside. It cannot be forcibly locked by any means. Price, 20,000 source points. That's enough. I only have this many source points right now. Being able to afford it is good enough. Exchange for the box of sealing. Toya found the item in the system shop and exchanged it. System notice, box of sealing exchange successful, consumed 20,000 source points. A hazy white light appeared, and a stone box with an ancient design, looking as if it came from the end of time, slowly descended. The box of sealing wasn't large, just big enough to fit the gift box and the white tailcoat. Toya observed the box of sealing. Indeed, as described by the system, not a wisp of the evil god's aura leaked out. However, the lid of the box of sealing wasn't tight enough. It seemed like a light touch could open it. It'll have to do. After all, it only cost 20,000 source points. Just have to be careful and not let anyone else open it. The system said it can't be encrypted by any means, but it didn't say I can't lock it inside a bigger box. There were other containment items in the system shop, but their prices were not something he could consider right now. Chapter 63. The only thing I can afford right now is this box of sealing. When I get enough source points in the future, I'll just swap it for a better one. Kawashima Toya carefully carried the box of sealing, which contained the exquisite gift box and the white tailcoat, to an empty room on the second floor. After placing the box down, he purchased a security door and reinforced walls directly from the system shop. Soon, the room storing the box of sealing was tightly encased in layers of alloy. To get to the box of sealing inside, one would have to use powerful force to destroy the defenses. Returning to the first floor, Toya sat down at his desk. Recalling the package just now, he wondered, who could have sent such a gift? An object of an evil god sent so casually. Obviously, this wasn't something an evil god minion could do. Evil god minions treated objects of their gods as treasures more important than their own lives. They would never give them away. Was it an evil god? Toya murmured. Probably not. If an evil god acted personally, the disturbance would be too massive. Back in the lobby, Toya stopped paying attention to the box of sealing and started browsing forums on his phone. Just as I expected, the forums are lively. With the complete departure of Abe no Seimei, the formation suppressing evil spirits and protecting humanity was gradually failing. A considerable number of people had witnessed the existence of evil spirits. These people were few in number and couldn't attract much attention. Even if someone posted on the forum that their family seemed to be haunted by evil spirits, most people just treated it as entertainment. From a preliminary look, many people who could see the evil spirits had already understood their rules. As long as they pretended not to see them, there would be no danger. As for slaying ghosts with a consecrated wooden sword, no one had discovered that yet. One post caught Toya's attention. "Please, someone save me. My dead brother, mom, and dad have come back. They act so weird every day." Toya clicked on the comments and found that the person who posted this seemed to be a child. Terrified by the return of their dead family members, the child had come to the forum to ask for help. Every sentence was filled with thick fear and despair. However, the comments section was full of ridicule. Some even told the child to go die, saying that if they died and became like their family, they wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. No matter where you go, malicious people like this always exist. Source points are precious, and using them on scum like you is a waste, but who asked for there to be no other way? Toya opened the system shop, looking for an item to punish this kind of internet troll. Name, Bad Luck Charm. Rank, None. Price, 10 source points. Description, an excellent item perfect for covert sabotage. Automatically traces karma to find the target. Duration of bad luck, 1 month. Severity, choking on water, encountering a funeral procession when afraid of death. Cheap and effective, truly a great helper for dealing with eyesores. In terms of money, this is worth a full 1 million yen. Consider yourself lucky. Toya exchanged it without hesitation and aimed the bad luck charm at that comment. The bad luck charm shimmered with a hazy light and vanished instantly. He knew the charm had taken effect. That internet troll would experience true bad luck for the next month. Having done all this, Toya looked at the owner of the forum post, searching for the relevant address. Although he had a mess of his own troubles, it didn't stop him from lending a hand to these innocent people. An hour's drive. Toya went out and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the address left in the forum comments. Before leaving, he closed the Trash Fox Detective Agency to prevent anyone from disturbing Kasumigaoka Utaha's rest. Meanwhile, the bad luck charm crossed the lines of karma and tracked straight to a basement in a very dilapidated neighborhood. A pot-bellied, filthy, and sleazy man was excitedly posting extremely vicious and ugly comments online, as if doing so could bring a sliver of light to his cockroach-like, dark life. Haha, feels so good. Drink some water. The sleazy man picked up a cup of water beside him and downed it in one go. Suddenly, he felt his throat blocked. An unimaginable sensation of suffocation hit him, making him feel like he was about to die on the spot. Just as his breathing was about to stop, the suffocating feeling finally disappeared. The sleazy man gasped for air like a drowning pig. What he didn't know was that this was just an appetizer. A month was a long time, enough for him to understand what true bad luck meant. An hour and a half later, Toya stood on a hillside overlooking a small town named Okukazome. The town was located in a mountain basin, with beautiful scenery and pleasant surroundings. However, the fresh and tranquil air seemed mixed with a strange aura. This strange aura disrupted the peaceful and cozy atmosphere. The address is correct. Toya activated his mystic eyes and frowned. Chapter 64. In the town, almost every household had the evil aura of spirits wandering about, though it wasn't severe. These evil spirits were far stronger than those in Tokyo. They could actually affect reality very slightly. For example, slowing down alarm clocks or knocking over cups full of water. However, there was one purely wooden house near the edge of the town, where the dark aura of evil spirits was extremely dense. The entire house seemed covered in gloomy aura, turning it into an ominous place. Found it, Toya smiled. He had thought it would be troublesome to find the address of the forum poster, but now it was clear at a glance. Not long after, Toya arrived outside the courtyard of that house. Just as he approached, a chill ran down his spine. "You underestimate me too much." Toya laughed dumbly. This level of coldness was far inferior to an air conditioner. Toya looked toward the second floor of the house. In his sight, a white-haired evil spirit, shrouded in dense death energy with entirely white eyes, was standing by the window, staring at him with a cruel gaze. Beside this little ghost, there were two middle-aged evil spirits. It looked like a family of evil spirits. "They look familiar. Why does that kid look like Haruka?" "Forget it, I'll deal with the evil spirits first." "Wouldn't it be better to just stay dead?" "You're forcing me to do it myself." Toya barged straight into the courtyard, forcing his way into the old-fashioned two-story house. Entering the house, he saw an entryway that felt vaguely familiar. 4 pairs of shoes were placed in the entryway, 2 pairs for adults and 2 for children. The children were a boy and a girl, proving that a little girl had survived. Toya stroked his chin, looking at the decorations in the house, finding them increasingly familiar. Familiar, but I can't recall. Suddenly, a pale, hideous hand reached out from the wall, grabbing straight for Toya's neck as he was thinking. "Old trick, useful against ordinary people, useless against me." Toya sneered and grabbed the ghost hand reaching out from the wall. Pulling hard, he yanked an evil spirit out instantly. This evil spirit was the white-haired boy from the second floor earlier. "Rest in peace properly." Toya's clear, azure eyes scanned the boy ghost, his body surging with terrifyingly powerful vitality. Under this robust and surging masculine vitality, the evil spirit melted rapidly like snow meeting the hottest, brightest sun. The evil spirit let out a miserable, inhuman shriek as its body, composed of evil aura, melted away in intense pain. The other 2 evil spirits immediately rushed out from the wall, their pitch-black, sharp ghost claws stabbing straight toward Toya's eyes. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely have been blinded. Ridiculous. Toya didn't dodge or evade. He stopped suppressing himself, and his vitality surged like a roaring flame. The 3 evil spirits didn't even have a chance to react before being thoroughly ignited by his vitality. When the 3 evil spirits were annihilated, most of the evil aura in the house dissipated, returning to normal standards. The remaining aura would clear up in 2 or 3 days. Toya looked indifferently at the 3 piles of ash left on the ground by the annihilated spirits and shook his head. "You are worse than those ordinary evil spirits." Ordinary evil spirits would instinctively avoid powerful people out of fear. These 3 not only didn't avoid him, but dared to initiate an attack. They truly sought death. After training with Shishu Scathedge, besides mastering various techniques in magecraft, his greatest improvement was his body, which was now as tough as steel. He was still human, but his strength had long surpassed the scope of ordinary humans. As he became stronger, the vitality in his body also increased explosively. Like in horror movies, a single drop of his blood could make evil spirits vanish into smoke. "I hope this poor little girl is still alive." Toya searched from the first floor and finally found the little girl in a room on the second floor. "Wait, is that Sora?" Lying on the tatami in the closet was a white-haired little girl. The girl had smooth white hair and a youthful, exquisite face. However, her condition wasn't good. Her face was pale and weak. Being entangled by evil spirits for this period had made her very frail. If he hadn't arrived in time, she might have died within 2 days. Although she was still small, Toya recognized her instantly. Wasn't this Kasugano Sora, the most perfect sister in the fantasies of countless otaku, including himself. No wonder it felt familiar. Okyukazome, isn't that the town from the original work? That white-haired boy ghost, wasn't that the deceased Kasugano Haruka? He hadn't watched that classic anime for a long time, but seeing Kasugano Sora now brought it all back to his mind. Did I just pick up a Sora? Toya gently picked up the sleeping Kasugano Sora and carried her to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Chapter 65. After placing Kasugano Sora in the courtyard, Kawashima Toya used the tools available in the house to boil some water. Soon, the chill brought by the evil spirits gradually dissipated. Sora slowly opened her large eyes, her delicate face pale and weak as she looked up at the sky. Is the sun out? Seeing the warm sun in the sky, Sora was stunned. She hadn't felt such warmth for a long time. Ever since her parents and brother came back, she hadn't seen the sun. Every day was either raining or overcast. The sun simply didn't exist to her. Here, drink this, it's warm. Toya, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, handed her a cup of warm water. Sora stared blankly at this strange big brother, her clear, childish voice full of confusion. Why are you in my house? Seemingly remembering something, she said anxiously, Big brother, leave quickly. If you don't leave, Mom and Dad will hurt you. Toya gently supported Sora and said softly, Do you remember the post you made on the forum? I have put your parents and brother to rest. They have gone to the afterlife and won't hurt anyone anymore. Big brother, who are you? Big brother saved me. Sora was stunned for a moment, then hugged Toya and burst into tears. A 13-year-old child had endured such a bizarre and terrifying ordeal for so long. Now that the crisis was finally resolved, she no longer had to face her parents and brother looking at her with those eerie eyes. Toya held Sora gently, letting her cry. Even adults would find it hard not to break down when facing evil spirits, let alone a young girl like Sora. After a long while, Sora, her big eyes red, took the cup from Toya and took small sips. Big brother, my name is Kasugano Sora, and I'm 13 years old. Sora raised her youthful face, her large eyes filled with anticipation. Kawashima Toya, just a passing traveler. Age. Toya pondered for a moment. 17, I guess. Big brother Kawashima, you're lying. Sora laughed happily. Who hesitates about their own age? I am 17, Toya said confidently. Since he had returned to his 17-year-old state, his age was naturally 17. Sunbathe for a while, I'll go make lunch. After playing with Sora for a bit, Toya was about to go inside to check for ingredients. Just then, Sora's small hand grabbed Toya's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Big brother Kawashima, don't leave. It's okay, don't be afraid. Toya rubbed Sora's head and comforted her. I'll come out as soon as lunch is ready. Feeling the small hand still gripping him tightly, Toya compromised. All right, come inside with me. Sora stared at the house fearfully, but her trust in Toya made her follow him into the home filled with terrifying memories. After entering the house, the cold feeling didn't return. Sora finally believed that Big Brother Kawashima had truly exorcised her parents and brother. Toya led the quail-like Sora to the kitchen. The kitchen was tidy, though covered in a layer of dust. It had evidently been carefully organized before the tragedy. As soon as the refrigerator opened, a pungent smell of rotting food wafted out. Toya didn't hesitate and slammed the fridge door shut. The smell was too overpowering, better to keep it closed. Sora's youthful face flushed slightly, and she said embarrassedly, After Mom, Dad, and Big Brother came back, I could only eat some bread and snacks bought before. Let's go, we'll buy ingredients at the convenience store. Toya took Sora's hand and walked toward the nearby convenience store. Half an hour later, Toya returned to the Kasugano home carrying a large bag of ingredients, while Sora held a bag of potato chips. Sora, play by yourself for a bit, I'll go prepare lunch. Sora looked at the large bag of ingredients in Toya's hand and asked in confusion, Big brother Kawashima, can we finish all this? Sora, you can't eat much, but I have a big appetite. Toya said gently, If I don't eat this much, I'll go hungry. After becoming stronger, this was the only downside. His food requirements had increased significantly. Perhaps in the future, he would reach a stage where he didn't need to eat, but for now, he needed food. Sora nodded her small head as if she understood, then obediently took a stool and sat in the kitchen to watch Toya prepare lunch. As for why she didn't go to the courtyard, she was still filled with fear of this home. Soon, a hearty feast was ready. Toya and Sora sat facing each other, happily enjoying the rich meal. Sora, do you plan to stay here or leave with me? Chapter 66. Although Kawashima Toya had long thought about taking Kasugano Sora in, he still had to respect her wishes. After all, this place was her home. I'll go with big brother Kawashima. Sora was instantly happy. The sadness she felt from thinking they were about to part ways vanished completely, replaced by the joy of being able to stay with Toya forever. When Toya left with Sora, they visited the shrine in Okukazome town. This is a true shrine. Toya observed the shrine and was surprised to find no evil spirits there. A faint atmosphere of tranquility permeated the shrine, keeping all evil aura at bay. Toya didn't enter the shrine. He just observed it from a distance before walking towards Sora, who was playing with a little shrine maiden. Sora, it's time to go. Are we leaving? Sora nodded obediently and waved to the little shrine maiden named Amatsume Akira. Akira, goodbye. Let's play together again sometime. Akira waved back, looking a bit disappointed. Big brother, why has the world become like this? On the mountain road, Sora looked fearfully at the evil spirits wandering by the roadside with her clear, large eyes. Are they the same kind of monsters as Mom, Dad, and Big Brother? Sora, can you see them? Toya comforted her. They aren't as vicious as your parents and brother were, although it's true they still kill people. Sora, remember this. If you encounter this kind of ghost alone in the future, you must pretend not to see them. As long as you pretend you can't see them, they won't hurt you. Pretend I can't see them. Sora's large eyes welled up with tears, looking like she was about to cry. I'll try. Unexpectedly, Sora ran out from Toya's protection and plucked up the courage to walk towards an evil spirit. Although scared to death, Sora pretended not to see it and walked past the evil spirit's range. Realizing Sora couldn't see it, the evil spirit muttered something unintelligible and left. After it left, Sora skipped back to Toya. Big brother, how did I do? Great job, Toya didn't hold back his praise. Sora could ignore evil spirits at such a young age. Thinking of Kasumigaoka Utaha at the Trash Fox Detective Agency, he couldn't help but feel frustrated at her lack of progress. They walked for a full half-hour before finally reaching a place where they could catch a ride. During this time, Sora continuously tried walking past evil spirits without attracting their attention. Every attempt was a perfect success. Toya had to marvel. Having endured far more terrifying evil spirits, Sora faced these ordinary ones with relative ease. By the time Toya and Sora arrived at the Trash Fox Detective Agency by taxi, it was already dusk. As Toya led Sora out of the taxi, he found a crowd gathered around his agency. Passers-by were discussing something. It seemed like a burglary had occurred. A police car was parked in front of the agency. Was my base raided? This thought popped into Toya's head as he found an open spot to observe. Utaha was giving a statement to the police officers, hoping to find the intruder. Toya frowned slightly. Who would rob my agency? Did they steal the demon sword Murasame, or the angel halo? The angel halo would be easy to steal. Just breaking the display case would do it. Judging by how the evil spirits around the agency were keeping their distance, the angel halo clearly hadn't been stolen. As for Murasame, needless to say, only a few people could wield it. If a thief stole it, they would only harm themselves. It would be useless to them. Merely touching it would cause them to faint. Could it be? Toya's gaze narrowed. If the exquisite gift box and the white tailcoat stored on the second floor were taken, that would be trouble. Big brother, did something happen? Sensing Toya's heavy mood, Sora asked with concern. Toya smiled faintly. I'm sure the bad guys will be caught. Not long after, the police car left. The onlookers gradually dispersed as well. Utaha stood outside the main door, wanting to cry but having no tears. I just went home to get something. How could this happen? Just then, Toya's gentle and calm voice drifted over. Utaha, what happened? I'm sure the police will help Big Brother catch the bad guys. Kawashima, the place was robbed. Utaha didn't have time to wonder why Toya was addressing her so intimately. She said anxiously, the room on the second floor was broken into. The walls and door on the second floor, which looked very sturdy, were all destroyed. It's fine, don't worry. Toya comforted her gently. There was nothing in there, just a room I renovated with some materials this morning. Chapter 67. Hearing that the room on the second floor, where the exquisite gift box and white tailcoat were kept, had indeed been robbed, he actually calmed down. Although he didn't know who stole it, that gift wasn't something easily taken. A gift from an evil god, specifically named for me. What a bold thief. Toya sighed inwardly, then felt a pinch of pain. It didn't matter if the evil god's gift was stolen, but they should have left the box of sealing that contained the gift box and tailcoat. Although the box of sealing had obvious flaws, it was effective and practical, and most importantly, expensive. It cost a full 20,000 source points. The price of the box of sealing increased with size. The most expensive version could even contain an evil god. But Utaha felt like Toya was hiding something, that things weren't as simple as they appeared. She quickly understood something and didn't probe further. If Toya said it was fine, then it must be fine. Kawashima, who is this little girl? Utaha teased Sora, who was holding Toya's hand, and asked curiously, is she your sister? You could say that. Toya explained the situation to Utaha. Utaha looked at Toya with an increasingly strange gaze, as if looking at a kidnapper. Kawashima, do you know kidnappers go to jail? Especially for kidnapping a little girl. Toya smiled confidently. Don't worry, no prison can hold me. With his current strength, he could unceremoniously say that given a minute, demolishing a building wouldn't be a problem. Utaha mocked, keep being arrogant. If you get caught, you'll regret it. Big brother, will you really? Sora grabbed Toya's hand and asked pitifully. No, Toya said gently, I'll handle these things. The issue of Sora's identity was too simple. There's a saying, in this world money talks. Without money, you can't do anything. He could buy an identity for Sora directly from the system, or he could simply use the power of money. Proof of kinship could appear at any time. To save trouble, Toya spent a bit of source points to exchange for an identity. Kasugano Sora was still Kasugano Sora. Her general identity remained the same. The only difference was in the relations column. She now had a guardian, Kawashima Toya. By nightfall, the empty room on the first floor of the agency was barely habitable. Toya sighed helplessly, looks like we're moving in for real. He had intended to use this place only for work, but unable to withstand the terrified Utaha's persistence, he had to choose to move in. Although there was no furniture, as long as the money was enough, anything could be delivered within an hour. Living here, at least I don't have to worry about evil spirits popping out of the walls. Utaha looked through the main door at the completely different world outside, filled with wandering evil spirits, and sighed with emotion. Sister Utaha, are you afraid of evil spirits? Sora, wearing a white dress like a princess, asked innocently. Utaha feigned composure. Why would I be afraid of ghosts? She had heard from Toya about Sora's tragic experience of not fearing evil spirits. Although her recent experiences were unfortunate, fortunately, Toya had appeared. He had helped Sora by sending her parents and brother, who had turned into evil spirits, to the afterlife. The passing of Sora's parents and brother was sympathetic. Looking at it positively, it was a blessing in disguise. At least it made Sora unafraid of the vicious and ugly evil spirits wandering the world. Toya walked over, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Even Sora isn't afraid of evil spirits. Utaha, you need to work hard to adapt. Currently, evil spirits were everywhere in the human world. It was unknown how long it would take to banish them all from this world. Those who could see evil spirits had to adapt as soon as possible. If they couldn't adapt to the changes in the world, they couldn't stay under the protection of the agency forever. I know. Utaha took a deep breath and walked toward a less dangerous evil spirit. Sora waved her hand sweetly. Sister Utaha, do your best. Toya watched Utaha calmly, guarding against any accidents. Perhaps due to the pressure brought by Sora, Utaha's performance this time was exceptionally good. Chapter 68. Facing the evil spirits, Kasumigaoka Utaha could finally pretend she didn't see them. Just as she was about to leave the evil spirit's range, she boasted to Kawashima Toya, "See, I can do it too." At that moment, the evil spirit suddenly turned around and roared, "You can see me." Its terrifying form, carrying a foul stench, charged at her, intending to tear her apart. "I'm done for." Utaha realized she had celebrated too soon and closed her eyes in despair. Don't close your eyes. Even if you're in a crisis, you have to fight back. If you don't fight, how do you know it's a hopeless situation? The next second, Toya's gentle voice sounded from beside her. Utaha slowly opened her eyes. At some point, Toya had appeared beside her, and the ashes of the completely dissipated evil spirit hadn't fully scattered yet. Toya gently tapped Utaha's pale forehead. "Next time, don't choose to wait for death. If you choose to wait for death, the result will definitely be death. If you struggle, there might be a chance of survival." Kasugano Sora's big eyes sparkled with stars. "Big brother, you're amazing." Just by standing in front of Sister Utaha, the evil spirit disappeared. Toya chuckled lightly. Evil spirits are weak. Once Utaha's consecrated wooden sword arrives, Sora can slay evil spirits too. Although evil spirits slain by the wooden sword would eventually revive. That would be half an hour later. Even if they revived, just kill them again. Just then, a trembling courier walked out of the darkness in the distance. "Excuse me, is this where Mr. Kawashima lives?" Toya asked, puzzled. "I am Kawashima. Is something the matter?" The courier looked around fearfully and took out a package. "There's an anonymous package for you." "My package?" Toya became even more confused. "Why do I keep getting packages every day lately?" Not long ago, he had received an indescribable package. A pristine white tailcoat that looked beautiful on the outside. But once its true nature was revealed, it turned out to be the skin of some unknown evil god. Fortunately, his status was high enough. Otherwise, he would have gone mad in an instant. "Here's the package. I'm leaving now." The courier shoved the package into Toya's hands without explanation and fled as if for his life. Finally finished delivering. Why are there so many evil spirits in Tokyo at night? Faintly, the courier's relieved, an excited voice could be heard. Sora pointed in the direction the courier fled and giggled. "The courier uncle is such a scaredy cat." "So that's why. I was wondering what was going on." Toya laughed helplessly. He thought there was something wrong with the courier to make him so afraid. Turns out he was just scared out of his wits by seeing evil spirits. Sora looked curiously at the package in Toya's hands, her clear, childish voice full of curiosity. "Big brother, what's inside?" Beside them, Utaha's frequent glances proved she was equally curious. Basically, everyone is interested in what's wrapped inside a package. There's a thrill akin to opening a blind box. Even if the package wasn't hers, her interest was piqued. "Let me open it and see." Seeing Sora's curiosity, Toya laughed. "Let's look together. I don't know what's inside either." As the layers of black packaging were removed, an exquisitely expensive and luxurious box slowly revealed itself. Sora and Utaha widened their eyes and exclaimed, "What a beautiful box." The surface of the box was engraved with various beautiful and noble patterns. Even without touching it, they could feel the immense effort the designer had poured into creating this box. Every detail revealed the painstaking craftsmanship of countless designers required to finalize it. "This box is probably the most expensive luxury item, isn't it?" Utaha thought. If this box were sold, it would fetch an astronomical price. What could be inside? With such a luxurious box, the contents couldn't be ordinary. Utaha and Sora looked forward even more to what was inside, failing to notice Toya's serious gaze. "This box looks very similar to the stolen one." Toya's expression was grave. The box stolen not long ago shared a similarity with this one. Although their styles were completely different, being two extremes. One thing was the same: the design was unparalleled. It was almost impossible for ordinary humans to achieve such breathtaking design. This box is probably another gift from that unknown entity. The only fortunate thing is that the contents are very stable and haven't manifested their true form. Toya slowly opened the box, and a black tailcoat gradually came into view. Chapter 69. Inside the exquisite gift box lay a black tailcoat, resting quietly. If the white tailcoat stolen earlier was a gentleman of incomparable nobility and elegance, this black tailcoat belonged to a humble noble son of the Dark Knight. Seeing the black tailcoat, a thought immediately popped into Kasumigaoka Utaha's mind. Kawashima would look incredibly handsome wearing this. This black tailcoat exists entirely for him. Kasugawa Sora saw the black tailcoat and exclaimed, "Wow, such beautiful clothes. Big brother, do you want to try it on?" Such a beautiful tailcoat, Big brother is afraid of getting it dirty. Kawashima Toya said gently, "Let's put it away for now and wear it for an important occasion later." Wear it? Impossible. He would never wear it in this lifetime. Even without using his mystic eyes to see the truth, he could guess its true form was made of an evil god's skin. Is that so? What a pity. Sora lowered her small head in disappointment. Unaware of the truth, Utaha took one last admiring look at the black tailcoat and suddenly noticed a note inside. Kawashima, there's a note inside." A note? Toya looked curiously, and indeed found a note in an inconspicuous spot. The note read, "Kawashima, this outfit was prepared with great care. Please don't lose it. If you lose it like the last one, I'll be angry." At the end of the note were 3 angry little emoticons, full of a young girl's charm. What kind of family does a girl come from to give such a gift so casually? Utaha's eyes widened slightly, unable to believe someone gave Toya such a gift. She didn't mean that Toya was unpopular, but when she met him not long ago, he had been living in an internet cafe for a few days. Yet, in just a few days, someone sent such an expensive gift. Kawashima, do you have ulterior motives? Utaha narrowed her eyes slightly, half teasing and half mocking. Or did you have designs on me and deliberately used this method to get close? Toya glanced at Utaha indifferently. If I hadn't appeared, you would have turned into a crazy, ugly monstrosity. Although he had to admit he had thoughts about fatty Kasumi, as a former otaku, how could he not have thoughts about a 2D beauty? If he didn't, that would be truly thought-provoking. Toya interrupted Utaha and Sora's speculation. Stop overthinking it, let's go back first. Forget about the gift, just pretend it doesn't exist. This gift box and black tailcoat were clearly gifts from an evil god. If they thought about it too much, the exquisite gift box and black tailcoat in their memories might turn into the evil god's true form. That would be dangerous. Although disappointed not to see Toya wear the black tailcoat, Utaha and Sora obediently followed him back. Toya looked at the exquisite gift box in his hand and said with disdain, "Since protective measures are almost useless, I might as well leave it wherever." Even sealing the gift box and the previous white tailcoat in an alloy room provided by the system hadn't succeeded. Even if he repaired the room, if someone wanted to steal it, it would still be stolen. Rather than wasting source points, he might as well leave it casually. Toya casually placed the exquisite gift box in the room on the 2nd floor, where the previous tailcoat was stored, and left decisively. He took no precautions, he didn't even close the door. If a thief came, they could easily steal it. Toya felt he should just let nature take its course. The burden of this evil god's gift was too great. If it was stolen, then it was meant to be stolen. Time to go back to bed. Toya yawned and lazily returned to his room to rest. In the next room, Utaha and Sora were having fun together. Although there was an age gap of a few years, it didn't stop the girls from gossiping. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house in a remote suburb of Tokyo, a young man with dyed blonde hair, messy and covering his eyes, stared at the exquisite gift box on the table with eyes full of madness and excitement hidden beneath his hair. The abandoned house was dusty and incredibly filthy. In an inconspicuous corner, the box of sealing that Toya had spent 20,000 source points on was discarded like trash. Only the table holding the gift box was spotless. Judging from the dust on the young man's clothes, he had obviously used his own clothes to wipe it clean. The gift box, such a beautiful gift box. The thing inside must be even more beautiful. It shouldn't belong to that person, it should belong to me. Good thing I stole it, it belongs to me now. Chapter 70. Hayama Hayato reached out cautiously, caressing the exquisite gift box with incomparable gentleness and infatuation, as if treating his most beloved person. Such gentle treatment was the polar opposite of Kawashima Toya's attitude. Toya despised the gift, wishing he could throw it out of the world and let it be destroyed. Hayama Hayato, however, was careful and cautious, afraid that even a speck of dust would tarnish this beautiful, exquisite gift box. Intoxicated by the box, Hayama hurriedly washed himself clean with water before carefully unwrapping it. At this moment, the meticulously washed and dressed Hayama looked quite handsome, giving off the vibe of a Prince Charming. "Let me see what's inside." Hayama gently removed the packaging and was about to open the lid of the gift box. "What is this?" Suddenly, Hayama felt as if he had gone blind. He was plunged into the deepest, darkest ocean, with not a single ray of light before his eyes. The surroundings constantly conveyed the terrifying depths of the deep sea, with massive shadows writhing incessantly. A bizarre murmur suddenly entered his mind. "What's happening to me?" Hayama stood dazed on the spot. His rationality was instantly wiped clean, turning him into a walking corpse, his mind hopelessly drowning in that profound, dark, deep sea. "HMPH, you are not worthy of this gift." A dull, low voice suddenly rang out. Hayama's body seemed to encounter an unimaginable mystery, rapidly transforming into an anomaly. This transformation lasted only a second before being forcibly interrupted. Hayama's body melted bit by bit, finally turning into a puddle of pitch-black, deep water. In the darkness, a tall, burly figure walked over as if controlled, carefully picked up the gift box, and placed it inside the box of sealing. "Kawashima, wake up!" In the early morning, the shouts of Kasumigaoka Utaha and Kasugano Sora rang out. "What now?" Awakened from his dream, Toya hurriedly got up and rushed out of his room without even changing his pajamas. Toya appeared as if teleporting, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Did something happen? Only when he fully came to his senses did he realize there was no danger in the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Toya stared profoundly at Utaha's exquisite face. "Give me a reasonable explanation. If there isn't one, I'll consider making you a full-time maid today to clean the entire agency." "Look at the floor below." Utaha trembled with anger. "Since when did you have such a bad temper when waking up? You actually want me to clean the agency?" Toya's agency was huge, countless times larger than those tiny, cramped offices. Each floor was incredibly spacious, comparable to a luxury villa. Toya looked down and was surprised. It came back. The box of sealing stolen yesterday had been returned at some point, and was sitting quietly on the floor. "When Sora and I woke up this morning, we saw this box and didn't dare move it." Utaha crossed her arms, fuming. "We thought this box wasn't simple and kindly notified you, yet you want to make me a maid. I didn't expect the usually cool Kawashima to be into that kind of thing." "Sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry just now," Toya said perfunctorily. "I'll treat you and Sora to a good meal at noon." Then Toya picked up the box of sealing. When he picked it up, he found a pile of black ash underneath it. An evil god minion, although the black ash looked ordinary without any eerie qualities. Toya recognized at a glance that the person who left the ash was a minion of an evil god. Only after a minion died would their body completely disperse into black ash, leaving a trace of their existence. Went to all that trouble just to return it. Evil god minions really are just disposable tools. "If possible, please let me slay the minion next time. That's 10,000 source points at least. Such waste is unacceptable." Toya sighed with emotion and prepared to head to the second floor with the box of sealing. Utaha glanced at Toya holding the box, hesitating whether to ask. The box looked extraordinary at a glance. It definitely contained something incredible. "Want to know?" Seeing the curiosity and anticipation in Utaha and Sora's big eyes, Toya teased. "Then follow me." Rather than hiding it, it was better to let Utaha and Sora know what was inside the box of sealing. Curiosity killed the cat. Perhaps at some point, Utaha or Sora would sneak a peek. If that happened, uncontrollable events might occur. In that case, it was better to let them see what was inside the box of sealing from the start. Chapter 71. To avoid future trouble, and since the gift state was stable with no signs of reverting to its true form. To be cautious, Kawashima Toya activated his mystic eyes of death perception to confirm the state of the exquisite gift suppressed by the box of sealing. Just like yesterday, it was a beautifully tailored, pristine white tailcoat. All right, take a look. Toya opened the box of sealing and stepped aside slightly, signaling Kasugano Sora and Kasumigaoka Utaha to look. Just as they had praised before, Utaha and Sora were completely captivated by the perfect white tailcoat. Although no one had worn it, they just had a feeling. This outfit was absolutely custom-made for Toya. No one else was qualified to wear it. Even touching it would be a form of blasphemy. After a long while, Utaha looked at Toya with uncertainty. Kawashima, who exactly is that person? To send such perfect clothes 2 days in a row. Could it be a super beautiful girl from a family wealthy enough to rival a nation? She's had a crush on you since childhood, and you came to Japan to escape a forced marriage with her. For this, you didn't hesitate to lower your status and live in an internet cafe. Mysterious gifts 2 days in a row. It didn't look like something an ordinary person could give. Only this deduction fit all the clues. Great light novel plot, Toya praised, then flicked Utaha's pale forehead. Don't imagine things next time. I'm all alone, I don't have that many connections. If he told them the truth about the gift, Utaha and Sora would probably be scared pale. Seeing Toya unwilling to speak, Utaha didn't ask further. Beautiful clothes. If possible, I wish there were some for girls. As she left, she couldn't help but praise it. The design of the 2 outfits was simply divine, the most perfect representation of a tailcoat. Toya laughed and cried inwardly. It looks good, but the designer might be an evil god. Would you really dare to wear it? He had a high status that made him immune to the evil god's pollution. But seeing the true form of the clothes still made his scalp tingle. Morning. The Trash Fox Detective Agency officially opened for business. Like a retired old man, Toya held his phone, browsing forums with gusto. Suddenly, a post on the forum caught his attention. A video post titled "The World's Unluckiest Person." Oh, is there really someone that unlucky? Toya clicked on the post, and a video slowly played. The perspective was that of a voyeur, secretly filming a sleazy man from 20 meters away. At the top, the filmer explained why they didn't get closer. Simply because the person being filmed was too unlucky, and they were afraid the bad luck was contagious. A filthy, pot-bellied, sleazy man walked cautiously down the road. With every step, he checked if the ground was solid and looked in all directions to ensure no cars were coming. The next second, bird droppings fell from the sky, landing precisely on the creep's forehead and sliding down his face. Just as everyone watching the video exclaimed at his bad luck, the creep, his vision blocked by bird droppings, accidentally stepped onto the road. A dump truck sped toward him, seemingly about to crush him to death. A real-life ice guy. Toya put away his joking thoughts and showed a hint of interest. Wasn't this the standard way to transmigrate to another world in Japan? Get hit by a truck, transmigrate to another world, marry a rich beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. In the next second, the dump truck driver showed superb driving skills, narrowly avoiding the sleazy guy. Although he didn't die, his foot wasn't so lucky. Cracked. The dump truck ran solidly over the foot the man had extended. The miserable scream was truly tear-jerking to hear. The video didn't end there. After his right foot was crushed, a brick flew from nowhere and coincidentally smashed onto his left foot. Endless misfortune followed. The creep had walked less than 10 meters but suffered countless disasters. The terrifying bad luck even scared the person filming, causing them to instinctively back away a few meters. I feel like this sleazy guy looks familiar. Toya stared at the man, feeling that his bad luck was entirely related to him. Can I see it? Toya paused the video, his clear, azure mystic eyes staring quietly at the man. In a vision only he could see, a charm floated above the man's head. Seeing the bad luck charm, Toya realized, so it's him. Chapter 72. How could he forget that sleazy man? An internet troll, who even spewed such vicious words, like telling Kasugano Sora to die. So he spent 100 source points to buy a bad luck charm, giving him a month of misfortune. Kawashima Toya felt incredibly satisfied, even hoping the video uploader would film a few more segments to add a bit of fun to his boring leisure time. "Big brother, what are you watching?" Just then, Sora's clear, sweet voice sounded by his ear. Toya handed his phone to Sora with a smile. "Sora, human joys and sorrows are not the same. I'm watching just how unlucky a person can be." "Let me see." Sora's interest was piqued, and she sat beside Toya, watching curiously. After the video ended, Sora turned her head away, unable to bear it. "Big brother, this person is so unlucky to suffer such terrible misfortune." Toya gently rubbed Sora's silver hair and said softly, "Sora is so kind." Sora was so kind that even though she didn't know this person had once attacked her with the most vicious words, she still pitied his misfortune. Truly worthy of being the ideal sister for countless people, including him. "Is he pitiable?" Kasumigaoka Utaha's surprised female voice suddenly rang out. This video has gone viral outside its circle. Many TV hosts saw the video and are scrambling for exclusive rights to broadcast the life of the unluckiest man. That fee is something he couldn't earn in a lifetime. All medical expenses during the broadcast will be fully covered by the TV station. It's said that the unluckiest man has already chosen the highest bidder and started an exclusive live broadcast. The innocent Sora asked in surprise, "Can you make money by being this unlucky?" Being young, how could she understand that even misfortune could be monetized? "Sora, so there's no need for sympathy. Just watch it like a comedy show." A gentle smile hung on Toya's handsome face, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. "Making money, a good idea. Is this the only good news for you, internet troll, in this month?" He wasn't too surprised that the internet troll could seize the opportunity to make money. Toya had full confidence in the system's bad luck charm. This charm, costing a full 100 source points, would definitely give him enough surprises. Just as Toya guessed, the system's bad luck charm would inevitably bring misfortune. If the sleazy man earned enough money to spend lavishly for a lifetime during his period of bad luck, how could it justify the price of the charm? Toya picked up his phone and leisurely watched anime. Beside him, Utaha, having submitted her light novel manuscript, played happily with Sora, creating a harmonious atmosphere. System notice, World Commission issued. A female university student named Hanazono Yuri, living in a rundown apartment in Jimbacho, is about to perform a demon summoning. The high-class devil, Jashin-chan, is about to descend. The world is mutating. Please assist Hanazono Yuri promptly and weaken Jashin-chan's strength as much as possible. Ensure that no incidents occur during the evil god's banquet that would affect the host's decisions. Commission reward, 20,000 source points. Time until demon summoning begins, 29 minutes. Really not giving me any free time, huh? Toya entrusted Sora to Utaha, telling her to guard the house well, then went out and hailed a taxi to Jimbacho. Utaha looked at Sora's exquisite face, then at the main door. "Fine, I'll be careful." Saying this, she took out the demon sword Murasame from the display case and hid it in a corner where she could reach it, but it wouldn't be easily discovered. After doing all this, Utaha clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Now I'm not worried." If a thief attacked, she wouldn't show any mercy. 10 minutes later, Toya arrived at Jimbacho, Tokyo's largest sanctuary for old and second-hand books. Standing at the entrance, Toya took in the view of Jimbacho. As the largest hub for old and second-hand books in Tokyo, the faint scent of books was thick in the air. Even before entering, he could see a considerable number of old books. Where should I start looking? Toya stroked his chin, falling into thought. This system commission provided no relevant map guidance. It just gave a mission and nothing else. Fortunately, he was an otaku in his past life and had some knowledge of the anime dropkick on my devil. At the very least, he knew what Hanazono Yuri and Jashin-chan looked like. Hard to find. Looking at the high-rise buildings in Jimbacho, Toya felt helpless. In a place like Tokyo, where land was expensive, finding Hanazono Yuri, even if she lived in a rundown apartment in Jimbacho, wasn't easy. Unable to think of a method, Toya decided to use an old-fashioned but practical way. Ask for directions. Asking one by one, someone was bound to know where the rundown apartments in Jimbacha were. Chapter 73. Then, using his formidable strength, he would check all these apartments at the fastest speed. With just a sweep, he could determine which apartment Hanazono Yuri was in. After asking a few people, Toya finally confirmed the location of the rundown apartment. Because there was only one rundown apartment building in Jimbacho. This building was famous for its low rent and for specifically renting to impoverished university students. 15 minutes left. Toya checked his location relative to the apartment. It's not far, I'll look around while I'm here. Hope I can find some good light novels. Jimbacho was Tokyo's largest gathering place for old and second-hand books. Maybe he could find a hidden gem. With plenty of time, there was no need to rush over and wait in boredom. Hanazono Yuri held the titles of Strongest Black Mage on Earth and Missionary of Evil. If he wasn't careful and got discovered, what then? Although he didn't know how much of her strength from the original work would translate to reality, caution was never wrong. Having made up his mind, Toya started strolling around Jimbacho. Small shops lined the streets, displaying all kinds of books. Books were piled together like small mountains. Toya entered a second-hand light novel shop and started browsing, hoping to find something to his liking. As a transmigrator, life couldn't just be about fighting and killing. Literary edification was also necessary. Even if the books providing this spiritual edification were various light novels and manga. No, not quite right. Toya shook his head slightly, putting down a book titled The Secret Story Between the Demon King and the Heroine. He picked up another one randomly, but the title on the cover instantly dissuaded him. The Hero and the Indescribable Demon King. Forget it, I'm leaving. Toya instantly lost interest in reading further. The Japanese mindset was becoming increasingly bizarre. As a remnant of the old era, he really couldn't board the ship to the new age. Just as Toya was slowly walking toward the rundown apartment, a shop selling occult tomes by the roadside caught his attention. The shop displayed quite a few ancient texts, although most were freshly printed. But one of them caught Toya's eye. In Toya's perception, this seemingly ordinary occult tome actually emitted an aura of ancient time. Even a cursory glance revealed the weight of history contained within it. Toya wanted to check the contents of the ancient book, but realized the mission start time was drawing near. Buy it first. Without bargaining, he bought the ancient text directly for 20,000 yen. After buying it, Toya shoved it into his pocket without looking. Not long after, Toya arrived at the rundown apartment. This 3-story apartment building was, as its name suggested, extremely dilapidated and old. Even so, tenants still flocked to it. Simply because its low price perfectly met the expectations of university students. Activating his mystic eyes of death perception, Toya looked at the apartment. A corner room on the second floor was already surging with fluctuations of magical power. In the rundown apartment, only this room had magical fluctuations, so this was clearly Hanazono Yuri's rental. Found it, Toya murmured, picking up the holy sword of physics, a crowbar he had bought from a hardware store, and walking up. The world commission wasn't hard. He just had to make Jashin-chan lose her power. A powerless Jashin-chan was just an ordinary demon, with strength comparable to a normal human. He didn't have to worry about her affecting the evil god's banquet. He just needed to use a little bit of force to hit Jashin-chan and make her lose her power. Then, Hanazono Yuri would regularly clean up Jashin-chan's power, ensuring no uncontrollable situations occurred. Sorry, Jashin-chan. A glint flashed in Toya's eyes, and the crowbar in his hand was already eager for action. Time passed gradually. The magical power in Hanazono Yuri's room rose, reaching a level where ordinary people would find it hard to move. Fortunately, the room had an isolation barrier, so it didn't attract the attention of ordinary people. After the magical power reached its peak, it dropped instantly, returning to a normal level. Now, hearing Jashin-chan's arrogant and conceited clear voice from the room, Toya's eyes flashed cold. He instantly opened the door and rushed in. In the room, a girl dressed in dark Lolita fashion, with a white eye patch over her left eye, an exquisite pale face, and a somewhat gloomy aura that kept people away, froze. She looked 15 or 16, but was actually a 19-year-old university student. The sudden intrusion caught even Jashin-chan off guard. She remained in her state of arms crossed, looking arrogant and conceited. Green cobra body, upper body of a cute blonde girl, blonde hair tied with light blue ribbons, confirmed as Jashin-chan. Chapter 74. I need to end this in one hit. I can't let Jashin-chan unleash her full power. Kawashima Toya sized up Jashin-chan's body, quickly identifying the critical spot that would neutralize her powers for a while. His clear, azure mystic eyes of death perception held no emotion, only cold indifference. Meeting Toya's gaze, Jashin-chan felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being targeted by some terrifying predator. Her body went stiff. By the time she shook off the paralyzing fear of the mystic eyes, Toya was already right in front of her. Sorry. Bang. Thud. Ahi. A heavy, devastating blow from the crowbar struck Jashin-chan square in the stomach. The immense force sent her flying, crashing uncontrollably against the wall. It's done, time to go. Seeing that he had successfully destroyed the source of Jashin-chan's power, Toya immediately turned to leave. A sneak attack. Jashin-chan slid down the wall, clutching her stomach in pain. Her blue eyes glared daggers at Toya's retreating back. Don't think you can get away, you dirty coward. I'll kill you. Hearing Jashin-chan's angry roar, still full of energy, Toya had to admire her. As expected of a high-class devil, that physical resilience is impressive. His strike just now had held nothing back. Even with a simple crowbar, it was a devastating attack. For Jashin-chan to still have the energy to threaten him after having her power source shattered. One could only envy a devil's constitution. Hey, gothic Lolita girl, remember to hit Jashin-chan's power source every 10 days to keep her in check. Toya shouted a quick instruction to Hanazono Yuri before vanishing from the scene. Jashin-chan wanted to give chase, but with her power source destroyed, she couldn't muster any strength. Aside from her nearly immortal devil body, she was powerless. She could only watch helplessly as Toya escaped. Even after he was gone, Jashin-chan continued to scream threats, swearing she would get her revenge. An intruder! Hanazono Yuri's exquisite face darkened, a gloomy aura surrounding her. In her dark Lolita dress, she looked more like a terrifying devil than Jashin-chan did. Sensing the murderous aura behind her, Jashin-chan stiffened and turned around, forcing a smile. Actually, this has nothing to do with me. That jerk even hit me with a crowbar, it still hurts. She pointed to the clearly visible bruise on her stomach. Hanazono Yuri wasn't interested in excuses. She walked over, step by step. You must have provoked him, otherwise why would he break in? A miserable, tragic scream echoed through the rundown apartment. After enduring a beating from Hanazono Yuri, Jashin-chan's blue eyes burned with the flames of hatred. I will get revenge, I have to get revenge. How can a dignified high-class devil let herself be bullied like this? At noon, while Hanazono Yuri was working at a maid cafe, Jashin-chan quietly slipped out of the apartment. Relying on her deep, hateful memory of Toya's scent, she tracked him down. Toya, who had already retreated to the entrance of Jimbacho, seemed to hear Jashin-chan's distant scream and shook his head. Sorry, don't hold it against me. I didn't want to do this. If we ever meet again, I'll apologize. The evil god's banquet was starting tomorrow night. If he let Jashin-chan run wild, it could cause serious trouble. He didn't want to deal with a dangerous banquet, while also worrying about Jashin-chan gathering her strength to dropkick Tokyo into oblivion. Ding, World Commission complete. Reward, 20,000 source points. That commission was surprisingly easy. Sitting in a taxi back to the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Toya sighed contentedly. If only every World Commission were this safe and simple. The taxi sped along the road, arriving at the Trash Fox Detective Agency a short while later. Inside, Kasumigaoka Utaha sat at his desk, frowning as if she were grappling with a difficult problem. Beside her, Kasugano Sora looked just as troubled. Toya walked in and asked, "What's wrong? Utaha Sora, you two look worried." "Well, there is one thing." Utaha handed her phone to Toya. "Yukinoshita Yukino's apartment doesn't allow pets. She found a pair of kittens and wants to know if we can foster them temporarily at the agency." Sora really likes kittens. Sora's face was full of melancholy, but the Trash Fox agency is Big Brother's workplace. "If we keep kittens here, it might bother the clients." Hearing this, Toya laughed. "If you want to raise them, then raise them." Chapter 75. What does that have to do with the agency? The agency is mine, not the client's. If they don't like it, they can talk somewhere else. If they really can't stand it, they can take their business to another detective agency. His only purpose in creating the Trash Fox Detective Agency was to help people in need. Charging a small fee was just a formality. Even if no one came, it didn't matter. He wasn't short on cash. The system shop could provide enough money to last dozens of lifetimes whenever he wanted. "I'll let her know right away." Utaha and Sora's eyes lit up with excitement. Toya nodded. "Do as you like." "Kawashima, you're the best." In her excitement, Utaha threw her arms around him. "I've wanted to raise kittens for ages, but I never had the chance. Even if I bought an apartment, I'd have to worry about the neighbors." This was why Yukinoshita Yukino had approached Toya. His agency was a standalone 3-story building. It was spacious enough that a few kittens wouldn't disturb anyone. Toya pushed Utaha away without hesitation. "That's not a real reward. Pick something else." "Like making me a big lunch. I've been starving all day." He hadn't eaten much since accepting the commission that morning. As his strength increased, so did his appetite. Until he reached a higher level of existence, he still needed to eat every day. Compared to a hug, a filling meal was much more practical. Realizing how bold she had just been, Utaha's face flushed red. She smiled brightly. "Since Kawashima agreed to my request, I can't be stingy. Sora-chan, come to the supermarket with me. Let's buy ingredients for a feast." "Okay." Sora put down her phone and excitedly followed Utaha out the door. "Utaha is getting used to the evil spirits too," Toya noted with satisfaction. Seeing Utaha adapt so quickly was a relief. Otherwise, he'd be constantly worried about her getting targeted by spirits whenever she went out, effectively turning him into a full-time babysitter. Alone in the quiet agency, Toya picked up his phone and browsed the forums, waiting for them to return. Half an hour flew by, but instead of Utaha and Sora, an uninvited guest came knocking. "You damn villain." Surprised, Jashin-chan is back for revenge. "Today is the day you die. Next year, today will be the anniversary of your death." With the upper body of a cute blonde girl and the lower body of a green cobra, it was Jashin-chan. She leaped into the air, whipping her snake tail fiercely. Crash! The glass door of the agency shattered, sending fragments scattering across the floor. Jashin-chan slithered quickly over the debris, marching aggressively toward Toya. "You've got guts." Toya's face turned cold. "You really are a bold snake." He was actually angry now. Smashing his front door right in front of him, that was a declaration of war. Sensing Toya's anger, Jashin-chan flinched but quickly regained her haughty attitude. "I am not a snake. I am Jashin-chan. But you don't need to remember my name, because you're about to die." How could a dignified high-class devil be afraid of a mere human? Even without her full power, she could easily crush a human. "HMPH," Toya laughed coldly, standing up and grabbing the demon sword Murasame from the display case. "I applaud your courage. Now die." Bang! With a loud boom, Toya vanished from his spot. "What?" Jashin-chan's pupils constricted. Before she could react, a cross-shaped flash of light slashed through her body. Splurt! Blood sprayed from the wound, splashing onto the floor. "He's fast." Jashin-chan's expression turned serious, and she hurriedly retreated to put distance between them. "You run fast." Toya stood exactly where Jashin-chan had been moments ago, the tip of Murasame pointing at the floor. A drop of Jashin-chan's blood dripped from the blade. Jashin-chan opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly felt something wrong with her wound. Chapter 76. Looking down, She saw black poison spreading like ants across her entire body. Cursed poison, Jashin-chan's heart sank. In her peak condition, she naturally wouldn't fear this poison, but she couldn't handle it now. Her body only had basic regenerative abilities, which could delay the poison's spread but couldn't completely eliminate it. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for her. At least before I die, I'll kill this hateful human. Jashin-chan knew she had to go all out, or she would die at this human's hands. Jashin-chan dropkick. Jashin-chan leaped high into the air, her green cobra body curving sharply as she kicked toward Toya. Although her power source was destroyed, preventing her from using her true strength for a while, her powerful high-class devil physique still imbued this strike with terrifying force. HMPH. Toya's eyes instantly turned into the clear, azure mystic eyes of death perception, and Jashin-chan's points and lines of death rapidly surfaced. Simply put, as long as he cut Jashin-chan's line of death. Even with her powerful regenerative abilities, Jashin-chan wouldn't be able to heal the wound. If he cut a point of death, Jashin-chan would truly die. Of course, I won't truly kill you. You are a source of entertainment after all. A playful smile curled the corners of Toya's mouth. However, please die for now, Jashin-chan. Jashin-chan had that kind of scum-snake personality. As long as she was beaten into fear, she would naturally restrain herself. Even if the restraint was superficial, if she got beaten enough, she would naturally keep a lower profile. Although I won't kill you permanently, killing you once is fine. As a high-class devil, Jashin-chan possessed extremely formidable regenerative abilities. Even if chopped into mincemeat, she would revive. It was just a matter of time. Since she wouldn't stay dead, killing her once to avenge the destroyed door of the Trash Fox Agency was fair game. Rest in peace, Jashin-chan. Toya targeted her weakness and thrust his sword. Jashin-chan's dropkick versus Toya's thrust. Splurt. The demon's sword Murasame instantly pierced through Jashin-chan's body, skewering her like a lollipop. Ahi. Jashin-chan coughed up mouthfuls of blood, looking at Toya in disbelief with her beautiful eyes. How did you do it? How did you know the weakness of the Jashin-chan dropkick? The Jashin-chan dropkick was one of her proudest moves, yet a mere human had found its flaw. Although she was heavily injured, and the pain throughout her body was indescribable. The fact that one of her signature moves had been countered made her ignore the pain. Toya looked in amazement as Jashin-chan continued to cough up blood, but showed no signs of dying. Not dead yet. Looks like I need to finish the job, or she'll just keep hanging on. Enviable regenerative ability, struggling to live even in this state. As for Jashin-chan's question, he wasn't an idiot. Why would he reveal such a thing? Toya pulled out Murasame and began the finishing blows. Splurt. The sound of the blade falling repeatedly rang out, accompanied by Jashin-chan's screams. Expressionless, Toya continued his work. A minute later, Jashin-chan finally died. Although this death was temporary, and she would revive before long. Next time, I'll kill her faster. If I don't get familiar with a high-class devil's weaknesses, facing Jashin-chan's revenge next time will be troublesome. Toya wiped a stray smear of blood from his cheek and found a woven bag to stuff the dead Jashin-chan into. Just then, a garbage truck drove by to collect trash. The garbage collector uncle looked at the dripping woven bag in Toya's hand, then at the blood Toya hadn't completely wiped off his face. A psycho killer. A great terror flooded his heart. The uncle's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Toya tossed the woven bag into the garbage truck and said helplessly, "Uncle, at least listen to my explanation." He could explain the dripping bag. As for being a psycho killer, he was a genuine ally of justice. Not long after, Toya returned to the agency to clean up the mess from the battle. Glass shards were everywhere, and the blood on the floor made it look just like a crime scene. At this moment, Kasumigaoka Utaha returned to the agency with Kasugano Sora. Seeing the glass shards all over the floor and Toya cleaning up blood, the two fell silent. After a long silence, Utaha silently took out her phone. "Kawashima, please explain what this is about." "If your explanation isn't legal, I'm calling the police." "Before you cook, help me wipe the blood off the floor." Toya pursed his lips and tossed a broom over. While cleaning the blood off the floor, Utaha asked, "Did something dangerous happen at the agency?" Chapter 77. Although they hadn't known each other long, Kasumigaoka Utaha understood Kawashima Toya to some extent. Whatever Toya did, there was a reason for it. He certainly wasn't a homicidal maniac. Check the surveillance footage yourself later. Toya felt mentally exhausted and didn't want to explain too much. Handling that garbage collector just now had cost him a full 100 source points. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he would have just thrown Jashin-chan into the sea. If he had thrown her into the sea, no one would have known, and he wouldn't have had to spend 100 source points. 10 minutes later, Utaha and the sensible Kasugano Sora, who volunteered to help, finished cleaning the agency lobby. Utaha couldn't wait to check the surveillance footage, and soon she understood the whole story. So that's what happened. A devil came knocking. Through the surveillance equipment, she realized how powerful Jashin-chan was. Although she looked goofy, her strength was definitely formidable. Confirming that Toya hadn't done anything illegal, Utaha breathed a sigh of relief, but then started worrying again. Kawashima, will so much blood cause a misunderstanding? It doesn't matter, all the trouble has been resolved. Toya said helplessly, "I'm hungry." Hearing that it was time to cook, Utaha revealed a confident smile. "Kawashima, just you wait. My cooking will definitely surprise you." 5 minutes later, Toya stared silently at the thick black smoke billowing from the kitchen. "If you can't cook, just say so. Do you think watching a few gourmet shows counts as knowing how to cook?" Expressionless, Toya walked into the kitchen and dragged out Utaha, who was coughing non-stop from inhaling too much smoke. "Great job. Not only did you waste ingredients, but you almost choked yourself to death in there. If I hadn't come to save you, wouldn't you have known to run out?" He was thoroughly impressed. If Utaha couldn't cook, why did she have to force it? Utaha's exquisite features flushed red with embarrassment. She lowered her voice. "Sorry." Only after cooking for the first time did she realize that even following a recipe could lead to such a terrifying mistake. "I'll do it myself." Toya waved his hand weakly, deciding to make lunch himself. Before long, a hearty lunch was served dish by dish. Seeing the dazzling array of food, Utaha's exquisite face turned even redder. She had really humiliated herself this time, even nearly knocking herself out in the kitchen. Sister Utaha is so clumsy. Sora looked at the delicious food on the table and teased. "Eat," Toya said gently, "no talking while eating." Utaha held her rice bowl, feeling increasingly ashamed. "No, I must learn to cook properly, so that Kawashima and Sora will see me in a whole new light." At this moment, she silently made up her mind to become a master chef. Big Brother is simply omnipotent, Sora thought admiringly. However, in her future learning career, Utaha would always find various ways to turn the kitchen into a disaster zone. After lunch, Toya took a lounge chair to the courtyard of the Trash Fox Agency and lazily sunbathed. This scene made Utaha frown endlessly. "Kawashima, you're so young. How can you act like a retired old man every day? How do you adapt to this kind of life?" God knows, whenever Toya had nothing to do, he would find a place to lie down like a retiree. This image was extremely inconsistent with Toya, who looked like a teenager. Toya turned his head lazily. "It's not that I want to do this, but there's nothing else to do. As for resting, it's great. Train to become stronger." Currently, this world was strictly speaking still an ordinary slice-of-life world. Even though evil spirits had appeared in the human world and evil god minions existed, they hadn't affected the surface daily life. Lacking certain necessary substances, such as spiritual energy, training here for a year would at best make him slightly stronger than an average adult. Rather than wasting time training here, it was better to cultivate his spirit and reserve enough energy to go to the land of shadows. Accepting Shishu Scathach's training in the land of shadows was much faster than training in this world. "Stop lazing around. Let's go shopping." Utaha suddenly realized what she had said, and an unnatural look appeared on her beautiful face. "I mean, we should go buy clothes for Sora. When you abducted Sora, you didn't prepare any clothes for her at all." Smart and quick-witted as she was, she quickly found a way to change the topic. That's true, Sora doesn't have clothes. Toya thought for a moment and said, let's go, we'll take Sora to buy clothes. As a boy who didn't like shopping, he could get by with just a few sets of clothes, but Sora couldn't. If Sora changed into new clothes and dressed up like a little princess, his eyes would light up, and his mood would improve significantly. No sooner said than done. Toya waved to Sora, who was playing with a stuffed black rabbit doll. Sora, let's go shopping. Shopping. Okay. A look of reluctance appeared on Sora's exquisite little face, but thinking about shopping with Toya, she immediately became happy. Utaha watched Sora skipping over to hold Toya's hand and pouted. HMPH, do you like Kawashima that much? I invited you to, but you didn't want to go. But when Kawashima invites you, you don't hesitate at all. Blatant favoritism. Hearing Utaha's muttering, a brilliant smile appeared on Toya's handsome face. Who asked you not to have my charm, Utaha? Sora rejected your shopping trip, but agreed to mine immediately. That's why I said it's blatant favoritism. Utaha was filled with jealousy. She treated Sora very well, but unfortunately, she still couldn't compare to Toya's status in Sora's heart. Holding Toya's hand, Sora felt a little guilty. But thinking about how boring shopping was, and that it would only be interesting with Big Brother Kawashima, she instantly felt relieved. Sorry, Sister Utaha, it's only fun to go shopping with Big Brother. The middle schooler Sora silently apologized to Utaha in her heart, hoping she could understand. Chapter 78. Kawashima Toya brought Kasugano Sora and Kasumigaoka Utaha to a nearby shopping street. Various shops lined the street, ranging from economical and affordable to high-end luxury. Everything one could wish for was there. Utaha, what kind of clothes should Sora buy? Toya looked down at the middle school-aged Sora and asked Utaha. He had almost no experience buying clothes, let alone for Sora, whose age placed her at an awkward boundary. Should she choose clothes suitable for elementary school students or go for a more mature middle school style? It was a difficult choice. Never bought any, just come with us. Utaha rolled her eyes and said with disdain, Sora is a girl. How can we let you pick out her clothes? And as for your fashion sense, don't even get me started. Oh, I see. Toya nodded, feigning enlightenment. Then you two go choose, I'll just pay. No need, I'll pay. Utaha said very generously. I made a killing after the new volume of my light novel went on sale recently. And the main reason I earned so much is all thanks to the ideas you gave me, Kawashima. So today, Sora's expenses and yours are on me. I'm treating. That impressive? Toya's smile grew brighter. Then I won't say no, thanks in advance, Utaha. Although he wasn't short on money, having such a good opportunity, he had to make a dent in Utaha's wallet. He wanted to make her understand that the phrase, I'm paying for everything, wasn't something she could say so easily just yet. At least, he should be the one saying it. Toya said gently to Sora, Sora, go find Sister Utaha. She's paying for everything today. But Sora reluctantly let go of Toya's hand and held Utaha's. Toya deliberately fell a step behind, following the two at a moderate distance. There really are a lot of evil spirits. Toya glanced around. Even in broad daylight, the bustling shopping street was practically a gathering place for them. The street was already crowded with people, yet the remaining space was completely occupied by wandering spirits. If you threw a coin into the crowd, there was a 50-50 chance it would hit an evil spirit. Sometime later, Utaha and Sora were carrying so many shopping bags that they could barely hold anything else. Seeing Toya strolling along like a slacker, Utaha complained, Kawashima, at least help us share the load. With so much luggage, how are we supposed to keep shopping? Toya pondered for a moment, then shaken his head. Generally speaking, people should be independent. Think of it this way, you and Sora carrying the bags counts as physical training. Although his words sounded philosophical, his meaning was singular. Don't even dream about it. Utaha trembled with anger. You really are the worst. The leisure time of shopping for clothes soon came to an end. Utaha tried several times to get Toya to help carry the bags, but ultimately received only rejections. She could only put aside the thought of buying more clothes and turned her attention to food. In front of a maid cafe, Toya hurriedly called out, "Utaha, Sora, let's see what the coffee here tastes like." "Don't hold back, I'll cover the bill." He had been in Japan for a while now, but he had only seen maids on TV. He had never actually visited a maid cafe. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he miss it? Utaha sneered. "You don't want coffee, you just want to ogle the maids, don't you?" Sora made a cute, shame-on-you gesture, rubbing her cheek with her finger. "Big brother Kawashima, how shameful." "Impossible, I came purely for the coffee." Toya said with a straight face, "I heard coffee made by maids tastes much better." As for whether that was true, he didn't know. He had only seen maid cafes on the internet, after all. Although Utaha despised Toya's motives, she still followed him inside. Having walked for so long and carried most of the packages, she was exhausted and desperately needed a caffeine pick-me-up. As Toya walked into the maid cafe, a maid immediately approached, her energetic and gentle voice ringing out, "Welcome home, master." The maid bowed perfectly, then looked up at Toya. Seeing that familiar yet different face, Hanazono Yuri froze on the spot. Wasn't this the guy who broke into her home not long ago and gave Jashin-chan a whack with a crowbar? Looking at the maid, Hanazono Yuri, Toya was surprised. It's actually Hanazono Yuri. He hadn't expected such a coincidence, randomly entering a maid cafe and running into Yuri working part-time. At this moment, Yuri had swapped her gloomy gothic Lolita outfit for a vibrant black and white maid uniform. Her usual dark aura had vanished, replaced by a sweet, professional smile. If he hadn't seen Yuri at noon, he really wouldn't have believed they were the same person. Yuri was shocked by Toya's appearance, but she immediately remembered her duty. Wearing a sweet smile completely different from her usual self, she said, "Master, welcome home. Please follow your exclusive maid to your seat." Even though she felt incredibly embarrassed inside, she remembered the responsibilities of her job. She had to maintain a smile at all times and ensure the customer didn't feel even a hint of unhappiness. Of course, a hint of amusement flashed in Toya's eyes as he followed her at a leisurely pace. He wanted to see just how flustered Yuri would get. Unaware of the situation, Utaha saw Toya eagerly following the maid like a puppy and huffed in anger. Look at him, acting so disgraceful over a maid. Has he no shame? Sora nodded heavily. Sister Utaha is right, big brother is being too shameful. She was also very jealous. What was so good about a maid that made big brother make that face? If he really liked maids, she and Sister Utaha could just buy the uniforms themselves. Although they spurned Toya's behavior, Utaha and Sora still followed and sat at the same table with him. Sitting in his seat, Toya took the menu. "I'll have a black coffee with maid magic added." After speaking, he handed the menu to Utaha and Sora. "Order whatever you like, don't be shy." Toya couldn't wait to see what kind of expression the missionary of evil, the strongest black mage on earth, Hanazono Yuri, would make while casting a spell on his coffee. "I'll have a latte and a milk tea." Utaha expertly ordered the drinks and helped Sora order hers as well. Sora looked at Utaha in confusion. "Sister Utaha, I wanted to try ordering myself." Coming to a maid cafe for the first time was a completely new experience for her. She wanted to see what was so different about this place. Chapter 79. Then pick something yourself, but be warned, that coffee is more bitter than medicine, Kasumigaoka Utaha cautioned with a faint smile, handing over the menu. "That bitter?" Kasugano Sora's small hand trembled slightly, and she hurriedly ordered the same drink Utaha had chosen. "Certainly." Hanazono Yuri wore a sweet smile on her face, bowing slightly to Kawashima Toya as she left. "Master, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Utaha waved her hand to block Toya's view, mocking him. "Stop staring. If you look any longer, the maid might call the police. They'll arrest you for harassment." "There's no such crime," Toya said, exasperated. "Who do you think I am? Why would I do such a thing? I just find it interesting. I actually know that maid, although I've only known her for a day." Seeing her with this expression, it's just incredible. Seeing the judgy looks from Sora and Utaha, he knew he had to explain properly. Otherwise, he would definitely be misunderstood as a pervert who zoned out staring at maids. That kind of misunderstanding had to be cleared up. Incredible, Utaha blinked in surprise. A human with supernatural powers doing this kind of work. This kind of utterly ordinary job doesn't fit her identity at all. If she chose to take on supernatural commissions like you do, just one job would be enough to not work for a year, right? Toya leaned back in his chair, smiling. Everyone has their own choices. Working as a maid can fulfill many girls' fantasies. At the same time, there's a considerable income from tips. The maid was definitely a proper maid, but the customers were different. Almost every customer who came in was an otaku. Otaku would choose their favorite maid to serve them, drink coffee, chat, and escape the grind of their daily lives. Finally, they would leave a substantial tip and depart satisfied. Utaha stared at Toya suspiciously. Why do I feel like you know an awful lot about this? And you said you've never been to a maid cafe before. He knew clearly that customers left tips, yet claimed he didn't understand maid cafes. I read about it online, Toya said calmly. You don't need to visit a place to know how it works. Yurin placed the prepared drinks on the table one by one, smiling sweetly. Next, Yurin will cast a spell to make the coffee delicious. After performing a cringy, otaku-style magic chant, Yurin slowly took a step back. Please enjoy, Yurin will keep master company. If you have any troubles, you can vent to Yurin. A maid cafe employee, that is a maid, had a job like this. Besides serving as a waitress, she also had to act as a listener. Yurin desperately wanted to flee, but due to her duties as a maid, she couldn't. Facing the intruder who had broken into her home, not being able to attack him was already hard enough. But having to cast a spell to make coffee delicious, while he looked at her with that smug expression, was simply too humiliating. Toya took a sip of the black coffee and almost spat it out due to the intense bitterness. I'll never get used to this. That was his only thought. Even in his past life, he hadn't visited cafes much, so naturally, he wasn't used to the taste. Toya put down the black coffee and looked at Yurin with a smile. You're a maid at this cafe, right? What was your name again? Master, you can call me Yurin, Hanazono Yurin, Yurin said with a plastered-on smile, speaking words that felt very out of character. Except for Toya, who knew Yurin well. Everyone else would think that this girl with the sweet smile, who looked like a middle school student, must be this energetic every day. Yurin, sit down. Toya pointed to the empty seat, signaling Yurin to take it. Although the occasion wasn't suitable for chatting, what needed to be discussed had to be discussed. After all, there was less than half a day left until the evil god's banquet. He hoped Yurin could control Jashin-chan and prevent her from causing trouble. Jashin-chan was famously vengeful and petty. After he did such a cruel thing, she would definitely try every means to retaliate. Normally, he wouldn't care, but if she came for revenge tonight, it would just add chaos to chaos. That's not appropriate, master, Yurin declined with a smile. A maid cannot sit at the same table as her master. She really wanted to sit down and rest to relieve the fatigue of standing for hours. But thinking that sitting down might cause misunderstandings among other customers, making them think she might be. Toya glanced indifferently at the neighboring table, where a maid was almost huddled together with a customer. That maid has already sat down. Let's have a good talk about Jashin-chan. Master, I am different from her. A trace of disgust flashed in Yurin's eyes. The maid at the next table was clearly fishing for tips. Yurin wouldn't stoop to that level. Although very reluctant, Yurin still sat down. Because the topic of discussion was about the devil Jashin-chan, whom she had summoned not long ago. Toya's gaze turned serious. I hope you can use the contract to forcibly restrain Jashin-chan for one day. Just until today ends. After that, do whatever you want. Impossible, Yurin refused without thinking. Jashin-chan has a terrible personality, but I won't restrict her freedom. Even if she is a devil I summoned accidentally. I hope you consider it carefully. Toya sighed slightly, because I have very troublesome matters to attend to. Jashin-chan holds grudges, and I'm worried she will interfere with me. Troublesome matters, Yurin was stunned, staring at Toya seriously. Can you tell me about it? For some reason, she felt that something big was going to happen to Toya tonight. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Toya had no intention of hiding it and told her about the evil god's banquet. Although Jashin-chan had an innocent and cute face, her personality undoubtedly inherited the violence and cruelty of a devil. Facing an enemy, she would show absolutely no mercy. If she took the opportunity to cause trouble while he was attending the evil god's banquet, it would be a disaster. This banquet, Yurin's expression suddenly turned solemn, and she murmured, "I seem to have read a book when I was young." That book seemed to record matters regarding the evil god's banquet. Yurin began to carefully search her memories, ignoring everyone else, thinking back to the evil god's banquet. Toya waited quietly, not disturbing Yurin's thoughts. Chapter 80. A few minutes later, Hanazono Yurin suddenly spoke up. "I remember now. There used to be a book in the shrine that recorded things about the evil god's banquet." Yurin's beautiful face was full of solemnity. "Kawashima, are you sure you want to attend the evil god's banquet?" "Can I not go?" Kawashima Toya laughed helplessly. "The invitation and the gifts have been delivered. I have to go even if I don't want to." On the second floor of the Trash Fox Detective Agency, there were 2 gifts from the evil god stored away. Each one was formed from the skin of an evil god, containing madness, evil, and mystical power. He was certain that if he didn't go, the gifts on the second floor would immediately revert to their true forms. Although they could be suppressed by the box of sealing, anyone could open that box. Once the box of sealing was opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The power of anomalies and madness would spread immediately. As for how far it would spread, he had no answer. Yurin said seriously, "Let me tell you about what I remember from the shrine book. It's a record about Abe no Seimei, the protagonist of the Heian era." Toya frowned. Abe no Seimei used the power of the entire Heian era to steal the power of Lord Taisen. Almost all mystical powers were stripped away, barely snatching a sliver of divine power. Is such a method possible? Yurin shook her head. "I don't know. But one thing is certain. The evil god's banquet is a banquet to select a favored person. Abe no Seimei didn't attend, or rather didn't dare to attend, which incurred the wrath of the evil god. When the world was about to sink into depravity, Abe no Seimei came up with a way to solve this disaster. The price was that almost all mystical inheritances were severed, including those who were alive. So far, there are only a few people in the world who might possess mystical powers." Yurin paused slightly, her expression heavy. "The Heian era had the foundation of the Heian era, our era has nothing. Trying to imitate Abe no Seimei's actions is impossible. Because he completely exhausted the accumulation of the era, severing everything utterly. Beside them, Kasumigaoka Utaha and Kasugano Sora were stunned, unable to believe they had learned such an important secret. Even Abe no Seimei from 1,000 years ago couldn't solve this banquet. Could Toya do it? Don't make it sound so heavy, like the world is about to end." A bright smile appeared on Toya's handsome face. "I'll attend that banquet. I just hope you can help me restrict Jashin-chan for a day." The evil god's banquet was dangerous, but not to that extent. As long as the evil god's true body didn't descend personally, it could be handled. "I promise you," Yuri nodded gently, "I won't let her disturb you." The trip to the maid cafe ended quickly. Just as Toya was about to take Sora and Utaha back to the Trash Fox Agency, he found that Yurin had changed back into her dark Lolita outfit and chased after them. Wearing an eye patch and radiating Chunibyo energy, Yurin stared straight at Toya. "I asked the manager for a day off to follow you home and solve the Jashin-chan problem. I will watch Jashin-chan personally." "Thanks," the corners of Toya's mouth turned up slightly. "Now I can rest assured." Soon, Toya returned to the Trash Fox Agency with Yurin, Sora, and Utaha. The agency looked exactly the same as before they left, with no changes. "Come out, Jashin-chan." Suddenly, Yurin stood at the entrance of the agency and spoke calmly. "Jashin-chan," Toya looked at Yurin in surprise. "Is she actually here?" Devils really hold grudges. When he came back just now, he had also sensed Jashin-chan's aura. But he thought it was just residual traces from when he cleaned up Jashin-chan earlier. Yurin nodded gently. "Jashin-chan hides well. If not for the connection of the contract, I wouldn't have discovered her. The surroundings were silent, except for the occasional passerby. There was absolutely no sign of Jashin-chan. Utaha and Sora wondered if Yurin had sensed wrong. Toya waited with interest for Yurin's next move. He trusted Yurin very much. No one understood Jashin-chan better than Yurin. If she said Jashin-chan was here, she was definitely here. She holds a grudge too deeply. It's a good thing Yurin came along. Although he didn't fear Jashin-chan and could easily kill her. Her perseverance moved him. Including this time, Jashin-chan had come twice in total. She probably rushed over immediately, driven by the desire for revenge, right after reviving. Yurin suddenly moved, walking towards the trash can where the Trash Fox Agency's daily garbage was piled. Won't come out. Yurin stared gloomily at the trash can, a cold and chilling aura slowly spreading. The contract connection told her that Jashin-chan was hiding inside the trash can. Inside the trash can, the filthy and smelly Jashin-chan felt the cold aura outside and shivered. Is this Yurin's voice? Why would she be here? Jashin-chan shook her head frantically. It must be that person's trick. I can't be fooled. Yurin was very angry about his intrusion. How could she help him? Continue waiting. Wait until that hateful guy takes out the trash. Then I'll jump out and kill him in one hit. Seemingly imagining the scene of Toya being killed by her in one hit, a brilliant smile appeared on Jashin-chan's exquisite lips. Hiding in the trash can. A look of realization flashed in Toya's eyes. No wonder he only sensed Jashin-chan's aura and mistook it for the residue from cleaning up at noon. It turned out Jashin-chan was hiding in the trash can, using its stench to mask her presence. In that case, his misunderstanding was normal. Toya crossed his arms, waiting for the show to start with eyes full of amusement. Seeing Toya's behavior, Utaha and Sora watched curiously as well. A scene that even Toya wouldn't miss, must be very interesting. Expressionless, Yurin reached out and yanked the lid off the trash can. She was ready to teach Jashin-chan a lesson. To dare ignore her voice, she needed a memorable lesson. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Feeling light shine into the trash can, Jashin-chan immediately realized Toya had opened it. The best opportunity had arrived. Not a moment could be wasted. Gathering all her strength, she leaped out of the trash can, flying into midair. Chapter 81. Why isn't it Kawashima? Jashin-chan realized that the person opening the trash can wasn't Toya, but Hanazono Yurin. Toya, whom she had been obsessing over killing, was standing not far away, watching the show with an amused look on his face. His expression seemed to say, so the trash snake actually came out. Whatever, I can't miss this chance, I'll just kill both of them. Once I kill Yurin, I can return to the demon realm. And before I go, I'll kill Kawashima to pay him back for that crowbar hit. Jashin-chan didn't care about priorities anymore. Both Toya and Yurin were on her hit list. Killing Yurin first, then Toya, the order didn't matter. Yurin, die. Jashin-chan's snake tail curved sharply. Jashin-chan dropkick. Seeing Jashin-chan's move, Toya shook his head with a laugh. Still the same old trick. How could that possibly work? Jashin-chan wasn't a Kamen Rider. The accuracy of her dropkick was notoriously pathetic. Just as Toya predicted, Yurin's expression remained cold. She simply shifted slightly to the side, easily dodging Jashin-chan's attack range. Yurin clenched her right fist and punched the descending Jashin-chan hard in the stomach. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Jashin-chan's beautiful eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Intense pain surged from her abdomen. It felt like her insides had been scrambled by that single blow. Instantly, Jashin-chan lost her earlier arrogance, rolling on the ground, clutching her stomach like a worm in pain. Expected outcome, Toya nodded in satisfaction. Yurin had held back. If she had gone all out, she could have definitely annihilated Jashin-chan in one hit. So strong, Kasumigaoka Utaha was amazed by Yurin's terrifying strength. A single punch caused such a commotion. She tried to imagine it, and realized that if Yurin punched an ordinary person, they would probably drop dead on the spot. Kasugano Sora felt a bit sorry for her. After all, Jashin-chan hadn't actually done anything yet. How could a 13-year-old middle schooler understand the full picture? Kawashima, don't worry. Yurin's face was serious. I will keep a close eye on Jashin-chan. Toya smiled. No need to be so serious. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. Saying this, he turned and walked into the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Follow me. Let's see your room first, Yurin. Since Yurin had helped so much, how could he let her go back just like that? He definitely had to play the good host and thank Yurin for her help. While Yurin was hesitating, she saw Jashin-chan quietly inching away, trying to escape. Then I'll stay for a night. I can't let Kawashima be troubled during the evil god's banquet. Thinking this, she grabbed Jashin-chan's tail and, ignoring the devil's struggles, dragged her toward the agency. Jashin-chan screamed in pain as she was dragged across the ground. Yurin remained unmoved, hauling her straight inside. As expected of Yurin, Toya marveled. Yurin was usually easy to get along with, but when it came to Jashin-chan, she showed no mercy. Although Jashin-chan was pitiful, Toya felt inexplicably happy watching this. After some tossing about, Jashin-chan slumped against the wall in a corner of the agency, looking down at her injuries, sulking pitifully. A thick aura of self-pity surrounded her. Toya observed quietly from the side, having no intention of comforting her. Jashin-chan was a true scum snake. She might look pitiful on the surface, but she was probably plotting something nasty right now. Just then, Toya saw Sora walking toward Jashin-chan, holding a pile of first aid supplies. Will Jashin-chan appreciate it? He wondered with interest. Here, big sister, bandages for you. The silver-haired little girl, Sara, appeared like a guardian angel, holding jars and bottles of medicine. Jashin-chan stared blankly at Sora, unable to believe this little girl wasn't afraid of her and was even offering help. Even with her terrible personality, she felt her heart touched. Jashin-chan asked tentatively, for me. Yes, it hurts, right? Sora smiled sweetly. These medicines can heal you. Beside them, Toya looked away, losing interest in Jashin-chan. Since he had confirmed Jashin-chan wouldn't hurt Sora, there was no need to watch her anymore. Not far from Toya, Yurin also breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried Jashin-chan had lost all humanity and would hurt a child. Fortunately, Jashin-chan seemed to get along surprisingly well with Sora. Soon night fell. Toya brought a large, overflowing pot of sukiyaki from the kitchen. The food is served. Sukiyaki? Beside them, Jashin-chan, who had been starving all day, lit up. She looked ready to pounce on the food immediately. But remembering that her two enemies, Toya and Yurin, were there. Her pride wouldn't allow her to eat with her enemies. Toya placed the sukiyaki pot on the table. The remaining space was packed with various hot pot ingredients. The quantity of ingredients was massive, and the portions were enormous. Even if everyone ate their fill, there would definitely be leftovers. Seeing the lavish spread, Yurin couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't eaten such a rich meal in a long time, let alone such a huge portion. Toya sat down early and whispered to Sora, Sora, go call Jashin-chan over. Although things were unpleasant with Jashin-chan, they couldn't just leave her out on such an occasion. The scum snake was bad, but she could be disciplined slowly later. Got it, Sora's big eyes lit up, and she ran over excitedly. She had been hesitating about how to ask big brother Kawashima to let Jashin-chan eat with them, but now it was fine. Jashin-chan looked at her two enemies, Toya and Yurin, then at the expectant Sora. How can I go? Growl. Her stomach betrayed her. Jashin-chan pouted haughtily. I'm only agreeing for Sora's sake, okay? Yurin watched Jashin-chan and Sora walking over hand in hand and whispered to Toya, Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, Toya said gently. If you hadn't restrained Jashin-chan, there would definitely be trouble. Besides, there was always a place for Jashin-chan at this dinner. The dazzling feast overwhelmed Jashin-chan and Yurin. When everyone was seated and Toya told them to eat, Jashin-chan stuffed her face, disregarding her image entirely. What surprised Toya the most was that Jashin-chan actually took the initiative to share her favorite food with Sora. Chapter 82. After the hearty dinner, Kawashima Toya checked the time. The evil god's banquet was about to begin. Time to go. Let's see just how terrifying this evil god's banquet really is. Terrifying enough that even the famous Abe, no Sami of the Heian era, backed down. Toya's eyes shifted to the clear azure of the mystic eyes. He picked up the demon sword Murasame and walked out of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Hanazono Yurin's slender, pale hand tightly gripped the struggling Jashin-chan's neck as she whispered softly, "Good luck." It wasn't that she didn't want to help Toya, she simply couldn't. Ancient texts contained very few records about evil gods, but what little existed was horrifying. Evil gods possessed terrifying mental pollution. Mere contact would lead to immediate corruption. No matter how strong a person was, they were not immune. If she rashly tried to help Toya and got mentally corrupted into a mad minion, she wouldn't be helping him, she would just be adding another powerful enemy to his list. As the evil god's banquet drew near, the gazes of various supernatural races gathered on the location. On the mountain peak, where Toya had once saved Tohru, Lukoa, a stunning beauty with an incredible figure and heterochromatic eyes, gazed in the direction of the banquet. Her slender, pale hand gently stroked the head of the green dragon Tohru. "Easy now. Tohru, your injuries have just healed. Even if you want to repay his kindness, you have to wait until tomorrow morning. The hero of this era, your savior, is preparing to resolve the evil god's banquet. If you go now, you won't be helping, you'll just be getting in the way. If you get corrupted, your savior will have to face a rampaging dragon on top of everything else." The green dragon, Tohru, slowly closed her eyes, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. Lukoa smiled. "I wonder if an era that has lost almost all its mystical roots can still produce a miracle." Heaven, a kindly old man with white hair, God, looked down at the human world and murmured, "My flawed savior, can you save the world? So many angels up here are waiting for you to save the world so they can go down there and train properly." As he spoke, the noisy chatter of countless little angels rang out around him. God's kindly demeanor cracked. He covered his ears in pain. "Savior, do your best. Beat those bastard evil gods senseless. I can't take it anymore. Why are these little angels so noisy? Once you save the world, I'm kicking them all down to earth." Human world. In the pitch-black night, Toya walked unhurriedly toward the abandoned town where the Tower of Holy Glory was located. Under the moonlight, his clear azure mystic eyes were filled with aloof indifference, like a god walking the earth to cleanse it of filth. "Don't fail me now, partner." Toya gently stroked Murasame, feeling the sword's bloodthirsty excitement. 10 minutes later, Toya stepped into the bizarre abandoned town. The moment he crossed the boundary, it was as if he had entered another world. The ruins and rubble underwent a terrifying transformation. The ruined houses seemed to awaken, actually starting to writhe and pulse. In the shadows, unknown entities skittered back and forth, whispering mad, piercing gibberish. From somewhere unseen, bursts of exaggerated laughter rang out, mocking Toya's overconfidence. "Looks like an evil god has really descended." Toya's face remained calm. He showed not a shred of fear at the grotesque changes around him. Even without the system's detection, he knew the entire ruined city had awakened. Under the influence of the evil god's power, it had mutated into an anomaly. Currently, the only fortunate thing was that the evil god seemed to be restraining its influence for some reason. Otherwise, the entire world would have instantly mutated, turning into a realm of madness and decay. Nothing would have been spared. Perhaps only those with protection from existences on par with the evil gods would be safe. "You're in my way." Toya glanced coldly at a living house blocking his path. Instantly, the point of death shattered. The living house disintegrated into ash. The moment Toya made his move, the atmosphere of the entire town shifted drastically. Piercing, exaggerated laughter rang out louder than before, mocking Toya's stupidity. Countless anomalies swarmed toward him in forms unimaginable to the human mind. They could barely be called weapons, but they were determined to tear Toya apart. Without hesitation, Toya slashed. If someone were watching from the sky, they would be speechless with shock. This ruined city far exceeded the scale Toya had previously observed. Endless anomalies swarmed toward him like a flood. In this tide of monsters, Toya's figure appeared incredibly small, insignificant as a grain of sand. No wonder Abe no Seimei didn't come. He'd rather burn through the spiritual reserves of the entire Heian era just to steal a sliver of divine power. Toya sighed. This evil god's banquet is a little too welcoming, so welcoming that no one can survive it. If I had known, I would have found a way to use Abe no Seimei's method to buy humanity a few more decades. No, I should say buy myself a few more decades. Despite his cynical words, Toya's azure eyes showed no fluctuation. They remained as calm and indifferent as a frozen lake. All right, now you can fully release that bloodlust. His soft whisper was quickly drowned out by the piercing, mocking laughter of the city. At this moment, the last trace of emotion in Toya's eyes vanished, leaving only extreme coldness. Any superfluous emotion would only slow down his blade. Toya transformed into a machine that existed only to swing his sword and slaughter enemies. Various mystical factions and powerful existences were watching the evil god's banquet from the shadows. Although they didn't watch with their physical eyes, they couldn't avoid sensing the tremors of the battle. All the high and mighty existences gasped, marveling at the sheer terror of the event. Countless enemies swarmed in. Every one of Toya's slashes was a masterpiece of efficiency. In this living city of ruins, there was no room for flashy tricks. Even a grain of dust or sand was an enemy here. He had no allies. He only had the Tegu, Murasame, in his hand. As a Tegu, it should have struggled against these grotesque anomalies. It should have shattered long ago, yet it persisted. For some reason, Toya wielded Murasame with unstoppable momentum. The blade seemed to grow sharper and brighter with every kill. In the center of the living ruins, a magnificent building stood quietly. It was the Tower of Holy Glory. Like the town surrounding it, it too had awakened. Chapter 83. It radiated a bizarre, corrupting aura, no less potent than the one suffocating the ruined town outside. Yet the building itself remained untouched by the corruption. It looked exactly as it had in the beginning. Luxurious, magnificent, sacred. On the highest floor of the Tower of Holy Glory, a twisted, maddening silhouette watched Kawashima Toya silently through the floor-to-ceiling window. This one-sided slaughter had lasted a day and a night. Toya felt no fatigue. He simply swung his sword with mechanical precision, cutting down every anomaly in his path. Countless piles of ash littered the ground, proof that innumerable evil god minions had been reduced to nothingness. As a Tegu, the demon sword Murasame responded to Toya's will perfectly, flashing with brilliant light with every strike. The battle was nearing its end, yet Murasame seemed even sharper than when he started. Splurt! The point of death of the last anomaly shattered, scattering into ash. Toya stood quietly on the desolate earth, his expression indifferent. Murasame's tip rested on the ground, ready for the next attack. The tide of monsters within a few kilometers had long since been wiped out. Black ash carpeted the ground, dyeing the earth pitch black. Is that it? Toya murmured indifferently. Even though his body and mind should have been exhausted, an endless stream of power surged through him. His body was unblemished. The wounds that should have covered him had vanished, leaving behind a perfect physique. It was as if he had never been injured at all. If anyone looked closely, they would see that Toya's body was emitting a faint, invisible glow. This was the light of the era, the final gift Abe no Seimei had left to him. Toya scanned his surroundings, confirming that the awakened city had been completely annihilated. Next, it's time to crash the banquet. With a whisper so calm it was chilling, Toya walked toward the Tower of Holy Glory. 10 minutes later, he stood before the entrance. Don't move, or I'll cut you down. With that warning, Toya walked straight inside. As he entered, the tower surged with bizarre black energy, as if trembling with rage. But its anger didn't last long. It calmed down immediately under his gaze. Nice decor. Toya looked at the magnificent interior and nodded. It would be even better without the evil god minions cluttering the place. Hehe, let's eat him. The last savior of humanity must taste delicious. Gahaha, get him. From the shadows, bizarre figures emerged one by one. Every anomaly defied human description. Twisted, grotesque forms designed to drain one's sanity just by looking at them. Toya looked at the leader with a surprised expression. "You look familiar." The leader, whose head resembled a rotting lizard's, laughed hideously. "Of course I'm familiar. After all, you killed me once. Ha ha ha, before I eat you, let me show you my former ugly face." A burst of black mist dispersed, revealing the anomaly's original human form. It was Tomoya. Tomoya's face wore a hateful, cruel smile. "I returned to the embrace of the evil god and was reborn. I've even become a true believer. Today is the day I devour you, piece by piece. And after I kill you, I'll go kill Kasumigaoka Utaha." "Tomoya," Toya raised an eyebrow, "you're not Tomoya." The semi-finished product that failed to become a minion was undoubtedly dead. The mystic eyes of death perception were a power sublimated from the root itself. Anything he killed stayed dead. Even an evil god couldn't achieve true resurrection against that power. The Tomoya standing in front of him was likely just a clone holding the same memories. "Forget it, arguing is meaningless." Toya shook his head gently. After a day and night of fighting, his mindset had shifted. There was no point in talking to monsters. The time spent talking was better spent drawing his sword. Toya slowly gripped Murasame, his eyes calm as he watched the swarming minions. "Begone." Zing! A sword light flashed like lightning through the horde. Toya appeared behind the group of minions as if teleporting, sheathing Murasame with a click. The lobby fell into a heavy silence. All the minions stood frozen in place, packed densely together. Cracked! The sound of a point of death shattering rang out, triggering a chain reaction. One by one, the minions disintegrated into ash and vanished. Toya's eyes showed no emotion as he walked toward the stairs. As for why he didn't take the elevator, he was worried about encountering traps. If a monster cut the elevator cable, he would end up having to take the stairs anyway. Stepping onto the stairs, Toya suddenly felt something was wrong. The space seemed to stretch infinitely. The exit, which was just a moment ago within reach, became incredibly distant, like a horizon he could never touch. Is this part of the trial too? Toya observed his surroundings, looking for a way to break the illusion. But everything in his vision was real. There were no illusions. In other words, this stretched space was reality. To break this technique, there was only one simple, brute force method. Walk through this endless space on foot and reach the destination by sheer force of will. What a dirty trick, Toya sighed. It was just a banquet. First, a flood of anomalies, then minions led by a fake Tomoya. Now, they were warping space on a staircase. Toya regretted his choice slightly. If he had known, he would have just taken the elevator. If he met a monster halfway, he could have just killed it. Now he was stuck walking for who knew how long. Toya looked back at the lobby, which seemed reachable if he just took a single step back. I should have trusted modern technology. Let's go. Stepping into this space meant there was no turning back. The only way out was through. Toya didn't speed up, he just walked at a steady pace. He had a feeling that this passage was far longer than he imagined. Once you start, you can't stop. Rather than wasting stamina sprinting, it was better to walk. He would reach the end sooner or later. This walk lasted a full 9 days. Expressionless, Toya looked at the door he could finally reach and chuckled lightly. If I get the chance, I'm definitely going to slaughter the guy who designed this trial. He had never seen such a disgusting test. For a full 9 days, he was alone with no sound. Only the echo of his own footsteps accompanied him. This kind of isolation was enough to drive an ordinary person mad. Fortunately, he had undergone all kinds of training under Shishu Skathech, and mental endurance was the most frequent lesson of all. Chapter 84. Toya pushed open the door to the final floor. The interior was lavish, magnificent, a display of wealth so over the top it was ridiculous. Every inch of the room screamed money. Kaya, there's a pervert. Suddenly, a girl's scream rang out. Someone's here. Impossible, this is the venue for the evil god's banquet. 1,000 years ago, Abe no Seimei didn't dare step foot here. 1,000 years later, I'm the only one crazy enough to enter. Toya quickly dismissed the thought and looked toward the source of the sound. A bizarre, indescribable monstrosity was waving its terrifying, hideous tentacles, mimicking the bashful pose of a shy anime girl to match the scream. Toya's expression turned ice cold. His clear azure eyes went dead. How dare a freak like you make a face like that? With that, he slowly drew Murasame. He didn't know what kind of creature stood before him, but seeing a tentacled horror act like a shy schoolgirl was enough to make him want to murder it. For no other reason than it was simply too disgusting. He hadn't flinched when facing a flood of countless anomalies. He hadn't shown a trace of fear when besieged by the fake Akitomoya and his army of minions. He hadn't even wavered after walking through a distorted space for 9 days and nights. But now he finally snapped. A grotesque anomaly acting cute, that was the line. He physically couldn't stand it. Die, you freak. Toya rushed toward the monster, ready to cut it down in a single strike. In the unseen realm, a massive, indescribable entity dormant in the infinite shadows outside the world, possessing a sacred body comparable to a universe, froze. It seemed Toya was angry. It didn't understand why. According to its data, boys were supposed to love this kind of gap-moe behavior. The slimy creature dodged nimbly around the top floor, emitting piercing, shrill screeches that sounded like a damsel in distress. If an ordinary person heard this sound, their brain would have melted instantly. Toya's face grew colder. Oh, so you're going to dodge while trying to gross me out. This thing was too agile. It managed to evade his attacks every time. Dodging was one thing, but it kept using that exaggerated, piercing voice to mock him. Toya stopped chasing. His eyes turned cold. If you fought me properly, I might actually respect you. But since you refuse to fight and insist on making those disgusting noises, don't blame me for what happens next. Gibalg alternative. In the void, a crimson demonic spear slowly materialized. Toya grabbed the spear and shouted, "Noble phantasm, release." Soaring spear that strikes with death, Gibalg. The crimson spear burst with light as its true name was unleashed. Violent red energy raged like a storm. Toya grasped the heavy, volatile Gibalg and hurled it at the creature. Whoosh! Gibalg tore a blood-red trajectory through space, the powerful storm destroying everything in its path. Expensive furniture instantly turned into sawdust. The exquisite floor was ripped apart. The entire room was obliterated. The spear flew straight toward the anomaly. Boom! A massive explosion resounded through the entire tower of holy glory, causing the living building to tremble violently. Although Gibalg's target wasn't the tower itself, the detonation happened inside its body. Naturally, the tower took almost all the damage. As the thick smoke cleared, Toya stared coldly at the anomaly pinned to the wall by Gibalg. Scream now. Go on, make those disgusting sounds again. The entity pinned to the wall paused. It seemed to realize that Toya actually liked this hardcore play. Kaya! The piercing, sharp scream rang out again, seemingly trying to cater to Toya's fetish. The anomaly didn't notice Toya's deadpan expression or the murderous aura radiating from him. Toya stared at the monster indifferently. If you won't talk, fine. An anomaly capable of staying on the top floor of the Tower of Holy Glory was definitely not an ordinary grunt. It had to know something, but it seemed unwilling to cooperate at all. Then die, Toya gripped Murasame, ready to rush forward and finish the job. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. System notice, World Commission, Evil Gods Banquet completed. Please trigger follow-up rewards yourself, host. Commission, complete. Toya glanced at the anomaly still emitting piercing screams, puzzled. I haven't even killed the final boss yet. And the banquet hasn't even finished. How is the commission done? Hanazono Yurin had said the Evil Gods Banquet was a ritual to select a favored person. Although he didn't know what kind of existence was doing the selecting, the two parties would definitely have to meet and communicate. He hadn't met a single communicative being on the top floor. Wait, the anomaly. Expressionless, Toya glanced at the screaming monster and frowned. Could it be this thing? Thinking carefully, there were no other entities on the top floor. It could only be the thing pinned to the wall. Why does it keep making that sound? Toya muttered, increasingly annoyed. The piercing screams were truly agitating. He wanted nothing more than to silence it permanently. But considering the potential consequences, he forced himself to stop. In the unseen realm, the sacred, magnificent Great One dormant outside the world saw Toya's clear azure eyes and realized the problem. On the top floor of the tower, the anomaly pinned to the wall extended a hideous, terrifying tentacle and pointed at Toya's eyes. My eyes, Toya blinked. Do I need to deactivate the mystic eyes of death perception? Right, the mystic eyes cut through illusions to reach the truth. The reason I can't communicate is that I have the mystic eyes active. I'm seeing its true form, not the form it's presenting to humans. The azure glow in Toya's eyes gradually faded, finally returning to their original black color. The top floor was still destroyed, but the anomaly had completely changed its appearance. It was no longer a terrifying horror that drained his sanity just by looking at it. The piercing screams were no longer annoying noises. Instead, they became the perverted, incomprehensible squeals of an obsessive fangirl. Pinned to the wall was a stunningly beautiful girl with waterfall-like long silver hair, a massive silver ahouj sticking up from her head, and emerald green eyes. The girl was pinned through her heart, a fatal wound for anyone else, by Gibalg, yet she was full of energy, showing no signs of dying. Is that Nyaruko? Long-lost memories flooded his mind, and Toya stared in shock. Chapter 85. Toya immediately rejected his first guess. She isn't just a cosplayer, she's an evil god. When he first saw the silver-haired girl, he thought she was just the character Nyaruko from the anime. They looked identical, but that was just wishful thinking. Logically, this had to be the evil god's avatar, taking the form of Nyaruko. In his mind, the personified image of the evil god Nyarlathotep was Nyaruko, so naturally, the entity took that form. Darling, Nyaruko spoke, a trace of confusion appearing on her flawless, doll-like face. Is Nyaruko not to your liking? Don't call me that. Toya's expression turned frosty. I am not your darling. How could he be an evil god's darling? Just remembering Nyaruko's terrifying true form a moment ago, and those piercing, exaggerated screams, made him shudder. If not for his mental fortitude, his sanity would have snapped long ago. Nyaruko wanted to explain, but seeing the noble phantasm Gibalg still pinning her to the wall made her squirm. After I finish explaining, you can punish me however you like, darling. The moment the words left her mouth, Gibalg was pushed by an invisible force. It slowly slid out of her chest and clattered to the floor. The gaping hole in her chest closed up instantly, leaving not even a scratch behind. Toya wasn't surprised. She was the avatar of a majestic evil god. If she feared a physical wound like that, she would be a joke. Killing an evil god is a pipe dream, Toya sighed inwardly. He couldn't even leave a lasting scratch on Nyaruko, the avatar, let alone the massive true body of the evil god lurking outside reality. Even if he saw where the point of death was with his mystic eyes, actually landing the hit was a different story. Nyaruko landed nimbly on the ground and struck a signature transformation pose, her slender hand thrusting dramatically toward the sky. I'm the crawling chaos Nyaruko, at your service. In that instant, Toya felt an overwhelming wave of swagger wash over him. For a split second, he swore he saw the silhouette of a certain Kamen rider. Wrong, it should be the creeping chaos. If this were just the anime character, crawling chaos would be fine. But this Nyaruko was the real deal, the actual Nyarlathotep. Darling, don't sweat the details. Nyaruko waved her small hand dismissively, her face beaming. Darling is darling, no explanation needed. She was about to crack another joke when she noticed Toya silently wiping the blood off Murasame. She hurriedly added, just kidding, please listen to my explanation. Toya's expression remained stern. Explain properly, and stop calling me darling. Thinking of Nyaruko's true form gave him goosebumps. Being called darling by such a monstrosity was a punishment worse than death. First, I'll answer darling's questions. Wait, darling. Nyaruko pouted cutely. Since Darling asked, Nyaruko obviously has to answer. Why is Darling my darling? Reason number 1, that invitation. Invitation? Toya nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. Nyaruko didn't mind Toya's cold attitude at all. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned forward slightly, smiling like the girl next door. Only those qualified to receive the invitation can become Nyaruko's darling. 1,000 years ago in the Heian era, a person named Abe no Seimei also received it. Toya voiced his doubt. Nyaruko, why didn't you go for him? Why didn't Abe no Seimei become Nyaruko's darling? If there was a specific method Abe no Seimei used to avoid her, Toya wanted to copy it immediately. Nyaruko's emerald eyes filled with disgust. He wasn't qualified. A mere human, where would he get the right? The minion who performed the divination back then was a senile old fool. He misread the timeline. They sent the invitation meant for you, darling, 1,000 years too early. And it just happened to fall into Abe no Seimei's hands. Nyaruko looked genuinely aggrieved. When I found out, I was furious. What right did that guy have to receive my love letter meant for darling? 1,000 years early, a shock ran through Toya. Was his arrival predicted 1,000 years ago? Nyaruko ignored his surprise and continued. Luckily, Abe no Seimei knew his place and didn't dare to come. Otherwise, Nyaruko would have destroyed him completely. Later, Abe no Seimei lost his mind. To make Nyaruko leave this world, he acted like a lunatic, pulling tricks everywhere. As she spoke, Nyaruko inched closer to Toya, trying to bask in his aura. Don't get too close. Toya raised Murasame, the clear blade reflecting his cold eyes. I can't kill an evil god. But I can definitely kill an avatar. He didn't want to be anywhere near an indescribable anomaly that made his skin crawl. Ever since seeing her true form, any attraction to her human appearance had vanished. Nyaruko froze, looking at Toya with puppy dog eyes. Darling, you've clearly expressed your love for Nyaruko already. Why are you being so cold and heartless now? What happened next? Toya asked, ignoring her theatrics. He wasn't worried about her identity as an evil god's avatar anymore. The fact that Nyarlathotep hadn't descended in its true body proved there was still room for negotiation. Nyaruko's emerald eyes curved into crescents, her cheeks flushing pink. Next is Darling's heroic saga. To win Nyaruko's heart, Darling single-handedly defeated Nyaruko's overprotective family members. You crushed the arrogant suitor on the first floor. You endured the spatial trial of infinite distance, just to reach Nyaruko's side. Through all of this, Darling has proven his true love for Nyaruko. Aha tilde. Thinking of Toya's romantic crusade for her sake, Nyaruko squirmed shyly, her heart pounding. Heh, Toya scoffed, you really can spin a story. Evil god's family, arrogant suitor, spatial trial. His purpose in coming here was singular, to eliminate the disaster the evil god would bring. If the host of the evil god's banquet were a normal girl, maybe they could have a nice chat. But although Nyaruko looked like a beautiful girl, her true nature was unbearable. Toya's eyes flashed cold. Today, let's end this completely. Darling, want to vent your anger? Nyaruko smiled brightly, spreading her arms. You can, but Nyaruko can't die. So please, darling, don't use those eyes. As for the rest, do whatever you want with Nyaruko. Toya stared at Nyaruko for a long moment. Finally, he lowered Murasame. Chapter 86. He wasn't confident he could kill Nyaruko. Moreover, Nyaruko had specifically warned him not to use those eyes. If he did, something bad might happen. And that something bad certainly wouldn't be bad for her. It would only be bad for him. What a scam. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Toya sighed, turning to leave. Since he couldn't kill Nyaruko, what was the point of staying? Wait around for the evil god's avatar to do something unpredictable and terrifying. Darling, where are you going? Nyaruko tilted her head in confusion. Are you leaving? Of course I'm leaving, unless you expect me to stay for dinner. Toya didn't stop walking. Nyaruko blinked blankly. Aren't you staying for dinner? Nyaruko prepared a feast ages ago to reward Darling. I'm going back. Just as Toya was about to step out the door, he stopped dead. Spatial distortion. He knew this feeling. He had just spent 9 days traveling from the first floor to the top floor because of this exact phenomenon. Do I have to spend another 9 days going downstairs? Toya glanced at Nyaruko. Seeing her snickering, he knew the time required would definitely differ from his estimate. Whether it took 5 minutes or 5 years, to reach the lobby depended entirely on Nyaruko's mood. Seeing Toya stop, Nyaruko knew he had figured it out. Naturally, she wouldn't let him leave just like that. This was her darling. Of course, they had to be together forever. Darling, what's wrong? Nyaruko feigned ignorance, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Is there a problem? Can Nyaruko help? Toya stared deadpan at Nyaruko. I'll take another way. If the stairs were rigged, he'd just find another exit. He didn't believe there was no other way out. Darling, please make yourself at home. This is Nyaruko's home, which means it's Darling's home too. Nyaruko waved her hand generously, signaling him to go wherever he pleased. If Toya could actually leave, she would retire her title as the evil god Nyarlathotep right away. Toya walked to the window and opened it. Feeling the familiar spatial fluctuations and seeing the bottomless abyss outside, he sighed. Looks like you really won't let me go. Closing the window, Toya looked coldly at Nyaruko. All right, how do I leave? He certainly wouldn't say something stupid like, I agree to your demands, let me go. If he dared to make an open-ended promise to an evil god, he would be eaten alive, literally or metaphorically. An evil god was still a deity, words had power. There was no room for luck. Nyaruko tried her best to suppress her laughter. Darling, I'm hungry. I just made a big lunch, and I've been waiting for you. Toya looked at Nyaruko and finally compromised. Fine. He agreed to sit at the table, but that didn't mean he would actually eat. Could an evil god's food even be consumed by humans? As long as it wasn't a plate of writhing tentacles, he would consider himself lucky. Hearing Toya agree, Nyaruko excitedly rushed over to grab his arm. Zing! The demon sword Murasame jumped from its scabbard on its own, its sharp, clear blade coming to rest steadily against Nyaruko's pale neck. Nyaruko looked cross-eyed at the blade threatening her throat, pouting pitifully. Eh? Darlings. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Toya's eyes. It unsheathed itself. He hadn't made a move, yet Murasame had drawn itself. The demon sword Murasame has leveled up. Toya recalled an often overlooked mechanic regarding Tegu, and realization dawned on him. Every Tegu had a characteristic, evolution. The higher the compatibility with the master, the more Murasame would respond to the master's will. Is this also why it remained undamaged after cutting through that entire living city? Toya gently retracted Murasame and said calmly, Don't mind it. It just doesn't like you getting close to me. Of course, the feeling is mutual. Nyaruko pouted, thinking to herself, HMPH, sooner or later I'll make Darling change his mind. Human girls, how can they compare to Nyaruko? Nyaruko will stay by your side forever. Before that, Nyaruko just has to work hard to become Darling's number one. On the surface, Nyaruko beamed. No problem, Darling, come quickly. This is delicious cuisine Nyaruko spent 1,000 years preparing. You'll love it. As she spoke, Nyaruko's exquisite black and white dress morphed into a maid outfit. She bowed slightly. Master, please follow Nyaruko. Her mannerisms were that of a perfect maid. This ability. Toya was impressed. As expected of the god of 1,000 faces, the transformation was seamless. It was as if she had always been wearing the maid outfit. Nyaruko led the way, and Toya followed. After they left the room, the space that had been reduced to rubble gradually restored itself, returning to its original state. Clean, tidy, luxurious. Soon, Toya followed Nyaruko into a magnificent dining hall. Soft lighting illuminated the room, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Inside, a dining table over 10 meters long was groaning under the weight of various luxurious dishes. Ingredients that would be considered rare treasures in the outside world were mere side dishes here. I don't recognize any of this. Toya scanned the table. Almost every ingredient was alien to him. None of this belonged to the mortal world. Darling, please sit. Nyaruko considerately pulled out a chair, signaling Toya to take a seat. Toya glanced at Nyaruko, his eyes shifting back to the clear azure of the mystic eyes of death perception. Still Nyaruko, Toya blinked in surprise. Even under the mystic eyes, Nyaruko, who should have been a swirling mass of chaos, maintained her appearance as a stunning silver-haired girl. "Darling, don't stare like that." "It's embarrassing," Nyaruko squirmed shyly. Looks like the evil god Nyarlathotep tweaked her form. Toya wasn't too surprised. For an evil god, maintaining a specific form under scrutiny was child's play. At worst, she just restructured the avatar. Toya looked at the feast on the table. As long as the food wasn't cursed, he might as well taste it. But when his mystic eyes revealed the true form of the dishes, he gasped. Nyaruko stood aside, her porcelain cheeks glowing with pride. "Darling, shocked, right?" Nyaruko spent 1,000 years collecting these ingredients. 1,000 years of my main body's time. Incredible. Toya stared at the table. The true nature of each exquisite dish was laid bare before his eyes. The dish closest to him wasn't meat or vegetable. It was a mass of incredibly clear, pure energy. It contained no impurities. It was a physical manifestation of the mystery of an entire era. How did he know? Because when the ruined city came alive earlier, it was this same mystery that had fueled him, allowing him to fight until the city was dust. Chapter 87. Nyaruko smiled and explained, "Darling, that dish you're looking at is literally the mystery of an entire era. To obtain the mystery of this era, my main body had to pull quite a few strings. Various dishes were arranged on the long table. Each one contained, to some extent, the crystallized mystery of a lost time. Darling, taste the delicious cuisine I meticulously prepared." Nyaruko's emerald eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I guarantee it will suit your taste." So many mystery, Toya sighed inwardly. To think such a vast amount of mystery had been harvested just to create this meal. He could only imagine how many worlds had degenerated from magical realms into mundane ones, or perhaps were destroyed entirely, to fuel this feast. "Let's eat, it's impossible to reverse it now anyway." Adhering to his principle of never wasting food, Toya began to eat. He had to admit, the taste of cuisine made from the mystery of an era was indescribable. It was divine. Although he hadn't tasted food from cooking anime worlds like Food Wars, he was certain these dishes were on par with, if not superior to, anything they could offer. Strange, it feels like, a void inside me is being filled. With every bite, Toya felt a deep, primal craving. A craving to consume more mystery, to complete himself. Beside him, Nyaruko smiled, her porcelain face glowing. "Don't be surprised, darling." Darling is physically complete. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see Nyaruko's true form without going insane. If Darling's status weren't high enough, you wouldn't be worthy of Nyaruko. However, Darling's identity as a savior isn't fully baked yet. When Abe no Seimei went mad 1,000 years ago, he was terrified of Nyaruko's punishment. So, he recklessly gathered the world's mystery to steal the power of the gods. That was the only reason the world survived Nyaruko's wrath back then. Just then, as Toya consumed the food, the mystery of the era he possessed began to resonate. An ancient book he had bought from a second-hand shop in Kamiacho, which he kept tucked inside his clothes, began to reveal its true form. Nyaruko was about to continue speaking when a trace of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her nose twitched slightly. "Huh, what is that strange smell?" What a disgusting aura." A familiar, repulsive scent drifted through the air. Nyaruko sniffed the air, hunting for the source of the stench she hated so much. "Hateful smell?" Toya looked at Nyaruko in confusion and teased, "You're an evil god. Is there actually something in the multiverse that you hate?" As one of the top outer gods in the Cthulhu mythos, the idea that she had a hated item was amusing. He couldn't imagine what kind of existence could gross out the crawling chaos. "Yes, and a lot of it." Nyaruko stopped, her face deadly serious. "Nyaruko hates them." "I hate their smell." Nyaruko looked puzzled. But why is that smell here, in Nyaruko's territory? She sniffed around until her gaze landed squarely on Toya. Nyaruko stared at him solemnly. "Darling, are you carrying something?" "Take it out quickly," That thing is trouble. She was absolutely certain the stench was coming from him. On me, Toya looked down at himself. Apart from Urasame, I shouldn't have anything. When he came here, he was prepared for a fight to the death. He had only brought his sword. Or so he thought. Wait, there is one thing. Toya reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and pulled out an ancient, simple book radiating the aura of time. Seeing the book, Toya was surprised. It survived. He had just gone through a bloodbath, fighting countless anomalies and tanking explosions. Yet this cheap old book he bought for 20,000 yen didn't have a scratch on it. Darling, throw it away now. It really is those annoying gods. Seeing the book, Nyaruko's emerald eyes widened in horror. Get rid of it. Or we're going to have big trouble. Toya frowned. Why? Just as he was waiting for an explanation, the aura of time around the book intensified. Time itself seemed to freeze. The tattered cover of the book peeled away, revealing its true form. It was a tome carved from translucent, white gemstone. Ancient, warm characters glowed on its surface. Toya looked at the text. Somehow, he recognized it immediately. The Scripture of the Way. As Toya whispered the name, a warm, serene energy filled his heart. All worldly worries faded away. In that moment, his consciousness was stretched to infinity, flying toward a distant, invisible horizon. He was heading into the vast chaos to merge with the infinite rules of the universe. Nyaruko stared at the Scripture of the Way in Toya's hand, her expression ugly. Damn gods of the East, you even dare to plot against my darling. This time, she dropped the Nyaruko persona entirely, speaking with the authority of the evil god Nyarlathotep. That showed just how furious she was. In the infinite shadows outside the known universe, the true body of Nyarlathotep emitted mad, piercing shrieks, broadcasting its rage across dimensions. If not for the barrier of the infinite shadows, Toya's entire world would have instantly mutated into a realm of madness. The sacred, magnificent evil god tried to intercept Toya's consciousness, but it was blocked by chaotic, opposing forces. The owners of these forces were clearly other outer gods. Back in the Tower of Holy Glory, Nyaruko paced anxiously around Toya's frozen body. Darling, please don't let anything happen. Don't listen to the Eastern Heavens. They are the real lunatics. If anyone heard Nyaruko say this, they would be shocked. The infamous crawling chaos, the most chaotic of the outer gods, actually claimed there were gods crazier than her. After what felt like an eternity, Toya's eyes regained their focus. He let out a long, heavy breath. Nyaruko rushed over, grabbing his shoulders. Darling, are you okay? If anything is wrong, tell me immediately. My main body is ready to purge any interference from the Eastern gods right now. I'm fine. Toya shook his head gently, his eyes cold. That scripture just dragged my consciousness straight to the will of the Eastern Heavens. I was almost assimilated. Nyaruko looked even more worried. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't you let Nyaruko take you to my main body for a proper checkup? And do what? Toya shot her a flat look. I have zero interest in meeting Nyarlathotep face-to-face. Chapter 88. Just seeing Nyaruko's avatar was enough to inflict mental scars that would take a lifetime to heal. If he actually met the true evil god, Nyarlathotep, wouldn't his mind be broken for all eternity? But you really should let me check you. They are incredibly insidious, Nyaruko said with feigned concern. If there's any lingering curse, I can detect it in advance. It's fine, they can't pull any tricks on me. Toya scoffed. They wanted me to comprehend their will of the heavens and become the new order of the world. I resisted the assimilation. But before I severed the connection, I borrowed the omniscience over there to scan myself. I only returned after confirming I was clean. Nyaruko's beautiful eyes narrowed with suspicion. Darling, that sounds incredibly sketchy. Her instincts as an outer god screamed that it wasn't as simple as Toya made it sound. Those lunatics were obsessed with the grand order and supreme enlightenment. They had already gone completely unhinged. Who knew what kind of massive cosmic conspiracy they were plotting? Don't be nervous. Toya looked calm. He tossed the scripture of the way to Nyaruko. Keep this book for now. I'll find something to seal it later. It had indeed been dangerous. Using a human mind to comprehend the rules of the universe nearly got him assimilated. He had almost dissolved into the cold, emotionless logic of the universe. Fortunately, the rules of the route triggered just in time. The counterforce pulled him back before he crossed the point of no return. Nyaruko caught the scripture, a gleam of calculated intelligence flashing in her emerald eyes. She scanned Toya, confirming he hadn't been compromised. If there was any lingering influence, she would purge it immediately to prevent future trouble. This aura. Nyaruko was puzzled. Why does Darling have the aura of the root's absolute neutrality? She couldn't figure it out. Even her main body, dormant in the infinite shadows beyond the universe, couldn't find an answer. Watching Toya unhurriedly, eating the feast she had meticulously prepared over 1,000 years, Nyaruko made up her mind. Looks like he's safe. From now on, I have to stick to Darling like glue. I won't let those Eastern lunatics get anywhere near him. Nyaruko glared at the scripture with disgust, wishing she could disintegrate it on the spot. But remembering Toya's orders, she reluctantly stored it away. The feast finally ended. Toya leaned back in his chair and stretched. I'm stuffed. He had single-handedly consumed a meal made from the mystery of eras. Although he felt like he couldn't move around, the benefits were unimaginable. In the Heian era, Abe no Seimei used the mystery of a single era to steal a sliver of divine power. If Toya burned through the mystery he possessed now, he could probably usurp 10% of a god's power. Of course, he wouldn't do that. The foundation provided by the mystery was too valuable to waste. Moreover, his brush just before taught him a lesson. Relying on external deities was foolish. It was better to strengthen himself. When he was strong enough, he could crush everything with his own hands. Darling, are you full? Nyaruko beamed sweetly. If it's not enough, Nyaruko can prepare another feast like this anytime. No need, that was more than enough. Toya shook his head. Having too much mystery was beneficial, but risky. Relying too heavily on it might limit his own growth. I should go. After resting for a while, Toya stood up. Nyaruko smiled. Let me walk you out, darling. Okay, Toya didn't refuse. If he said no, who knew if Nyaruko would create another spatial labyrinth to keep him here? This time, the departure was smooth. The distorted space that required 9 days to traverse was gone. The stairs were just normal stairs. As they walked to the first floor, Nyaruko asked innocently, Darling, why didn't we use the elevator? It's much faster. Don't play dumb, Toya deadpanned. I was worried a certain evil god would rig it and cause me more trouble. I wouldn't dream of it. Nyaruko's face turned serious. My grandmother once said this, Darling needs trials to truly cherish Nyaruko's heart. Where did you get a grandmother? Toya was speechless. That sentence, that tone, it was a direct ripoff of a certain writer. This Nyaruko was clearly an eldritch abomination, yet she was obsessed with Kamen Rider references. Nyaruko gave a mysterious smile. Whether Nyaruko has a grandmother or not doesn't matter. Darling must cherish Nyaruko's heart. Otherwise, scumbags who trample on a maiden's heart will get kicked to death by a horse. Or maybe, by a rider kick. Toya ignored her and walked straight out. 10 minutes later, Toya arrived at the boundary of the ruins. The living city had been annihilated, leaving a clear line between the anomaly and the human world. Why haven't you gone back yet? Toya looked at Nyaruko calmly. Are you planning to bring your mental pollution into the human world? Of course not. Nyaruko wants to be with Darling forever. Nyaruko sidled up to him, basking in his aura. As for the mental pollution, don't worry. Since Nyaruko is just an avatar and not the main body, I won't drive people insane. Probably. Toya looked at her, exasperated. Nyaruko, do you actually believe the words coming out of your mouth? Who would believe an outer god claiming to be safe? Even the lowest minions carried mental pollution. A high-tier avatar like her was a walking hazard. Is that how it is? Nyaruko's face crumpled into a mask of fake sorrow. She turned away, sobbing dramatically. Darling really is a scumbag who plays with a maiden's heart. Even though Nyaruko promised she's safe, Darling refuses to believe it. Are you kicking Nyaruko to the curb now? O Kamen Rider who protects the smiles of maidens, there is a heartless scumbag here. Please save me. Toya's brow twitched. He felt a powerful, familiar aura manifesting out of thin air. She didn't actually summon a Kamen rider, did she? Toya looked toward the source of the energy, half amused and half disbelieving. Under the dazzling golden sunlight, a figure slowly materialized. That's cheating. She summoned a rider with a single sentence. On the distant rooftop, bathed in the sun, stood a figure radiating the aura of a god of the sun. An overwhelming pressure of pure arrogance slammed into them. My grandmother said this: men must not do two things, make girls cry and waste food. Henshin. With a mechanical click, the figure in the sunlight transformed, armored in red beetle-themed plating. Kamen Rider Kabuto. However, Toya looked up at the armored figure shining in the distance. His eyes lit up with excitement. Now I'm getting fired up. Chapter 89. As an otaku, he deeply loved 2D culture, and that naturally included Kamen Rider. Now that he had a chance for a fight, he certainly wasn't going to back down. Let's see the strength of Kabuto. Just as Toya was about to draw Murasame to fight the famous Kamen Rider, he sensed a subtle abnormality in Tendusauji. Wait, something doesn't feel real. Even though Tendusauji standing on the high-rise looked incredibly real, Toya still detected a problem. Toya looked at Nyaruko, exasperated. He is fake, isn't he? Although he hadn't activated the mystic eyes of death perception, that subtle sense of unreality proved that Nyaruko hadn't truly summoned Tendusauji. The figure standing ahead was merely a shockingly realistic illusion. Hehehe, Nyaruko bowed her head and chuckled shyly. Nyaruko wanted to summon Kamen Rider, but my current power level isn't enough. I'm just a weak, pitiful evil god avatar. Where would I get the power to summon Kamen Rider across countless worlds? It was much easier to conjure a lookalike by hand than to summon the real deal. After Nyaruko admitted the Kamen Rider was fake, the figure standing atop the high-rise slowly vanished. Toya's surging battle intent subsided, leaving a slight regret. Fine, if you can't summon him, you can't summon him. Not having the chance to fight Tendusauji was a great pity. At this point, Toya gave up trying to drive Nyaruko away. Not only because he couldn't, but also because he worried that if he did manage to chase her off, she might retaliate by summoning a real Kamen Rider. Nyaruko's emerald eyes lit up with delight as she saw Toya get into the waiting taxi. Darling, you still love me. The girl, acting like an obsessive fan, sat in the car and immediately tried to snuggle up and hold Toya's arm. Toya pushed Nyaruko's face away in disgust. Don't push your luck. If I wasn't worried you'd cause some uncontrollable disaster, I would have chased you off already. That's mean, Nyaruko pouted playfully. Nyaruko thought Darling had finally decided. I was about to tell Darling some important news. Now that Darling's being so cruel, I won't tell you. HMPH, if someone turns Darling into an idiot later, I won't help you. Nyaruko pretended to be angry, turning her head away haughtily and ignoring Toya. Turned into an idiot? Is something about to happen? Toya's eyes narrowed, a bad feeling rising in his chest. As the avatar of an evil god, Nyaruko wouldn't offer meaningless information. If she said something was going to happen, it definitely was. And if it was dangerous enough to turn him into an idiot, it would be highly risky. Why worry? I'll just train. If I'm strong enough, I can crush everything. All traces of anxiety vanished, replaced by extreme confidence. He had just fought through the evil god's banquet. Any future danger could be suppressed. Nyaruko had been waiting for Toya to ask her directly, but seeing his confident, unconcerned demeanor, she realized he wasn't taking her threat seriously. Darling, Nyaruko cautiously poked Toya's arm, acting like a child about to reveal a secret plot. Just as she was about to take further action, the demon sword Murasame slowly revealed a section of its sharp, clear blade. She could clearly see her own exquisite face reflected in the steel. Fine, I won't touch you. Nyaruko reluctantly abandoned her attempt, though she was seething internally. That hateful sword, how dare it block me from Darling? I'm throwing you in the trash someday. Toya and Nyaruko maintained silence for only a moment before Nyaruko burst out. Darling, I have something to tell you. She simply couldn't keep secrets. Hiding information was too difficult. It was much more fun to tell Toya and watch his surprised reaction. Toya said calmly, "Just say it. It's not like I can stop you from speaking." Actually, Darling is about to meet Nyaruko's suitor. Nyaruko smiled sweetly. My real suitor. Toya pondered for a moment. From the Cthulhu mythos. He could only think of beings from the Cthulhu mythos who would pursue an evil god like Nyarlathotep. Even if not, they would at least be existences of the same caliber. Nyaruko nodded gently, grinning. Darling guessed correctly. Cthulhu mythos, Toya continued. There's only one suitor for evil god Nyarlathotep that stands out right. The great old one Cthulhu. In the Cthulhu mythos, the most prominent suitor of the evil god Nyarlathotep was the great old one, Cthulhu. She was the being pursuing the evil god Nyarlathotep. Congratulations, Darling, you got it right. Nyaruko was overjoyed. In terms humans can understand, Cthulhu is also known as Kuko. Darling should remember the living anomaly city, right? Nyaruko was worried Darling wouldn't pass the trial, so I deliberately lowered the difficulty. But my suitor, Kuko, immediately hijacked my control and forcibly raised the difficulty to the highest level. Nyaruko was so scared, I thought Darling wouldn't make it through the challenge. Toya nodded calmly. Just tell me what you need to say, cut out the melodrama. Nyaruko silently scooted closer to Toya, close enough that only he could notice. She was practically trying to squeeze herself into his lap. Nyaruko laughed sheepishly and sat back in her original spot. In the front, the taxi driver saw Toya's high and mighty demeanor and offered advice. Young man, you're too cold. Your girlfriend is trying to get close to you. How can you look so annoyed? Instead of chasing after girls who don't like you, you should stick with the one who clearly does. Trust me, making this choice now, you won't regret it later. Nyaruko nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Darling needs to get closer to Nyaruko, your girlfriend. Nyaruko won't reject Darling, but other women might. Hearing this, Toya looked on, exasperated, and said nothing. He couldn't exactly tell the taxi driver that Nyaruko, who looked like a beautiful silver-haired girl, was actually an indescribable monstrosity in her true form. His refusal to let Nyaruko touch him was purely because contact with her true form caused instant sanity loss. Toya cleared his throat. Nyaruko, stop with the pointless small talk. Spill everything you know. Chapter 90. Now that Nyaruko had chosen to fully disclose the information, Toya knew he had to pay close attention. He needed the intelligence to form targeted countermeasures, ensuring he wouldn't face the great old one, Cthulhu, completely unprepared. Nyaruko pouted and snorted lightly. Darling is such a bad man. You call Nyaruko when you need information, and then you send me away when you don't. If you don't want to say anything, fine. Toya decided not to press her. He had a feeling that if he didn't agree to some of Nyaruko's conditions soon, he might not get the crucial intelligence. System notice, World Commission issued. The great old one Cthulhu is about to strike. Please defeat Cthulhu's plot and overcome her challenge fair and square. Commission reward, 100,000 source points, unknown reward. Fair and square. You must be insane, Toya scoffed, as if hearing an unbelievable fairy tale. If the system had a mind, he would shout and lecture it. Do you even know what a great old one is? Why are these myths called myths? Even the Nyarlathotep wouldn't guarantee defeating the great old one Cthulhu, yet the system demanded he win honorably. Grumbling aside, Toya analyzed the information from the system's World Commission. His only connection to the great old one, Cthulhu, was the evil god Nyaruko. Although he had zero interest in the evil god Nyarlathotep, the great old one Cthulhu was deeply in love with her. Strictly speaking, they were rivals. Oh, I get it. Toya glanced at Nyaruko's face and then thought of her true form, which made him shiver. I think I have a much higher chance of success if I just punch Cthulhu in the face. Nyaruko blinked her emerald eyes. Darling, you need to prepare. Kuko is on her way and should arrive soon. Although she won't descend in her true body, she will definitely bring avatars, just like Nyaruko. As if thinking of something, Nyaruko's exquisite face broke into a sly grin. Hee hee, of course, darling, if you just give Nyaruko a kiss. Nyaruko will help Darling chase Kuko away. Even the evil god Nyarlathotep outside the world will help. No thanks, I'll find a way to defeat Sethua myself. The intense temptation was easy to refuse. He would only consider such a deal if his sense of beauty changed from human girls to outer goddesses. Nyaruko was unfazed by his refusal and simply hummed. HMPH, I believe Darling will eventually agree to Nyaruko's terms. But by then, one kiss won't be enough. She knew the value of timing. When it was time to raise the price, you raised the price. The taxi quickly reached its destination. Toya said calmly, "Stop daydreaming, let's get out." After nearly 2 weeks, Toya looked at the sign for the Trash Fox Detective Agency and felt emotional. Who would have thought a transmigrator would be caught up in an evil god's banquet? Just the prelude to the banquet involved facing terrible enemies. An entire city of living anomalies, with enemies visible everywhere he looked. I really need to thank Shishu, Toya thought silently. The only reason he managed to fight his way through the corrupted city was entirely due to Skathach's training. Without her tutelage, his chances of passing would have been minuscule. Nyaruko's beautiful eyes twinkled with excitement. Ooh, is this Darling's home? Will Nyaruko live with Darling in this warm little house from now on? It looks great, though it lacks the scent of mystery. The scent of mystery, Toya thought, looking exasperated. The Tower of Holy Glory certainly had the scent of mystery, but it was too overwhelming. The entire building was warped by the evil god's aura, completely becoming a living anomaly. It was a convergence of ominousness, distortion, and disaster, all factors extremely detrimental to humans. Frankly, even if the Tower of Holy Glory looked like a normal office building, anyone who dared to step inside would immediately be cursed. A lucky person would become cursed with bad luck, attracting consecutive misfortunes. An ordinary person couldn't survive a single day inside. Toya retrieved the spare key he had hidden under the doormat, unlocked the agency door, and stepped inside. Nyaruko sensed something. She looked at Toya's back and grinned mischievously. Darling, you can only blame yourself for treating Nyaruko so coldly. Don't blame me for what happens next. Toya stepped into the hall and nodded in satisfaction. Utaha still keeps the place clean. The agency wasn't currently open for business, but it was spotless. The angel halo in the display case still shone with a gentle white light, indicating meticulous daily care. Nyaruko, hand me the scripture of the way, Toya told her. I need to go seal it. Nyaruko smiled sweetly. Darling, please seal it properly. And of course, it would be even better if you threw it in the toilet to seal it. Don't worry about being polite to them. They are gods, after all, Toya gave her a wry smile. Even though the Eastern divinities were lunatics, they were still deities. Mortals should treat gods with reverence, even though he currently hated them. Nyaruko huffed in dissatisfaction. If the scripture had fallen into her hands, throwing it in the toilet to seal it would be considered a merciful act. Toya walked toward a rear door, intending to use the inner passage to reach the second floor. In the second floor room, he had stored the exquisite gift boxes Nyaruko had given him and 2 sets of black and white tailcoats. Now, he could use the furthest corner room on the second floor to store various extremely dangerous supernatural items. Not far away, Nyaruko watched Toya with anticipation, as if something unmissable was about to happen. The moment the rear door started to open, Nyaruko held her breath and instantly pulled out a camera, ready to record the event. It's coming, the surprise is coming. Toya was completely unaware of Nyaruko's reaction. Who would ever suspect danger inside their own home? Especially since the angel halo was stationed in the house, preventing any malicious anomaly or evil spirit from successfully invading. Toya, completely unguarded, opened the door. The moment the door opened, a massive shadow instantly blocked his sight. A giant dragon's head completely occupied the space behind the doorway, its golden eyes staring directly at Toya. The heavy dragon breath, like a hurricane, ruffled Toya's hair. Toya stared blankly at the dragon's head. Bam! The next second the door slammed shut. What was that? This is my house, isn't it? Toya started to doubt whether he had entered the wrong apartment. He certainly hadn't adopted a giant dragon. Click, click, click. The sound of a camera, shuddering, rapidly filled the air. Nyaruko was excitedly taking pictures of Toya's look of utter disbelief. Chapter 91. Toya walked over to Nyaruko, quickly snatched the camera, and expertly located the storage device. Crunch! The fragile memory card was instantly pulverized by his strength. Hold this. After confirming no embarrassing blackmail material remained, Toya tossed the camera to the stunned Nyaruko. Nyaruko caught the camera, snickering internally. No use, darling. Nyaruko never uses just one memory card. I had 3 recordings simultaneously. Toya, unaware of her contingency plan, looked seriously at the door that hid the giant dragon. Dragon hiding behind the door, come out now. Otherwise, I will use force. Master, welcome home. The door opened, and a beautiful dragon girl with an excellent figure and horns protruding from her head stepped out, bowing slightly. Seeing the dragon girl's familiar appearance, Toya was stunned. Tohru. After he saved Tohru on the mountain previously, he hadn't seen the dragon girl return to his home as a maid the next day. He had eventually given up on the idea of her arrival. Tohru's fair, exquisite face wore a gentle smile. Master, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the green dragon you saved on the mountain that day, Tohru. I should have come to repay your kindness the day after, when I had mostly recovered. But my injuries had not completely healed, so I could not come until now. As she spoke, Tohru's beautiful eyes transformed into majestic golden dragon eyes, and a wisp of flame flickered at the corner of her mouth. Master, now is the time for Tohru the maid to repay her debt. If you give the word, Tohru can instantly burn the evil god minion beside you to ash. Stop, don't, Toya immediately halted Tohru. She's not a bad person. If he truly let Tohru attack, things would get complicated. Tohru's rank as a great dragon was high, but she was nowhere near the power level of an evil god. If Tohru actually struck, she would likely face unimaginable misfortune. Is that so? Tohru smiled gently. If Master says so, Tohru will not act. What a pity, Nyaruko thought internally. I really wanted to try out the universal CQC fighting techniques I just learned. The universal CQC fighting techniques contained countless combat skills. Coincidentally, there was one technique specifically for fighting dragons. Its original master once used it against a dragon named Musarayu. Did you clean the agency? Toya asked. A place this clean and tidy, looking brand new, couldn't have been achieved by human effort alone. Since Tohru had appeared, it could only be her. Tohru smiled sweetly. Because Sister Lukoa said that Master was completing the evil god's banquet and would be returning home. So Tohru came to the agency to clean. Well, it looks like I have a giant dragon living here now. Toya's expression was calm, completely hiding the joy in his heart. He had always had a small childhood dream, to raise a dragon. Today, it had finally come true. After a brief exchange, Toya let Tohru and Nyaruko introduce themselves, while he took the scripture of the way to the 2nd floor, heading for the room where he stored dangerous items. The room was pristine, showing that Tohru had meticulously cleaned even this space. Although the room was spotless, the items inside had not been touched. She didn't open them. That's good, Toya sighed in relief. Tohru was a great dragon who had lived for at least 50,000 years. If she possessed the power to see through illusions and realized the true nature of the exquisite gift boxes and black and white tailcoats, it would be problematic. The scripture of the way. Toya glanced at the tome and without hesitation placed it into a sealing box and sealed it away alongside the tailcoats. Having finished this, Toya turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the vast, unseen greater world. This was a magnificent world, home to countless divine beings. They were one of the mythological giants, the gods of the East. In the midst of the sky, a magnificent figure shrouded in chaos slowly opened its eyes and said indifferently, "Esteemed one, the general trend has been established. Prepare yourselves." Beside this figure, 2 other figures simultaneously opened their eyes, piercing through endless worlds to land their gaze upon Toya. The aura of supreme inaction seemed to waver slightly. Stop pretending to be so aloof. Are you really not tired of that act? We changed this habit countless cycles ago, yet you still put on this facade. If it weren't for your obsession with style, how could those bald donkeys be the first ones to appear? Suddenly, time reversed and space froze. A figure covered in celestial light appeared out of nowhere and reprimanded. Follow the initial agreement. Take turns, no ganging up. No interference is allowed during the allotted time. Listen up, we are demon lords. We must wait for the hero's challenge. As this figure appeared, the atmosphere of supreme inaction vanished, replaced by the clamor of a marketplace. A chorus of arguments erupted as they began to immediately carve up Toya's time. This division continued for an unknown duration before finally ceasing. The divine, brilliant figures once again resumed their air of aloof, supreme inaction, though occasional bursts of light proved their recent heated debate. Night Trash Fox Detective Agency. Kasumigaoka Utaha returned home from school with Kasugano Sora, who had also just finished her junior high classes. When they saw the agency door standing open, their expressions changed. Did we have another burglar break-in? Kasumigaoka Utaha was about to call the police when she saw the open sign had been flipped to currently operating. Ah, I see, Toya's back then. A smile appeared on Kasumigaoka Utaha's beautiful face. I thought this banquet was going to last a year and a half. Initially, she thought the evil god's banquet would end after just one night. After asking Hanazono Yurin, she learned it could take a long time, an estimated year or so. She hadn't expected him back so quickly. Brother is back. Hearing this, Kasugano Sora's clear, large eyes filled with delight, and she ran inside the agency. Kasumigaoka Utaha followed Sora into the agency. The moment she stepped inside, her expression shifted. A maid. A cute maid with a beautiful face was standing beside Toya, holding a teacup. Toya saw Kasugano Sora and Kasumigaoka Utaha and greeted them. Utaha, Sora, long time no see. Chapter 92. With the arrival of Tohru the dragon maid, Toya found life blissfully easy. Tohru did the laundry, and she was always ready with water when he was thirsty. Toya, you've completely fallen into depravity. Kasumigaoka Utaha's wine-red eyes were full of contempt. Letting Tohru do everything, you'll become completely useless eventually. I think my life was exactly the same before, Toya mused. His original planned life of struggle and daily effort turned into one of supernatural anomaly clashes. However, the rewards were so high he didn't need to go out and earn money. No need for writing or getting rich, none of it was necessary. It's getting more chaotic. Kasumigaoka Utaha sighed, feeling tired. First anomalies, then demons, and now a dragon maid has appeared. Don't worry, Toya waved dismissively. It's not that serious. Just get used to the grotesque anomalies, and the other effects are negligible. With the evil god's avatar on his side, what were a few evil god minions? Plus, he had Tohru the great dragon. Suddenly, Nyaruko threw open a room door and shouted loudly, "Behold, Nyaruko's surprise invention, making debut." Toya frowned. What surprise invention? Since returning yesterday, Nyaruko had been holed up in a room creating something. If he hadn't occasionally heard the sound of rider kick, he would have thought Nyaruko was dead. She had been in isolation, refusing to see anyone. Nyaruko's silver hair was messy, but her ahoge stood up proudly, reflecting her excitement. Nyaruko held a belt and a mechanical stag beetle. Her emerald eyes were blazing with excitement. I finally replicated the thing from TV. That is, Toya stared at the items in Nyaruko's hands, finding them strangely familiar. Is that a transformation device? After a moment, a long-ago memory surfaced. Toya asked in astonishment. The familiar design and the mechanical stag beetle. Wasn't that the transformation device for Kamen Rider Kabuto? Nyaruko snorted proudly. That's right, it's exactly what you think, Toya. I stayed up all night to create it. A Kamen Rider transformation device. Toya, don't you want to personally test the romance of otaku culture? No, thanks, Toya refused without hesitation. What if the Kamen Rider transformation device Nyaruko held was made out of evil god skin or something similar? If he transformed into a Kamen Rider, wouldn't he be covered in repulsive madness? Nyaruko didn't press him, but her face was full of excitement. Come on, let me show you the Kamen Rider's first appearance. As Toya and the others watched, Nyaruko placed the belt around her waist. The belt automatically expanded and settled firmly. Henshin, Nyaruko shouted with powerful presence. Name, Kamen Rider Kabuto Transformation Device Fake. Rank, none. Description, a small toy meticulously crafted by the evil god avatar Nyaruko. It possesses powerful light and sound effects. So, it's just an action figure. Toya immediately lost interest and returned his attention to his phone, watching the world's most unfortunate pervert see. Interesting, he's still bravely surviving. Due to the different world rules, she couldn't complete the transformation. Toya watched as the pervert who had once harassed Kasumigaoka Sora suffered various cruel but non-fatal punishments, feeling extremely satisfied. Tohru, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and Kasumigaoka Sora stared curiously, unable to look away. This world also had Kamen Rider live-action shows. They were not unfamiliar with the heroes. A mechanical sound effect rang out, followed by blinding light obscuring their vision. Kasumigaoka Utaha and Kasumigaoka Sora quickly shut their eyes, their hearts full of shock. Someone actually built a Kamen Rider. Tohru looked at Nyaruko curiously, not understanding what was so attractive about a seemingly ordinary belt. Toya, who had anticipated the flash, put on sunglasses. His expression was calm. Luckily, I have the system. As the light faded, Nyaruko stood foolishly in place, completely unchanged. Nyaruko looked confused. Why hadn't she transformed successfully? Toya chuckled. If you want to transform into a Kamen Rider, just watching TV isn't enough. That shouldn't be right. Nyaruko tapped the mechanical stag beetle, her eyes full of confusion. She had used immense knowledge and materials to perfectly replicate the Kamen Rider device. So why couldn't she transform? Nyaruko couldn't find the answer. Seeing Toya's expression as if he knew everything, she got angry. Darling, do you know why? The rules are different. You think you can just transform into a Kamen Rider? Toya mocked. Did you forget about the world's rules? Currently, only Toya could ignore the rules and freely use any power from any world. All other existences, including the gods, needed to abide by the rules. I actually forgot something so important. Nyaruko's face stiffened. She hadn't made the evil god Nyarlathotep generate a space that wouldn't reject foreign rules. That was the reason for the transformation failure. Watch mine. Seeing Nyaruko's stiff expression, Toya's interest was also piqued. A transmigrator finally had the chance to fulfill a childhood dream. How could he not seize it? Especially now that the immediate crisis from the evil god's banquet was over, and the great old one Sithua was still somewhere far away. System, exchange for Kamen Rider Kabuto transformation device. System notice, exchange successful, consuming 2,000 source points. Under everyone's curious gazes, Toya reached out to the void, and a belt identical to Nyaruko's appeared around his waist. WZZZ. Suddenly, the clear sound of an insect's wings, vibrating loudly, filled the hall. Nyaruko's eyes flashed with surprise. The mechanical stag beetle. A mechanical stag beetle shot into the agency, blazing with cool blue light. A smile spread across Toya's handsome face. The chosen one is me. His confident, arrogant tone, exactly like Tendu Saoji, made the nearby Nyaruko almost explode with frustration. Toya caught the mechanical stag beetle and slapped it into the belt. He then shouted, Henshin. Everyone clearly saw the cool, vivid armor slowly covering Toya. In a blink of an eye, Toya successfully transformed into Kamen Rider Kabuto. The heavy, steady armor and the azure stag beetle, compound, eyes perfectly matched the image of Kamen Rider Kabuto. Kasumigaoka Utaha covered her mouth, astonished. He actually transformed. Brother is a Kamen Rider? Kasumigaoka Sora shouted excitedly. My brother is a Kamen Rider. Tohru was puzzled. She didn't understand what was so good about this suit of armor called Kabuto. If he needed better protection, she could easily provide it. She was a great dragon. Her shed claws and scales made excellent armor material. Nyaruko bit the handkerchief she had produced from nowhere. a jealous, frustrated aura surrounding her. I'm so jealous. How did Darling manage to do it? My Kamen Rider transformation device failed, but Darling's worked instantly. This is blatant favoritism. Chapter 93. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, huh? Toya looked teasingly at Nyaruko. This is the real Kamen Rider Kabuto armor. That's not fair, Nyaruko shouted. She could tell the transformation device Toya used was identical to the one she held. Why did his work, yet hers didn't? Toya chuckled and deactivated the transformation, placing the belt into the display case he had prepared earlier. The mechanical stag beetle flew out of the agency and disappeared. Darling, I demand an explanation. Nyaruko put her hands on her hips, furious. Why could you transform, but I failed? Everyone's physical structure is different. You should look for reasons within yourself. Toya certainly wasn't going to tell Nyaruko the true reason. A quick distraction was enough. Nyaruko knew Toya wouldn't explain, so she huffed angrily. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. With that, she grabbed her belt and mechanical stag beetle and stormed back to her room. Figuring it out was simple, of course. She just needed the evil god Nyarlathotep to grant her avatar a small, rule-breaking pocket dimension to use the device inside. Kasumigaoka Sora's large eyes were sparkling, and she looked eager. Brother, can I try? Even though she was a girl, she was an otaku. She loved light novels and manga, and Kamen Rider was part of that culture. With a real Kamen Rider device right in front of her, she desperately wanted to experience the transformation. Beside her, Kasumigaoka Utaha remained reserved, but the anticipation in her wine-red eyes betrayed her. She also wanted to try. The rider belt is right there, go ahead and try. Toya reminded them, I can't guarantee you'll transform, though. Since he bought the belt from the system store, he could use it with zero rejection. For anyone else to use the belt, they needed the item's consent, just like the demon sword Murasame. Kasumigaoka Sora ran excitedly toward the rider belt, ready to try transforming. Kasumigaoka Utaha followed, her face slightly flushed. At 17, she felt awkward performing such a childish act in front of everyone. But as a light novel author, how could she ignore the allure of 2D culture? She was genuinely curious about the feeling of transforming into a Kamen Rider. As Toya had predicted, Kasumigaoka Sora's attempt failed. Sora couldn't even summon the mechanical stag beetle, let alone complete the transformation sequence. Kasumigaoka Utaha picked up the rider belt with some embarrassment and tried shouting, Henshin! A gust of wind blew through the hall, and nothing happened. Clearly, her attempt had also failed. Toya wasn't surprised. Looks like both attempts failed. Toya, I'm going back to my room. Kasumigaoka Utaha felt utterly ashamed of her behavior. Having failed the transformation, she felt everyone staring and quickly rushed away. Toya looked at the flustered Utaha as she left, musing, didn't they say there are many Chunibyo here? Looks like Utaha has successfully graduated from that group. Just then the agency door opened, and a clear, surprised voice cut through the air. Toya, is that you? You're back. It was Yukinoshita Yukino, wearing a JK uniform, her slender figure immaculate. Yukinoshita Yukino's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise as she saw Toya sitting in the chair. Are you taking supernatural commissions now? Yes, always taking supernatural commissions. Toya snapped out of his relaxed state and sat up straight. Sit down and tell me the details of the commission. Based on the danger level, I'll decide the price. I want you to help me find my cats. Yukinoshita Yukino hesitated for a moment before speaking. Find cats? Toya's interest vanished instantly. He pointed dismissively towards the door. Turn right, 300 meters. The professional pet recovery agency is there. Don't come to me with commissions like that. Finding lost cats was troublesome, unprofitable, and ordinary. Even though the client was Yukinoshita Yukino, the person he had mentally called my wife countless times in his past life, he wouldn't take it. Yukinoshita Yukino's exquisite, almost illegally cute face was full of anxiety. Please, help me. The price doesn't matter. I just need you to find them. Please, they really can't be gone. Her short plea was packed with genuine desperation. Pleading, Toya raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had seen Yukinoshita Yukino in this state. It was hard to imagine the proud, Ice Queen Yukinoshita Yukino begging anyone. This showed how important the missing cats were to her. Should I take it? Toya pondered. If I refuse, Yukino will be heartbroken. She was the wife I called out to countless times in my past life. Can I really refuse her like this? After waiting for a long time, Yukinoshita Yukino's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she prepared to leave. Toya spoke softly, consider this an exception. Ultimately, his pragmatic bottom line couldn't hold up against the fact that the client was Yukinoshita Yukino. I'll just adjust the rates back to normal after the commission is done. Yukinoshita Yukino's face lit up with surprise. You really agreed. She had almost despaired, but Toya actually agreed. Seeing how worried you are, I decided to make an exception. Toya smiled faintly. Now, tell me the details of the case. Thank you so much. Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a moment. I was planning to bring those 2 cats here to be temporarily fostered by the agency. But that day, the 2 cats seemed unwell, so I postponed bringing them over. Yukinoshita Yukino fully recounted the process of the cat's disappearance. She even admitted that she had consulted 3 different standard pet recovery agencies without any success. Cat food disappearing for no reason, and the monitoring system aimed at the food didn't catch anyone stealing it. Toya started to suspect that Yukinoshita Yukino's missing cats were not an ordinary case. The fact that cat food inexplicably disappeared, yet the camera focused on the food didn't capture any suspect, was enough to warrant attention. A strange intuition flashed in Toya's mind. He asked seriously, did the monitoring system record the cat food reducing? He had a theory, but he needed confirmation. Yes, Yukinoshita Yukino nodded slightly. Is that information important? What did you see eating the cat food? Toya pressed. Yukinoshita Yukino thought for a long moment, then shook her head. I can't recall. I remember the cat food vanished into thin air. And you still treated that as an ordinary commission. Toya stared at Yukinoshita Yukino's exquisite, cute face in disbelief. You don't think something is wrong with that? The fact that the food vanished into thin air hadn't even registered as unusual to Yukinoshita Yukino. Should I call her oblivious, or is something else going on? At this point, the commission had officially escalated to a supernatural case. Chapter 94. Yukinoshita Yukino remained oblivious and said confidently, Toya, you shouldn't be focused on my questions. You should be concentrating on finding the 2 missing cats. Let's start the search then. Toya chose not to explain yet. He already had some suspicions, and explaining now would be pointless. Yukinoshita Yukino would never believe him, even if he showed her evidence. Half an hour later, Toya followed Yukinoshita Yukino to her rented apartment. This is my place. Yukinoshita Yukino's clear, pleasant voice held a hint of almost imperceptible hope. Please, you absolutely must find them. She had always loved cats, having fed strays often, but she was unable to bring them home. Since her mother disliked cats, she could only feed them secretly. A while ago, she finally summoned the courage to adopt 2 stray kittens. But shortly after the adoption, the 2 kittens vanished. No matter how hard she searched, she found no trace. She had even hired multiple detectives, but no one could find them. She couldn't bear to lose them. Yukinoshita Yukino opened the apartment door, and Toya immediately saw a spacious living room. The living room was impeccably clean and tidy, clearly belonging to someone wealthy. Just as they entered, they heard faint kitten meows. Meows, meow. Are the cats inside? Toya looked at Yukinoshita Yukino beside him and asked tentatively, Yukino, did you hear a cat meow? He heard it clearly. It was definitely a cat. He couldn't be sure if Yukinoshita Yukino could hear it. A cat meowing? Yukinoshita Yukino frowned lightly. My apartment is silent. Toya, are you mistaken? I see. Toya didn't explain. He silently opened his mystic eyes of death perception. At that moment, the illusion of the false world dissolved, revealing the real world. Toya first looked at Yukinoshita Yukino and nodded slightly. She has no problem. Yukinoshita Yukino had not changed. She was still herself. The possibility that she was an imposter could be ruled out. Toya looked around Yukinoshita Yukino's living room. There were no problems here either. Although there was an anomaly hanging in the corner disguised as a hanging decoration, it posed no threat to those who couldn't see it. Oh, interesting. Toya looked at the floor with interest. Two slightly dirty kittens, one black and one white, scurried over from the corner. The two kittens rubbed affectionately against Yukinoshita Yukino's shoes, expressing their longing for their owner. Yukinoshita Yukino showed no reaction, completely unaware that the two kittens she had been desperately searching for were right there in her home. The two innocent kittens didn't seem disappointed by Yukinoshita Yukino's lack of reaction. This money is too easy to earn. I almost feel bad charging 500,000 yen, Toya thought with emotion. Although finding the kittens was simple, the price would not change. It was money he earned through work. He didn't hide his thoughts from Yukinoshita Yukino, as he would have to explain everything soon anyway. Yukinoshita Yukino's face grew cold. The payment has been made, Toya. Please take this seriously. Of course, why would I argue with a client? Toya gently picked up the two kittens, carried them, and walked toward the living room sofa. Be good, don't scratch me. The two kittens, one black and one white, were exceptionally docile, allowing Toya to hold them without struggling. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Toya with suspicion, wondering if he had some mental health issue. Why else would Toya walk into the living room acting as if he were carrying two kittens? Toya sat down on the sofa and motioned for Yukinoshita Yukino to sit and talk. Yukinoshita Yukino took a seat on the adjacent sofa, quietly waiting for Toya to continue. Regarding your commission to find the two missing kittens, it has been completed, Toya stated calmly. Yukinoshita Yukino immediately became agitated. When was it completed? Where are the cats? Why can't I see them? They are in my hands, you just can't see them. Toya raised the two kittens and waved them in front of Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes. However, Yukinoshita Yukino was entirely unaware that the kittens had just been waved in front of her, and had even given a soft meow. The Emperor's New Clothes. A story immediately sprang into Yukinoshita Yukino's mind. Toya's actions looked exactly like a performance of that story. She would normally mock anyone else, but she knew Toya was a supernatural being. If Toya said something, there was likely a reason for it. Toya held the two kittens and sighed softly. Yukinoshita Yukino, do you want to see the kittens? If you want to see them right now, the price will be increased significantly. It's far more than 500,000 yen worth. I want to see the kittens. Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes were firm. I will pay any price, no matter how great. Since you put it that way, I'll let you see them. Toya opened the system store and began searching for an item called Power of Existence. He quickly found the Existence Power item in the system store. Name, Power of Existence, 1 hour. Price, 100 source points. Description, purchasing Power of Existence is not recommended. The price is too high. The host is advised to recover the originally lost existence power. 100 source points for 1 hour. That's outrageously expensive. Although I will be looking for the Flame Haze, who stole the kitten's power of existence soon. Despite the cost, Toya bought it. Yukinoshita Yukino had promised to pay any price, after all. In the future, when he needed Yukinoshita Yukino's assistance, she would not be able to refuse. A faint glow of light slowly appeared and descended. Yukinoshita Yukino looked curiously at the light that had appeared out of thin air. What is that? Power of Existence. It will let you see the missing kittens. Toya took the power and gave half to each of the two kittens. As the power of existence integrated, the forms of the two kittens, previously only visible to him, slowly began to materialize. Yukinoshita Yukino watched the kittens, whom she believed were missing, appear in Toya's hands. Her beautiful eyes blinked in disbelief. They weren't. She was about to say, weren't the cats missing, when layers of memory began to surface in her mind. Every day, she would routinely refill the cat bowl with food and the water bowl with water. When she returned, the food and water would be gone, clearly eaten by the cats. During this time, whenever she returned home, the kittens would affectionately rub against her feet. They were here all along, and I just couldn't see them. Yukinoshita Yukino was overwhelmed with shock and self-reproach. Why didn't I remember until now? What is going on? The kittens were here the whole time. Seeing the dirty state of the two kittens, Shiro and Kuro, she felt a pang of heartache. It had been a long time since she had paid any mind to Shiro and Kuro, let alone given them a bath. "Don't panic yet, just listen to me first." Toya's voice was calm and steady. "You already know the kittens haven't disappeared. You just couldn't see them, and subconsciously ignored their presence." Chapter 95. The item that just integrated into the kittens is called Power of Existence, and it only lasts for half an hour. After half an hour, the kittens will disappear again, and you will once more believe they are missing. Toya spoke calmly, delivering words that sounded brutal to Yukinoshita Yukino. "My memory is excellent. How could I possibly forget something like that?" Yukinoshita Yukino asked, hugging the two kittens in disbelief. She had possessed a photographic memory since childhood, but could an excellent memory truly combat supernatural power? The answer was clearly no. "I might really have forgotten." Yukinoshita Yukino suddenly recalled something, her expression grave. "When the kittens first vanished, I asked my neighbors. I was told that no one, not even the landlord, remembered me owning any kittens. I didn't take it seriously, believing the neighbors and the landlord were playing a joke." Yukinoshita Yukino remembered the events, her clear voice betraying shock. "Everyone forgot I owned cats, and only I remembered. The strange thing is, it seems because you mentioned the power of existence just now, I'm starting to forget again. But for some reason, I haven't completely forgotten. I just thought the cats were missing." "We don't need to explore why you haven't forgotten completely right now," Toya said calmly. "Right now, I need to recover the kitten's power of existence. I hope the power of existence hasn't been consumed by the flame haze. You, however, need to settle the kittens somewhere safe and make sure they don't run off." "Toya, wait, I want to come with you." Yukinoshita Yukino stopped Toya, her face serious. "I want to see what kind of existence the flame haze is. If I encounter one, I can avoid it in the future." When a flame haze steals a being's power of existence, everyone eventually forgets that being ever existed. The thought alone was chilling. A being whose power of existence was stolen could use any method, yet still fail to draw anyone's attention. Eventually, they would vanish from the world in isolation. "There's no use in you coming," Toya frowned. "A flame haze isn't as simple as you think, just stay home. They possess an ability called fuzetsu, sealing boundary. If you, as an ordinary person, enter it, your very self will be frozen. That includes your thoughts. Stay put and don't cause me trouble." Yukinoshita Yukino insisted, "But you will be there, won't you? Even if my power of existence is consumed, you can defeat them and retrieve it." Toya rubbed his forehead, deeply troubled. "Why won't you listen? You know it's dangerous, yet you're actively trying to get involved. I truly don't understand what you're trying to achieve." "Please promise me," Yukinoshita Yukino said earnestly. She had a reason she couldn't ignore, not just for the kittens, but a strange feeling. She felt that if she didn't go, she would regret it for the rest of her life. "Fine, just be careful." After a moment's thought, Toya decided to agree to Yukinoshita Yukino's request. He really wanted to refuse. A beautiful, defenseless girl would only slow his blade. But the recent message, 1 million yen credited, forced his compromise. "My bottom line just dropped again." Soon after, Toya circled Yukinoshita Yukino's apartment complex and found a unique message. It was a faint band of light made of power of existence, guiding him toward a specific location. The power of existence trail had been left long ago and was on the verge of fading. Yukinoshita Yukino stared at the location Toya was looking at, her beautiful eyes confused. "Is there something I can't see?" Although she could see some anomalies, it was limited to only those entities. "Come with me," Toya told Yukinoshita Yukino to follow, chasing along the path indicated by the power of existence. They tracked the trail for nearly half an hour, arriving at a dilapidated residential area. As soon as they arrived, Toya saw a faint, illusory boundary, a fuzetsu, isolating the entire area from the outside world. Found it, Toya's eyes flashed sharply. His efforts hadn't been wasted. He had found the flame haze surprisingly easily. Is the flame haze about to die? Is that why they are desperately stealing power of existence without any disguise? Toya looked solemnly at the fuzetsu. enveloping an entire residential area within a ceiling boundary, was an extremely vicious method. Toya, are you crazy? Yukinoshita Yukino's slender, fair hand immediately grabbed him as he prepared to enter the fuzetsu. Toya turned his head, asking in confusion, "Why are you stopping me?" "You're insane, that's an unfinished construction pit ahead," Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed anxiously. "Are you planning to walk straight in and jump down?" Construction pit. Toya glanced at the seemingly time-frozen residential area and understood immediately. The flame haze's fuzetsu was interfering with cause and effect, completely isolating the neighborhood to ensure no onlookers would interfere. It created a complete illusion, substituting the neighborhood with a non-threatening construction pit in Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes. "I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen." Toya sighed, watching tendrils of power of existence float from the neighborhood toward the rooftop. Choosing not to explain further, he gently freed his hand from Yukinoshita Yukino's grasp. As Toya stepped into the residential area hidden within the fuzetsu, he instantly vanished from Yukinoshita Yukino's sight. Yukinoshita Yukino looked at where Toya had seemingly fallen into the pit, hesitating. Is it really not a construction pit? I should believe Toya, he wouldn't lie to me. After a moment of stealing her nerves, Yukinoshita Yukino bravely followed. Instantly, the sensation of falling from a great height overwhelmed her. I messed up, it really is a pit. Toya made a mistake. Toya, if I don't die, I'm going to demand a refund when we get back. Yukinoshita Yukino was filled with despair and frustration. Why did she forget to test whether it was a pit first? After a long while, Yukinoshita Yukino realized the sensation of falling persisted, yet she never hit the ground. Are you done playing? Toya's gentle voice, laced with weariness, spoke up. It's really not a pit, this is flat ground. Open your eyes, and the illusion will disappear. He was astonished by Yukinoshita Yukino's boldness. She had ignored all instinct and forced herself into the fuzetsu. Open your eyes, my hand is starting to hurt, Toya said with a wry smile. Yukinoshita Yukino was gripping his hand tightly. If his own strength wasn't so high, he would have cried out in pain long ago. It's really not a pit. Yukinoshita Yukino opened her beautiful eyes and looked around in utter astonishment. Chapter 96. The supposed deep pit was non-existent. She was standing on solid concrete. She realized she was still clutching Toya's hand, having never let go. A slight blush rose on Yukinoshita Yukino's cool, refined face. She quickly released Toya's hand and changed the subject. This is the fuzetsu then. It's impressive. Everything she saw was bathed in a blood-red hue. The dilapidated residential area was lifeless, and even time had stopped. Falling leaves were suspended in midair, a blatant defiance of physics. Toya rubbed his hand. While I'm curious why you, Yukino, can move freely in a fuzetsu. Your strength is even more surprising. The seemingly frail and cool Yukinoshita Yukino possessed unexpected strength. Compared to an average street thug, 3 or 4 thugs wouldn't be able to handle her. Don't we have more important things to do? Yukinoshita Yukino pointed towards the rooftop where the power of existence was flowing. We should recover the power of existence first. You're right, a cold glint flashed in Toya's eyes as he drew Murasame. We need to act fast. What if the power of existence is consumed? Toya then turned to Yukinoshita Yukino with an apologetic expression. To save time, forgive my rudeness. Before Yukinoshita Yukino could react, Toya had wrapped an arm around her waist. Before she could feel either shame or anger at Toya for taking liberties, the sensation of leaping into the air hit her. I'm flying, no, jumping is a better word. Yukinoshita Yukino looked down from the sky, astonished. Toya had jumped at least 7 stories high. Are you even human? Yukinoshita Yukino instinctively clung to Toya, terrified of falling. Relax, I am definitely human, Toya smiled gently. My physical strength is just amplified, by a lot. Boom! With a loud crash, Toya landed smoothly on the residential building's rooftop. The immense force of his landing cracked the rooftop, creating a spiderweb of fissures. Toya released Yukinoshita Yukino and smiled softly. You weren't too scared, were you? That wasn't a little amplified strength. Yukinoshita Yukino looked back at their starting point and the cracks on the rooftop, her beautiful eyes filled with complex shock. From every perspective, Toya's abilities far exceeded the human realm. The thought that she had once dared to physically confront Toya made Yukinoshita Yukino feel immensely lucky. Toya's personality was surprisingly gentle. "All right, chat time is over. We have work to do." Toya's calm, serene voice drew Yukinoshita Yukino's attention. She looked toward the center of the rooftop, where a figure draped in a kessa, Buddhist robe, looking like a monk, was enjoying the influx of power of existence with a look of rapture. "Is that a monk?" Yukinoshita Yukino looked confused. "He feels strange, very evil and ominous. Just standing here, I feel like my existence is being drained." Toya smiled faintly. "I don't care if he's a monk or a bald guy. Once I cut him down, he'll just be a pile of dust." As he spoke, Toya drew Murasame, preparing to charge forward. The monk, who had been enjoying the flow of power of existence, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, like a black hole, fixed on Toya and Yukinoshita Yukino. "Two patrons, I am the monk Wuju. Have the patrons come to enjoy the power of existence, too. This power is exquisite, far more unforgettable than the power of life itself. If combined with the power of an evil god, it becomes 100 times more wonderful." Monk Wuju's seemingly gentle words contained a potent power of temptation, designed to strip away self-control. Toya looked unperturbed. "Don't bother with these cheap tricks. They won't work." Toya wasn't afraid of an evil god's mental corruption. Small tricks like this had zero effect on him. "Wait, Yukino." Toya quickly looked at Yukinoshita Yukino, but found her completely unaffected, showing no signs of influence. Yukinoshita Yukino's beautiful eyes were clear and cold. "Is something wrong?" "Looks like I underestimated you. I'll go deal with Wuju first." Toya instantly charged toward Monk Wuju, intent on a swift kill. Name, Monk Wuju. Strength, strong class upper tier. Description, a Buddhist monk of high status. He once killed a flame haze and accidentally obtained a Jizai-ho unrestricted method. He originally scoffed at the method's mediocrity, but upon tasting a wisp of power of existence, he became addicted. Host is advised to eliminate Wuju in a single blow. Strong class, that's manageable, Toya thought. He felt Monk Wuju posed no real threat. Killing him would be easy. Compared to Monk Wuju's threat level, his identity as a high-status Buddhist monk was far more intriguing. There shouldn't be supernatural beings in this world. Why is there a Buddhist monk? Toya had heard of such figures. It seemed impossible that one would appear in this era, where mystery had supposedly faded entirely. Wuju looked slightly startled as Toya charged, drawing his sword. "You are completely immune to my influence. In that case, let's fight directly. Underestimating this poor monk will be fatal." Wuju feigned panic, trying to lure Toya in. Pathetic acting. Toya's speed suddenly spiked. He reached Wuju in a blink and brought his sword down. Wuju saw the flash of the blade and sneered. "This poor monk practices more than just Buddhism. Please, patron, feel my strength." "A mere small blade, you underestimate this poor monk." Wuju's right arm suddenly hardened and swelled like rock. He confidently reached out to grab Murasame. "Too bad you don't recognize the mystic eyes of death perception. Otherwise, you'd regret this decision for the rest of your life." A flicker of mockery crossed Toya's azure eyes. He swiftly slashed toward Wuju's seemingly unbreakable arm. Slish! Wuju's severed arm flew into the air, dark blood splattering. Wuju felt an intense pain in his mind, slightly stunned. He couldn't understand how a knife that looked insignificant, even fragile, had cut his decades of rigorous body training. "You won't get a chance to react." Toya's expression was icy. He immediately followed up, capitalizing on Wuju's shock. Swish! Several flashes of the sword later, Wuju's remaining arm and both legs were severed. The supposedly indestructible body was reduced to a torso. Wuju felt an indescribable terror. He screamed, "No." The only reply was a clear, swift flash of the blade that cut him down. Monk Wuju, a strong-class upper tier, died so easily due to a crucial lack of information, falling swiftly to Toya's blade. Toya had struck the line of death with every blow. Chapter 97. Kawashima Toya stared at the remains of Wuju, ready to finish the job. By severing the line of death, he would ensure the monk's absolute end. In a world where the supernatural was reality, the dead returning to life was a risk he wasn't willing to take. "Wait, don't kill me." A frantic voice suddenly echoed from the body, pleading for mercy. Yukinoshita Yukino, who had been moving closer to investigate, immediately recoiled to a safe distance. "I'll give it all back, every bit of the power of existence I stole. Please, I'm begging you." Toya remained unmoved, his blade held steady. "Too late, find your peace in the next life." Wuju's eyes, now entirely pitch black, fixed on Toya with a look of pure malice. "You're dead, you hear me? You're going to die too. I'll be waiting for you on the other side. You're finished." In an instant, the point of death shattered. Wuju's body began to dissolve. Before it vanished completely, a spectral image of the monk manifested. The monstrous distortion was gone, replaced by a serene, compassionate figure that finally matched the status of a Buddhist monk. "Benefactor, my apologies," the spirit said, bowing deeply toward Toya with sincere regret before fading away entirely. Apologies? Toya felt a flicker of doubt. It didn't seem as though Wuju was apologizing for the lives he had taken. It felt like he was apologizing directly to him. The thought was interrupted by the chime of the system. World Quest issued. The mother of Buddhas, Kundi, has sensed the death of her disciple, Wuju. A fragment of her divine wrath is descending to the mortal realm to manifest as a heretical gods. O Savior, draw your steel against the god of rebellion. Slay the divine manifestation and usurp the authority of Kundi. Quest reward, 50,000 source points, Campaigney-related abilities. Time remaining until the god of rebellion, Kundi, breaks free from myth, 12 days. Toya stood in silence, processing the notification. He hadn't expected the death of a mere disciple to provoke a divine response this significant. "Talk about being vindictive," he muttered with a dry chuckle. "Well, let it come. My progress has been stalling anyway. Those Campaigney abilities are worth the trouble." Campaigney abilities were legendary. In that particular world, a normal human could reach the peak of existence simply by slaying a god of rebellion. Toya hadn't anticipated such an entity appearing in what was supposed to be an ordinary setting, but he wasn't about to let the opportunity pass. He finally understood Wuju's final bow. The monk had known his death would bring a vengeful god, and since he couldn't stop it, he had offered an apology in advance. "Toya, are you all right?" Yukinoshita asked, her concern evident. "Your face went pale for a second. Was it a curse?" "I'm fine. Let's check the power of existence first." Toya waved her off and turned toward the glowing essence left behind. The lights shimmered with the weight of stolen lives. Toya reached out, tapping the clusters and watching as they scattered like fireflies. "Don't worry, I'm just sending the energy back to where it belongs." As the lights dispersed, 2 clusters remained that were significantly larger than the rest. Toya cast a meaningful glance at Yukinoshita. "Yukino, you've got some strange luck." Power of existence was the fuel for life itself. The more one had, the longer they lived. These 2 clusters belonged to her kittens, and they were 3 times larger than average. It meant they would likely live for centuries. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "Let's head back first. I want to figure out what those kittens actually are. No ordinary cat has a 300-year lifespan." Yukinoshita was stunned. A normal cat lived 20 years at most. To hear that the strays she had rescued were potential long-lived creatures was a shock, but she didn't doubt him. An expert in the supernatural wouldn't lie about such things. Do Shiro and Kuro have some kind of power? How else do you think you could move freely inside a fuzetsu? Normal people have their time and thoughts frozen solid, Toya said. Who knows, they might even become something more. I wish I had that kind of luck. Catgirls maybe, who would turn that down. In a place beyond the veil of reality, a figure wreathed in divine light sighed slowly. Leave it to Kundi to be so shameless. She's moving in directly, and we can't even block her. It's because they're so blatant that we don't get along. A nearby figure with a heavy demonic aura sneered. They always play by their own rules. We wait, our turn isn't far off. Actually, why don't we start a pool? Let's bet on whether the savior can actually kill her, or if she's just taking a dive to let him win. Count me in. A slightly softer voice spoke up. Are we taking this too lightly? Our enemy is practically every pantheon in existence. On the taxi ride back to the apartment, Toya remained quiet, focused on the power of existence he carried. Yukinoshita had already forgotten about the kittens again, explaining it would just be a waste of energy. The temporary, borrowed existence he had given the cats earlier had run out, and they had faded back into the background of people's perceptions. Everyone who had interacted with them found their memories blurred once more. Yukinoshita sat in silence, looking annoyed. To her, it felt like Toya was simply ignoring her. The atmosphere in the car was so cold that even the driver stayed silent, clearly wanting to avoid the girl's frustration. When they arrived, Toya looked at her and smiled. Stop brooding. Once we're inside, everything will make sense. Yukinoshita didn't respond, her expression like frost, but she led the way into the building. Chapter 98. After returning to the apartment, Kawashima Toya headed straight for the cat carrier and returned the 2 clusters of the power of existence to the kittens. The moment the energy integrated, the kittens materialized before Yukinoshita Yukino's eyes, and her suppressed memories flooded back. Recalling how coldly she had treated Toya just moments ago, a deep crimson flush spread across her face. This is so humiliating. She had confidently declared she wouldn't forget, only to do exactly that minutes later. It was a relief Toya hadn't tried to talk to her during the ride back, or the awkwardness would have been unbearable. Memories back? Toya asked with a dry smile. Then stop sulking and go check on them. They lost a bit of essence, but they should still have a lifespan of about 200 years. As the energy settled, the 2 kittens revealed their true nature. They were no longer mere strays. Toya focused his gaze, and the system displayed their status. Name, Nakamata Katesith variant. Strength, paper class. Description, newborn cat spirits of a high-tier breed. Being infants, they possess no offensive power, but can grant basic protective blessings to others. Toya finally understood. The reason Yukinoshita could move freely inside the Fuzetsu was because of these 2. Without their blessing, she would have been frozen along with the rest of the neighborhood. Commission complete, I'm heading out. Seeing Yukinoshita occupied with the kittens, Toya decided to take his leave quietly. Wait, Toya, Yukinoshita called out, her expression a mix of shyness and hesitation. I'm about to start on dinner. Would you like to stay? I'll pass. I've already got my fee, so I won't impose. Toya politely declined. He didn't want to stay out too late with a chaotic evil god avatar waiting at home. I see, I won't keep you then. Yukinoshita watched him leave. His directness made her wonder if her cold personality was truly driving everyone away. Shortly after Toya left, Yukinoshita received a call from her landlord. The demand was blunt: get rid of the cats or face eviction. Give up Shiro and Kuro? Yukinoshita felt a pang of reluctance. She had only just begun to experience the joy of their company. If she wanted to keep them, she would have to find a new place, but as a minor, finding a willing landlord without her mother's help was nearly impossible. After a long silence, she made a bold decision. She would see if there was a vacancy in Toya's building. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Toya made it back just in time for lunch. As he stepped inside, he found a large round table set up in the center of the office. Master, lunch is served, Tohru announced with a bright smile. I've prepared a special feast just for you. Nyaruko had traded her usual dress for a maid outfit that matched Tohru's. Nearby, Kasumigaoka Utaha and Kasugano Sora were already seated, waiting for him. You don't have to wait for me next time, Toya said, taking his seat at the head of the table. His eyes widened at the spread. Is today some kind of anniversary? Why is there so much food? In the center of the table rested a massive, unidentified roast. The aroma was so rich it was impossible to ignore. Sora looked conflicted, debating whether to tell Toya the truth. This morning, she had gone to the kitchen for a snack and caught Tohru holding her own tail and chopping a segment off with a massive knife. That explained where the high-quality meat had come from. Nyaruko's eyes narrowed with a competitive glint. Damn it, his eyes are glued to that lizard's tail. I have to make him taste my cooking. Nyaruko leaned in, her voice unnaturally sweet. Darling, look at this dish. I put my heart and soul into this. A deep dive into decadence, crafted just for you. A sophisticated tureen sat on the table, steam billowing from within. Judging by the expensive ingredients on the surface, a massive amount of effort had gone into it. Nyaruko made this? Toya was surprised. The complexity of that dish was legendary, yet hers looked like the work of a professional chef. I'd endure any hardship for you, darling, she said, puffing out her chest. Tohru gritted her teeth, a small puff of flame escaping the corner of her mouth. Utaha, watching Nyaruko's smug expression, felt a shiver. Is that even safe? She had witnessed the cooking process. Nyaruko hadn't used a single traditional ingredient. Instead, she had thrown in several writhing, shadowy masses that looked like evil god minions, minus the sanity-eroding aura. After a series of steps that looked more like a lab experiment than cooking, it had miraculously transformed into gourmet food. Utaha remained deeply skeptical. Wait, Toya stopped just as he was about to take a bite. Nyaruko laughed awkwardly. Darling, why the hesitation? Everyone was waiting for you to start. Nyaruko, something feels off, Toya said, his eyes narrowing. In his hunger, he had almost ignored the nature of the cooks. One was an evil god avatar, the other was a dragon. The former was a master of deception, and the latter was famous for cooking her own appendages. What could be wrong? Cold sweat beaded on Nyaruko's forehead, but she stayed calm. Toya's eyes took on a clear, azure glow as he looked at the spread. Darling, just eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. As he peered through the illusions on the table, Toya took a sharp breath. You too, Toya looked at Tohru and Nyaruko with weary resignation. Don't do this again. Is this stuff even edible? Looking past the disguise, he realized that a third of the dishes were made of various cuts of dragon meat. Chapter 99. The remaining third of the spread consisted of writhing, grotesque masses harvested from an outer god. In the entire lavish feast, only 2 or 3 dishes were actually recognizable as food. While some might have been adventurous enough to try a bite, Kawashima Toya knew his limits. Master, please try some, it's actually quite good. Darling, trust me, it's delicious, a true legendary classic. Tohru and Nyaruko made one final attempt to appeal to his appetite. No, Toya said firmly, that's not up for debate. Accepting defeat, the two stopped pestering him and began eating their own creations. Nyaruko ate with relative decorum, sticking to human methods. Tohru, however, unhinged her jaw and swallowed a massive segment of roasted dragon tail in a single go. Kasumigaoka and Kasumigaoka Utaha watched the display in silent horror. Tohru and Nyaruko cleared the table with the speed of a localized storm, leaving only the few normal dishes behind. Now I can finally eat, Toya muttered. Once he was certain no dragon tail or eldritch parts remained, he began his meal. Tohru nibbled on a handkerchief, her gaze lingering on him. I specifically removed the toxins from the tail meat. I don't understand why Master won't try it. Nyaruko looked over in surprise. Wait, your tail is actually poisonous. Is that strange? Tohru tilted her head. So many humans have tried to eat dragon meat over the centuries that we had to develop defense mechanisms. Unless I prepare it myself with specific counteragents, anyone who eats it will die quite miserably. Toya felt a cold sweat. These two were his residents. The thought of eating Tohru's flesh was inherently nauseating. If he were hunting a wild dragon, he might consider it a delicacy, but he wasn't about to treat his household like a butcher shop. After lunch, Toya returned to his usual routine of lounging in the sunlight. The others were flipping through TV channels, looking for something to pass the time. Darling, aren't we being a bit too lazy? Nyaruko leaned over the back of the sofa, her silver hair drooping as a sign of her boredom. Toya glanced at her. What's wrong with a quiet life? Do we really need to go looking for trouble every day? If he could help it, he wanted to stay as far away from the supernatural as possible. Every minion of the outer gods he had encountered seemed like a deliberate insult to the concept of aesthetics. I've already cleared out most of my followers for you. Only the ones in the main tower are left. If you're that bored, I suppose I could spawn a few more for you to hunt. Suddenly, a news report caught their attention. Announcement: the festival commemorating the birth of Abe no Seimei, the legendary onmyoji of the Heian period, is set to begin. Nyaruko's hair suddenly twitched and stood upright. Darling, let's go raid Seimei's tomb. Imagine the legendary loot we could find. I'll pass, I'm busy, Toya said. The world isn't as simple as the history books say. Everyone assumes Seimei is dead, but who knows if he actually stayed that way. An era-defining figure like him doesn't just disappear. Hanazono Yurin and Yusa both insisted he was long gone, but Toya wasn't convinced. A man who could manipulate the Taisen Fukan right to usurp divine power wasn't someone who played by the normal rules of life and death. Toya, we might actually have to look into this. Toya felt the sunlight vanish. Hanazono Yurin stood before him, her gothic Lolita dress casting a shadow over his face. Jashin-chan stood just behind her. Toya noticed a familiar, predatory glint in Jashin-chan's eyes. He knew exactly what that snake was thinking. He was about to get up and deliver a preemptive strike when he saw a mechanical stag beetle fly into the office. Realizing Nyaruko was already moving, he settled back into his chair. An opening. Jashin-chan, assuming Toya was defenseless, leaped into the air. Her green tail coiled with immense tension before snapping forward with all her strength. Payback for last time, Toya. Prepare to die. Jashin-chan dropkick. Hands off, my darling. Henshin. Cast off. Rider kick. 1, 2, 3, rider kick. A silver and red blur intercepted the attack. Nyaruko, now armored as Kamen Rider Kabuto, stood between Toya and the assault. She pressed the beetle's trigger, gathering a surge of energy into her right leg. Toya watched with mild amusement. He wanted to see which was more effective, Nyaruko's borrowed power or Jashin-chan's raw persistence. Yurin hadn't even had time to react before the two collided. Boom! A shockwave rattled the office, followed by two distinct yelps of pain. Nyaruko was thrown backward, skidding across the floor as her transformation gave out. The rider belt hit the ground, sparking from the impact. Jashin-chan fared worse. She was launched across the room, slamming into the wall with enough force to leave a snake-shaped crater in the plaster. A mutual knockout. Toya sat up, looking at the visibly irritated Yurin. Don't worry about them, they're just blowing off steam. I see. Yurin took a deep breath to calm her nerves. But I'm serious. Besides my studies, I still serve as a shrine maiden. Last night, I performed a divination that suggested something is shifting at Abe no Seimei's resting place. The seal is weakening. Chapter 100. Divination can reach that far? Toya asked, sounding skeptical. Kyoto is a long way from here. You can actually sense Seimei's burial site at this distance. Yes, and the reading is tied to you, Hanazono Yurin replied with a slight nod. Going there will be to your benefit. If you're that certain, then let's go. Toya didn't have any pressing matters, and a trip to Kyoto sounded like a productive change of pace. Are we going to Kyoto? Nyaruko, who had been feigning a mortal injury, sprang to her feet instantly. She looked entirely revitalized. Let's raid Seimei's tomb. It's been 1,000 years. Think of the artifacts we could find. Nearby, Jashin-chan managed to pull herself up. Seeing Nyaruko so energetic, she gritted her teeth in frustration. It has to be that armor. I need to get one for myself. Yurin glanced at Nyaruko, her brow furrowing. This girl is strange. On the surface, Nyaruko appeared to be an ordinary human, but Yurin's instincts warned her to stay away. There was something about her that defied investigation. Chaos? Disorder? Yurin felt an uncontrollable urge to look closer, to uncover what Nyaruko was hiding. She felt herself slipping away, her consciousness drifting toward the cold edge of reality. Yurin, are you all right? Toya's calm voice cut through the silence. It acted like a tether, pulling Yurin's mind back from the void. What? Oh, I'm fine. Her gaze cleared after a brief moment of disorientation. Let's get back to the matter of Abe no Seimei. That was too close. Once Toya was sure she had recovered, he shot a warning glare at Nyaruko. Try that again, and I won't care who you are. As a shrine maiden, Yurin likely possessed the abilities of a medium. She had clearly tried to trace Nyaruko's origin. If Toya hadn't intervened, she might have lost herself in the attempt. Nyaruko nodded obediently, though she felt slighted. I didn't actually do anything. Even Nyarlathotep was likely taken aback. This girl had glimpsed the essence of an evil god and walked away with her sanity intact. It was the god who should have been shocked, yet Nyaruko was the one being reprimanded. She's something else, Nyaruko thought, her eyes fixed on Yurine. Aside from Toya, she had never seen a human look into the abyss without going mad. To think a simple magician or shrine maiden possessed that kind of mental fortitude was remarkable. After a brief discussion, Toya and Yurine finalized their plans. You're staying here to watch the agency, Toya said firmly. Darling, you're being cruel, Nyaruko pouted. It's too boring here, I want to go. Toya remained unmoved. Nyaruko was too unpredictable, and Abe no Seimei had once sacrificed his very soul to safeguard the world from entities like her. If the seal sensed her presence, things would turn volatile. Stay here, no trouble. But I can protect you. On the other side of the room, Yurine was giving Jashin-chan a similar lecture, ordering the snake to stay put and behave. Soon after, the car Toya had called arrived. The two of them set off for Kyoto. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Nyaruko stood at the entrance, her rider belt secured. She shot a mocking look at Jashin-chan. I'm heading out to find Darling. Have fun being stuck here, you stupid snake. I am a high-ranking demon, not a snake, Jashin-chan yelled. Her eyes then drifted to the display case where Toya's equipment was kept. Wait, is that a second set? Watch me transform. Moments later, Jashin-chan successfully armored up as Kamen Rider Kabuto. Using the suit's acceleration, she vanished in a blur to chase after Nyaruko. Toya was currently unaware that his gear had been hijacked. Two Kamen Riders were now tearing through the city in high-speed pursuit, leaving a trail of confusion behind them. Inside the car, the atmosphere was heavy. Toya glanced at Yurine, unsure how to start a conversation. While he knew she was kind-hearted, her somber aura made her difficult to approach. She was the type to remain silent until spoken to. Finally, Yurine spoke, her voice calm. Toya, if you have something to say, just say it. Toya laughed awkwardly. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Would you be interested in joining the Trash Fox Detective Agency as a regular investigator? He had been considering this for some time. Having someone with Yurine's abilities would make supernatural commissions much easier to manage. Her presence alone would deter most troublemakers. That included Nyaruko. Tohru was strong, but she wasn't a specialist in dealing with the chaotic nature of an evil god. An investigator, Yurine murmured, her visible eye turned toward him. I don't know the first thing about detective work. She's considering it, Toya smiled. You don't need to do any actual deduction. I just need you to handle supernatural threats. The pay is excellent. He held up a hand to indicate a starting rate in the millions of yen. Yurine's eyes flickered. Though her face remained stoic, her mind was racing. Millions of yen. If I join, I could renovate the shrine and buy more dresses. Toya sensed her resolve wavering and let a confident smile cross his face. Suddenly, an anomaly with an unnaturally long neck stuck its head through the car window, screeching, "You can see me, can't you?" The creature had mistaken Yurine's internal excitement for fear. Just as Toya was about to reach for his weapon, Yurine looked up. Her voice was cold enough to frost the glass. Don't get in my way. Feeling the dark, suffocating pressure radiating from her, the anomaly shrieked and fled instantly. Chapter 101. Kawashima Toya watched the anomaly vanish with a raised eyebrow. It actually fled. Most low-level spirits were driven by rigid behavior patterns rather than intelligence. For it to ignore its own nature simply because Hanazono Yurine threatened, it suggested she possessed a presence terrifying enough to override supernatural laws. Is the spirit an outlier, or is Yurine just that dangerous? Toya wondered. He ultimately leaned toward the latter. Only someone more formidable than a monster could make one feel such genuine fear. Realizing she had been a bit too intense, Yurine's cold expression softened into a forced, slightly awkward smile. Kawashima-kun, about the compensation you mentioned, can we discuss the details? She was clearly hooked. Millions of yen for a single job was a life-changing offer. With that kind of income, she could stop working at the maid cafe and avoid the exhausting emotional labor of dealing with obsessed customers. Completing just one contract a month would be enough for a life of luxury. Of course, Toya replied with a welcoming smile. Aside from personal favors for friends, my rates for supernatural commissions start at 1 million yen. If you join the agency as an investigator, your share per case won't be less than that. I'm in. Yurine blurted out, her composure finally breaking under the weight of the offer. A moment later, realizing her lack of restraint, a faint blush tinted her cheeks. My apologies, I was a bit overexcited. Don't worry about it. I should be the one thanking you for joining the Trash Fox Detective Agency, Toya laughed softly. Once we finish this trip to Kyoto, we'll head back and get everything settled. Yurine nodded, her voice still carrying a hint of disbelief. Kawashima-kun, if you hadn't told me, I never would have guessed this line of work was so lucrative. To think I can earn a year's worth of wages with just a bit of magic. She had spent so many hours maintaining a sweet persona at the cafe until she was physically and mentally drained. This was a complete paradigm shift. 3, 2, 1. Die Nyaruko. 3, 2, 1. You're just a snake, who do you think you are? As Toya and Yurine were talking, the cold, mechanical countdown of a transformation device cut through the air. In the middle of the road ahead, two armored figures stood facing each other, both having transformed into Kamen Rider Kabuto. They were charging their systems, preparing to settle their duel with a rider kick. Two Kabutos, Toya was confused for a split second before the reality set in. It's Nyaruko and Jashin-chan. One for each of us. We have to stop them before they level the street, Toya said to Yurine, whose face had already returned to an icy glare. The driver pulled over, and Toya and Yurine leaped from the car simultaneously. Rider kick. Rider kick. Nyaruko and Jashin-chan shouted in unison as they launched themselves forward. Let's see how much of that power you've actually mastered, Toya said, appearing before Nyaruko in a blur. He met her strike head-on, adopting the signature gravity kick stance. The force of the collision sent a shockwave through the air, the pressure so intense it sounded like the atmosphere was being torn apart. Nyaruko's kick was bolstered by a violent surge of electricity. In her frenzied state, she hadn't realized it was Toya standing in her way until the moment of impact. By then, it was too late to stop. The collision triggered a sharp explosion, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As it settled, Nyaruko was thrown backward, skidding across the pavement as her transformation dissipated. Toya remained rooted to the spot, looking unperturbed. Your kick is still missing that final bit of polish, he noted calmly. Darling, why did you jump out like that? Nyaruko scrambled to her feet, pouting. I was just about to settle things with that snake. One more hit and she would have been finished. Toya gave her a sharp flick on the forehead. You really think you could kill her? Jashin-chan is a high-ranking demon. She's functionally immortal. You think a single kick is going to do her in? In their respective worlds, both Yurine and Jashin-chan were absurdly durable. Rapid regeneration was a basic trait for them. Nyaruko rubbed her head, her silver hair standing defiant. If one kick doesn't work, I'll just use two. You two, can't you just try to be friends? One is an evil god avatar, the other is a high-ranking demon. You should have plenty in common. Toya played the peacemaker. If he let them continue, they'd eventually tear down an entire city block. Their high-speed battle had already caused significant property damage along the route, though the speed of the suits had prevented anyone from capturing clear evidence. Nyaruko huffed, making it clear friendship was out of the question. Seeing she wouldn't budge, Toya turned his attention to Yurine. Jashin-chan had somehow managed to get her hands on a second belt, and with her reckless personality, she was likely trying to stage a rebellion against her master. Toya then witnessed something truly impressive. Compared to his calculated parry, Yurine's method was far more direct. With a stoic expression, Yurine reached out and caught Jashin-chan's rider kick with a single hand. No matter how much the demon struggled, she was held fast, as if caught in a vice. Jashin-chan, I'm not in the mood for this today. Deactivate the suit, now. Yurin's voice was like a frost from the abyss. Conditioned fear immediately took hold. Jashin-chan realized she stood zero chance and promptly canceled the transformation. She looked like a scolded pet, hanging her head in submission. Yurin, I'm sorry. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide this once, Yurin said. She had no intention of ruining her first day as an official investigator with a bloody execution. Toya couldn't help but praise her. Catching a rider kick with one hand is quite the feat. Perhaps Jashin-chan's lack of experience had weakened the strike, but it was still an incredible display of raw power. Yurin hadn't even flinched, proving she was easily on par with Toya. You did the same, Yurin replied, her face slightly flushed as she spoke. Toya then looked at the mechanical beetle, flying back toward Jashin-chan. Wait, Jashin-chan, were you using my belt? Chapter 102. I'm sorry. Jashin-chan had intended to maintain her bravado, but she folded the moment she met Hanazono Yurin's cold gaze. Kawashima Toya waved it off. I was just surprised. I didn't mean to say you did anything wrong. It was genuinely unexpected. Neither Kasumigaoka Utaha nor Kasugano Sora had been compatible with the Zector, yet this trash snake had successfully achieved the transformation. I suppose it makes sense, Toya thought, recalling Jashin-chan's track record. In her own world, she had once consumed an angel's halo to undergo a divine transformation. As a high-ranking demon capable of such feats, forcing a connection with a mechanical Zector was likely well within her capabilities. It wasn't that the Kabuto Zector had chosen her. Rather, she had simply overwhelmed it with her own will. Toya looked at Nyaruko and Jashin-chan, who were both currently pretending to be well-behaved, and sighed. Since you've followed us all this way, you might as well come along to Kyoto. The two brightened instantly and scrambled toward the car. Let's go, we're bringing them with us. Toya and Yurin returned to the vehicle, resuming their journey. During the drive, Toya pulled out his phone to pass the time. To his surprise, the top trending topic was about Kamen Rider Kabuto appearing in the real world. The post featured several blurry photos of two armored figures moving through skyscrapers at impossible speeds. Don't do that again, Toya warned. If you're exposed, you'll be hauled off to a lab and dissected. Nyaruko and Jashin-chan nodded frantically. They weren't particularly afraid of being studied, they were just terrified of Toya and Yurin. Yurin gave a thin, chilling smile. Jashin-chan, that dissection idea sounds interesting. I'll keep it in mind for the next time you cause trouble. A cold shiver raced down Jashin-chan's spine. I promise to behave, please just give me a chance. She pressed her hands together in a desperate plea. Toya and Yurin knew her well enough to know that any promise she made had a shelf life of about 3 minutes. By tomorrow, she would undoubtedly be back to her usual antics. After the mandatory intimidation, Jashin-chan compared her situation to Nyaruko's and sighed inwardly. Yurin is so strict, why can't she be gentler? If a girl stays this angry all the time, she's going to age prematurely. Indulging in her petty fantasies, Jashin-chan's mood quickly rebounded. Toya, hearing her sudden, muffled giggling, felt a wave of confusion. Did she really recover that fast? It was late at night when they finally reached Kyoto. Toya looked out at the darkened city and turned to Yurin. Let's find an inn. We'll head to the burial site tomorrow. In his experience, the supernatural was always stronger at night. If Abe no Seimei had left any protective seals, they would likely be more manageable during the day. But an inn will be expensive. Yurin looked hesitant. She was just a student working part-time. After accounting for travel and food, her budget was tight. Don't worry about it. It's on me, Toya said. If it makes you feel better, you can pay me back later. Yurin was proud. She rarely accepted favors without a reason. Toya phrased it that way just to put her at ease. He didn't actually care about the money. He was wealthy enough that it didn't matter. Nyaruko, sensing an opening, spoke up excitedly. Let's go to an onsen inn. Kyoto is famous for them. An onsen? Jashin-chan looked down at her dull scales and for once agreed with the silver-haired girl. Since everyone was in agreement, Yurin didn't object. All right, an onsen inn it is. Wakura Onsen Village. Toya led the group to a highly rated establishment. 10 minutes later, they stood before a building steeped in traditional charm. It wasn't particularly large, but it possessed an authentic, antique atmosphere. Strange, how did this place get such high ratings? Toya muttered, checking his phone again. The app was flooded with perfect scores and lacked a single negative comment. Usually, that meant the reviews were manufactured. There were plenty of grander inns nearby, yet this one held the top spot. Curiously, the reviewers were almost exclusively male. What's the catch? Yurine spoke up calmly. Let's just head inside. If it's no good, we'll find somewhere else. Toya nodded and stepped through the entrance. The interior was traditional and well-maintained, though it lacked any obvious distinguishing features. Suddenly, a young woman in a kimono approached them. Are you checking in? She asked with a stiff, formal expression. I am Hinetsuru Akina, the proprietress. I see. Looking at her, Toya understood the reviews immediately. She was young and quite striking, which was more than enough to attract a specific demographic. Toya nodded. 4 rooms, please. He decided to stay. It was late, and he didn't feel like wandering the city in search of another vacancy. 4 rooms, understood. Akina nodded and led him to the desk. After checking in, the group split up to their respective quarters. Decent enough, was Toya's verdict. The room was clean and included a private bath, meeting all the basic requirements for a comfortable stay. The price was fair, too. After washing up, Toya sank into the hot spring, letting the heat soak into his muscles. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Nyaruko let out a mischievous giggle. Darling is in the bath, time for a surprise. In another room, Jashin-chan's eyes flashed with a petty, vengeful light. If I jump out and scare him now, he might be traumatized for life. While relaxing, Toya sensed 2 familiar presences approaching his door. He spoke in a low, tired voice. Zector, don't let either of them in. Chapter 103. I can't even get a moment's rest, can I? In the empty air, the red mechanical Kabuto Zector materialized. It bobbed toward Kawashima Toya, as if nodding to reassure its master before settling into a watchful hover. Toya closed his eyes again, sinking back into the warmth of the spring. The silence didn't last. Toya opened his eyes just in time to see the Zector sent tumbling across the room like a stray spark. Darling, I'm here. The door burst open, and Nyaruko lunged inside with a look of pure delight. Seriously, how did you even get in? Toya sighed. He had specifically deadbolted the door, yet she hadn't spent a single second fumbling with the lock. He noticed the ahoge on top of her head had stiffened into the precise shape of a skeleton key. Logic really has no place around her. Fine, luckily, I have other ways to keep you at bay. Without another word, Toya summoned the demonic spear Gibalg. He leveled the tip at Nyaruko's throat. The sharp point emitted a faint, cold light, an unspoken promise of its lethality. Care to take another step? He asked icily. Cold sweat beaded on Nyaruko's forehead. I wouldn't dream of it. Darling, I was wrong. I had a momentary lapse in judgment and walked into the wrong room. Please forgive me. Soaking in the water, Toya gave a slow, deliberate nod. Admitting it is a start. Now back to your own room. Right away. Nyaruko nodded frantically before spinning on her heel and bolting. She didn't dare linger. The aura of the spear was no bluff. While it might not kill her permanently, walking around with a gaping hole in her neck would be a massive blow to her vanity. Once he confirmed she was gone, Toya lowered the weapon. Honestly, not a single one of them can just behave. The battered Zector flew back, landing on the floor with a metallic click. It vibrated sheepishly, as if apologizing for its failure. You did your best, go back to your post, Toya comforted it. The Zector was ultimately a transformation tool. While it granted godlike power during a transformation, in its independent form, it couldn't be expected to stall a persistent outer god. The mechanical beetle spread its wings and flew off to resume its duty. Outside in the darkness, Jashin-chan wore a truly sinister grin. She had devised a plan so precise it would eliminate her target without leaving a trace. In her mind, there would only be one victim tonight, Kawashima Toya. Heh, I'll quietly swap his bathwater for boiling water at 100 degrees C. As the temperature rises, he won't be on guard. He won't even have the chance to react. The rising heat will numb his senses and lull him into a stupor. He'll pass out and die quietly, and no one will ever suspect a thing. Unknown to her, Toya had sensed her intent from the beginning. Bold move, but incredibly stupid. Jashin-chan really was an idiot. She had forgotten that he was a specialist in combat. Boiling water was hardly a threat. At most, it would just feel a little refreshing to his constitution. However, I can't just let it slide, Toya muttered. He changed into the clean yukata provided by the inn and glanced toward Jashin-chan's quarters. I wonder how stewed snake tastes. Moments later, Toya slipped into Jashin-chan's room. He intercepted the boiling water she had prepared for him and redirected the flow into her own private bath. Now, I just need some seasoning from the front desk to make sure the meat is properly flavored. Toya headed to the lobby, where he found the proprietress. She was currently scolding a young girl, likely her daughter. Toya leaned against the wall, watching the scene. Interrupting now would only deprive the girl of a formative childhood experience. What is wrong with you? Why must you waste your time on shogi? Do you want to end up like your deadbeat father, abandoning your family just to obsess over a board game? The proprietress, Hinetsuru Akina, spoke with a cold, biting severity. The girl, Hinetsuru AI, had tears welling in her eyes, yet her gaze remained defiant. Mama, I'm going to learn. I'm going to become the Ryu. No matter what you do, I won't give it up. The little girl stood up, shouted her defiance, and sprinted away. Akina watched her daughter go inside. AI, why won't you understand? Ai's father had divorced Akina shortly after the girl was born, claiming he had to seek out the Ryu of the shogi world. He had severed all ties to train in the mountains. Akina couldn't bear to let her daughter walk down a path that had already destroyed their family. Proprietress, do you have any stew seasoning? I'd like a few packs, Toya said, stepping forward. I do, 1,000 yen each, Akina replied, instantly reverting to her professional, distant demeanor. I'll take 5. Fine, Akina didn't ask for an explanation. She simply handed them over. Toya slipped back into Jashin-chan's room and dumped all 5 packets into the steaming spring. 1 pack wouldn't be enough for a demon. 5 should do it. Toya's eyes gleamed. Jashin-chan, you brought this on yourself. He quietly exited the room. Jashin-chan's quarters returned to a deceptive silence, filled only by the rising steam and the savory scent of spices. I wonder how long it'll take for the first scream. Toya wandered through the inn's gardens, waiting for the inevitable. Near a secluded thicket, he heard the sound of low sobbing. To a normal guest, it might have sounded like a ghost story, but he found Hinetsuru AI crouching by a tree, crying. Toya decided to offer some comfort. Hey there, why the long face? He put on a gentle smile, softening his presence. Even so, the girl jumped in surprise. Who are you? Once she realized it was the guest from earlier, she calmed down. Big brother, what are you doing out here? Toya sat nearby. I just like to wander. I happened to hear a sound that reminded me of a crying spirit from an old legend. Chapter 104. I couldn't suppress my curiosity, so I had to see what the ghost from the legends actually looked like. Toya knew perfectly well it was Hinetsuru AI, but he led with a joke to put her at ease. He didn't want the girl's first instinct to be calling the police on a suspicious guest. AI let out a small giggle, her melancholy vanishing. Big brother, I'm Hinetsuru AI. I'm the daughter of the owner, Akina-san. I'm definitely not a ghost. Oh, so not a ghost then, Toya said, feigning realization. In that case, would you mind telling me why the not-a-ghost Hinetsuru AI is out here crying? I want to get revenge for Mama, AI replied, her voice firm and eyes full of resolve. She proceeded to spill the entire story of her parents without holding back. Whether it was her natural innocence or Toya's innate charisma, she had completely dropped her guard. There are plenty of ways to get revenge, Toya said, shaking his head. Choosing shogi isn't necessarily the best one. Aside from consuming your youth, it might not even give you the satisfaction you're looking for. Seeing the girl about to throw herself into the brutal world of professional shogi, Toya felt the need to nudge her toward a more stable path. There are other ways. Ai's eyes widened, shimmering with interest. What else can I do? I want that man to feel regret for the rest of his life. Ever since Akina had given birth to her, she had worked herself to the bone for Ai's sake. Being so young, Ai felt powerless. Her only plan was to retaliate by crushing her father on the path he cherished most, the shogi board. Toya sat by the tree and began to explain his perspective. His suggestions were simple: focus on her education and strive for excellence in a broader field. Simple and impressionable, Ai had never heard such a take. She was quickly convinced, vowing to study diligently with the goal of getting into the University of Tokyo. As for shogi, she decided she wasn't going to waste another minute on it. After all, achieving a high-status career would be the ultimate way to look down on the man who had abandoned them. Watching Ai skip away, Toya felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. That should do it. Now the proprietress can be happy, and the girl won't waste her life on a gamble. Akina really needs to learn how to communicate better. Otherwise, her kid would have ended up on a dead-end road. Toya returned to his room and spent the next hour scrolling through his phone. This is getting boring. I want to turn in, so why hasn't Jashin-chan reacted yet? He had dumped the seasoning into her bath for a reason, and he was still waiting for the payoff. Just as he was about to give up, a scream finally pierced the night. Ailey. Toya recognized that voice instantly. Who messed with the temperature? My skincare supplements are going to lose their potency. Supplements? Toya blinked. He had clearly added 17 different varieties of stewing spices. He decided to investigate, worried he might have accidentally done her a favor. When he reached Jashin-chan's room, Yurin and Nyaruko were already there, looking equally perplexed. Jashin-chan was flushed red, her face contorted with rage. The water is too hot, the medicinal effects are being ruined. Toya glanced at the water. It's definitely the stew spices, no mistake. Medicinal effects? Yurin looked at the floating herbs with a skeptical gaze. Jashin-chan, are you sure these are supplements? Even a novice could tell these were spices meant for braising meat. Of course, I got this formula from across the sea, Jashin-chan claimed proudly. I studied quite hard to memorize this recipe. It's a professional blend. Not only does it improve the quality of the flesh, but it also creates an unforgettable aroma. Improve the flesh? Unforgettable aroma? Toya finally got it. She had literally stolen a recipe for stewed meat and mistaken it for a beauty treatment. Toya cleared his throat to hide his amusement. Jashin-chan, I actually happen to know the formula. Oh, she looked at him. These ingredients are potent, but you've got it backward. They actually require high heat to activate their true essence. If the water is too cool, you're just wasting them. He decided to double down on the prank. If she wanted to believe they were beauty herbs, he was happy to let her stew in them. Yurin looked at Toya with an expression of pure disbelief. He's not blind, so there's no way he doesn't recognize those spices. He's actually going along with it. When she saw the corner of Toya's mouth twitching, she realized the truth. She decided not to interfere. It wasn't like it was dangerous, and it kept the demon occupied. Hearing Toya's expert opinion, Jashin-chan's ego inflated. HMPH, I knew it. Yurin, Nyaruko, if you're jealous, I might be willing to share some. No thanks, they replied in unison. Your loss. Jashin-chan braced herself, gritting her teeth as she stepped into the scalding, savory water. Everything is for the sake of beauty. Chapter 105. Jashin-chan let out a muffled yelp the moment she submerged into the spring, the water scalding her skin. However, convinced she was soaking in rare and expensive whitening herbs, she gritted her teeth and bore the heat. She even went as far as to dunk her head beneath the surface. Watching her display of sheer will, Kawashima Toya felt a twinge of genuine admiration. I have to hand it to her. The water was nearly at a boiling point, yet she was holding her ground. With her powers currently sealed, she shouldn't have been much more resilient than an average human, aside from her high-speed regeneration. She truly has the heart of a protagonist, Toya mused, enduring the impossible to achieve the extraordinary. He paused, adding a final mental note. It's just a shame she's so remarkably easy to manipulate. From within the steam, Jashin-chan let out a proud mental huff. I am the great Jashin-chan. My willpower is second to none, especially when it comes to the pursuit of beauty. Once I emerge from this, you'll all look like hags next to me. Hanazono Yurin offered no further comment. After a brief nod to Toya, she headed back to her room. Nyaruko, however, cast a mocking glance at the boiling demon before leaning into Toya with a sycophantic smile. "Darling, this inn feels like it's crawling with vengeful spirits. I'm far too frightened to sleep alone. Perhaps I could." "No," Toya interrupted flatly. "Even if the ghosts start dragging you away, stay out of my room." Nyaruko's lies were transparent. The idea of an outer god being afraid of low-level spirits was laughable. If anything, the ghosts were likely hiding from her. Toya let out a long yawn. Before leaving, he shot a playful look at the soaking snake. "Hope you're well marinated by morning." Nyaruko reluctantly followed as Toya headed for his quarters. Jashin-chan was left alone, submerged in a pool of fragrant spices, desperately fighting the instinct to flee the heat. Perseverance is the only path to perfection, she told herself. The next morning, Toya stepped out of his room, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and nearly walked into Hinetsuru AI. "Big brother Toya," AI exclaimed, her face lit with a bright smile. "Thank you so much, your advice worked. Mama hasn't been nearly as strict with me today." Toya patted her head and yawned. "As long as you're aiming for the University of Tokyo, she won't find a reason to be angry. Even if things don't go perfectly, she'll value the effort." In Japan, the University of Tokyo represented the pinnacle of social standing. Hinetsuru Akina was likely so relieved her daughter had moved on from shogi that she wouldn't dream of scolding her. Compared to the unstable life of a professional player, the goal of Tadai was far more respectable. "I have to go now," AI waved a textbook at him. "I'm going to study until I make it." After seeing AI off, Toya noticed Akina standing in the hallway, her expression as formal and stiff as ever. "Proprietress, is something wrong?" Akina stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance. My daughter has finally seen reason. Please, accept this small token of my appreciation." She held out a thick envelope. At a glance, it contained at least 1,000,000 yen. Toya frowned. "I'm not short on money, don't worry about it. If you really want to thank me, just give us a discount on the rooms." Akina hesitated, but seeing Toya's firm stance, she eventually sighed. "Understood, I'll adjust the final bill." Toya eventually made his way to the dining hall. Seeing Nyaruko and Yurin but no sign of the demon, he asked, "Where's Jashin-chan? We need to get moving." "No idea, probably still in her room," Yurin replied, her voice flat. "She seemed obsessed with those supplements and refused to come out." "I'll go check on her. It would be a hassle if she actually managed to drown herself," Toya said, grabbing a piece of bread. If a normal staff member found her boiled like a lobster, it would cause a scene. "I'm here," a raspy voice whispered. A figure wrapped so tightly in robes and scarves that their gender was indistinguishable sat down at the table. Toya stared at the bundled form next to Yurin. "Jashin-chan." "It's me." Her voice was dry, devoid of its usual obnoxious energy. Toya sniffed the air. The spices have definitely soaked in. A powerful aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and peppercorns wafted from her, impossible to mask even with the heavy layers of clothing. "What's with the getup?" Toya asked, playing dumb. "The instructions said that after a full night of soaking, I have to avoid direct sunlight for at least half a day," Jashin-chan croaked. "So, I'm dressed like this to block the UV rays." Nyaruko inhaled deeply, looking entranced. "Wow, that smells incredible. It's almost making me hungry." Her comment only reinforced Jashin-chan's delusion, convincing her the treatment was working wonders. Toya smiled. "Make sure you stay covered then, it would be a waste of a long night." Jashin-chan had tried to assassinate him the night before. Letting her stew in her own idiocy was a far more entertaining punishment than anything he could have devised. Besides, she was functionally immortal. The boiled effect would wear off in a few hours. Yurin watched from the side, letting out a heavy, pitying sigh. Idiot. She had no intention of cluing her in. She wanted to see exactly how long it would take for the trash snake to realize she had turned herself into a walking appetizer. Breakfast ended shortly after, and Toya led the group toward Abe no Seime's burial site on foot. Along the way, several pedestrians stopped to stare at the oddly dressed Jashin-chan. The attention only fueled her ego. The formula was a success. Look at all these eyes on me. The only downside was the smell. Even she was starting to salivate at the delicious, savory scent of her own skin. Toya fought the urge to laugh, determined to stay composed until they reached their destination. If he lost it now, she'd realize something was wrong, and he didn't feel like dealing with a demonic tantrum in the middle of a Kyoto street. Suddenly, the group walked past a small stall selling traditional braised snacks. A familiar, spicy scent drifted through the air. It was the exact same aroma emanating from Jashin-chan. This is going to be bad, Toya thought. Chapter 106. That scent, Jashin-chan's nose twitched as her expression soured. It's exactly the same, every herb, the profile is identical. As a high-ranking demon, her sense of smell was as sharp as her physical power. She could distinguish the individual components of any fragrance with unerring accuracy. A braised meat shop. Jashin-chan stared at the shop sign, and the pieces finally fell into place. No wonder she had been salivating at her own scent all morning. She finally understood why Kawashima Toya had looked like he was suppressing a laugh when he saw her spices yesterday, and why so many people on the street had stared at her, some even looking like they wanted to place an order. It was all because she had used stew seasoning as a beauty treatment. Yurin, why didn't you say anything? Jashin-chan turned to Hanazono Yurin with a hollow gaze. Yurin looked back with typical indifference. You didn't ask. That single sentence effectively ended the conversation. Jashin-chan shifted her focus toward Toya. Toya, you knew it all along. Why didn't you warn me? Toya blinked in feigned surprise. Weren't you just braising meat yesterday? Was there a problem? You knew, you definitely knew and just watched. Jashin-chan's eyes flared with annoyance before shifting to Nyaruko. Seeing the silver-haired girl doubled over, gasping for air from laughing too hard, she realized everyone had been in on the joke. They had all known the truth and deliberately kept her in the dark. Toya, Nyaruko, Yurin, I'll remember this. Jashin-chan hissed through her teeth. Even with her raspy, overboiled voice, the fury was unmistakable. Toya shrugged, looking entirely innocent. Don't blame me. In his mind, strength granted a certain level of immunity. If Jashin-chan hadn't had her powers sealed, he might have taken her more seriously. But in her current state, she was less threatening than the average supernatural minion. Wrapped in her protective layers, Jashin-chan let out a muffled, sinister chuckle. Go ahead, pick on me while I'm powerless. You'll regret this. Abe no seimei, you'll make a fine puppet for my debut. Jashin-chan didn't bother hiding her arrogant laughter. Toya, hearing the suspicious cackling, frowned and gave the demon a sharp flick on the forehead. What are you up to now? He asked. Laughing like a villain is one thing, but you're making it way too obvious that you're plotting something. At least try to be subtle. Oh, Jashin-chan nodded with vacant obedience. Toya looked away. No real threat would laugh like that right in front of the target. If she weren't so harmless, she probably would have been dealt with long ago. The group soon arrived at the burial site of Abe no seimei. It was located in a desolate, overgrown forest. A small, unremarkable plot that looked like nothing more than a dirt mound. There was no good aura. If anything, the surroundings felt eerie and cold. If Yurin hadn't led them here, Toya would have likely walked right past it. Yurin, are you sure about this? Toya looked at the mound skeptically, then pointed toward a mountain in the distance where a lavish tomb stood. I heard the official site was over there. The tomb a few miles away was clearly marked with signs, guiding tourists to the memorial. It was impossible to miss. This is the real one, Yurin said. The tourist spot is just a cenotaph containing a few of his old belongings. It's a hollow memorial. We are standing on the actual site. There's something here that will be useful to you, Toya. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's dig. Jashin-chan, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly sprinted forward. She snatched the shovel from Toya's hand and began digging with feverish intensity. Dirt flew into the air, piling up rapidly. Her speed was incredible. She seemed to be gaining momentum as she worked. Yurin watched in confusion. Usually the demon wouldn't lift a finger. Why is she being so helpful? What is she up to? Toya wondered. She had been cackling earlier. She clearly had a plan. Let's see what kind of mess she actually makes. Toya remained unconcerned about any potential danger. If anything, he was curious to see how Jashin-chan's scheme would unravel. "Nyaruko, go help her," Toya said. "She isn't fast enough. We need to get this over with before a park ranger spots us." "Huh, darling, you want me to dig?" Nyaruko looked at the shovel with reluctance. After 10 minutes, Jashin-chan's shovel hit something hollow. She slammed the tool down with all her might. Crack! The sound of stone shattering echoed through the woods. "Wait, what?" Nyaruko looked down at the gaping hole opening beneath them. "Darling, help." Jashin-chan's face paled as she tried to scramble away, but the ground gave way instantly. Within seconds, both Nyaruko and Jashin-chan were swallowed by the darkness. Their screams faded into the depths. Toya stood on the remaining solid ground, peering into the abyss. "Well, they're gone. Should we follow?" "Seime's actual tomb is much deeper. This is likely a shortcut," Yuri noted, "but it looks like a long drop. Are we just going to jump?" "Don't worry," Toya offered a confident smile. "I'll take you down. I guarantee a smooth landing." "Okay." Yurin's face flushed slightly as she nodded. Toya wrapped an arm around Yurin's waist and leaped into the void. The wind howled past them in the pitch-black tunnel. Nyaruko and Jashin-chan's cries were still audible, which meant they hadn't hit the bottom yet. A full minute passed, and Toya felt a twinge of unease. Why are we still falling? After a minute of freefall, they should have reached the bottom of even the deepest cavern. Yet, there was no sign of the floor. It was as if they were falling into an infinite pit. "Something is wrong," Yurin said, clinging to Toya. "We might have triggered a trap." "Let's see what we're actually dealing with." Toya's eyes began to glow with a clear, azure light. With the mystic eyes of death perception active, the world of darkness was instantly peeled back, revealing the reality hidden beneath. Chapter 107. The vast underground space was saturated with countless Seimin arrays, the iconic five-pointed stars of the Onmyoji. Nyaruko and Jashin-chan, who had fallen first, were caught in a recursive loop. They plummeted through the glowing formations only to find themselves back at the starting point, creating the illusion of a bottomless pit. "I'll just cut through it," Kawashima Toya said. His azure eyes sharpened, locking onto the point of death hidden within one of the arrays. He reached out and tapped the air. Cracked! The Seimin array shattered, dissolving into a shower of light. The destruction of the first triggered a cascading failure, and the remaining formations crumbled away one by one. Thud! Nyaruko and Jashin-chan hit the floor in quick succession. Their inhuman constitutions meant the fall was more of an annoyance than a danger, though they groaned as they hit the solid stone. Toya landed gracefully, still holding Hanazono Yurin. "All right, we've reached the bottom." Underground cavern. Suddenly, a series of eternal lamps flared to life along the walls. The flickering blue flames pushed back the dark, illuminating the massive chamber. Yurin took a moment to observe the space. The cave was lined with lamps that hadn't been lit for a millennium, casting a cold, eerie glow over the stone. They stood on a wide platform. Ahead of them, a narrow bridge spanned a lightless chasm, connecting to a dark tunnel on the far side. The bridge was barely wide enough for one person. "Toya-kun, something is wrong with that bridge," Yurin whispered, tugging at his sleeve. "Is there? It looks fine to me." Toya smiled and stepped onto the narrow span without hesitation. Yurin frowned. She had just warned him, yet he didn't even stop to consider the risks. He'll figure it out soon enough once the trap triggers. On the platform, Nyaruko rubbed her head, looking irritated. "Seime is already dead. Why leave all these annoying gimmicks behind?" "I'm with you," Jashin-chan said, dusting herself off. "Once we find his remains, I'm tossing his ashes to the dogs." She added a quiet thought to herself, "right after I finish my own plan." Watching Toya move ahead, her mood brightened. She was eager to see how her secret project would play out. "Let's see what kind of performance he set up for us," Toya muttered. Motoribashi. As he moved further onto the bridge, the air shifted. A dense, blinding fog rolled in from the abyss, swallowing the bridge in seconds. Inside the mist, a silhouette appeared. It was the figure of a woman, her face veiled and her movements fluid. She began to dance with an ethereal grace, her form shifting between reality and illusion as the fog swirled around her. "Not a bad show," Toya thought, giving a silent nod to Seimei's craftsmanship. The legendary onmyoji clearly knew how to play on the heartstrings of his guests. The Motoribashi was traditionally the bridge that divided the living from the dead, leading directly to the underworld. However, Seimei had modified it into a kaleidoscopic illusion. Anyone who stepped on it would see the vision they desired most. The show was interesting, but I have a job to do. Toya could sense that Yurin was already preparing to dispel the mechanism. If he didn't break it himself now, it would be embarrassing to let her do all the work. He drew the demonic blade Murasame. As he neared the dancing figure, the atmospheric pressure surged. The air felt heavy, saturated with a cold, lethal intent. It was a silent warning to any intruder: turn back now or face the consequences. A weaker person would have retreated immediately, begging for mercy. Don't waste your breath, it won't work on me. Toya swung the blade at the swaying phantom. The entire bridge trap was centered on this figure. Once the dancer was removed, the illusion would collapse. The phantom didn't flinch. Murasame cut straight through it. The point of death fractured, and the figure dissolved into the mist. The fog vanished instantly, and the cavern returned to its silent, lamplit state. Toya looked back at the others. What are you all waiting for? We need to find the burial chamber before someone on the surface notices the commotion. Yurin stared at Toya, her expression one of pure disbelief. You broke the Motoribashi. It wouldn't have been strange if she had done it. As a shrine maiden, she was well-versed in onmyodo, but Toya had no such training. How could he break a high-level illusion with a single strike? His eyes, Yurin thought, watching him closely. Seimei's shrine. They walked through a narrow, winding passage for several minutes until they reached the heart of the cavern. Abe no Seimei's tomb wasn't exactly a grave. It was a shrine built deep underground. It looked identical to the shrines on the surface, but it felt hollow, silent, and devoid of the usual spiritual warmth. The eternal lamps were the only things keeping the shadows at bay. Yurin, Toya, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me. Jashin-chan stepped forward, her face full of uncharacteristic resolve. I'll handle the remaining seals. You two stay back until I've cleared a path. Wait, really? Nyaruko asked, looking suspicious. Toya crossed his arms, watching the demon with interest. I'll leave it to you then, Jashin-chan. She obviously had a hidden agenda, but he was curious to see where it would lead. The trip had been a bit too straightforward so far. A little chaos was welcome. Don't worry, I felt bad just standing around while you two did all the work, Jashin-chan said, her voice sounding unusually sweet. Yurin kept her eyes on the demon. She knew Jashin-chan was plotting something, she just couldn't figure out what the angle was yet. Chapter 108. Hanazono Yurin sensed a wave of malice radiating from the demon. Toya-kun, I have a bad feeling. It seems Jashin-chan is plotting something. We should stop her, she added, her voice dropping. Kawashima Toya reached out, stopping Yurin with a light gesture and a knowing smile. There's no need. Even if she is planning something, it won't matter. We'll just suppress her together when the time comes. Toya turned his gaze toward Jashin-chan, who was cautiously creeping toward the underground shrine. Consider this her penance for trying to scheme against us, he teased. She can handle the traps. There are traps in a shrine, Yurin asked, looking taken aback. To a shrine maiden, such a place was sacred, a sanctuary to be kept pristine. The idea of Abe no Seimei rigging a shrine with lethal mechanisms felt like a desecration. Yurin-san, do you think of this as a house of worship or a tomb? Toya asked with a chuckle. Since this was Seimei's final resting place, it was only natural for the legendary onmyoji to install safeguards to protect his peace. Almost as soon as the words left Toya's mouth, Jashin-chan triggered the first mechanism. A massive boulder plummeted from the ceiling, hurtling toward her. If it made direct contact, she would be crushed instantly. May she rest in peace, Toya said, his face full of mirth. Not a chance, Jashin-chan screamed, seemingly fueled by Toya's mockery. In a burst of frantic potential, she scrambled forward. I can feel it. Abe no Seimei's remains are just ahead. My revenge is within reach. I refuse to fall here. Toya watched as the demon fought like a desperate protagonist, narrowly avoiding being turned into a meat pie. However, she had forgotten about her long, serpentine tail. The heavy stone crashed down, pinning Jashin-chan's tail to the floor. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the chamber. "That looks like it hurts," Toya noted with a sigh. "I would have dodged that easily." Technically, she had succeeded in moving her upper body, but her tail hadn't made the cut. "Jashin-chan, are you okay?" Nyaruko let out a stifled giggle, offering blatantly insincere sympathy. "Need some medical attention? I have some bandages." Jashin-chan waved her off. "I'm fine, it's just a scratch. I'll regenerate in no time." Internally, she was weeping. Did I want the bandages? Of course I did, but my tail is currently a pancake. What good is a bandage going to do? "I have some medicine," Toya added, deciding to pile on. "This is high-grade ointment. It stops bleeding instantly." Knowing Jashin-chan's personality, Toya felt no guilt in messing with her. It was a small tax for the murderous intent she had shown toward them earlier. "I said I'm fine, it'll heal," Jashin-chan insisted, her eyes watery. "I am a high-ranking demon after all." Toya tucked the medicine back into his pocket. His smile grew. "Just one more step then, just one more and you're there." Exactly as he predicted, Jashin-chan gritted her teeth against the pain and moved forward. Another trap was triggered. A hail of arrows hissed from the walls on both sides, their tips glinting with a lethal sheen that a millennium of dampness hadn't managed to dull. "Pache, pache." Toya shook his head, sighing again. "Well, that's probably the end for her. Looks like we'll have to handle the rest of the traps ourselves." I can still go," Jashin-chan croaked. Bristling with arrows like a frantic porcupine, she struggled to her tail. The sheer obsession with revenge drove her to crawl toward the highest point of the shrine. Flame jets, bolts of lightning, clouds of poison gas. Mechanism after mechanism triggered in rapid succession. Jashin-chan lost count of how many times she had been struck. Yet, driven by stubborn malice, she crawled back up every single time. Half an hour later, she finally reached the top floor. Just then, Toya's gentle voice reached her. "Jashin-chan, have some water. You need to keep your strength up for these last few steps." "Thank you," she rasped, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. She took the cup Toya offered and gulped it down. The water immediately began leaking out of the various arrow holes in her body, making her look like a biological showerhead. "Wait, Toya-kun," Jashin-chan finally processed the situation. "Why are you up here already?" She had endured hell to scale this shrine, yet Toya was standing there waiting for her, offering a drink as if he'd been there for ages. Toya's face was a mask of amusement. "I just jumped, obviously." He had long since surpassed the limits of a normal human. A distance like this was something he could clear with a casual hop. If he had really wanted to show off, he could have used rune magic to fly, but he had chosen the simple jump so as not to discourage her too much. Jashin-chan coughed up blood, her eyes wide as she glared at Toya. Then, her body finally gave out. She collapsed onto the floor, her breath leaving her. Between the relentless trap damage and the psychological trauma of Toya effortlessly outdoing her, she had simply lost the will to live. Even in death, her eyes remained wide, fixed on Toya with a look of pure resentment. "I wasn't finished, the revenge." "Rest easy now." Toya reached down, attempting to close her eyelids with a dramatic sweep of his hand. Her eyes didn't close. If anything, they seemed to pop open even wider. Movies are such a lie. She won't even close her eyes in peace, huh? Toya gave the corpse a light kick, sliding it across the floor to make sure it wasn't in the way when Yurin and Nyaruko arrived. He wasn't worried. She'd be back at full health in 30 minutes anyway. A moment later, Yurin and Nyaruko reached the top. Abe no Seime's inner shrine. Toya looked at Yurin. "All right, Yurin-san, what's the next move?" As an outsider to Onmyodo, he couldn't see anything special about the tomb. Aside from the architecture, the place felt ordinary. No ghosts, no shikigami, just a silent, dusty building. If Yurin hadn't insisted her divination pointed here, he would have assumed they were in the wrong place. "It's quite simple," Yurin explained. Abe no Seimei was a master onmyoji of the Heian period. He had countless associates and traveled all over Japan, collecting hidden techniques and forbidden scrolls. This shrine houses his entire collection. Even someone with zero foundation could learn a great deal here. Onmyoto, Toya's brow furrowed. Is that really useful to me? The system shop had mountains of Onmyoto knowledge available for dirt cheap. However, mastering it required a massive investment of both points and time, so he had ignored it. I can give them to Sora and Utaha, Toya realized, his eyes brightening. The disappointment vanished instantly. That's actually not bad at all. Toya opened the sliding doors to the side chambers, revealing walls lined with massive bookshelves. Every rack was packed with ancient texts. Most were Seimei's original works, while others were rare records from the Heian era. Chapter 109. How are we supposed to move all this? Kawashima Toya asked, sounding a bit overwhelmed. Both rooms are packed with books. There's no way the three of us can carry it all. It is a challenge, Hanazono Yurin agreed, tapping her chin. Maybe we could make several trips. If we're careful, we might avoid notice. I need a better way. Toya's gaze landed on Nyaruko. A knowing glint flashed in his eyes. The solution was right in front of him. This version of Nyaruko was almost identical to her anime counterpart, which meant she likely possessed the same reality-bending abilities, specifically, the bottomless storage capacity of her skirt. Nyaruko, stop standing around. Use that infinite storage of yours and pack all these books away, Toya commanded. Wait, what? I don't have a four-dimensional pocket, Nyaruko stammered, looking confused as she was ushered into the archive room. Fine, I'll do it, if Darling insists, but I'm actually a bit annoyed now. Nyaruko's eyes fixed on Toya with a look of mock betrayal. She acted like a jilted lover, yet she always obeyed his first whim. The black and white checkered dress she wore began to ripple with an unnatural life. A distorting, eldritch power radiated outward, scanning the surroundings. Don't you dare get any slime on Darling's books, just pack them neatly. The squares of her skirt began to warp. Each black and white tile became a doorway to a void of infinite space. One by one, the massive bookshelves and every single ancient text were vacuumed into the fabric of her dress. Watching this, Toya's expression sharpened. He quickly pulled Yurin to the side to ensure she wasn't caught in the wake of the chaotic energy. Is there some kind of danger? Yurin asked, looking puzzled. Very much so, Toya replied seriously. The power Nyaruko was using was undeniably eldritch, distorted, chaotic, and infectious. He didn't want Yurin to be mentally scarred by witnessing the raw, unmasked nature of an outer god. As he shielded Yurin, Toya realized he had completely forgotten about Jashin-chan's corpse lying on the floor. Distorted, nonsensical whispers began to echo around the demon's body, as if trying to wake her from her temporary slumber. Within seconds, Jashin-chan, who usually took at least 30 minutes to regenerate, suddenly convulsed. What is this power? It's trying to eat me, to erode my soul. Who do you think I am? I am the great Jashin-chan. With a mental roar, she shattered the maddening whispers swirling in her mind. Toya looked over at the body, sensing a sudden surge of life. Sure enough, Jashin-chan snapped into a sitting position. Her eyes were deep, unsettling, and filled with a strange void. A dark, shadowy aura, unmistakably eldritch, coiled around her like a shroud. I forgot about her, Toya muttered, rubbing his forehead. He had been so focused on Yurin's safety that he'd left the dead demon right in the path of Nyaruko's leaking energy. Now, Jashin-chan had been contaminated. She wasn't her usual self anymore. I guess I'll have to put her down for real this time, Toya said coldly, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. Yurin, close your eyes. Jashin-chan has been corrupted. I need to take her out. Corrupted? Yurin stood frozen. We're in Seimei's tomb. Where would corruption even come from? She was skeptical at first, but then she heard it, the faint, maddening whispers and the overwhelming pressure of an outer god. There was no mistaking that feeling. Toya drew Murasame, locking onto Jashin-chan's point of death. He prepared to end it in a single strike. But just as he was about to move, Jashin-chan let out an excited shout. Oh, this is it, this power. It's incredible. My regeneration has evolved into something legendary. My body is tougher, and my soul is overflowing with strength. And look at this aura. It's the dark energy that only a true final boss deserves. Does it even have a mental pollution effect? Amazing. I feel like I could tear Toya and Yurin apart with my bare hands in this state. Jashin-chan was completely intoxicated by the new power, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Toya and Yurin were standing right there. She still has her personality, or is the new eldritch consciousness just faking it? A system interface appeared before his eyes, answering his silent question. Name, Jashin-chan Evil God Form. Level, Expert, High-tier Seal active. Description, a super-enhanced version of Jashin-chan infused with eldritch energy. While exceptionally powerful, her original strength remains sealed, preventing her from reaching her full potential. Is she the secret protagonist of this era, or something? Toya couldn't help but criticize her in his mind. It was one thing for her to absorb angelic halos, and another to force a transformation with a Kamen Rider belt. But to absorb raw eldritch energy without losing her mind? That was just ridiculous. Jashin-chan's blonde hair fluttered in the stagnant air, beginning to turn a deep, abyssal black. She looked like a twisted parody of a Super Saiyan. She slowly turned around, carrying the presence of a cold, ruthless demon king. In that instant, the maddening whispers in the room intensified 100-fold. Yurin's body trembled. She felt as though she were being plunged back into the freezing vacuum of space. However, the sensation was weaker this time, more of a localized chill than a total mental collapse. Jashin-chan's deep, dark eyes fixed on Toya, the man who had tricked her and caused her death countless times today. Toya, bet you didn't expect this. I, Jashin-chan, have returned with power beyond your imagination. Toya let out a light chuckle. I have to admit, I'm impressed. I didn't think you could suppress that kind of corruption. He genuinely meant it. He had seen a protagonist named Tomoya fail to handle even a fraction of this presence, ending up as a half-baked monster. Jashin-chan, however, had mastered it. She had kept her sanity while making all that power her own. Flattery won't save you. Jashin-chan spoke with cold authority, though a hint of excitement betrayed her refined face. She clearly enjoyed the praise. She began to walk slowly toward Toya, her voice crackling with suppressed anticipation. Our long-standing grudge ends here, Toya, Yurin. Show me everything you've got. Let me test the limits of this new form on your broken bodies. The chaotic, shadowy aura around her exploded outward, taking the shape of a massive, fanged demon. The eldritch whispers reached a fever pitch as the shadows lunged forward, hungry for a soul to devour. Abno Seime's inner shrine. Toya watched the approaching shadow with a calm hand on his hilt. If you're looking for a test, I'd be happy to oblige. Just don't cry when I break this form too. Chapter 110. You're surprisingly confident, Kawashima Toya noted, his expression unreadable. But boasting usually comes with a cost. Are you prepared to pay it? Even though Jashin-chan's transformation was striking, her actual power was still far from being a genuine threat. Jashin-chan let out a sharp laugh. No, you're the one who should be panicking, Toya. Can you feel this power? It's intoxicating. I'm certain I can end this with a single blow. From across the room, Nyaruko watched with a look of pure boredom. Please, you could have 100 versions of yourself and you still wouldn't be a match for him. While Nyaruko was surprised that the demon had managed to stabilize her leaking energy, that was the extent of her interest. Outer gods and demons shared a certain lineage in the darker corners of the cosmos, so this wasn't exactly a miracle. Toya let out a quiet sigh. I really need to teach you a lesson. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at Jashin-chan's side. The cold blade of Murasame hummed as it cut through the air. Vast. Jashin-chan's eyes widened. She tried to retreat, but the silver flash had already descended. Slash. Her arm hit the floor. Because of the eldritch fusion, no blood sprayed from the wound. It remained clean and unsettling. Still not enough. Realizing the gap between them hadn't closed as much as she hoped, Jashin-chan snatched up her severed arm and bolted toward the central chamber of the shrine. Toya stayed where he was, watching her retreat. Let's see what her original plan actually was. The eldritch absorption had been an accident, but Jashin-chan clearly had a goal for this tomb. There was something here she valued. Darling, I had nothing to do with that. Nyaruko hurried over, her hands raised. I wasn't controlling that energy. Her absorbing it was entirely her own doing. Toya nodded. I know, I didn't expect you to be kind enough to help her. Nyaruko was an avatar of chaos. She didn't care if the world burned, so why would she empower a minor demon? Hee, darling really does understand me. Don't change the subject, just watch. Toya turned to Hanazono Yurin. Are you feeling better? Try sensing the area. Is the pressure still affecting you? It's fine, Yurin replied cautiously. The whispers were still present, but they were manageable now. Good, then keep your eyes open, Toya said. Let's see what she has in store for us. Her plan, Yurin looked around the hollow chamber. Aside from the sarcophagus, there's nothing here. Toya smirked, then it has to be the coffin. As he spoke, Jashin-chan reappeared, grunting as she pushed a heavy stone sarcophagus out of the inner sanctum. Her severed arm had already reattached and healed. The dark, shadowy aura had faded, and she had returned to her usual appearance. Having dragged the coffin into the open, she looked down at the group with a triumphant huff. Toya, you're far too arrogant. You gave me exactly the time I needed. You're going to regret this. I'm going to awaken the legendary Abe no Seimei. He will be the instrument of your destruction. Toya shook his head and glanced at Yurin. Let her play it out. I want to see if she can actually manage a resurrection. Yurin let out a weary sigh. Do whatever you like. Go ahead, Jashin-chan, Toya called out. Start your ritual. Hurry it up, though. We need to finish this and get back in time for lunch. By the way, what do you want to eat? We can order for you, too. I want the all-meat set, thank you, the demon replied reflexively before snapping back into a rage. You aren't going back. Abe no Seimei was the greatest onmyoji of the Heian period. He'll slaughter you all. Jashin-chan's body erupted with a crimson glow, so intense it drowned out the flickering lamps of the cavern. The blood-red light surged forward, pouring into the sarcophagus. As the energy took hold, the coffin began to vibrate. Something inside was stirring. Jashin-chan watched with glee. Awaken, Abe no Seimei, rise and become my puppet. Slay these enemies who dare threaten your master. A blood-red Seimin manifested, enveloping the entire coffin. Toya nudged Yurin. The greatest onmyoji of 1,000 years ago. I wonder how he compares to her. He suspected Yurin was actually stronger. Eras change, and Yurin was an anomaly in her own right. In her own world, she had dismantled giant mechs with her bare hands and punched out demon lords. Nyaruko blinked her eyes and muttered, she really is an idiot. Darling is invincible. A 1,000-year-old corpse isn't going to change that. Nyaruko had crossed paths with Seimei centuries ago. Back then, he had been a cautious, timid man. If it hadn't been for the fact that he couldn't escape the outer god's invitations, he probably would have fled to the edge of the world. Inside the cavern, the red light reached a fever pitch. A sinister, suffocating aura began to leak from the cracks in the stone. Jashin-chan's expression shifted. She tried to pull her power back, but she found herself stuck. Her energy was being siphoned away by the coffin at an alarming rate, as if the occupant was trying to drain her dry. Stop, let go, Jashin-chan cried out, her face turning pale. The coffin ignored her, continuing its relentless drain. Toya's eyes narrowed. Something's wrong. This is definitely not what she expected. I'd better step in. Wasting a good companion or food is a sin. Toya gripped Murasame and lunged. He cleared the distance in a heartbeat, appearing before the terrified demon like a bolt of lightning. Toya, Jashin-chan looked at him with watery eyes. Don't cry, your plan failed, that's all. Better luck next time, Toya teased. His eyes took on an azure glow as he locked onto the coffin's point of death and swung his blade. Shring! A flash of steel severed the connection between the demon and the sarcophagus. The draining stopped instantly. Chapter 111. Save the tears for later. We should put some distance between us and that thing. Kawashima Toya let out a short laugh, grabbing Jashin-chan as he vanished from the altar. In an instant, they were back beside Hanazono Yurin and Nyaruko. Toya set the demon down, his gaze fixed on the sarcophagus. Is he coming out? He could feel the presence within the coffin surging. Having siphoned Jashin-chan's energy, the dormant corpse was rapidly awakening. Abe no Seimei's tomb. The silence was shattered as the coffin erupted in a violent tremor. A pillar of obsidian and crimson light shot toward the ceiling, blowing the heavy stone lid into the air. From the wreckage, a young man slowly sat up. He had flowing, blue-black hair and piercing gray eyes. His features were striking, accented by intricate purple markings across his face. A localized hurricane of malevolent energy swept through the underground chamber. A pity, I was only a hair's breadth away from a full restoration. The youth stood up stiffly, offering the group a thin, elegant smile. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abe no Seimei, a humble onmyoji. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of killing intent crashed against them. So you really did come back, Toya remarked, entirely unfazed. I take it you aren't planning to be friendly. Abe no Seimei nodded, his smile deepening. 1,000 years of slumber is taxing. You interrupted my ritual just now, so I must ask for compensation. I ask for your understanding. To ensure that the great Abe no Seimei truly returns to this world, I'm afraid you all must be sacrificed. His gray eyes, filled with absolute malice, swept over the group. He looked pleased. Wonderful, a shrine maiden, a powerful fighter, and a high-ranking demon. When his eyes landed on Nyaruko, however, he hesitated. How strange, who is this girl? Why does her presence fill me with such instinctive dread? He felt a primal fear bubbling up from his soul, yet he couldn't quite place her identity. Damn that white Seimei, he cursed under his breath before forcing his eerie smile back into place. Your power shall serve as the foundation for my peak, spirit bind. With a cold command, ropes of crimson-black energy hissed through the air toward Toya's group. If this is your best, it's a bit underwhelming, Toya said, his expression turning strange. Do you really think this is enough to stop me? It's almost laughable. With a casual flick of his wrist, a blade of clear light swept through the air. The energy ropes were severed instantly, dissolving into harmless sparks. Name, Abe no Seimei Black. Level, Master, currently declining, / transcendent potential if fused. Description, a millennium ago, Abe no Seimei was contaminated by an outer god. To survive, he used the art of yin-yang separation to split himself into two entities, light and dark. Each inherited half of his memories and power. Over the centuries, the white Seimei has faded away. Only the black Seimei remains, clinging to existence through dark sorcery. Toya stared at the ancient onmyoji. Abe no Seimei, just rest in peace. This era no longer belongs to you. You were a legendary figure of the Heian period. You should leave with your dignity intact. HMPH, ignorant whelp. Black Seimei snarled. He forced his stiff hands to form a seal, but his half-formed body lacked the fluidity required for high-speed incantations. The only one being ignorant here is you. Toya let out a soft sigh, gripping the hilt of Murasame as he walked toward the sorcerer. Yurin watched with a cold expression. Kawashima-kun, don't hold back. Yeah, avenge me, Jashin-chan shouted, waving a weak hand from the floor. With every step Toya took, his aura exploded outward like a cataclysmic flood, shaking the foundations of the cavern. Mystery has long since vanished. How can a fighter like you even exist? Black Seimei's eyes were wide with shock. I was the one who exhausted the world's mystery. I traded it all to ensure the peace of the coming eras. There should be no one left who can walk this path. Even if there were, they shouldn't be this strong. His memories were absolute. The foundation of mystery should have been depleted. A few minor practitioners might exist, but a monster like Toya, someone who could rival him in his prime, was an impossibility. No, I refuse to die. Black Seimei struggled, desperately cycling through every spell in his repertoire. But as his level continued to drop toward the expert tier, he found himself unable to manifest any of them. His rigid shell couldn't even manage a retreat. He could only watch as death approached. The times have changed. It's time for you to go. In the distance, Nyaruko and Jashin-chan were watching with interest. Only Yurin looked away with a hint of sorrow. The historical records described Abe no Seimei as a refined, elegant master. To see him reduced to this was a tragedy. Toya's eyes remained calm as he raised Murasame. As the savior of the new era, I offer my thanks to the savior of the old. You saved the Heian era and gifted the final remnants of that age's mystery to the future. You gave me the possibility of saving this world. For that, I am grateful. And so, the savior of the new era bears witness to your end. Black Seimei made one final, desperate plea. Since I am the reason you exist, you have no right to kill me. Flash. A blinding arc of swordlight illuminated the darkness of the underground tomb. Slowly, the body of Black Seimei began to flake away, dissolving into dust as it returned to the earth. The last remnant of the Heian era had finally vanished. Toya sheathed Murasame and walked back to the girls. Let's go, it's over. Yurin-san, don't be too disappointed in him. That was the black half, the manifestation of his darkest survival instincts. As for the white half, the noble part of him, that likely dissipated during the feast of the outer gods long ago. Yurin blinked, a soft smile finally touching her face. Thank you. Toya's explanation settled the conflict in her heart. The group made their way out of the tomb and returned to the surface. Wakura Onsen Village. Shortly after they left the burial site, a figure arrived at the tomb in total silence. The person stood at the edge of the massive hole in the shrine, staring down into the abyss. Is he gone? The figure was exceptionally tall, standing like a small giant. Even from a distance, the sheer pressure of his aura was staggering. Back at the onsen, Toya was in a celebratory mood. Eat as much as you want today, it's all on me. Having acquired such a massive collection of Onmyoto texts, a big feast was a small price to pay to thank Yurin for the information. In the system shop, such a library would have cost him at least 500 points. I won't be polite then. Jashin-chan snatched the menu from Hinetsuru Akina and began checking off items rapidly. Toya watched her confused. Is she sick? Why is she only picking vegetables? Suddenly, Jashin-chan looked up with a smirk. Exclude everything I just checked, and bring 10 orders of everything else on the menu. Yurin immediately delivered a heavy chop to the demon's head. Can you even finish that much? Chapter 112. Late that night, a figure slipped noiselessly into Kawashima Toya's room at the onsen inn. Hehe, I finally have an opening. Toya, you might have saved me and treated me to a meat feast that nearly made me burst, but gratitude and revenge are two entirely separate matters. They must be handled individually. Jashin-chan scanned the darkened room with predatory excitement, searching for any sign of her target. However, after a thorough search, her smile faltered. The room was empty. The futon hadn't even been disturbed. Suddenly, Toya's calm, level voice drifted from the shadows beside her. Jashin-chan, what exactly do you think you're doing? It's the middle of the night. Are you sleepwalking? Cold sweat began to pour down Jashin-chan's forehead. She scrambled to hide the small, mirror-polished knife in her hand, the blade catching a stray sliver of moonlight. Toya's gaze turned cold. You just don't give up, do you? Get out. He grabbed the demon by the back of her neck and tossed her toward the door like a bag of refuse. Jashin-chan struggled wildly, but her strength was negligible compared to his. Pache. As she hit the floor outside, she failed to retract her weapon in time. The small blade sank easily into her own midsection. Clutching her stomach, Jashin-chan staggered back toward her own room, muttering under her breath. I won't give up. I can't even get a peaceful night's sleep in a bed, Toya thought. He stretched lazily, before skillfully flipping himself up onto the wooden ceiling beams. He had originally intended to sleep on the tatami mats like a normal person, but the restless antics of Jashin-chan and Nyaruko had made that a liability. Just as he was settling into a meditative rest, a light tap sounded at the door. Toya-san, are you awake? Hinetsuru AI? Toya wondered, glancing down. What is she doing up at this hour? He dropped back to the floor, switched on the light, and slid the door open. AI stood there tentatively, clutching a massive stack of workbooks to her chest. Seeing the massive stack of papers made Toya feel completely overwhelmed. No, please tell me she isn't here for what I think she's here for. Toya-san, there are so many problems I don't understand. Could you please teach me? AI looked up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Mama doesn't know how to do them either. AI-chan, it's very late. Maybe your homework should. Before he could finish, the light in her eyes began to dim. Her shoulders slumped with such genuine disappointment that he found himself unable to say no. With a defeated sigh, he ushered her inside. 10 minutes later, Toya was practically tearing his hair out. What did I do to deserve this? Why did I agree to tutor a child? He had never encountered a primary schooler so fundamentally disconnected from academics. She lacked even the most basic foundation. Even after explaining a single concept 10 different ways, her expression remained entirely blank. I acted too hastily, Toya mused. They say if you mind your own business, you'll live a long life. I should have stayed out of it. Perhaps AI was actually the smartest person in the room before he interfered. She knew she wasn't cut out for studies and chose shogi instead. Then he had come along with his high-minded advice and forced her onto a path that clearly made her suffer. AI-chan, don't worry. Let me think for a moment. Toya patted her head comfortingly, while his mind dove into the system shop. Skill acquired, Human's Perfect Teacher Master. Cost, 1,000 origin points. In an instant, an ocean of pedagogical theory and psychological insight flooded his mind. Toya's eyes sharpened with newfound wisdom. His entire aura shifted, radiating the scholarly, refined temperament of a master educator. It was impossible to reconcile this version of him with the man who had ruthlessly cut down an ancient onmyoji earlier that day. All right, let's try this again, Toya said, his voice now carrying a magnetic warmth. I'm making sure you master this today. Nobody is sleeping until you've understood the material. It was no joke. He had spent 1,000 points on this. He was going to get his money's worth. As the world's most perfect teacher, he was confident he could educate a stone if he had to. If I made a promise, I have to keep it. Toya smiled at the girl. Study hard. Let's turn you into a prodigy worthy of the University of Tokyo. Tonight, I'm going to make you the top student in your grade. Seeing Toya suddenly fired up, AI gave a firm, determined nod. Toya Niasen, I'll do my best. That night, Hinetsuru AI experienced the most intense academic awakening of her life. Toya utilized every advanced technique in his arsenal to keep her mind sharp and focused, ensuring she absorbed knowledge continuously without hitting a wall. The scene even brought a sense of relief to Hinetsuru Akina, who was watching secretly from the hallway. My daughter finally understands the value of an education. The next morning, Toya dragged his exhausted body to the car, carrying his light luggage. He waved goodbye to AI, whose eyes were brimming with reluctant tears. Akina bowed deeply to Toya. This young man had completely overhauled her daughter's outlook. AI finally understood that education was her true priority. Shogi, even a dog wouldn't touch a game board now. Once inside the car, Toya let out a series of long yawns, nearly nodding off immediately. Beside him, Hanazono Yurin couldn't help but ask, Toya-kun, did you not sleep at all? I really didn't, Toya replied, his voice weak as he leaned against the soft seat. A certain primary schooler brought a mountain of homework. I had to power through it. Thanks to his teaching skill, his efforts had paid off. He had successfully turned that little brat into an academic powerhouse, or at least enough of one to crush her peers. Yurin let out a soft laugh. You're far too kind, tutoring her all night. No wonder you're so drained. Yeah, well, I couldn't exactly leave her hanging, Toya shrugged. He had talked her into this path, so it was only right he helped her find her footing. The exhaustion was purely mental. If it were a battle, he wouldn't be this tired. He'd just draw his blade and be done with it. But tutoring was a different kind of war. He had squeezed every bit of value out of those 1,000 points. Toya is exhausted? Now's my chance. In the back seat, Jashin-chan's eyes gleamed with malice as she prepared for a sneak attack. Before she could even shift her weight, Toya's flat, lifeless voice drifted back to her. Jashin-chan, I'm tired, but my senses are still working. If you try anything, I'll tie you to the bumper and drag you all the way back to the Trash Fox Detective Agency. I was wrong. Jashin-chan pressed her hands together and apologized instantly. Toya-sama, please forgive my insolence. Being dragged behind a car for a 2-hour drive, the mere thought was terrifying. She would die a very messy, very painful death. New World Quest issued. Objective: apply for a teaching position at Sakano Academy and investigate the death of Ito Makoto. Reward: 10,000 origin points. Chapter 113. Sakano Academy, Ito Makoto. Long-buried memories resurfaced, and Kawashima Toya's expression turned odd. Apply as a teacher, and investigate the cause of Ito Makoto's death. What is there to investigate? Everyone knows how it ends for him. He gets beheaded. Despite his internal complaints, Toya accepted the quest. No one in their right mind would turn down 10,000 origin points. That same day, Toya returned to the Trash Fox Detective Agency. He handed over the current commissions to Hanazono Yurin and made a hasty departure for Sakano City. Tohru and Nyaruko were clingy, their eyes filled with reluctance, but Toya refused to let them tag along. He needed them to keep an eye on things at home. 2 hours later, Toya arrived at Sakano Academy. It was a prestigious school, well-equipped with modern facilities. Toya went straight to the dean's office and presented an impeccable resume he had purchased from the system. The balding dean scanned the papers, nodding with approval. This is an impressive background. However, being a teacher requires more than just a good resume. We need to see your practical knowledge. Why don't you sit for a few of our qualifying exams? Infirmary. By that afternoon, Toya was officially the school's new health teacher. He was dressed in a white lab coat, looking every bit the refined professional. With his height and balanced build, he looked more like a legitimate doctor than a mere school nurse. Unless a specialist started grilling him on complex medical theories, no one would ever suspect he was just a substitute. Toya leaned against the windowsill, watching the students on the athletic field. He let out a dry laugh. What kind of luck is this? I passed every test with perfect scores, and they stick me in the infirmary. The exams that morning had taken him barely 30 minutes to breeze through. Yet, when the assignments were handed out, this was where he ended up. Can anyone actually survive as the health teacher at Sakano Academy? This school was a notorious landmark in the anime world. The rooftop, the clubrooms, the infirmary. These were places where things usually spiraled out of control. And here he was, right in the center of one. Investigating Ito Makoto's death might have to wait, Toya muttered with a shrug. Since the timeline seemed early, he wasn't in any rush. He'd let things unfold naturally. Excuse me, sensei. A soft, timid voice came from the doorway. Toya straightened up and looked over. Standing there was a girl with long, jet-black hair that cascaded down her back like a silk waterfall. She had a delicate, porcelain face and a figure that was, quite frankly, distracting. Katsura Katanoha. Toya recognized her immediately. In a school like this, only one girl possessed that specific combination of a staggering figure and an incredibly shy personality. Hello, is something the matter? Toya asked with a welcoming smile. I'm the new health teacher, Kawashima Toya. Nice to meet you, sensei. I'm Katsura Katanoha from class 1-4. I'm not feeling very well. May I rest here for a while? Katanoha caught sight of Toya's handsome face and gentle smile, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. Being naturally introverted and sheltered, she had never really been treated so kindly by a man before. Toya pointed toward one of the infirmary beds. Of course, go ahead and take a seat. Do you need any specific medicine or just some rest? Thank you, sensei. I think I just need a moment of quiet, Katanoha replied, keeping her head down. She didn't dare look at him directly. Her heart was pounding so loudly she was afraid he might hear it. There was something about Toya's refined, approachable aura that made it hard for her to stay composed. Rest well then. If you need anything, just call out, Toya said softly before returning to his desk. He knew Katanoha was a central figure in the tragedy of this world. Her involvement was likely a key factor in the investigation, but he decided to be cautious. She was fragile. Pushing too hard would only scare her off. The room fell into silence. Toya pulled out his phone to kill time with a game. Across the room, Katanoha lay on the bed, her heart still racing. She found herself stealing glances at Toya. He felt warm and approachable. Just being in the same room as him made the unpleasant memories of being bullied feel a world away. Hey Katsura, where are you hiding? Suddenly, a sharp, arrogant voice shattered the peace of the infirmary. Soon, 3 girls with flashy outfits and heavy makeup marched into the room as if they owned it. "Is there something you girls need?" Toya asked, setting his phone down. His tone was neutral but firm. Abuchi Minami, Koizumi Natsumi, and Morikumi stopped in their tracks. Seeing a man in a lab coat instead of a helpless student, they faltered. "Oh, sensei, we were just checking to see if Katsura-san was hurt," Abuchi stammered, offering a fake smile. "Is that right?" Toya's gaze swept over the 3 delinquents before landing on Katanoha. "Katsura-san, your classmates are here to visit you." "Ah," Katanoha looked up, catching the threatening glares from the 3 girls. She quickly looked away. "Thank you for coming, but I'm fine." "Well, that's good to hear. Since you're fine, we'll get going now." With a teacher present, the bullies didn't dare do anything. They scurried out of the room as fast as they could. As they walked down the hallway, their hushed whispers still drifted back into the room. "Wow, did you see the new nurse? He's so handsome," that refined look, that voice. It felt like he was whispering directly to me. "I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I'd definitely sign up to be next." Toya ignored them. Even if he were looking for a girlfriend, he wouldn't waste his time on girls like that. Meanwhile, Katanoha was bright red. The way those girls talked about him was far too bold for her ears. After resting for another 10 minutes, Katanoha stood up to leave. Toya gave her a polite nod but didn't push for further conversation. It looks like she hasn't met Ito Makoto yet. If they hadn't crossed paths, then the tragedy hadn't truly begun. Later that evening, Toya headed toward the faculty dormitory. On the way, he happened to cross paths with Katanoha once again. Chapter 114. Katsura Katanoha was currently being cornered by 4 girls. 3 of them were the same troublemakers who had snooped around the infirmary earlier that afternoon, led by a girl Kawashima Toya hadn't met yet, likely their ringleader. "What do you think you're doing?" Toya called out, stepping forward to intervene. "Oh, and who are you?" The leader, Kato Atom, looked at the handsome young man with suspicion. He didn't look much older than they were. Abuchi Minami leaned in to whisper, "Big sis, that's the new school nurse, Kawashima-sensei." "HMPH, just a school nurse?" Atom remained unimpressed, her lips curling into a sneer. "Listen, sensei, school is over. Don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Why don't you just go home? Isn't it exhausting enough being a corporate drone all day?" "Quite the attitude," Toya said, shaking his head. "As students, you should really learn some respect. You ought to be trying to get along with your classmates." He was giving them one final chance to walk away. If reasoning didn't work, he was prepared to use a different method, meeting violence with violence. Atom scoffed. "Sensei, you might be good-looking, but stay out of our business. It's after hours. As far as I'm concerned, you aren't a teacher right now." A thin smile played across Toya's face. "You're absolutely right," he said softly. "If you don't see me as a teacher, then I don't have to see you as a student. I can just treat you like a common delinquent. And to be honest, I'm quite good at dealing with delinquents." Toya adjusted his cuffs, his gaze turning cold as he stepped toward the group. "The method for dealing with punks is simple. You just need to beat some sense into them." Seeing Toya stepping up for her, Katanoha spoke up, her voice trembling. "Kawashima-sensei, please. You don't have to do this. Just let them be. I'm already used to it." "That won't do," Toya replied. "I might just be the school nurse, but you're still a student of this academy. It's my job to ensure your safety." When it came to bullying, if he had the power to stop it, he saw no reason not to lend a hand. Besides, he needed the exercise. "Once we're done with this delusional nurse, we'll get back to you," Atom sneered. "Get him." The 4 girls charged at once, completely oblivious to the massive gap in strength. They seemed to think that having numbers on their side made them invincible. "Stay down," Toya's eyes were filled with disdain. 10 seconds later, Toya stood over them, looking down at the 4 girls groaning on the pavement. "If you're still not convinced, feel free to get back up." "Sensei, we're sorry. We were wrong. We won't mess with Katsura-san again." Atom stared up at Toya with pure terror, frantically apologizing. The other 3 followed suit, their voices cracking as the pain brought them to the verge of tears. "Since you're calling me sensei now, I suppose I can give you another chance." Toya reached down and gently helped Atom to her feet. I trust you've realized the error of your ways, he said warmly. Make sure it doesn't happen again. We won't touch her, I promise. Autumn stammered, her hand shaking as she held onto him. To her, the man standing before her was no longer a handsome teacher. He was a demon. The four of them had rushed him, yet they hadn't even been able to graze his clothes before they were neutralized. She knew he hadn't even been trying. If he had used his full strength, they would likely be in the hospital. Club activities are over. Go straight home, Toya said flatly. Given permission to leave, Autumn and her lackeys scrambled away as fast as they could. Toya turned to Katanoha, who was still standing there, looking awkward and unsettled. Katsura-san, I know that keeping your head down and enduring it feels like the easiest way out, Toya said gently. But if you keep backing down, people like that will only become more emboldened. If you can, try to stand your ground. And if you ever feel like you can't, come find me. With that, Toya gave her a nod and continued on his way. Katanoha watched his retreating back, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. He had made her feel safe, protected. Kawashima-sensei. Toya looked down at his sleeves and sighed. I shouldn't have bothered unbuttoning my cuffs for 4 high schoolers. I took them too seriously. He had expected Autumn and her gang to be a bit more formidable, but they were just posers. The bullies were actually more fragile than the girl they were picking on. Commercial district. Toya decided not to head straight back to the faculty dormitory. Going home right after work felt a bit too lonely. He wandered through the streets, watching the crowds. Most people were walking in pairs or groups. Now I feel even more lonely, he thought with a sigh. He decided that going back to play games and mess with Gabriel was a much better plan. He stopped by a convenience store, picked up a few snacks, and headed back to his room. Once settled in, he logged into his game and was immediately greeted by a flood of messages. They were all from Gabriel. Oh, she wants a truce. Toya watched as Gabriel's character ran toward him in the game world. Something felt off. He had killed her character more times than he could count. Someone with her personality didn't usually forgive and forget so easily. She isn't wearing any gear at all. She really does look like she wants to make peace. Toya was skeptical, but the lack of equipment made him lower his guard. He was about to accept her request when Gabriel suddenly swung a basic knife at his character. The screen was instantly filled with a wall of damage numbers, all of them 9s. Are you serious? A script kitty. Seeing the impossible damage output, Toya immediately realized what she had done. Gabriel had turned into a cheater. The peace message was just a ruse to make sure he didn't dodge. Fine, if that's how you want to play. Let's see how you handle the anti-cheat system. Toya let out a cold laugh and hit the report button on her profile. In an instant, Gabriel's character, which had been spamming taunts in the chat, was forcibly disconnected. A system message informed him that the user had been banned for 30 years. Toya's character respawned on the spot, all his lost gear restored. Looking at the pile of high-level equipment that had dropped from Gabriel's banned character, Toya smirked. Do you think the developers are idiots? Even if you're going to cheat, you don't make it that obvious. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Tokyo, Gabriel stared at her screen in a daze. The ban notice glared back at her. Wait, how did I get caught? The guy said the script was undetectable. Damn it, I just spent a month's worth of food money on that gear. Now that scum fox has everything. Chapter 115. This is infuriating. Gabriel stared at her screen, the seeds of anger taking root in her mind. Should I just track him down and beat him up in person? No, I can't waste my divine power on something like that. She tried to hold onto the last shred of her angelic dignity, but the seed had been planted. It was only a matter of time before it sprouted. Sakano Academy. The next morning, Kawashima Toya finished his morning routine and made his way toward the academy. His refined, scholarly appearance made him an instant focal point. The female students watched him pass with interest, whispers following in his wake. The guy in the white coat, is he the new health teacher? Looks like it. He's definitely a step up from the guys we usually see around here. Way better looking than Ito Makoto was, that's for sure. They aren't even in the same league. Toya caught fragments of the chatter and felt a brief pang of irony. The boy once dubbed the legend, by some had met a grim end before his notorious reputation could even truly begin. Being single has its perks, Toya mused privately. After offering a silent reflection on the fallen student, Toya slowed his pace to listen for more details. However, by the time he reached the infirmary, the rumors remained vague. The only solid detail is that it was a gruesome scene. Apparently, he was found looking like a mummified corpse. Mummified, huh? That opens up way too many possibilities. Toya rubbed his temples. A vengeful spirit, a yakai, or some localized curse could have drained the life out of him. It was impossible to pinpoint the cause without more data. I guess I'll just wait for things to develop, he decided. Eventually, the truth would surface. Infirmary. At noon, Toya sat at his desk, opening his bento. A soft, hesitant voice drifted from the doorway. Kawashima-sense, would it be all right if I ate here? Please make yourself at home, Toya replied with a welcoming smile. Katsura Katanoha stepped inside tentatively, clutching her lunch. I hope I'm not disturbing you, sensei. She found a seat and began to eat, her movements as cautious as a small animal. Toya didn't force a conversation, focusing instead on his own meal. After a while, Katanoha stole a glance at him, her heart fluttering. Eating here with sensei, it feels remarkably peaceful. Unable to handle the silence for much longer, she was the one to break it. It's very quiet in here, isn't it? I suppose so, Toya agreed. The students at this academy were notoriously mature, and almost any corner of the campus could become a hotspot for trouble. Now that he was in charge of the infirmary, he was determined to keep it from becoming one of those places. He set his phone down and asked casually, Katsura-san, those girls haven't been bothering you again, have they? If you need help, don't hesitate to speak up. Thank you, sensei, she said, her voice filled with a mix of surprise and relief. Actually, I'm fine. I think if I just stay out of their way, they'll eventually leave me alone. Toya's brow furrowed slightly. If you say so. That was her nature, gentle and submissive. He could help her once or twice, but he couldn't protect her forever. By intervening earlier, he was also indirectly preventing the bullies from digging their own graves. I hope those girls have the sense to back off. If Katanoha ever truly snapped and entered a yandere state, her combat potential would skyrocket. He knew she practiced aijutsu and was reportedly skilled enough to slice a falling raindrop. Toya leaned back in his chair. I have to say, the faculty lunch is actually quite good. Katanoha let out a soft giggle, hiding her smile. Sensei, most people say the school food is terrible. Almost all the students prefer to bring their own. Really, there were quite a few decent ingredients in mine. Yes, but many students find the taste lacking, she said softly, a slight blush on her cheeks. She had always brought her own lunch to avoid the crowds and the people who targeted her. I haven't actually tried the student cafeteria, so I wouldn't know. Toya laughed. It must be a misunderstanding then, or perhaps the cafeteria is just too expensive for most. For the school nurse, however, it's complimentary. The brief exchange made Katanoha feel significantly more comfortable. At the very least, she no longer felt the instinctive fear she usually felt around men. Talking to Toya was relaxing, even pleasant. When the afternoon bell rang, she stood up, her face flushed. Kawashima-sensei, I'll see you later. She practically bolted out the door, as if those few words had required every ounce of her courage. Was see you later really that big of a deal? Toya shook his head, puzzled. Well, time for some gaming. Just as the room settled into silence and Toya reached for his phone, a large, muscular man walked through the door. Toya's expression flattened. He looked at the burly man and let out a cold snort. Are you the muscle Kato Atom sent to settle a score? He hadn't expected her to go this far, hiring muscle for a petty grudge. However, sending just one man seemed like an insult to his capabilities. The man froze, watching Toya prepare for a fight, and waved his hands frantically. Wait, sensei, what are you talking about? I'm the PE teacher, Imezumi Ryohei. I'm not a delinquent. I came here to ask if you could cover my classes for a week. I have to go in for an emergency appendectomy. Oh, a colleague. Toya realized his mistake and felt a wave of awkwardness. My apologies, Imezumi-sensei, I completely misunderstood. Cover your classes, "Sure, just give me the schedule." He couldn't really blame himself. Imaizumi Ryohei was built like a brick wall and had an intimidating face to match. Based on looks alone, he looked more like a Yakuza enforcer than an educator. Imaizumi didn't seem to mind the misunderstanding. He handed over a sheet of paper. "I appreciate it. My workload isn't too heavy, just 4 classes this week. Most of the time, the students just claim they're sick to get out of it anyway, so it's pretty relaxed." After the PE teacher left, Toya looked over the schedule. "I have a class this afternoon, class 1-3. He checked the clock. The class was scheduled to start in half an hour. A PE class? What am I even supposed to teach? Toya looked at the notes Imaizumi had left behind and nodded. "Just have them run a few laps and then let them do whatever they want. That's surprisingly easy." As the minutes ticked by, the time for the class finally arrived. Chapter 116. As the chime of the school bell faded, Kawashima Toya stepped into class 1-3. He quickly realized this was the very room where the late Ito Makoto had once sat. Glancing over the rows, he recognized Seionji Sekai, Kiura Setsuna, and the blonde Sawanaga Teisuk. "Listen up," Toya began, his voice calm and level. "I'm your substitute PE teacher, Kawashima Toya. Everyone gather at the athletic field." Without waiting for a response, he turned and headed out, leaving the students to change. Behind him, the classroom erupted into cheers from both the boys and girls. Athletic field. 5 minutes later, Toya consulted the notes provided by the regular PE teacher, Imaizumi Ryohei. "Following your regular teacher's curriculum, you'll start with a 1-kilometer run," Toya announced. "Once you've finished your laps, you're free to use the rest of the period for independent activities." With the instructions delivered, Toya found a comfortably shaded spot under a tree and sat down. The life of a PE teacher was remarkably similar to that of a school nurse. Once the initial organization was handled, it was mostly a matter of passing the time. He watched the students of Class 1-3 run under the sun, a slight smile on his face. Youth is a fine thing, he mused. His relaxed attitude didn't go unnoticed. Several students felt a twinge of annoyance. Their new substitute looked to be around their age, yet he carried himself with the weary detachment of a retiree. As the laps were completed, the students dispersed into their own social circles. Toya remained leaned against the trunk, looking perfectly content in his solitude. "Kawashima-sensei, do you have a girlfriend?" A girl with a playful wink and chin-length black hair approached him. Every movement she made radiated a bright, cheerful, and approachable energy. Toya offered a dry smile. "I do." He was well-versed in these social maneuvers. He knew exactly what she was angling for, so he decided to shut down the topic before it could even begin. Seionji Sekai's expression faltered. She clearly hadn't expected such a blunt, immediate answer. "Go play with your classmates," Toya said pleasantly. "Don't waste my break." Sekai was momentarily speechless. Were all substitute teachers this dismissive? "Have a good time," Toya added, closing his eyes as if preparing for a nap. He looked nothing like a responsible educator. Sekai didn't leave. Instead, she sat down right next to him, her eyes crinkling into a mischievous smile. "Sensei, would you mind having an extra girlfriend?" "I would mind quite a lot," Toya answered without a second's hesitation. Though she hadn't introduced herself, Toya didn't need to guess. This was undoubtedly Seionji Sekai. In the original story, she was the one who had ended Ito Makoto with a blade. Toya had a strict policy of keeping his distance from the yandere type. Compared to the relatively manageable Katsura Katanoha, Seionji Sekai was someone he intended to avoid entirely. "Don't disturb me, cherish your gym period." Toya waved her away. "What a cold teacher," Sekai muttered, pouting as she finally stood up to return to her group. Toya cracked an eye open to watch her retreat. Did you really think that would work? A girl like Seionji Sekai never approached someone without a hidden agenda. Her first question being about his relationship status was a glaring red flag. If he had humored her, he likely would have found himself facing a social death scenario within the halls of the academy. Sekai wasn't one to give up so easily. After a brief discussion with her friends, she concocted a new plan and marched back toward Toya with renewed determination. Back again, Toya asked, seeing her standing over him. Is there a problem? Sekai clutched her ankle with an expression of exaggerated agony. Kawashima-sensei, I think I hurt my foot. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to die. Please help me. Is it that serious? Toya sat up slightly, glancing at her ankle. After a moment, he leaned back again. Stop faking, you don't look injured at all. Her white socks were pristine. Not a speck of dirt indicated a trip or a fall. Sensei, you didn't even check. How can you say I'm faking? Her voice was thick with fake distress. Her acting was truly impressive. Fine, don't move. Just as Sekai thought her trap had finally snapped shut, Toya calmly pulled out his phone. Hold still. I'm calling the dean's office right now so he can arrange an ambulance. Wait, no, Sensei, I was kidding. Sekai's performance vanished instantly. She pressed her hands together in a frantic apology. I was just playing a prank. Please don't call the dean. I'll be in so much trouble. Toya tucked his phone away, looking more amused than annoyed. Why are you so obsessed with making me look like a fool? I'm sorry, Sensei, Sekai explained sheepishly. I just thought, since you're the new sub, we should give you some exciting memories so you'd remember us. Well, mission accomplished, Toya said, his tone softening but remaining firm. But keep in mind, if I had made the wrong choice, it would have been social suicide for me. A male teacher checking a female student's bare foot in a secluded spot with no witnesses. No amount of eloquence could explain that away. A blush of genuine embarrassment crept onto Sekai's face. She looked at the ground, muttering it wouldn't have been that serious, right? It was just a joke. You're too young to understand the stakes. Toya didn't feel like explaining further. It wouldn't have mattered much to him. His real identity was the savior of this era, after all. No one could fire him from that. I accept your apology, Toya said with a shrug. Now go on, stop bothering me. Sekai bit her lip and turned away, feeling a sudden blow to her self-esteem. Am I not cheerful enough? Not cute. Toya watched her go, finally returning to his rest. Peace and quiet was a much better alternative. After all, you never knew when a girl like that might be hiding a knife. Chapter 117. As the free period for gym class began, the students naturally drifted into their own social circles. The conversations ranged from trivial gossip to more somber topics, eventually settling on the matter of Ito Makoto. Finally, something useful, Kawashima Toya thought, a thin smile playing on his lips. He caught the tail end of a conversation between a group of girls. According to them, in the 7 days leading up to his death, Ito had been an absolute wreck. He had seemed perpetually on edge, as if something invisible were stalking him. His mental state had deteriorated so rapidly that by his final day at school, he barely looked like the same person. That afternoon, he had gone home as usual. By nightfall, news of his death had spread through the city. When the body was found, it was mummified, yet his face was frozen in a disturbing, blissful smile, as if he had just witnessed something truly wonderful. Dying with a smile after being mummified, Toya's expression turned solemn. Is it a vengeful spirit? But what kind of entity takes 7 days to kill a target while subjecting them to that much psychological agony? Ito had endured a week of torture, his body wasting away under extreme stress, only to die with a look of pure contentment on the 7th day. A ghost? Probably not. It feels like something else entirely. Toya scanned the athletic field. Across the vast, open space, he could see a few low-level spirits wandering aimlessly. These were the most common types of apparitions, posing no threat to those who couldn't see them. Even if someone did possess the sight, these spirits would typically strike immediately rather than dragging out a kill over an entire week. He couldn't rule out a supernatural culprit, however. The world was full of anomalies with unique rules for their victims. Sensei, a soft, flat voice called out. Toya snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the girl standing before him. She was petite with short hair, and her face remained entirely void of emotion, almost like a mask. If he remembered correctly, this was Kiira Setsuna, the closest friend of Seonji Sekai. Setsuna stared at him with dull eyes and spoke tonelessly. Kawashima-sensei, please leave this academy as soon as possible. Leave? Why is that? Toya asked, appearing genuinely curious. Don't ask questions, just go, leave the city. Leave the country if you have to, Setsuna added coldly before turning on her heel to walk away. Toya watched her retreat, his interest piqued. It looks like you know exactly what's going on here. Setsuna might have seemed blunt, but Toya could sense a flicker of genuine urgency in her voice. She was clearly worried that if he stayed, something terrible would happen to him as well. Something is definitely happening at Sakano Academy, and it isn't just a simple haunting. Why would a mere ghost warrant fleeing the country? Toya mused. While he was still largely in the dark, he finally had a lead. The gym class eventually came to an end. After dismissing the students, Toya made his way back to the main building. Infirmary. Upon entering the room, Toya immediately noticed a pink envelope sitting on his desk. It was adorned with a small, hand-drawn heart. To Kawashima Toya-sensei. A love letter. Toya felt a brief moment of amusement which quickly faded. Actually, maybe not. At first glance, it looked like a confession from a student, but it lacked the warmth of a young girl's feelings. Instead, the paper radiated a heavy scent of decay, as if it had been written by a walking corpse. It's not a love letter, it's a death warrant. Well, it's addressed to me, so I might as well see what it says. Just as he reached for the envelope, Kiira Setsuna appeared in the doorway. Sensei, do not open that letter. It's dangerous. Toya picked up the envelope anyway. Kiira-san, care to tell me why? I can't. Setsuna shook her head, her voice trembling slightly with uncharacteristic panic. You just can't open it. You shouldn't even be touching it. She's really spooked. For the normally stoic Setsuna to show this much distress, the situation had to be dire. Toya knew it wasn't a threat to him personally, but for a normal human, this was likely a death sentence. Setsuna walked over and grabbed an alcohol lamp from the medical supplies, clearly intending to burn the letter on the spot. Wait, don't burn it yet, I'm curious, Toya said. Before she could stop him, he tore the envelope open. Sensei, Setsuna's face flushed with anger and fear. I told you not to touch it, why are you so stubborn? Pure curiosity, Toya replied calmly. I've never received a love letter before, I couldn't resist. That was a lie, obviously. He simply wanted to see what kind of curse was hidden inside. He pulled out the stationery, which was a matching shade of soft pink. Dear Kawashima-sensei. The letter read like a typical confession from a shy girl, asking him to meet her at the school's athletic field at 9:00 p.m. tonight so she could tell him her feelings in person. Toya scanned the text and sighed. The sender must be quite young. The grammar is terrible, and the phrasing is all over the place. This won't do. I have to go tonight and explain to this girl that her studies should come first. Romance can wait until her grades improve. He intentionally spoke as if he were taking the letter seriously, hoping to bait more information out of Setsuna. He could see right through the ruse. The letter had been written with stiff, robotic precision. Every word was a calculated attempt to mimic the innocent feelings of a high school girl, but it felt hollow. It was nauseating. Setsuna began to tremble. Kawashima-sensei, if you go, you'll end up exactly like Ito-kun. It's a trap. You cannot go. You need to leave this school right now. Leave the city. Toya kept his face neutral. I'll consider staying home, but you have to tell me why. As a teacher, I have a responsibility to guide a student who might be straying from the right path. He was making one last attempt to get her to talk. If she wouldn't, he'd have to investigate the source of the letter himself. Sensei, I really can't say, Setsuna whispered, her expression pained. Please, just trust me. Don't go, you'll die. If you're only going because you've never had a girl confess to you, then I'll write you a letter myself. Toya blinked, then gave a dismissive wave. Fine, I won't go. If my student is this worried about me, then going would be a betrayal of that trust. Don't worry about it, Kiira-san. I was just joking. Setsuna seemed to buy the lie. But as she left the infirmary, she looked back one last time to remind him to leave the academy as soon as possible. Toya watched her go, his gaze lingering on the pink paper. I wonder what's waiting on that field at 9:00 p.m. Chapter 118. Kawashima. Toya watched Kiira Setsuna's small figure retreat down the hallway. Sorry, but I'm going to have to let you down. The confession letter was a vital clue. There was no way he was going to ignore it. He glanced down at his right hand. It was stained with a faint, Inconspicuous dust. A tracking powder that would remain invisible during the day, but would glow like a beacon to his senses once night fell. Sakano Academy Infirmary. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful. Not a single student came in with so much as a scrape, leaving Toya alone with his thoughts and his games. It wasn't until the final bell rang that a playful voice echoed from the doorway. "Kawashima-sensei, I've come to see you." Toya looked up to see Seonji Sekai leaning against the frame. "Why? It's not like I'm going anywhere. Shouldn't you be at a club meeting or heading home?" Sekai blinked her large eyes mischievously. "I wanted to see what the school nurse looks like when he's off the clock. I hope you aren't as cold as you were during gym class." "Gym class was my rest time," Toya replied calmly. "Since you were all resting, I figured I should too. I couldn't let anyone disturb that." As he spoke, he focused on her. On her palm, he caught a glimpse of the same tracking powder he had picked up from the letter. "She's been marked too." According to the placement of the powder, both he and Sekai had been tagged as prey. The only difference was that he had touched the mark intentionally, while Sekai had likely been tagged without her knowledge. He didn't press the issue. Once he went to the designated meeting spot tonight, the answers would reveal themselves. Toya swapped his white lab coat for his casual wear, revealing his lean, well-built frame. Sekai's eyes widened in genuine admiration. "Wow, sensei, you're basically every girl's dream guy. In the coat, you have that refined, intellectual doctor vibe, but without it, you look completely different. I think I'm starting to fall for you." Toya remained unmoved. He didn't let the flattery get to his head. "All right, Seonji-san, what's your real motive? You didn't come here just to tell me I'm handsome." "Sensei is too sharp." Sekai's lively smile faded, replaced by a trace of sorrow. "I actually want to ask for your help." "I'm listening." Based on her expression, this was about the late Ito Makoto. It aligned perfectly with his own goals. "Since you're the school nurse, you must be skilled in medicine, right?" Sekai looked at him with a glimmer of hope. "I want you to help me investigate my childhood friend's death. I think the cause of Ito-kun's passing was strange. It wasn't natural, but nobody believes me. They all think I'm losing it." "Investigate Ito-kun's death?" Toya pondered for a moment. "As far as I know, he passed away several days ago. According to local custom, he should have been cremated by now. Even with medical knowledge, there's not much I can find from a pile of ashes." "He hasn't been," Sekai said seriously. "His body is still at his home. The cremation isn't scheduled for another week. We could go and check tonight." Talk about a lucky break. He feigned hesitation, but internally he was pleased. The investigation into the love letter could wait, the corpse wouldn't. By examining the body, he could determine exactly what kind of entity he was dealing with. This would give him the edge he needed to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. "Please, Kawashima-sensei," Sekai pleaded, her eyes watery. "I'll agree to any condition you want. Just please say yes. I don't want Makoto to leave this world with such a dark mystery hanging over him." "There's no need for any conditions. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll help," Toya said with a smile. "I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of students. Don't say things like that. People might get the wrong idea if they overheard you." If it weren't currently twilight, he would have headed to the house immediately. Sekai's face flushed red. "I'm sorry, sensei, I won't do it again. However, I do have one request." Toya looked at her with a mischievous glint. "Since I'm doing you such a massive favor, you can pay me back by buying me dinner tonight." "Deal," Sekai agreed, her face still burning. Internally, she scolded herself for having such impure thoughts about what he might have asked for. Sakano City streets. Night fell. Toya walked casually down the street, accompanied by a very depressed-looking Seonji Sekai, who was currently staring at her empty wallet. "Seonji-san, don't mourn your money. I'm about to do you a huge favor. The danger involved is far beyond what you're imagining." "Sensei," she whimpered, "did you come here with the intention of eating a hole through a millionaire's bank account? You just ate a whole week's worth of my food budget. I can't believe how much you can actually fit in your stomach." Toya chuckled. "Now you know, never underestimate a teacher's appetite." Tonight was going to be an intense session. Since he had agreed to such a risky request, he had to make sure his help didn't seem cheap to her. He checked his phone. It was well past 9, the time mentioned in the letter. He had missed the meeting, but he didn't care. The corpse was a more direct lead. Lead the way, Seonji-san. It's perfect for a night visit. Thank you, sensei. Everyone else thought I was crazy, but you were the only one who believed me. Sekai looked truly moved. The feeling of being trusted warmed her heart. No need to be so dramatic. I'm just curious about Ito-kun's death myself, Toya said gently. Even though I'm new, I hear his name mentioned quite often. He was about to say more when he felt a sudden gaze from the shadows. Something is watching us. Toya's brow twitched. He wanted to catch whatever was lurking, but with Sekai right there, he had to hold back. A cold gaze and the scent of decay. It's the same thing that sent the letter. But the presence is nothing compared to the ruins I've faced before. If Sekai hadn't been there, he could have caught the creature with one hand. Chapter 119. He actually didn't leave. Toya was internally surprised. The entity lurking in the dark corner hadn't retreated. Instead, it continued to fix its frigid, piercing gaze on him and Seonji Sekai. I'll deal with you once I'm finished checking Ito Makoto's body. Unaware of the hidden observer, Sekai continued to speak as they walked. Kawashima-sensei, do you know why I'm so fixated on finding out how Ito-kun died? I don't, Toya replied casually. Of course I do. It's obviously because you cared about him. Sekai shook her head, her hands clasped behind her back. Ito-kun and I were childhood friends, just normal childhood friends. Usually, there'd be no reason to go this far for him, but he made a request of me before he died. He told me that if he ever died, it was bound to be a murder, and he begged me to find the killer no matter what. Oh, is that so? Toya raised an eyebrow. You're surprisingly helpful, Seonji-san. He had always assumed her motivation was purely romantic, but he hadn't expected Ito Makoto to have actually entrusted her with such a task. Sekai rolled her eyes. Otherwise, why would I do something so disrespectful? Asking a teacher to examine a friend's corpse is hardly normal. I suppose I misunderstood then. Toya let out a short laugh. I honestly thought the two of you were so close that his death had left you heartbroken. He was my childhood friend, of course I'm sad. The two continued their conversation until they reached their destination. Ito residence. Toya could feel the presence behind them, still trailing closely. The time is almost up. Once I finish the examination, I'm giving you a thorough beating. He had never seen such a bold stalker. The creature had followed them the entire way without making a move, simply watching them with those cold, decaying eyes. Kawashima-sensei, stay alert, Sekai whispered, pulling Toya into the cover of some nearby bushes. We're here to inspect a body. No matter where you are, this is considered a desecration of the dead. Did you really plan on just walking through the front door? I almost forgot, Toya admitted awkwardly. He truly hadn't considered a stealthy approach. His plan had been to walk straight into the funeral hall. Kawashima-sensei, I know a path that leads directly to the wake, Sekai whispered. Follow me. Toya nodded and followed her at a leisurely pace. Compared to Sekai, who was creeping forward as if her life depended on it, Toya looked entirely unbothered. He didn't even look like he was trying to be stealthy. If Sekai were to turn around, she would likely be fuming. He hadn't listened to a single word of her advice. However, no one noticed that while Toya appeared to be walking normally, his silhouette had become blurred and ethereal, seemingly melting into the shadows. Even to a careful observer, he would have appeared as nothing more than a passing flicker of darkness. Shishu's presence concealment isn't high level, but it's more than enough for this. Toya moved through the courtyard like a ghost, silent and invisible. Funeral hall. A few minutes later, Sekai pointed toward a temporary structure set up for the wake. Kawashima-sensei, that's Ito-kun's funeral hall, she whispered. I'll go check, Toya said softly, stepping toward the hall. At that moment, Sekai quietly followed him. Sensei, I'm coming too. I didn't want you to be scared alone. Toya glanced at her. Seeing the fear in her eyes, he realized the real reason she was following him. Humans have an innate fear of the dead. No matter how well you knew someone in life, that instinctive dread always creeps in once they're gone. Sekai wanted to help her friend, but she was terrified of his remains. Keep your voice down, we don't want to alert the family. Toya gave her a final warning before stepping into the hall. As soon as he stepped inside, his brow furrowed. The hall was empty, save for a single wooden coffin, but amidst the silence he heard something. In addition to his and Sekai's breathing, there was a third breath. "Seonji-san, do you hear that?" Toya asked in a low voice. "Sensei, please don't scare me like that." Sekai shuddered, grabbing Toya's hand and squeezing it tight. "There's no one else in here but us. Even if you're trying to win a girl's heart, this is a terrible joke to play." "I shouldn't have asked," Toya muttered, looking at the girl. "Seonji-san, could you let go for a second? I definitely heard another breath, and I need to find the source." The sound wasn't coming from him or Sekai. It was coming from inside the coffin. Something in there was making a sound, so faint it was almost imperceptible. Sekai nodded shakily, reluctantly letting go of his hand. "Sensei, don't go too far." "Don't be afraid," Toya comforted her softly, sensing her intense panic. "This is your childhood friend's wake. Even if his corpse reanimates, I'm sure he won't hurt you." "Kawashima-sensei, don't say such terrifying things in such a gentle voice." Sekai looked like she was on the verge of tears. "I thought I was brave, but this is completely different." Toya laughed and walked straight toward the coffin. "Find something to occupy yourself. I'm going to check on Ito-kun." Sekai was too terrified to stay behind and followed him every step of the way. Toya didn't mind her presence as he slowly pushed back the lid. He heavy wooden cover, which likely weighed nearly 100 pounds, felt like paper in his hands as he slid it aside. "Well, this is problematic," Toya whispered, his voice filled with surprise. According to the rumors, and even Sekai's own account, Ito Makoto had been turned into a mummified husk. Yet, lying in the coffin was a handsome young man of about 17. His skin was flushed with a healthy red glow, looking perfectly normal. His chest was even rising and falling with a rhythmic, microscopic movement. To any outsider, it would have looked like Ito Makoto was simply taking a nap. "Is something wrong?" Sekai asked, forcing herself to suppress her fear. She gripped Toya's arm and peeked into the coffin. "Ito-kun, he looks normal. Is he coming back to life?" "Quiet, if you scream, we'll get caught." Toya calmly reached out and covered Sekai's mouth before her terror-induced shriek could escape. He didn't know what Ito Makoto had experienced before this, but one thing was certain. He was about to wake up. Sekai's face was pale, her mind racing with a level of horror she had never imagined. Chapter 120. I saw Ito Makoto's state right before the end. He was nothing but skin and bones then, a literal mummified husk. How did he return to his original form? He almost looks alive. Seonji Sekai felt her skin crawl. Every instinct she possessed screamed at her to turn and run. Kawashima Toya caught her before she could bolt, his voice steady and calm. "Don't be in such a hurry. Did you forget why we came here?" He was close to the truth now. He couldn't let her stir up trouble or alert the household. Feeling the security radiating from Toya's presence, Sekai's panic subsided, though only slightly. I'll try to stay calm, sensei." "Good, that's better." Toya offered a thin smile. "It looks like Ito-kun is about to wake up. When he does, I want you to ask him what happened." Sekai remained silent, her eyes welling with tears. "Kawashima-sensei, can we please just stop? You just said he's going to wake up. If we stay, he's going to turn into a monster and bite us." Toya shook his head. "Don't worry, you have me." Since Ito Makoto was showing signs of life, there was no longer a need for a clinical examination of the corpse. It was more efficient to wait and ask the boy himself. If the resurrected version proved to be a mindless beast, Toya would simply dispose of it. Time passed slowly. They waited in the silence for nearly 3 hours. No mourners visited the hall, and the lights in the main house remained dark. The residence seemed entirely abandoned for the night. Exhausted by the prolonged tension, Sekai eventually slumped against Toya and drifted into a fitful sleep. Inside the coffin, the microscopic sound of breathing suddenly grew forceful. A heartbeat began to thump rhythmically within his chest once more. "He's waking up." Chapter 121. "Don't kill me," Ito Makoto shrieked as he saw Toya's cold intent. "I'm still human, I'm not one of them. Kawashima-sensei, please. I don't want to die." My apologies, but you're already dead, Kawashima Toya replied flatly. He was about to finish the job when a small, metallic object traced a perfect arc through the air, clattering onto the floor. A grenade? Toya's eyes narrowed. In a single motion, he pulled the dazed Seonji Sekai into his chest, shielding her with his body as he turned his back to the source of the blast. Bang! A piercing whine filled the hall, followed by a blinding eruption of white light. Toya immediately realized it wasn't a frag grenade, but a flashbang. If I weren't worried about Seonji-san's safety, I wouldn't have even bothered to flinch, Toya thought, mildly annoyed. His physical capabilities had long since surpassed the threat of conventional firearms. Modern weaponry couldn't leave a scratch on him. Even a real grenade would have done nothing more than ruin his clothes. In the confusion, the struggling Ito Makoto managed to tear himself away and scrambled out of the funeral hall. As the white spots faded from the air, Toya released Sekai and turned his gaze toward the doorway, his expression one of detached amusement. A mere flashbang couldn't affect his vision. The only reason he had let the boy flee was to find the source of the Shiki outbreak. To him, the choice was simple: kill one stray now or let it lead him back to the nest. He knew which was more efficient. Did they really think they could get away? Beside him, Sekai's face was burning red, her heart racing. Kawashima-sensei actually held me. I've never been this close to a man before. He's so warm, so solid. Toya shattered her daze with a sharp remark. Seonji-san, we need to move. Ito-kun was rescued by one of his own. That blast is going to bring the neighbors. If we stay, we're seconds away from a very public scandal. Without waiting for her to respond, he headed for the exit. Realizing he was serious, Sekai pushed her embarrassment aside and hurried after him. Sakano City streets. Toya stood on a street corner several blocks away, looking back toward the Ito residence. You've got a good pair of legs, Seonji-san. We barely made it out before the crowd arrived. A small group of residents had already gathered near the house. While people were usually hesitant to enter a funeral hall at night, the sound of the flashbang had been impossible to ignore. The scene was pure chaos. Nothing had been stolen, and no property was damaged, but the coffin was empty. Ito Makoto's corpse was gone. Witnesses were already on their phones, likely calling the police to report a grave robbery. Sekai, doubled over and catching her breath, managed to wheeze out, "Sensei, next time you decide to retreat, give me a heads up. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have been caught for sure." But you weren't, Toya offered a calm smile. If the police ask, just make sure you don't leak anything. More importantly, keep your guard up. Ito-kun escaped, and I saw the way he looked at you. He was starving for your blood. With a casual wave, Toya began walking back toward the teacher's dormitory. He needed to prepare for the hunt, to track down the boy and his companion. Sekai's face paled. She scurried after him, her fear returning in full force. Kawashima-sensei, if he comes for me, what am I supposed to do? If he shows up, hide or make sure he can't find you, Toya said nonchalantly. As long as he doesn't catch you, you'll be fine. If he does catch you, well, you might want to start planning your own funeral. Sekai felt a wave of regret. I should have never involved myself in this. Now a monster is stalking me. After walking for a few minutes, Toya looked at her, puzzled. Seonji-san, it's late. Why are you still following me instead of going home? Sekai looked at the ground, her voice trembling. Sensei, I'm scared to go home. If Ito-kun follows me there, he might hurt my mother. Can I stay at your place? Just for tonight. Stay at my place? Toya paused. That isn't appropriate, on a lot of levels. Just go home. Once the sun comes up, the danger passes. How could he let a student stay in the faculty dormitory? It would be inconvenient for both of them, and the rumors would be a nightmare if they were discovered. Please, Kawashima-sensei, I'm begging you, I'll even sleep on the floor. Sekai pressed her hands together in a desperate plea. Toya was about to refuse again, but then he noticed the tracking powder still on her palm. He let out a sigh. Fine, just for tonight, you go home tomorrow. The powder on her hand was a beacon for the Shiki. If he didn't wipe out the nest tonight, a surviving monster would eventually find her. Sekai's face lit up with relief. Thank you so much, Sensei. Toya looked at her and thought, the hunt for Ito can wait a few more minutes. Finding him was only a matter of time. Scathach had taught him many things during his time in the Land of Shadows. Tracking was just one of the minor skills in his repertoire. Faculty dormitory. Once they arrived, Toya handed a thin straw mat to the girl, who was sitting awkwardly on his sofa. "You can sleep here. Once it's light, head straight to school." Without another word, Toya turned and headed for his bedroom, leaving a stunned Sekai behind. She looked at the empty living room and then at the thin mat, her mouth hanging open. "Sensei, you could at least give me a blanket. How am I supposed to sleep like this?" A moment later, the bedroom door opened slightly. "Here, make do with this." Toya tossed a blanket at her. "It's late, get some sleep." "Fine," Sekai pouted, grumbling as she began to set up her makeshift bed on the floor. A few minutes later, the lights went out. Sekai lay in the dark, vast living room, tossing and turning. Every time she closed her eyes, she felt as if something were staring at her from the corner of the room. "I can't sleep. I keep seeing that look in his eyes." Her fears weren't entirely unfounded. Ito Makoto had doubled back, following the scent of the tracking powder that he found so intoxicating. He was currently standing just outside the apartment building, staring up at the windows. Inside his bedroom, Toya's eyes snapped open, his clear blue gaze cold in the moonlight. He let out a silent sneer. "You could have lived another day, yet you chose to come here." The decaying, frigid aura of a shiki was unmistakable. Even from hundreds of meters away, there was no way he could have missed it. Chapter 122. The night was deep and oppressive. Standing beneath the shadow of the faculty dormitory, Ito Makoto stared up at Kawashima Toya's apartment, his dark eyes wide with a predatory hunger. "So close, the scent is getting even stronger." "Actually, Ito-kun, I'd say you're just one step closer to your final rest." A voice drifted down from above. Toya descended from the sky, landing with the weightless silence of a shadow directly in front of the creature. He had dropped from the 7th floor, yet he made no sound, and the pavement beneath his feet didn't so much as crack. He stood there as if he had occupied that space since the beginning of time. Toya offered a thin, mocking smile. "I'll ask you one last time, who was the one who turned you?" Though he already suspected the answer, he felt it was only fair to give the boy a final chance to speak before the end. "Run, this guy is dangerous." Seeing Toya land with such impossible grace, Ito realized he had picked a fight with something far beyond a normal human. Without a second's hesitation, he turned and bolted into the darkness. Pache! A vermilion spear suddenly materialized, piercing through Ito's torso and burying itself deep into the reinforced concrete. He was pinned to the ground like a specimen on a board, his limbs thrashing uselessly as he tried to claw his way free from the gibalg. "This is impossible. What is he?" Ito felt a wave of primal terror. Even after becoming a shiki, he had never feared another being as much as he feared the man currently looking down at him. Toya strolled over, idly tossing a few small pebbles in his hand. Still nothing. "Then rest in peace. Those who have already passed should not linger in the world of the living." "Wish." Before Ito could utter another word, a pebble whistled through the air, punching a clean hole through his forehead. In an instant, the shiki's regenerative powers were rendered moot. But Toya wasn't finished. 2 more pebbles followed in rapid succession, destroying Ito's heart and severing his spinal column. In the blink of an eye, the 3 vital points of a shiki had been pulverized. Ito Makoto was dead, truly dead this time. His dark power faded, and the body began the slow, natural process of reverting to a common corpse. Toya summoned the soaring spear of piercing death back into his hand, watching as it dissolved into motes of light. He looked down at the remains with a troubled expression. Now, what to do with this? The thought of dragging the body back to the Ito residence was out of the question. He found the remains quite repulsive. "I suppose I'll leave it for an unsuspecting witness," Toya muttered, scanning the area. A familiar figure was currently making its way toward the dormitory entrance. "Sorry to burden you, Dean-san." It was the balding dean of Sakano Academy. Toya gave the man a final glance before turning and heading back up to his apartment. Toya had just stepped back into his living room when a high-pitched, distorted scream shattered the silence of the night. He stood by the bedroom window, watching the scene below with a dry laugh. He's a dean, for heaven's sake. How can he have such a weak heart? Once he was sure the body would be discovered and handled by the authorities, Toya returned to his bed to get some actual rest. The next morning, just as the sun began to peek over the horizon, a frantic pounding on the door jolted him awake. Toya opened the door, staring at Seonji Sekai with a flat, murderous expression. "Seonji-san, if you don't have a very good reason for this, I am throwing you off the balcony." Sekai looked like she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "Sensei, something terrible happened. Ito-kun is dead. I mean, he's dead this time. Someone found him right outside the building. His 3 vitals were completely destroyed." "And for that minor news, you've been banging on my door for a full minute," Toya asked coldly. "Are you prepared to be tossed?" A man's mental health for the day depended on a good night's sleep. Being woken up like this felt nearly as traumatic as the dean's discovery of the body. Sekai shook her head frantically, gritting her teeth. "He died right outside the faculty dormitory. They say the dean was so scared he had to be hospitalized. Now the police are going door to door looking for witnesses." "So, why does that matter?" Toya asked, his patience thinning. "Waking me up for wait, did you say the police are here?" Toya blinked, finally looking at the girl standing in his living room. "Why are you still here? Why haven't you hidden yourself?" "Why would I hide?" Sekai asked, confused. "Sensei, shouldn't we be worried about the fact that we were at the Ito house last night?" Toya let out a long, weary sigh. "Forget it, it's too late, they're here, just let me do the talking." He wasn't worried about the investigation. He was worried about the optics. What would the police think finding a female student in a male teacher's room at dawn? No matter how innocent the circumstances, the misunderstanding would be catastrophic. Knock, knock. "Police, is anyone home?" Sekai finally realized the gravity of the situation. Her face went pale as she looked around the room. "Kawashima-sensei, I'm so sorry. This looks really bad, doesn't it?" "I'll handle it," Toya said firmly. "Just don't say anything that can be misinterpreted." He opened the door. The officers looked at Toya, then their eyes drifted to Sekai standing awkwardly behind him. Their eyebrows shot up in unison. Toya offered a polished, professional smile. "Good morning, officers. I'm Kawashima Toya, the health teacher here at Sakano Academy. Is there something I can help you with?" "A teacher and a student?" one of the officers muttered. He cleared his throat and tried to look professional. "Kawashima-sensei, did you hear anything unusual last night?" "Unusual?" Toya appeared to think for a moment. "Does a high-pitched, feminine scream count? I was half asleep, but I heard a cry so loud it sounded like someone had been startled out of their soul. Honestly, it sounded like a grown man screaming like a terrified soprano." The officers' expressions turned incredibly forced as they tried to suppress their laughter. They knew exactly who the scream belonged to. The dean of Sakano Academy had screamed so hard he had actually damaged his vocal cords and was currently being treated in a nearby clinic. "Right, well, thank you for your cooperation, Sensei," the officer said, his voice straining. "We'll leave you to your business." As they walked down the hallway, their muffled laughter echoed back to the room. Toya turned to Sekai. "Seonji-san, classes start soon, you should leave." If she stayed any longer, and someone else saw her, no amount of evidence could save his reputation. I'm going. Sekai gave him a sweet, apologetic smile. "See you later, Kawashima-sensei. Next time, though, could you please give me an extra blanket? It was really cold on the floor." With that, she turned and hurried toward the stairs. As Sekai stepped out of the apartment, she nearly collided with a beautiful girl with long, black hair. "Sorry," Sekai apologized quickly, lowering her head and rushing past. Katsura Katanoha stood frozen in the hallway, staring at Toya's open door. Wait, did a girl just come out of Kawashima-sensei's room? Chapter 123. Watching a girl emerge from Kawashima Toya's apartment so early in the morning sent Katsura Katanoha's thoughts into a tailspin. A hypocrite. She recalled her mother's frequent warnings. Stay away from men who appear overly kind or gentlemanly. Never trust their honeyed words. Believing it was for the best, she decided to hurry away before she was spotted. "Katsura-san." Kawashima Toya had just stepped into the hallway and caught a glimpse of her hasty retreat. What was she doing at my apartment? He didn't dwell on it. If she was leaving, it likely wasn't an emergency. He wasn't particularly concerned with whatever misunderstanding she might have formed. Sakano Academy Infirmary. Toya arrived at the infirmary and swapped his jacket for the standard-issue white lab coat. He collapsed onto one of the patient beds with a weary sigh. Being a school nurse in a world like this definitely has its perks. With minimal paperwork and hours of quiet, he could essentially spend his day lounging in the office. He hadn't been resting for long when a soft, hesitant voice called out to him. Opening his eyes, he found Katanoha looking down at him with a troubled expression. "Katsura-san, is something wrong?" Under normal circumstances, he might have been annoyed at having his nap interrupted, but he made an exception for her. Since transferring to Sakano Academy, Katanoha had become a frequent target for bullying, leaving her emotionally fragile. A cold dismissal might push her toward something drastic. Her face flushed a deep crimson and she avoided his gaze. "Kawashima-sense, this period is PE. The class asked me to come find you." PE? Toya remembered he was still covering for the regular teacher who was out on medical leave. "Hold on, let me check the schedule." He was fairly certain he didn't have a class assigned for this time. Katanoha spoke up softly, noticing his confusion. Actually, this was supposed to be the dean's period, but since he suddenly fell ill, the class was left without supervision. "Right, I see," Toya said, the realization clicking. The dean's illness from the shock last night. "In that case, let's head over to class 1-4. "Yes, sensei," she replied quietly, leading the way. When Toya stepped into the classroom, the students erupted in a chorus of cheers. How nostalgic. He remembered having the same reaction back in his own school days, whenever a lecture was traded for physical activity. "Everyone, gather at the athletic field." Toya's calm voice cut through the excitement. "We'll do exactly what I did with the other class yesterday. Finish your laps, and then you're free to do as you please." He headed straight for the track. Within 5 minutes, the students had changed into their gym clothes and assembled. Toya scanned the group and gave a slight nod. "You can begin." As the students of Class 1-4 started their run, Toya found a spot in the shade to monitor them. He wanted to ensure no one overexerted themselves. If an accident did happen, he was prepared to move. "Ah, youth," Toya mused, watching them laugh and jostle each other as they ran. "I can appreciate the nostalgia, but there's no way I'd ever want to be a student again." Just then, Katanoha, who had been maintaining a steady pace, suddenly lost her footing. Her balance gave way and she collapsed onto the track. "And there goes my peaceful afternoon," Toya sighed inwardly, immediately sprinting toward her. By the time he arrived, Kato Adom and her 3 companions, the school's local delinquents, had already reached her. Surprisingly, they were actually helping her up. "Katsura-san, are you all right?" Toya asked, his voice firm but concerned. "How bad is it? Do we need to call for help?" "Thank you, sensei, but I'm okay," Katanoha said, her face burning with embarrassment. "I just tripped. I'll be fine after a little rest." "I'll be the judge of that. I need to see the injury before I decide it's minor." Toya turned to the other girls. "Kato-san, I'll need your help for a moment." Kato Adom nodded obediently. Ever since Toya's forceful discipline session, the 4 of them had become remarkably well-behaved. Toya watched as they gently lowered Katanoha to a seated position. As Adom eased the black over-the-knee sock down, she revealed a knee that was already swelling and bruised. Katanoha looked like she wanted to melt into the pavement. Having a man look at her leg, even if he was a teacher, was nearly more distressing than the scrape itself. "Sensei, what should we do?" Toya shook his head. "Kato-san, please help Katsura-san to the infirmary. I'll go ahead and grab the supplies. I'll need you 4 to assist with the treatment." Infirmary. Adom and her group carefully guided Katanoha into the office. Toya laid out several bottles of disinfectant and a tube of ointment on the desk. "I'll leave the rest to you," he told the 4 girls. "Wait, sensei, you want us to do it?" Adom asked, looking at the supplies with uncertainty. "We aren't exactly known for being gentle. We'll probably mess it up. You're the health teacher. Shouldn't you be the one handling this? What if we hurt her and she kicks us?" I wouldn't, Katanoha whispered. Autumn rolled her eyes. I don't believe you. Some people have that knee-jerk reflex. I'm not risking a bruise. Seeing that the four were genuinely hesitant, Toya let out a sigh and stepped in. Fine, I'll handle it. Katsura-san, Kato-san is worried about that reflex of yours. Try to stay still. I'm completely defenseless here. Toya made a light joke to ease her tension as he began cleaning the wound. He focused intently on the task, not because it was complex, but to avoid making her any more uncomfortable. Once the bandages were secured, Toya offered a small, teasing smile. It looks like my luck held out. No injuries for me today. I would never, Katanoha stammered. She was practically steaming from her ears and refused to look up. Toya began tidying the medical kit. All right, you're all set. Kato-san, if you want to head back for the rest of the period, you're free to go. Otherwise, you're welcome to rest here for a bit. We're out of here, back to the field. Autumn shouted, her three subordinates following her as they bolted out of the room. The infirmary fell into a quiet stillness. Katanoha looked at her lap, her voice barely a whisper. Kawashima-sensei, is it all right if I stay here for a while? Of course, make yourself comfortable. The infirmary was for the students, after all. He saw no reason to turn her away. Chapter 124. Katsura Katanoha remained silent for a long while, before finally letting out the question she had been holding in. Kawashima-sensei, actually, I saw a girl leaving your apartment this morning. I think you should be more careful. If the other faculty members saw that, they might get the wrong idea. The wrong idea? Kawashima Toya looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why would they? Seonji-san just stayed the night because of an emergency. It's not like we were filming a soap opera. Wait, so nothing happened. For some reason, Katanoha felt a sudden surge of relief. The heavy knot that had formed in her chest that morning vanished instantly. She didn't doubt his words for a second. Toya let out a dry laugh. I'm a teacher. I wouldn't do something so reckless. Besides, Katsura-san, instead of worrying about trivial gossip, you should focus on being a bit more firm. Don't let yourself be so vulnerable. In school, bullying usually follows a simple pattern. The strong target the weak, or the group picks on the individual. If you remain passive, you're just inviting it. Katanoha's expression dimmed. I've already gotten used to it. Can you really endure it forever? Toya asked tonelessly. What happens when you finally reach your limit? What will you do then? In his memories of various stories, a snapped Katsura Katanoha was a force to be reckoned with. With her top-tier swordsmanship, she could easily crush anyone her own age. If she ever lost control and picked up a real blade, she could likely solo every antagonist in this school. Katanoha remained silent, seemingly terrified of the day that threshold might be crossed. Earlier, with my intervention, Kato-san and her group showed some improvement, Toya continued. But what about the others? Katsura-san, try to be brave, not just for your own sake, but to prevent the bullies from ruining their own lives by pushing you too far. He didn't want to see a gentle girl driven to self-destruction or a massacre. Toya suddenly remembered something and grabbed a wooden sword that had been left in the corner of the infirmary. He placed it beside her. Take this. As long as you don't actually kill anyone, I'll handle the fallout for you. Katanoha stared at the wooden sword, her silence deepening. Toya didn't push further. He pulled out his phone and resumed his game. When the period ended and the bell for the next class rang, Katanoha finally moved. She didn't say a word, but as she left the room, she took the wooden sword with her. She had made her choice. She would no longer be a silent victim. That's more like it, Toya thought, watching her retreat. If things get messy, I'll step in. With a bit of legal maneuvering, I can keep her in the clear. While browsing the system shop earlier, he had spotted a skill called Silver-Tongued Outlaw. It was cheap, only 100 origin points. If Katanoha followed through with her resolve, he was confident he could shield her from the consequences. That afternoon, a message reached Toya shortly after lunch. A newly resolute Katsura, Katanoha had taken the wooden sword and beaten a group of bullies until they could barely crawl. The entire student had witnessed the spectacle. Only then did they realize that the quiet, introverted daughter of a wealthy family was actually a terrifyingly skilled combatant. A single girl had single-handedly taken out 7 students with ease. Time for my entrance. Toya didn't buy the silver-tongued outlaw skill immediately. He decided to assess the scene first. If he could resolve this with his current standing, there was no need to waste points. When Toya arrived at the school cafeteria, he saw Katanoha standing in the center of a crowd. She held the wooden sword with a calm, almost serene expression. Around her, 7 students were collapsed on the floor, groaning in pain. Toya was internally surprised. She's actually that strong. He had underestimated her. She had neutralized 7 aggressors without a single scratch on her uniform. Seeing Toya arrive, Katanoha's calm eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of hope. Will he stand by me, or will he give me a lecture about violence not being the answer? At that moment, the girl's heart was a whirlwind of anxiety. Toya spared a brief, cold glance at the students on the floor before walking straight to Katanoha. "Katsura-san, are you hurt?" "No," she replied, looking directly at him. Her heart swelled with relief. He really is on my side. Toya gave her a reassuring nod before turning to the other teachers who had rushed to the scene. "Teachers, could someone explain the situation?" "Kawashima-sensei, surely you aren't intending to defend her?" The other faculty members noticed Toya's obvious bias, though some looked on with secret admiration. They were just ordinary employees who feared for their jobs and didn't want to get involved in troublesome matters. "I'll handle the explanation," a female teacher said, pulling Toya aside. She recounted the entire event, confirming that all 7 students on the ground were known for harassing Katanoha. "I see, I understand perfectly." Toya turned back to the 7 groaning students. "The ambulance is on its way. Please endure it for now. When the authorities arrive for your statements, make sure you tell the truth." He understood why the other teachers wouldn't speak up, but Toya didn't care about his career. He was a temporary substitute. Once his quest was finished, he would be gone anyway. If he could ensure Katanoha had a peaceful environment before he left, it was worth the trouble. 10 minutes later, school security and officials arrived. Toya and Katanoha gave their statements privately. Given the victims' terrible reputations and the clear history of harassment, the investigation quickly leaned in Katanoha's favor. The matter was resolved swiftly. The 7 students were ordered to apologize to Katanoha upon their discharge. With Toya acting as her guarantor, Katanoha faced no disciplinary action. As the school day ended, Toya was packing his things when he found Katanoha waiting outside the infirmary. She bowed deeply. "Kawashima-sensei, thank you so much." "For what?" Toya asked with a light laugh. "You made the decision yourself. You don't need to thank me." Katanoha shook her head. "If it weren't for you, sensei, I would have stayed a victim forever. Thanks to your guidance, I can finally focus on my studies without fear." "I'll accept your thanks then," Toya said with a smile. "Now, can you let me through? I'd like to head home." "I'm sorry," Katanoha apologized softly, her shy demeanor returning. There was no trace of the girl who had single-handedly taken out 7 people. Toya walked toward the exit at a leisurely pace, with Katanoha following a short distance behind. "Katsura-san, is there something else?" Katanoha's face turned bright red. "Kawashima-sensei, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Please don't misunderstand. I know a single meal isn't enough to repay your kindness, but..." In her panic, she stumbled over her words, her face flushing even deeper until she trailed off into silence. Chapter 125. Katsura Katanoha's face was flushed a deep crimson, her embarrassment making it difficult to find the words to express her gratitude. Kawashima Toya watched her struggle with amusement, staying silent to let her gather her thoughts. After a long moment, she lowered her head and whispered, "Kawashima-sensei, you're being quite unfair. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Toya let out a short laugh. "I just wanted to see how you'd react. You're actually quite cute when you're flustered." He had been looking for a moment like this for a while. At the detective agency, he was constantly surrounded by either the sharp-tongued Kasumigaoka Utaha or the eccentric personalities of Nyaruko and Tohru. Finding a moment of genuine, shy girlishness was a rare treat. "Sensei, please stop teasing me," Katanoha murmured, her face still burning. Are we still going to eat?" Of course, I'm not about to pass up a free meal, Toya said cheerfully. So, where were you thinking of taking me? Would my house be all right? I can cook, Katanoha said softly. You can cook, Toya asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. If he remembered correctly, Katanoha was notoriously clumsy when it came to culinary matters. In most cases, anything she touched in a kitchen tended to end in a minor disaster, not quite lethal, but certainly an acquired taste. Katanoha nodded shyly. A little. I can't promise it will be world-class, but it will definitely be filled with my gratitude. Well, since you put it that way, I can't exactly refuse, Toya replied, mentally preparing himself for a meal that might be difficult to finish. The two of them left Sakano Academy together, chatting as they walked. Near the school gates, Seonji Sekai stepped out from behind a corner, her eyes fixed on their retreating figures. Sensei, what exactly is your relationship with Katsura-san? Watching them talk and laugh, Sekai felt a complex emotion welling up inside her. Toya noticed Sekai lingering by the gate, but he didn't pay it much mind. Is she waiting for someone? As someone with a healthy amount of self-awareness, the idea that she might be watching him specifically didn't cross his mind. Sakano Station. Toya followed Katanoha onto the train. As he sat beside her, he noticed her growing more bashful by the second. He couldn't help but feel a bit of irony. For the daughter of a wealthy businessman, she was surprisingly low-key to be taking public transport. As the train rattled along, the carriage began to fill up at every stop. Before long, it was standing room only, with people still trying to squeeze inside. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Toya spotted a rough, creeping hand reaching through the dense crowd toward Katanoha. It was an unmistakable sight, one of those infamous train gropers. SHH, don't say anything and don't move. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. Katanoha had felt someone getting too close and was about to move away, but she froze instantly at Toya's command. Okay, she whispered. Think you can just touch whatever you want? Toya thought with a cold sneer, I despise gropers. I might not be able to stop every bully, but Katanoha is my student. I won't let some creep lay a finger on her. In a movement that was almost too fast to follow, Toya reached out and seized the offender's wrist, applying a sharp, focused pressure. Snap! The distinct sound of a bone fracturing echoed in the immediate area as the hand was twisted into an unnatural angle. A shrill, agonized scream tore through the carriage as the man clutched his broken wrist, his face contorting. Toya pulled his hand back as if nothing had happened. I think the trains will be a bit safer from now on. Sensei, won't that cause trouble? Katanoha asked, her eyes wide with worry. Toya gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, no one saw a thing. His perception wasn't just for show. He knew exactly who was looking and where. He had chosen the most efficient method of physical intervention, rather than relying on tools precisely, because he knew he could get away with it. The groper's scream had naturally drawn attention, but most passengers remained indifferent. At most, they simply shuffled away to give the man space so his misery wouldn't affect them. At the next stop, station staff arrived to investigate. When they saw the injured man was a frequent offender known to the authorities, their expressions turned cold. They escorted him away for questioning without a second thought for who might have caused the injury. To them, he had simply gotten what he deserved. After another 10 minutes, Toya and Katanoha finally reached their stop. Katsura residence. Stepping off the train, Toya adjusted his slightly disheveled clothes. If I can help it, I am never taking the train during rush hour again, he muttered. Dealing with an army of shadows hadn't been half as stressful as that commute. He didn't know if it was his appearance, but several middle-aged women had been trying to get far too close for comfort. If he hadn't been quick on his feet, he would have been cornered. Kawashima-sensei, bumping into people is just part of the experience, Katanoha said, letting out a soft giggle. You were actually quite funny to watch, weaving through the crowd like that. You think I enjoyed that? Toya sighed. Bumping into someone by accident is one thing, but those women were. Actually, let's just not talk about it. It's a long story. Just thinking about those persistent gazes made him want to wash his eyes. Gropers really didn't discriminate by gender. As they walked through the residential streets toward her home, Konoha became increasingly quiet. What is this exactly? Am I really bringing Kawashima-sensei home for dinner? I'm just glad Mother is away on a business trip. I wouldn't know how to explain this if she were here. Toya noticed her walking with her head down, nearly colliding with a lamppost several times. Katsura-san, eyes forward, he teased. If you knock yourself out on a pole, I won't know how to find your front door. I'm sorry, she squeaked, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. They walked for another few minutes before stopping in front of a grand, luxurious villa. Toya didn't know much about real estate, but he could tell just from the exterior that this place was incredibly expensive. Kawashima-sensei, this is my home. Please come in. Thanks for having me, Toya said with a polite nod. He followed her inside. The interior was vast and lavishly decorated, yet it felt strikingly cold and empty, lacking the warmth of a lived-in home. Sensei, please make yourself comfortable in the living room. I'm going to go change, Konoha said. I'll start on dinner right after. Please don't worry, I'm going to do my absolute best. Right, I'll be looking forward to it, Toya said, watching her go. He didn't have the heart to tell her that he knew exactly how much effort usually went into her cooking disasters. Chapter 126. He could only hope that whatever dinner Konoha produced would be edible. If it turned out to be a disaster, he was mentally prepared to survive on instant ramen for the night. Oh, are you the Kawashima-sensei my sister was talking about? A young girl's voice drifted down from the second floor. Toya looked up to see a petite girl running down the stairs. She bore a striking resemblance to Konoha, though her eyes were filled with a far more mischievous light. I'm Katsura Kokoro, Konoha's younger sister. Kokoro looked him up and down, her expression one of pure curiosity. No wonder my sister is so fond of you. You're quite handsome, sensei, and you have a strange aura. It feels very safe being near you. My name is Toya. You can just call me Kawashima-sensei, he replied with a polite nod. Your sister hadn't mentioned she had a sibling. Hee, I know all of my sister's little secrets, sensei. Kokoro glanced toward Konoha's room and grinned like a fox. Do you want to hear them? I can tell you everything she's been hiding. I'd rather not, Toya declined without a second's hesitation. While curiosity was natural, he knew that some secrets were better left buried. If Konoha found out he was snooping, her reaction might be more than he cared to handle. For the sake of his own peace of mind, he suppressed the urge to ask. Kokoro pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. Kawashima-sensei, you're no fun. If you knew her secrets, you could get close to her much faster. Flick. Ow, Kokoro clutched her forehead, staring at him with teary eyes. What was that for sensei? You're far too much of a brat. If Konoha-san heard you, she'd be furious. Toya kept his tone light but firm. You shouldn't go around offering up people's private business like that. I'm not a dummy, I wouldn't tell just anyone. Kokoro puffed out her cheeks, then her smile returned. It's because you're different. You're approachable, and you aren't annoying like the other boys I know. It feels warm just being around you. So, whether you want to hear them or not, I'm going to tell you eventually. Toya sat back on the sofa, watching the girl with an amused expression. Your sister is standing right behind you. Konoha had already changed into casual clothes and had approached silently. Her face was a mask of pure embarrassment and simmering rage. She looked ready to sink into the floor, or perhaps silence the sister who was about to reveal her deepest thoughts. Huh? Kokoro finally felt the heavy presence looming over her. Big sister, when did you get there? I am so sorry, Kawashima-sensei. I haven't raised Kokoro with enough discipline. With a face as red as a beet, Konoha grabbed Kokoro by the collar and began dragging her toward the back rooms. Toya watched as Kokoro reached out toward him, silently pleading for a rescue. He simply offered a look of mock sympathy and watched them go. A shame. To be honest, a part of him had wanted to hear what she had to say. Since he hadn't explicitly asked for the information, it wouldn't have been his fault, right? Unfortunately, Konoha's timing had been impeccable. A few moments later, muffled sounds of a sisterly scolding echoed from down the hall. Is it really necessary to scream that much? Toya chuckled. If he didn't know they were actually close, he might have felt the need to intervene. Inside the room, Kokoro looked at her sister pitifully. Sister, let me go. I promise I won't say a word. There won't be a next time. Katanoha's face was still burning. She decided to show mercy, but only because she was on a tight schedule. She needed to prepare dinner and couldn't waste any more time disciplining her sibling. Shortly after, Kokoro stomped back into the living room and glared at Toya. Kawashima-sensei, I'm holding a grudge. This is officially a vendetta. Why a grudge? Toya asked innocently. I didn't do anything. Kokoro huffed. You just watched while she dragged me away. You didn't even try to help. Toya couldn't hide his grin. The door was closed, Kokoro-chan. My hands were tied. I could only hope your sister would have mercy on your soul. You're so mean, Kokoro fumed, waving her arms. You're laughing at me, I can see it. I'm really not. Toya tried to maintain a straight face. No matter how funny this is, I have to keep it together. I'm angry now. Kokoro crossed her arms and turned away, giving him the silent treatment. Toya didn't bother comforting her. He knew the anger of a child rarely lasted more than a few minutes. Boom! Before Kokoro could even finish her tantrum, a dull explosion rocked the house, originating from the kitchen. Did the stove just give out? Toya immediately stood up and ran toward the kitchen. When he arrived, the scene was chaotic. A pot had literally split apart, and debris was scattered across the counters. The kitchen looked like a miniature disaster zone. Katanoha stood in the center of it, paralyzed by shock. I knew I shouldn't have let her near the stove. Toya let out a long sigh of relief that she wasn't hurt. Katanoha-san, are you all right? I'm okay, she replied, her voice tiny and full of regret. I'm so sorry, sensei. I wanted to make a nice meal, but I ruined everything. As long as you aren't injured, it's fine, Toya reassured her. Why don't you focus on cleaning this up? I'll handle the actual cooking. I can't let you do that. You're the guest. How could I let you work? And if I don't, are you going to try again? Toya teased. The kitchen survived one explosion. A second round might take down the whole block. The first blast had already done enough damage. If a gas line went next, he and the sisters might actually be sent into orbit. Kokoro ran into the room, her expression full of agreement. Sensei is right. You can't let her continue. Don't let her fool you with that perfect lady act. My sister is a total disaster in the kitchen. When Mom is away, we either eat at school or order out. The only thing she can actually make without causing a fire is lemon tea. Kokoro. Katanoha quickly covered her sister's mouth before any more embarrassing secrets could be revealed. Toya grabbed an apron and began checking the fridge for ingredients. Katanoha, accepting her defeat, began tidying the debris. Beside her, Toya began to work. His knife skills were fluid and precise, moving with a speed that felt more like a performance than a chore. The display left both sisters staring in stunned silence. Kokoro was the first to speak, clapping her hands. Wow, Kawashima-sensei, you're amazing. I wonder which girl is going to be lucky enough to keep you one day. Chapter 127. Kids really need more homework to occupy them. Otherwise, they just have too much energy, Kawashima Toya muttered, putting on a mock villainous expression. Maybe I should gift Kokoro-chan a set of advanced workbooks. Once she experiences the horror of a never-ending workload, she'll stop trying to act like such a mature adult. Kokoro immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Toya nodded in satisfaction. Finally, some peace and quiet. Half an hour later, Toya surveyed the table filled with a variety of foreign country dishes and nodded. Now this looks like a meal meant for human consumption. Katanoha feeling ashamed. I couldn't even manage a single dish. Kawashima-sensei must be so disappointed in me. Katanoha-san, why aren't you eating? Toya asked, noticing her hesitation. I spent nearly 30 minutes on this. Is it not to your liking? He had no idea her mind was spiraling with such self-doubt. She was the type to overanalyze even the smallest interaction. It looks delicious. I'm just overwhelmed by your kindness, Katanoha replied with a strained but sincere smile. Beside her, Kokoro watched her sister's awkwardness and felt a surge of annoyance. Big sister is such a hopeless case. Toya-sensei is so gentle, why would he ever judge you? If you keep acting this gloomy, that's the real reason he'll keep his distance. Kokoro glanced at Toya and decided she would have a serious talk with her sister later tonight. She needed to teach Katanoha what men actually appreciated. After resting for a bit following the meal, Toya said his goodbyes. Despite Katanoha's hesitant attempts to make him stay longer, he remained firm and took his leave. Sakano Commercial District. Walking down the street, Toya's gaze drifted toward the neon lights of the bustling commercial area. I might as well see what the arcades are like in this world. Game centers lined both sides of the street. Nearly every shop was packed to the point where finding an open machine was a struggle. After walking for a while, he finally spotted one that looked promising and went inside. 5 minutes later, Toya set his remaining tokens down and walked out. Not for me. The selection was vast, but none of it held his interest. Looking at the other players, he could tell most were there to escape their real-world problems. They used the games to vent their frustrations, seeking a momentary sense of control through a virtual victory. As a traveler with a system, he didn't share that same restless anxiety. Naturally, the games failed to keep him engaged. As he stepped back onto the main street, he noticed his phone screen flashing. A notification, "Who's messaging me at this hour?" Toya opened the message, and the word help jumped out at him. "Kawashima-sensei, please come to my house. There are shiki outside. My address is..." Seonji Sekai has been targeted. Toya's expression turned grim as he checked the timestamp. The message had been sent 3 minutes ago. "I need to move. I hope I'm not too late." Without another word, Toya sprinted toward the address Sekai had provided. He hoped he could reach her in time. If she were fed upon, the aftermath would be incredibly troublesome. Once he left the crowded commercial area and reached a more secluded district, he stopped holding back his physical limits. He moved with a speed that blurred into an afterimage, leaping between the rooftops of high-rise buildings. To any bystander below, it would have looked like a mere trick of the light. 3 minutes later, Toya arrived at the location. He stood atop a nearby roof, scanning the perimeter of the Seonji residence for any movement. "They're gone. I hope she hasn't already been bit." His eyes tracked the faint, lingering trails of decaying energy. The shiki had already departed. Preparing for the worst, he made his way into the house. The interior was pitch black and deathly silent. Toya's vision adjusted instantly, cutting through the shadows as if it were broad daylight. "Seonji-san, are you in here?" he called out tentatively. "Toya-sensei," a muffled response came from the second floor. "Is that really you?" "Stay where you are. I'm coming up," Toya replied, heading for the stairs. As he moved through the house, he noticed something strange. There were traces of shiki energy all over the exterior of the building, but the interior was perfectly clean. Not a single monster had set foot inside. Do shiki know how to mask their presence? Toya dismissed the thought immediately. Concealing one's aura wasn't a skill a common shiki could possess. To do that, they'd need to be an assassin-class heroic spirit. "Wait, I remember now." Toya's expression turned peculiar. "It really is that literal. They can't enter without an invitation." He recalled the specific traits of the shiki. They lacked a heartbeat, didn't breathe, and didn't age. They retained their memories and personalities, staying alive as long as they consumed blood. They were remarkably similar to the vampires of legend. The shiki's greatest flaw was being frozen in the moment of their transformation. No matter what they did, they couldn't truly grow stronger. At most, they were only slightly more powerful than an athletic human. Their only real advantage was their lingering humanity and their memories. And the fact that they can't enter a home without the owner's permission. Toya saw Sekai emerging from a storage closet, shivering in her pajamas, and his theory was confirmed. Without the owner's consent, a shiki could not set foot inside a private residence. Is it a set of supernatural rules or some kind of spiritual protection? Toya pushed the thought aside. Whatever, I'll just kill them when I see them. There's no need to overthink their taboos. Seeing Toya, Sekai's panic finally began to subside. "Sensei, did you see them on your way here?" "No, I didn't see a single one," Toya said, sounding slightly disappointed. "I could smell that rot in the air when I arrived, but I was too late to catch them." "It's better that you didn't." Sekai's eyes were still wide with lingering fear. "Sensei, I don't know what happened. Right after I sent that text, my phone lost its signal completely. Suddenly, there were so many of them. At least 10. I wanted to tell you not to come, but the message wouldn't send. No signal, that's not surprising. Toya wasn't shocked. Since the Shiki retained their human intelligence, they understood that she would try to call for help. Cutting the local communication lines was a logical first step. Chapter 128. Kawashima Toya rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Over 10 Shiki already? No wonder Kiira Setsuna was so adamant about me leaving. If this continues to spread, cleaning up the mess will be a massive headache. Seonji-san, as long as you don't give a Shiki permission to enter, they can't set foot inside your house, Toya explained calmly. The invitation is the key. As long as you refuse them, you're safe. Since you're secure for now, I'm heading back. Wait, Kawashima-sensei, Seonji Sekai called out, a flustered blush creeping onto her face. Can't you stay for just one night? I'm worried they'll come back. They won't, rest easy. Toya gave a dismissive wave and walked out the door without a second thought. Sekai watched his retreating back, stomping her foot in frustration. There were just a dozen of them outside. Ugh, fine, I'll just hide until morning. I hope his information is right or I'm finished. Faculty dormitory. Toya returned to his room to rest. He wasn't planning on hunting Shiki tonight. His priority was to talk to Kiira Setsuna the following morning. She clearly held the missing pieces of the puzzle. If she refused to talk, he wasn't above using more forceful methods. 10 of them, Toya mused as he lay on his futon. The Shiki didn't multiply quickly. It took about 7 days for a victim to turn, and even then, there was a 50% failure rate where the body simply stayed dead. However, once their numbers reached a certain threshold, the situation would spiral out of control. Athletic field. The next morning, Toya donned his white lab coat and headed toward Class 1-3. Everyone gather at the athletic field for laps, Toya announced, scanning the room. His gaze paused on a specific blonde-haired student. That's Sawanaga Taesuk. Has he been fed on? Sawanaga looked terrible. He was deathly pale and appeared as if he hadn't slept in days. Toya knew better. This wasn't just exhaustion. It was the physical aftermath of losing a significant amount of blood. Rough estimate, at least 3 different Shiki fed on him last night. Toya suppressed the urge to laugh at the boy's sheer misfortune. To be targeted by multiple monsters in a single night was a special kind of bad luck. Once the class reached the field and began their run, Toya kept a close eye on Sawanaga. The boy was visibly struggling, his footsteps heavy and uncoordinated. He had to stop and catch his breath every few meters just to keep from collapsing. I hope you're lucky enough to survive the week, Toya thought, shifting his gaze to the rest of the class. The other students seemed fine, showing no signs of the lethargy plaguing Sawanaga. This suggested that the Shiki outbreak was still contained within a relatively small area. It was manageable. Once the routine laps were over, Toya signaled for Kiira Setsuna to join him in the shade. This aura. Toya's eyes narrowed as the petite girl approached. There's a scent of decay, but it lacks the frigid chill of a standard Shiki. Kiira-san, were you bitten? Setsuna stiffened, her usually stoic expression flickering with a rare trace of emotion. Kawashima-sensei, how did you know? Tell me about your current state first, Toya said, his tone turning professional. Are you recently infected, or has the transformation already taken hold? He found it hard to believe he hadn't sensed this from her the previous day. Sensei, I'm not a Shiki. I'm a failed transformation, Setsuna said tonelessly. I don't fear the sunlight like the others do. Toya shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. The biology of a Shiki is unpredictable. He recalled the lore of the werewolf, the Jinru. This state was actually the ultimate evolution of the Shiki virus. Jinru possessed physical strength and senses several times greater than a human's, had no fear of the sun, and could survive on normal food. However, without consuming blood, a Jinru could not tap into their full power and would actually become even weaker than a normal human. Most importantly, they didn't suffer from the invitation restriction. Toya stared at Setsuna. Tell me about the Shiki who infected you. To her shock, Toya pressed his hand lightly against the concrete ground. With a dull thud, the reinforced pavement buckled and cracked under his palm, leaving a deep indentation. I'm running out of patience, Toya said calmly. If you won't talk, I'll have to assume you're siding with them, and if that's the case, I'll have to put you down. Setsuna remained silent for a long moment, staring at the shattered concrete. If it's you, sensei, maybe you can actually stop it. I was infected by my mother. A month ago, my mother's health started to fail. Eventually, she passed away. In the days before she died, a man named Sawago Tamaru visited her frequently. She died on the 7th day. I didn't want to believe she was gone, until that night, when her mummified body began to recover. She started breathing again. As soon as she woke up, she fed on me. I see, Toya nodded. Thank you for the lead. I'll look into this Sawago Tamaru. Your mother is part of this now. If I find her, I will have to kill her. Setsuna's expression was pained, but after a long silence, she spoke. Kawashima-sensei, please just make it quick for her. She's sleeping at our house right now. She only wakes up after dark. Please, don't let her hurt anyone else. I will, Toya said softly. I'll send her back tonight. As for Sawago Tamaru, I'll have to track him down. Toya rubbed his chin in thought. Finding anyone else would be easy, but Sawago Tamaru was an enigma. In this world's interconnected web, he was a legendary figure of infamy, known mostly for his complicated and far-reaching family tree. I'll just spend some points to track him. Toya opened the system interface and spent 100 origin points to purchase a misfortune charm. System notice you have purchased misfortune charm. Cost 100 origin points. Toya looked at the glowing charm in his hand with satisfaction. By writing Sawago Tamaru's name on it, the charm would seek him out, leading Toya directly to his location. The school day passed quickly, and Toya returned to the infirmary to idle away the remaining hours. As the sky began to turn to a deep amber, he stood up. It's time, Toya muttered as the final bell echoed through the halls of Sakano Academy. This was the optimal window for a hunt. The sun hadn't fully set, meaning the Shiki were still in their death-like slumber. He needed to use this time to eliminate as many targets as possible before they woke up. Chapter 129. Kiira Setsuna stood in the infirmary, her dull eyes fixed on Kawashima Toya. Kawashima-sensei, I'll take you to my home now. I want to be there for my mother's final moments. I understand, Toya replied softly. Both logically and emotionally, it was only right for her to be there. He saw no reason to refuse, even if the task ahead was grim. 10 minutes later, Toya followed Setsuna to an apartment building. She stopped outside a bedroom door, her hand hovering over the handle. She was trembling, a mixture of grief and reluctance visible in every movement. Toya waited in silence, standing still like a shadow to give her the space she needed. Maybe I shouldn't have let her come along. He felt a twinge of regret. It might have been better to resolve the issue himself rather than forcing her to witness such a harrowing choice. After several minutes, Setsuna's hand steadied. She took a deep breath and turned the handle. Kiira residence. Toya followed her into the room. Her mother, Kiira Mai, lay sleeping on the tatami, looking as though she were lost in a peaceful dream. However, the frigid, decaying aura of a Shiki was intensifying. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mai was beginning to stir. Mom, I'm so sorry. Setsuna's usually toneless voice broke. She collapsed beside her mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Faced with the reality of losing her parent, all her stoicism crumbled. This is a mess, Toya thought, rubbing his temples in frustration. I came here to hunt a monster, but how am I supposed to do that now? Am I really going to kill her mother right in front of her? The idea is unnecessarily cruel. If I do it, the image will haunt Setsuna for the rest of her life. System, I need a solution. He opened the interface to search the shop for an alternative. Item, Supernatural Evolution Erasure Potion. Grade, NA. Description, a disciplinary measure developed by a high-level technological civilization. It nullifies all supernatural traits, ensuring the target reverts to a normal human. Effect takes effect within 10 seconds. Price, 1,000 origin points. Note, this potion can neutralize the Shiki state and restore humanity. That's expensive. Despite the steep price, Toya gritted his teeth and made the purchase. He couldn't stand the sight of the girl clinging to her mother in despair. Toya looked at the vial of glowing blue liquid, then at the weeping girl. "Stop crying, it's giving me a headache." Without further explanation, he knelt down and injected the potion directly into the sleeping woman's neck. "Mom," Setsuna cried out, unaware of what he had just done. She pulled her mother closer, assuming this was the end. 10 seconds passed. Toya watched Mai closely. Once the frigid aura of the shiki had completely vanished, he stood up and turned to leave. 1,000 points. Sawago Tamaru, you better hope I don't find you. Apartment hallway. Cursing the man under his breath, Toya pulled out the misfortune charm and scribbled the name, Sawago Tamaru, onto it. The paper immediately ignited with a dim light and fluttered away toward the city. Toya followed at a brisk pace. He needed to vent the frustration of losing those points on the man responsible for this. Back in the apartment, Setsuna suddenly realized her mother was breathing. Mai's body was regaining warmth. What's happening? Shiki don't have heartbeats. They don't have body heat. As she puzzled over it, Mai's eyes fluttered open. Her pupils were no longer the void-like black of a monster. They had returned to their natural color. Sensei. Setsuna realized the truth. That blue vial hadn't been poison, it had been a miracle. Setsuna, I feel like I just had the most horrible nightmare, Mai whispered weakly. Commercial district. Toya moved like a shadow across the rooftops, following the charm until it hovered over a high-end bar. So he's in there, Toya muttered. He dropped to the street and pushed past the security guards, entering the establishment. Inside, an elderly man who still retained the handsome features of his youth was dancing amidst a crowd. Sawago Tamaru. Toya identified him instantly. The man had already turned into a shiki. That decaying chill was impossible to miss. Wait, there are over a dozen of them. Toya felt a surge of adrenaline. Perhaps saving Setsuna's mother had brought him some good karma after all. Aside from Sawago, there were nearly 15 other shiki lurking in the crowd. The bar, already thick with smoke, felt like a frigid demon's den. Wait outside. Toya barked at the guards trying to grab him. He knocked them unconscious with a casual strike, tossed them out, and locked the heavy doors. Toya looked at the monsters on the dance floor and smiled. I guess good things do happen to good people. 1,000 points for a whole nest. That's a bargain. System, give me that black ghoul mask. System, notice you have purchased black ghoul mask. Cost 100 origin points. 100 points just for a mask? I really need to start checking prices before I click buy. Despite the cost, he slowly pulled the jagged, ghoulish mask over his face. Instantly, his aura shifted from a gentle teacher to something far more violent. He looked like a god of death rising from the abyss. It's hunting time. Boom! The floor beneath Toya's feet cracked as he lunged forward. He vanished from sight, reappearing instantly beside a shiki dressed like a corporate salaryman. The monster stared at the masked intruder in pure terror. Rest in peace. Toya swung the soaring spear of piercing death in a wide arc. Crash! The sheer force was like being hit by a freight train. The shiki's body literally detonated upon impact, sending fragments flying across the room. KYAH. Piercing screams erupted as the human patrons realized what was happening. Don't worry, Toya called out over the chaos. Once I've cleared out the trash, you can go back to your party. I won't be long. He locked onto another target, a shiki disguised as a maintenance worker, and lunged. Like the first, the creature stood no chance. Against these low-level monsters, Toya didn't even need the mystic eyes of death perception. Brute force was more than enough. Chapter 130. Pure, overwhelming power swept through the room. No shiki could stand against it, and none could hope to flee. Their speed, which they prided themselves on when hunting ordinary humans, was as pathetic as a newborn's struggle compared to Kawashima Toya. With every strike, another shiki detonated. In less than 10 seconds, the only one left standing in the bar was Sawago Tamaru. The surviving humans stared at Toya in terror, trembling as they prayed his gaze wouldn't settle on them next. Please everyone, continue your party, Toya said, his voice flat and calm. I'll be taking my leave now. In the next moment, he seized Sawago by the collar and lunged toward the exit. The very door he had personally locked was pulverized by a single kick. Once Toya had vanished into the night, the survivors finally scrambled for their phones to call the police. Secluded park. 10 minutes later, in a desolate corner of a park where no one would disturb them, Toya threw the broken form of Sawago Tamaru onto the grass. His eyes remained cold and indifferent. "Speak, who is the source of the shiki?" Toya was in a rare state of momentum. He intended to seize this chance to uproot the entire nest and eliminate the entity responsible for creating these monsters once and for all. Under normal circumstances, Sawago frequented deserted parks for his own depraved reasons, but now he felt nothing but primal fear. I don't know. Uncooperative, I see." Without a word, Toya raised the soaring spear of piercing death and brought it down hard across Sawago's legs. The impact shattered the man's bones instantly. Agony surged into his brain, and Sawago shrieked in a voice that barely sounded human. I'll tell you who's spreading it. He's an old monster. He's been alive for God knows how long. Right now, he's staying at the cemetery in the back mountain of Sakano Academy. Please, I told you everything, don't kill me." "You've lived quite long enough," Toya said tonelessly. "It's time for you to depart." He swung the vermilion spear in a wide, horizontal arc. The terrifying force pulverized Sawago into nothingness. With such a massive output of power, no amount of shiki regeneration could possibly bring him back. Next stop, the back mountain. Toya looked toward the school, his expression tightening. What kind of entity would choose to manufacture shiki in this era, while the very foundation of the world is decaying? The existence of shiki defied the current laws of the world. As long as they had blood, they could persist indefinitely. 1,000 years ago, such an existence might have been common. But now, aside from himself, it was almost impossible for a human to achieve such a state. Sakano Academy. Half an hour later, Toya arrived at the school grounds. As he stepped onto the campus, he felt a strange sensation, as if his very soul were exhaling in relief. His brow furrowed. This feeling is that magical energy. Stepping into Sakano Academy felt like entering an entirely different dimension. The atmosphere was thick with a faint, ethereal mana. While the concentration was incredibly low, it was something that simply should not exist in the modern era. Mana shouldn't appear in an age where mystery has withered. It must be artificial, Toya analyzed grimly. Perhaps it's coming from that old monster Sawago mentioned. As the savior of this era, he knew better than anyone that the world's foundations had crumbled. True mystery could almost never manifest in a human being anymore. The only lingering mysteries were members of other races, the angel Gabriel, the demon Jashin-chan, or the dragon Tohru. Even a priestess like Hanazono Yurin was a vanishingly rare anomaly. Mystic eyes of death perception. Toya activated his power. In a situation like this, he couldn't afford to be careless. Whatever was generating mana in this era had to be taken seriously. What in the world is that? His eyes widened as he looked up at the true Sakano Academy visible through his mystic sight. The sky was a heavy, suffocating gray. Beneath the pitch-black shroud of night, a bizarre, sneering black sun was rising. Eyeballs that seemed to radiate a mocking laughter swirled around the dark orb, as if ridiculing the pathetic mortals below who were about to meet their end. The terrifying, sinister aura felt like stepping into a literal hell for vengeful spirits. What is holding it up, a ghost, a god? Beneath that cold, black sun stood a figure that appeared small in the distance, but radiated a presence vast enough to hold up the heavens. I can't just call this an old monster anymore. Can something like this truly manifest in this age? Toya's expression was grimmer than it had ever been. He began to suspect that the entity Sawago had described possessed a level of power comparable to a heroic spirit. I have to see what kind of monstrosity is behind this. He began the climb toward the back mountain. As the savior, he could not retreat. He was fulfilling his duty to the world, just as the world's protected him. Back Mountain Cemetery. 10 minutes later, Toya reached the mountain peak, an area where development had been halted for unknown reasons. At the summit, a handsome young man with striking black and white hair, dressed in bizarre, ritualistic robes, slowly opened his eyes. Toya stared at the mysterious figure and spoke firmly. "Identify yourself. If it is a request from a savior, this one shall naturally comply." The man with the split-colored hair offered a smile so cruel it reached the level of perfection. He radiated a dangerous elegance. "This one has 2 names, from the Heian period, Daumon or perhaps Ashia Daumon. Entity identified, Ashia Daumon descending. Level, Master. Description, the final witness of the Heian era. During the time when the world's emcitery still flourished, he traveled through a distant foreign country and accidentally obtained secret arts. Using these forbidden techniques, he manufactured Shiki 1,000 years later to complete a grand curse, using it as a catalyst to summon the Ashia Daumon of a parallel world into this reality." The Ashia Daumon of that world, Toya's heart sank. That universe was a chaotic mess of power, heroic spirits, gods, beasts, and executors of the planet's will. Any one of them was a world-class threat. Even the weakest could level a city. The stronger entities could erase human civilization with a single blow. And now, an Ashia Daumon from that reality was manifesting here. "What is your class?" Toya asked. Despite the danger, his voice remained steady. If he could determine the class, he could formulate a counter-strategy. If it were one of the standard 7, he might stand a chance in a direct fight. Daumon smiled elegantly, but the expression held no warmth. It was as biting as a winter gale. "In that reality, I once devoured the divine essences of goddesses, attempting to ascend to the rank of beast. Alas, destiny was fickle. I failed by a mere half-step." Failed, which means he's essentially a beast in all but name. Toya felt a headache coming on. In that universe, a beast was a physical manifestation of the evils of humanity. They grew by feeding on the collective negative emotions of the human race. Once fully matured, they became calamities capable of threatening the very history of mankind. A single matured beast possessed enough power to annihilate the entire timeline. Chapter 131. "This one cannot strictly be defined as a heroic spirit," Ashia Daumon said with a thin smile. "To be precise, I am a conduit, a link to the me that exists within a parallel universe. I have descended with a mere fragment of knowledge, intending to plant a new fantasy tree and forge a perfect vessel for an alien god. A body truly worthy of my presence." Kawashima Toya stared at him, his azure eyes cold. While he wasn't intimately familiar with the concept of an alien god, he knew one thing for certain. The existence of a beast was a catastrophic threat to human history. In the records he had seen, even Fujimaru Ritsuka, the master of Chaldea who could summon countless heroic spirits, only narrowly defeated such entities after facing death countless times. If this alien god lived up to the hype, it wouldn't be any less dangerous than a matured beast. "I have to go all out." The temperature around Toya seemed to drop as his aura flared. Daumon noticed the shift and chuckled. "You know, Savior Dono, you remind me quite a bit of that master from Chaldea. You both struggle so desperately for the sake of humanity, but why not try a different path? The mystery of this world has withered. If you agree to help me cultivate the fantasy tree, I could ensure that an alien god vessel of your own is prepared for you in the new world." How ridiculous! A mere calamity of humanity thinks I'd join his side. Toya let out a derisive snort. "Why don't you just crawl back to the throne of heroes where you belong?" As the savior of this era, Toya understood his role. Even if the world's foundations had crumbled and magic was a fading memory, he had a duty to perform. It was the price he paid for his existence in this reality. "Gibalg." The words had barely left his lips before Toya vanished. In the next moment, the vermilion spear point struck directly at Daumon. "Useless." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the mountain peak, and the ground beneath Daumon's feet disintegrated. Yet, amidst the smoke and debris, he stood perfectly still. He hadn't retreated a single inch. "I do not know how a savior like you rose to power in such a barren era, but the gap between us is vast." Daumon's face contorted into a cruel grin. "No matter how many times you strike, you cannot hope to bypass my protection. While I am but a sliver of consciousness, I am tethered directly to the Rakshasa king, Ashia Daumon. Those eyes of yours are truly peculiar. I cannot say why they appeared in this world, but one thing is clear. They share a lineage with the mystic eyes of death perception. Perhaps they are even 1,000 times more refined. Toya felt a massive, invisible force ripple out from Dauman's barrier. Thump! In an instant, Toya was sent hurtling backward like a falling star. As long as you cannot touch this physical form, even the most divine eyes are worthless, Dauman said. He reached out with claw-like hands, as if to caress the black sun looming in the sky. How beautiful, this time I will not fail. I shall descend once more as an extraordinary beast beyond the records. I will devour every living soul in this world to understand the limits of ultimate love. I shall become the calamity that should not be, could not be, and does not exist. Nearby high-rise rooftop. Several hundred meters away, Toya stood atop a building, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain. This is a problem. I can't even crack his shield, Toya thought. Dauman's counterattack had sent him flying, but it hadn't actually managed to wound him. However, it proved that with his current gear, even if he could technically win, he couldn't actually kill the monk. If Dauman wasn't eliminated soon, that eerie black sun would surely trigger some irreversible catastrophe. I need to see what the system shop has to offer. Sensing that Dauman wouldn't be able to trigger the black sun immediately, Toya sat down on the ledge and opened his interface. Current origin points, 317,000. What can I buy that can actually put him down? Toya scrolled through the list. X-rank noble phantasms like E or Hanging Gardens of Babylon were all priced well over 1 million points. Should I just call for backup? He could call Nyaruko, the avatar of a chaotic god, or Tohru, the chaos dragon. He was certain they had the power to deal with Dauman. But he quickly suppressed the urge. A savior who has to call for help the moment things get tough. How pathetic. I have to face this myself. Just as he was about to settle for a lower-tier weapon, a unique item caught his eye. Item, Savior's Mystery Box. Grade, NA. Description, a blind box containing various specialized noble phantasms used by legendary saviors. Possible pulls include items associated with Arash, Saju Manaka, Hakuno Kishinami, Romani Archaman. Price, 300,000 origin points. 300,000. I can actually afford it. Toya stared at the box, hesitating. He generally expected the worst from his own luck, and a random box was a massive gamble. Gio Choy. Dauman's arrogant laughter echoed across the distance. Toya's expression hardened. Fine, I'm done hesitating. Let's gamble. System notice, purchase successful. Remaining origin points, 17,000. A shimmering, dreamlike gift box materialized and floated before him. Toya took a deep breath. I hate gambling, but I can't deny the anticipation. He reached out and tore the box open. A blinding flash of golden light erupted before condensing into a heavy, ornate holy sword in his grip. Congratulations, you have obtained the Star Holy Sword, Excalibur. Item, Excalibur Sword of Promised Victory. Rank, X. Description, a Star Holy Sword forged to champion the good and strike down evil. It is the hope of the world condensed into a blade, created to defeat external threats that seek to destroy the planet. It can repel almost any evil. Note, when used to save the world, its true power is unleashed to annihilate all malice. Usage is restricted by the 13 restraints. Each restraint released unlocks a portion of its true power. Chapter 132. Did I actually pull this on the first try? A faint smile played across Kawashima Toya's face as he watched the frantic expression on Ashia Dauman's face. The Star Holy Sword of the prototype Arthur. I couldn't have asked for a better weapon to deal with a creature like you. The magnificent, dreamlike blade of Excalibur shimmered with the radiance of distant stars, pulsing in rhythm with Toya's own heartbeat. Though he wasn't technically the destined wielder of the Star Holy Sword, their roles were fundamentally the same. The wielder existed to repel evil and safeguard the world. As the current and final savior of this era, Toya lived for that exact purpose. His soul, a composite of brilliance, nobility, and tempered will, resonated perfectly with the blade. Excalibur seemed entirely content with its choice of master. Toya stepped forward, closing the distance toward the back mountain summit. Daumon, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, whipped around, his eyes wide. Oh, has the Savior Dono returned with a little reinforcement? Daumon's obsidian gaze contracted sharply as it landed on the holy sword. That object should not be in your hands. You shouldn't even be able to manifest it. Why is the Star Holy Sword responding to you? Toya shook his head slowly. As you said yourself, it's because I'm the Savior. Now, will you return to the throne of heroes on your own, or do I have to send you back? A sword meant to save the world. The Savior, Daumon let out a maniacal, jagged laugh. Don't be delusional. This world is a paradise for me. No counter-force, no throne of heroes, only a withered world with its foundations spent. I can achieve the state of an alien god here. I can become the ultimate calamity. Savior Dono, do you really think I would ever walk away from this? Then I'll just have to force you. Toya's expression turned cold. He raised the holy sword before him, his voice steady but carrying an undeniable weight. 13 restraints released. Round table decisions start. This is a battle to save the world. Against a threat of this magnitude, there was no room for half measures. He immediately moved to release the seals. Without the full power of the Star Holy Sword, he wasn't sure if he could permanently erase a being of Daumon's caliber. As Toya's voice echoed, the ethereal voices of the Knights of the Round Table began to resonate from the void. A sharp, clear feminine voice spoke first. Approved. Bedivere Gareth, Lancelot, Mordred, Galahad. Approved. One by one, the distinct voices of the legendary knights resounded. As each knight gave their consent to Toya's resolve, the gemstones embedded in the sword's hilt ignited with brilliant light. The restraints binding the blade shattered in succession, releasing the true, blinding radiance of the planet. Golden starlight poured into the blade, concentrating into a holy beacon meant to purge all malice. Daumon's face paled as the realization hit him. Impossible. How can a savior from a parallel universe release those seals? How can you wield the holy sword of King Arthur? His deeds, his legend, you have no claim to them. As a mere savior, how is this possible? All you need to know is that this is a battle for the world's survival, Toya replied flatly. The king would never refuse a request like that. He raised the sword high, the golden brilliance drowning out the shadows of the night. Excalibur. A pillar of golden starlight erupted from the blade, a concentrated force of planetary judgment. Toya swung the sword down. Boom! The golden light surged across the sky, eclipsing the bizarre black sun. Both the dark orb and the entity supporting it shrieked as they were consumed by the imminent threat of annihilation. Even before the attack fully connected, the sheer pressure of the light caused the mountain to groan. The ground split open, and the shockwaves radiated across the city. The holy radiance collided with the dark, sinister energy of the curse, the two forces clashing in a momentary, violent stalemate. However, the struggle lasted only seconds. The sacred light sliced through the darkness like a hot knife through wax. With unstoppable force, it bore down directly on Ashia Daumon. This can't be. Why? Daumon tried to flee, but he was already pinned by the weight of the starlight. This was the divine light of the planet itself, aiding the savior in the extermination of evil. He was utterly paralyzed. As the brilliance of Excalibur finally faded, a massive, jagged trench was left carved into the back mountain of Sakano Academy. Ashia Daumon was gone, completely erased. Beneath that sacred light, all evil was destined to vanish. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Nyaruko, the avatar of chaos, looked toward the distant school with a proud smile. My darling is always the best. The aura of the master and the power of the planet. Tohru, the dragon, tilted her head in confusion. System notice. Congratulations, host. You have investigated the cause of Ito Makoto's death and defeated the mastermind, Ashia Daumon. Reward, 100,000 origin points. Toya's hands trembled slightly as the system message appeared, his grip on the sword weakening. I need to leave. He forced himself to move, disappearing before the authorities could arrive. An event of this scale would bring every officer in the city to the mountain. Faculty dormitory. Toya placed Excalibur on his desk and collapsed onto his bed, his energy completely spent. It took nearly half an hour for his breathing to stabilize. I almost didn't make it back, he thought, wheezing. The Star Holy Sword was undeniably effective, but the cost was staggering. A single release of the true name had almost entirely drained his magical reserves. If he hadn't forged a strong will during his previous battles, he might have passed out on the mountain. He looked at Excalibur resting on the table, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Spending 300,000 points for a Star Holy Sword was a steal. Although it required the release of the 13 restraints to reach its X-rank potential, that wouldn't be a problem in this world. In the Type Moon universe, meeting those specific criteria was a chore, but here, in a world where magic was dying and the mysteries were crumbling, the planet was a target for all sorts of supernatural threats. The criteria for a battle to save the world would be met almost every time. In the future, when the fire deity Sethua eventually arrived, this sword would be his trump card. Knock, knock, knock. Kawashima-sensei, are you in there? Seionji-san. Toya sat up and opened the door, finding both Seionji Sekai and Katsura Katanoha standing in the hallway. What are you two doing here? Toya asked, blinking in confusion. Isn't today a day off? It's about the school, Sekai grumbled, looking annoyed. The news just released an emergency news. Chapter 133. A gas pipeline at Sakano Academy exploded, and they're saying the back mountain was nearly leveled. I was worried you might have been caught in the blast, Kawashima-sensei, so I had to come and check on you. A gas pipeline explosion? Kawashima Toya's expression turned ironic. That sounds remarkably similar to the excuses they use in a certain, peaceful city like Fuyuki. Toya let out a long yawn. I'm fine, you both can stop worrying. Go on and enjoy your time off. I'm going back to sleep. He moved to close the door, intending to retreat to his bedroom. Using a true name release of the Star Holy Sword had drained him significantly, and he desperately needed rest to recover. Kawashima-sensei. Katsura Katanoha started to speak, but seeing the exhaustion etched into his features, she hesitated and lowered her gaze. Seionji Sekai, however, wasn't ready to leave. She held up a bag of fruit. Sensei, we came all this way to see you. Are you really going to leave us standing in the hallway? Beside her, Katanoha offered a small, shy nod, holding a similar bag of fresh fruit. If you two keep this up, the neighbors will think I'm at death's door, Toya grumbled. He stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Since Sekai was so insistent, he saw no harm in it. There wasn't much for them to see anyway. Sekai scanned the apartment with curious eyes, her nose twitching. No strange smells, but why are you so worn out, sensei? While Sekai walked in with her usual confidence, Katanoha paused at the threshold, her face flushed as she whispered, "Excuse me for the intrusion." Once inside, Katanoha noticed how sparse the apartment was. For such a large space, it was strangely devoid of personal items or furniture. Toya slumped onto the sofa and reached into one of the bags, pulling out an apple and taking a bite. The place is a bit bare, so I don't have much to offer. Feel free to help yourselves to the fruit you brought. Hey, that's hardly how a teacher should host guests, Sekai said, looking at him in disbelief. We don't need a return gift, but shouldn't you at least offer to buy us lunch? Katanoha lowered her head, murmuring, "Oh, I really don't need anything." Toya gestured toward the empty living room. Look around. Do you see a kitchen with actual supplies? Where exactly am I supposed to cook for you? Is it even normal for a place this big to be so empty? Sekai asked, puzzled. It's normal enough, Toya countered. I'm single. A man's room only looks suspicious if there's too much specialized equipment in it. Single? Katanoha's face turned a shade redder at the casual confirmation of his status. Toya decided there was no point in being vague anymore. He nodded. Besides, as Sekai-san knows, I only came here for the shiki. Last night I found their nest and cleared them out. My work here is finished, so I'm preparing to move on. Move on? A flash of panic crossed Sekai's eyes. Was Sensei really only here for the monsters? Beside her, Katanoha didn't care about monsters. She only felt a sharp pang of disappointment. He's leaving, but we just met. My sister finally gave me the courage to try. Toya took another bite of the apple, Everything is settled. It's time for me to go. He looked at the bags of fruit. I appreciate the gesture, but you should take those back. I've already eaten one, and I'll be leaving Sakano Academy within the next day or so. Don't let expensive fruit go to waste. He knew that in this country, such high-quality fruit could cost an office worker half a day's wages. So soon, Sekai's voice was strained. She tried to appear composed, but her eyes betrayed her. Don't you want to stay and see the sights for a while? Toya shook his head. No, the problem at the academy has been resolved. There's no reason to stay. Kawashima-sensei, I wish you a safe journey, Katanoha said, forcing a faint smile through her sadness. Toya offered them a brief, sincere grin. You too. I hope you both have a good future ahead of you. He hadn't noticed the weight of their emotions. Perhaps the hearts of high school girls were simply a mystery he wasn't meant to solve. A short while later, Katanoha and Sekai said their final goodbyes. Standing outside his door, the reality set in that they might never see him again. Both had things they wanted to say, but with the other girl present, the words remained unspoken. Katsura-san, right? I actually have Kawashima-sensei's contact information. Also, I know he runs a detective agency in Tokyo. It's called the Trash Fox Detective Agency. A strange name, isn't it? Inside the apartment, Toya looked at his small wardrobe and sighed. Just these few clothes. I can barely fill a single suitcase. Wait, I almost forgot. Toya paused during his packing as a thought occurred to him. Sawanaga Teisuke. He remembered the blonde student from class 1-3. The boy had been fed upon by at least 3 different shiki. Based on his condition, Sawanaga was likely on the verge of death. Since Sawanaga was the biological son of Sawago Tamaru, anyone from that bloodline was guaranteed to turn into a shiki after being bitten. For a student like Sawanaga, Toya wasn't about to waste 1,000 points on a recovery potion. Once the boy stopped breathing, Toya would simply need to ensure he stayed down permanently. One last task before I clock out. Toya grabbed his suitcase with one hand and the Star Holy Sword, now wrapped in a plain wooden scabbard in the other. He knew he'd get some looks walking down the street with such an odd combination of luggage. As he reached the lobby, he ran into Katanoha and Sekai again, who were still lingering near the entrance. They fell silent as they saw him fully packed and ready to go. Katanoha's eyes turned glassy, the weight of the farewell hitting her all at once. Oh, still here, Toya greeted them with a nod. Have a good break, you two, I'm heading out. Chapter 134. Before leaving, Kawashima Toya found the address he was looking for. Just as he had anticipated, the Sawanaga residence was already holding a wake. The person in the center of the funeral was Sawanaga Teisuke. Having been fed upon by several shiki, he had finally succumbed to the blood loss. Rest in peace, Toya thought, standing at a distance. He picked up a small pebble and flicked it with a sharp snap. Whish! The stone accelerated instantly, creating a faint sonic boom as it streaked through the air. Without a sound, it pierced through the wood of the casket and cored Teisuke's brain. Teisuke, who might have risen as a shiki later that night, was now truly dead. Toya had extinguished even the slightest possibility of a resurrection. He turned away, strolling down the street with his hands in his pockets. No one would ever suspect that a pebble had been used to punch through the wood. Even if the family discovered the hole, they would never be able to explain it. After all, no one had been near the coffin, let alone capable of such a feat. Toya hauled his luggage and hailed a taxi toward Tokyo to return to his agency. Unbeknownst to him, several transfer notices were filed at Sakano Academy shortly after. Katsura Katanoha, citing an inability to cope with bullying, moved to Toyogasaki Academy. Seonji Sekai followed suit, claiming better educational opportunities in the capital. Both girls were moving to Tokyo, though Toya remained blissfully unaware of their plans. A week later, he stepped back into his office, feeling as though he had never left. Trash Fox Detective Agency. A business trip on the company dime, and I barely got to see the sights, Toya muttered. He carried his suitcase, and the Star Holy soared back into the building. The moment he stepped through the door, a sudden, excited shriek rang out. I've got you now. Jashin-chan dropkick. Jashin-chan, who had been lying in wait all morning, launched herself toward him. Move over. Toya didn't even look up as he casually swatted her away with the sheathed holy sword. Thwack! With a dull, solid impact, Jashin-chan was sent flying backward out of the agency. She landed headfirst in a nearby trash can with a loud metallic clang. Curse you, I'll get my revenge for this, she screamed from the bin. Ignoring her, Toya carried his bags further into the main hall. Kasumigaoka Sora was playing with building blocks alongside Kasumigaoka Utaha. Sora's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. Oni-chan. Toya gently patted Sora's head and spoke in a warm, patient tone. Sora, don't call me that, just call me brother. But Oni-chan. Please, just brother. When you say Oni-chan, I feel like we're entering a taboo drama. It gives off way too much of a forbidden vibe. Okay, brother, Sora replied, leaning into his touch with a dependent smile. You were gone for so long, I missed you every day. How long are you staying? I want to play with you. Toya sighed softly and shook his head with a small smile. I'm not sure yet, Sora. I'll try to stay as long as I can. System requests could manifest at any moment, and he might even be sent away again. I'll talk to you more in a bit. I need to put my things away first. He pointed toward his suitcase and the Star Holy Sword. Brother, I'll help you with the luggage, Sora offered, reaching for the handle. But I won't touch the sword. It feels like it doesn't like anyone but you. Sora pulled the suitcase toward the stairs with a dutiful attitude. It's not that it's dangerous, Toya chuckled. It's just a slightly special blade. In truth, Sora's intuition was spot on. The Star Holy Sword could only be wielded by a chosen one, or an exception like himself. Because it held the weight of the planet's hope, its burden was too much for an ordinary person. Toya placed the sword on a rack near his bed to keep it safe from prying hands. As he walked back out, he gave Tohru a firm instruction. Tohru, don't let anyone into my room. Especially, don't let anyone touch that sword. You have my word, Master, Tohru replied with a bright, sweet smile. I'll guard it personally. No one is getting past me. She narrowed her eyes slightly toward Naruko, who was tinkering with gadgets. Especially that one over there with the evil god stench. Don't even think about it. That works for me, Toya nodded, feeling much more at ease. His primary concern was indeed Naruko, the avatar of a chaotic deity. Darling, that's so mean. Naruko's ahoj twitched in indignation, her face puffed out in a pout. Why are you being so guarded with me? I'm your one and only. Toya gave her a flat look. You know exactly why. If your power reacts with that blade, it'll be a nightmare. With that, Toya turned and walked away. Naruko watched his back, her lips thinning into a frustrated line. HMPH, stupid darling, always treating me like some kind of walking biohazard. If you're so proud of that sword, I'll just make my own. A mere Star Holy Sword, it won't be able to hold a candle to what I can make. Darling will definitely like mine better once it's done. Beyond the borders of reality, the outer god Nyarlathotep began to weave a new artifact. It was a blade forged from concepts of pure disorder and sanity-warping madness. The evil god Holy Sword was beginning to take shape. In the living room, Toya patted Sora's head again. Sora, how has school been? Anyone giving you a hard time? If someone is bothering you, tell Tohru immediately. She'll handle it. He had grown quite fond of his newfound younger sister. Sora leaned into his side, hugging his arm tightly. No one is bullying me, brother. My classmates are all very nice. It's been very easy to get along with everyone. That's good to hear. If anything changes, come to me or Tohru. The trouble at Sakano Academy had made Toya acutely aware of school dynamics. If anyone tried to bully Sora, they would regret it for a long time. Chapter 135. While Kawashima Toya was chatting with Kasumigaoka Sora, Jashin-chan crawled out of the trash can. She looked like a mess as she tried to slink back into the agency. Jashin-chan, go to the back door and wash yourself off. He looked at the trash-covered, foul-smelling demon and waved his hand in disgust. Use the back entrance, you stink. Don't leave a bad impression on any potential clients. At this moment, Toya sounded like a strict landlord from a bygone era. HMPH, I'll have my revenge eventually, the snake girl grumbled. Fine, I get it. Jashin-chan was incredibly annoyed, but she lived under Toya's roof and ate well. After considering the lavish meals he provided, she decided to clean up. She grumbled all the way to the back entrance. Wait, what is this ominous energy? Toya lounged in his chair, his brow furrowing as he felt a faint, eerie presence. The source wasn't coming from outside, it was radiating from within the agency. The source is Nyaruko. Toya called out toward her room. Nyaruko, what are you doing in there? Don't be nervous, darling. I'll keep the aura under control. I'm crafting an item that will shock the worlds. It'll take some time to finish, so don't worry. Me worry about you, Toya chuckled helplessly. I'm just annoyed that you're making a mess and might wreck my house. Though he didn't know exactly what she was doing, he sensed the intensity. Whatever Nyaruko was forging was definitely no ordinary trinket. Inside her room, Nyaruko was wreathed in a terrifying black mist. She swung a heavy hammer with frantic, chaotic energy. At some point, a full forge had manifested in her room. A pitch-black liquid, like thick ink, flowed through the mold. It was saturated with the deepest sins and destruction of the cosmos. The evil god Holy Sword was slowly being tempered. Toya turned to Jashin-chan, who was now playing with Sora. Jashin-chan, where's Yurin-san? She's out on a commission, the demon replied without looking up. Ever since you went on your trip, the requests have been piling up. Hanazono Yurin has already completed 3 missions. She's earned a nice sum for the agency. For the agency? Toya asked, puzzled. Doesn't the reward money go to her? Since she had joined the agency, he expected her to keep her earnings. Kasumigaoka Utaha, sitting nearby, smiled as she answered his question. Yurin-san refused your original offer. She said she only needs a base salary. All the extra commission fees go straight to the agency. Toya sighed. Fine, I'll settle it with her personally when she gets back. As the savior of this era, he didn't lack for money. Even without the system's help, his status ensured a comfortable life. To him, money was just a set of arbitrary numbers. I wish I were more like you guys, Utaha sighed, staring at her laptop. I've been staring at this romantic subplot so long I'm losing my hair. A romantic subplot, Toya offered a confident grin. Just ask me, why would I bother writing if it were that stressful? I might not have been in a relationship, but I've mastered every dating sim. Besides, I picked up a few tricks during my business trip. Utaha rolled her eyes. You should stick to acting like a retired old man. I'll handle the writing myself. She didn't trust his dating skills at all. Games were not reality. Toya just laughed and didn't push the issue. He had once considered becoming a writer in this world. In fact, the first novel he thought of borrowing was Utaha's own story. New World Commission issued. Target, Medusa, a high-ranking demon from the magic realm, has arrived in Tokyo. Please expel or contain her before she causes a crisis. Reward, 5,000 origin points. Medusa, Toya rubbed his chin deep in thought. If there's only one Medusa from the magic realm, it must be her friend. The one who is kind, gentle, and doesn't act like a demon at all. He needed to be cautious. Medusa was a top-tier demon. Her power level was technically higher than Jashin-chan's. Jashin-chan, how many Medusas are there in the magic realm? Medusa, there's only one, isn't there? The snake girl replied lazily. My best friend is a Medusa. As for others, I haven't really checked. After all, how could anyone compare to the magnificent Jashin-chan-sama? I shouldn't have even asked, Toya muttered with a wry smile. He decided to go and see the situation for himself. I'll go check it out, Kabuto Zector. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A red mechanical beetle flew through the air toward him. Toya took a rider belt from the display case and fastened it. He caught the Zector midair. Henshin! A flash of blinding lightning erupted. Kawashima Toya transformed into Kamen Rider Kabuto. A sharp, untouchable majesty radiated from his armored form. His presence matched Tendo Saoji's perfectly. Sora watched with wide eyes, full of admiration. Brother, you're so cool. Nyaruko-chan and Jashin-chan don't look this imposing when they transform. Who said that? Jashin-chan protested loudly. I'm just hungry, Sora-chan, that's why I'm lacking aura. Once I've had a full meal, I'll show you a transformation twice as cool. Brother is the best, you should just give up, Jashin-chan, Sora giggled. Toya looked at the snake demon. Jashin-chan, a Medusa has arrived in the human world. Do you want to come along and see? The demon waved her hand dismissively. Not interested, why should I care? I've made the same mistake twice. Toya stood there, momentarily speechless at her laziness. Chapter 136. Sora, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon, Kawashima Toya said to Kasugano Sora before activating his clock-up ability. He entered the domain of accelerated time, dashing out of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. Within minutes, he arrived in the heart of Tokyo's bustling shopping district. What kind of commotion would the appearance of Kamen Rider Kabuto cause in the city center? As Toya manifested, a figure of sharp, peerless majesty, the pedestrians let out a collective gasp. Is that a Kamen Rider? Is it Tendo-sama? I'm actually seeing Kamen Rider Kabuto in person. People erupted into a frenzy, rushing toward him without a second thought. The congested street became a sea of people as the crowd pushed forward. Everyone was desperate to get a closer look at their idol. Flashbulbs went off like a localized storm as people scrambled to take photos. This is going to be a headache. How am I supposed to find her in this mess? Toya scanned the surroundings. The area was swarming, every exit and walkway completely blocked by the mob. He had sensed a demonic aura in this specific street and intended to track it down. However, he hadn't accounted for how much the Kamen Rider brand appealed to the public. Ew. A weak, pitiful whimper, much like a frightened kitten, drifted through the roar of the crowd. Found you. Toya looked toward the source of the sound. A petite figure, dressed like an ancient Egyptian queen, was being buffeted by the moving crowd. Seeing her, Toya confirmed that this was indeed the Medusa mentioned in the commission. The crowd is getting out of control. I'll just take her away and explain later. Toya activated Clock Up once again, entering the realm of hyperspeed. To his eyes, the world froze into a series of slow-motion statues. While his personal time was accelerated, the pedestrians remained anchored to their sluggish flow. He wove through the stagnant sea of bodies and reached Medusa's side. Stay calm, he whispered. Medusa looked up, her face filled with panic as Toya suddenly appeared before her. I won't struggle, she stammered, abandoning any thought of resistance. She didn't know why she was so quick to trust this armored figure. But a strange intuition told her that following him might lead her to Jashin-chan. Good thing she's cooperative. If a top-tier demon started thrashing around, he wasn't sure the armor could take the strain. Toya easily carried the light Medusa and vanished from the spot. It wasn't until several seconds after he was gone that the crowd finally reacted. Where did he go? The pedestrians were left in a state of regret for missing a chance for a photo. Quiet residential district. 1 minute later, Toya arrived at a secluded area with Medusa in his arms. Detransform. The mechanical beetle detached from his belt and flew off into the distance. With the armor gone, Toya's azure eyes settled on Medusa. She looked incredibly frail, as if she were easily overwhelmed. I should have taken you back immediately, Toya explained. But to avoid any misunderstandings, or you accidentally petrifying anyone, we should do this here. Ies, you're looking at me. You shouldn't look at me, I'll turn you to stone, Medusa said weakly. Toya shook his head and spoke gently. Don't worry about that, I'm immune, trust me. As the savior of this era, the world itself shielded him. Abilities like the petrifying evil eye were ineffective against his high-tier existence. That's a relief. Medusa's face showed a glimmer of genuine gratitude, her voice soft and airy. I really didn't want to hurt anyone innocent, if something happened to you because of me. Toya smiled. I'm Kawashima Toya, head of the Trash Fox Detective Agency. I've accepted a commission to either take you in or send you back to the magic realm. Before he could finish, Medusa's face filled with distress. Please don't send me back. I haven't found my friend Jashin-chan yet. Just calm down, Toya said. I wasn't finished. I'm sorry, Medusa whispered, bowing her head in apology. My goal is to bring you to the agency for protection, Toya said warmly. As it happens, your friend Jashin-chan is already there. Thank you so much for looking after her. Medusa bowed deeply, her gratitude palpable. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would have found her. Please take me there. I appreciate the cooperation. Toya felt a surge of respect for her. Medusa was truly the least demonic demon he had ever met. Her gentle personality was the polar opposite of Jashin-chan. Comparing the two was like comparing heaven and hell. He really needed to find an excuse to beat some sense into the snake girl. Put this mask on. It'll prevent any accidental petrification, Toya said. He handed her a specialized mask he had purchased from the system. What a strange mask. Medusa put on the visor-like device, her eyes wide with wonder. I feel like my power has been suppressed. With this, I won't have to worry. System notice, World Commission complete. Reward, 10,000 origin points. All right, let's head home, Toya nodded, leading Medusa toward the street. Medusa followed behind him obediently. She didn't have a single shred of suspicion toward this man. As they stood waiting for a ride, a man in disheveled clothes walked straight toward them. What does this guy want? Toya's brow twitched as he watched the man approach. Oh, what a cute girl. A beauty like this only comes once in 1,000 years. The man's face twisted into a predatory grin as he reached toward Medusa. Eek! Medusa was startled by the man's sudden proximity. Being gentle-hearted, she wondered if this was a human greeting and didn't know how to refuse. You're an embarrassment, Toya said coldly, delivering a sharp kick. Chapter 137. A sharp kick sent the lecherous man sprawling. He collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath as he clutched his stomach. Medusa looked on with a trace of guilt, appearing as though she wanted to step forward and help him. Ignore him, Kawashima Toya said flatly. A man like that needs to feel some pain to learn his lesson. He's a disgrace to otaku everywhere. As a former shut-in himself, Toya had zero tolerance for this behavior. Lunging at a stranger just because she was attractive was nothing short of repulsive. The man on the ground began to sob. Even through his wheezing, he managed to voice a threat. You're dead. You actually hit me. I'm calling the police. Pitiful, Toya muttered. He turned his attention back to Medusa. Let's go. Don't let a guy like that ruin the day. Oh, okay, Medusa replied, following Toya away. While she felt some sympathy for the man, the promise of finding Jashin-chan gave her the resolve to move on. As soon as they were out of sight, the groaning man fumbled for his phone to dial the emergency number. Just as he was about to press the call button, his hand twitched uncontrollably. The phone slipped from his grasp. It was only a short drop to the pavement, but the device shattered into pieces upon impact. If Toya had seen it, he would have smiled. As the savior of this era, he possessed the protection of the world itself. Any malicious intent directed toward him was usually neutralized by sheer coincidence. Kawashima-kun, how has Jashin-chan been lately? Medusa asked softly once they were in the car. Is she doing well? A bit too well, actually, Toya replied. She's living so comfortably that she's practically forgotten about you. She couldn't even remember how many Medusas lived in the magic realm. Medusa lowered her head, a gentle smile spreading across her face. That sounds exactly like her, but I'm happy as long as she's having fun. Now this is what a true friend looks like, Toya thought. Compared to her, the people back at Sakano Academy were a joke. It was a blessing that the likes of Ito Makoto were finally out of the picture. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Toya led Medusa toward the main entrance. Through the glass, they could see Jashin-chan laughing while playing a game with Kasugano Sora. There she is, go ahead. Medusa nodded politely. Thank you so much for your help, Kawashima-kun. If there is ever anything I can do to repay you, please ask. She hurried inside to greet her friend. Toya shook his head. Only someone like Medusa could put up with that snake. Medusa's voice eventually got Jashin-chan's attention. The demon gave a dismissive wave and a half-hearted acknowledgement before returning to her game. Toya let out a dry laugh. If I hadn't seen them together before, I'd think they were barely acquaintances. In the magic realm, their relationship was supposed to be inseparable. Of course, in Jashin-chan's case, that usually meant she was looking for a way to use Medusa. Toya returned to his desk and looked over at Tohru. Tohru, is Nyaruko still in her room? She hasn't come out, Tohru replied, a slight shiver running down her spine. The aura leaking from there is chilling, and that laughter. As if to confirm her words, a sinister, cackling laugh erupted from behind the door. If he didn't know it was just a silver-haired girl with a twitching ahoj, he would have assumed a villain was plotting in his hallway. Toya frowned and raised his voice. Nyaruko, if you don't stop that laughing, I'm coming in. Sorry, darling, Nyaruko's voice chirped back. I just got a little overexcited. I'll keep it down. What are you making that has you so worked up? Toya asked. It's a secret, Nyaruko replied. It's a little gift for you. You're going to be surprised. Toya narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling her definition of a little gift was vastly different from his. The room was practically vibrating with chaotic energy. I'll leave her to it. Toya decided to stop worrying. If she really was making something that threatened the world, the system would have alerted him. Kawashima-kun. Medusa approached him, clutching a stack of yen. I'd like to stay here to look after Jashin-chan. This is my rent, please take it. Keep it, Toya said, waving her off. This is a containment mission. Since I'm keeping you here as a high-risk entity, I'm responsible for your housing. You don't need to pay. Use it for the snake, she'll probably ask for it eventually. Medusa looked down at the bills, her mind racing. If I give this to Jashin-chan, she'll just blow it on gambling. I should save it. Toya settled into his seat and pulled out his phone to log into his favorite game. Without Gabriel there to play with, the experience felt hollow. Where is she? Oh right, she got herself banned for cheating. Toya chuckled. But just as he was about to start a quest, a priest character in the game ran straight toward him. That movement, that playstyle. Gabriel, Toya muttered, typing out a message. Is that you, oh great master of technology? On the other side of the screen, Gabriel replied instantly. You jerk, give me my gear back right now. I spent a fortune on those items. Chapter 138. Are you even worth my time? Toya sneered. Why don't you try using your invincible technology to take your gear back? Inside her apartment, the shut-in angel Gabriel shook with rage. I barely used those cheats for a second before the account got banned. That was a high-level account I spent months grinding for. This is all your fault, you bastard, she typed furiously. If you're so upset, why don't you come and find me? Toya replied. Oh wait, you can't, I guess I'll just have to kill you again. He manipulated his character, finishing off her avatar with a few effortless clicks. Toya stared at the screen, continuing his mockery. Weak, pathetically weak. On the other side of the city, Gabriel's messy blonde hair began to billow as a golden aura erupted around her. Her presence flared with divine power, looking like a celestial being had descended upon the room. That's it, even if the heavens punish me, I'm getting my revenge. Let's see if you're as tough in person as you are behind a keyboard. Great tracking art. The furious girl invoked a high-level causal spell, swearing an oath to hunt Toya down. Something is wrong. Toya's brow furrowed. He felt a sharp ripple in the threads of causality. A warning from the world itself reached him. Someone was targeting him. Can't handle the loss. Toya's eyes shifted into the clear depths of the mystic eyes of death perception. He peered into the space and saw a faint thread of destiny extending through reality, pointing directly at him. It has to be Gabriel. Toya recognized the holy signature of the spell. He had just finished roasting her, and given her petty nature as a fallen angel, this was exactly how she would react. Should I cut the thread, or maybe? Toya toyed with a pen, lost in thought. He could sever the tracking link at any moment, but that felt a bit too simple. I lost again. It has to be Medusa's fault. She's standing too close and sucking away all my luck. From the other room, Jashin-chan's toxic voice drifted over. Medusa, get away from me or I'll never win. EA, Medusa sounded genuinely flustered. Okay, I'll step back further then. I've found my target. Toya looked at Jashin-chan with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't blame me. You're the one being a brat to Medusa. Consider Gabriel's visit a small lesson in humility. Toya casually strolled past Jashin-chan and gave the thread of causality a subtle flick. In an instant, the tracking spell latched onto the snake demon instead. Good luck, Jashin-chan, you're going to need it. Toya muttered the cryptic words and walked away. Huh? Jashin-chan scratched her head, feeling as though something were staring at her. Is it just my imagination? She tried to ignore the feeling and focus on her game with Sora. However, the sensation of being hunted grew so intense that she couldn't concentrate at all. Someone is tracking me. Outside in the courtyard, Toya pulled up a chair to bask in the sun, waiting for Gabriel's arrival. A moment later, Jashin-chan walked out of the hall with a look of uncharacteristic gravity. Toya, I think something terrible is about to happen. Something terrible? Toya raised an eyebrow. Wow, Jashin-chan, you can actually be serious for once. He had never seen her look this focused before. It seemed Gabriel's aura was putting a significant amount of pressure on her. Damn it, if my powers weren't sealed, I'd know exactly what was coming. I'm going to kill Toya and Yuri in one day, she cursed internally. Wait, isn't there an angel halo in the house? I'll just borrow it for a bit, I'm sure Toya won't mind. Toya watched from his chair as she grabbed the artifact. Consider it compensation, he murmured with a light laugh. He couldn't expect Jashin-chan to face a vengeful Gabriel with her powers restricted. The halo would give her just enough celestial energy to hold her own. I should probably put Excalibur away. The halo would likely be consumed by Jashin-chan eventually. Once it was gone, he'd need the holy sword to act as a deterrent for any vengeful spirits in the area. Jashin-chan crept toward the front of the agency, thinking she was being stealthy. Toya saw everything, but chose to let it happen. The halo began to vibrate in the demon's hands, resisting her touch. Fight me all you want, Jashin-chan hissed. If you don't stay quiet, I'll eat you. The halo immediately went limp, as if it had a mind of its own. Toya watched, genuinely impressed. As expected of Jashin-chan, she always finds a way to do the impossible. As the minutes passed, the atmosphere grew heavy with divine pressure. She's here. Toya looked toward the sky, as a figure with pure white wings descended slowly. She actually cleaned herself up, Toya chuckled. I guess even a fallen angel remembers to dress up before leaving the house. Gabriel looked absolutely celestial, looking exactly like the top graduate of the Angel Academy again. But Toya knew the truth. Beneath that radiant exterior, the fire in her eyes was impossible to hide. Let's see who's stronger, the snake or the angel. Gabriel hovered in the air, staring down at Jashin-chan and the halo in her hand. Why does a demon have my halo? And why does the causal thread lead to her? Wait, she's not the trash fox I was looking for. Toya, overhearing her mutterings, was surprised. Her instincts are that sharp, she already knows it wasn't Jashin-chan. He realized he might have to intervene soon, before she figured out the truth. Just then, Jashin-chan looked up with a sneer. Hey, you SHTTY angel, did you come here just to get a beating from the great Jashin-chan? Chapter 139. Gabriel, who had been about to turn and leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her gaze turned cold as she locked onto the demon before her. A mere snake. I was going to let you crawl away, but you seem determined to find a grave. I suppose I wouldn't mind putting down a stray animal. You putting me down, Jashin-chan sneered. You don't even have a halo on your head. Who do you think you're talking to? Nearby, Toya pulled out a bucket of popcorn he had just purchased from the system shop. He watched the looming confrontation with great interest. As expected of these two, their trash talk is top tier. The fallen angel and the snake demon were pulling no punches. The tension in the air, solidified as murderous intent, began to spread across the courtyard. Both were seeing red, seemingly determined to tear the other apart. Out of the corner of his eye, Toya noticed Medusa preparing to intervene. Not today, Medusa, he murmured. A fight between an angel and a demon is a rare sight. I'm sorry, but you'll have to sit this one out. Before she could react, Toya moved behind her. Under her confused gaze, he firmly led her back toward the office. Wait, Kawashima-kun. He ignored her protests, brought her inside and sat her down in a chair. In a few swift motions, he used heavy-duty tape to secure her firmly to the seat. Toya stood back and patted his hands together, satisfied with his work. "Forgive me, Medusa, I just really want to see who's stronger. If I let you out there, you'll just ruin the fun by playing peacemaker." MMPH. Medusa struggled, her voice muffled and her eyes wide with a sense of betrayal. "I'll treat you to a proper meal tonight," Toya promised with a light laugh before turning to head back out. He knew it was a bit mean, but his curiosity about the power gap between Gabriel and Jashin-chan won out. He left Medusa staring at his back, looking like a kicked puppy. Back outside, Gabriel had reached her limit. She unleashed a burst of holy light toward Jashin-chan. The attack looked simple, but its lethality against demonic entities was significant. Boom! A dull explosion echoed, but Jashin-chan didn't budge. She wore a mocking grin, having caught the strike with ease. "Is that it? Honestly, Angel, that was pathetic." Gabriel remained silent, her expression darkening. She realized this was no ordinary demon. "Die," she hissed. The battle erupted into a flurry of high-speed exchanges that looked like a scene out of a blockbuster movie. Toya watched the flashes of light and dark, impressed by the spectacle. Gabriel was clearly holding back to avoid collateral damage to the surrounding area. Jashin-chan, however, was unrestrained, not caring if a stray blast hit an innocent bystander. Gabriel is going to struggle, Toya mused, already seeing the likely outcome. While Gabriel had her full power, her combat experience was far below Jashin-chan's. Her moves were predictable, and her skill set seemed limited compared to a demon who had fought for centuries. Deep down, Toya found himself rooting for the snake girl. She was his pet, after all, and it would be embarrassing if she lost right in front of him. "I wouldn't be so sure. I think Gabriel has this in the bag." A calm, elderly voice spoke up right beside him. "Oh. Jashin-chan hasn't even started trying yet. What makes you think Gabriel can win?" Toya raised an eyebrow, looking at the white-haired old man who had suddenly appeared next to him. "He just showed up without me noticing. Interesting. His holy aura is incredibly dense. Is he a superior from the heavens?" He didn't sense any hostility from the man, so he assumed he wasn't here for a fight. The old man chuckled warmly. Gabriel was the top graduate of the Angel Academy. If she couldn't handle a single demon, she wouldn't be the valedictorian. "Oh, we're playing the background story card now. I can do that too." Toya turned his focus away from the main fight, a playful smirk on his face. Jashin-chan is a top-tier demon of the magic realm. Her status is peerless, and her actual combat power is terrifying. See that halo in her hand? That's proof of her strength. He didn't really care who won, but he couldn't stand someone being so blatantly biased toward the angel. The old man's beard twitched in annoyance. "Young man, you've got a sharp tongue, but talk is cheap. The truth is revealed through action, not words." Trying to pull rank because you're old, Toya's expression chilled. "You've got a lot of nerve dropping in on my territory just to lecture me. But you're right about one thing, action speaks louder than words." "Murasame." Toya made a grasping motion, and the cursed blade flew from the agency hall directly into his hand. "I don't care who you are, let's see if you can back up that attitude." Cracked. The ground beneath them shattered as Toya blurred, appearing instantly beside the old man. He swung the blade downward with crushing force. "You're quite the hot-headed one." The old man shook his head, blocking the strike without breaking a sweat. "We can finish our debate later. But for now, I'll have to make you see reason." A staff pulsing with divine energy appeared in the man's hand as he prepared to counter. System analysis, God a fragment of will. Strength, pseudo-god. Description, having sensed Gabriel using divine power, he sent a fragment of his will to investigate. Due to a disagreement with the host, he has decided to use force to prove his point. Toya's eyes narrowed as he threw himself back into the fray. "So what if you're God? If you want to talk nonsense, you're getting a beating." If he couldn't win alone, he'd just call Tohru and Naruko to jump the old man. The clash between Toya and the divine fragment intensified, their auras tearing at the environment. The shockwaves were so violent that they actually forced Gabriel and Jashin-chan to stop their own fight. Is that the principle? Gabriel trembled, her face pale as she realized she was in deep trouble. The old man, Jashin-chan blinked, looking at the chaotic battle. Why is Toya fighting him? Inside the office, Tohru felt the shifting pressure. Her eyes slitted into dangerous dragon pupils as she looked toward the yard. God. Chapter 140. Does this old man really think he can bully my master? A thunderous, resonant roar split the sky as Tohru lunged from the agency. In an instant, she transformed into a massive green dragon that loomed like a mountain. The world's fading mystery responded to her presence, weaving a veil of perception. This ensured that no ordinary human would witness the impossible clash in the courtyard. The mundane world remained oblivious to the supernatural storm. Inside the office, Nyaruko hammered away at her creation, a manic grin on her face. Oh-ho, a fragment of the gods has appeared. He's a bit overqualified as a test subject, but I suppose he'll do. The pitch-black liquid in the forge had finally taken a solid shape. On the anvil sat a dark, ornate holy sword that pulsed with a ravenous light. It yearned to taste battle and announce its birth to the cosmos. Just a little longer, Nyaruko whispered, patting the hilt. Your debut is almost here. Outside, Kawashima Toya glanced up at Tohru's draconic form and gave a curt nod. Let's end this, Tohru, together. We need to show this old-timer that his logic doesn't hold up in this world. By your command, master, Tohru roared, her maw glowing with white-hot intensity. A stream of destructive dragon fire swirled, warping the very air around them. The old man's eyes widened as he looked up at the terrifying creature. Wait, what happened to a fair debate? Wasn't this supposed to be one-on-one? Where did the dragon come from? Young man, you have no sense of sportsmanship. You talk too much, Toya replied. He reached out, and the Kabuto Zector flew into his open palm. Henshin. A flash of lightning later, Toya stood transformed as Kamen Rider Kabuto. His aura, scaling with his power as the savior, surged with an oppressive weight. Rider kick. Toya didn't waste another breath. He went straight for the finishing blow. In the distance, Jashin-chan and Gabriel watched the escalation in total shock. This has gone too far. Even the principal is getting dragged in, Gabriel muttered. Despite the scorching heat from Tohru's flames, she felt a bone-chilling shiver. Beside her, Jashin-chan merely snorted with disdain. So what if he's God? If my powers weren't sealed, I'd be up there too. With Tohru's intervention, the previously composed old man was forced onto the defensive. The stalemate shattered, shifting into a one-sided slaughter. Toya spotted an opening and triggered his speed. Clack up. Moving through the world of frozen time, he appeared instantly behind the divine avatar. Rider kick. The avatar sensed the movement, but he was pinned by Tohru's relentless fire. The impact sent him hurtling through the air like a fallen star. He crashed into the earth, tumbling several times before coming to a rest. A second later, Toya was standing over him, the cold edge of Murasame at his throat. Let's try this again. Who's the stronger player, Jashin-chan or Gabriel? You cheated, I refuse to acknowledge this. The old man huffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away stubbornly. Just finish me, I will never agree with your methods. It's just a dispute over a game, there's no need to kill anyone. Toya sighed, preparing to sheath his blade as his irritation faded. Just as he lowered his guard, a streak of black light shot from the office. It tore through the fabric of space, leaving jagged, terrifying rifts in its wake. The dark holy sword, wreathed in shadows, lunged forward and impaled the old man. The avatar stared in shock at the blade protruding from his chest. Outer god. How ungraceful. His voice trailed off as his form began to flicker and dissolve into nothingness. The sword, pulsing with raw destruction, hovered in the air before Toya. It vibrated slightly, as if it were wagging its tail and waiting for praise. Toya stared at the floating black weapon, his mind a complete blank. I don't remember owning something like this. He felt a massive headache coming on. God's avatar had just been unceremoniously executed in his own backyard. The god was known to hold a grudge, and this made Toya the primary suspect. Who does this sword belong to? Toya wanted to drag the owner out and give them a piece of his mind. At that moment, a chipper Nyaruko came bounding out of the office. "Darling, how do you like the Sinstar Holy Sword? It can take down a god's avatar in a single strike, see?" "I should have known it was you," Toya said, caught between a laugh and a groan. "Nyaruko, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused by killing him? Was it really that big of a deal?" Nyaruko tilted her head, looking genuinely confused by his concern. "Never mind, I shouldn't have expected a sane reaction." Toya sighed, feeling utterly defeated by the chaos. The god was the leader of a massive mythological faction. If the old man was petty, Toya could forget about any future cooperation. In the worst case, he might have just earned himself a divine bounty. Nyaruko waved her hand dismissively. "Don't sweat the small stuff, darling, he's not that scary. I'm an outer god, remember. I have plenty of powerful friends too." Toya glanced at the weapon statistics and felt his stomach drop. Item, Sinstar Holy Sword. Rank, X. Type, Anti-Purge. Description, a blade forged from raw destruction, disaster, and misfortune. It was tempered using the power of doomsday gathered from the void. It possesses a radiance that corrodes planets and a darkness that swallows worlds. Note, born to destroy stars, it possesses 13 restraints. Each must be unlocked by committing a cardinal sin. If all restraints are released, the destruction of the world is guaranteed. Toya let out another weary sigh. Excalibur existed to save the planet, and in response, Nyaruko had forged its nemesis. As the savior, he was supposed to protect the world, not wield a doomsday device. "This is my surprise gift for you." Nyaruko beamed, her smile radiant and proud. "Are you happy, darling? Next time you see that old man, just use this. I promise it'll do maximum damage." Toya took the sword, knowing he'd have to hide it somewhere very deep. What he didn't notice was the deep, unsettling glint in Nyaruko's eyes as he grabbed the hilt. "Oh, darling. You actually picked up the Sinstar Holy Sword." Toya remained blissfully, unaware of the implications. He had overlooked the fact that Nyaruko had designed this as a direct counterpart to Excalibur. Excalibur carried the weight of the planet's salvation. But what would a man have to carry to wield a blade of ultimate sin? Chapter 141. Kawashima Toya took the Sinstar Holy Sword and placed it in the display case along with his other gear. With a dragon now standing guard, he wasn't worried about a repeat of the previous theft. In this agency, there was no longer any difference between keeping a weapon in his room or in the main hall. Outside, Gabriel watched the principal's form dissipate, her eyes flickering with a momentary sadness. "Rest in peace, Principal. Damn it, I still haven't found that trash fox. Where is he hiding?" She took flight, heading back toward her apartment. If she had bothered to check the agency's sign even once, she wouldn't have missed him so narrowly. Jashin-chan watched the angel disappear into the distance, fuming. Running away like a coward. Next time, I'll show her what the great Jashin-chan is truly capable of. MMPH. Toya heard the muffled whimpering from inside and suddenly remembered he had left Medusa tied up. He hurried back to the hall to release her. Once freed, Medusa looked at him with a pair of deeply hurt eyes. "Kawashima-kun, that was too much. Fighting is bad, but you actually tied me up. Whether it's you or a stranger, getting hurt still feels the same." Toya laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. I know, but it was a fight between an angel and a demon. Who could look away from that? He had been looking forward to the duel, only for God to crash the party. Now, a fragment of the creators will have been snuffed out by the Sinstar Holy Sword. Gabriel had fled the moment she saw the principal fall, ending any hope for a rematch. I still can't believe a single strike ended him. Toya stared at the dark blade in the display case, feeling increasingly puzzled. According to the system, that avatar possessed power at the pseudo-god level. An entity of that caliber should have been able to wipe a city off the map with a single gesture. Yet the sword had pierced through him as if he were made of paper. Toya couldn't find a logical answer, so he turned his attention toward Nyaruko. As an avatar of an outer god, she was the only one capable of such a feat. Nyaruko's long silver ahoge sensed his gaze and instantly curled into the shape of a heart. "Darling, do you have something you want to say to me?" "Not really." Toya watched the hair twitch. As expected of an outer god, her very hair changes shape on a whim. He realized he still didn't know much about this version of her. She shared many traits with the one from the anime, yet her power felt far more substantial. She loved tokusatsu, especially Kamen Rider, and mimicked their fighting styles perfectly. Toya glanced at her silver hair and her checkered skirt. Maybe even those clothes are parts of her. He had a suspicion that Nyaruko was a composite entity made of multiple fragments. "Darling, do I look cute?" Nyaruko struck a pose, her smile bright and radiant. "Average at best," Toya replied flatly. He had already glimpsed the true, eldritch nature of her kind. No human skin could truly deceive his perception anymore. He returned to his seat and gave her a stern look. "Nyaruko, don't you ever make another weapon like that sword. If I catch you doing it, I'll use it to cut you in half." He had to set boundaries, or she would likely fill the agency with doomsday devices. "I won't do it again, darling." Nyaruko waved her hand dismissively. "I'd much rather play hero than forge swords anyway. It's a waste of time." Even Nyarlathotep had to lend a hand to finish that one. So the Great One actually intervened. Toya wasn't surprised. An X-rank item was likely beyond the capabilities of a mere avatar. As the evening progressed, Toya settled back into his usual routine. However, the world began to change without anyone noticing. The temperature was steadily rising. By the time night fell, the air had become oppressively hot. Even though the sun was down, it felt as though the city had been dropped into a desert. Toya leaned against the wall, fanning himself frantically. The air conditioner was set to its lowest temperature, yet the heat remained. In the main hall, Kasugano Sora, Jashin-chan, and Kasumigaoka Utaha were huddled near the vents. "What is going on today?" Toya checked the temperature on his phone, his brow furrowing. "Why is it still this hot at night?" The heat felt pervasive, ignoring the cooling effects of the machines. It wasn't just a physical temperature, it felt as though it were searing the soul. Hanazono Yurin had even traded her favorite dress for lighter loungewear. "Master, this isn't normal," Tohru said, her expression grim as she approached him. "I just checked the global news. The temperature is the same everywhere. From the poles to the equator, it's scorching. What could have caused this?" Toya had sensed the anomaly, but the system remained silent. No commissions had been issued, and there were no warnings of a global crisis. Without the system's guidance, he was blind. The crisis was worldwide. He couldn't search the entire planet on his own. Just then, Nyaruko walked out of her room, looking completely unfazed. She was casually eating a popsicle while the others were melting. "Everyone, please be patient," she said with a cheerful smile. "This heat wave will only last for 7 days at most." The group looked at her, stunned by her lack of discomfort. The heat felt like a spiritual assault, yet she acted as if nothing were wrong. "Maybe I should take that popsicle," Jashin-chan thought, her eyes glinting. There might be something special in it that keeps her cool. "No, wait, a popsicle touched by an outer god, that sounds revolting." Toya straightened up, his face hardening. "Nyaruko, what do you know about this?" "I know everything," she replied, taking a leisurely bite of her treat. "But darling, you should know exactly why this is happening too." "Me." Chapter 142. Do I know the reason? Kawashima Toya fell into a quiet contemplation, mentally sifting through every detail he might have overlooked. Ashia Dauman, no, he's already been returned to the throne of heroes. He looked over at Nyaruko, who was currently doing her best to draw his attention, and the truth suddenly clicked. The great old one, Sithua. He recalled their very first conversation when she arrived. Does this mean Sithua is about to descend? Toya's expression hardened as he looked at her. "That's right," Nyaruko's eyes curved into crescent moons. "This is a war between you and Kuko for my hand, darling. The loser retreats in shame, while the winner claims my heart. Just the thought of you fighting over me, is this what it feels like to be cherished?" Toya ignored her posturing and spoke calmly. How much longer until she arrives? About 3 days. Nyaruko took a leisurely pause. Her true form has reached the outer edge of this reality. Her avatar is manifesting even now. The process involves thousands of light orbs, which is what's causing the global temperature to spike. That's why the air conditioning is useless. It's not just physical heat. But don't worry about her true body. Nyarlathotep is handling the standoff. No matter who pursues me, you're the only one for me, darling. I see. I was worried it was a genuine threat. Toya felt a sense of relief, his earlier anxiety fading. If it were the true Sithua, he would have seriously considered fleeing. A deity could only be truly countered by another divinity. No matter how powerful a mortal's tools were, standing against a god was usually a fool's errand. However, a mere avatar was a different story. Toya glanced at the display case where the Star-Holy Sword sat. Excalibur, it's finally your turn to shine. Sithua was a chaotic existence whose descent directly threatened the planet's stability. That was more than enough justification to release the sword's restraints. The 13 seals of the Star-Holy Sword could be perfectly addressed by a great old one. Fully unleashed, even Kuko's avatar wouldn't stand a chance. Nyaruko noticed his gaze and pouted. You're so mysterious, darling, to think you even have that sword. I wanted to see you go all out to win my heart, but you might just end it too quickly. Toya ignored her and turned to the system shop. The pervasive heat was becoming a problem, and he needed a way to block Sithua's influence. After a moment of searching, he found exactly what he needed. Item, Sealing Box, Special Edition. Rank, A. Description, a container designed to suppress ominous entities with absolute isolation. Note, includes a one-time internal opening device installed by the will of the root. Each activation costs 100 origin points. It can be expanded to shield an entire room from mythos influence. Price, 50,000 origin points. System note, in light of the current situation, the will of the root is offering this at a friendship price to ensure the host's rest. Toya didn't hesitate. He had previously paid 20,000 points for a small version that could barely hold a change of clothes. Getting a room-sized shield for 50,000 was an absolute bargain. System notice, 50,000 origin points consumed. Sealing Box Special Edition acquired. The device has been deployed to the host's bedroom. Nyaruko leaned in with a radiant smile. Darling, if you sleep in my room, I can block the heat for you for free. Before she could finish, she felt a connection vanish. Her perception was suddenly cut off from Toya's bedroom. The walls were still there, but everything inside had simply disappeared from her senses. What is this? Why is the aura of the root here again? Every time I try to get close to Darling, that will interferes. He's only the savior of the era, not the savior of the root. Toya spoke up, ignoring her frustration. I've installed a shield in my room to block the temperature. If the heat is too much for you, feel free to rest in there. He turned and headed for his door. The agency felt like an oven, and he couldn't stand another minute of it. Brother is truly amazing. Kasugano Sora followed him immediately. Jashin-chan, currently looking like a piece of dried leather, scoffed. I don't believe it. If even I can't handle this, how could he have a fix? Come on, Jashin-chan. Hanazono Yurin grabbed the demon by her tail and dragged her toward the door. Medusa followed quietly behind them. Kasumigaoka Utaha offered a small smile. It would be rude to decline such a kind offer. Nyaruko was left alone in the hall, staring at the closed door. She stomped her foot in irritation. What exactly is his relationship with that cold, neutral will? Beyond the veil of the world, the entity known as Nyarlathotep was equally displeased. All her preparations were being bypassed by a force she couldn't control. Not far away, a radiant sun-like entity hovered in the void. Sithua shifted within her flames, her presence a chaotic roar of heat. She sent a singular, distorted message toward the chaos. The Savior is in contact with the root. Chapter 143. Inside the room, the sealing box functioned perfectly. The internal temperature quickly dropped to a comfortable level, and with the high-powered air conditioner finally effective, the air turned cool and comfortable. Kawashima Toya sat in a corner, leaning back with a sigh of relief. This is how summer is supposed to feel. Across the room, Jashin-chan and the others had regained their energy, beginning to bicker and play as if the nightmare outside didn't exist. The night passed in peaceful, air-conditioned bliss. The following morning, Toya reached for the handle and pulled the door open. Immediately, a wave of heat as oppressive as a desert furnace slammed into his face. With a temperature like this, I'm staying inside. He pulled back and shut the door without a second thought. The heat outside wouldn't physically char a person, but the sensation was like hellfire roasting the soul. Unless one possessed a high level of supernatural resistance, the influence of the great old one Sithua was unavoidable. "Oh, you're back already." Kasumigaoka Utaha looked up from her spot, her gaze trailing him with a teasing glint. "I take it you haven't checked the news yet." "The news?" Toya asked, settling back in. "Did I miss a disaster while I was asleep?" He had spent the night resting and was completely out of the loop. "Not exactly a disaster, but a mystery," Utaha said, her tone turning serious. "The global temperature is rising steadily, but it's behaving strangely. It only affects humans. It has no impact on animals, plants, or inanimate objects." That damn Sithua, Toya thought. A global heatwave is bad enough, but specifically targeting humanity is a headache. If the will of the root hadn't practically gifted him the sealing box, he'd be suffering right along with everyone else. In the main hall, Nyaruko was lounging on a beach chair, lazily licking a popsicle. She looked perfectly relaxed, as if she were on a vacation rather than in the middle of a supernatural crisis. "Darling, I have a way to keep you cool if you want." "Your way?" Toya gave her a flat, skeptical look. "I'm worried that if I accept, I'll end up turning into some eldritch monstrosity." "How mean?" Nyaruko puffed out her cheeks in a pout, huffing with mock indignation. "Have I ever lied to you? I'm always thinking about my darling's well-being." "Let's hear it then." Toya reconsidered. As Nyaruko said, she hadn't actually sabotaged him yet. In fact, she had provided quite a bit of high-level gear. Nyaruko's smile returned, brighter than ever, as she pointed toward the second floor. "You haven't tried on the clothes Nyarlathotep made for you, have you? If you wear them, you'll be completely immune to Sithua's scorching presence." "I knew it." Toya rejected the idea immediately. The clothes were undoubtedly functional, but the thought of their true nature made him uneasy. He decided he would rather stay cooped up in his room until the avatar officially descended. Nyaruko didn't seem disappointed. She just watched him with a knowing grin. "You'll put them on eventually, darling. It's inevitable. No matter how much you refuse, time will eventually force your hand." Toya narrowed his eyes, running through the facts he knew about the Great Old One. Sithua, the living flame, one of the elemental symbols of fire. She is surrounded by thousands of light orbs, each radiating incredible heat. She is the most terrifying source of heat in existence, a sun brought down to Earth. If her descent alone is causing this, the temperature won't drop once she arrives. Unless I defeat her avatar, the world stays like this. As the realization set in, Toya felt a wave of frustration. To defeat her, do I really have to wear that gear? He refused to believe it was the only solution and turned to the system shop. He spent a long time scrolling, searching for anything that could shield him from a Great Old One. Eventually, he stopped, staring at a specific listing in silence. Item: Blood of the Primordial Mother, Tiamat. Rank A++. Description: a single drop of blood from the Primordial Mother. It grants immunity to the calamities brought by the descent of any deity. Establishes a spiritual connection, granting the title, Child of Tiamat. Price: 300,000 origin points. If I ever get the chance, I'm definitely going to farm some points from Tiamat. Toya made a mental note that if he ever ended up in a Babylonia singularity, he'd join her side. "Wait, does this mean we can't go outside at all?" Jashin-chan asked, sounding annoyed. "If I can't go out, how am I supposed to show off my majesty?" "I'm going out anyway." Toya watched her march toward the door with a smirk, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Immediately, Jashin-chan collapsed onto the floor, looking like a piece of sun-dried snake jerky. I told you not to push it, Toya teased. He grabbed the demon by her tail and dragged her back into the cooled section of the room. Medusa hurried over to fuss over the dried snake. Don't leave the room, Toya told the group. Wait until this is resolved before you even think about stepping out. The moment you leave the shield, the heat will overwhelm you. Sithua's heat was tuned to the absolute limit of human endurance. Even those with high tolerance would only last a few minutes before collapsing. Brother, want to play a game? Kasugano Sora asked, holding up a controller. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since we're stuck, you have to play with me. Sure, Toya nodded, sitting down beside her and picking up the second controller. Everyone in the room settled into their own activities to pass the time. If they were going to be trapped, they might as well make the best of it. Nyaruko, aren't you coming in? Toya called out, noticing her lingering by the door. We need more players, get over here. I'll pass, Nyaruko replied, shaking her head. If I go in there, things will get complicated. She was an avatar of an outer god. Entering a space shielded by the will of the root was a risk. If she lost her connection to her true self, things would become difficult. Chapter 144. The game is Kamen Rider, Kawashima Toya said with a faint smile. Nyaruko's emerald eyes immediately lit up with interest. Wait, I want to play too. She shouted, darting into the room protected by the ceiling box. She made sure to leave the door open by a mere sliver. This small gap was necessary to maintain her connection to her true body outside. Toya looked at the controller in her hands. What character are you picking, Nyaruko? Kabuto, she exclaimed, her fingers hovering over the buttons. I'm going to go through all of them, prepare to witness my mastery. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, the global temperature remained oppressively high. The influence of Sithua had plunged the world into a state of collective misery. At high noon, a massive rift tore through the center of the clear blue sky. Under the gaze of those who could still stand, a radiant orb descended. It was as brilliant and scorching as a second sun. The moment it appeared, waves of heat and searing winds swept across the land. The earth parched and cracked, turning fertile soil into a dead wasteland. Water sources vanished instantly, creating a living purgatory on Earth. Toya stood within the agency, his azure eyes fixed on the distant light. System, activate the cognitive barrier. Isolate the supernatural from humanity. System notice, cognitive barrier deployed, masking all non-mundane phenomena. Cost, 5,000 origin points. Toya didn't hesitate at the cost. Without the barrier, the impending clash would shatter the human psyche. The avatar of Sithua emitted a natural mental pollution that few could survive. The barrier utilized Toya's status as the savior to rewrite the public's perception. Memories of the rift and the second sun were wiped from the collective mind. So, the white tailcoat, Toya sighed, looking at the garment Nyaruko held. She presented the elegant white suit with a proud, radiant smile. Put it on, darling. Your first formal debut should be against Kuko. This suit was designed to highlight your refined and graceful nature. Fine, I'll wear it. Toya knew he had no choice given the intensity of the heat outside. As he changed into the tailcoat, he noted the immaculate craftsmanship. The fit was perfect, as if it were a second skin. It felt divine, possessing a comfort that surpassed anything he had ever worn. Every detail was polished to perfection, custom fit to his exact measurements. Surprisingly, he felt none of the eldritch discomfort he had feared. The suit effectively nullified the scorching pressure of the Great Old One. Don't leave just yet, darling, Nyaruko whispered. She stepped closer to meticulously straighten his collar. You look truly handsome today, like a prince from a distant land. Go now, carry my love with you, and defeat Kuko. Toya gave her a look of mild disgust. Don't make it sound so dramatic, it's just work. He grabbed the Star Holy Sword from the display and vanished in an instant. The scorched wasteland. A sphere of light hung silently in the center of the parched desert. This was Kuko, the avatar of the Great Old One, Sithua. Her mere presence brought ruin to the surrounding environment. Desertification and plague roamed freely across the dead earth. From within the radiant orb, a chaotic, ethereal voice echoed. "The one has arrived, the trial shall now begin. If you wish to face me, you must first survive my legion." Toya adjusted his sleeves, his expression calm as he faced the outer deity. "Then start your trial, I'm ready." In this era, he could confidently claim to be peerless in the mortal realm. As the savior of this world, he was effectively invincible against its laws. However, the Old One was an entity that existed outside those very rules. Unless he attained godhood, he could not truly kill a deity. Even with his mystic eyes of death perception, he remained immortal. Followers of Tgthegood descend, the voice boomed from the orb. Dozens of spatial rifts tore open, spilling torrents of flame onto the sand. As the fires touched the ground, they surged upward, sealing the area. A massive, blazing battlefield now blotted out the horizon. Any ordinary human would have been reduced to ash in seconds. "Only the victor leaves this place," Toya noted, glancing at the firewalls. This trial was a test of absolute slaughter. If he failed, he would be roasted by eternal flames until nothing remained. In the sky, orbs of shifting fire began to rain down upon the desert. They manifested into towering giants, each 3 stories tall. Every flame giant emitted a twisted, maddening aura. The chaotic whispers of the followers seemed to mock Toya's presence. "The trial begins," the indifferent voice boomed once more. The legion of fire giants surged forward like a tidal wave. "Compared to Naruko's city, this is much more straightforward," Toya mused. "One made the world a trap, the other simply brings an army." Toya's eyes grew cold as he purged all emotion from his mind. He became a living weapon, a cold executioner ready to clear the path. The giants thundered toward him, their footsteps shaking the earth. "I'll have to thank Naruko later," Toya whispered to himself. "Without this suit, the heat alone would have ended this before it started. But now, I ask only that you grant me your deaths." Gripping the holy blade of the stars, Toya charged into the sea of fire. His silhouette was a mere speck against the towering monsters. Yet as he moved, the very air began to scream. Chapter 145. The chaotic, distorted whispers of the followers grew louder, mocking Kawashima Toya's perceived madness and futility. "There's no point in arguing with the dead," he thought. He swung his blade, cleaving through the nearest flame giant. The star-holy sword sliced through the creature's torso as if it were air, parting the flames with ease. However, the severed halves didn't dissipate. Instead, each piece began to reform into a distinct, smaller entity. The 2 new giants lacked the overwhelming presence of the original, but they were no less aggressive. They're functionally immortal. Realizing their nature, Toya prepared to invoke his mystic eyes of death perception. "Forbidden." The grand voice of the Great Old One, Tgthegood, boomed across the sky. Toya paused. Though it was a single word, the message was clear. Tgthegood was forbidding him from using the mystic eyes. "Fine, since you're a Great Old One, I'll play by your rules for now." Toya lowered his gaze and charged back into the endless sea of fire. If he couldn't kill them conceptually, he would simply slaughter them until they couldn't maintain their physical forms. It was a war of attrition. Every time a giant fell, it split into 2 new monsters. The cycle repeated endlessly, and though the giants grew smaller with each division, they remained tireless. They threw themselves at him with suicidal fervor, seeking only to draw a single drop of blood. Fortunately, the white tailcoat Naruko had proved its worth. It remained pristine, shielding him from the intense thermal damage. Without the suit, he would have been forced to fight in his most vulnerable state. Still, the battle felt like a marathon, with no finish line in sight. Only Toya's iron will kept his movements fluid and precise. What a tedious trial, he sighed, his expression remaining neutral. He slaughtered the giants over and over, losing track of how many thousands of times he had swung his blade. The monsters that once stood 3 stories tall were now reduced to the size of children. At the start, killing one required a full-body cleave. Now, he could crush them under his heel with a casual step. His movements had become mechanical, his muscles moving by pure instinct to find the most efficient path. Toya looked at the swarming masses of tiny flame creatures with dull eyes. The offer still stands. Please grant me your deaths. The golden radiance of the Starholy sword swept through the crowd, clearing a wide path. The area surrounding Toya became a sanctuary of silence amidst the chaotic fire. Anything that stepped within his reach was instantly erased. The battle raged on for 7 full days. Edge of the flame world. Nyaruko, still dressed in her checkered skirt, watched the scene as her silver ahoge twitched with pride. See, Kuko, I told you Darling was strong. He just fought through your entire legion single-handedly. It's not enough, a voice replied. Unlike the divine voice Toya heard, the one speaking to Nyaruko was a clear, slightly haughty female voice. He passed the trial, but he's still far from the standard I require. Mastery of martial arts alone won't get him where he needs to be. He needs to reach that state through his own struggle, refining himself in the process. Nyaruko's ahoge slumped slightly, her expression turning dejected. But I'm not good at teaching martial arts, she muttered. Your skills wouldn't help him anyway. No one's would. He has to realize it on his own. Toya, of course, was unaware of the conversation between the two old ones. He had reached the final moment of the trial. The flame giants had been sliced and diced until they were no bigger than action figures. They were no longer a threat, but their numbers covered every inch of the flame world. It's time to bring this to a close. Toya gripped the hilt of the Starholy sword with both hands. He took a deep breath and prepared to release its true name. Let's settle this. Excalibur. A pillar of brilliant golden light erupted from the blade, drowning out the crimson hue of the fire world. The monotonous red was shattered by a second sun. This was the holy light of the planet, a judgment meant to purge everything in the Savior's path. The tiny flame dolls rushed toward him, undeterred by the impending doom. Toya stood tall, his white tailcoat fluttering in the divine wind. It's over. He swung the sword down, and the golden pillar swept across the horizon. In an instant, the blinding radiance incinerated every last remnant of the Flame Legion. The world of fire began to dissolve, the red walls of heat crumbling away. The scorched desert returned to its original state. Flecks of golden light lingered in the air, celebrating his victory. One trial down, Toya murmured, exhaling slowly to recover his stamina. If his guess was right, there were more to go before he faced Seithua's avatar. Thou hast completed the trial. Seithua's grand voice returned, echoing through the empty wasteland. Now, the final battle thou hast yearned for begins. If thou art victorious, the world shall return to its original state. If thou art defeated, thou shalt perish here. Dost thou accept this challenge? Don't do it, darling. Before Toya could answer, Nyaruko's voice cut in urgently. You can't win this fight right now. Kuko is a total cheater. She's currently in an invincibility state, and she's banned you from using the mystic eyes. Invincibility, Toya blinked. A great old one like Seithua is actually resorting to that. She's an outer deity. Why would she care about something as petty as cheating? Nyaruko sounded like she was nodding in agreement. I know, right? It's completely shameless. But Kuko doesn't care about honor. She just doesn't want you to win. Besides her invincibility, she's also using a robot summoning cheat. If you agree to this fight, she's going to fill the sky with Strike Freedom Gundams. And every single one of them will be aiming their beam cannons directly at you. Chapter 146. Kawashima Toya couldn't help but laugh. He had just finished clearing a world of fire, only for Seithua to abandon all pretense of fairness. A sky filled with Strike Freedom Gundams, and he was expected to face them alone. He didn't bother wondering why a great old one was summoning mobile suits. If Nyaruko could be a die-hard Kamen Rider fan, it wasn't a stretch for Kuko to have an obsession with mecha. Should I actually do this? Toya wondered. On one hand, he faced an entire fleet of Strike Freedoms. If he failed, he was dead. On the other hand, if he simply refused, he stayed safe while humanity merely had to endure a bit of supernatural heat for a while longer. The choice seemed obvious at first glance. If the world just had to grit its teeth through a heat wave, everyone would live. But if he fought and lost, the entire world would likely be dragged into the abyss with him. The great old one Cthua and the evil god Nyarlathotep lurking outside this reality weren't the types to negotiate with a planet. Furthermore, the Star Holy Sword was specifically effective against Cthua. It wouldn't do much against a mechanical army. Those Gundams wouldn't even let him get close to the goddess before turning the ground into a scorched crater with a saturation fire barrage. System notice. The Roots will has detected that the host is facing an extremely difficult crossroads. For the world or for the people? The Roots will is providing a complimentary salvation gift box to help the host overcome this crisis. This gift will remain with the host regardless of the choice made. Item, Salvation Gift Box. Rank, NA. Description, the Savior is trapped in a dire dilemma. Failure means the extinction of humanity and the destruction of the world, and victory seems impossible. The Roots will has gifted this box to provide a precious item that, if used correctly, will allow the Savior to overcome the odds. I accept. As the system notification chimed, Toya's last traces of hesitation vanished. His voice, calm and steady, echoed across the parched wasteland. With the Root itself backing him, there was no reason to doubt. At this moment, he could say with absolute confidence that the entire world, and even the source of all existence, was standing right beside him. Gift box opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Hyperzector. Toya let out a soft chuckle, so the world really is on my side. Nyaruko blinked in confusion. Had she heard him wrong? She had just warned him that Kuko was cheating, so why would Toya agree to a trial that was impossible to win? Nearby, the avatar of Cthua let out a soft, intrigued hum. A fascinating human. Thou choosest to flout the warnings of the dread god, Nyarlathotep. Since thou dost overrate thy puny might, I shall grant thee the demise thou cravest. The world shall descend into the abyss of timeless slumber, and thou shalt sink alongside it. Toya stood silently upon the desert sand, his gaze tranquil. Things are different now. Cthua, haven't you noticed the change? What change? Cthua and Nyaruko asked simultaneously. Outside the world's edge, the two chaotic Great Old Ones were observing. They turned their focus toward Toya, sensing a faint, strange anomaly. Toya stood still, the sun seemingly crowning him with a brilliance that made him appear like a solar deity. The greatness of the sun lies in the fact that even if it turns to dust, it still shines with radiance. And since I am the center of the world, I must save it. Beside him, Nyaruko's eyes sparkled. Darling is so cool, right now, he's even more dashing than Tendu-san. Thy folly is most mirthful. Cthua's avatar sneered. Outside the world, her true body was likewise mocking Toya's ignorance. He had thrown away a chance at survival for the sake of an impossible victory. In an instant, the sky tore open with countless rifts. One after another, Strike Freedom Gundams descended, their thrusters erupting with azure flames. The sky became crowded and dense, mirroring the earlier world of fire. Nyaruko looked up at the overwhelming force inside. Darling, why didn't you listen to me? This really is impossible. She had already foreseen the end. As an outer god, and as one who loved Toya, she wouldn't stop him, but she could only respect his choice. This was Toya's moment to shine, and she wouldn't let it be dimmed. Kebutazector, Toya called out. The mechanical beetle hummed, gripping the rider belt and flying into Toya's hand. Henshin. With a practiced, elegant motion, he transformed instantly into Kamen Rider Kabuto. Cthua's mockery only deepened. What could a single rider do against an army of Strike Freedoms? Maybe it will come. A sliver of hope rose in Nyaruko's heart. Darling said he is the center of the world. It has to come. Under the watchful eyes of Cthua and Nyaruko, Toya slowly reached his hand toward the heavens. At this moment, the world stands with me. VRRR. The mechanical drone of wings echoed as a brilliant, sun-red insect soared through time and space from an unknown era. Toya caught the Hyperzector firmly in his outstretched hand, looking at it with a steady gaze. Let's save the world and humanity together. The Hyperzector? No, this one is different, Nyaruko whispered, her voice solemn. Space-time, the true space-time that only a god should control. This is a Hyperzector that has flown here from the distant world. It isn't the one Tendu-san calls upon. It carries the forbidden power of time itself. Tgthegood saw it too. The scorching flames surrounding her flickered violently, betraying her internal shock. Hypercast off. Hyperclock up. Toya transformed into Hyperkabuto, a pair of light wings made of temporal energy forming behind his back. Now this is my stage. Toya's azure eyes swept over the thousands of Gundams in the sky. The star-holy sword in his hand pulsed with light. It's time to end this. His figure vanished instantly, entering a domain of speed that reached the velocity of light. Golden flashes of sword light flickered, and a Strike Freedom Gundam was instantly decimated. Before Tgthegood could even react, the sky erupted in a chain reaction of explosions. Within a single moment, the sky were filled with falling fire and the shattered remnants of the mechanical army. Time, Tgthegoud and Naruko muttered in unison. That's right, the world has chosen me. The next second, Toya appeared directly in front of Tgthegoud. Behind him, countless fragments of the Gundams were frozen in the air, having not yet hit the ground. Toya raised the shimmering, pristine star-holy sword high above his head. 13 restraints released, round table resolution begin. The voice of Merlin, the magus of flowers, echoed through the air. Approved. Merlin's approval caused the central jewel of the blade to ignite with a brilliant light. Following him, the voices of the knights of the round table rang out one by one. Approved. Without exception, every knight acknowledged Toya's right to unleash the true light of the sword. A golden radiance, far more divine and blinding than the one used against the giants, erupted forth. The Star-Holy Sword had finally revealed its true, unbridled power. Chapter 147. The jewels on the hilt, each representing a knight of the Round Table, flared with brilliance as the Star-Holy Sword finally unveiled its true form. This is the fight that saves the world, Kawashima Toya said, his voice steady and resolute. Excalibur. A magnificent pillar of golden light erupted toward the heavens, surging toward Tgthegoud with enough force to cleave the sky. The scorched wasteland. The earth trembled as the shock waves of the collision tore through the parched desert. Foolish, the radiant sphere of fire whispered. A terrifying surge of hellish flames erupted from Tgthegoud to meet the golden light. The clash of the holy radiance and the living flame created a stalemate that defied logic. To Toya's surprise, the inferno held its ground, completely stalling the full power of the Star-Holy Sword. Something is wrong. Toya activated his mystic eyes of death perception. A flicker of power from Tgthegoud's true cosmic form became visible, shielding the avatar. No wonder Naruko said she was cheating. I can't break through that divine protection with raw power alone. He knew that once this strike faded, he would be left in a state of total exhaustion. Even with the power of Hyperkabuto, he couldn't compete with a great old one in a war of attrition. Tgthegoud sensed the golden radiance beginning to flicker and prepared to counter. O deluded savior, thou shalt pay the forfeit of thy choice with thy very life. The brilliant orb began to dim, revealing a surface that bubbled with solar flares. The outer shell cracked, and from within emerged a mass of flame-like flesh topped with 7 horns, radiating a heat that made the previous temperature seem mild. Waves of heavy, crushing fire lunged at Toya, threatening to swallow him. I still have one chance. Toya gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes locked on the deity. The world and the root are on my side. Even the sun itself supports me. How could I possibly lose? He slowly lowered the glowing blade and let out a soft chuckle. So you're using cheats, huh? Fine, Tgthegoud, let's settle this in the past. He pressed the trigger on the device at his waist. Hyperclock up. The temporal wings on his back flared with a blinding brilliance. The ripples of spacetime grew stronger, glowing with a divine solar radiance. In an instant, Toya vanished, stepping back into the past. Kuko waited in the present, staring at the spot where Toya had disappeared. She began a quiet countdown. 3, 2, 1. Nearby, Naruko was visibly anxious. Darling, you can do it. As the 3 seconds concluded, Toya reappeared in his Hyperkabuto form. Cracked. A sound like breaking glass echoed through the air as the sliver of divine power. The protection that should have been eternal began to dissolve into dark light. What? Sithua gasped. Memory after memory suddenly flooded her mind. The images were monotonous, enough to drive a normal person to despair. It was a single, repeating loop. Toya, using hyper-clock-up to travel to the past, swinging the star-holy sword over and over. Once, twice. 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times. Toya had lost count of how many times he had unleashed the sword's true name. Each time, the divine protection had blocked him. But his resolve never wavered. He simply stayed in the past, striking the exact same point across history. Through that sheer, infinite repetition, the shard of divine power was finally ground down into nothingness. Returning to the present, Toya stood with the star-holy sword in hand. His voice was calm, almost conversational. Are you ready to admit defeat? His voice was quiet, but to Sithua, it was more imposing than the light of the sword itself. I lose, Sithua whispered. Even her true body beyond the stars acknowledged the defeat. Good, Toya nodded. Don't do that again. Cheating makes for a boring trial. He felt the support of the world fading. Traveling through time and unleashing Excalibur so many times had been a massive gamble. If he hadn't received permission from the root, the sun, and the world itself, he would have been erased by the weight of causality. Toya deactivated his transformation, revealing his usual self. He looked down at the hyperzector in his hand. It's time for you to go back. The mechanical beetle chirped at him, before vanishing into a rift in time. A shame it was only a one-time use, Toya thought. The oppressive heat vanished instantly. A cool, refreshing breeze returned to the world, and across the globe, people cheered as the nightmare finally ended. I'm heading back, Toya said, glancing at the two goddesses. You two can finish your chat. He disappeared from the wasteland in a flash. The heavens. High above, the principal watched the scene with a smile. Impressive, he actually managed to beat Sithua. He stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Now, I suppose it's my turn to step onto the stage. What excuse should I use? Ah, I have it. A mortal has overstepped the boundary between man and God. I'll call it divine retribution for his insolence. Chapter 148. Angels, seek out the blasphemer. Take his life as an offering and pray for my grace. A shimmering golden bounty manifested across the heavens. In the Angel Academy, a girl clad in a black and white dress and trousers stared at the decree. She silently memorized Kawashima Toya's face. Despite being an angel with beauty that surpassed any mortal, she seemed to carry a permanent shadow of misfortune. Lord, Pecola shall bring you the life of this sinner, and beg for your forgiveness. Beyond the veil of the world, Sithua and Nyarlathotep remained in a long, stunned silence. They were still processing how Toya had secured the backing of the world, the sun, and the root itself to rewrite history so recklessly. Even for them, such a feat was madness. No sane deity would dare violate the laws of the root just to experience its power. Do you remember that person? The true madman. Toya dragged his exhausted body back to his room. He didn't have the energy to answer any questions before collapsing onto the tatami mats. Traversing time countless times, even just to repeat a single noble phantasm, had taken a massive toll on his mind. He didn't even know how many times he had unleashed that light. 1,000,000, perhaps even more. Toya-kun looks completely spent. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked at Kasugano Sora and shook her head gently. Let's not disturb him, we should head out quietly. They knew he had pushed himself to the limit. Otherwise, the inexplicable heat wave that had gripped the world wouldn't have vanished so suddenly. System notice, World Commission completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100,000 origin points. Mystery reward, 30 days of training in Avalon. A dreamlike ocean of flowers stretched as far as the eye could see. Soft, gentle sunlight bathed Toya's body, illuminating his tall, lean frame. He looked like a sleeping prince, waiting for a princess to wake him. A whimsical figure appeared amidst the blossoms. Hee, wake up, little King Arthur. The sun's already high in the sky. Toya, his mind still foggy from mental exhaustion, heard the soft, feminine voice calling out to him. Who's calling me now? I'm so tired, I just want to rest. Don't stay asleep, or I'll have to use an embarrassing method to wake you up, the girl said, her voice carrying a playful, almost flirtatious shyness. That sounded like a threat. His survival instincts flared, overriding his exhaustion. Toya snapped awake and stood up, his gaze cold and sharp as he scanned his surroundings. Standing before him was a girl with soft, white hair and a slender, graceful figure. She wore a pristine white robe and stood with her hands behind her back. Her voice was sweet and full of innocent mischief. Welcome to Avalon. As expected, I'll be your mentor for the next 30 days. I am the world's most beautiful and adorable magus of flowers, Murray. White hair, a delicately beautiful face, a white robe, and black tights. Then there was that forced, sugary tone of voice. Toya stared at her, his expression turning grim. I remember you now. You're that internet scammer, aren't you? You want to give me a social death, you white-haired catfish Merlin. The moment he saw this girl, an uneasy feeling had washed over him. As his memories cleared, the pieces clicked into place. He remembered the story of a certain doctor who had lost himself to the sweet words of an online idol, only to discover his beloved was actually a male incubus with no human emotions. I don't know why you're here, Toya sneered, the star holy sword manifesting in his hand. But someone once told me that if I ever meet a white-haired catfish, I shouldn't hesitate to cut them down. You look exactly like a scammer I know. Die. When dealing with a creature like Merlin, the rule was simple. Don't believe a word they say. If you listened even for a second, you'd end up sold out. As for 30 days of training, forget it, Toya said coldly. I'll train on my own. He lunged at the girl. I'm not a scammer. I'm Murray, not that Merlin guy you're talking about. Murray protested loudly, yet she skillfully drew a holy sword of her own from her staff to parry the blow. Although her version of the sword shared the same name, it couldn't compare to Toya's weapon. Toya's blade was a golden edge forged to slay threats to the planet. Against an evil or chaotic enemy, it was peerless. While it was currently under restraint, it was still more than a match for her imitation. That's a very practiced draw. Toya might have believed she was a different entity for a moment, but that combat stance erased all doubt. The serene, flower-scented island, a place that should have been a perfect dream, was shattered by the sound of clashing steel. Petals were torn from their stems as the two blurred across the landscape. Half an hour later, Toya took a deep breath, his sword hand trembling slightly. Damn it, I still haven't fully recovered. The battle against Cthulhu had drained him too much, and he had jumped into another fight before his stamina could return. Even with his iron will, his body was reaching its limit. Oh, out of breath already? Murray asked lazily, resting her sword on her shoulder and tilting her head cutely. Can you keep going? A moment ago, you seemed quite determined to kill me. Hearing that punchable, smug tone, Toya forced his breathing to steady. I might be exhausted, but killing a Merlin is the kind of satisfaction I can't pass up. He charged again. Mary looked like she wanted to cry. I really walked into that one. Why did I have to open my mouth? Why do you hate Merlin so much anyway? Hate him if you want, but please look at me. I'm the magus of flowers, Murray. Despite his heavy limbs and the feeling of a mountain pressing down on his shoulders, Toya's combat prowess remained staggering. He fought with a ferocity that matched his peak condition. Keep talking. Every strike was heavy. Their blades met, kicking up dirt and shredded flowers. Toya ignored her protests entirely, focused solely on ending the white-haired girl. Stop struggling and let me cut you down, Toya growled. Murray kept her distance, shouting back in frustration. I'm Murray, stop hitting me. Can't you just stop for a second? Your body is so tired you can barely stand, yet you're still pushing. Do you want me to use my flower magecraft to put you to sleep? It won't work, Toya swung again, his voice flat. Who cares if I'm tired? Battle doesn't care about my condition. And as for your magecraft, try it. See if you can actually shake my mind. His mental fortitude was beyond calculation, bolstered by his noble phantasm and his recent triumph over two great old ones. Chapter 149. Kawashima Toya swung his blade at Murray. She made no move to block. Instead, her body dissolved into a flurry of petals. The new King Arthur is quite the hothead, Murray's playful voice rang out. I suppose I should show you what a magus of flowers can really do. In an instant, the sky was blanketed by swirling petals, a scene of surreal beauty that would have entranced anyone else. A thick, sweet fragrance filled the air, carrying a subtle suggestion. You're tired. It's time to sleep. It won't work, Toya said flatly. Just stand still and let me hit you. With his iron will and mastery of martial arts, he wasn't about to be swayed by a simple illusion. No way, Murray pouted. Why are you so stubborn? Can't we just talk this out? If you promise to stop trying to cut me, I could even conjure an illusion of Artoria for you. She really is a piece of work. If Artoria were here, she'd hack you to pieces for even suggesting that. Toya scanned the area, searching for where this white-haired scammer was hiding. He didn't activate his mystic eyes of death perception yet, but his instincts told him she wasn't on the ground or in the sky. The tower, Merlin is always cooped up in that tower. Excalibur. Without hesitation, Toya unleashed the blade's true name. He aimed the golden pillar of light directly at the tower, standing in the center of the island. The divine radiance surged forward with unstoppable force, slamming into the structure. Boom! Hey, stop that. Inside the tower, Murray scrambled to cast a defensive barrier. The collision between the holy light and the shield was violent, sending shockwaves through the landscape. In the end, Murray's defense held firm, but only just. Toya felt a surge of frustration. Not enough power. If I were at full strength, that would have finished it. His body had finally reached its absolute limit. That final release of the Star Holy Sword had drained the last of his stamina. Toya slumped to the ground, focusing on his breathing. I can't believe I'm actually in Avalon. The legendary land that countless heroes dreamed of reaching, and he had simply arrived here after a nap. If Morgan Le Fay ever found out, she'd likely lose her mind. Honestly, you have no manners at all, Murray grumbled as she approached him. You nearly leveled the place. Do you have any idea how much extra work this is for me? Murray's graceful figure manifested nearby. She raised her ornate staff, which pulsed with soft light. Return to how you were. A gentle wave of energy radiated from the staff. In the blink of any eye, the scorched earth and shattered flowers were restored. Within seconds, Avalon was once again a paradise of blooming blossoms and fragrant air. Toya sat on the grass, eyeing her with deep suspicion. Are you a male nightmare or a female one? What do you mean, female nightmare? Murray replied huffily. I am a half-incubus. Please don't use such confusing terms. You make me sound like a monster. Are you sure you aren't just Merlin? Toya scrutinized her, checking if the catfish, Merlin, was just using a girl's skin to mess with him. He even flickered his mystic eyes of death perception to look for a disguise. One had to be careful with Merlin. Falling for his tricks meant becoming a laughingstock for centuries. As he peered through reality, Toya was surprised to find that she was the real deal. This wasn't a disguise, she truly was Murray. Oh ho, a rarity, an actual female version of Merlin. Still, I should stay on guard. They probably share the same twisted personality. Confirming she wasn't a man in a dress, Toya felt a strange sense of relief. Having Murray as a mentor was a win, regardless of whether he learned anything. Keep your inner thoughts to yourself, Murray said, her face darkening. I'm not that bad. I'll have you know I'm a perfectly adorable maiden. Toya offered a small, tired smile. I'll be in your care then, Mentor Murray. But before we start, I need to sleep. As the words left his lips, he tipped over and fell fast asleep. Murray stared at him, her teeth gritting in annoyance. He beats me up, calls me names, and then has the nerve to fall asleep right in front of me. I should definitely find a way to pay him back for this. Despite her words, she made no move to harm him. Instead, she gently moved his head onto her lap. Rest well, my king. You've worked hard. I will be by your side, no matter where your path leads, be it the highest heavens or the deepest abyss. The sun shone gently over the island, casting a warm glow over the flowers. The sight of the girl cradling the youth was like a masterpiece come to life. When Toya finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Murray's smiling face. Merlin. The reflex was so strong he almost reached for his sword. He only stopped when he remembered his mentor was Murray. "So mean, you're mistaking me for him again," Murray puffed out her cheeks. "I'm the good one, I promise." "Thanks," Toya said, sitting up, "and thanks for the magic, Murray." He could feel that his exhaustion had vanished. There was no way he could have recovered this quickly without her intervention. Normally, it would have taken days. "Think nothing of it," Murray said, her smile turning soft and professional. "My king, let us begin your training. You've already faced the trials of Nyaruko and Sithua in the city of ruin and the world of fire. For most, that would be enough combat experience for a lifetime. But for you, it isn't nearly enough. I will teach you how to truly fight. First, put that star-holy sword away. Your enemies won't always be evil after all." Murray glanced at the legendary blade with a look of feigned disgust. Typical Murray. She really does have the same personality as the Merlin from the other timeline. Chapter 150. Toya let out a dry laugh as he caught the sword Murray tossed to him, the sword of promised victory, Excalibur. While its true name Release functioned similarly to the Star-Holy Sword, it lacked the specialized power required to hunt the ultimate evils of the planet. Toya tested the weight of the ornate, elegant blade and gave an approving nod. "Not bad at all." "If you like it, then let the training begin," Murray said, her smile sweet yet somehow mischievous. "To prepare a proper curriculum, I've specially selected heroes from across history. They're only shadows, but their combat techniques are the real deal." Tab. The tip of Murray's staff struck the ground, and a barrier instantly enveloped Toya. The world shifted, and the two found themselves in the center of an ancient coliseum, where a dark silhouette holding a long spear stood waiting in the distance. Toya studied the shadow's stance and spoke quietly. "Murray is my opponent Kuchulain." Though the shadow's face was obscured, Toya had been trained by the queen of the land of shadows, Skathach. He recognized the spear techniques of his ancient senior immediately. "Exactly," Murray replied. "Good luck, my king." Kuchulain is just a warm-up. The true monsters come later. As time passed, the battles grew increasingly perilous. Just as the combat was about to enter its next phase, Toya's figure flickered and vanished from the space. Murray didn't look surprised, she merely let out a soft laugh. "It isn't time for me to head out yet, I'll wait a little longer." Toya was gone, but the magic didn't dissipate. A spearman covered in jagged spikes and wreathed in a terrifying black aura let out a guttering roar and charged at her. "Begone!" Murray's expression went flat as she drew a sword and swung it downward. The heavy, terrifying strike obliterated the spearman instantly, leaving him no chance to defend himself. If Toya had seen this, he would have been stunned. This was a side of the playful Murray he had never witnessed during their sparring sessions. Trash Fox Detective Agency. Toya opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling of his room. "I'm back." As he moved to sit up, his hand brushed against a cold hilt. "Excalibur." Toya stared at the sword with a look of disbelief. "She actually let me keep it. Murray is just handing out noble phantasms now." Item, Excalibur Sword of Promised Victory. Rank A++. Description, a divine construct forged by the planet itself. A holy sword standing at the pinnacle of all sacred blades. Well, I won't say no to a gift. Toya took the sword into the main hall and placed it inside the display case. Kasumigaoka Utaha, currently busy with her manuscript, looked up and saw him with yet another legendary blade. "Toya-kun, we're running out of room. You're going to need a bigger display soon." "True," Toya said, rubbing his chin. "I should probably go buy a few more." He had collected quite the haul recently. The agency's hall was starting to look more like a museum than an office. "Brother's collection is amazing," Sora added, looking up from her game with admiration. "These are all genuine supernatural artifacts, aren't they?" Toya let out a weary sigh. "I didn't exactly ask for them, they just keep piling up. Maybe I should consider acquiring the king's treasure skill later." That would certainly solve his storage problems, but he decided to put the thought aside for now. He had more pressing matters, specifically the arrival of the heretic god, Kundi. Toya glanced at the timer in his system menu. According to the World Commission, there were only 3 days left. Despite the gravity of facing a deity, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. When a god abandons their myth and descends into the mortal realm, they become a heretic god. If a mortal can slay such a being, they ascend to the rank of Campione, a god-slayer. A god-slayer gains eternal life and terrifying authorities. For them, leveling a city is as simple as breathing. I wonder if anyone else in this world is capable of such a feat, Toya mused. He was ready to do the deed himself, but he was curious if any other protagonists would step up. Just then, a young man, pale with terror, rushed into the agency. "Excuse me, is this the place that handles supernatural cases?" Toya stood up. "Yes, what's the problem?" "A coffin from a foreign country washed up on the beach nearby. It's leaking this horrible black gas." The youth, seemingly in his early 20s, trembled as he spoke. "Not only is it spraying that gas everywhere, but the whole thing is shaking. Whatever is inside is trying to get out. We used some dog's blood and sticky rice we saw in old movies to try and suppress it, but it isn't going to hold. Please, you have to do something." "A kayonshi, huh? I guess there won't be a fee for this one if the local kids are the ones asking." Toya sighed but nodded. "Fine, I'll handle it." Toya grabbed Excalibur and headed out toward the coast. The young man who had asked for help didn't stick around. He was already fleeing the area. By the time Toya stepped outside, the sun was already beginning to set. He had slept through most of the day, leaving only about 30 minutes of twilight before night truly fell. As he made his way toward the beach, he saw a constant stream of cars driving in the opposite direction. The locals have quite the survival instinct, Toya noted with some surprise. Even before the threat was confirmed, they were already packed up and moving out. It seemed the people of Japan weren't taking any chances with the supernatural. The further he walked toward the shore, the more panicked the crowds became. People were sprinting as if they were afraid the zombie would catch them if they slowed down. "I'd better hurry." Toya picked up the pace, wanting to finish this before the situation spiraled out of control. When he finally reached the shoreline, he was met with a sight that made him stop in his tracks. A literal mountain of white sticky rice sat on the sand, burying a large, ornate coffin beneath it. It looked like a massive mound of snow had been dumped on top of a grave. The world really has changed. Back in the old movies, no one would have used this much rice. Toya shook his head and laughed. With this much rice pinning it down, do they even need a professional? At this rate, the weight alone would keep the creature buried for months. Toya walked closer, inspecting the perimeter. Ink lines, dog's blood, peach wood swords. He whistled in appreciation. The setup was surprisingly thorough. Every classic anti-undead tool from where the kayonshi come from was present and accounted for. The poor creature inside didn't even have a chance to break out before it was bombarded with every trope in the book. Chapter 151. The sky gradually darkened until night fully descended. Kawashima Toya sat nearby, watching the coffin with a look of genuine curiosity. "I wonder if it'll actually break out." He hadn't made a move yet, because he wanted to see if a kayonshi at the peak of its nocturnal power could overcome the obstacles. It was currently buried under a small mountain of sticky rice, and the coffin itself was covered in intricate patterns of ink markings. He noticed an abundance of dog's blood, peach wood swords, and various other traditional charms. If it manages to jump out, then it's my turn. Toya glanced at Excalibur resting beside him. He was perfectly content to play the role of the one who delivered the final blow. As night took hold, the beach became eerily silent. Aside from the occasional cry of a passing seabird, there wasn't a sound to be heard. Usually, on a sweltering summer night, the shore would be teeming with people looking for a cool breeze. Thump! Just as Toya was beginning to doze off, a sudden noise erupted from the coffin. It sounded like something heavy was slamming against the lid from the inside. Suddenly, the ink lines stretched across the wood, flared with a brilliant, holy golden light, slamming the struggling creature back down into its prison. Oh, Toya's eyes widened. Actual ink markings, and century-old ones at that. He was impressed that such a relic existed here. While it was trivial to him, in a world where malevolent spirits were becoming more common, such a tool was a godsend for ordinary people. It was a high-quality item, likely used for over 100 years without losing its potency. Just as Toya began to lose interest, thinking the struggle was over, the creature inside seemed to gain a burst of violent energy. The century-old ink lines began to fray under the pressure, looking as if they were about to snap at any moment. "Go for it, I'm rooting for you," Toya muttered with a hint of anticipation, waiting for the lid to fly. The Kaiunshi seemed to take the encouragement to heart. Its struggles grew even more frantic. Suddenly, as the lid creaked open just a fraction of an inch, a massive amount of sticky rice poured into the gap. Crackle pop. A series of rapid, muffled explosions echoed from within the coffin as the rice reacted with the creature's energy. The frantic movement slowed, eventually fading into silence. "I guess I shouldn't have expected too much." Toya picked up Excalibur and walked toward the coffin, preparing to put the poor thing out of its misery. Is someone out there? Please help me. I'm stuck in here and I can't get out." A weak, fragile female voice drifted from inside the coffin. It sounded like a refined, gentle young girl. If the voice hadn't been coming from a burial crate, it would have been quite charming. Toya stopped in his tracks, his expression turning thoughtful. "A talking Kaiunshi, and a girl, this might be more complicated than I thought. In the old movies from a certain distant country, these creatures were almost always male. Female ones were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, a low-level undead certainly wouldn't be capable of human speech. A Kaiunshi that can talk." Toya instinctively took a step back, wary that he might be dealing with something from ancient myths. He was strong, but the entities described in those legends were beyond the mortal realm. They were essentially immortals. In those stories, a high-ranking immortal was only half a step away from being a deity. Toya gripped Excalibur with both hands. Maybe I should just unleash a noble phantasm and be done with it. The creature inside seemed to sense the killing intent and cried out in a panic. "Wait, I'm a good Kaiunshi. I won't hurt anyone. Please, no more sticky rice, or dog's blood, or ink lines." The voice grew even weaker. "Please, no more rice." Maybe I should give her a chance. Toya suddenly remembered that in a certain story, Jashin-chan had a Kaiunshi friend, a girl, if he recalled correctly. Mystic eyes of death perception. Toya's eyes sharpened as he peered through the coffin, quickly assessing the situation. It was exactly as he suspected. A teenage girl was lying inside. She was in rough shape, likely because the sticky rice that had poured in earlier had caused her a great deal of pain. "Let's see who you are." Toya walked up and gave the coffin lid a firm kick, sending it flying. As the lid disappeared, more sticky rice tumbled in, landing on the girl and triggering a few more small pops. "Ow!" The girl let out a pained whimper and struggled to sit up. "Can you talk?" Toya asked calmly. Before him sat a girl who looked to be around 16 or 17. She had long, blue-purple hair tied into two cute buns. Her skin was fair and delicate, showing none of the rot one would expect from the undead. She looked like an ordinary human girl. It was only when she opened her mouth slightly that two small fangs became visible, confirming her identity. Every movement she made was clumsy and strangely endearing. She wore traditional clothing from a distant era, and there was even a panda decoration on her chest. Toya felt a flash of recognition. "I almost accidentally killed a harmless Kaiunshi from the distant land." If an undead was a threat to people, he'd kill it without a second thought. But if it was harmless, there was no reason to be cruel. "Rower." The girl let out a strange cry, twisting her face into what she clearly thought was a terrifying expression. She held up her hands like claws and lunged toward Toya. "I'm going to eat you." Toya could tell she was joking. She didn't possess a shred of the murderous aura typical of her kind. "Enough of that, tell me what happened." "What do you plan to do now?" Toya asked. "This isn't your hometown." "So cold." The girl, Kayon, pulled back her scary pose and looked at him with a dejected expression. "I don't want to go back to my old home. I originally wanted to stay in home and do good deeds to earn enough merit to become human again, but something went wrong. My coffin got washed out to sea and ended up here." As she spoke, Kayon grew more upset, her eyes welling up with tears as she recounted her tragic journey. Well, whose fault is it for leaking black gas? Toya teased. Do you have any idea how many people you scared? They brought out century-old ink lines and tons of sticky rice just for you. If you had waited until sunset, they probably would have buried you in a block of cement. Eek, Kaion's small frame shuddered with fear. That's terrifying. Thank you for saving me, kind big brother. Don't call me that. I'm not sure I can handle the responsibility, Toya replied, half amused. A Kaionshi took at least a century to form naturally, and powerful ones ignored the passage of time altogether. There was no way he was going to be a big brother to a creature that was probably older than his entire family tree. Oh, Kaion hung her head in disappointment. Then, what should I do? I still want to be human again. Then come with me. Toya thought about it for a moment and decided to take her in. Sending her back home was too much trouble, and she could stay at the agency just as easily. As for doing good deeds, helping him with commissions was a perfectly valid way to assist others. Chapter 152. How many years of good deeds will it take to become human? Kawashima Toya couldn't imagine how long Kaion would have to struggle in the mortal world to achieve her wish. While he didn't know the exact amount of merit required, it was surely a staggering sum. Please wait a moment, I need to bring my coffin. Just as Toya was about to speak, the small girl, barely 5 feet tall, hoisted the massive coffin onto her shoulder with one hand. The visual was completely absurd. Kaion looked at him with innocent, wide eyes. Is it not allowed? It's fine, Toya replied after a brief silence, nodding. Being a Kaionshi certainly has its perks. She can carry hundreds of pounds like it's nothing. Due to the monster rumors, the streets were almost entirely deserted. Even the occasional pedestrian fled the moment they saw the duo approaching. A little girl hauling a coffin was a suspicious sight, no matter how you looked at it. Kawashima-san, why is everyone running away? Kaion asked, looking troubled. Are we really that scary? Leave me out of it, Toya said gently. You're the only scary one here. You're an undead, and you're carrying a literal coffin. If I were a normal person, I'd stay far away from you too. The young man from earlier was a perfect example. If the train had arrived any sooner, he probably would have hoisted the whole carriage onto his back and sprinted away. Kaion looked stunned. Am I really that frightening? But I need to do good deeds. If everyone is afraid of me, how will I manage? Don't worry, normally no one would realize you're a Kaionshi, Toya said with a smile. As long as you aren't carrying that coffin, people will just think you're an ordinary child. That's a relief, she let out a sigh of pure joy. I was worried my plan was over before it started. Toya glanced at her. Let's move, we need to get out of here. If someone figures out your identity, you'll be taken away for dissection. He led her into a quiet, deserted alleyway. Just as they vanished into the shadows, a police car with flashing lights drove past. These were the officers sent to investigate the sightings, but Toya had already moved the evidence. Trash Fox Detective Agency. The main hall was bustling, waves of steam hitting Toya the moment he entered. Oniai-chan, come have some food. Utaha-senpai and Yurin-san prepared some amazing ingredients. Kasugano Sora greeted him with a bright smile. Her smile faltered instantly when she saw the girl and the coffin standing beside him. Kasumigaoka Utaha looked surprised. A coffin? Hanazono Yurin narrowed her eyes. Kawashima, that girl isn't human, is she? Yeah, she's our new resident, Toya said calmly. I was handling a job at the beach and found her inside that coffin. She's sentient and harmless, so I decided to bring her back. Kaion set down the ornate coffin, stepped into the light, and bowed politely. I am Kaion, a Kaionshi from a demon world in a foreign country. Please take care of me. A zombie, Jashin-chan scoffed, wearing a characteristic scum-snake grin. What a piece of trash. You dare stand before the great Jashin-chan. Go find a doghouse by the door. That's your home from now on. Toya looked at the trembling, clearly irritated Kaion. Do as you like, Kaion. Just try not to disturb the others. Jashin-chan was a bully who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. She never showed respect to other monsters. After all, she was a high-ranking demon from the abyss. Toya's policy was simple. Let her learn the hard way. Thank you very much, Kyon said with excitement. I won't let it bother anyone, Kawashima-san. Jashin-chan rolled her eyes. A low-level corpse thinks she's someone special. Who gave you that confidence? I'll deal with you before we eat. Jashin-chan cracked her knuckles and slithered toward her with an arrogant smirk. Toya sat at the table and took the cold cola Sora handed him. That snake is about to have a bad time. Jashin-chan was strong, but her performance depended entirely on the opponent. She could fight angels, but against almost any other race, she was a professional at losing. Is this just going to be another daily beating for her? Hanazono Yurin asked indifferently. Jashin-chan ignored her, tail twitching with mock intimidation. Think a low-rank zombie can take on Jashin-chan. Yurin went back to ignoring her. You're a nasty one, Kyon said, her face flushing with anger. I'll make you regret this. Before she could finish, Kyon lunged at the snake demon. She wanted to teach this arrogant creature a lesson. So weak, Jashin-chan kept her hands behind her back, acting like a lonely master. You're too slow. I'll show you the power of a top-tier demon. In the distance, Toya chuckled. The invincible Jashin-chan is finished. As if to prove him right, Kyon's speed surged. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the stunned Jashin-chan. Kyon opened her mouth and bit down on the demon's neck. Oh no, the thought barely crossed Jashin-chan's mind before her body stiffened. She was instantly transformed into a hopping Kyonshi from an old movie. The arrogant Jashin-chan now had her arms locked straight out, forced to hop awkwardly on the tip of her tail. The sight made Toya burst out laughing. That is just pathetic. When will she learn that appearance doesn't determine danger? Jashin-chan, Sora sighed. Toya ignored the defeated snake and turned to the newcomer. Kyon, do you eat human food? If so, come join us. I can eat, Kyon said with a sweet smile. Thank you so much. Toya had only just started eating when he felt someone repeatedly bumping into him. He looked over to see Jashin-chan, still stiff as a board, trying to push against him. Don't worry, it's not permanent, Toya teased. Kyon has good control over her abilities. You'll be back to normal in about half an hour. Jashin-chan could only make muffled whimpering sounds. I want to eat too. Will there be anything left in 30 minutes? Chapter 153. The arrival of Kyon, a Kyonshi from the foreign demon world, made the agency considerably more lively. Kawashima Toya watched with a mix of fascination and mild concern as she demonstrated her unique abilities. I have to admit, being able to dismantle yourself like a model kit and put it back together is impressive. I'm starving. Suddenly, a mournful wail, sounding like a vengeful spirit, echoed through the room. Toya looked toward the source of the cry with a teasing glint in his eyes. Jashin-chan, you're the one who decided to provoke her. Losing the fight is one thing, but you ended up spending the afternoon as a stiff corpse. Can you really blame us for not saving any food? Watching the scum snake in such a pathetic state brought a wave of quiet satisfaction to his heart. Truly, a world where Jashin-chan suffered was a world at peace. Nearby, Medusa looked at her friend with pity and held out a small plate. I still have a steamed bun left. Do you want it, Jashin-chan? A bun? Jashin-chan snatched the bun from Medusa's hand and began devouring it greedily. Once she finished it in a few bites, she immediately began complaining with a look of disdain. Medusa, remember to leave some meat next time. A dry bun isn't enough to fill me up. Medusa offered a faint, apologetic smile. I'll try to save some meat for you next time. She really is better off as a Kyonshi, Toya thought, his last shred of sympathy vanishing. One should never feel pity for Jashin-chan, she simply didn't deserve it. Could you help me out? While Toya was considering how to give the ungrateful snake a proper lesson for her attitude toward Medusa, Kyon's voice drifted up from near his feet. Toya looked down in confusion, only to see her head resting quietly on the floor. The disembodied head of Kyon looked up at him with a sweet, gentle smile. Kawashima-san, could you pick my head up and put it back on, please? Even with Toya's high tolerance for the supernatural, he almost couldn't resist the urge to punt the head across the room. Kyon, could you please stop playing this game? It's really pushing the limits of my sanity. Fighting back his internal discomfort, Toya carefully picked up the head and walked toward the rest of her body, which lay scattered across the hall. Kion stared up at him with an innocent grin. But isn't this fun? Everyone loves this game, Kawashima-san. Toya cast a skeptical glance around the room. Aside from Jashin-chan and Medusa, the area was empty. Does everyone really love it? Because it feels like everyone else has vanished. Kasugano Sora, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and even the horror-loving Hanazono Yurin had all retreated into the inner rooms. Tohru remained, diligently performing her maid duties, seemingly unfazed by the sight of a disassembled girl. It seems no one likes it after all. Kion noted, looking troubled. Okay, I won't play this game anymore. Kawashima-san, could you help me put myself back together? Toya sighed, looking at the various limbs on the floor. I've already started, so I might as well see this through. Though I'm getting a chill down my spine for no reason. He gathered the parts like a macabre jigsaw puzzle, meticulously reassembling her, while Sora and the others watched from a safe distance. As he finally set the head back onto her neck, the charming Kionshi girl sprang back to life. Kion stretched her limbs and bowed politely. Thank you very much, Kawashima-san. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known how to get everything back in the right place. Just don't do that again. You'll give people a heart attack, Toya said, letting out a weary sigh. Truthfully, he hadn't enjoyed the process. There was a lingering horror to handling what appeared to be human remains, even if they were sentient. It wasn't about courage, it was simple revulsion. Once he had her word that she'd stop, Toya spoke gently. Kion, grab your coffin, I'll show you to your room. Is that really okay? It feels like a waste, she said hesitantly. I can sleep anywhere, really. I'm just a Kionshi. It's not like anyone is going to try and steal a corpse. Toya looked at the luxurious, ornate coffin and shook his head. Not necessarily. Never underestimate the greed of humans. The coffin carried an aura of history, clearly not something made in the modern era. The rare wood and exquisite craftsmanship made its value far beyond what most could imagine. I'm sorry for being a bother, Kion said, bowing again. She seemed to think her presence was an inconvenience. Don't apologize. It's no trouble at all. Toya waved his hand dismissively and signaled for her to follow. I should probably put her next to my room. Toya decided it was best to keep her nearby. Kion was easy to get along with, but a coffin, a symbol of death, tended to make people uncomfortable. He didn't mind it, but he wasn't sure if Sora or Utaha could handle seeing it in the hallway every night. Kion looked around the clean, tidy room, her eyes sparkling with joy. What a lovely room. I'm glad you like it. This will be yours from now on, Toya said with a smile. If there's anything you need to decorate or change, just let me know. I'll take care of it. How could I ask for more? Kion waved her hands frantically. You've already provided a place to stay, Kawashima-san. That's a huge help. I don't even know how to repay your kindness for keeping me off the streets. I couldn't possibly make more demands. Don't mention it. Toya stepped back, giving her space. I'll leave you to get settled. Arrange things however you like. I'll be going now. Kion watched Toya's retreating figure, her voice full of gratitude as she whispered to herself. He was willing to help even a Kionshi he just met, and even gave me a home. Kawashima-san really is a good person. Toya's sharp ears caught her mumble, and he smiled to himself. You're the only one who gets this treatment. Any other Kionshi would have been exorcised on the spot. In the world, Kionshi with actual intelligence were rare. Rarer still was someone like Kion, who had never taken a life and possessed a pure aura without a trace of malice. In the words of mystery, Kion is a spiritual entity born of the world with accumulated good karma. Killing her would bring divine retribution. If she had carried even a hint of bloodlust, Toya would have chosen the physical method of delivering her to the afterlife to prevent her from harming anyone. As night deepened, the agency, which should have been quiet, was anything but. The starving Jashin-chan was letting out pathetic wails of hunger, keeping Toya from falling asleep. So noisy. Toya walked out of his room with a dark expression, only to bump into an equally irritated Hanazono Yurin. Seeing Toya, the coldness on Yurin's face softened slightly. Kawashima, I'm going to find Jashin-chan. Do you want to come along? No, you can handle it, Toya chuckled. I think I'll sit this one out. Chapter 154. Judging by Hanazono Yurin's cold expression, she was in an exceptionally foul mood. A brutal punishment was undoubtedly imminent. Toya decided it was best to stay out of it. Just as he turned to return to his room, a sharp, wretched scream echoed behind him. Jashin-chan is finished, Toya thought, shaking his head as he headed inside to rest. He didn't need to see the scene to know the outcome. Yuri never held back when it came to Jashin-chan, following a single rule. If the snake demon didn't listen, you beat her until she did. It was a teaching method Toya found himself in complete agreement with. Inside Jashin-chan's room, a slow trickle of blood began to seep through the floorboards. A few moments later, Yuri walked out, her face a mask of cold indifference. Jashin-chan remained on the floor, unconscious and still biting a section of her own tail. If Toya had witnessed the details, even his composure might have been shaken. Yurin's methods were far more ruthless than he had estimated. As night fell, the household drifted into a quiet sleep. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and Toya opened his eyes to see Murray's playful face looking down at him. Is it time already? He murmured. Indeed, my king, Murray replied with a smile. Normally, I only allow one session a day. However, because you pushed yourself to the point of collapse, you entered a restorative sleep. Since the nocturnal cycle has begun, here you are. I meant to ask, why do you keep calling me King Arthur? Toya asked. It was a question he had been holding back for lack of opportunity. Murray's expression shifted into a casual, somewhat evasive smile. King Arthur is simply King Arthur. It functions more like a title. There's no need to overthink it, just accept it as fact for now. I'll give you a proper explanation when the time is right. She cut off his further questioning with a soft hum. A king should maintain an air of mystery, after all. The reveal is always better when the audience is at the edge of their seats. Now let's begin. Fine, Toya replied, standing up. He didn't push the issue. Murray and Merlin were cut from the same cloth, professional enigmas. If they didn't intend to give an answer, no amount of logic would pry it from them. The empty Colosseum materialized around them once more, and a familiar shadow appeared. It was Ku Chulain, but manifesting in a far more feral and violent form. This version was a cold, efficient killing machine that obeyed its master's orders without question. The Mad King, then. Toya's expression grew serious as he initiated the charge. A savage, chilling pressure filled the arena as Ku Chulain Alter met him head-on. The clash of their weapons created a storm of sparks and heavy tremors. In the blink of an eye, they had traded nearly 100 blows. Toya felt the strain of parrying the Mad King's direct and overwhelming power. The gap in our raw strength is still there, he realized. While he was skilled in many combat techniques, they were mostly refined against weaker opponents. In the city of ruin, the danger was environmental and pervasive, but it lacked the crushing singular focus of a master spearman. As the fight progressed, Toya began to adapt to a new rhythm. He wasn't fighting as he had in the world of fire or the ruins. He was refining a style meant to counter a singular, high-level entity. Murray sat atop the Colosseum's wall, watching the duel with a relaxed air. The king's progress is impressive. He's already matching Ku Chulain Alter blow for blow. I'll have to increase the difficulty for the next round. Perhaps I'll manifest a Grand Class assassin, though those aren't exactly easy to replicate. Minutes later, Toya shifted into a full-scale offensive, abandoning all defensive precautions. It was a test of absolute precision, kill or be killed. Crack! Toya's blade shattered the spear and followed through with a decisive strike. The shadow dissipated into the wind, signaling the end of the match. A good warm-up, Murray's melodic voice echoed. Now, let's try something more substantial. I went through quite a bit of effort to secure this next opponent. He is the master of no second strike, the divine spear, Li Xiuwen. A kindly old gentleman who loves a good match and values self-improvement. A flurry of flower petals fell from the sky, and a lean, white-haired man in a high-collared suit stepped forward. Though he appeared to be in his 70s, his posture was as firm as iron, radiating the undeniable aura of a true master. There is no need for such flattery, magus of flowers. I am merely Li Xuan, an old man and nothing more. The old master slowly settled into a combat stance. It is an honor to assist in the training of a king. Toya stared at him, his focus narrowing to a razor's edge. He felt a pressure like a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. This was the peak of martial arts, a mastery so profound that a single strike carried the weight of a life. The mere presence of the man was enough to paralyze a lesser warrior. Li Xuan, you really didn't hold back, Toya muttered, his posture tightening. He was more on guard now than he had been against the Mad King. Against a master like this, a single opening meant the end. Li Xuan's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. To stand firm before my aura, you have the bearing of a ruler. Excellent, since death is not permanent in this realm, I shall not pull my punches. Toya, be on your guard. Toya's pupils contracted as he tried to react, but Li Xuan was already inside his guard. A heavy, crushing blow slammed into the flat of Excalibur. Boom! Toya was sent flying like a projectile, his body smashing deep into the stone wall of the arena. Cough! That was some hit. Toya pulled himself from the rubble, shaking off the dust. He looked intact, but his internal organs were vibrating from the impact. Anyone else would have been incapacitated. Master Li, there's no need to hesitate, Toya said, his voice strained but steady. Death doesn't exist here. A battle between warriors should be decided in a single breath. Only at the edge of life and death can one find true enlightenment. Toya lunged forward, seizing the initiative. His gaze remained calm and detached. He knew that if he didn't attack, he would never survive long enough to see what came next. Li Xuan dodged the strike with effortless grace, his eyes full of admiration. Persistence is the boat that carries one across the sea of learning. Before he even finished the sentence, Li Xuan caught a microscopic flaw in Toya's movement and sent him tumbling across the arena once more. Chapter 155. It was an absolute, one-sided suppression. Kawashima Toya found himself unable to bridge the gap, whether in technique or raw power. Even as his training session came to a close, he hadn't managed to secure a single advantage. Master Li's strikes were relentless, each blow saturated with a crushing internal force. In the center of the silent coliseum, Li Xuan cupped his fists toward Murray and chuckled. If you have further need of me, do not hesitate to call. I am more than happy to act as a sparring partner for a king. Kawashima-kun's potential is truly remarkable. Murray gave a nonchalant wave of her hand. Of course it is. Just wait, I'm certain the situation will be entirely different in a few days. I have a similar premonition. Inside his room, Toya opened his eyes and let out a dry laugh as he rubbed his aching shoulder. Master Li's offensive is brutal. One misstep, and you're trailing for the rest of the match. Once you choose to defend, finding an opening for a counter becomes nearly impossible. During the nearly 5 days spent in that mental space, he had been trapped in a defensive loop, unable to strike back. Even just maintaining a parry had pushed his endurance to the limit. However, despite the constant suppression, the benefits were immense. He had gained a wealth of experience, and he felt confident that he would eventually overcome the old master. I recall the system store having martial arts categories. Toya opened the interface with a hopeful thought, quickly locating the combat techniques. Skill, Bajiquin. Rank, D. Description, a fist to rend the skies, a step to rock the earth. Greatness is earned through hardship, and every legend starts from nothing. Price, 100 origin points. Only 100 points. Toya found the price suspiciously low, though he didn't expect a basic purchase to grant instant mastery. He had seen the price for Li Xuan's level of Bajiquin earlier. Its cost was comparable to an X-rank noble phantasm, making it entirely out of reach for now. I'll take it. Even a fundamental understanding should keep me from being so thoroughly pinned. System notice, 100 origin points consumed, Bajiquin acquired. As the essentials of the style flowed into his mind, Toya couldn't help but sigh. Years of physical conditioning, countless duels, and most importantly, one's own enlightenment. 100 points was actually quite expensive for just this. The version provided by the store was essentially a collection of notes. Aside from a few techniques lost to history, it was virtually no different from the standard forms. It's enough to at least familiarize myself with Master Lee's patterns, he comforted himself. Early the next morning, Toya broke his usual routine of lounging and began practicing the forms of Bajiquin. Kasumigaoka Utaha watched him, her wine-red eyes filled with curiosity. Kawashima-kun, what are you doing? This looks quite different from what they show in dramas. It doesn't seem to have any impact. You're comparing my technique to a television show. Toya gave a faint smile. Even without a specific style, I can be far more dangerous than anything you've seen on screen. Dramas used flashy, entertaining movements for show. They couldn't compare to the real Bajiquin he had obtained. But the way you're moving, it looks harmless, Utaha said, a hint of hesitation in her voice. It looks like an old man practicing in the park. Toya's expression turned serious. It seems I need to show you something. I can't let that comparison stand. He walked over to a tree in the agency's courtyard. Thud. Toya pressed his palm against the trunk and applied a sudden, focused burst of strength. A clear palm print appeared on the bark. But he wasn't finished. The opposite side of the trunk suddenly exploded outward, sending wood splinters flying. Utaha stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kawashima-kun, are you perhaps the strongest human alive? You just tapped the tree, and it nearly snapped. You can remove the perhaps, Toya said calmly. I am the strongest. His power was undeniable. But there was a more important point. He was the savior of this era. His duty was to save the world, which meant he had to remain the pinnacle of this generation. Beings from the past might be stronger, but in this current age, no human could surpass him. Utaha's eyes shimmered with excitement. Kawashima-kun, could you teach me? Since you're the strongest of the era, you should be able to take on a disciple, right? Toya glanced at Utaha's slender figure, with a playful glint in his eyes. I could, however, the path of martial arts takes 10 years to bear fruit. During that time, your physique would inevitably become robust. Your arms would grow like tree trunks. You would become broad and muscular, like a tigress. Especially for a woman, the physical changes are quite drastic. Before Toya could finish, Utaha waved her hands frantically. Never mind, I'll stay just the way I am. Just the thought of that gives me chills. Toya chuckled. I'm glad you understand. Didn't Yurin bring back those Onmyoto manuals? You could try practicing those instead. He didn't want Utaha to ruin her aesthetic by turning into a bodybuilder. Don't even start, Utaha said, shooting him a sharp look. We all wanted to learn, but it's impossible. There's a certain substance required for Onmyoto that is completely missing from the atmosphere. The manuals are just gathering dust. A missing substance, Toya realized the truth immediately. Abe no Seimei, the savior of the previous era, had exhausted the world's spiritual foundation to resist Nyarlathotep. The mortal realm had been drained of its mystery, and the supernatural was withering away. Naturally, the world could no longer produce the energy required for cultivation. Unless one traveled to the most remote, untouched corners of the earth, there might not even be a trace left. A few lingering scraps of mystery weren't enough to sustain someone's training. Hold on, let me check the situation, Toya told Utaha. He sat down on the ground and closed his eyes. He expanded his perception, searching the world for any remaining traces of mystery. If there was enough left, it would be worth bringing back. He could guide that lingering energy here to allow Utaha and the others to practice. In the dark void of the world's spiritual layer, Toya's mind swept across the globe. He passed over continent after continent, finding nothing. The sacred lands, described in ancient novels, had all turned into barren wastes, devoid of any supernatural presence. As Toya observed the empty space, he felt a surge of doubt. Was Abe no Seimei's status as a savior that powerful? He actually managed to affect every continent. Even the foundation of the other country had been drained until nothing remained. Not a single trace of mystery could be found. It was as if the entire world had been scrubbed clean. "That shouldn't be possible," Toya murmured solemnly. "There must be something I'm missing." Chapter 156. Toya's perception swept across the lightless, chaotic void. He focused his gaze on the territory of the other country, searching its fabled sacred lands and ancient peaks. To his surprise, he found no traces of mystery or spiritual residue. It was an anomaly. Even Japan had managed to retain a few fragments of its supernatural foundation. For a vast and ancient empire to be entirely hollowed out of its mystery made no sense. Did it vanish over 2,000 years ago? After a deeper investigation, Toya was startled to discover that the mystery of that land had been utterly depleted during that distant era. Not only was the energy gone, but the very possibility of a spiritual resurgence had been severed at the root. 2,000 years ago, the era of the first emperor. Toya's expression turned solemn. An empire's entire spiritual foundation wouldn't just evaporate. It had to have been sacrificed for something of equal magnitude. A mechanical ascension, or perhaps a desperate defense against an external threat. Toya stopped speculating. Ultimately, it didn't concern him. Whether the foundation was gone or not, its absence was arguably a blessing for the current age, preventing the rise of ancient, uncontrollable powers. He then shifted his focus toward the frozen, lightless reaches of the North and South Poles. Just as he was about to probe further, the darkness of the void was suddenly overridden. Countless chaotic, disorganized pupils snapped open in the shadows. Everywhere he looked, the void was blanketed by a mass of staring eyes. The world's light was blotted out, replaced by the crushing weight of a million conflicting human emotions, madness, joy, and sorrow, all swirling within those gazes. And every single one of them was locked onto him. Toya's skin crawled, his survival instincts screaming as a wave of visceral revulsion hit him. It was a sight that defied the laws of biology and sanity. That was disgusting. Retracting his perception from the world observation state, Toya took a deep breath. What exactly is lurking at the poles? He began to analyze the nightmare he had just witnessed. Cosmic entities? It was a bold guess. If only Nyaruko were here, she might have the answer. Should I go and investigate? He quickly dismissed the idea. He decided to put the matter of the poles on hold for a while. Whatever was hiding, there was clearly beyond his current scope. If he rushed in and stumbled upon an entity of that scale, he would find himself in a precarious position. "Kawashima-kun, did you find anything?" Kasumigaoka Utaha asked, her eyes filled with hope. Toya shook his head gently. "Nothing, we'll just have to wait for now." He had searched the entire world. Aside from the uncertain nature of the poles, no other region contained the substances required for training. There were a few places where the Earth's veins converged that still held remnants, but the quantity was so small it was useless for actual training. Hearing this, Utaha looked disappointed. "So, the training has to be postponed again." "Actually, you can do something else," Toya said with a small smile. "Onmyoto training requires memorizing various methods and theories. While I look for a viable energy source, you can try to memorize the manuals." "Memorize them?" Utaha's face went pale. "Is that even possible? Toya-kun, do you have any idea how many books you brought back?" "I'm not entirely sure," Toya replied, tilting his head. "Quite a few, I assume." He had looted all those records from the tomb of Abe no Seimei. He had asked Nyaruko to transport them back, and he had only given them a cursory glance at the time. There are exactly 7,600 volumes. I might be a top student, but even if I were 100 times smarter, I couldn't memorize all of that. Utaha looked like she was on the verge of tears. How could anyone memorize so much? "It's possible," Toya explained patiently. "As you begin to train, your mental capacity improves. Eventually, you'll achieve a photographic memory. For now, just focus on the basics. You can take your time with the rest." After their conversation, Toya returned to the main hall. The room was bustling, yet it felt as though something was missing. "What is it?" Toya frowned as he thought. "Right, where is Nyaruko?" After a moment, he realized the source of the emptiness. Since the defeat of Sithua's avatar, Nyaruko had vanished without a word. Even the avatar of Sithua that he had spared was nowhere to be found. Toya's gaze sharpened. Are those two planning something? Why would they disappear at the same time without leaving a single message? They had been gone for days. He couldn't help but assume the worst. Both Nyaruko and Kuko were avatars of evil gods, beings that harbored an inherent, extreme malice toward humanity. If they had vanished together, they were undoubtedly orchestrating something significant. I should go look for them. Toya couldn't sit still, knowing two evil gods were wandering the world unchecked. My Kawashima-kun search radar tells me that Darling was thinking about me. At that moment, a beaming Nyaruko suddenly appeared at the agency's entrance, the silver lock of hair on her head pointing straight at Toya. Beside her stood a girl with red twin tails, radiating a heat as intense as a roaring flame. She was fair-skinned and delicate, a girl whose beauty easily rivaled Nyaruko's. Kuko, Nyaruko. Both of you, stay exactly where you are. Toya stared at them, his voice cautious. You too, you seem different. For some reason, he felt a change in Nyaruko. Though her appearance and clothes were identical, he felt as if the person standing before him wasn't the same Nyaruko he knew. A sense of danger flared within him, warning him not to get close. What is this feeling? Toya racked his brain, trying to pinpoint why he felt this way. Suddenly, a white envelope drifted into the room, moving slowly before everyone's eyes. Nyaruko and Kuko tilted their heads, watching the mysterious letter. Run! The letter opened, revealing only a single, frantic word. Run! Before Toya could even process the warning, a terrifying aura of blind, chaotic idiocy erupted. Chaos, madness, and distortion began to seep out, threatening to consume the entire town. The Great Old Ones, Toya shouted. Excalibur. He no longer cared about hiding his power. He unleashed the true name of the Star-Holy Sword. In an instant, a brilliant, shimmering starlight exploded from the blade, enveloping the entire Trash Fox agency. The infinite, radiant golden light covered every inch of the office, acting as a shield against the indescribable corruption leaking from the bodies of Nyaruko and Kuko. Tohru, take everyone and leave, Toya shouted, relieved to see the divine essence being suppressed. Get them as far away as possible. I'll call for you when it's safe. Understood, Master. Tohru's golden dragon eyes stayed locked on Toya. She didn't dare look toward the door. Her draconic instincts told her one thing: do not perceive, do not investigate, and do not think about what was standing there. Chapter 157. Tohru had quickly gathered Kasugano Sora, Kasumigaoka Utaha, and Hanazono Yurin. Just as she was about to grab Jashin-chan and make a run for it, she realized the snake demon had no intention of moving. You all just go ahead and escape, Jashin-chan said, waving them off with a dismissive hand. I am the noble Jashin-chan, I don't do retreating. Idiot. Tohru didn't waste another second. She immediately shifted into her draconic form, scooped up the others, and flew off into the distance. Kawashima Toya stared at Jashin-chan as if looking at a complete moron. You aren't leaving? What exactly are you planning to do here? Me? Jashin-chan crossed her arms, her face a mask of supreme arrogance. I'm here to bear witness to this battle. If you end up dying, Toya, I'll make sure to give you a proper burial, after I've avenged you, of course. Me dying? Toya chuckled dryly. You should worry about yourself first. Try not to let the evil god's essence corrupt you. If you turn into a monster, I'll be the first one to cut you down. He turned his attention back to the figures of Nyaruko and Kuko, no longer concerned with the snake demon's antics. Nearby, Jashin-chan watched the two with curious eyes. The corrupting aura of the evil gods washed over her soul and mind, yet it failed to trigger even the slightest change. She remained exactly as she was, showing no signs of being tainted. Is that really Nyaruko? Jashin-chan asked, sounding genuinely confused. When did she become an enemy? Is she actually immune to an evil god's corruption? Toya felt a flash of surprise, but he didn't look back. I'm not sure, he said flatly. But whatever the reason, our priority is to take them down. Nyaruko and Kuko were releasing their true essences in a heavily populated area, actively trying to corrupt the humans around them. That alone was enough to label them as enemies. As for the consequences of slaying their clones, Toya didn't care. He had to deal with the immediate threat. I see. In that case, I'll lend you a hand and take one of them on. Jashin-chan cracked her knuckles, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I've been looking for an excuse to smack Nyaruko anyway. I'll handle her, you take the red-haired one. Fine, Nyaruko is yours. Toya raised an eyebrow, surprised but willing to accept her help in splitting the field. Star Holy Sword. With a sharp motion, Toya summoned the blade specifically designed to purge evil. The golden radiance of the sword illuminated the entire hall of the agency, cutting through the gloom. He stood there, a sacred figure amidst the impending darkness, looking every bit like a savior standing against an unpredictable calamity. Damn, that's a cool weapon. Jashin-chan's eyes sparkled with envy. I wish I had one like that. Wait, I think there is one. She looked toward the display cabinet. Isn't there another holy sword in there? Toya watched as Jashin-chan grabbed the other Excalibur, the gift from Murray. He remained silent, half convinced that Jashin-chan was simply operating on gag character logic. She forced a transformation with the Kabuto Zector earlier, and now she's wielding Excalibur like it's nothing. Is there anything in this world she can't use? 13 restraints release. Round table resolution begin. Toya shouted, his voice resonating through the area with heroic authority. Approved. The voices of the knights of the round table echoed in unison. The jewels on the sacred blade flared with light, one after another. The holy radiance intensified as the power of the stars converged upon the blade. Surrounded by the shimmering gold light, Toya looked like a high deity, magnificent and untouchable. This is a battle to save the world. Excalibur. Next to him, Jashin-chan decided to follow his lead, shouting at the top of her lungs. 13 restraints release, round table resolution begin. This is a battle to save the world, Excalibur. In an instant, the duplicate sword in her hands also erupted with a blinding golden glow. One beam was a strike meant to purge evil, the other was a manifestation of pure, destructive power. The two noble phantasms unleashed their true names simultaneously. Two massive pillars of golden light surged forward, swallowing the clones of Nyaruko and Kuko. Boom! I can't control this body, but surely I can interfere a little bit since I'm already here. Such a thought flickered through the minds of the real Nyaruko and Kuko. The clones didn't even attempt to dodge, they simply stood their ground, allowing the twin attacks to incinerate them. In a flash, their physical forms were reduced to ordinary ash and scattered by the wind. As the blinding light faded, it revealed the Trash Fox Agency, or what was left of it. The hall was in total ruins. Wait, that was it? Jashin-chan pouted, looking thoroughly disappointed. The fight ended in one hit, since when was Nyaruko so weak? Toya didn't answer immediately, he was scanning the area. Jashin-chan, didn't you notice? Neither Nyaruko nor Kuko moved an inch. Aside from releasing that corrupting aura at the start, they just stood there and took it. If the two of them had actually fought back, defeating them would have required leveling half the city. So what? Jashin-chan tilted her head arrogantly. I am a high-ranking demon of the highest order. If you just release the seal on my powers, Toya, I'd show you what I'm like at full strength. I could level this entire city with a single blow. Toya looked at her with a knowing smile and immediately crushed her dreams. No. If Jashin-chan's seals were removed, she would be far more dangerous than Nyaruko or Kuko. Her true power didn't just lie in destruction. Her imagination could manifest a world of her own, populated by entities that were 100% loyal to her. Between facing the actual Nyaruko and facing 10 million Nyaruko clones created by Jashin-chan, Toya knew exactly which one he'd rather deal with. You're so stingy. Jashin-chan gritted her teeth in frustration. Just you wait. When I finally get these seals off, you're the first one I'm coming after. Darling, we're back. Toya was still picking through the debris of the agency when a familiar voice rang out. Nyaruko and Kuko appeared a short distance away, waving at him as if nothing had happened. More enemies. Jashin-chan's eyes narrowed as she reached for Excalibur again. Toya raised a hand to stop her. No, these are the real ones. Nyaruko skipped up to Toya, her face a mask of adorable, exaggerated sorrow. Darling, I'm so sorry. Start talking, Toya said, crossing his arms and looking at them with a flat expression. Why did those clones of yours just try to corrupt the entire neighborhood? Chapter 158. Kawashima Toya was glad his recent training had sharpened his intuition. Otherwise, Sora and the others would likely have been tainted by the essence leaking from Nyaruko and Kuko. Nyaruko looked at him, her expression uncharacteristically dejected. Darling, I'm really sorry. We weren't careful enough and ended up being suppressed by another god. Another god? Toya looked between the two with a skeptical frown. As I recall, both of you are avatars of evil gods yourself. How did you get controlled? What kind of entity had the nerve to seize control of Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu? The true forms of these two were beings residing outside the world, capable of obliterating this reality at a whim. Yet here were their avatars, claiming to have been hijacked. The opponent was an outer god. Since we're restricted to avatar-level power, there wasn't much we could do. Nyaruko shrugged helplessly. We originally intended to visit an old acquaintance. But that friend didn't even recognize us. He used a scream of terror and immediately forced us under his influence. Wait, he controlled you. Toya's expression grew grim. Is this being a deity currently residing in the mortal realm? If the god that had controlled them was outside the world, the true forms of Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu would have intercepted it. Since it hadn't been blocked and had instead followed them back to the agency, it meant the encounter happened on Earth. That implied a god was living among humans. Nyaruko's gaze turned somber. He is indeed on Earth, specifically at the North and South Poles. Kuko and I wanted to talk to him, but we ended up as his puppets instead. So an evil god really does exist here, located at the poles. Toya murmured to himself, the presence I sensed earlier must have been the one that hijacked them. How long until the god at the poles fully awakens? Toya asked. He assumed the being wasn't fully awake, yet because the moment a chaotic outer god truly stirred, its presence would immediately unravel the fabric of the world. As the savior, he would have felt that shift instantly. Since the world remained intact, the god was likely still in a state of slumber. Nyaruko thought for a moment before answering seriously. About a year at most. Though it could be sooner, it won't be less than 6 months though. 6 months, huh? Toya nodded. Then we might have time. Time for what? A plan to evict an evil god. Darling, how do you intend to drive out a god like that? Just so you know, our true bodies cannot offer help. Those are the fundamental rules. We are only here because we arrived before those rules were finalized. Nyaruko's eyes filled with curiosity. Even Kuko, the red-haired twin-tailed girl, looked at him with anticipation. They wanted to see what kind of brilliance a human who had only been in this world for a month could display. I wasn't counting on you anyway, Toya said flatly. I can't rely on evil gods. I can only rely on myself. He was the savior of this era, the first man to lead this generation. Facing a calamity that could end the world required every tool at his disposal. He had no intention of using their power. If I gaze too long into the abyss will gaze back into me. Bringing in their true forms might just be trading one apocalypse for another. Method 1, try to use brute force to kick him out. Toya's eyes flickered. It was a blunt, perhaps even foolish plan, but it was the one he was most likely to achieve. If he could harness enough power, he could simply blast the entire landmass, where the gods slept straight out of the mortal realm. By sending the continent into the void outside the world, the crisis would be resolved. Compared to outsmarting an outer god, this idiot's method was actually far more feasible. Beside him, Nyaruko and Kuko couldn't begin to guess how reckless his thoughts were. Their true bodies had simulated thousands of ways to expel that being, but they never imagined a human would try to physically eject a pole from the planet within 6 months. First, should I trick a few angels or dragons into helping? But before that, I need to focus on defeating the heretic god, Kundi, in 2 days. I need to secure an authority from him, specifically one related to salvation or purification. After some consideration, Toya had a rough outline of a plan. It was only a start. The details would require immense preparation. Dealing with an evil god meant there was zero room for error. One slip-up, and the world would turn into a distorted landscape of madness. Once the immediate talk was over, Toya looked at the ruins of the Trash Fox agency and let out a weary sigh. My new home didn't even last a month. He had spent 100 points to exchange for this luxurious 3-story building, and now it was gone. Hello, is this the emergency services? There was a gas explosion at my residence. The entire building is destroyed. Toya dialed the number for the local authorities. Yes, it's just a pile of rubble now. Not far away, Nyaruko covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Darling is reporting a house explosion for the first time, yet he sounds so practiced at it. Well, it's a classic, Toya said with a smirk after hanging up. There's a place called Fyuki City, where they use this excuse to cover up supernatural damage all the time. If it works for them, it works for me. A short while later, a team of professionals arrived to inspect the site. Sir, try to look on the bright side. At least no one was hurt, right? The inspection is complete. You have permission to clear the site and rebuild. The workers left, offering sympathetic sighs. That's that, Toya said, stretching his arms. System, I want to exchange for a new agency. Make it a luxury villa style this time. Budget is 500 origin points. System notice, 500 origin points deducted. Exchanging for a luxury villa style agency. Address transmitted. Please proceed to the location. The new house is ready. Let's move. Toya didn't spare a second glance at the ruins of the Trash Fox. He hailed a car and headed toward the new coordinates. As for the items inside, Tohru had already salvaged everything when she evacuated Utaha and the others. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of a massive, tranquil estate. Toya stood at the gates of the luxury manor, looking quite satisfied. Not bad, those 500 points weren't wasted. The estate was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Its sheer scale offered a sense of freedom, as if he had stepped onto a private prairie. Tall flower hedges lined the paths, separating various sections of the grounds. Tohru, bring everyone to the new home, Toya shouted toward the sky. Chapter 159. At the summit of a mountain peak that touched the clouds, Tohru's massive frame stirred as she suddenly stood tall. Everyone, it's time to go home. We're leaving already. Kasugano Sora looked at the half-finished snowman she had been stacking with a hint of regret. She sighed and climbed back onto Tohru's broad back. I never thought I'd actually get to visit a place like this. Hanazono Yurin silently snapped a photo of the majestic mountain range as a memento before joining the others. The green dragon soared into the sky with the group, her ascent accompanied by cheers and cries of excitement. Kawashima Toya looked over at the vast, luxurious estate appearing in the distance and pointed it out. Sora, due to some complicated reasons, that's where we'll be living from now on. It's so big, Sora's eyes widened in awe. I thought manors like that only existed in anime. Does a place like that really exist in the real world? How sheltered, Jashin-chan remarked with a scoff. You'll see far more impressive sights than this if you stay with me. Try not to act like such a country bumpkin. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing, is it? Toya's expression turned cold. It seems our great Jashin-chan-sama is quite the woman of the world. Why don't you show me exactly what a truly impressive house looks like then? Cold sweat broke out on Jashin-chan's forehead. She had been so busy mocking the girl that she had momentarily forgotten whose sister she was insulting. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Kawashima-kun, Sora-chan, please forgive my arrogance. Toya blinked, momentarily taken aback. In his experience, Jashin-chan was usually the type to die before surrendering. Hearing her apologize so readily was a genuine surprise. I forgive you, Sora said with a sweet smile. Oniai-chan, Jashin-chan senpai is just like that. Can you give her another chance? Toya gently ruffled Sora's hair. Since Sora said so, I'll let it slide. Jashin-chan, stop using that nasty tongue of yours to belittle people. Got it. Though he decided to forgive her, Toya felt the need to issue a warning. If she kept provoking the wrong people, he didn't want to be the one responsible for collecting her remains. "I will," Jashin-chan muttered with a forced smile. Toya glanced at her once more before losing interest. He knew that no matter how many times he warned her, she'd likely forget it the moment she turned around. "Well, let's go. Go ahead and pick out your favorite rooms." Toya prepared to lead them toward the manor, but he noticed that everyone was standing still, looking hesitant. "Why aren't you moving?" Toya asked. "Is the environment not to your liking?" "It's not that," Kasumigaoka Utaha said with a hint of hesitation. "Toya-kun, are you sure we're supposed to carry all this luggage across the grounds ourselves?" "Fair point." Toya glanced at the distance. Walking from the main gate to the villa would take at least 30 minutes on foot. "Tohru, if you would." "It would be my honor, master," Tohru replied instantly, shifting back into her draconic form. Her powerful body radiated the overwhelming presence of a dragon. She extended a large claw toward the group. "Everyone, please climb up. I'll carry you across." Toya hopped onto her back. This definitely saves time. In mere seconds, Tohru landed them in front of the manor's main entrance. The luxury estate was spotless. It was so vast and pristine that it felt somewhat surreal, lacking the usual lived-in atmosphere of a home. Toya watched as Sora and the others hurried off to explore the rooms. He stood at the entrance, lost in thought. "The grounds are far too large. We can't always rely on Tohru. She is the daughter of the Emperor of Demise. If her father found out his daughter was being used as a common mount, he'd definitely come looking for an explanation." The thought of a god-tier dragon charging up a blast of dragon breath made Toya shiver. "I'd probably have to find a new house all over again. Maybe I should get some specialized vehicles for the grounds. No, that's too gaudy, and I'm not sure who would drive them." After a moment, he decided to provide bicycles throughout the estate. It wouldn't ruin the aesthetic, and everyone could use them. "I need to get the Trash Fox agency back up and running, too. Helping people is a good way to provide some living funds for Kion and Yurin." Rings ring. His phone suddenly went off. Checking the ID, he saw it was Yuigahama Yui, whom he hadn't heard from in a while. He answered immediately. "Yuigahama-san, is something wrong?" "Kawashima-kun, something terrible is happening." Yui's voice on the other end was frantic. "There's a maniac at Sabo High who can kill people. He's posting death predictions for students online. 5 students have already died, and it happened exactly as he predicted." Toya's lazy demeanor vanished. "Tell me everything. I'll get to Sabo High as fast as I can." Yui quickly recounted the details of the 5 deaths. 5 students died exactly as predicted on the internet. Toya's eyes narrowed. A prophet of the future, to know exactly what they'd say and how many steps they'd take before they died. That's quite the trick. "I'll take the case. I should be there in about 20 minutes. Until then, stay safe." Hanging up, he immediately set off toward the school. Sabo High School. Yuigahama Yui put her phone away, looking worriedly at the composed girl beside her. "Yukinin, are you really going to be okay?" The so-called prophet online said you would die at the hands of the first male you encounter. Yukinoshita Yukino's face remained as calm as a still lake. "Don't worry," she said flatly. "This prophet might be skilled, but he must be using some kind of trick to commit these murders. No true seer would waste their power predicting specifically who will die, when, and where with such tedious detail." 20 minutes passed in a flash, and Toya arrived at the school gates. The campus, usually buzzing with the sounds of students, was eerily quiet. Hardly a soul could be seen. The prophet's reputation is certainly preceded by fear, Toya thought, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Mystic eyes of death perception. In an instant, his eyes shifted into the clear, crystalline blue of his special ability. Let's see just how accurate this prophet really is. Toya walked through the main gates of Sabo High. As soon as he stepped onto the grounds, he felt a wisp of cold, black energy eagerly coil itself around him. Chapter 160. Am I a target now too? Kawashima Toya glanced indifferently at the wisp of black energy coiling around him before continuing toward the service club. This aura was subtle, even weak. Even without activating his mystic eyes of death perception, he could have erased it with a thought. He left it there simply because he was curious. He wanted to see what kind of rules were being set. He wondered if this bold so-called prophet had already scripted his demise. According to Yuigahama Yui, this prophet knew everything, down to the number of steps a person would take or the last words they would speak before they died. Toya arrived at the service club and knocked lightly on the door. "Yuigahama-san, are you in there?" he asked calmly. "Kawashima-kun, you're finally here." Yui's voice rang out from inside, filled with relief. However, a second later, her tone became hesitant and small. "Wait, Kawashima-kun, there's something I haven't told you yet. I can't open the door right now." "And why is that?" Toya frowned, momentarily confused. What kind of secret would be so dire that she couldn't even open the door for the person coming to help? "Just after I called you, the prophet posted a new update," Yui said, her voice trembling. "It's about Yukinoshita-san. It says she'll be killed by the first boy she sees." "You're the first boy to come to the clubroom since then." Toya let out a short laugh, just because of that. For a moment, he had actually wondered if Yui was hiding some world-shattering secret or if she was secretly plotting against him. But it was just this. Toya stared at the door. "Yuigahama-san, please step back." "Huh, okay." He heard her footsteps retreating a few paces. Crash. Once he sensed she was at a safe distance, Toya delivered a clean, powerful kick to the door. The wooden frame, which wasn't particularly sturdy to begin with, gave way instantly and collapsed inward. "Hello, Yuigahama-san," Toya said with a faint smile. He stepped over the fallen door, passing a stunned Yui to enter the room. "Wait, Kawashima-kun, you can't look at Yukinin." Yui finally snapped out of her shock and tried to scramble after him. It was too late. Toya looked toward the composed, icy girl sitting at the table. "Yukinoshita, don't tell me you're actually afraid," he teased. "I am not afraid." Yukinoshita Yukino's clear eyes flickered with a complex emotion. She spoke coldly. "I was simply counting down the seconds until you killed me. The prophet's predictions have never been wrong, unless you aren't actually a boy." "I am definitely a man, don't doubt that, and certainly don't question it," Toya replied with a dismissive wave. "And you can stop the countdown. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Yukinoshita, consider yourself lucky. You're the first person to survive a prediction, and you'll likely be the last student this prophet ever targets." Toya stared at the black energy that had begun to envelop his body and let out a scoff of pure disdain. "You think this is enough?" Suddenly, a terrifying, overwhelming aura surged from him. The coiling black energy that had been trying to influence his mind vanished instantly, like mist meeting a blinding sun. After effortlessly erasing the mysterious curse, Toya turned to Yui and Yukinoshita with a gentle expression. "Now, let's sit down and discuss any clues you have regarding this prophet." The prediction, it didn't work. The ever-clueless Yui blinked her large eyes in surprise. A moment later, she cheered, "Yukinin, you're going to be okay." "Not necessarily." Yukinoshita shook her head slowly, her voice carrying a trace of chilliness. "Kawashima-kun is exceptionally strong. He is indeed a man, but he forcibly broke the rule. The prediction stated the first boy I saw would kill me. Kawashima-kun broke the rule, which leads to two possibilities. First, the rule is dead and I live. Second, the rule is still active, and the next boy I encounter will be the one to kill me." Toya nodded. "Exactly. I erased the force that was trying to make me kill you, but I didn't alter the underlying rule itself. The rule that Yukinoshita Yukino will be killed by the first boy she sees is still out there, but I no longer count as that boy since I've already passed through the encounter." He didn't know who the culprit was yet, but he had a theory about the tool they were using. It was highly likely to be something akin to the famous Death Note. As long as a name, time, and method of death were recorded, the victim would die exactly as written. The precise detail of the prophet's descriptions suggested they were reading from a script they had already written. Ping! The sound of a notification broke the heavy silence of the service club. Yukinoshita didn't get angry. Instead, her expression became grave. "Yui, is it the prophet again?" Yui opened her phone, her hands shaking. The prophet, he just posted a new one. Toya's interest was piqued. Don't be nervous, Yuigahama-san, read it out loud. Let's see what the new script says. Yui fought back tears, her voice cracking as she read. In 3 minutes, a flower pot weighing 50 pounds will be launched through the service club window, killing Kawashima Toya instantly. Simultaneously, 18 razor-sharp blades will fly through the broken window, piercing Kawashima Toya's vital organs. It says it's to ensure Kawashima Toya dies a miserable death. A 50-pound flower pot hitting this window, Yukinoshita walked over to the glass and scanned the area outside. She fell silent. This ability has completely abandoned the laws of logic. There are no 50-pound flower pots near the service club, and certainly no 18 blades waiting to be thrown. Toya leaned back in his chair, looking as relaxed as a man on vacation. Yukinoshita, Yuigahama-san, both of you move against that wall. Stay away from the glass so you don't get caught in the crossfire. If the prophet posted it, an attack is coming. You can assume the laws of physics have taken a leave of absence. Will you be all right? Yukinoshita's cold gaze held a rare flicker of genuine concern. I know you're strong, but I have to ask. Toya waved her off non-committally. You should worry about yourselves. If you get hurt, it just gives me more work to do. Please be careful. Yukinoshita nodded and pulled Yui back to a safe corner. Toya sat perfectly still, radiating the calm of a veteran, and waited for the clock to strike. Boom! The 3-minute mark hit. In a building several hundred meters away from the service club, a massive flower pot was launched by an unseen force, hurtling through the air toward the clubroom window with impossible precision. Chapter 161. The flower pot hurtled through the air like a projectile. Trailing closely behind it were 18 knives, their polished edges catching the light. For a brief moment, the blades reflected the stunned faces of staff members in the opposite building who had witnessed the impossible launch. Kawashima Toya stood with his arms crossed, watching the incoming attack with a faint, mocking smile. Let's see how accurate your prediction really is. Crash! The flower pot slammed through the service club window, aimed directly at Toya's head. The impact was so violent that even Yukinoshita Yukino and Yuigahama Yui, despite knowing Toya's capabilities, instinctively looked away. The massive ceramic pot struck him head-on. However, the expected tragedy didn't occur. Toya didn't even budge. Upon impact with his body, the heavy pot shattered into pieces as if it had hit a wall of reinforced steel. Toya remained seated, looking perfectly composed. Well, that was a decent attempt. Immediately after, the flurry of razor-sharp blades whistled through the broken window, converging on his vital organs. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic ringing sounds echoed through the room. Every steel blade that struck Toya's body crumpled and fell to the floor in a heap of useless, flattened metal. Neither a 50-pound projectile, nor a volley of sharpened steel could leave so much as a scratch on him. Toya casually brushed the dust off his shoulders and looked toward a security camera mounted in the corner of the room. Don't look so disappointed, you technically succeeded. He gestured to a tiny scuff on his sleeve. You actually managed to snag my clothes. A camera, Yukinoshita realized immediately, her expression turning sharp. I see, that explains everything. That's how this prophet knew exactly what we were doing, how many people were in the room, and where everyone was standing. He's been monitoring us through the school's security system. Toya let out a dry chuckle. What did you expect? Someone truly capable of seeing the future wouldn't waste their energy on such petty, small-scale theatrics. In his mind, the world was currently balanced on a knife's edge. In a single day, the heretic god, Kundi, would break free from the constraints of myth and descend upon the mortal realm, bringing disaster to all living things. And in 6 months to a year, an evil god currently slumbering at the poles, an entity so terrifying that even Nyaruko and Kuko were wary of it, would fully awaken. With such monumental crises looming, anyone with genuine foresight would be frantically trying to survive. To use such a gift just to stage elaborate murders was the height of idiocy. We have to catch him, Yukinoshita said, her voice cold. We cannot allow someone to continue this slaughter just because they've stumbled upon supernatural power. Let's head to the security room, Toya suggested, nodding. He signaled for Yui and Yukinoshita to follow him. As they moved through the halls, Yui looked up with a hint of confusion. Kawashima-kun, why do Yukinen and I have to come along? Wouldn't we be safer staying in a secure location where we won't get in your way? I'd prefer you to stay out of trouble, Toya replied, reaching out to give Yui a light flick on the forehead. But consider the alternative. What if this prophet stops posting his predictions online and just decides to write down the deaths of Yuigahama Yui and Yukinoshita Yukino directly? What happens then? His gaze turned meaningful. By the time I get back from the security room, you two might already be dead, and likely in a very unpleasant way. Yui shivered, a wave of terror washing over her. I see. Thank you, Kawashima-kun. If you hadn't thought of that, we'd be in serious trouble. As they passed the door to an old classroom, the heavy wooden frame groaned under an invisible weight. Without warning, the entire door collapsed forward, hurtling toward the two girls. If a door of that weight struck a normal person, the results would be catastrophic. Am I going to die? Yukinoshita's mind went blank. Even though she knew Toya was there to protect them, the sudden brush with a lethal trap left her paralyzed. Wah, Kawashima-kun, help. Unlike the silent Yukinoshita, Yui screamed for help the moment the danger appeared. I'm standing right here, what are you so afraid of? Toya reached out with one hand and caught the falling door. The massive slab of solid wood looked like a lightweight toy in his grasp. We're saved, Yui let out a sigh of relief. Kawashima-kun saved us again. Yukinen, we definitely have to stay close to him. If we wander off even a little bit, it'll be too dangerous. Yukinoshita nodded silently, then looked up at Toya. Thank you. Don't mention it, Toya said with a grin. Next time, take a page out of Yuigahama-san's book and just call out. You being so calm probably frustrates the prophet. He suspected the culprit was a sociopath who enjoyed seeing the terror in his victims' eyes as their destiny approached. Why else would he post the methods and times on the internet? It was designed to maximize the victim's dread. Toya set the door aside casually. He turned his gaze toward the end of the hallway, his eyes narrowing. Hey, prophet, have you decided how you want to die yet? From the shadows near the staircase, a figure slowly emerged. It was a handsome young man, possessing the polished look of a popular student. Yui gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. You know him, Yukinoshita asked. Toya looked at the young man with a discerning eye. A friend of yours, Yuigahama-san. There was no doubt about it, this was the prophet. That's Hayama Hayato, Yui said, her voice trembling. He's the most popular guy in our year, I can't believe he's the murderer. So this is Hayama Hayato. Toya stepped in front of the two girls. Since you decided not to run and showed yourself instead, I assume you have something to say. Hayama's handsome face was contorted with a hideous, twisted rage. He stared at Toya as if he wanted to tear him apart with his gaze alone. Let me introduce myself. I am a man who has crawled back from the pits of hell. I am Hayama Hayato. Toya gave a nonchalant shrug. Yeah, I gathered as much. Mainly because you're clearly not human anymore. With his mystic eyes of death perception active, Toya could see the truth. Hayama wasn't a living being. He was a hollow shell held together by a thick, suffocating aura of pure, concentrated resentment. Chapter 162. Did I actually do something to offend you? Kawashima Toya asked, sounding genuinely perplexed. You seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. As far as he knew, he and Hayama Hayato had never even interacted. The only thread connecting them was a brief encounter when Miura Yumiko had sought help at the agency after Abina Hina went missing. Could it be? A possibility crossed Toya's mind. Is this about Miura Yumiko? Are you this hostile because of Miura? He asked tentatively. If it wasn't about her, he truly couldn't imagine why this boy, who was clearly dead and reanimated by sheer malice, would be so consumed by spite. Hayama's face contorted into a hideous mask of rage, his agitation growing by the second. Who cares about that woman? My hatred for you is far greater than any grudge I hold against her. Kawashima Toya, I want you dead. His voice was a desperate, guttural shriek, sounding like a vengeful spirit screaming from the depths of the abyss. The sheer intensity of the resentment radiating from him was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Toya frowned. You hate me, why? If it wasn't about Miura, then what was it? He didn't know Hayama, and they hadn't exchanged a single word until today. This inexplicable animosity left him completely without a lead. Hayama's eyes turned a bloodshot crimson as he pulled out a black notebook. Kawashima Toya will die, Toya will die, Toya will die. With frantic strokes, he filled the pages, scribbling the name over and over. In an instant, an invisible, dark aura of death surged from the notebook, lunging toward Toya. Kawashima-kun, Yuigahama Yui cried out in alarm. Be careful, that notebook is dangerous. Yukinoshita Yukino analyzed the situation coldly. Hayama is using that notebook to commit these murders. Each time, he records the method and the timing in detail. But this time, he only wrote that Kawashima-kun would die. What happens now? Simple, a heart attack, Toya answered calmly, addressing Yukinoshita's concern without looking away from his opponent. Since there are no specific details, the notebook defaults to the quickest and most efficient way to end a life. Kawashima-kun, are you going to be all right? Yukinoshita asked, her voice wavering. I know you're strong, but surely a heart attack is still a threat. It's not, Toya replied, his expression indifferent. My evolution wasn't just for show, it was a total leap in existence. Common human ailments no longer apply to me, regardless of the form they take. If you want to kill me, you'd probably have to physically pierce my heart. Toya's gaze turned mocking as he stared at the trembling Hayama. Well, can you do it? Will you rely on your little notebook, or do you have any actual strength of your own? Why aren't you dead? Hayama froze, his eyes wide with shock. I wrote it down, I wrote that you would die, why? Want to know the secret? Toya offered a thin smile. Tell me why you hate me so much, and maybe I'll tell you. He had already explained the reason, but because he had spoken quietly and kept his distance, Hayama hadn't heard him. The secret? Hayama's expression grew even more twisted. That white tuxedo, do you remember it? Of course you do, I was the one who stole it. A person like you doesn't deserve something so beautiful. Only I am worthy of wearing it. Pathetic. Toya looked at him as if he were a common clown. If you really think you were worthy, why did it return to me? That white tuxedo was a gift from Nyaruko, a literal Cthulhu deity. For a normal person, even touching it was a one-way ticket to death or insanity. By touching a gift meant for a chosen recipient, Hayama had essentially invited the wrath of an outer god. A mere human like Hayama Hayato could never hope to wear it. Even touching it was a transgression that would never be allowed. I stole it, I had it in my hands, so why is it gone? A look of confusion crossed Hayama's eyes. His thoughts were a chaotic mess. He couldn't even remember how or why the tuxedo had vanished after he took it. Strange, why can't I remember? Where did it go? Yukinoshita and Yuigahama exchanged a confused look. Yukinoshita's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Kawashima-kun, what is this white tuxedo he's talking about? The origin of that suit is extremely dangerous. Don't look into it, Toya warned them sternly. Just treat everything Hayama says as the ramblings of a madman. For now, the tuxedo was harmless. It had even helped him survive Seithua's trial. However, the mere knowledge of its true nature was enough to drive a normal person to madness. I understand. Yukinoshita realized the world was far more complex than it appeared and immediately dropped the subject. I've got it, it was you. Kawashima, you must have stolen it back. Hayama had completely lost the popular student persona his classmates admired. He was now nothing more than a raving lunatic. Give it back to me right now. He began sprinting toward Toya. There's something wrong with him, Toya thought, watching the madman approach. But how did he even come back to life? His mental state is almost like that of a thrall. He knew that Nyaruko had been the one to return the tuxedo. She had likely used some entity to retrieve it. If the tuxedo was back, it meant the thief, Hayama, had already been eliminated. Nyaruko wasn't the type to let a thief live. He's already dead. A dead man resurrected. And since he was likely killed by a god's influence, he's barely holding onto any sanity. Toya cast a cold glance at the approaching figure. He's a mess of madness and instinct. I'll assume this is linked to the evil gods. There's no point in looking for further answers, I'll just end this here. In an instant, Toya reached a decision. When it came to anything involving those entities, it was best not to get tangled up. Give it back, Hayama screamed, lunging forward with a face like a demon. I'll grant you a final release. Toya's azure eyes focused on the point of death on Hayama's chest. In a blur of motion, he appeared directly in front of him. He reached out and pressed a single finger against that fatal point. As his power grew, he no longer needed a weapon to trigger the end. A crisp, shattering sound echoed as the point of death was destroyed. Hayama froze instantly. His body began to crumble, turning into flakes of black ash that drifted away into nothingness. The sight was a massive shock to Yukinoshita and Yuigahama. Even though they knew Toya was capable of incredible things, watching a person dissolve into ash right before their eyes was a terrifying experience. Chapter 163. With Hayama Hayato's departure, a pitch-black notebook clattered to the floor. Kawashima Toya picked it up, his brow furrowing as he felt the energy radiating from the cover. This sensation, is it another human skin journal? Iki Tomoya, whom he had dealt with previously, had possessed a similar artifact. However, there was a stark difference in their properties. Tomoya's could only summon outer gods or their minion, whereas Hayama's notebook was designed to precisely execute anyone whose name was written within its pages. Yukinoshita, Yuigahama, you shouldn't look at this. Toya snapped the notebook shut before Yuigahama Yui or Yukinoshita Yukino could lean in. As the world's mystery deepened, objects began to harbor increasingly irrational powers. Even unintentional contact with such an artifact could leave behind dangerous spiritual residue. We can't look, Yukinoshita asked, wisely retreating. Yui appeared somewhat dejected, but she followed Toya's advice and kept a distance from the ominous object. Once he was sure they were at a safe distance, Toya reopened the journal. Murakami-shin will die in a car accident. Name after name filled the pages. All ordinary people Hayama had murdered using the notebook's power. Why go after these people? Toya wondered. He didn't recognize a single one. It was clear these individuals weren't key players in the stories he knew. Yuigahama, do you recognize a Murakami-shin or any of these names? Toya called out. These are the people Hayama targeted. Do they have anything in common? Based on his earlier rant, were they friends of Miura Yumiko? Yui thought for a moment before answering. They were just acquaintances, casual classmates mostly. So he started from the outer circle and killed at random just to cause despair. Toya nodded slightly. He decided not to dig further. Hayama had clearly lost his mind. His actions followed a logic only a madman could understand. Those people were gone, and the murderer was now Ash. Chasing the details was a waste of time. As Toya flipped through the pages, a new entry caught his eye. I, Hayama Hayato, have been told by this diary that I will be killed by Kawashima Toya this afternoon. Cause of death unknown. My body will turn to black ash, making resurrection impossible. My death is inevitable. I must use my remaining time to curse him. Kawashima Toya will die. He will die. He will surely die. He will fall at the hands of a high-end mighty deity descending from myth. A curse, Toya's brow twitched. This was becoming troublesome. A deity descending from myth? Does he mean a cosmic horror, or is he talking about the heretic god Kundi? Currently, there were two potential divine threats, Kundi and the entity at the poles. Strictly speaking, Kundi was a heretic god, a divine manifestation, but he didn't quite carry the detached, alien nature of an outer god. The entity at the poles, however, was a true great old one possessing unimaginable power. Neither of those is something a person like Hayama should have known about, Toya thought. He only knew about Kundi's arrival through the system. Even Nyaruko and Kuko were unaware of it. As for the horror at the poles, he had only discovered it himself very recently. Does this notebook actually possess prophetic power? Toya focused his gaze on the diary, waiting for the system appraisal. Item, Death Note. Rank, A. Description, a notebook that realizes death. By writing a name, the target will die in the specified manner. If no method is recorded, the target dies of a heart attack within 1 minute. As a secondary function, it occasionally records the death of its current owner. Note, this item appears to be linked to a certain higher existence. Use with caution. Linked to a higher existence. Its pedigree is as troublesome as I expected. Toya wasn't entirely surprised. The fact that it could predict the owner's death proved its origins were anything but simple. Just as he was about to put it away, new text began to manifest on a fresh page. Owner, Kawashima Toya. Method of death. 1 day from now, during a fierce battle against the heretic god Kundi. Though he will eventually slay the god, he will die of total exhaustion immediately after. Toya's eyes narrowed. It even knows about Kundi's descent. Too bad for you, this is where your prediction ends. While the notebook's ability to sense Kundi was impressive, the information following it was irrelevant. This diary's authority couldn't compete with his system. If it could, it would have known that the reward for slaying a heretic god was the status of a Campaiani. Once he defeated Kundi, a transition ritual facilitated by the system would begin. His body would transcend mortal limits and be reconstructed into that of a godslayer. He would gain eternal youth and a vitality that would allow him to live forever, provided he wasn't killed in battle. In the world of Campaiani, any mortal who successfully slays a god ends up on the brink of death. It is only through the ritual overseen by Pandora that they are reborn as a devil king who reigns over the earth. I'll keep it for now. I can show it to Nyaruko and see if she recognizes its source. Toya stared at the notebook with his clear blue eyes. He had a strange feeling that its true origin was something significant. Once the situation at the school was settled, Toya gave a lazy wave of his hand. Since I got a useful diary out of this, I won't charge a fee today. The Trash Fox agency has moved, by the way. If you need anything, come to the new address and talk to the maid, Tohru. A new address? Yui stared skeptically at the slip of paper Toya had left behind. Yukinin, isn't this area supposed to be a wasteland? Why would he move the agency there? It's not a wasteland anymore, Yukinoshita said, her expression cold but curious. A month ago, a mysterious and incredibly wealthy owner bought the entire plot. They used cutting-edge technology to transform that area into a massive luxury estate. Construction was officially finished a few days ago. Wait, so Kawashima is actually a millionaire. Trash Fox Manor. Upon returning to the estate, Toya went straight to the trophy room Tohru had prepared for his collection. He looked down at the black notebook and chuckled. I don't care where you came from, you're staying right here. He placed the death note on a shelf between Excalibur and the 2 sets of formal, where Nyaruko had gifted him. Nearby sat a copy of the ancient tome, the book that had nearly turned him into a manifestation of the world's will. Even if this notebook possessed incredible power, it wouldn't be able to act out while sandwiched between the gifts of an outer god and the cornerstone of ancient tome. Chapter 164. Kawashima Toya left the trophy room with a satisfied mind, entrusting the rest of the work to the death note. As night fell, Toya stood outside the manor, engaging in physical training. Not far away, Kasugano Sora was playing and laughing with Jashin-chan and the others. Darling, what are you doing? Nyaruko skipped over, her emerald eyes filled with confusion. You've been working out since this afternoon. You know this kind of mundane exercise doesn't really have an effect on you anymore, right? If you want, I can build you a hyperbolic gravity chamber. I guarantee it'll boost your gains by 1,000%. Toya stopped mid-motion and exhaled. I know normal exercise won't make me stronger. I'm just moving my body to stay limber. Once tonight passes, the heretic god Kundi could descend at any moment. I'm preparing myself so I can fight at my best. The heretic god, Kundi? Nyaruko tilted her head, even more puzzled. Deep within her consciousness, the true Nyarlathotep was equally baffled. Darling, are you saying a heretic god is going to appear in this world? Nyaruko voiced the doubt that her true self also held. As an outer god, she had been observing this world, and she hadn't detected even a trace of a heretic god. This world was chaotic, yes, but it didn't operate on the logic of Campaiani, where gods strayed from myths. Toya gave a faint smile. I can't tell you how I know. Just understand that after tonight, Kundi could arrive at any second. Nyaruko watched Toya walk away, her expression blank with bewilderment. A heretic god is really coming. Though she hadn't read the campaign, light novels personally, as an evil god, simply hearing the term allowed her to instantly access the relevant concept from the collective unconscious. Time passed slowly, and midnight approached. While everyone else had drifted off to sleep, Toya sat in the courtyard of the manor, quietly sipping tea. Beside him stood Tohru, dressed in her maid outfit, waiting attentively. "Tohru, you can go rest. I'll call you if I need anything," Toya said gently. "There's no need for you to waste time standing here with me." The only reason he wasn't sleeping was that he needed to be ready for Kundi's arrival. But Tohru had stubbornly insisted on guarding him. Tohru beamed, her face glowing with devotion. "If Master isn't sleeping, how can a maid sleep? Please don't worry about me. I am a dragon. Skipping a night or two of sleep won't affect me at all." Toya didn't push it. "All right then, we wait together." As his words fell, the clock struck midnight, marking the end of yesterday and the beginning of the new day. System notice: the heretic god Kundi is breaking away from myth. Descent imminent in Kyoto. Host, if you wish to slay a god, please proceed immediately. World mission reward: constitution of a campaign, divine authorities, and 50,000 origin points. Tohru, dragon form, we're going to Kyoto. Toya's eyes flashed with intensity. A heretic god has descended. We're going god-slaying. Roar. A deep, ancient dragon roar echoed through the night. The massive green dragon soared into the sky with Toya on her back, tearing through the clouds toward Kyoto. Inside the manor, Nyaruko watched them leave through the window, her eyes wide with shock. A heretic god actually appeared. And just like Darling said, it's Kundi. How in the world did he know? Kyoto. Even late at night, the ancient capital was still bright with lights, and people walked the streets. Suddenly, the pitch-black night sky lit up. Countless pedestrians stopped in their tracks, looking up to see the source of the brilliance. Rays of soft, golden Buddhist light slowly bloomed, spreading in all directions without blinding the eyes. Ethereal Sanskrit chants echoed between heaven and earth as a massive, holy white lotus manifested in the sky. Mystical Buddhist scriptures revolved around the lotus like rings of light. Seated upon the lotus was an old monk with a withered, suffering face, radiating a gentle yet overwhelming aura of divinity. The old monk whispered a single word: "Buddha." In an instant, the profound truth of the Dharma swept across the entire city. Countless people fell to their knees, shouting in unison, "Praise Kundi." The moment they heard the chant, their minds were submerged in the boundless ocean of the Dharma. "Tohru, go back." Toya stopped Tohru just as they reached the outskirts. He looked gravely at the holy figure hovering over the city. "I'll handle the rest of the journey myself." He couldn't risk Tohru getting too close. If the heretic god forcibly converted a dragon of her caliber, it would be a disaster. Toya leaped from the dragon's back high in the air, while Tohru turned and flew back toward the manor. Standing on a mountain peak overlooking the city, Toya stared at the god of rebellion, the Buddhist authority of salvation. Even as a heretic god, you haven't forgotten your trade. At that moment, Kundi slowly turned his gaze. His eyes, seemingly containing endless wisdom, locked onto Toya. Toya met his gaze and spoke calmly. "Kundi, I am the one who has come to slay you." "A laughable fool," Kundi's voice boomed, shaking the heavens. "You, with that mortal body. Foolish one, you have a destiny with the Buddha. Why do you not awaken to the suffering of the mortal coil, convert, and realize the supreme truth?" An ethereal Buddhist seal formed in the air. It pressed down toward Toya with the weight of a mountain, carrying with it the ultimate command: cast aside your blade and find instant enlightenment. As expected of a heretic god, Toya praised, feeling the pressure. "It even affects me." For a split second, a thought had genuinely crossed his mind. Why not just give up everything and join the monastery? Toya shook his head, his expression turning cold. "Let's fight." Gibalg, the spear of piercing death, materialized in his hand. Gripping the crimson lance, Toya launched himself at Kundi. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the vast distance. Within seconds, he was face to face with the deity. Boom! He thrust the spear forward with a force that screamed like a dragon, tearing through the atmosphere. Foolish beyond measure, mortals can never comprehend the truth of my way. Kundi looked at him with cold mockery. He slowly extended a single withered finger and pressed it against the tip of the spear. Dong! The collision between the cursed spear and the god's finger rang out like the striking of a massive temple bell, cleansing the hearts of all who heard it. Countless people who were still confused suddenly gained, eyes full of piety, praised the merciful Kundi. Seeing Toya attack their god, the ordinary citizens of Kyoto began to scream and curse at him in rage. Toya glanced down at the mob, his eyes growing colder. Typical, even in the middle of a fight, you don't forget to brainwash the masses. He couldn't let this drag on. If he did, the entire population of Kyoto would be converted. Even if he won, paying the system to undo mass brainwashing would cost a fortune. The 50,000 origin points reward might turn into a net loss. Fool, do you not see the hatred of the world directed at you? Kundi's eyes held a trace of irony. Converting to my faith is the only righteous path. With your potential, you could surely achieve the status of a Buddha. Let them say what they want. Toya's voice rang out, calm and indifferent. I am here to kill a god, not to be liked. Chapter 165. Kawashima Toya ignored the golden light radiating from Kundi, which was actively attempting to erode his will. This is a battle between you and me. Why drag the innocent into it? With that, Toya erupted with a terrifying surge of aura. His body transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the sky toward the open sea. Let's settle this outside Kyoto. Show me what a Buddha is really made of. Child of man, you have strayed onto the path of demons, Kundi lamented, his voice heavy with performative pity. Today, I shall cleanse you of your sins. Enter my fold and cultivate the profound Dharma. As he spoke, Kundi took a single step forward. Beneath his foot, a golden lotus bloomed from nothingness. With each subsequent step, a trail of golden lotuses stretched across the sky, filling the world with a calming, divine fragrance that threatened to lull the mind into submission. He's following. Toya glanced back at the heretic god, who was pursuing him with a sky-filling radiance. I need to get further away from the city. His biggest concern wasn't the battle itself, but his origin points. If Kundi kept releasing that hypnotic light, countless people below would try to cross the sea of suffering to reach the other shore, a euphemism for mass suicide or brain death via enlightenment. Cleaning up a mess of that magnitude would cost him a fortune in system points. Minutes later, Toya stopped and stood in the sky above the ocean, gazing at the approaching deity. Kundi, you're faster than you look. We possess the divine art of shrinking the earth, Kundi replied calmly. Submit, and I shall teach this art to you. The golden light around Kundi grew even more dazzling, as if he intended to force Toya's submission in one fell swoop. Toya's expression remained calm. History is written by the victors. Let's see if you can win first. Noble phantasm, release. I am the spear and the spear is me, Gibalg. The crimson spear in his hand suddenly burst with blood-red light. The tip sparkled with ominous brilliance, and arcs of red lightning crackled around it. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to groan under the strain. Toya gripped the spear tightly, waiting for its power to reach its peak, and then hurled it with all his might. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens. The clouds split, and massive waves rose from the ocean below. The spear pierced through space itself, carrying unstoppable momentum as it flew straight for Kundi's heart. Splurt! Golden blood dripped from Kundi's divine body. A clearly visible wound appeared where the spear had struck. I am injured. Kundi stared blankly at the wound on his chest, as if he couldn't process the reality of a mortal harming a god. Now's my chance. There are no rules in a fight to the death. Toya's eyes flashed. In an instant, he appeared directly above the stunned god, gathering a terrifying amount of energy for a follow-up strike. Bang! With a sound like a thunderclap, Kundi was smashed out of the sky, tumbling down into the ocean below. Toya recalled the spear to his hand, his aura surging as his voice rang across the sky. Press the advantage. Another true name release. I'm sending you back to myth right now. He had to seize every opening. If he let a heretic god recover, the battle would turn into a protracted nightmare. Mortal, even a Buddha has moments of wrath. Kundi's voice echoed from all directions, calm yet terrifying. From the depths of the ocean, a brilliant, blinding column of golden light erupted. A massive, golden avatar of the Buddha rose from the waves, its divine presence sweeping across heaven and earth. Since you insist on holding to your foolishness and refuse to submit, do not blame me for using force. In the future, you will surely understand my benevolence. The giant golden avatar slowly extended a hand. Like the legendary palm that suppressed the Monkey King, it descended toward Toya, locking down the surrounding space and sealing off all avenues of escape. So, defeating a heretic god really does require luck. Toya sighed internally. No wonder the death note predicted I'd die of exhaustion after killing him. It's going to be a battle of attrition. He activated his mystic eyes of death perception, his irises turning a clear, crystalline blue. Can't dodge, then I'll just kill the attack. Toya gripped Gibalg and charged straight at the descending Buddha's palm. Since retreat wasn't an option, he would meet it head-on. In an instant, he struck the point of death on the palm. However, just as he was about to relax, he realized he had only shattered the point of death for a single finger. Boom! The massive palm, carrying the weight of the heavens, slammed into Toya and drove him deep into the ocean. Cough! A burst of red light erupted from the water, and Toya reappeared above the waves. His aura was unstable, and he struggled to maintain his stance. Kundi's voice, now indifferent and emotionless, drifted through the air. All life is suffering. Only through me can you be saved. Mortal, submit. An unseen force, the authority of the heretic god, suddenly activated. The 8 sufferings of existence descended upon Toya instantly. Birth, old age, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, association with the hated, failure to obtain desires, and the suffering of the 5 skandhas. All 8 forms of metaphysical torment manifested in Toya's mind at once. His gaze grew unfocused as he was pulled into one realistic illusion after another. Each vision represented a different form of extreme suffering, starting from the moment of birth. The relentless barrage of misery was designed to break his spirit and make him realize the inherent pain of existence. Why endure boundless suffering? Why not sever your attachments to the mundane world and find peace? Toya's appearance began to shift along with the illusions. One moment he was a child, the next a withered old man. Every emotion known to humanity flashed across his face as he lived through the lives of the world's most tragic figures. Life is full of such pain. Why do I cling to it? Why waste my years in struggle? Why not choose the path of the blue lamp and the ancient Buddha for the rest of my days? Toya struggled, frowned, and then looked as if he were losing his mind. The myriad states of human existence washed over him. No, I'm Kawashima Toya. I am not a believer. I believe only in myself. I believe only in the sword in my hand. Just as his consciousness began to resist, it was plunged back into chaos. Kundi stopped his physical attacks, watching Toya quietly. What incredible potential, if he enters the fold. We would surely gain another enlightened one. After a long silence, Kundi smiled, holding a flower in his hand, a gesture of transmission. Mortal, have you understood? Toya slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, detached from the mortal world. He looked as if he had truly let go of everything, ready to spend his remaining days in meditation. He bowed respectfully to Kundi. I cannot understand. Why? Kundi's heart skipped a beat just as he was about to rejoice. Foolish child, speak of your hesitation. I shall help you escape the sea of suffering and reach the shore. A brilliant, confident smile broke across Toya's handsome face. I have a technique I would like you to see first. At that moment, Kundi felt an overwhelming sense of danger. I am the pinnacle of humanity, the apex of life. The pathfinder of the era, the savior of the world. Manifest here and now. Chapter 166. My body is the vessel of the world's salvation. Kawashima Toya's voice thundered across the firmament, carrying the weight of absolute authority. I am the last savior of humanity. Manifest. In an instant, streams of starlight and golden radiance surged from the earth and sky, pouring into Toya's body. His aura expanded without limit, the very breath of the era reviving around him to grant nearly infinite reinforcement. The savior of humanity has manifested. Host, please utilize the power of humanity to subjugate the heretic god Kundi. At this moment, no one can refuse your call. A flicker of realization passed through Toya's clear blue eyes. Holy Lance Rangaminiad. Boom! A colossal sound shook the sky as a lance slowly descended from the void. It was not a lance in the conventional sense, but a construct of pure, solidified light. The divine shaft was bound by layers of blazing white rings, restraining the terrifying power within. This was the weapon of the Lion King, Artoria, the Holy Lance, Rangaminiad. It was also known as the lance that shines to the ends of the world. While similar to Excalibur, its function was fundamentally different. The Holy Lance was originally the tower of light that anchored the world of fairies to the planet, preventing the texture of reality from peeling away. Like the Holy Sword, it possessed 13 restraints. Only by releasing them could its true power be unleashed. However, unlike the sword, which had specific conditions for its release, the lance was a weapon of pure, unadulterated force. While it might slightly lag behind the sword in terms of saving the world from conceptual threats, its raw destructive power against a single enemy was far superior. Toya raised Rangaminiad high, aiming its tip at the vast sky. Light, release from the ends of the world, anchor of the storm that splits the sky and connects the land. Lance that shines to the ends of the world. Rangaminiad. His voice, filled with infinite fury, resounded through the firmament. The holy lance suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The shaft of pure energy expanded infinitely, forming a spiraling pillar of destruction. The mystery of the Age of Gods wrapped around the lance, releasing an aura so heavy that the very atmosphere seemed to collapse. Any existence facing this power would be forced to kneel. Kundi struggled to lift his head. His eyes, usually filled with the wisdom of the Dharma, were now wide with disbelief as he stared at the blinding light. What is this? Why does a radiance that does not belong to this world appear here? Toya thrust the shining lance forward, driving it straight toward the heretic god. Boom! The holy lance pierced the void. A peerless, scorching white light engulfed Kundi's body instantly. The majestic, terrifying force churned the ocean below into a frenzy, raising massive waves that threatened to swallow everything. System Notice successfully subjugated the heretic god Kundi. World mission complete. Rewards: constitution of a Campaiani, divine authorities, and 50,000 origin points. An indescribable wave of exhaustion washed over Toya's soul. He slowly closed his eyes and began to fall from the sky toward the ocean below. Rangaminiad slipped from his grasp, dissolving into particles of light. Splash! Toya plunged into the vast ocean, sinking into the depths. Suddenly, a chaotic, writhing tentacle reached out and grabbed him, gently lifting him toward the surface. On the beach, Nyaruko used her tentacles to bring Toya onto the sand. Darling is so amazing. Nyaruko clapped her hands proudly, celebrating his victory. Even she hadn't been fully prepared for him to actually succeed in slaying a god. Darling, you actually defeated a heretic god. That guy Kundi with his constant preaching must be furious right now. You really achieved the impossible feat of god-slaying. A long time later, Toya slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling and the texture of tatami mats beneath him. Was I saved? He sat up slowly and looked around. Oh, I'm back home. Seeing the familiar decor, he felt a sense of relief. He hadn't been picked up by strangers or washed up on a deserted island. He was safely back at the Trash Fox Manor. Master, I sensed you waking up, so I made a bowl of soup to warm you up. Tohru, the dragon maid, walked in excitedly carrying a large basin of soup. She rushed to his side with concern. Master, drink this quickly to recover your strength. There is something wrong with this soup, Toya said, eyeing the strange chunks of meat floating in the broth. Tohru, at least try to hide it. Do you think I can't tell what kind of meat this is? Dragon tail meat had a very distinct look. there was no way he would miss it. "Aw, master, just take one bite," Tohru pleaded. "I prepared this meat soup with lots of love. It's great for recovery." "Thanks, but no thanks," Toya refused firmly. "My body feels better than ever. I don't need to recover." He could feel it. His current state was leagues ahead of where he was yesterday. The difference in power was like heaven and earth. If he were to face Kundi again, he was confident he could defeat him easily without ending up unconscious in the ocean. Seeing Toya's resolute refusal, Tohru pouted. "It's clearly delicious, and yet you refuse." Saying that, she lifted the basin and downed the entire soup in one go. "So tasty." Toya looked at her in silence, then stood up and left the room without a word. A dragon eating her own dragon meat and calling it delicious, that was truly diabolical. Toya walked out of the manor into the warm sunlight. He closed his eyes and began to inspect the rewards from defeating Kundi. The upgrade of his body to the level of a Campaiani was just one part of the reward. The main prize was the authority usurped from the fallen god. Successfully defeating a heretic god allowed one to steal one of their authorities. It could be Kundi's golden body of the Buddha, the palm of the Tathagata, or perhaps the concept of all life is suffering. As long as it was an ability Kundi possessed in myth, there was a chance to obtain it. What kind of authority will it be? Toya began to sense the new power within him with anticipation. A moment later, his expression soured. The authority is this. I am the savior of humanity who saved the era and the world. And yet, the authority with the best affinity for me is Kundi's salvation ability. Authority, benefactor, you share a destiny with the Buddha. Effect, by reciting any Buddhist scripture, the user can activate this authority, releasing radiant Buddhist light to purify and baptize enemies. Any existence subjected to this baptism will view the owner of the authority as their highest object of faith. Looks like I took a huge loss. Toya sighed softly. The ability he hated the most was Kundi's power of forced conversion. And now, it seemed this authority was destined to gather dust in his arsenal. Look on the bright side. At least I have the invincible body and lifespan of a Campaiani now. Chapter 167. Another peaceful day. Kawashima Toya reclined in his garden chair, basking in the warm sunlight. He let out a soft sigh. If only I didn't have to burn origin points on cleanup duty, life would be perfect. System notice. Isolating the conceptual influence of the heretic god Kundi from the city of Kyoto as requested. 50,000 origin points have been deducted. Toya had expected this expense, so the deduction didn't sting too much. It was the necessary price for mitigating the disaster caused by Kundi's descent, which had nearly converted the entire population of Kyoto to Buddhism in a single night. Just then, a stealthy figure approached from his blind spot. Jashin-chan dropkick. Kawashima Toya, how dare you show such an opening in front of me? Today is the day you die. Jashin-chan's triumphant shout rang out as she launched her signature lethal attack. Too weak. Toya glanced at her indifferently, not even bothering to dodge. Did she really think he hadn't noticed her creeping up on him? He had simply allowed her to approach to test his new baseline durability. Not even close. He threw a casual, almost lazy punch. The resulting shockwave of compressed air blasted the airborne Jashin-chan off course, sending her spinning out of control. Like a meteor, she crashed into the soft grass, sliding across the lawn and leaving a deep furrow in the earth before finally skidding to a halt. Toya looked at the destruction caused by his casual strike with satisfaction. Ascending to the status of a Campaiani is truly a leap to the peak. Even after all my rigorous training, this single upgrade provided a massive boost that pure effort couldn't match. If only the authority I gained wasn't so underwhelming. His only regret was the lackluster power he had usurped. As the savior who led the era, using Kundi's shameless, forced conversion, tactic felt beneath his dignity. Jashin-chan stood up shakily, her eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? Why couldn't I even get close to him? Hearing this, Toya smiled. Unless Jashin-chan removed her restraints and returned to her full power as an evil god, she wouldn't be able to break his defense even if he stood perfectly still. Save me. Just as Toya was about to tease Jashin-chan, a faint, desperate cry reached his ears. Who's calling for help? Toya frowned and scanned the area. He didn't see anyone in distress. In the courtyard, Nyaruko, Tohru, and Sithua were minding their own business. Everyone was playing together, and there were no signs of danger. Jashin-chan, did you hear that? Toya asked the serpent girl, who was currently charging at him for round 2. Hear what? Jashin-chan tilted her head, looking around blankly. No, it's totally quiet here. Besides, even if there was danger, I'd crush it easily. Then a thought seemed to strike her, and she covered her mouth to stifle a mocking laugh. I get it now, Kawashima, you must be getting old. Auditory hallucinations are the first sign of senility. Toya's face darkened. I'm still young, how could I be old? If anyone's old here, it's you. Heh, I am the great Jashin-chan, who possesses eternal life. You're just a human. In another 100 years, you'll be dust. Jashin-chan lifted her chin, looking as arrogant as a prize-winning rooster. Toya didn't bother arguing with her. Instead, he focused on recalling the cry. With his current strength, hallucinations were impossible. If he heard a cry for help, it had to be real. It stopped. He waited for a long time, but the voice didn't return. Was it really just my imagination? No, impossible. It was definitely real. Toya's doubts vanished instantly, as a system prompt materialized before him. System notice, world mission issued. The host has perceived a strange cry for help. It appears no one else can hear it. Objective, investigate the source of the plea. Reward, 10,000 origin points. Hint, please arrive at the manor's basement at 01:03 a.m. You must be dressed formally in a black tuxedo. Face the full-length mirror and walk straight into it to uncover the truth. Toya fell silent. Since when did world missions come with a dress code? He had accepted many missions before, but this one sounded like the setup for a ghost story. This feels like something involving spirits or the supernatural, Toya mused, rubbing his chin with interest. For a normal person, this scenario would be a nightmare. But for me, zero pressure. It's basically 10,000 free origin points. Smiling, Toya headed toward the manor's basement entrance. He wanted to check out this full-length mirror the system mentioned. His departure quickly caught the attention of Kasugano Sora and the others. Curious, they followed him, turning a simple investigation into an impromptu exploration party. Why are all of you following me? Toya asked helplessly. Behind him, Sora was tugging on the hem of his shirt. Hanazono Yurin followed closely with Jashin-chan and Medusa in tow. Aside from Nyaruko and Sithua, everyone in the manor was present. Oniai-chan, you're going to the basement. Sora's large eyes sparkled with anticipation. In anime, the basement of a mansion is always a forbidden zone full of mysteries. It's definitely full of ancient treasures, deadly traps, and secret mechanisms. See, this is why I tell you to watch less anime, Toya sighed. This manor is brand new. How could it have a mysterious forbidden zone? And forget about traps or treasure. When he spent origin points to purchase this estate, he had checked the system description thoroughly. It was a modern construction, not some centuries-old castle with a dark history. As they spoke, Toya pushed open the heavy vermilion wooden doors leading underground. Immediately, they were greeted by rows of exquisite treasure chests lined up neatly. Some were so overstuffed that countless gold coins had spilled onto the floor. The massive basement, spacious enough to house a football field, was buried under a sea of gold. There was barely any room to stand. Under the glow of the eternal lamps, the gold and jewels sparkled blindingly. Toya stared at the mountain of wealth for a long moment before speaking. Whose gold is this? He remembered clearly that the system's houses only came with basic furnishings. While gold wasn't particularly valuable in the grand scheme of things compared to supernatural items, it still cost origin points to purchase. Filling a space this size would cost at least 1,000 points. Oniai-chan, you said there was no treasure. Sora's eyes shone with excitement. But why did you hide so much here? You're not a dragon. Why would I hide this? Toya gently flicked Sora's forehead. These aren't mine. Yurin, Jashin-chan, is this yours? Yurin shook her head calmly. I don't know anything about this. Mine, Jashin-chan shouted, her face flushing with excitement as she threw her hands up. I put all this treasure here, it's definitely mine. Chapter 168. Jashin-chan is definitely not the owner. Kawashima Toya dismissed the serpent girl as a suspect immediately. Given her frantic excitement, there was no way this treasure actually belonged to her. Jashin-chan was a notorious spendthrift who was perpetually broke. The idea of her amassing a fortune like this was laughable. It's mine. Jashin-chan's eyes were glued to the glittering wealth filling the basement, practically drooling. My precious treasure. The scent of a dragon, Toya muttered, noticing that the gold coins were faintly stained with a distinct, smoky aura. In an instant, he realized the truth. There was only one dragon living in his house. Since the gold carried a dragon's scent, it was obviously Tohru who had stashed her hoard in the basement. Although Tohru usually acted the part of a maid, she was still a chaos dragon at her core. And dragons, known as the most avaricious creatures in existence, could never refuse shiny gold coins. Tohru, someone is trying to steal your gold. Toya shouted with a mischievous grin, watching Jashin-chan prepare to dive into the pile. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it seemed to carry a magical resonance, reaching Tohru, who was currently washing laundry in the courtyard above. Stealing my gold. Tohru's golden eyes instantly shifted into vertical reptilian slits. A terrifying, oppressive pressure, dragon fear, began to radiate from her body. Boom! With a thunderous noise, Tohru vanished from the courtyard. Nearby, Nyaruko, who was fiddling with some Cayman rider gear, shook her head gently. Even Dragon God's descendant can't escape the vice of greed. Trying to touch a dragon's hoard, that snake really has a death wish. Back in the basement, Toya's smile widened. Here she comes. Just as Jashin-chan was about to dive into her ocean of gold, a hand clamped down on her shoulder like a vice. Tohru gripped Jashin-chan's head, forcing the serpent to look into her furious eyes. Jashin-chan, what exactly were you planning to do with my gold? At that moment, the phantom image of a ferocious, roaring dragon seemed to materialize behind Tohru, casting a shadow over the room. Seeing this, Kasumigaoka Sora trembled in fear. Toya gently patted Sora's head to comfort her. Sora, do you understand now? Never touch treasure of unknown origin. If the owner turns out to be a dragon, the consequences are unthinkable. Sora nodded frantically. In her eyes, the glittering gold now looked as terrifying as a death trap. Bang! With a loud crash, Tohru tossed Jashin-chan against the stone wall like a sack of garbage. The others watched calmly. Jashin-chan paying the price for her greed was just the natural order of things in this household. Seeing that everyone was present, Tohru instantly reverted to her sweet, smiling self. I'm so sorry, I lost control for a moment. Master, if you want some gold, you can take as much as you like. Toya looked at Tohru's beaming smile and shook his head decisively. I don't need it. I might not be rich, but I'm not short on cash. How could he not like seeing so much shiny gold? However, the image of Tohru's ferocious rage and Jashin-chan's tragic fate was fresh in his mind. He didn't dare test a dragon's protective instinct over her hoard. Even though Tohru said he could take it, instincts were hard to suppress. If Master doesn't need it, I'll put it away then. Tohru smiled and shifted partially into her dragon form, swiftly collecting all the gold into her personal pocket dimension. With the gold gone, the basement, which was the size of a basketball court, returned to its original state. The bright, clean floor was covered with a thick carpet. The vast basement was now empty, save for a single, peculiar object, a full-length mirror standing in the center. It looked ancient. Unlike modern mirrors, the glass wasn't clear or bright. The surface was cloudy, as if it had been corroded by the passage of time. This mirror is a bit strange, Toya muttered as he approached it, a sense of dissonance rising in his chest. It felt as though the mirror was connected to another world entirely. Oniai-chan, why is this mirror so cloudy? Sora asked, her voice filled with confusion. The others nodded in agreement. It didn't make sense for such a flawed, antique item to be the sole occupant of the basement in this luxurious, newly built manor. Toya shook his head. I don't know. Let's just leave it here for now. Item, mirror of past, present, and future. Rank unknown. Effect currently inactive. Past, present, and future. Toya stared deeply at the mirror before turning to leave. Let's go. Aside from the mirror, the basement was empty. Since they didn't know what the mirror did, staying here was a waste of time. He would wait until the system's designated time tonight to find the answer. As they left, Toya locked the heavy vermilion door. Oniai-chan, why are you locking it? Sora asked curiously. That mirror is a bit special. It's best not to get too close to it, Toya explained. A mirror of unknown origin with a name like Mirror of Past, Present, and Future, and a rank of unknown, was definitely not simple. To prevent any accidents, locking the door was a necessary precaution. Heeding Toya's warning, the group lost their curiosity about the mirror and returned upstairs. Back in the courtyard, the warm sunlight dispelled the gloom of the basement. Toya returned to his lazy lifestyle, waiting to see if the night would bring answers. Night fell. Toya watched the time on his phone approach 1:00 a.m. Almost time. Time to go see the mirror of past, present, and future. Aside from resolving the mysterious cry for help he heard during the day, he also wanted to know the function of a mirror that even the system labeled as unknown. Just as he stepped out of his room, he found a silver-haired girl standing outside. Darling, good evening. Do you know, Toya said with a calm face, that I was almost scared. Haha, my surprise strategy worked, Nyaruko laughed proudly. I wanted to give you a fright. Looks like it was a success. Toya chuckled dryly. It was very successful. If I hadn't realized it was you at the last second, I would have punched you into orbit. Normal people scream when they get scared. A select few punch first. Toya was definitely in the latter category. If he hadn't recognized Nyaruko, he might have treated her as a hostile spirit and obliterated her on the spot. Darling, you're going to the basement, right? Nyaruko stopped smiling, her expression turning serious. I'll go with you. But I won't go inside. Only you can enter. Toya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nyaruko, do you know what's in the basement? Nyaruko nodded gravely. Of course I do. I originally planned to have Kuko guard the entrance with me. But Kuko is busy, so it's just me. Don't ask about the mirror, though. I can't tell the current you anything about it. Chapter 169. Darling, I have the clothes you need. Nyaruko produced a black tuxedo from seemingly nowhere, her face beaming with satisfaction. This suit is just as high quality as the white one. Hurry up and put it on, darling. How did you know about this? Toya asked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The details of the world mission were system-generated. Nyaruko shouldn't have known about the mission, let alone the specific requirement to wear formal black attire. Nyaruko rolled her eyes playfully. The cry for help darling heard came from the mirror, didn't it? I figured you'd want to investigate, but to explore the mirror in the basement, one must be dressed for the occasion. It is a banquet of shadows. Only a black tuxedo will prevent you from looking out of place. Of course, if darling had already reached the realm of a god, such rules wouldn't matter. Is the mirror dangerous? Toya seized the opportunity to ask. Nyaruko gave a mysterious smile, pausing for a long moment before answering. I can't tell you, darling. Just know that if you want to enter the mirror, you must wear a black tuxedo. It doesn't matter who made it, as long as it fits the code. With that, she began to help Toya dress. Moments later, Kawashima Toya stood dressed in an exquisitely crafted black tuxedo. His temperament, already cool and detached, now exuded the noble, solitary aura of a dark aristocrat. Soon after, Toya stood before the mirror of the past, present, and future in the basement. He turned back to Nyaruko, who was guarding the entrance. Nyaruko, make sure no one enters. He still felt a lingering unease, so he warned her again. The atmosphere in the basement had shifted since the afternoon, exuding a subtle, eerie vibe that prickled at his senses. Roger that, darling. At 1:03 a.m. sharp, the cloudy, dim surface of the mirror of the past, present, and future suddenly clarified. A mysterious, ancient aura radiated from the glass. Toya's handsome reflection appeared clearly, his black tuxedo making him look particularly cold and refined. As Toya observed the reflection, the handsome self in the mirror suddenly broke character. It smiled, a wicked, unnerving grin. "Welcome, Savior Kawashima Toya. Which banquet would you like to attend? The past, the present, or?" The reflection's smile widened, becoming even more grotesque. "Or perhaps, the future." Toya's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer immediately. The basement fell into a profound silence, a silence so deep it felt unnatural. The world seemed to have lost all sound, leaving only him and the mirror. The reflection continued to grin wickedly. Dressed in the same black tuxedo, it looked like a demonic twin waiting to drag him down. Where should I go? Past, present, and future were clearly three distinct locations. The reflection had placed a heavy emphasis on the future, suggesting it was unique. Go to the future? Just as the thought formed, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. It was a warning. If he stepped into the future, he would face consequences far too terrible to comprehend. The past. His instincts gave him the answer. Toya spoke calmly. "I choose the banquet of the past." "The banquet of the past welcomes you, Savior Kawashima Toya. I wish you a pleasant time." The reflection bowed humbly and politely, then slowly stepped backward, revealing a hazy, ethereal passageway within the glass. The tunnel seemed endless, its destination obscured by mist. Toya stepped into the mirror without hesitation, ignoring his humble, smiling reflection as he walked toward the end of the tunnel. Once he entered, the mystical aura of the mirror of the past, present, and future vanished instantly. The glass returned to its original cloudy state. Nyaruko quietly appeared in front of the mirror, her expression complex. "That broken mirror is always so creepy, no matter when I see it. Always playing mysterious tricks. One of these days, I'm going to smash you." "Don't be angry, Nyarlathotep. At least Darling didn't go to the future." The chaotic, lightless tunnel seemed to stretch on forever. "The way back is gone, I can only move forward." Toya glanced behind him and realized the path he came from had vanished. The only option was to keep walking toward the end. After walking through the chaos for about 30 minutes, Toya finally saw the exit. The destination was a dim, lightless world. Everything seemed gray and washed out, like an old, yellowing photograph. Decay, malice, and various forms of disgust assaulted his senses. "Let's go in and take a look." Toya stepped into the strange, sepia-toned world. The tunnel disappeared. "Looks like I'll need to fulfill some condition to return." The path behind him was gone, as if he had always been in this world. Toya stood on the street and looked around. Despite the bizarre atmosphere, he recognized the layout immediately. Tokyo. This was the city he lived in. "Oh, then let's check out the Trash Fox Agency." A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes as he headed toward his old office. Seeing the agency would clarify the nature of this place. Was it simply the literal past, or was it some unpredictable, unknown reality? Minutes later, suppressing the strange feeling in his gut, Toya navigated the familiar streets and arrived at the location of the Trash Fox Agency. Standing in a hidden spot, he observed from a distance. The office, which had been destroyed during his fight against the avatars of the evil gods, was still standing intact. Old, yellowed lights illuminated the building, seemingly pushing back the grotesque atmosphere of this world. Inside, playful figures could be seen moving about, and laughter drifted out into the street. This scene, I remember this. It's from when Sora and Jashin-chan were playing video games. Toya watched calmly, trying to gather as much information as possible. This world was too strange. It was so odd that even he felt uncomfortable. Rashly investigating might trigger unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, he couldn't feel the protection of the era in this world. Perhaps this world was flawed, lacked a savior, or had some other fundamental difference. Mystic eyes of death perception. I feel safer with these on. Toya's clear blue eyes, now glowing with mystic power, stood out starkly in this yellowed, photo-like world. No issues. Toya stared intently at the agency, but he couldn't find any anomalies. Inside, Kasugano, Sora, and Jashin-chan were indeed playing games. Everyone was there. Everyone, that is, except for him. Chapter 170. Should I go inside? Kawashima Toya debated the idea for a moment, but ultimately decided against disturbing the scene. His primary concern was triggering an uncontrollable chain reaction. After all, this world was suspected to be the past, and meddling with it could have unforeseen consequences. "Hey, you there, what are you sneaking around for?" A harsh shout suddenly broke the silence. A security guard, looking as faded and yellowed as an old photograph, shined a dim flashlight in Toya's direction. This world really knows how to test my patience. Despite the growing sense of wrongness, Toya kept his composure. He put on a gentle, troubled expression. "I just had a fight with my girlfriend. I was looking for a quiet place to cool off. I'm trying to decide whether we should break up or if I should just leave quietly." The security guard paused, his stern expression softening into sympathy. He walked over and patted Toya on the shoulder. "Young man, don't think like that. A good woman is hard to find. Unless the relationship is truly broken beyond repair, try not to end things so hastily. Look at you, dressed so sharply in that tuxedo. I'm sure your girlfriend wouldn't want to lose a handsome guy like you." With that piece of advice, the guard lowered his flashlight and walked away, shaking his head. "I can communicate with them, and it didn't trigger any anomalies. Maybe I should check out the agency." Having confirmed that interaction was possible, Toya decided to take the risk. If a random passerby could hold a conversation, then the people in the agency should be approachable too. Skathat disguise techniques are truly practical. A moment later, Toya's handsome features shifted into something plain and unremarkable, though his exquisite black tuxedo still made for a jarring contrast. He walked up to the Trash Fox agency. The familiar sign still hung there, accepting all supernatural requests, price negotiable. "Excuse me, is this the agency that handles supernatural requests?" Toya called out, disguising his voice. Inside, a version of Kasugano Sora, who looked like she belonged in a vintage photo, ran out. She spoke sweetly. "I'm sorry, but the agency isn't taking requests right now." "What?" Toya feigned panic. "When will you be open again?" "I have a really urgent matter." "Money isn't an issue." "I'm truly sorry. The owner of the agency has gone missing, and we don't know where he is," Sora explained, bowing apologetically over and over. "I see, I'll come back another time then." Just as Toya was preparing to press for more information, the sense of dread he had felt earlier suddenly returned. Under his gaze, Sora's expression began to stiffen. Her sweet demeanor faded, replaced by a blank, emotionless mask. Invisible black flames began to flicker around her body. Inside the agency, the laughter died instantly. The other figures stopped moving and turned their heads slowly, their faces equally void of emotion as they stared at him. "Something's definitely wrong." Toya sighed softly. Without him realizing it, the street around him had filled with people. They all wore the same blank, puppet-like expressions, staring at him in dead silence. Retreat is the best option. With that, Toya vanished from the spot. Moments later, he reappeared on the roof of a towering skyscraper. Looking down at the city, which had suddenly turned eerie and hostile, he chuckled dryly. "This is turning into quite the puzzle. Where exactly is that mysterious cry for help coming from?" The whole city has turned into a ghost town. The massive metropolis of Tokyo had gone from bustling to deathly silent in a matter of minutes. He had no idea what triggered the change. Even though he had the power to destroy the city, he didn't dare use it lightly. Facing the silent, staring gaze of the ordinary citizens, his only choice for now was to retreat and observe. Toya sat on the edge of the roof, leisurely observing the anomalies of the city below. Even the breeze that brushed past him carried a strange, stale scent of decay. Ping! Suddenly, the sound of a text message notification broke the silence. Toya looked at his phone in surprise. The system-issued phone certainly earns its keep. It can even receive texts in a different dimension. But his amusement vanished as soon as he read the message. "Save me." The message contained only those two words. Toya stared at the screen. He was certain this message came from the same person who had cried for help earlier that morning. Should I reply? He hesitated, noting the no signal icon on the status bar. Despite the lack of signal, the message had arrived, which meant a reply might go through. But given the sudden shift in the city's atmosphere, replying felt risky. One wrong move could trigger even more trouble. Just as he decided against replying, another message arrived. "I'm at address in Tokyo. Please save me." Toya's eyes flashed. That address, it's a wealthy residential area. Who could be living there? Without wasting another second, he moved toward the location mentioned in the text. 10 minutes later, Toya arrived at the outskirts of a luxurious villa district. From a distance, he spotted a figure that clearly didn't belong in this sepia-toned world. The figure was cautiously tearing up small pieces of paper and scattering them around a house. Eriri. Toya stared at the familiar blonde twin tails and the petite figure. Why is she in this world? The person scattering the paper scraps was indeed Sawamura Spencer Eriri. Since he saved her during the attack at Toyogasaki Academy, they hadn't had any contact. He never expected to run into her here. Let's go down and talk. Toya's doubts vanished. There shouldn't be any issues. Eriri is definitely real. Eriri was fundamentally different from the others in this world. Like him, she retained her original colors and vibrancy. The locals, on the other hand, looked like walking, faded photographs, cloudy and eerie. Toya's figure blurred and vanished, reappearing instantly on the roof of Eriri's villa. Sitting comfortably on the tiles, he called out to the girl who was trembling like a frightened rabbit. "Yo, Eriri. Long time no see." The monsters are back. Eriri's instinct was to scream, but she slapped a hand over her mouth just in time to stifle the sound. "No screaming. Whatever happens, I have to stay absolutely quiet. It's death time right now. If I make a sound, the whole city will wake up." Toya smiled calmly at her. "Eriri, care to explain what's going on in this world?" The fact that she didn't turn into a blank-faced puppet the moment she saw him proved she was either a survivor or had accidentally stumbled here from reality. "You are?" Eriri looked up toward the voice. Her fear turned into overwhelming relief when she realized it wasn't a monster, but a normal human being. "You're Kawashima Toya." Her hazy memories suddenly sharpened. Eriri cried out in joy, "Kawashima, you got my distress signal. I don't think this is a good place to chat. Shall we move?" Toya pointed toward the distance, where a crowd of people was slowly drifting in their direction. "Do you have a safe house? Or should I take you somewhere else?" Chapter 171. Let's go to my house. It's relatively safe there. Sawamura Spencer Eriri glanced nervously at the approaching figures and quickly dashed into the villa. Kawashima Toya followed her inside. The spacious interior was clean and tidy, completely devoid of the absurd, yellowed atmosphere that permeated the outside world. Phew, safe at last. Once Toya was inside, Eriri hurriedly locked the front door. "Follow me to the basement, Kawashima. It's not safe enough up here." Toya followed her, slightly surprised. "Eriri, how long have you been surviving in this world? You seem incredibly experienced." Her sequence of actions was too practiced. Without a significant amount of time spent surviving here, she wouldn't have moved with such fluidity and caution. "In this world?" Eriri paused while leading him downstairs, looking confused. "Didn't the world just suddenly change? A few days after you defeated those kidnappers at Toyogasaki Academy, everything just shifted." Toya followed her into the basement. It was spacious, though not quite as exaggerated as the underground vault in the Trash Fox Manor. The room was stocked with neatly organized supplies of food and water. In the center of the room, a large table was cluttered with messy sketches and manga drafts. Noticing Toya's gaze on her drawings, Eriri's face turned bright red. She scrambled to gather the papers and hide them away. The world suddenly changed. Toya mused silently. Eriri has no awareness that she crossed over into another dimension. That explains why she thinks reality itself warped. Eriri handed him a cup of water, her expression bitter. "Kawashima, has the world ended? I've been searching for clues this whole time, trying to understand why everything became like this. But I haven't found anything. Sometimes the world is normal and everyone acts like regular people. But then, for some reason, they suddenly change. They become emotionless. It's terrifying. and when they turn back to normal, no one believes me no matter how hard I try to explain. The world hasn't ended, Toya said gently, seeing her dejected state. To be precise, you accidentally stepped into this world. I came here from the normal world, tracking a distress signal. It seems that signal came from you. The normal world? Iriri looked puzzled. Are you saying the world I'm in right now isn't normal? Toya chuckled and nodded. I can't reveal too many details, but I can tell you a little. The real world is still peaceful. It doesn't have these anomalies, nor does it look like a faded, old photograph. I don't know much about this place myself, but for now, let's call it the world of the past. He truly knew nothing about this place, not even how to leave, but Iriri had been surviving alone in this past for who knows how long. She needed hope. If he told her even he didn't know how to escape, she might fall into total despair. Iriri listened, her confusion growing. But I didn't do anything. It felt like the world just mutated around me. Everyone started acting weird. I tried to call you, but your number was always out of service. I asked so many people, but no one gave me an answer. And then today, I sent a message by accident, and you actually came. Toya smiled softly. Don't overthink it, you're spiraling a bit, let's calm down first. I'll figure out a way to deal with this world of the past. Let's drop the heavy talk for a second. Kawashima, do you play video games? Iriri's eyes lit up as she pulled out a game controller. It's been so stifling lately. Gaming is one of the only ways I can relax. Play with me. Toya gave a confident smile. Of course I play. It'd be weirder if a guy my age didn't. He took the controller she offered. Even though now wasn't exactly the time for games, taking care of Iriri's mental state was crucial. They could talk business after she blew off some steam. 10 minutes later, Iriri slammed her controller down on the table, her blue eyes glaring at Toya with indignation. In just 10 minutes, you crushed me 27 times. Did you develop this game or something? I couldn't even touch you. Toya maintained a faint smile. What a coincidence. I happen to be quite familiar with the King of Fighters. Maybe we should switch games. I don't really know how to hold back in this one. Didn't you say you wanted me to relax? Iriri huffed angrily. No switching, we continue. I don't believe I can't win at least once. 30 minutes later. Iriri sat there, questioning her life choices, and tossed the controller aside. This game is trash, even a dog wouldn't play this. How can a basic character beat my boss character? Toya grinned, just luck. In reality, even if he was good, he shouldn't be able to crush her every single time. However, his overall increase in physical and mental capabilities as a Campaione meant his reaction speed and predictive abilities were godlike. Every time Iriri pressed a button, he could predict the input and counter it before it even happened. I'm done, I'm going to eat. Iriri stomped over to the food supplies like a sulking child. Toya watched her retreating figure and thought to himself, she should be fine now. The crushing pressure she had been feeling seemed to have dissipated. He didn't have to worry about her having a sudden mental breakdown. Kawashima, what do you want to eat? I have plenty of instant food. Toya lowered his head, speaking gently. Cup noodles are fine. Iriri glanced at him, pouting slightly when he didn't even look up. What are you thinking about so deeply? Whatever, I'll go make the noodles. Soon, Iriri returned with 2 steaming cups of noodles. While they ate, Toya asked, Iriri, what was the point of tearing up those papers and scattering them around the villa? Earlier, he had seen her risk her safety to scatter white paper scraps in a circle around the house. There had to be a reason for such risky behavior. Oh, that, Iriri said nonchalantly between bites. I discovered it by accident when I went out to scavenge for food. Those monsters seem to hate the color white. They subconsciously avoid white areas. So I tried scattering white paper around the villa to see if it worked. The results were surprisingly good. Ever since I did that, the monsters stopped crowding around my place. They hate white, Toya nodded thoughtfully. I can't draw any further conclusions from that just yet, but it's a start. Chapter 172. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, I almost forgot about my authority. A brilliant idea formed in Kawashima Toya's mind. Authority, benefactor, you share a destiny with me. Toya's eyes twinkled with amusement. I wonder what will happen if I use Kundi's authority on the people of this world. Will they become blank-faced believers? Once the thought occurred to him, the urge to test it became irresistible. It might bring unexpected surprises. Perhaps the holy light could purify this world that looked like a faded, yellowed photograph. Eriri, I'm going out to test my theory. If it works, we can leave this world. Toya spoke seriously to Eriri, who was slurping cup noodles across the table. Leave this world? Eriri looked at him like he was crazy. Have you lost your mind? I don't want to die for nothing. Knowing she still hadn't fully accepted that this world wasn't reality, Toya smiled reassuringly. Stay in the basement, don't go out. I'm just going to run a quick test. With my strength, I won't be in any danger. Before Eriri could protest, Toya vanished from the basement in the blink of an eye. Idiot! Eriri stared at the empty room and stomped her foot in frustration. If you wanted to test something, couldn't you have waited? At least wait until those monsters leave. Despite her anger and confusion, she mustered up her courage and followed him. Maybe Kawashima is right, maybe this world really is fake. Otherwise, why does no one recognize him? On the roof of the villa, Toya was preparing to chant a sutra to activate the usurped authority when he spotted a timid figure creeping out below. She followed me. Unexpectedly bold. Better bring her up here to avoid accidents. Toya flickered out of existence and reappeared instantly on the roof, holding Eriri. Wah, how did I get up here? Eriri shrieked and clung to his arm, looking down at the ground in terror. Kawashima, can't you wait a bit? Wait until there are fewer monsters before testing your plan. Look, they're all gathering, Eriri's heart filled with despair. Damn it, we're dead this time. The emotionless people had noticed their presence and were swarming toward the villa like a black tide. Toya smiled calmly. Eriri, don't be nervous. Watch this. He began to recall the 6-syllable mantra. His knowledge of scriptures was limited, but the 6-syllable mantra was simple. He figured it would be enough to trigger the authority. Om Mani Padme Hum. As the first syllable left his lips, a dazzling wheel of Buddhist light manifested behind him. Countless golden lotuses bloomed from thin air, stretching toward the horizon. As the golden flowers blossomed, the faded, sepia-toned world began to shed its old, yellowed skin. In an instant, the world started reverting to its true colors. A majestic, holy pressure swept across heaven and earth, condensing into the phantom image of a massive golden light. Upon closer inspection, the golden light bore the face of Kawashima Toya. The giant figure held a flower and smiled, syncing perfectly with Toya's own expression. Each syllable transformed into golden Sanskrit characters, branding themselves onto the sky. The 6 characters resonated with infinite power, releasing endless waves of brilliant light. The yellowed decay of the world accelerated its retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire world regained its original vibrancy. The expressionless people suddenly regained life in their faces. One by one, they fell to their knees, bowing toward Toya and chanting. Praise Lord Kawashima. This. Eriri stared, dumbfounded. She couldn't believe this was his solution. Is this something a human can do? You just forcefully purified the whole world with light. A strange look crossed her eyes. But why are the monsters shouting, Praise Lord Kawashima? Toya looked at the imposing golden light filling the sky with satisfaction. Not bad, it suits me. This fits my image. The only one I worship is myself. As a godslayer, he was destined to have zero reverence for gods. Kundi's authority was merely a tool for him to become stronger. Since he didn't respect the divine, the manifestation of the authority naturally wouldn't take Kundi's form. The image is born from the heart. Whatever the heart envisions, the golden body reflects. The golden one could only be him. It had to be him. Kawashima, what did you just do? Eriri asked, eyes wide with shock. Something feels wrong. I thought your plan would involve finding clues about the world's secrets and solving the puzzle. Instead, you just brute forced it. Toya chuckled. I was just testing it out. I didn't expect it to work so well. As the holy light washed over the world, restoring it to normal, a hazy, ethereal passageway slowly formed in the air. Eriri blinked, staring at the figure standing inside the tunnel, another Kawashima Toya. She looked back and forth between the two. Since when are there two of you? Which one is the real Kawashima? Don't be stupid, do I ever smile like that? Toya knocked gently on her forehead. Doesn't his smile creep you out? It does. Eriri nodded furiously, afraid to look directly at the figure in the tunnel. His smile is so wicked, like he's planning something evil. The Toya inside the tunnel bowed humbly. Noble savior, the banquet has ended. Do you wish to leave, or would you like to continue exploring this beautiful world? Beautiful? Toya looked up at the sky in confusion. To his surprise, the golden light hadn't vanished, it still stood tall in the void. It continued to release soft, holy light, cleansing the surroundings. Golden lotuses rooted themselves in the sky, dyeing the clear blue heavens with a sunset-like glow. I'll leave for now. Even though the eerie atmosphere was gone, Toya didn't want to stay in this world a second longer. The system had labeled this place as unknown rank, and the mirror as currently inactive. Dealing with such mysterious anomalies was best left for when he was stronger. I'm taking her with me. Toya grabbed Eriri's arm and stared intently at his doppelganger. I trust you won't refuse. He really disliked this guy wearing his face. That wicked, eerie smile gave him a bad vibe. Noble savior, your will shall be done. Please, pass through this tunnel and return to reality. The Toya in the tunnel stepped aside and bowed, signaling that they could leave. Are we really listening to him? Eriri whispered, clutching Toya's hand tightly. His smile is weird. Can we trust him? We can. With that, Toya led Eriri into the tunnel. Before leaving, he glanced back at his reflection. Change into a cute girl next time. Don't use my face, it's weird. To change my form, you must complete one of the banquets. Chapter 173. In the manor's basement, the mirror that had been cloudy and dim suddenly flared with a clear, brilliant light. Kawashima Toya stepped out, bringing Sawamura Spencer Eriri with him. Is this reality? Eriri looked around, her eyes darting suspiciously at the familiar surroundings. Of course it is, Toya nodded gently. Come on, let's go outside. As they reached the basement entrance, they found Nyaruko sitting there, looking bored as she waited for their return. Darling, you made it out. Nyaruko's eyes lit up with pride. As expected of my darling, you cleared the banquet. However, darling, you shouldn't attempt the remaining 2 banquets just yet. The present and the future are the most troublesome of the 3. Please wait until you've grown stronger before challenging them. Understood, Toya replied, though he couldn't help but sigh. But Nyaruko, since you know what the banquets entail, why can't you just tell me the meaning of this mirror? Nope, Nyaruko grinned mischievously, pressing a finger to her lips. Knowing the mirror's function right now won't help you, darling. Once darling completes the future banquet and prepares to face the present, you'll understand everything yourself. Just remember, this mirror seems useless most of the time, but when it's truly needed, it will be indispensable. Speaking in riddles again, Toya muttered, deciding not to press further. Since Nyaruko refused to spill the beans, no amount of questioning would get an answer out of her. Next to him, Eriri looked completely lost. Future banquet, present banquet. What are you guys talking about? Toya shrugged. Sorry, even I don't know the full details, so don't expect an answer from me. Eriri, get some rest tonight. I'll take you home tomorrow. As they walked away, Nyaruko watched Eriri's retreating figure with a playful glint in her eyes. Darling probably didn't notice, did he? The next morning, Toya arranged for a private car to take Eriri home. Along the way, the sky was a clear, brilliant blue, and the sunlight was warm, a stark contrast to the bizarre, faded world of the past. This is the real world. Eriri stared out the window nostalgically as the scenery passed by. No need to worry about monsters. Believe me now, this is reality, Toya chuckled. 30 minutes later, the car arrived at the familiar residential district. Eriri's family home was just ahead. Finally home, Eriri stretched her arms, filled with anticipation to see her mother again. But the scene on the front lawn made Eriri freeze in her tracks. Toya looked into the yard and frowned. There's another Eriri in the villa. Sitting quietly on the lawn, with her back to them, was a figure identical to Eriri. She seemed to be basking in the sunlight. Another me? Eriri stared at the figure, her mind in chaos. Toya's brow furrowed. Too Eriris. What's going on? Is the one in the villa a fake? He activated his mystic eyes of death perception. The world looked normal. The Eriri on the lawn had no anomalies. She wasn't a monster in disguise. The Eriri beside me is also normal, Toya muttered, examining the girl next to him. She was a living, breathing human being. This is troublesome. Just as Toya was puzzling over the situation, he noticed something odd. The Eriri on the lawn hadn't moved a muscle for quite some time. They had been standing there for a while, yet she remained perfectly still. For a living person, that was highly abnormal. Eriri, let's go inside and check. Toya spoke to the Eriri beside him and effortlessly hopped over the gate into the villa grounds. Eriri stared at him with a complicated expression. Kawashima, you jumped over, but what about me? That gate is 3 or 4 meters high. How am I supposed to jump that? Toya smirked and pointed to the gaps between the iron bars of the gate. Eriri, you shouldn't doubt yourself. Eriri's face turned pale with indignation. If you weren't my savior, I'd kill you right now. Emergency situation, don't get mad. We still don't know what's wrong with the you inside. Toya watched with a pitiful expression as Eriri managed to squeeze through the gaps in the bars. Such a cute girl, yet she fits through the bars like that. What a waste. Eriri, let's go take a look. You just thought something rude about me, didn't you? Eriri glared at him suspiciously. I'll let it slide this time, but I'll get you back later. The priority is to figure out why this happened. When Toya and Eriri approached the figure on the lawn, they realized the issue was simpler than expected. The Eriri on the grass was sunbathing, but her eyes were dull and lifeless, and her face was completely blank. She stared at the sky like a doll, devoid of any expression. She looked like a complete idiot. Eriri, look at yourself. You look so stupid right now. Even with his rigorous training in keeping a straight face, Toya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eriri's face turned black. She bared her cute tiger tooth and hissed, "Don't laugh, what's so funny? Shouldn't we be finding the cause?" "Give me a second," Toya wheezed, unable to stop smiling. Laughing at Eriri right to her face was a bit mean, but he couldn't help it. The Eriri on the lawn just looked too goofy. Eriri's face flushed red, her anger rising rapidly. Just then, a woman's surprised voice came from the villa, instantly extinguishing Eriri's rage. Am I seeing things? Why are there 2 Eriris? A beautiful woman with long, silky black hair, dressed in a kimono, walked out slowly. She looked back and forth between the 2 Eriris in shock. Since when did I have 2 daughters? Mom. Eriri, having not seen her mother in what felt like forever, rushed forward and hugged her. Sawamura Sayuri held her daughter, confusion flashing in her eyes. Eriri, there are 2 of you. Can someone give me an explanation I can accept? Toya nodded with a smile. Before that, Sayuri-san, could you explain what's going on with the intellectually challenged Eriri over there? He didn't know the cause either, so hearing Sayuri's perspective on the situation was the logical first step. You can't call me San like an old lady, you know, Sayuri said with a gentle, playful smile. But given the emergency, I'll let it slide. Next time, remember to call me Sayuri Wanasan. Saying this, Sayuri patted Eriri's head and spoke softly. It all started about a month ago. Chapter 174. So I really did travel to a world of the past back then? Eriri asked in shock. Does that mean I actually got ice-guyed? Sawamura Sayuri looked at her daughter with sparkling curiosity. You crossed worlds, Eriri? No wonder your body here turned into an empty shell. It must have been missing its soul. So, tell me, what kind of world did you go to? Kawashima Toya didn't interrupt the mother-daughter conversation. Instead, he observed the vacant-looking Eriri sitting on the lawn. Dull eyes, no soul. The body is running on pure instinct, barely maintaining the basic functions of life. Through his mystic eyes of death perception, he could see it clearly. The idiot Eriri was just a biological machine, a husk without a pilot. After a while, Sayuri let go of Eriri, looking visibly disappointed. "I thought you went to some exciting fantasy world. Turns out, you just went to a horror game setting." "Are you really my biological mother?" Arieri looked at her in disbelief. "I almost died in the world of the past. If Kawashima hadn't shown up, I would have died without anyone even knowing." Toya ignored their bickering and focused his analysis on the Arieri he had rescued. As he suspected, the Arieri he brought back somehow possessed a physical form, even though she should have been just a soul in that world. Her soul and this new body were perfectly synchronized, meaning she didn't technically need her original shell anymore. "Sayuri Wanasan Arieri, you have a choice to make," Toya said calmly. "What choice?" "If you need anything, just say the word. I'll prepare it immediately," Sayuri said, her expression turning serious as she stopped teasing her daughter. Arieri felt a sudden wave of panic. "Kawashima, did you find something wrong?" Toya gave a faint smile. "Don't be nervous, it's a simple choice. The idiot Arieri is just a shell without a soul. The moving Arieri has both a soul and a body. In short, we have one extra body. So, make a decision. Do you want to keep the idiot shell as a pet, or should we dispose of it? I can handle the corpse disposal for free." He made a quick cutting motion across his neck to emphasize the efficiency of his service. "Eek," Arieri gasped, terror flashing in her eyes. "Kawashima, can you not say such scary things?" "Dispose of it, huh?" Sayuri pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "That's not a bad idea, but killing isn't something you should do, Toya-kun. Arieri should do it herself. After all, it's her own body. We shouldn't let our savior dirty his hands with blood." "Sayuri is even more ruthless than I imagined," Toya thought, secretly admiring her decisiveness. She was actually suggesting Arieri execute her own doppelganger. Even if it had no soul, it looked exactly like her. For Arieri, that would be a traumatizing experience. "Mom, no way," Arieri shivered violently. "I absolutely cannot kill myself." Sayuri looked troubled. "But Toya-kun is our savior. Are you really going to make him do the dirty work? It's something you can easily do yourself, yet you want to trouble him." Arieri fell silent. After a long pause, she whispered, "Is there really no other way?" "Cough, all right, stop." Toya laughed helplessly. "Stop spiraling, let me think of a solution first." If he didn't intervene, Sayuri and Arieri would probably start discussing the most efficient way to murder the shell and hide the body to avoid a police investigation. Just as he was trying to come up with a plan, a message appeared in his mind, likely a tip from Nyaruko. "Oh, I can do that. Being a savior really has its perks." Toya's eyes turned calm and detached, resembling a supreme deity as he looked at Arieri and the shell. He shouted with authority, "By the edict of the savior, return to your true form." In the unseen spiritual realm, a majestic, holy thunderclap echoed. Boom! Under the disbelief of Arieri and Sayuri, the soulless shell slowly stood up and began walking toward Arieri. "Hey, it's a zombie," Arieri screamed, preparing to grab her mother and run. "Stand still." Toya's calm voice halted her. "Let it come to you." Hearing his command, Arieri mustered her courage and stood her ground. Just as the two were about to collide, the power of causality began to glow with a mystical light. A soft, five-colored radiance enveloped both Arieri and the shell, obscuring them from view. A moment later, the light faded. Only one Arieri remained, sitting on the ground and rubbing her forehead. "Ouch, that shell actually bumped into me." "Arieri, the idiot shell is gone," Sayuri said in surprise. "It worked," Toya nodded. Just moments ago, Nyaruko had transmitted the method to fuse the two bodies. The technique was simple: use a command to drive the rules of the world. However, to command the world's rules, one needed the status of a savior. Of course, if one was strong enough, they could just ignore the rules entirely. Controlling the rules of the world, I might be able to use this in combat. Toya imagined a scenario where he was deadlocked with an enemy of equal strength. A single edict from him could instantly flip the situation. It's a pity I can't replicate the full effect from the battle with Kundi. During that fight, the savior status had fully manifested. He only had to call out, and any noble phantasm he desired would appear. If he needed help, calling a name would summon that hero instantly. Unfortunately, that was a one-time bonus from the root for his first manifestation. System notice, world mission, the mysterious call completed. Reward, 10,000 origin points delivered. System notice, world mission issued. The past has arrived, but where are the present and future? Clear condition, complete the banquet of the present or the banquet of the future. Reward, 1 million origin points and the truth of past, present, and future. 1 million origin points, Toya was shaken. Simply completing one of the remaining banquets in the mirror of past, present, and future would yield 1 million points. He had never encountered such a terrifyingly rich reward. With 1 million points, I could buy a top-tier noble phantasm from the system shop. But rewards this high always come with proportional difficulty. Toya's excitement quickly cooled. He remembered Nyaruko's warning, do not attempt the remaining 2 banquets. The system's exorbitant reward was essentially a warning sign in itself. Until he was strong enough and confident enough, he shouldn't risk entering the mirror again. Chapter 175. With the incident finally resolved, Kawashima Toya bid Ariri farewell and prepared to leave. Kawashima-kun, why don't you stay for lunch? Thank you for helping me so much. Ariri blushed slightly, looking a bit shy. Consider this meal as my way of saying thanks. A free meal doesn't sound too bad. After solving so much trouble, I deserve a bite to eat, right? Toya considered it for a moment. Just as he was about to accept the invitation, his phone rang. A call. He glanced at the screen. It was Kasumigaoka Utaha. Puzzled, he answered. Is something wrong? Kawashima, I need to tell you something, but promise me you won't panic. Utaha's voice came through the receiver, sounding shaken. Toya frowned slightly, his voice calm. Utaha, I think you're the one who needs to stop panicking. Utaha took a deep breath, her voice stabilizing. We just discovered that something might have happened to Jashin-chan. She's gone. Gone? Toya laughed dryly. Jashin-chan is a high-ranking devil capable of taking care of herself. Even if she's missing, she probably just went out to play. She'll likely be back before long. In the anime, Jashin-chan was a complete hedonist. She would often spend entire days at the arcade or the pachinko parlor without telling anyone. No, Utaha's voice grew heavy. She said she was going to explore the basement. We tried to stop her, but she just ran off. When we went to look for her later, we searched the entire manor, but there was no trace of her. Let me explain. You've been talking for half a day without getting to the point. The phone changed hands, and a lively, youthful voice took over. Darling, while no one was paying attention, Jashin-chan snuck into the basement. With her incredible luck, she managed to enter the mirror of past, present, and future. Right now, she's probably getting beaten up in one of the remaining 2 banquets. Toya replied weakly, Nyaruko, didn't you try to stop her? The remaining 2 banquets are no joke. Darling, you don't actually think I let this happen, do you? Nyaruko sounded aggrieved. I just found out myself. Jashin-chan is an upper-class devil, after all. Theoretically, she's on the same level as my current form. How could I monitor her constantly? As for my main body, don't even ask. The true Nyarlathotep is dormant in chaos. Unless something major happens that requires witnessing, it wouldn't pay attention to this world. Sorry, I wrongly accused you. Toya apologized immediately. Nyaruko disdained lying. If she said she didn't know, it meant she really hadn't noticed the sneaky serpent. Jashin-chan really is a troublemaker. Darling, let's talk more when you get back. After hanging up, Toya sighed. Sorry, Ariri, looks like I can't stay for that meal after all. Something came up, I have to go, see you next time. With that, Toya got into the waiting car and headed straight for home. Sawamura Sayuri watched him leave, then looked at Ariri with a beaming smile. Ariri, tell Mommy all about your ice sky adventure. It was dangerous, Ariri complained loudly. You don't care about me at all, you're more interested in the other world. Trash Fox Manor basement. 10 minutes later, Toya rushed down the stairs. Everyone was gathered there, standing at the entrance but afraid to take a single step further. Nyaruko greeted him with a brilliant smile. Darling, you're finally back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Toya pondered for a moment, Bad news. Since learning that Jashin-chan had entered the mirror, he felt prepared for the worst. Nyaruko spread her hands. Jashin-chan definitely entered the broken mirror, and she's currently getting beaten up inside. Isn't that good news? Toya raised an eyebrow. How is that bad? Jashin-chan can't die anyway. Let her get taught a lesson. What's wrong with that? Jashin-chan had a notoriously terrible personality and an indestructible body. Getting beaten up was just a Tuesday for her. Maybe this lesson would actually make her behave. I can't reveal the details, Nyaruko said, realizing Toya was underestimating the situation. But she is getting beaten very badly. If Darling doesn't go rescue her, the consequences will be unthinkable. At the very least, she'll be stuck there getting pummeled until Darling decides to enter the mirror for the second time. That is actually serious. Toya's expression hardened. Based on the 1,000,000-point reward for clearing a banquet, he knew that the present and future banquets were currently impossible for him to complete. His plan to re-enter the mirror was likely years away. Even with Jashin-chan's immortal body, getting beaten non-stop for years would break her mind completely. Nyaruko nodded in agreement. Now for the good news. Jashin-chan entered the future banquet. The future banquet isn't as insanely difficult as the present one. However, for the current Darling, it's still nearly impossible to clear. Hanazono Yurin, who had been listening quietly, asked, Nyaruko, can we release the seal on Jashin-chan's power? If she has her full strength, she should be able to hold out for a while, right? Unfortunately, no, Nyaruko shook her head gently. Even if we release her full power, she won't last. She'd struggle to survive even a single day. That dangerous. Toya felt a chill run down his spine. He had underestimated the difficulty of the remaining 2 banquets. Even a fully powered upper-class devil wouldn't last a day. Should I go? Toya was torn. If he went, there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to protect himself, let alone her. If he didn't go, Jashin-chan would be beaten into a pulp. Seeing Toya deep in thought, Nyaruko signaled everyone to stay quiet and give him time. After a long silence, Toya sighed, I'll go take a look. If I don't go, Jashin-chan is really done for. He was strongly opposed to entering the mirror again so soon, but he couldn't just sit by and watch Jashin-chan meet a terrible fate. System notice, World Mission Update. The savior of humanity has decided to challenge the mirror of past, present, and future again. Rewards updated. Reward upgrade, 2 million origin points. Hint for the optimal time to participate in the present banquet. The danger level is that high. Toya's eyes flashed with shock. Just deciding to participate had doubled the reward. This means the difficulty is far beyond what I imagined. There's a very high chance that both Jashin-chan and I will die in there. Chapter 176. Kawashima Toya sighed. Is there really no trick to clearing this? Can't I just give it a try? Darling, at this moment, there is none, Nyaruko said, her expression graver than ever. Due to the nature of the banquets, I cannot reveal specific details. But I can tell you this, the future banquet is unique. It is so special that clearing it is statistically impossible. Even if Darling were to transform into Hyper Kabuto again and disrupt the flow of spacetime at will, victory would not be guaranteed. But I have to go, Toya replied, his voice laced with helplessness. He couldn't just stand by and watch Jashin-chan be beaten into a pulp, could he? As a transmigrator and a savior, how could he simply abandon someone? Darling has made his decision. I wish you the best of luck in battle. Nyaruko's face turned solemn. Please prepare yourself fully, Darling. You are about to face the future. 1:03 a.m. Kawashima Toya stood ready, dressed in an exquisite white tuxedo. On his back, he carried 2 swords, the Holy Excalibur Star Holy Sword and the demonic Clarent Sinstar Holy Sword. One to uphold justice, the other to combat evil. In his hand, he held the ancient tome. Even though he wasn't particularly fond of ancient tome, in a situation like this, he needed every tool available. If he didn't bring it now, he might not get another chance. Darling, good luck. Nyaruko looked at Toya's strange assortment of gear. A tuxedo, 2 legendary swords, and an ancient tome, and silently prayed for his safe return. Not far away, Kasugano Sora wiped her tears, her heart filled with sorrow and resentment. It's all Jashin-chan's fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have played with her or even let her move in. If not for her, Onii-chan wouldn't have to take such a risk. Don't cry, Sora. Kasumigaoka Utaha gently patted Sora's head, comforting her. You have to believe in Toya-kun. Has he ever failed to return safely? When the time arrived, the rusty, cloudy surface of the mirror of past, present, and future cleared once more. An ethereal passageway appeared within the glass, along with the reflection of Toya wearing that same eerie, wicked smile. Toya looked at his reflection calmly. I'm going to the future. Oh, great savior, I wish you luck. The reflection bowed slightly, stepping aside to open the path. Toya had no interest in chatting. He walked straight into the tunnel. Oh, great savior, do you truly believe you can grasp the future? Inside the mirror, the reflection watched Toya's back and let out a chilling, mocking laugh. Somewhere in a higher plane of existence, 6 chaotic auras surged, and majestic, supreme figures gathered in the void. He's coming. The wager begins. After countless eras, the savior who challenged the past, present, and future faster than any other has appeared. Place your bets. Guess if the final savior of the root's great cycle can clear the future. Impossible, he cannot pass. His path hasn't even been fully forged yet. How could it be that easy? I bet on the savior clearing it. Are you insane? That is the future. Countless saviors, even gods and transcendent beings, have fallen at this hurdle. Isn't it a bit undignified for entities like us to be gambling? The remaining 5 figures fell silent. If he clears it, let's gift him a supreme artifact. The hazy, misty tunnel finally came to an end. Toya looked at the world beyond the exit and took a deep breath. Let me see just what makes this impossible. Future banquet worth 2 million origin points. If he had 2 million points, he could buy 2 X-rank noble phantasms from the system shop. Toya stepped out of the tunnel, his expression vigilant as he scanned his surroundings for any potential ambush. Nothing. His blue eyes swept the area, but he found nothing special. There was only a ruined city. Judging from the wreckage, it seemed to be the Tokyo he lived in. Didn't they say it was dangerous? Where's the danger? Just as Toya was puzzling over the situation, a meteor streaked across the distant sky, heading straight for him. Boom! A figure crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Jashin-chan, Toya peered through the dust and realized the meteor was actually the serpent girl. He rushed over to check on her. Jashin-chan, are you okay? Toya frowned, looking at her battered body. It was unclear how many times she had already died and regenerated. Jashin-chan, can you speak? Jashin-chan struggled to stand up from the rubble. When she saw Toya, she shrieked in terror and curled into a ball, begging for mercy. Don't hit me, please don't hit me. Jashin-chan, Toya said firmly, tell me why you turned into a meteor. Who is the enemy? Before the battle started, he needed as much information as possible to avoid being passive. You're Toya. Jashin-chan realized the expected pain hadn't come and looked up in confusion. Toya, you finally came. She lunged forward and hugged him, wailing loudly. I was wrong, I shouldn't have snuck into the basement. I got sucked into the mirror and met a bunch of devils. They're here. Toya's face remained calm as he looked toward the sky. Looks like I don't need your intel anymore. Jashin-chan, run, don't look back. If you're too slow, you'll die for real. I'm out. Jashin-chan knew the terror of what was coming and fled toward a temporarily safe spot without hesitation. As expected of Jashin-chan, she recovers fast. Toya chuckled, then turned to wait for the enemy. In the distant sky, a brilliant, gentle golden light illuminated the heavens. A figure with a compassionate yet suffering expression arrived, standing atop a golden lotus, emanating the aura of an enlightened one. From the western sky, a mystical aura obscured the sun. A figure with the graceful demeanor of a sword saint arrived, riding a flying blade with effortless transcendence. From the eastern sky, a massive surge of chaotic energy, like the descent of an outer god, heralded the arrival of a sinister, dark figure consumed by the abyss. 3 figures releasing different auras, yet sharing one common trait: indifferent, scornful mockery of the world. There's one more. Toya stared deeply into the sky, his eyes filled with gravity. The embodiment of divine will. As the three figures drew closer, Toya finally saw their faces clearly. You. Toya stared in disbelief at the figures standing in the void. They're all me. Without exception, all three figures were him. The only difference was the paths they had taken. One appeared to be a devout deity of enlightenment. Another seemed to have walked the path of the Sword Saint, seeking ascension. The last one had fallen into the Cthulhu mythos, becoming one with the outer gods. Although their paths differed, they shared a common origin. They represent the paths I abandoned. Toya's heart grew heavy. These three versions of himself represented paths he had fantasized about when he first transmigrated. The carefree saint, the monk dedicated to fighting evil gods, or the one who stared into the abyss and became the abyss to fight it. Toya glanced subtly at the sky. And there's the me who almost became the embodiment of the divine will. Each of these selves was a headache-inducing powerhouse on their own. Now, with the physical manifestation of will looming overhead, the situation was desperate. Chapter 177. He seems to have accepted his fate. Then let's finish this together. Cut him down. In an instant, the three figures charged in unison. Come. Kawashima Toya drew Excalibur and rushed toward the three versions of himself, initiating a battle of life and death. The first exchange lasted only a few breaths. Toya was sent flying backward like a meteor, crashing heavily into the earth. Boom! The impact created a massive crater, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nearby, Jashin-chan, who hadn't run very far, saw Toya defeated so quickly. Terrified, she immediately sped up her escape. So strong, Toya steadied himself amidst the ruins, coughing lightly. He finally understood why Nyaruko had said clearing the future banquet was nearly impossible. These three versions of himself, each having walked a completely different path, possessed power equal to his own. Worse, they were coordinating their attacks, leaving him no room to counter. Even his battle against the legendary martial artist, Li Xuan, hadn't put him under this much pressure. At that moment, the formless entity in the sky, the version of him representing divine will, made his move. The world itself began to manifest malice, actively targeting Toya. Divine will. Three selves who are my equals, plus the assistance of a divine will version of me. Toya looked grimly at the world, which was twisting like a kaleidoscope due to the rejection of world. If I knew it was this bad, I would have just let Jashin-chan take the beating. The one in the sky hasn't even attacked directly yet. How am I supposed to fight this? In his vision, the entire world was warping. Under the pressure of the world's rejection, the three selves began to create afterimages, making their attacks impossible to read. This is serious trouble. Just as Toya tried to stand up, an immense force struck him again. He was launched into the air once more, streaking across the night sky before slamming deep into the earth. The ground around him cracked like a spider web. It was easy to imagine the despair of fighting three equals, backed by the absolute will of the world. Toya, you have to hold on. You absolutely cannot lose, Jashin-chan shouted anxiously from the distance. I was getting beaten for a whole day. I need to rest a bit before I can switch places with you. Toya struggled to rise from the rubble, laughing bitterly. I want to hold on too, but I can't block them. Dealing with three selves was bad enough, but the entity in the sky acting as divine will made resistance futile. In just a short exchange, Toya had become the most rejected entity in existence. Too weak. The ethereal, carefree sword Saint Toya shook his head slightly, sneering. With such weakness, how are you worthy of fighting us? Stop talking trash. Did you forget that villains die from talking too much? The cold, indifferent evil god Toya remarked. This poor monk agrees. Let us use our full strength and end him instantly. The compassionate, enlightened Toya, bathed in holy light, flashed a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Even the villains die from talking too much trope, they learned that too. Toya felt increasingly helpless. Aside from taking different paths, these selves seemed to have absorbed all his knowledge and quirks. Suddenly, the three figures chanted in unison. I am the pinnacle of humanity, the peak of life. The pathfinder of the era, the savior of the world. Manifest here. Toya stared in shock. They can even do that. That was the special manifestation decree of the savior, capable of calling upon the blessings of heaven and earth and the gaze of the root consciousness. Once successfully activated, the user would essentially become the child of destiny. This is bad, Toya's tone was grave. Looks like they succeeded. He wasn't even sure if he could use that ability at will, yet these three selves had executed it perfectly. He could foresee that the battle was about to become completely one-sided. With the manifestation of three saviors, the world's rejection of him became absolute. As their enemy, he not only had to deal with the environment targeting him, but also the karmic consequences of opposing a savior. However, I can still fight. Toya glanced at Clarent, the Sinstar holy sword, and muttered, I thought I wouldn't have to use this holy sword. Turns out, bringing it was a visionary move. The world rejects me, then I'll just destroy it. With that, Toya tossed Excalibur aside and drew Clarent from his back. Sensing its master's will, the Sinstar holy sword erupted with endless chaotic energy. The world began to turn foul. The land started to wither, and space itself began to rust. Chaotic, disorderly energy wrapped around Toya's body, making him look like the most terrifying, grandiose evil god of them all. Destruction, calamity, disaster, plague. Countless forms of malice enveloped him. In this moment, he looked even more evil and cold than the evil god Toya, standing in the center of the trio. This was the anti-purge noble phantasm forged by Nyaruko specifically to counter Excalibur. Designed to corrupt the radiance of the planet, it was proving to be the perfect countermeasure. Surrounded by terrifying dark energy, Toya stared indifferently at the three figures. Round 3, start. Boom! With a loud explosion, Toya vanished from his spot. Clang! The sword Saint Toya drew his longsword, barely blocking the attack. The heavy, malevolent strike drove the sword Saint into the ground, causing a 100-meter radius of earth to collapse instantly. The sunken ground was covered in dense fractures, a testament to the devastating power of the blow. Interesting, the sword Saint Toya chuckled lightly and vanished, reappearing at a distance. Nearby, the other two figures nodded with satisfaction. Now this is getting interesting. After all, if he's too weak, how can he highlight our greatness? As the words fell, the three figures attacked simultaneously. This isn't simple at all. Toya charged forward, engaging the three in a chaotic melee. Even with the buff from Clarent, he gained no significant advantage. He was still being suppressed, with almost no power to fight back. Each of the three selves possessed invincible combat power in their own right. None of them were weaker than him, making this battle incredibly difficult. Like a meteor, Toya was knocked out of the sky again, smashing another deep crater into the ground. Again. Toya's face remained calm as he ignored his injuries and charged back into the sky. He had lost count of how many times he had been smashed into the earth. Even now, he hadn't gained the slightest upper hand. Each self was too strong enough to fight him to a standstill individually. With three of them at once, plus divine will in the sky, even using all his trump cards made it hard to compete. The only thing he could do was keep standing up and rushing back into the fight. Only by doing this could he survive a little longer and look for that sliver of a chance to win. Once he stayed down, he would surely die in the next second. Far away, Jashin-chan watched Toya crash into the ground over and over, only to charge back into the sky each time. Her heart ached terribly. If not for me, Toya wouldn't have come here. With my rotten personality, I should be the one here, getting killed and revived over and over. Chapter 178. Repeating such a tragedy, perhaps that is the only fitting end for trash like me. You shouldn't have come. Jashin-chan was consumed by self-blame. I just wanted to help Toya. Just then, Kawashima Toya's calm voice cut through her despair. No need, just watch. I will win this. Jashin-chan looked at him blankly. But, you've been suppressed this whole time. The three versions of himself heard Toya's declaration and sneered in unison. Win? With what? The three of us possess strength equal to yours. Toya stood in the sky, his tall figure upright and unyielding. Even after being suppressed for so long by three versions of himself, he showed no signs of despair. His blue eyes gazed indifferently at his opponents. It is true that you are strong, but you cannot kill me. And I can kill you. Mystic eyes of death perception. The world in Toya's eyes began to shift. On the bodies of the three selves, lines and points of death began to surface, glowing with a crimson light. A light strike on a point would bring instant death. A slice along a line would sever the object beyond repair. Mystic eyes of death perception, the sword saint scoffed. Do you really think such a trivial ability can touch us? Those eyes might be powerful in the Type Moon universe, but do you think they hold any sway here? The Enlightened One chanted a Buddhist mantra. Praise the divine Toya. Those eyes will not give you the advantage you seek. We have transcended the concept of death. Your eyes are useless. The evil god looked at him like he was an idiot. Go ahead, try, see if we have any death points. To defeat us, there is only one path. Overpower us with brute force. I have accumulated enough strength to defeat you, Toya said calmly. You cannot comprehend what has happened. If you say the eyes won't work, then I won't use them. I'll defeat you with the purest, most overwhelming power. Let me show you what true invincibility looks like. As his words fell, Toya vanished and reappeared instantly in front of the three selves. Hesitation is defeat. Abandon your doubts. Cast aside your fear. Seeing the Sword Saint, the evil god, and the Enlightened One attack simultaneously, Toya didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust Clarent, the Sinstar Holy Sword, straight at the Sword Saint. Squelch. Clarent pierced the Sword Saint's body. Endless calamity and disaster erupted from the blade, swallowing him instantly. One strike, the Sword Saint fell. The attacks from the evil god and the Enlightened One landed squarely on Toya's body. Bang! Toya was sent flying backward for 1,000 meters. But this time, he didn't crash into the earth. Instead, he stabilized himself in the sky, standing firm. Far from enough, Toya shook his head slightly and vanished again. The next second, another scream of agony echoed through the air as the power of disaster erupted once more. Toya's Clarent had decapitated the Enlightened One. To the side, the evil god was still in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A pitch-black sword light flashed. Boundless evil energy destroyed the evil god's defenses, annihilating him completely. In the blink of an eye, all three selves had fallen. In the distance, Jashin-chan stared, dumbfounded. How did Toya suddenly get so strong? Wasn't he getting beaten up just a second ago? Toya didn't answer her silent question. Instead, he looked up at the sky with indifferent eyes. 13 restraints released. This is a battle to destroy the world. Nyaruko's energetic voice rang out in his mind. Approved. Darling, take my feelings and destroy this world to your heart's content. Divine will, it's your turn. Clarent Blood Arthur, rebellion against the whole world. Toya's majestic voice resonated through the world. Clarent erupted with a dazzling, chaotic light of calamity. The twisted brilliance madly eroded the entire world. The physical manifestation of divine will gathered countless apocalyptic thunderclouds, preparing to destroy this Toya, who seemed like a completely different person from before. But in the next second, the evil light of plague and disaster consumed the thunderclouds, transforming into a supreme evil even more terrifying than the evil itself. Providence struggled, attempting a final resistance, but it was futile. The brilliant, evil light slashed down, plunging the world into infinite chaos and madness. Divine will was dead. System notice, world mission completed. Reward, 2 million origin points delivered. Calculating optimal entry time for the present banquet. Optimal entry time, 1,000 years later. 1,000 years, Toya's eyes flashed with astonishment. What kind of joke is this? The difficulty must be unimaginable. Looks like I shouldn't have any illusions about clearing it soon. Toya stopped worrying about the present banquet, his mood get better. 2 million origin points. In an instant, he had reached the peak of wealth. The suffering he endured was absolutely worth the system's reward. System notice, world mission issued. Past and future are now in your grasp. The present is approaching. Objective, fully conquer the present. Reward, the mirror of past, present, and future will fully activate, revealing its true function. No point reward. Toya glanced at it indifferently and lost interest. Even if he wanted to conquer it, he had to wait 1,000 years. He didn't want to face a battle like that again anytime soon. Even with the 2 million origin points, it had been an extremely dangerous fight. One wrong move, and he would have truly perished in this world. In the chaotic, mad world, a hazy, ethereal tunnel slowly formed. This time, the entity waiting wasn't a reflection with a wicked smile, but a large sphere of light. Respected Savior, the banquet of the future has been cleared. The past and future are now open to you. You may visit at any time. The sphere of light spoke politely and humbly. Please note, when visiting, please be prepared. Return times are indefinite. What does that mean? Toya frowned. The sphere of light pulsed gently. I cannot say. Please make all necessary preparations, and you will understand on your own. You may return now. Would you like to admire this beautiful world before you go? Refusing to speak Toya didn't press further. Based on the system's mission, he had only secured the past and future. He still lacked the most important piece, the present. The mirror of past, present, and future had recognized him to a large extent, but the final acknowledgement was missing. He believed that once he gained full recognition, the mirror's true power would be revealed. Can I take Jashin-chan with me? Toya pointed to the excited serpent girl nearby. The sphere of light replied humbly, of course. You may freely bring people to and from the past and future. Let's go, Jashin-chan. Toya called out to her and stepped into the tunnel first. Jashin-chan hurried to follow. She couldn't stay in this heartbreaking of a place for even one more minute. Back in reality, Nyaruko pounced on him immediately. No touch. Toya sidestepped smoothly, dodging Nyaruko's flying hug. Nyaruko pouted, looking aggrieved. Darling is so heartless. Then her face lit up with joy. Congratulations, darling, you really cleared the future trial. Chapter 179. Darling, you've achieved an unprecedented feat. Nyaruko's face was flushed with excitement. You're the first person in endless eons to do this. Was it really that dangerous? A flicker of doubt crossed Kawashima Toya's eyes. In the beginning, facing 4 versions of himself, the evil god, the sword saint, the enlightened one, and the divine will was indeed difficult. However, as the battle dragged on, the gap between them had gradually shrunk until it was almost imperceptible. The fact that the 4 selves couldn't eliminate him in a single hit gave him the chance to counterattack. After slaying the heretic god Kundi, he had obtained the constitution of a Campaiani. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he would only grow stronger, absorbing the experience of defeat and continuously improving. That was why, in the end, he could easily defeat 4 versions of himself, even when they used every trick in the book. They simply lacked the right opportunities, Toya thought with a sigh. If the 4 selves had possessed equipment on the level of Clarent, perhaps they wouldn't have lost so easily. Toya stifled a yawn and looked at Hanazono Yurin. Yurin, I brought Jashin-chan back for you. I'm going to go get some rest. Although he had won, the battle had been grueling and his body was reaching its limit. He needed to recover his stamina. Yurin nodded coldly. I will take good care of Jashin-chan. I'll make sure she understands not to do such dangerous things again. Jashin-chan, come here. To the side, Jashin-chan felt as if she had been dropped into a freezer. Trembling, she shuffled reluctantly toward Yurin. As Toya walked away, he heard Jashin-chan's screams of agony echoing behind him. He felt a sense of vindication. I went all the way to the future to save you, and all you did was run away. You even told me to hold out longer while I was getting beaten up, just so you could rest. Jashin-chan, enjoy Yurin's hospitality. Nyaruko, put these back in the collection room. Toya unequipped Excalibur and Clarent from his back, along with the ancient tome, which he hadn't found a use for. Okay, please rest well, darling. Nyaruko took the items from him and smiled sweetly. Make sure to get plenty of sleep. I'm going to chat with Kuko now. I need to show her what a true savior looks like." With that, Nyaruko vanished instantly. Toya chuckled. Is there really that much to brag about? Toya's bedroom. Back in his room, Toya opened the system shop with excitement. A staggering 2,200,000 origin points were displayed on the screen. At least 2 X-rank noble phantasms. What should I choose? Toya began browsing the various X-rank items in the shop, looking for something suitable. Suddenly, a wave of intense drowsiness hit him. Strange, why am I so sleepy? Is someone interfering with my mental state? Murmuring to himself, Toya slowly closed his eyes. Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the legendary land known as the end of the world, the isolated island of everlasting spring. "My king, you're finally awake." Merlin smiled at him, her expression beaming. "Congratulations on clearing the future." Toya sat up, surprised. "You know what happened in reality?" "It is an unprecedented feat, a great achievement that no one can replicate." Merlin spread her arms dramatically. "Your future far exceeded the expectations of the gods. Even the fairies are in awe. How could I not know? By the way, that purple-haired hag in the land of shadows knows too. She's genuinely happy for you." "Shishu," Toya smiled. "If not for her help, I probably wouldn't have even cleared the past." "Right, Merlin, did you drag me in here just now?" He was just about to pick out an X-rank noble phantasm when an irresistible drowsiness had overtaken him. It had to be Merlin summoning him. Merlin smiled mischievously. "It was me, if I hadn't dragged you here." "What if you bought a useless X-rank noble phantasm?" "X-rank noble phantasms can be useless." Toya looked at Merlin like she was an idiot. "Don't you know? Noble phantasms are the ultimate armament of heroic spirits, crystallized miracles, the condensation of human prayer. And X-rank is the pinnacle of them all." "I know all that." Merlin rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "I just wanted to remind you not to buy things you shouldn't. For example, anything related to King Arthur, like the Holy Lance Rongaminiad." "Why?" Toya asked, puzzled. "You're a magus of flowers with clairvoyance. How could you not know?" If Merlin hadn't mentioned it, he actually had planned to buy Rongaminiad. The spear techniques he learned from Skathach required a long spear. While Gi-Balg alternative was decent, it sometimes felt insufficient. Against strong enemies, a powerful noble phantasm could minimize the gap in strength. Merlin pointed nonchalantly to the tower in the center of Avalon. "See the tower I live in. That is the anchor that fastens the texture of the world to the planet. It is also known as the Holy Lance Rongaminiad. Before long, you will gain its recognition, King. There's also the scabbard of the Holy Sword, Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. They're both here, though if you want Avalon, you'll have to go ask the fairies for it yourself." "I can get all of these." Toya stared at Merlin in disbelief. "Merlin, are you sure you haven't taken the wrong medicine? Avalon and Rongaminiad, both are incredibly important artifacts. You'll get them sooner or later." Merlin waved her hand dismissively. "Don't doubt it. Narratively speaking, you are also King Arthur. Just don't buy any Artoria-related noble phantasms. Anything else is fine." Toya sighed in admiration. "Merlin really treats me well. To think she's giving me so many X-rank noble phantasms for free." "So, what should I buy next?" In the sunny, flower-filled island, Toya happily browsed through various items in the system interface. Should I keep buying noble phantasms? Originally, he wanted to buy a few X-rank weapons for self-defense. But now that Merlin promised him several free ones, his desire to buy weapons faded instantly. He scrolled until an item caught his eye. Name: Third Perpetual Motion Machine. Rank: X. Description: the code, unknown, held by the protagonist of the Mondeji world. It is a third-star particle body. It can create energy from nothing, draw infinite energy from the environment without causing environmental change, and convert energy back and forth with 100% efficiency. Simply put, infinite energy. Price: 2 million origin points. System: I'll buy it. Toya was silent for a long time before making the decision. Not for anything else, but simply to unleash the power of his noble phantasms without limit. System notice, purchase confirmed, integrating third perpetual motion machine. Chapter 180. Just as Kawashima Toya was wondering why he felt so sleepy, a long-lost system notification suddenly chimed. The gentle breeze of Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, the land of eternal tranquility, suddenly whipped into a majestic, boundless storm. A dazzling pillar of light descended instantly, enveloping Toya within its radiance. To the side, Merlin noticed the anomaly and laughed helplessly. Oops, I forgot to tell him the most important part. Well, this is interesting. It seems to be connected to the world known as Little Garden. The Type Moon world and Little Garden. King, you're going to be busy. Merlin shrugged, deciding to let it go. The connection between the worlds was already established. There was nothing she could do about it now. Moments later, Toya opened his eyes. A majestic, boundless aura swept out in all directions. Infinite energy. Toya tentatively threw a punch to test his new power. The surface-level ability of the third perpetual motion machine manifested instantly. Its definition was a paradox: the gift to shatter the heavens and earth, and the gift to shatter all gifts. Boom! The air exploded. The force of the punch punched a massive, gaping hole straight through the clouds in the distant sky. Stop! Merlin's eyes widened in horror as she shouted. King, don't attack again. If you do, Avalon will be destroyed. Destroy Avalon? How is that possible? Toya trailed off, suddenly recalling the conceptual nature of the third perpetual motion machine. It possessed the power to shatter the cosmology itself. As the heart of the Type Moon world, Avalon was, in a sense, a vital anchor of human history. If he accidentally shattered Avalon, the consequences would be unthinkable. At best, the organization known as Chaldea, dedicated to correcting the human order, would show up with a horde of heroic spirits to gang up on him. At worst, the counterforce would summon countless guardians from human history and the age of gods to annihilate him. He was strong, but facing an army of heroic spirits from all of history, his only option would be to run. And even then, escape might be impossible. Toya glanced around nervously. After confirming that no one from Chaldea had appeared, he let out a breath. That didn't create a singularity, did it? What do you think? Merlin retorted, looking exasperated. Luckily, you only threw one punch. Otherwise, someone would definitely come to investigate the Avalon singularity. You've bought your item, now let's start training. Remember, do not use that power again. Chaldea and the human order are not to be trifled with. Merlin snapped her fingers, and an ancient arena materialized out of thin air. Li Xuan, dressed in traditional martial arts attire, slowly materialized. He chuckled, Savior, the commotion you caused was quite significant. The counterforce almost issued a mission for the heroic spirits to resolve the anomaly of Avalon nearly shattering. Toya laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I was testing a new ability and couldn't control my strength for a moment. He didn't know much about the Little Garden world. He only knew that the third perpetual motion machine provided infinite energy. He had overlooked its conceptual application. The code, unknown, composed of two contradictory paradoxes. That was why a single punch nearly shattered the utopia, almost exposing the isolated island to the outside world. Savior, your strength has now surpassed this old man's, Li Xuan said solemnly. For the sake of training, please do not use power that exceeds standard specifications. Toya nodded. Master Li, that was just an accident. I definitely won't use it again. One punch almost summoned the counter-force and Chaldea. Another punch, and Fujimaru Ritsuka would probably show up with an army of servants to fix the singularity. I must admit, I am envious, Li Xuan sighed, then his aura surged. Savior, the burden on your shoulders is heavy. Remember, you must never slack off. You are strong now, but the strong are as numerous as the stars. A single moment of carelessness can send you plummeting into the abyss. Today, this old man will teach you the most important lesson. When facing an enemy, go all out, show no mercy. As he finished speaking, Li Xuan threw a punch filled with terrifying killing intent, carrying the power to shatter the earth. Toya countered with a strike of his own, his aura just as formidable. However, his killing intent was far weaker than Li Shuwen's. After an indeterminate amount of time, Toya stopped fighting. He sensed it was time for him to leave. He clasped his fists and bowed to Li Shuwen. "Master Li, I will take my leave now." "Take care." Li Shuwen nodded, watching Toya vanish. What an astonishing individual. Given 10 years, he will surely surpass this old man in every way. In the way of martial arts, he will undoubtedly reach my level. Merlin appeared silently beside him, chuckling softly. Isn't that only natural? Aside from being King Arthur, he is also the savior. His future status is unimaginable. Reality. Back in his room, Toya felt the power surging within him, bringing an unprecedented sense of security. This is the state a savior should be in. With the power of the third perpetual motion machine, he now had infinite energy. He could unleash his noble phantasms limitlessly, anytime, anywhere. With the two conceptual gifts, he was essentially invincible in close combat. The evil gods at the North and South Poles. I wonder just how strong they are. Toya felt a surge of anticipation. Now, he possessed the power to punch the polar regions right out of the world. Although evil gods were said to be unbeatable by anyone other than divinities, overcoming this trial was a necessity for him as a human. Facing an evil god early and understanding the gap between them would be a huge help for his future. Toya went to the dining room, ready to eat, but was surprised to find everyone gathered there. None of you have eaten yet." "No," Nyaruko shook her head gently, her expression serious. "Darling, news came from Kyon country. In the Mount Kunlun range, they excavated a ruin known as the Emerald Spire. It is expected to open in 7 days, allowing entry for exploration. The Emerald Spire," a sharp glint flashed in Toya's eyes, "the abode of the old deity. Could there be remnants of immortals and divine spirits inside?" He remembered that this world was only slightly special. Although monsters and ghosts existed, it definitely shouldn't have reached the level where high-ranking deities resided. Nyaruko noticed Toya's confusion and explained, "The origin of this Emerald Spire is very strange. Even the perception of the crawling chaos was blocked. I couldn't see into its depths. Based on Kuko's and my judgment, this Emerald Spire might be the work of the Eastern Pantheon." Toya rubbed his chin, his voice deepening. "Not an ordinary ruin, but something from a mythological faction. That makes things tricky. The goals of the ancient Eastern Pantheon were too vague. No one knew what they were planning. Back when he almost became the embodiment of divine will, he had sensed for a brief moment the past actions of the Eastern gods. He had been so shocked he couldn't speak for a long time. The ancient Eastern Pantheon was planning something massive, something that seemed to involve all mythologies. And it included him. Although he had quickly left the state of divine will, he knew one thing for sure. He played a very important role in their plan. Chapter 181. "Get ready, in 1 week we're heading there," Kawashima Toya stated decisively. "We're going to see what's hidden inside that sanctuary." The existence of the Emerald Spire clearly didn't belong to the normal rules of this world. It was undoubtedly a remnant of the Eastern Pantheon. To prevent whatever was inside from causing harm, precautions had to be taken in advance. "We want to go too. Count me in." 6 days later, early morning. You guys are going to other country." Arieri, who had come over to thank Toya for saving her, was surprised to hear about their upcoming trip. She guessed, "You aren't heading to those ruins in Kunlun, are you?" Toya looked at her with mild surprise. "Arieri, are you going too?" "My dad received an invitation, but he has business and can't make it, so he's sending me to Kunlun for a few days of sightseeing instead." Arieri's delicate face flushed with excitement. "What time is your flight tomorrow?" "Mine is at 9 in the morning. Maybe we're on the same flight." "Impossible," Toya said calmly. "I bought a plane." Originally, he had planned to book commercial tickets, but since everyone in the household wanted to see the scenery of Kunlun, he needed too many seats. To save time, he simply bought a high-tech, fully automated aircraft from the system shop. "You bought a plane?" Arieri looked at him as if he were a deity of wealth. Kawashima, you're way too rich. Toya smiled faintly. It wasn't expensive, there are plenty of empty seats. Do you want to come along, Iriri? Really, can I? Iriri's eyes lit up with anticipation. Upon receiving Toya's confirmation, she immediately nodded. I'll cancel my ticket right now. Of course, Toya replied warmly. The system shop sold all kinds of items. As long as he didn't choose war machines like interstellar battleships or helicarriers, the prices for civilian transport were generally very low. A luxurious, AA-piloted aircraft only cost 2,000 origin points. Such a low price was far more cost-effective and convenient than buying multiple commercial plane tickets. Thank you so much. Iriri grabbed her phone and started chatting excitedly with her mother, Sawamura Sayuri. At that moment, Nyaruko walked over, looking suspicious. Darling, did you really buy a plane? I thought we were going to ride Tohru in her dragon form. What are you thinking? Toya looked at her sternly. Tohru's father is the Emperor of Demise. He might not be a god, but he's close enough. You might be comfortable using Tohru as a mount, but I wouldn't dare. Just imagining an almost godlike dragon getting angry sent shivers down his spine. He might be able to face the Emperor of Demise in a fight, but what if the Dragon Emperor decided to play dirty and bully the others? Nyaruko pouted, unconvinced. Darling, you're strong now. There's no need to fear the Emperor of Demise. Just beat him up and be done with it. If you win, you can make him your dragon mount too, right? It seems your evil god mindset has stiffened your brain. Toya looked at her like she was an idiot. Even if I beat the Emperor of Demise, what comes next? There are other major dragons, and even the dragon gods. Do you want me to fight an entire race, especially when that race is the top-tier dragon race? He was indeed strong now, and perhaps he could defeat the Emperor of Demise. But even if he beat the entire dragon race into submission, suddenly having an entire population of dragons to feed would be a nightmare. Not only was it troublesome, but it would also bring endless political problems. In comparison, the dragon maid Tohru was far more satisfactory. A perfect maid who kept the house spotless and handled all chores impeccably. That makes sense, Nyaruko admitted, a look of realization crossing her clear eyes. Just like before, when I didn't control my aura properly and contaminated a bunch of people. Even though my desire to eat has almost disappeared, I still need to eat. My kin started frantically corrupting fish, so I just ate the corrupted fish. Bonk! Toya flicked Nyaruko's forehead. Seeing her pitiful look, he warned, you must control your evil god aura. If you cause pollution like you just described, I'll summon the holy sword and annihilate you. Necessary warnings had to be given to ensure Nyaruko remembered not to harm innocent people with her aura. The next day, Toya looked at the row of people in front of him and nodded. Is everyone here? All present. Everyone in the household had gathered, proving just how attractive the trip to Kunlun was. Get in the cars, we're going to the airfield. A fleet of luxurious cars drove up, lining up neatly. Iriri saw the row of cars and asked in surprise, Kawashima, are all these cars self-driving? Yes, Toya chuckled. To save time, I had someone prepare them. In reality, these cars were also bought from the system shop. He hadn't noticed the buy-one-get-one-free deal when purchasing them. He bought 5, so he ended up with 10. As everyone boarded the cars, the convoy set off toward the area where the plane was parked. Along the way, countless pedestrians hurried out of the way. Not for any particular reason, but simply because the imposing aura of 10 identical black luxury cars was too intimidating. Kawashima, are you really just a small agency owner? Inside the car, Iriri looked at him with disbelief. Even if supernatural commissions pay well, they don't pay this well, right? You just casually summoned a convoy like this. It's nothing worth mentioning, Toya smiled faintly. These vehicles were cheap in the system shop. The origin points spent were negligible. If it were just him, he could have flown to Kunlun using the system map. But since he had so many passengers, he had to spend points on transportation. Iriri looked at him suspiciously. I get it, you must be a hidden billionaire. Stop letting your imagination run wild. We're almost there. Toya shook his head, amused. Meanwhile, just as the convoy entered a private area, a black sedan drove past. If Toya had looked, he would have recognized the person inside. It was none other than Yukinoshita Yukino. In her hand, she held an invitation card that read, "Welcome to the Kunlun Expedition." Private airfield. Ariri, despite being from a prestigious family, followed Toya like a country bumpkin, constantly looking around with curiosity. This isn't a public airport, is it? Toya remained calm. It is now. The plane we're taking is inside. Is there really a plane here? As they passed through a series of natural barriers, the view suddenly opened up. A futuristic fighter jet, completely out of place in the current era, sat quietly on a tarmac the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Chapter 182. Kawashima, is this really the plane you chartered? It looks like a fighter jet straight out of a mecha anime. Ariri couldn't help but complain, it doesn't look like a passenger plane at all. The others chimed in, echoing her sentiment. We haven't stumbled into some restricted military airspace, have we? Kasumigaoka Utaha asked, a hint of genuine worry in her voice. It's not too late to turn back now. It carries passengers, and it is absolutely safe, Kawashima Toya declared with a straight face. However, after saying that, he stared at the sleek, aggressive aircraft, which really did resemble a tactical fighter jet, and muttered doubtfully to himself. Is there something wrong with this plane? Why does it look like a war machine? Toya wasn't entirely sure, so he opened the system shop to double-check. When he bought it a few days ago, he hadn't read the description carefully. He had simply seen extreme comfort listed at a cheap price and made the purchase immediately. Now, reading the details properly, he confirmed that this machine, which looked ready for an aerial dogfight, was indeed exactly what he had bought. Item, the Trash Fox's aerial touring fighter. Rank none. Description, a masterpiece of the current era. It possesses the ultimate comfortable environment and standard strike capabilities. If enemies are encountered in midair, it can shake off pursuit at maximum speed. No wonder it looks like a fighter jet. It literally is one. Toya felt a bit helpless. I should have known. Why would a personal airfield provided by the system contain a normal civilian airliner? Don't be scared, it's time to board. After confirming the jet's identity, Toya led everyone onto the plane. Once everyone was seated, the special material walls surrounding them suddenly turned transparent. Panoramic sightseeing mode activated, destination set, takeoff initiated. Toya sat back in a plush captain's chair, enjoying the view of the surrounding scenery as they ascended vertically. Those 2,000 origin points were worth it. However, the others didn't share his sentiment. Hanazono Yurin, Jashin-chan, Medusa, and Kyon, being high-ranking demons and an undead, didn't react much. But Kasumigaoka Utaha, Kasugano Sora, and Ariri were so scared their legs went weak. Toya looked at them teasingly. You should try to get used to it. The flight to the destination takes nearly 2 hours. It would be a pity to miss out on the beautiful scenery of the sky. Impossible, Ariri was the first to retort, trembling visibly as she clutched the armrests. What kind of passenger plane is this? Why does it even have this function? It feels like stepping on thin air. It's terrifying. Kasugano Sora didn't speak, but her small face was pale. Clearly, she was badly frightened as well. Deactivate sightseeing mode. Toya frowned and shouted the command immediately. It didn't matter if the others were scared, but Sora was still young. If she got too frightened, it might leave a lasting psychological shadow. After canceling the mode, the plane returned to its normal, opaque state. Utaha, Sora, and Ariri collapsed back into their chairs, taking deep breaths. I feel alive again. Toya smiled cheerfully. It wasn't that scary, was it? You call that not scary? It felt like standing in the sky, like we could fall at any moment, Utaha said, drinking some water to calm her nerves. Fine, take your time to recover. I won't turn on sightseeing mode again. Toya looked out the window at the clouds, feeling a wave of emotion. It had only been a few months. He had gone from a transmigrator, living in an internet cafe as a refugee to this. He had thought that after activating the system, he would live a relaxed life, perhaps plagiarizing a few novels to make money in a peaceful world. But then the system upgraded, and his life leaped from slice of life to a bizarre world filled with supernatural horrors. HMMM. Suddenly, a long, deep cry echoed from the distant sky. "What is that sound?" Toya frowned. "That cry, it seems to carry the majesty of a dragon." But neither Western dragons nor Eastern dragons usually make a sound like that. What a beautiful sound. The passengers heard the deep, resonant cry and gathered by the windows, trying to locate the source. At that moment, Tohru, who was acting as a maid, stood up with a panicked expression. "Master, that's my friend Kana's cry. She seems to think I've been captured and is preparing to attack the plane." "Eh?" Everyone in the cabin looked shocked. That wasn't a happy cry, it was an attack signal. "I'm very sorry, I'll go stop her immediately." Tohru looked at Toya apologetically. "Master, may I go stop her?" "Go ahead," Toya said calmly. "Tohru, I'll take you to the rear hatch." Before leaving, Toya said sternly to the group, "Everyone stay in your seats. Do not run around." Moments later, Toya and Tohru leaped out of the plane. Roar! Tohru instantly transformed into her massive green dragon form and roared at the sky. Toya stood quietly in the air, waiting for Kana's response. Soon, a beautiful white dragon with feathered wings broke through the clouds, letting out a melodious, song-like dragon cry. Seeing her long-lost friend, Tohru immediately rushed over happily to play with Kana in the clouds. As expected of a feathered dragon, her dragon form is much prettier than Tohru's, Toya praised silently. To describe a giant dragon as beautiful was rare, which spoke volumes about how stunning the spirit dragon was. "Stop the plane, let Sora and the others see the feathered dragon." Toya murmured the command. The fighter jet, which was about to accelerate to escape, halted in midair upon receiving Toya's order. The panoramic mode was reactivated so everyone inside could see Kana. Inside the plane, the passengers were captivated by the beautiful white dragon, momentarily forgetting their fear of heights. Tohru and Kana played and caught up for nearly 10 minutes before the two dragons reluctantly flew toward the plane. "Is the misunderstanding cleared up?" Toya asked with a faint smile. "If there won't be any attacks, I'll head back to the plane first." "Don't worry, Master." Tohru's energetic voice came from the green dragon. "Kana just misunderstood. It's fine now." The elegant white-feathered dragon looked at the human standing in the air with her blue draconic eyes and spoke in a slightly childish voice. "Hello. I am Lord Tohru's good friend, Kana Kamui. Thank you for taking care of Lord Tohru." Toya looked at Kana warmly. "Strictly speaking, I'm not taking care of Tohru. She's the one taking care of us. You two can fly outside for a bit. I'm going back in." Tohru and Kana had finally reunited. He wouldn't force them to turn into human form and chat inside the cramped cabin. Since they still had time, he let them roam freely in their true forms. "Thank you so much, Master." Toya chuckled. "No need. We should be thanking you for your help, Tohru." With that, he walked step by step back toward the plane, treading on the empty sky as if it were flat ground. This scene left everyone, who had just been awestruck by the spirit dragon, in shock once again. A human, walking on the sky as if it were solid earth. Chapter 183. Kawashima is walking on air. Kasumigaoka Utaha's wine-red eyes widened in shock as she watched Kawashima Toya slowly approach, stepping through the empty void as if it were solid ground. Can humans really walk on the sky without any equipment? They can. From the sky, Toya heard Utaha's murmur and projected his gentle voice toward her. But to achieve that, one must become strong enough. Moments later, Toya boarded the aircraft. The cabin door sealed shut, and the jet accelerated toward the distant mountain range. Not far from the plane, Tohru and Kana roamed freely in the sky, chasing and playing with each other amidst the clouds. "What a beautiful dragon!" Kasugano Sora's large eyes sparkled with wonder. "Onii-chan, her name is Kana, right?" Toya stared at the two dragons dancing in the sky. "That's right, she is a spirit dragon. I don't know if there are even more beautiful dragons out there, but clearly, the spirit dragon's aesthetics are top tier." When he first saw Kana in her true form, even he was momentarily stunned by her appearance. Fortunately, remembering Kana's goofy, gluttonous behavior in her human form reminded him that her elegance as a spirit dragon was merely skin-deep. At her core, she was just a pampered child. The sight of two giant dragons soaring through the sky was truly captivating. Sora, Utaha, Eriri, and even the evangelist of evil, Hanazono Yurin, couldn't tear their eyes away from the spectacle. "You guys enjoy the view, I'm going to get some rest." Toya stifled a yawn and turned toward the rest area. As a high-tech fighter, jet worth a staggering 2,000 origin points, the interior was spacious and divided into various zones, resembling a flying luxury mansion. Sora watched Kana for a while longer but eventually grew restless. "Jashin-chan, let's go explore the ship." Explore the ship? Jashin-chan's blue eyes flickered with interest. "Sounds fun, let's go on an adventure." Utaha watched the young girl and the demon leave, then silently followed them. "I'm just going to supervise Jashin-chan to make sure she doesn't do anything bad." "Yes, exactly. I am supervising. I am definitely not curious about the secrets of this high-tech aircraft." Deeply asleep in the rest area, Toya had no idea that Jashin-chan was leading Sora on a puzzle-solving adventure through the plane's systems. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Toya suddenly felt the world turn upside down. What happened? Toya opened his eyes instantly, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings. By the time he focused, the room had returned to its normal orientation. An illusion? Toya looked at the slightly disheveled room. No, he was certain, the plane had physically flipped over. Just then, the aircraft rolled again. Fortunately, Toya was fully awake. He grounded himself, his body remaining perfectly steady even as the plane performed a 360-degree barrel roll. "Who is playing with the plane?" Toya looked out the window. Tohru and Kana hadn't approached the hull, they were still playing in the clouds. There was only one answer. Someone was messing with the controls inside. As soon as he stepped out of the rest area, Toya saw Yurin storming down the corridor, her face dark with rage. "Yurin, are you heading to the cockpit too?" "Yes," Yurin's voice was icy. "Jashin-chan and Sora went to explore earlier, it has to be them. Let's go check together." Just as Toya and Yurin prepared to head for the cockpit, the plane flipped again. Caught off guard, Yurin stumbled, thrown toward the wall by the sudden shift in gravity. Toya reacted instantly, grabbing her arm to steady her. He teased lightly, "Yurin, you should be prepared for anything at a time like this." "Thank you." Feeling Toya's hand on hers, Yurin blushed slightly. "I'll be careful." "Let's go." Toya discreetly released her hand, and the two walked toward the cockpit together. The journey down the hall was turbulent, with the plane flipping and rolling intermittently. No matter how the aircraft turned, Toya remained firmly planted on the floor, moving as if gravity didn't apply to him. Yurin, however, felt like she was trapped on a dizzying roller coaster, nauseous but unable to vomit. After a struggle, they finally reached the cockpit. Through the doorway, Yurin clearly saw Jashin-chan sitting in the pilot's seat, treating the flight controls like an arcade game joystick. Remembering how miserable she felt just moments ago, Yurin's anger and killing intent skyrocketed. "Toya, let's catch Jashin-chan and kill her." "I suggest we restrain her first," Toya said, a faint, humorless smile on his handsome face. "We're on a plane. If we kill her, there's nowhere to dispose of the mess." "Fair point, we'll deal with her once we reach our destination." Yurin marched into the cockpit, grabbed Jashin-chan by the tail, and dragged her out. Seeing Yurin's icy expression and the unreadable smile in Toya's eyes, Jashin-chan's heart sank. "Yurin, Toya, I was wrong, please forgive me." Toya let out a chuckle devoid of any warmth. "Forgiveness is God's domain. Your punishment is Yurin's." He had finally managed to fall asleep, spared from Merlin's training in Avalon for once. A rare holiday rest, and it had been ruined by this snake. If he didn't feel a sliver of hesitation about dirtying the plane, he would have already drawn his blade and ended her himself. Once the plane stabilized, Toya looked expressionlessly at Sora and Utaha, who both stood with their heads lowered like children caught stealing candy. "Utaha, you're an adult. Why didn't you stop Jashin-chan?" "And you, Sora. Luckily, this isn't an ordinary plane, and you too were wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable." As normal humans, do you really think you could withstand the g-force of the plane flipping like that? I'm sorry, Oniai-chan. Sora hung her head, apologizing sincerely. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. Sorry, Toya. Utaha's exquisite face flushed with shame. A grown woman getting carried away by curiosity and causing trouble like a child. It was truly embarrassing. Toya waved his hand helplessly. All right, stop looking like I'm bullying you. Next time, no dangerous behavior. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to punish Sora. Okay, Sora nodded obediently. Oniai-chan, I know I was wrong. I definitely won't do anything this dangerous again. Just then, the plane suddenly began to vibrate violently. The shaking lasted only a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Again, Toya frowned and looked toward the cockpit. This time, it was empty. Is it from outside? At that moment, Kanna's childish voice transmitted through the hull. Toya, you're flying too slow. Tohru and I will tow you. Don't just fly slowly like this. Toya sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Isn't the point of a trip to enjoy the scenery along the way? Outside, Kanna reluctantly released her claws from the aircraft's fuselage. This trip really is full of little troubles. Once everything returned to calm, Toya looked out the window. The snow-capped peaks of the mountain range were finally coming into view. We're finally here. I hope the rest of the trip goes smoothly. Chapter 184. Kawashima Toya suspected that if they had been any slower, a riot would have undoubtedly broken out aboard the plane. Fortunately, the aircraft finally arrived at the destination, Mount Kunlun. The jet descended slowly toward a temporary airfield, where Toya was surprised to see an unusually large number of visitors. Rows of planes were already neatly parked on the tarmac. The Trash Fox's aerial touring fighter touched down gently, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Its appearance, comparable to a sci-fi movie starfighter, combined with its vertical landing capabilities, left the onlookers stunned. Toya took out a megaphone and announced to his group, who were scattered across the different zones of the plane, "Attention, tourists. We have arrived at the station. Please put on your heavy winter clothing and disembark in an orderly manner." After a flurry of preparation, the beautiful girls stepped out onto the ethereal landscape of the foreign mountain range. Toya, dressed in casual clothes, surveyed the majestic scenery. As expected of the famous mountain, the scenery is truly beautiful and imposing. It's so sea cold. A sneeze interrupted his admiration. Sora, Yurin, Utaha, and Ariri were shivering in the freezing wind. Seeing their pitiful state, Toya teased, I told you all to change into thicker clothes, but none of you listened. Go put on something warmer now. Teasing aside, changing clothes was urgent. For the so-called famous mountains, the temperature today was unusual. It was far colder than normal. The cabin door opened, and the group, unable to withstand the biting wind, immediately rushed back toward the plane. Even Jashin-chan and Medusa were mixed in with the retreating crowd. This temperature isn't right. Nyaruko and Kuko walked over to Toya, their expressions serious. According to normal observations, the temperature on the mountain should absolutely not be this low. Kuko, the twin-tailed beauty with hair as red as flame, spoke solemnly. There must be some mechanism in the sanctuary. It definitely has something to do with the Eastern Pantheon. Even you two can't see through it? Toya looked gravely at the snow-capped peaks in the distance. I hope nothing uncontrollable happens. Darling, Kuko and I aren't invincible. Nyaruko spread her hands helplessly. Let me use a simple example. Oh, there are things even outer gods can't do. Toya felt a surge of interest. Do tell. Since his transmigration, based on Nyaruko and Kuko's words and the system's descriptions, gods were omnipotent beings who transcended all worldly specifications. Gods never truly died. No matter the form, they would not perish. Their death was merely a slumber, and they would return after endless eons. Nyaruko's face showed a hint of helplessness. Darling, do you know how many deities are in the Eastern Pantheon? Compare them to the Greek, Norse, or Cthulhu mythos. You'd need to combine almost every other pantheon just to barely match their numbers. It's not just the sheer quantity of deities. Look at the top brass of that mythology. There are 6 primordial deities at the helm. Each one is a true ancient schemer who has existed for unknown eras. Some of these primordials have existed longer than entire other pantheons. Toya couldn't help but laugh. That analogy is vivid. I understand your helplessness now. It's not that you aren't invincible, but that the Eastern pantheon just has too many gods. Back when he had almost become the embodiment of providence, even in that brief instant, he had gained access to infinite information, including knowledge about the Eastern pantheon. Omnipotent deities were as numerous as stars, lying dormant in various dimensions. Exactly, Nyaruko said weakly. Gods are omnipotent, but you have to look at the numbers on the other side. If just 2 of those 6 primordials show up, Kuko and I will be blinded. We can only sense a general idea of what's happening. Kawashima. Suddenly, the surprised voice of a young girl rang out. Toya looked toward the source and was surprised to see Yukinoshita Yukino. She had changed into a thick cotton coat, wrapped up tightly from head to toe. Even so, her beauty was still evident. Beside Yukino stood a woman who looked like a larger version of her, but with a figure that far surpassed Yukino's, Yukinoshita Haruno. Nisan, this is Kawashima Toya. He runs a supernatural detective agency and has saved me many times. Yukino's face was cool and reserved as she introduced him to her sister with extreme formality. Haruno wore a flawless, impeccable smile. Hello, I am Yukino's older sister, Yukinoshita Haruno. Thank you so much for saving Yukino. Could I have your contact information? I might need to issue a request in the future. Ask Yukinoshita. She has my contact info, Toya replied indifferently. He had always kept his distance from people who wore fake social smiles, and the fact that Haruno looked like a magnified version of Yukino didn't change that. Haruno, who was adept at reading people, realized instantly that Toya disliked her. She spoke softly to her sister, Yukino, I have some things to attend to. I'll leave for now, have a good chat with your friend. With that, she turned and left decisively, saving herself from further disdain. I'm sorry, Kawashima. A hint of apology appeared on Yukino's cool face. My sister has always been like that. You'll get used to it. It's fine, Toya's expression softened. Yukinoshita, are you here for the Emerald Spire too? He disliked the fake-smiling Haruno, but he didn't dislike Yukino. Yes, this mountain is a sacred land in this country with legends. It's fascinating. Yukino's eyes flashed with anticipation. I heard they're excavating the Emerald Spire. I want to see if it's the same as in the myths. I'm here with the same thought, Toya chuckled, to see if it's myth or reality. Although he wasn't sure about the situation inside the sanctuary, he leaned more toward the mythological side. With 2 evil gods lurking outside the world, and the gods of the Eastern pantheon blinding their vision, surely they wouldn't just reveal a mundane palace, right? Attention, guests from afar. The excavation of the Emerald Spire will begin in 5 hours. Please proceed to the hotel to rest. A loudspeaker announcement echoed through the freezing air. Yukino looked at Toya, her pale face flushed from the cold. Kawashima, let's talk at the resort hotel. It's too cold out here. Let me call the others. There are still people on the plane getting dressed for winter. Toya turned toward the scummy Foxfighter jet and shouted teasingly, Sora, are you guys never coming down? We can't spend the whole trip on the plane, can we? Coming. From the plane, the group emerged, wrapped up like dumplings. Their youthful glamour was hidden under layers of bulky winter clothes, essential for survival in these temperatures. Nearby, Kaon looked at Jashin-chan and Medusa in confusion. Jashin-chan, Medusa, you're demons, why are you afraid of the cold? Chapter 185. You think everyone is built like you? Jashin-chan, bundled up in layers of thick clothing like a ball of yarn, sneered. You're just a Kaionshi who spends all day rotting in a damp, dark coffin. Of course you wouldn't be afraid of the cold. Jashin-chan, bullying Kaon is forbidden. Hanazono Yurin's beautiful eyes narrowed coldly at the snake girl. If you bully her again, I'll kill you. Kawashima Toya crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. Count me in. With that kind of attitude, maybe Jashin-chan should have been used as a punching bag a little longer during that banquet in the future. Instantly becoming the target of public condemnation, Jashin-chan shrank her head back into her scarf, not daring to retort. Damn it, I'll remember this grudge. Just you wait, Kayonshi. One day I'll tear you apart. Let's go, we'll head to the resort hotel first. It's too cold out here. Toya led the group toward the only resort hotel situated on the mountain. His current constitution made him immune to extreme temperatures, but the others couldn't withstand the freezing gale of the high altitude. I feel alive again. Finally, a temperature fit for human survival. Inside the hotel lobby, Toya stretched comfortably and found a spot with a good view to sit down. Kawashima, is it really okay for us to sit here? Ariri's cute face showed a hint of hesitation. These look like VIP seats. VIP seats? You're right, they aren't quite suitable, Toya agreed, standing up. Let's change. I remember booking the royal suite area. Regarding this trip to the mountains, the system didn't just sell items. It provided tickets and reservations for everything imaginable. As long as he could think of it, the system could provide it. Royal Suite, Yukinoshita Yukino looked at Toya in surprise. I recall that the highest tier is reserved only for the most distinguished state guests. Ariri asked incredulously, Kawashima, what exactly is your job? It's normal, Kasumigaoka Utaha said, not surprised in the least. After all, he's someone who can walk on the sky. People with absolute power always have their own privileges. Guided by a waiter, Toya led the group to the most luxurious private terrace, where they sat down to enjoy the best view of the snowy peaks. Just as everyone settled in to relax, the peak of the mountain suddenly erupted with prismatic light. The radiance spread in all directions, illuminating the mountains. Where the light shone, everyone felt a sensation as if they were being reborn, their bodies cleansed of fatigue and impurities. Kasugano Sara ran over excitedly, her delicate face full of anticipation. Onii-chan, is the sanctuary opening? Not yet. Toya gently patted Sora's head, teasing her. We, the guests of honor, haven't even arrived at the gate. The sanctuary won't open without us. Darling, how do you know it hasn't opened? Nyaruko's eyes flashed with confusion. I haven't even sea-kecked it yet, and you already know. I saw it, of course, Toya said mysteriously. Since integrating the third perpetual motion machine, his already powerful physique had transcended human limits. His vision was incredibly sharp. Even sitting in the hotel's observation area, he could clearly see the situation on the distant peak. Although the ancient mansion was shrouded in mist and radiating multicolored light, the seals on the cave entrance remained unbroken. That was how he knew the time hadn't come yet. What a relaxing life. Utaha ate a delicate pastry, admiring the breathtaking scenery. Kawashima, this is what life is about. Not having to think about writing light novels or meeting deadlines every day. It's amazing. Toya smiled faintly. Isn't writing light novels that people love your dream? Writing good novels is a dream, but balancing it with proper leisure is also important. Utaha's tone was filled with gratitude. Thank you for bringing me on this trip. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known travel could be so refreshing. I finally understand why my parents go on world tour. Oh right, Onii-chan, the desserts here are delicious. Sara held up a piece of cake, her face full of hope. Onii-chan, want to try some? Thanks, Sara. Toya took the cake and savored it slowly. Not far away, Yukino sat in a quiet corner reading a book, looking like a beautiful painting amidst the snowy backdrop. Meanwhile, Jashin-chan sat at a table piled high with exquisite desserts, devouring them like a starving beast. Such a peaceful and cozy atmosphere. Toya gazed at the distant mountain, murmuring in his heart, I hope the Pantheon doesn't stir up trouble. Nyaruko's words from earlier were still fresh in his mind. The Eastern Pantheon, known as the high tier of mythologies, was led by 6 primordials, the sages. These old entities were unfathomable. They were always plotting something, hoping to drag the entire root and all other pantheons into muddy waters. Eastern Realm. 6 supreme, majestic figures stood in the void. Brother, we seem to have been misunderstood. Who cares? Why bother with such trivialities? Was the artifact delivered? Make sure there are no mistakes. If anyone fails to generate enough animosity, don't blame my staff for being merciless. Relax, the disc has been delivered. Once the Savior breaks through the present, that will be the moment we rise. All deities, awaken immediately. Do not waste time. This is a golden age that appears only once in countless cycles of the root. If we miss this, who knows how many cycles we'll have to wait for the next opportunity. As their voices fell, the realm erupted with waves of sacred, majestic light. The gods were awakening, preparing to participate in this unprecedented banquet. In that instant, all other pantheons boiled over with activity, their gazes turning in unison toward the east. Darling, this is bad. Nyaruko's beautiful face changed, her expression becoming extremely grave. Toya put down his teacup, confused. What happened? I don't know. Nyaruko shook her head seriously. Almost all the gods of the Eastern Pantheon have awakened. They've left their domain and are spreading toward the root. So what? Toya took a calm sip of his tea. No need to care. Let them do whatever they want. Nyaruko doubted her hearing. Darling, do you really not care? Why should I? Toya replied calmly. Outside our world, we have the crawling chaos and the living flame. With you two lurking out there, what danger could there be? He wanted to pay attention to the Eastern Pantheon's issues, but he simply didn't have the strength. For a mere mortal to worry about gods, even if he stood just below divinity and possessed top-tier power in the face of true gods, he was just a slightly bigger ant. Meddling too much would only lead to a swift death. That's true, with Kuko and me here, there won't be any problems. Nyaruko nodded in realization. We're already in the final phase, let them do as they please. Chapter 186. System Notice. 100 origin points deducted to purchase information on the current era. Current era, the final phase of the great cycle of the root. Time remaining until the end of the era, 1,000 years, 1 month, and 10 days. Upon the conclusion of the final phase, the cycle will reset. With the exception of divinity, everything within the root will return to the chaos. Method to escape the cyclic reset: apotheosis. Kawashima Toya felt as though he had been scammed. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so curious. Great, now I have this sense of urgency hanging over me. Originally, he was just curious about what Nyaruko meant by the final phase. But now, he had discovered that there were merely 1,000 years left until the end of the root cycle. As a transmigrator, he was likely the first person in this timeline to know exactly when the world would end. 1,000 years. Can I ascend to godhood in that time? Toya wasn't sure if he could succeed. Gods were beings far above mortals, who knew how much time was required to reach that level. Perhaps tens of millions of years were considered the norm for such a feat. If only I knew my current power level. Toya looked at Nyaruko, who was happily munching on cake beside him, and asked calmly, Nyaruko, is there a specific method to ascend to godhood? Ascend to godhood? Darling, why do you ask? Nyaruko polished off her cake in a few bites and replied, well, you'll find out sooner or later anyway. I might as well tell you now. The root has countless power systems, but on the path to godhood, those distinctions don't really matter. Some people, over long eons, might get super lucky and ascend in a single moment. But those are rare exceptions. Nyaruko's eyes glinted with a sharp light. However, those methods have nothing to do with you, darling. All you need to think about is getting stronger, using every means available to continuously grow. Getting stronger. Toya felt the power within him, strong enough to shatter stars, and silently thought, I'm still far from it. He was strong now, but he was far from reaching his limit. Once I deal with the evil god problem, I'll seek out methods to reach higher levels. Nyaruko's eyes were full of hidden mirth as she thought to herself, darling, getting stronger isn't just about power. Your heart needs to keep up too. The mirror of past, present, and future, forged by gathering all pantheons over an entire great cycle of the root, is already in your possession. The distance between you and godhood is just one step away, the shortest, yet most distant step. Noon. Toya and his group had just finished lunch and rested for a short while when the resort hotel staff came to inform them that it was time to visit the sanctuary. Let's go. A glint flashed in Toya's eyes as he led everyone onto the shuttle bus specially prepared by the hotel. A massive convoy of vehicles drove toward the peak of the mountain range, carrying passengers eager to witness the glory of a mythical era. "It's so cold." Kasugano Sora rubbed her small hands together, shivering. As they ascended the mountain, the temperature dropped rapidly. Even inside the warm, comfortable shuttle bus, a chill began to seep in. "Kabuto Zector." Toya grabbed at the empty air, and the mechanical red beetle materialized in his hand. At the same time, the rider belt appeared around his waist. Toya handed the Kabuto Zector to Sora and said softly, "If you're cold, just copy my moves and transform into Kamen Rider Kabuto." "Eh, really?" Sora instantly perked up, the cold forgot. Toya smiled and nodded. "Of course, if you're cold, just transform." Having spent more time with the Kabuto Zector, he had unlocked abilities it didn't originally possess. As long as he designated a user, the Zector wouldn't reject them. "Oni-chan, I'll try it." Sora was so excited she could barely articulate her words. Standing in the middle of the bus, she shouted, "Henshin." Her slightly childish voice echoed through the vehicle. A burst of red light erupted, and Kamen Rider Kabuto stood silently inside the bus. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Sora transformed. Kasumigaoka Utaha blinked, unable to believe her eyes. Nyaruko bit her handkerchief in frustration. "What is going on? Why do I need the main body's help to transform, but a little girl can do it without anything?" Sensing everyone's confusion, Toya smiled faintly. "Designated transformation. Now, as long as I designate someone, they can transform into Kamen Rider Kabuto. There won't be any rejection like before." In the back of the bus, Ariri stared intently at the armored figure of Kabuto, excitement bubbling in her voice. The rumors were true. Kamen Riders really exist. "This is a Kamen Rider." Yukinoshita Yukino frowned, confused. "Isn't that just a tokusatsu show? How is it real?" From inside the armor, Sora's excited voice rang out. "It's real. Oni-chan, I'm going outside to play." "Can I?" "You can, but stay close to the bus. Don't run off." Toya warned gently. "If you get lost, the consequences will be serious." "Got it," Sora replied cheerfully. The next second, her figure vanished from the bus. The open window indicated her exit route. At that moment, several eager gazes turned toward Toya. "Kawashima, do you have more transformation devices?" Ariri asked, her face full of anticipation. Utaha and Nyaruko looked at him too, hope shining in their eyes. "You guys," Toya sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll satisfy your curiosity." System, purchase the Zector series transformation devices. System notice, purchasing Gadak, the Bee, Drake, and Sassord Zectors. Total cost, 4,000 origin points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of mechanical wings filled the air. Toya calmly opened the window, and several mechanical insects flew in, landing on his arm. They were the Gadak Zector, the Bee Zector, Drake Zector, and Sassord Zector. Are these all Kamen Rider transformation devices? Seeing the living mechanical Zectors, everyone's worldview was shattered once again. Yukino couldn't maintain her cool demeanor. "Is this really the world I know? Why do many things that defy science exist?" No one answered her question. Everyone's eyes were glued to Toya's hands. "Can I try?" Ariri stared intensely at the yellow wasp in Toya's hand. "I want to try the bee." "Go ahead, the bee." Toya gently picked up the wasp and handed it to Ariri, then picked up the scorpion and handed it to Utaha. Just as Utaha was about to speak, Toya interrupted with a teasing smile. "Don't complain now. You are users reluctantly chosen by the Zectors. Consider yourselves lucky to gain their favor. Don't make any demands. If they reject you, you won't be able to transform." "Sassord, please take care of me," Utaha said with a smile. However, her friendly greeting was met with cold silence from the mechanical scorpion. Its only master was Toya. If not for Toya's request, it wouldn't even acknowledge this human. Toya looked at the Gadak and Drake Zectors remaining in his hand. Does anyone else want to try being a Kamen Rider? Chapter 187. Bursts of light illuminated the interior of the vehicle as Sawamura Ariri and Kasumigaoka Utaha transformed into Kamen Rider the Bee and Kamen Rider Sassord, respectively. The data required to operate the suits and weapons of the bee and sasword flooded their minds, granting them an instinctive understanding of how to control their new forms. There's still Gadak and Drake. Does anyone else want to try? Kawashima Toya smiled gently and handed the Drake Sector to Yukinoshita Yukino. Even though you always maintain that cool, aloof demeanor, making people curious about the ice-gold beauty beneath. If you remain too distant, people might be too afraid to approach you. Yukino stared blankly at the mechanical dragonfly in her hand, unsure whether to refuse or accept. Urine, the Gadak Sector is yours. Toya handed the final beetle Sector to Hanazono Urine. Keep it safe. It will be useful when necessary. With all the transformation devices distributed, Toya felt much more relaxed. The Eastern Pantheon had quietly manifested this emerald spire, and there were undoubtedly secrets hidden within. Dangerous entities might emerge from the interior, so giving the girls the transformation devices beforehand was the best way to ensure their safety. A few minutes later, unable to suppress her curiosity, Yukino's cool face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Henshin! A flash of light appeared, and Kamen Rider Drake stood before them. Yukino felt the power surging through her body, amazed. Is this the power of a Kamen Rider? I feel like I could lift a bus. Henshin, Yurine stood up silently. As her voice rang out, Kamen Rider Gadak also manifested. Darling, I want a transformation device too. Nyaruko's eyes went wide with envy upon seeing the others. Give me one quick, I want to transform. Why do you need a transformation device? You're the incarnation of a crawling chaos. Toya pushed Nyaruko away with a look of disdain. Use your own Kabuto Sector. Besides, these devices are for the safety of normal humans. You all have your own supernatural powers, you don't need them. Hearing Toya's true intention, Yukino felt a warmth in her heart. So these were all to ensure our safety. I haven't felt this kind of care in a long time. Go practice a bit to avoid any mishaps later. Nyaruko watched enviously as the new Kamen Riders left the vehicle to test their powers. In the end, she had no choice but to summon the mechanical Kabuto Sector she had made herself. Mechanical Kabuto Sector, come to me. The summit. Not long after, the massive convoy arrived at the peak of the mountain range. The cold wind at the summit blew relentlessly, causing many people, even those dressed in thick clothes, to shiver. A majestic and atmospheric shrine stood quietly, exuding an aura of flowing time. The plaque above the temple gates was engraved with the mysterious characters, Emerald Spire. Toya looked at the Kamen Riders around him and chuckled softly. Transforming into a Kamen Rider not only keeps you warm, but also allows for a quick escape if anything unexpected happens. Unless necessary, do not cancel your transformation. At least until this trip to the Emerald Spire is over. He had spent a considerable amount to ensure everyone's safety, so it was best to remind them a few times to avoid uncontrollable situations. The girls nodded. Don't worry, Oni-chan. It feels great to be a Kamen Rider. I don't even want to transform back. Toya nodded slightly, leading the group as they waited for the Emerald Spire to open. HMMM. After waiting for only a few minutes, the Emerald Spire suddenly erupted with prismatic light, shooting out in all directions. A melodious, clear bell chime rang out slowly. The excavation team, who had been ready to forcibly breach the entrance, stopped their work, looking at the gates of the Emerald Spire with uncertainty. Dong! The bells tolled continuously, one after another. The heavy, majestic gates of the Emerald Spire slowly creaked open, releasing an atmosphere thick with the weight of history. It's finally open. Toya's blue eyes were clear and focused as he stared straight into the interior of the Emerald Spire, ready to act at a moment's notice. Outside the world, the evil gods Nyarlathotep and Sethua also turned their gazes toward this spot. That's it. After the gates opened, Toya had expected to see shattered divine spires or a long-lost sanctuary. Instead, the interior of the Emerald Spire was just an ordinary ancient shrine, devoid of anything special. Even with his mystic eyes of death perception activated early on, he saw nothing unusual. The shrine was ancient, possessing an aura that suggested a history spanning unknown eras. Thin curls of incense drifted through the air, bringing a quiet stillness to the room. Under normal circumstances, Toya would have admired the setup. It was the perfect kind of old-school minimalism. But considering he had bought a whole set of transformation devices, a plane, and traveled all the way from Japan for this, it felt completely underwhelming. A flicker of doubt crossed Toya's eyes. "Nyaruko, Kuko, do you sense anything abnormal?" No issues at all. Nyaruko and Kuko were equally incredulous. The Eastern pantheon had blinded their perception, just to create a normal shrine as a prank. Toya's eyes flashed with suspicion. Is there really no problem? He refused to believe it was this simple. This was an ancient mythology, after all. Why would they expend so much effort just to create a wooden temple for people to excavate? Those guys has gone crazy, as expected. After triple-checking and finding nothing, Nyaruko completely lost interest. "Darling, I'm going to go make Kamen Rider transformation devices. Today, I'm going to handcraft the entire Zector series." "I'll go with Nyaruko. Bye," Kuko said, chasing after Nyaruko as she left. What is this nonsense? Toya was speechless. He had spent so much time and effort, only to get nothing in return. Right now, he felt like a fool. After feeling depressed for a while, Toya regained his calm and stepped into the Emerald Spire for a tour. Since we're here, let's treat it as a vacation. As he toured the place, he found the interior of the shrine to be very plain and simple. There were no flashy decorations or subtle flexes of status. The entire palace was built purely from ordinary wood, without any special properties. A quiet atmosphere, Toya sighed in his heart. If this wasn't the work of the Eastern Pantheon, he might have actually liked this environment. As the tour progressed, Kasugano Sora and the others lost interest, leaving the building one by one to admire the scenery of the mountain instead. Toya walked calmly through the shrine alone, feeling as if he were back in the heyday of the Emerald Spire, surrounded by countless monks offering incense. Clack! The sound of something falling on the ground echoed. Toya followed the sound into the main hall of the Emerald Spire. The smooth floor, despite enduring unknown ages, was still clean and spotless, without a speck of dust. Above the main hall, 3 sacred statues of the 3 sages stood quietly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Toya felt as though the statues were watching him. Just my imagination, Toya frowned. Even looking through his mystic eyes of death perception, the statues showed no changes. They remained ordinary statues. Chapter 188. Hess, if I actually picked that up, I'd be the real fool. Kawashima Toya looked calmly at the statues and chuckled. Do you take me for an idiot? An artifact like the Genesis disc doesn't just get lost. And even if it did, retrieving it would be trivial for beings of your stature. That strange illusion just now, I assume that was your gaze. With that, Toya turned decisively and left the hall. The chamber remained silent. Nothing happened. However, after a long pause, Toya walked back into the main hall. So, you're dead set on giving this to me. Toya looked down at the disc lying on the floor. He had to admit he was tempted. Currently, what he lacked most was a source of spiritual energy. Without it, Kasumigaoka Utaha and the others couldn't practice on Myoto. He could cultivate using the system and strengthen himself with items from the shop, but the girls didn't have that luxury. I might as well take it. It's not my fault that Abe no Seimei drained this world's mystery dry. Forced by circumstance, Toya reluctantly bent down and picked up the Genesis disc lying before the statues. The moment his fingers brushed against the disc surface, a flood of mysterious cosmic laws and universal principles surged into his mind. These were the core rules of the root itself. It felt as if he only needed to reach out to cross the boundary between mortal and divine, instantly becoming an eternal, supreme entity. Toya's expression remained flat. He completely ignored the temptation of the absolute power radiating from the disc. Having nearly become the embodiment of the divine will once before, and remembering Nyaruko's warning about the path to godhood, he knew better. He had absolutely no interest in ascending to godhood in a single step using this artifact. Becoming a god through the lost disc carried too many hidden dangers. It was better to rely on his own efforts and climb to the divine throne step by step. The trip to the Emerald Spire soon came to an end. Aside from the Genesis disc, there was nothing special about the entire complex. There was only a thick historical atmosphere, a sense of ancient times that the structure had endured. Nighttime. At the best viewing terrace in the resort hotel. Under the watchful eyes of Nyaruko and Kuko, Toya took out the Genesis disc, which he had placed in a simple box. Nyaruko, is this dangerous? That is, Nyaruko and Kuko's eyes widened in disbelief. Darling, that's the Genesis disc. It's the most critical artifact from the Eastern Pantheon. It's practically the center of the world's rules. How could it not be important? Every pantheon covets it, but no deity dares to try and snatch it. Nyaruko stared intensely at the disc. Darling, where did you get this? This thing is guarded by the 6 sages of the East. How did it end up with you? It seems to have recovered all its fragments. It's in a complete, perfect state. Wait, wasn't the Genesis disc supposed to be damaged in the legends? It was just lying in the main hall of the Emerald Spire. I assume the sages left it there for me, Toya said calmly, showing no joy or eagerness about obtaining such a treasure. Before transmigrating, he had read countless novels featuring the Genesis disc. As a key artifact spanning the history of Eastern mythology, its appearance in his hands definitely carried significant weight. As a mortal, he really had no business being involved in such high-level secrets. Left it for you? Nyaruko looked suspicious. They're crazy, but even crazy gods wouldn't just give away the Genesis disc. Could it really have been lost? Toya picked up the disc and weighed it in his hand, joking. It looks quite nice. I wonder how it would work as a serving plate for vegetables. The Genesis disc showed no reaction. To the naked eye, it remained nothing more than a smooth, gentle plate. You can't do that. Those gods are very petty, Nyaruko said seriously. Regardless of the reason, darling, you must keep it safe. Do not ever think about using it to serve food. Recently, the gods of that pantheon have been wandering across various dimensions. It might have something to do with this disc. Nyaruko herself eyed the artifact with desire, but she understood clearly that this was designated for Toya by the 6 sages. Toya could touch it without consequence. But if anyone else, even a god, touched it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Since there won't be any problems, I'll keep it safe and use it as a source of spiritual energy later. Toya tossed the disc back into the box and turned his attention to the delicious dish the hotel had prepared. Watching Toya's nonchalant attitude, Nyaruko sighed. I thought I was calm enough, but I'm still far behind darling. As she spoke, she cast a sharp glance at Kuko, who seemed tempted to make a move. Kuko, suppress your foolish thoughts. The Genesis disc isn't something you can touch. Even if your true body arrived, it wouldn't have the guts to lay a finger on it. That was close. Kuko snapped out of her trance, realizing just how dangerous her impulse had been. Even as a great old one, it would be quite hard to challenge the 6 sages. Toya savored the food while admiring the distant view of the mountain, feeling that this was the most leisurely and comfortable moment of his life. Cast off. Suddenly, 2 cold mechanical voices rang out. Toya looked up to see Kamen Rider Sasword and Kamen Rider Gadak running side by side in the distance. The 2 seemed unconvinced by the other's prowess and were racing to see who was faster. They're playing too wildly. Toya smiled faintly, but since today is a special occasion, I'll let them be. Once we return to Japan, all their free time will be dedicated to practicing on Myoto. Now that he had the Genesis disc, he had an infinite source of energy. As long as they didn't try to understand or touch the rules contained within the disc itself, there shouldn't be any problems utilizing the energy leaking from it. Just as Toya was preparing to leave, Kasugano Sora's delighted voice called out, Oni-chan, look what I caught. I found such a cute little puppy. Found a puppy on a snowy mountain? A flicker of doubt crossed Toya's eyes. Sora, let me see. It's super cute. Sora presented her find like a precious gift, holding a pure white puppy in her hands. The white puppy looked at Toya with clear, innocent eyes. It was incredibly adorable. If it were any other girl, she would probably have been captivated by its cuteness instantly. Is that really a dog? Toya's eyes narrowed. Something about this creature felt wrong. Mystic eyes of death perception. Instantly, the status window for the puppy Sora had found appeared before his eyes. Chapter 189. Name, Nine-tailed fox, Yakumo Ran. Rank, demigod intermediate. Description, a nine-tailed fox who arrived in this world, either by accident or through her master's deliberate mischief, lol. Yakumo Ran, the Shikigami of the Yokai sage. To disguise herself as a mere puppy is quite a grievance for one of her stature. Kawashima Toya looked at Kasugano Sora with a gentle expression. Sora, may I take a look at the puppy you're holding? His acting was impeccable, revealing nothing amiss to avoid alerting the entity before him. A demigod-class nine-tailed fox. If he wasn't careful, a tragedy could occur in an instant. Oni-chan, I knew you'd like it. Sora beamed happily as she handed the puppy over to Toya. What a cute little creature. Toya took Yakumo Ran into his arms. Instantly, the warmth vanished from his eyes. His gaze turned razor-sharp. Drop the act, fox. What is your purpose? Why would the nine-tailed fox, one of the three great yokai of legend, disguise herself as a dog to approach us? A nine-tailed fox. Sora stared blankly at Toya. Oni-chan never jokes about things like this. Does that mean this puppy is actually a kitsune? She adored the little white puppy, but her trust in Toya was absolute. Sora immediately backed away, giving Toya space to operate. The white puppy blinked its eyes innocently, tilting its head as if it didn't understand human speech. Toya sighed, his voice low and knowing. Yakumo Ran, the Shikigami of the Sage of Yokai, Yakumo Yukari. How did you recognize me? A crisp, enchanting, and bewildered female voice finally emerged from the white puppy. Soft light swirled around the small creature, and an exquisite fox spirit slowly materialized. 9 large, fluffy golden tails stretched out lazily, revealing her true form, the beautiful and majestic nine-tailed fox. Toya smiled faintly. Answer my question first. Why did a great yokai of your caliber disguise herself as a puppy to approach us? He was well-versed in the lore of Gensakayo. Otherwise, he wouldn't call himself a fan of the series. In Gensakayo, humans were a minority, and the vast majority of the population were yokai. Although most residents of Gensakayo bore no specific ill will toward humans, and Yakumo Ran was generally considered one of the more reasonable ones, it was always prudent to be cautious. After all, this was a powerful yokai approaching him with unknown intentions. Ran flicked her 9 fluffy, luxurious tails. I merely wish to use your identity to return to Gensakayo. Are you lost? A flicker of surprise crossed Toya's eyes. Ran's voice, elegant and polite, was filled with confusion and a touch of distress. I am not lost. Over a decade ago, I am unsure if I committed some error, but Yukari-sama lifted me up and cast me into a gap. Since then, I have lost my connection to the boundaries and have been stranded in this outside world. I noticed that your identity is special and that you are destined to visit Gensakayo in the future. Thus, I sought to request your assistance in taking me back. Is that so? Toya stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. What Ran said didn't seem false, but there was no way to confirm if she was acting. The nine-tailed fox was a legendary figure known for her cunning and ability to manipulate people. Her acting skills were undoubtedly peerless. If a high-ranking kitsune wanted to lie, unless one possessed greater strength than her, it would be impossible to discern the truth. I chose the handle Trash Fox for a reason. I can't simply trust Yakumo Ran based on words alone. After pondering for a moment, Toya began searching for countermeasures in the system shop. Even if Ran was a character he liked from the series, he couldn't skip the necessary precautions. Name, Pet Collar. Rank, A. Description, can bind any non-human entity. Automatically seals their spiritual power while equipped. Duration, proportional to the price paid. Price, 4,000 origin points, 1 month. Seriously, 4,000 points. Toya was mentally shocked. 4,000 origin points for just 1 month of binding. No matter how many points he had, he couldn't afford to burn them on a single item like that. Unless the owner agrees to release it, the binding duration is indefinite. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding, world request issued. Request from the Yokai of Boundaries, Yakumo Yukari. The following is the client's description. I slept in during the winter, and while sleepwalking, I might have accidentally tossed my shikigami, ran into another world. To any kind soul out there, please send her back. Target description: Yakumo ran, a 9-tailed fox with 9 very fluffy tails. Personality: gentle, obedient. She won't bite, please rest assured. Note: I don't know how time flows in the outside world, but when I threw her out, her tail fur had been plucked bald. It should have grown back by now. This request is issued by the Yokai sage, Yakumo Yukari. Reward: 100,000 origin points. System: I accept the request. As for when I can send her back, that's for the future. Seeing the reward, Toya accepted without hesitation. 100,000 origin points just to find a shikigami. Especially since this particular fox was already in his hands, it was free money. Yakumo ran detected. Camera device issued. Please take a photo of the target for verification. A beam of light coalesced in the space, forming a camera. Toya picked up the camera and looked at Ran with a wide, meaningful smile. I've never seen a 9-tailed fox in person before. Ran, may I take a picture as a souvenir? Why, yes. Ran's 9 tails bristled, a chill running down her spine. Toya's smile reminded her terrifyingly of her master, Yakumo Yukari. Their smiles were eerily similar, carved from the same mold of mischievous intent. Snap! Toya took several photos from various angles to ensure Yukari would recognize her shikigami without a doubt. The next second, the camera vanished into thin air. Ran stood stiffly, waiting for Toya to finish. She only let out a sigh of relief after the camera disappeared. So scary, why does this human give off the same aura as Yukari-sama? Ding, world request complete. 100,000 origin points obtained. Objective update: please return the 9-tailed fox to Gensekaya within 100 years. Yakumo Yukari has added a bonus condition. The sooner she is returned, the higher the additional reward. Additional reward starts at 100,000 points. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you back. Toya's smile grew even brighter. He didn't expect that Sora's little excursion would result in her bringing back a shikigami worth over 100,000 origin points. With such a bounty on the line, he would naturally do his best. Before, he was considering finding a place to dump Ran, but now he had to take good care of her to ensure she didn't lose weight or depreciate in value before the handover. Toya chuckled softly, his tone relaxing. Yakumo Ran, you've been wandering this world for over 10 years, haven't you? Chapter 190. You probably haven't had a decent meal in ages. Hurry up and eat, don't let yourself waste away. Kawashima Toya enthusiastically brought over a large platter of fried tofu. Foxes love fried tofu, right? Have as much as you want. Since Yakumo Yukari was being so generous, offering a starting reward of 100,000 origin points with potential bonuses, he couldn't possibly mistreat Yakumo Ran. He had to make sure she didn't lose any weight. Ran was completely baffled by Toya's behavior. Despite possessing the intellect of a 9-tailed fox, she couldn't comprehend why this human, who seemed ready to execute her just moments ago, was now treating her with such hospitality. This personality, it's exactly like Yukari-sama. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat, Toya urged, frowning slightly. Did I scare you just now? So hard to please, I suppose I'll just leave it to fate. According to the system shop, Yukari's only condition was speed. As for how well Ran lived in the meantime, that was up to her own choices. After a long pause, Ran finally stepped out of the shadow of the trauma caused by her master. Trembling slightly, she began to nibble on her favorite fried tofu. It's delicious. After swallowing the first piece, Ran instantly forgot her fear and began eating with gusto. There we go, I told you I wouldn't hurt you. Toya finally smiled and called out to a waiter standing nearby. Waiter, prepare 5 more portions of fried tofu. Understood. The waiter didn't ask any unnecessary questions and respectfully left to fulfill the order. Soon, 5 heaping plates of fried tofu were arranged on the dining table. Toya watched Ran with a gentle gaze. "Don't rush, take your time." "It's so good," Ran choked out between bites, her voice thick with emotion. "It's been over 10 years. I finally get to eat fried tofu again." To avoid fading away in this world, which lacks mystery and spiritual energy, I stayed on the mountain for over a decade. For 10 whole years, I didn't eat a single real meal. I survived by drinking melted snow and eating snow lotuses. "Don't cry," Toya comforted her softly. "Eat as much as you can. Once you're full, it's time to send you on your way." Ran froze mid-bite. "Send me on my way? You're going to kill me." In an instant, Ran's 4 small paws kicked against the table, and she bolted toward the wilderness outside. "Wait, let me explain." Toya laughed and cried at the same time as he hurriedly chased after her. A poor choice of words had caused a massive misunderstanding. With a starting reward of 100,000 origin points at stake, he couldn't let Ran escape. Even in her fox form, Ran was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she was nothing more than a small golden streak in the distance. "Interesting, do you really think you can outrun me?" The corners of Toya's mouth curled up in an amused smile. "A 9-tailed fox worth 200,000 origin points. Do you think I'd let you get away?" He leaped from the terrace of the resort hotel, smashing into the thick snow below and sending a cloud of white smoke flying in all directions. Boom! The next second, amidst a spray of gravel and snow, Toya vanished, leaving behind only afterimages. In just over 10 seconds, Toya caught up to the speeding Ran. He teased, "4 legs really are fast. Why don't you stop and rest? If you tire yourself out and lose weight, it would be a huge loss for me." "Such speed, this strength. I definitely can't escape him in my current state." Realizing escape was impossible, Ran stopped running and resigned herself to her fate, closing her eyes as if waiting for the end. Toya gently picked her up. "It was just a slip of the tongue earlier. When I said, 'send you on your way,' I meant sending you back to Japan. I wanted you to eat more fried tofu, so you wouldn't go hungry on the journey." To ensure Ran would stay calm and wait for her return to Gensakayo instead of plotting an escape every day, Toya explained Yukari's commission, though he left out any mention of the system. "Yukari-sama asked you to send me home," Ran looked at Toya with confusion. "But why didn't she come herself?" "You've crossed an unknown number of worlds. Maybe she couldn't find you," Toya offered a casual excuse. Ran could tell Toya was being vague, but she chose to believe him. There was no killing intent in his words or actions, and his eyes were as clear and flawless as the sky. Not long after, Toya brought Ran back to the resort hotel. Ran, who loved fried tofu above all else, immediately resumed her meal, not stopping for a second. Listening to Ran's sounds of joy mixed with tears, Toya chuckled inwardly. She really hasn't eaten normal food in over 10 years. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this desperate. As a 9-tailed fox, Ran belonged to a top-tier race. The snowmelt and snow lotuses she consumed on the mountain were definitely not ordinary varieties. They likely possessed immense benefits for normal humans. But judging by her current eating habits, surviving on nothing but snow and flowers for over a decade must have been sheer torture. That explained why she was still so obsessed with fried tofu after all these years. I should prepare myself too. Seeing Ran eating with zero regard for her image, Toya felt a chill. If he ever found himself in a similar situation, eating only snow and flowers for 10 years, what kind of punishment would that be? System, purchase an empty Gate of Babylon. Ding, consumed 1,000 origin points to purchase Gate of Babylon. Item, Gate of Babylon empty. Rank D. Description, a king's treasury without any noble phantasms. Its rank automatically increases based on the quantity and quality of treasures stored within. Price, 1,000 origin points. Fill the Gate of Babylon with enough gourmet food to last 100 years. Ding, deducted 100 origin points for a century's supply of gourmet food, automatically stored in the Gate of Babylon. Toya nodded with satisfaction. That should be enough. Now I don't have to worry about ending up like Ran. Being such a huge foodie, he couldn't imagine surviving on wild herbs for a whole decade. By this time, Ran was stuffed full. She lay lazily on the table, murmuring happily, "Delicious fried tofu." No matter how much time passes, fried tofu is always delicious. Toya picked up the motionless Ran and handed her to Kasugano Sora, who wanted to approach but was hesitant. "Sora, take her. I can confirm now that Ran isn't dangerous." Although Yukari had zero integrity or credibility usually, she wouldn't dare scam the system. If the request said Ran wouldn't bite, then she definitely wouldn't bite. Sora gingerly took Ran from Toya's hands, letting out a sigh of relief when she saw the fox didn't react aggressively. "Kawashima, what do you take me for?" Ran lay in Sora's hands, speaking lazily. "I'm not a dog, why would I bite people?" Toya chuckled. "I'm only trusting you because of your master's guarantee. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare let my guard down." A demigod-class fox spirit going berserk would have unimaginable consequences. She was likely far stronger than a heretic god. If a heretic god had the power to destroy a city, an enraged Yakumo Ran would be even more terrifying. Chapter 191. Since Yakumo Ran joined them, the night had been very lively. The girls, having fully experienced the life of a Cayman rider for a whole day, returned to the resort hotel. There, they saw the fluffy little fox in Sora's hands. Ran's adorable appearance completely captivated them. They stared at her, mesmerized. Yukino, especially being a cat person, could not take her eyes off of her. "Cute, isn't she?" Toya came to Yukino's side, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, you can pet her, she won't bite. This little fox is very gentle, an absolutely top-tier sweet personality." Yukino shook her head, struggling. "No, I don't like foxes." Toya let out a light chuckle. "Really? But your eyes are screaming that you can't bear to look away." No girl could refuse the charm of a little white fox, and a nine-tailed one at that. Especially when this fox had eaten a bit too much, lying lazily on the table, not moving. Its simple-minded, lazy posture even made a guy like him want to rush up and give the fox's head a good rub. With Toya's persuasion, Yukino's gaze wavered even more. She really liked this little fox, especially since it looked so much like a little cat. "There are so many people here, I can't let them know I like cats." Toya smiled slightly and turned to leave. "You won't be able to escape," he said. After speaking, he found a spot with an excellent view and sat down to appreciate the beautiful night sky of the mountains. Toya savored some red tea, his brow furrowing slightly. He recalled that Yakumo Ran was seemingly skilled at all kinds of housework and was particularly excellent at making tea. "I should try her tea another day." To the side, Ran's 9 large, fluffy tails gave a slight shake. She suddenly felt a strange chill. This feeling is so dangerous, like Yukari-sama is watching. But Yukari-sama isn't in this world, so why do I feel this way? Then, Ran unintentionally noticed Toya's smile and understood immediately. Toya sensed Ran's wary gaze and was utterly confused. "Ran, what's wrong?" "Kawashima, did you just have some very bad thoughts?" Ran didn't hide it, asking in a voice only she and Toya could hear. "How did you know?" Toya once again marveled at Yakumo Ran's keen perception. "I heard you're a shikigami with all-round domestic skills. Since you can't be certain when you'll return home for now, how about you act as a maid first?" Sending Ran back to Gensakayo was a distant dream. It would take at least 10 years. In the meantime, he might as well enjoy the services of a fox maid. He was sure that Ran's master, Yakumo Yukari, wouldn't say anything. Ran was silent for a moment. "Fine, but on one condition. You are not allowed to pull my tail. I can't promise other things, but this point alone I can guarantee." Toya's smile grew wider. "I'm not Yakumo Yukari, and I won't engage in her behaviors. The work every day is guaranteed to be within normal hours. There won't be any overtime work. Whether you want to eat fried tofu or any other food, just mention it, and it will be prepared the next day." In Gensakayo, Yakumo Yukari could be described as having exploited Ran to the limit. All sorts of household chores were completely thrust upon Ran, and she even made all kinds of troublesome demands. This resulted in Ran frequently being under immense stress, which is how she came to have the title Sugotenko. From time to time, her 9 large, fluffy tails would shed fur, and there were even cases where she would go bald. Since you agree to my condition, I can temporarily act as a maid. Ran nodded slightly, agreeing to Toya's condition. She needed Toya's help to return to Gensakayo. She couldn't just eat and drink for free indefinitely. It wasn't appropriate from any perspective. The next morning, Toya had lost interest in appreciating the beautiful scenery, lazily lying in the resort hotel's exclusive sightseeing area. Kasugano Sora and the others had begun to have a snowball fight, and all sorts of playful activities had completely commenced. Toya watched the girls' games, feeling emotional in his heart. As expected, boys can't fit into girls' games. Only video games can pass the idle time. Saying that, he took out his high-tech smartphone that he hadn't used in a long time and logged into a game he hadn't played for a while. Beside him, Yakumo Ran lay on the table like an exquisite and adorable pet. She would need to wait until she followed Toya back to Japan to turn back into her human form. The spiritual energy of the country had completely dried up. Turning back into human form would only increase her burden. Toya expertly logged into the game that he hadn't played for a while, looking with great interest at the one after another messages constantly being sent. Gabriel. It's been so long, and yet you still hold a grudge. Tusk, she's completely a trash angel now. Although he hadn't logged into the game for a period of time, Gabriel's emails were persevering. At least 2 per day, and the content was very simple. Get out here now, I've beaten the best gear and have the highest level, let me crush you. Gabriel. What's the use of that? Toya took a look at Gabriel's equipment and sneered disdainfully. Let me show you the ultimate life-altering cheat for luck. The game he and Gabriel played was highly free and grand, but there was one point that was very significant. And that was changing your fate through microtransactions or sheer luck. In the game, there were paths of gacha for equipment, or collecting items to use in the gacha for microtransaction equipment. A normal player could completely be on par with top-tier players if their luck was just right. System notice you have acquired, God of Luck 1 minute, cost 10 origin points. Toya sneered as he watched Gabriel's character, who had already raised a blade and was rushing towards him. Let me show you the power of sheer luck. He quickly claimed the items that the system had provided for free and completely exchanged them into items for the gacha. As he clicked the gacha button, golden legendary light after another continued to emerge. The entire server of players instantly exploded, looking at the most prominent announcement. What is this? Gabriel's character stood dazed on the spot, unable to believe the scene she was seeing. The hated character named Trash Fox was continuously radiating flashes of golden legendary light. The first, the second. 10 lights in a row, all of them were the dazzling golden legendary light. Not bad, all the equipment is completely sorted. The God of Luck cheat from exchanging 10 origin points, as expected, is very effective. Toya nodded with immense satisfaction, putting all the equipment on. In the next second, the entire game server's only set of the strongest equipment was completely equipped. Gabriel is it, Angel is it. His power was sufficiently strong, and Toya no longer needed to worry about Gabriel's threat, so he began to mock. With one sword strike, Gabriel's character's health bar was completely emptied. Toya controlled his character to move beside Gabriel's character and continuously laughed mockingly. Please, is this what you call a duel? And to think you said you'd let me take a hit, you're too weak. In an apartment somewhere in Tokyo, Japan. An apartment room, dark and without light, with only a computer screen emitting light. Chapter 192. Happy. Gabriel stared blankly at her dead character on the screen, then at the constant stream of taunts coming from the player Trash Fox. A string of broken, eerie laughter echoed through the dimly lit apartment. This trash game wasted my youth and drained my wallet. I spent a whole month grinding and wailing, yet I still can't beat a single lucky bastard. If you won't let me live, Trash Fox, then nobody lives. Let's all die together today. When I catch you in the afterlife, I'll make sure to get my revenge. As she spoke, Gabriel reached out and grabbed the golden horn resting beside her. This instrument bore a name known only in legends. The trumpet of the apocalypse. So you're Trash Fox, huh? I'll see you in hell. Mount the summit. Ding, world request issued. Gabriel is preparing to blow the trumpet of the apocalypse. Please stop her immediately. Reward, 10,000 origin points. What, just for a little trolling? Kawashima Toya nearly spat out his tea, his eyes going wide with shock. It's just a game. Is she seriously going to end the world over a PvP match? Is she actually going to blow the horn? Seeing that the world request didn't disappear, he realized Gabriel was not bluffing. She was legitimately about to start the apocalypse. Damn it, I can't make it back to Japan in time. Toya frantically brainstormed ways to stop her. Idea after idea was shot down simply because the physical distance was too great. Just then, Toya saw his character on the screen, decked out in a full set of divine tier gear. Items that were statistically impossible to obtain without cheating or divine intervention. I have a plan. A useless, fallen angel versus the temptation of a unique, full equipment set. Let's see if you can resist this. Without hesitation, Toya commanded his character to drop the entire set of unique gear, the only one of its kind on the server, onto the ground. Golden, shining equipment instantly cluttered the screen, emitting pixels of pure luxury. Then, he cast a resurrection spell on Gabriel's corpse. Player Gabriel has revived. He dropped his gear. Gabriel, who was mere seconds away from blowing the trumpet of the apocalypse, stared at the pile of treasure on the ground in disbelief. Seeing that Trash Fox wasn't moving to pick it up, she immediately dropped the horn and lunged for her keyboard. Trash Fox has lost his mind. He actually threw away his gear. While Gabriel was happily looting the full set of divine tier armor, Toya launched himself into the sky from the mountain peak, rocketing toward Japan. Boom! Sonic booms exploded in the air one after another, the intervals between them growing shorter and shorter as he accelerated. Toya's flight speed increased exponentially, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Tohru and Kana watched curiously. As time passed, the two dragons were shocked to find that they couldn't keep up with the human. I don't believe it. He's just a human, how can he fly so fast? Kana, the white dragon, stubbornly tried to chase after the direction Toya had disappeared. But the distance only grew, until finally he vanished from her sight completely. Kana, don't be sad, let's go play on the mountain instead. Tohru flew over to comfort her. In just a few minutes, Toya crossed the boundless ocean, streaking across the clouds like a meteor until he arrived in Japan. I can't leave the trumpet of the apocalypse with Gabriel, it's too dangerous. Suddenly, a sense of crisis flooded his mind. Without hesitation, Toya followed his instincts and dodged to the side. Swish! A brilliant silver sword beam slashed through the space he had just occupied. Sinner who blasphemes against the Lord, you shall atone with death. Who? Toya looked toward the source of the voice. A small girl wearing a nun's habit stood in the void, a dark shadow seemingly cast over her forehead. The halo above her head and the pure white wings on her back confirmed her identity as an angel from heaven. Pecola. Just as Toya was about to speak, the angel named Pecola gathered pure light energy into a sword and charged at him. I don't have time to waste on Pecola. I need to get the trumpet from Gabriel first. Toya's eyes turned cold. Angels don't die easily anyway, I'll just use a little more force. Terrifying, surging power gathered, condensing into a strike capable of shattering heaven and earth as he blasted it toward Pecola. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Pecola, who knew nothing of Toya's true strength, took the hit head-on. The angel was sent flying like a dazzling meteor, disappearing into the horizon. Cracked. Toya vaguely heard the sound of something shattering. Whatever, solving Gabriel's problem is the priority. He immediately turned into a streak of light and flew toward Gabriel's apartment. Not long after, Pecola crashed heavily into the ocean. After struggling to swim to the surface, she realized with horror that something was missing. My halo, it's broken. Toya had no idea that his casual strike had shattered an angel's halo. At this moment, he was already hovering outside Gabriel's apartment building. This is the place. Toya stood quietly in the void, his gaze easily penetrating the balcony doors to see inside the apartment. The room was a mess, squalid, chaotic, and dark. Trash bags were piled in the corners. The only source of light came from the computer screen. If other angels knew that Gabriel, the top student of heaven, lived in such a dump, they would likely faint from shock. Gabriel was completely immersed in the joy of obtaining new equipment, oblivious to the person standing outside her balcony. Perhaps the peaceful life in the human realm had caused her to lose her vigilance entirely. Toya looked at the golden horn sitting on the computer desk, well within Gabriel's reach. That must be the trumpet of the apocalypse. I'll just grab it. Gabriel won't be able to stop me anyway. Name, Trumpet of the Apocalypse replica. Rank A+. Description, the Trumpet of the Apocalypse belonging to Gabriel's older sister. It is a weakened version with limited power. Effect, blowing it can only cause the destruction of a single nation. A single nation, Toya fell silent. The system's definition of nation didn't care about size or population. It was destruction on a conceptual level. If there was only one nation left in the world, blowing it would mean the end of humanity. Toya openly walked onto Gabriel's balcony and strode straight toward her. Who are you? Even with her guard down, Gabriel couldn't miss a brazen intruder walking right into her room. Without saying a word, Toya walked past Gabriel's confused gaze to the computer desk and reached for the horn. He knows I have the unique server gear. Gabriel completely misunderstood Toya's intentions and immediately hugged the computer tower protectively. I won't give it to you. This is my gear, mine. Toya sneered, it's just a bunch of pixels. With that, he picked up the trumpet of the apocalypse. Between game gear and a world-ending artifact, his priorities were very clear. You came for the trumpet? Gabriel's eyes widened in shock as she realized he wasn't after her computer. Give it back. That belongs to my sister. Although she had fallen deep into the abyss of online gaming, she still had a shred of conscience left. She knew the importance of the trumpet of the apocalypse. It couldn't fall into human hands. Give it back, Toya looked at Gabriel with a teasing glint in his eyes. Impossible. I'll be keeping the trumpet for now. If your sister wants it back, tell her to come get it herself. With that, Toya turned his gaze to the computer screen. Chapter 193. What are you doing? Gabriel noticed Kawashima Toya staring at her computer screen, and a sudden spike of fear gripped her heart. You can take the trumpet of the apocalypse if you want, just don't touch my computer. And you can't have the gear. It's the only full set on the entire server. Move aside. Toya simply pushed Gabriel out of the way. He took control of the mouse and keyboard, expertly stripping the equipment from Gabriel's game character. This gear was mine to begin with. Stop dreaming. Not only did he confiscate Gabriel's trumpet of the apocalypse, but he also reclaimed the equipment she had looted from him earlier. Then, under Gabriel's bewildered gaze, his fingers flew across the keyboard. Click-clack-tab. The computer screen instantly locked, displaying a password-protected interface. Seeing the locked screen, Toya nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Students should focus on their studies. How can you indulge in games all day? Before leaving, he ruffled Gabriel's head vigorously. Study hard. When you rank first in your class, I'll come back and unlock it for you. You bastard, you heartless monster. Gabriel stared at the locked computer, tears welling up in her eyes. Fury rushed to her head, and she sprinted toward the balcony. Come back here, you jerk. In her extreme anger, she forgot a crucial detail. She had sold her halo and lost the trumpet of the apocalypse. Without any of it, she couldn't use her divine powers. It wasn't until she had leaped off the balcony that Gabriel realized she had lost the ability to fly. Save me. A terrified scream echoed through the sky. Toya, who was about to leave, stopped and looked down at the falling angel in confusion. What is she doing? It's just a locked computer. Is it really worth jumping off a building for? With that thought, Toya's figure vanished from the air. Just as Gabriel was about to splatter on the ground, Toya appeared like a teleporter and caught her midair. I just told you to study hard. There's no need to show your determination by jumping off a building. Aren't hero saves beauty plots cliché by now? Why do I feel so safe? Gabriel stared blankly at Toya's handsome face, a warmth she had never felt before rising in her chest. But that warmth didn't last long. As she looked closer at Toya's face, a sense of familiarity crept in. "It's you. You're the guy who lives next door to Kasumigaoka Utaha." She finally remembered where that inexplicable familiarity came from. "I get it now, you're trash fox. You stole my trumpet and deliberately showed off in front of me." In an instant, all the warmth and safety vanished. Gabriel struggled wildly in his arms, shouting, "Kawashima, give me back my gear right now." "Your first thought after being saved is to ask for your gear back." Toya smiled calmly. "Forget it, the gear was mine originally. I'm not giving it back. Study hard, maybe one day I'll give it to you." With that, Toya set Gabriel down, preparing to leave. Toya looked down, amused and exasperated at Gabriel, who was clinging to the hem of his clothes and refusing to let go. "Are you really not going to let go? I'm about to take off. Without your powers, you won't be able to handle the G-force. Give me back my gear, or I won't let go." Gabriel's delicate face was full of stubbornness, her eyes burning with determination. "Give it back." "Interesting," Toya chuckled. "Don't let go then, I'll take you for a ride." "Hold on tight." The moment the words left his mouth, Toya shot into the sky with Gabriel in tow. Boom! Sonic booms exploded repeatedly, signaling his constantly increasing speed. Beside him, Gabriel still clung on for dear life, refusing to let go. Her smooth, golden hair whipped around wildly in the wind, making her look absolutely terrifying. As they flew higher, Toya had no choice but to grab onto Gabriel to ensure she wouldn't fall. What a mess, I wanted her to let go. Instead, I ended up having to babysit her. Above the clouds, Toya looked at the silent Gabriel in confusion. "Gabriel, is a mere set of game equipment really worth all this?" Gabriel lowered her head, her golden hair obscuring her face, hiding her expression. After a long silence, her soft, pleasant voice drifted over. "It's worth it. Give it back to me." Toya looked at Gabriel's pale, stubborn little hands gripping him tightly. "Fine, I lose. I'll take you home and give you the gear. Happy now? Don't look like you're about to cry. It makes me feel like I'm bullying a child." "Idiot," Gabriel looked up, her cheeks puffed out. "I'm not a child. I was the valedictorian of the Angel School. I turned 16 this year. Strictly speaking, I'm not an elementary schooler." "Not a child, huh? All right, I'll send you back." Toya sighed helplessly and turned around, flying back toward the apartment complex. He had to fulfill his promise to Gabriel and return the equipment. Otherwise, if she kept clinging to him, it would only bring endless trouble. Back in the apartment, Toya logged into the game and dropped the equipment. "There, pick it up yourself." "I'm leaving." Just as he was about to leave, that familiar sensation returned. Gabriel grabbed the hem of his clothes again, stopping him. She whispered, "The computer password." So much trouble. Toya knew that if he didn't finish the job, Gabriel definitely wouldn't let him go. He reset the computer password and turned to leave again. Then tug, familiar feeling, again. Toya took a deep breath to calm himself, then turned to look at Gabriel. "Gabriel, I gave you the gear and the password. Don't even think about the trumpet of the apocalypse. I am absolutely not returning that to you." The trumpet was too dangerous. Gabriel, completely addicted to games, frequently tried to blow it whenever she lost. If she actually blew it one day, an entire nation would perish. He firmly refused to let Gabriel hold onto such a dangerous item. Gabriel looked up at Toya with pitiful puppy dog eyes. "Take me out to play." A few minutes later, Toya flew out of the apartment with Gabriel, heading toward the mountains. "I give up, just one trumpet caused so many unexpected events." Toya shuttled through the clouds with Gabriel, his heart filled with resignation. Initially, he had refused to take her along. However, in the end, Gabriel's pitiful gaze, like that of an abandoned kitten, made his resolve crumble, and he agreed to take her to the resort. Above the clouds, Gabriel looked curiously at the scenery of the human realm, a strange feeling rising in her heart. "This feels weird, it's different from heaven. I don't get this feeling when I'm playing games either. I used to fly around heaven all the time, but it was always boring. Today feels exceptionally different. Chapter 194. Kawashima Toya didn't pay much attention to Gabriel's fluctuating emotions as he raced toward Mount Kunlun. Within minutes, he and Gabriel arrived in the airspace above the mountain. Toya hovered in the void, looking down to ensure Kasugano Sora and the others hadn't done anything dangerous. To his relief, they were all happily role-playing their Kamen Rider games. "Where are we?" Gabriel asked curiously. "That's rare. The shut-in angel Gabriel is actually interested in scenery," Toya chuckled. "This is Mount Kunlun, a tourist destination that's about to open to the public." Toya landed with Gabriel on the terrace of the resort hotel. "If there's anything you want to do, go ahead." Toya lazily collapsed onto a sofa, stretching his limbs. "I'm going to rest. Do whatever you want with your time." Gabriel stared in disbelief at Toya, who had instantly gone into relaxation mode. "What's the point of looking at the scenery alone? Kawashima, come with me to see to sightseeing." "No," Toya closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. He had just made a round trip across the ocean. He deserved a break to relax. Exploring mountain could wait until he was fully rested. Gabriel kept pushing and shaking Toya, trying to wake him up, but it was futile. Toya completely ignored her, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. "Kawashima, if you won't go sightseeing, at least play a few games with me." Gabriel glared at him with her large, angry eyes. "What game?" Toya's interest was piqued slightly, though he still didn't open his eyes. "Let's fight a boss." Gabriel pulled out her handheld console, her voice full of excitement. "I've always wanted to try multiplayer. But I was always afraid randoms would troll me, so I never dared to play online. Sightseeing is a no-go, but gaming is fine." And so, at the best viewing spot on the peak of mountain, reserved for the most distinguished guests, a strange duo formed a team, their shouts about initiating team fights echoing in the air. In the distance, Sora squinted, clearly displeased. Oni-chan just knows how to play games all day. Even with such beautiful scenery right here, he doesn't appreciate it at all. Beside her, Iriri wasn't surprised in the least. "Sora, boys are all like that. They never care about the scenery. Games are always more eye-catching to them." "Oh," Utaha's wine-red eyes flashed with a teasing glint. "If I recall correctly, a certain blonde underdog is a hardcore doujin artist. As a certified otaku yourself, surely you don't care much for scenery either." "How could that be?" Iriri jumped as if she'd been stung, her face flushing as she bared her teeth. "How could anyone not like such beautiful scenery?" 2 hours later. Toya slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the sky with dead eyes. "Gabriel, who sent you to torture me?" 2 whole hours. We played 5 matches of that 5v5 MOBA, and we didn't win a single one. Gaming was supposed to be one of the best ways to kill time in this era. It helped bored people pass the time, offered the joy of play, and most importantly, it was usually free. For 2 whole hours, Toya indeed hadn't spent a single penny. But in that time, he hadn't experienced any joy either, only endless suffering. Gabriel's cute face was filled with apology. "Sorry, I'm just too much of a noob. Let's just drink tea and cultivate our mindset instead." Toya waved his hand weakly. He couldn't take another round of being completely stomped. "Kawashima, let me play with you too." Suddenly, Ran, still in her fox form, spoke up from the side. Toya looked at Ran with suspicion. "Can you really do it?" "If you troll me, I'm feeding you nothing but durian for 3 days. This game isn't hard." Ran lifted her head proudly. "I watched you play the whole time. The mechanics are simple, and the enemies are foolish. I can definitely carry you. I am Yakumo Ran, the Shikigami with genius-level intellect." "Fine, as long as you don't feed." Toya bought a high-tech smartphone from the system shop and tossed it to Ran. He didn't care about the cost in origin points. Stopping Gabriel from destroying the world earlier had earned him 10,000 points, so he was flush with cash. Gabriel stared blankly at Ran. "A fox just talked, and she says she's going to carry us." "Correction," Toya interjected calmly. "She's carrying you, not me. So just count yourself in that statement." "Fine, I'm a feeder, happy." Gabriel gritted her teeth, fuming inwardly. Does this guy have zero emotional intelligence? A beautiful girl playing games with you is a rare treat, yet he doesn't give me any face at all. As the game started, Toya played while observing Ran's gameplay. Oh ho, a fox can play this well. If Ran were in her human form, Toya wouldn't be surprised by her skill. But right now, she was playing in her fox form, using only her 2 front paws to control the screen. Toya's gaze toward Gabriel became even more disdainful. There's a reason you're bad. Look at Ran, she plays better with her paws than you do with your hands. HMPH, Gabriel snorted coldly, thinking to herself, so what if I'm bad? Ran is so strong, she can carry me anyway. At this point, the R-Fox was completely immersed in the 5v5 MOBA. Even though she was using her paws, her mechanics were in no way inferior to Toya's. She even spoke up frequently, calling out enemy positions with uncanny accuracy. So this is Yakumo Ran. Watching Ran's predictions come true one after another like prophecies, Toya sighed in admiration. In Gensakayo, Ran was known as a brilliant strategist. In the early days of establishing Gensakayo, she had worked tirelessly. Unfortunately, her master, Yakumo Yukari, pushed her so hard that her anxiety caused her tail fur to fall out in clumps. What a waste! If I get the chance, I'm definitely raising a RRR 9-tailed fox of my own. Toya secretly made a resolution. Another 2 hours passed. Since Ran joined the team, they hadn't lost a single match. Even the so-called forced 50% win rate matchmaking algorithm couldn't defeat Ran's strategies. The enemies were always crushed in a single decisive team fight, leaving them no chance to resist. They had no idea they were losing to a 9-tailed fox playing with her paws. We didn't lose a single game. Gabriel's large eyes sparkled as she stared unblinkingly at Ran. Kawashima, can I ask her to boost my rank? No, Toya refused instantly without hesitation. He wasn't Yakumo Yukari. He didn't enjoy exploiting his Shikigami. Ran's time should be her own to control. She wasn't going to be reduced to a ruthless rank-boosting machine. Chapter 195. Kawashima, I'm hungry. Ran placed the smartphone down and looked at Toya with clear, expectant eyes. Fried tofu again? Toya glanced at the waiter standing by the door, awaiting instructions. Start with 3 portions of fried tofu. Certainly, sir. The waiter bowed respectfully and left to place the order. Gabriel's large eyes widened in surprise. Kawashima, that's a lot of tofu. Can Ran really eat all of that? Trust Ran, Toya replied with a faint smile. Fried tofu was Ran's favorite food. Just how much did she love it? No matter how much time passed, or how many meals she had, Ran would never tire of fried tofu. Moments later, 3 plates of fried tofu were placed on the table. Ran couldn't wait and immediately began to feast, happily filling her empty stomach. I'm hungry too, Gabriel murmured, her soft voice tinged with shyness as she watched Ran eat with such gusto. Could I get a meal as well? Toya waved his hand casually to the waiter. Prepare a balanced, nutritional meal suitable for a 16-year-old high school student. He didn't ask if such a specific set existed. This resort hotel catered to the world's most successful elite. They could provide any culinary delight imaginable. As the hotel's most distinguished guest, none of his requests would be refused. Even if they didn't have the ingredients on hand, the hotel would fly them in from anywhere in the world immediately. Thank you, Gabriel blushed as she thanked him. But Kawashima, next time please don't mention my age, I'll eat whatever. What does it matter? Toya took a sip of his black tea and chuckled. You're still young, you need to eat nutritious meals. Besides, I'm a VVIP here. I can order unlimited amounts of whatever food I want. Don't worry about the cost. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Gabriel was filled with envy. If I had this much money, just imagine how many gacha pulls I could do. As noon approached, Sora and the others returned after playing all morning. The observation deck instantly became lively. Nyaruko looked at Gabriel in surprise. Darling, why did you catch a little angel? Aren't you worried about breaking the taboos of heaven? What taboos? Toya looked at Nyaruko with a smile. Remember the Sinstar holy sword you made. The first time I drew it, I killed an avatar of God. I've already committed such blasphemy. What's one more angel? Reminded of this, Nyaruko nodded in realization. That's true, I almost forgot about that. It's a pity God's presence is so weak here. I can't really show off the true power of the Sinstar Holy Sword. Nyaruko sighed with regret. If you hadn't gone to the future banquet, who knows when we'd see the Holy Sword's power again. The sword really was a big help. Toya nodded in agreement. Without your help, maybe I wouldn't have made it back. The 4 selves he encountered at the future banquet were each incredibly powerful. Especially the last one, Divine Will, who possessed the strongest power and auxiliary abilities. Without Nyaruko's sword constantly eroding the world and weakening Divine Will's control, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the 4 versions of himself. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Nyaruko slapped her forehead in annoyance, her green eyes sparkling. Darling, do you feel anything different after winning the future banquet? Feel anything? Toya checked his body suspiciously and shook his head. I don't feel anything in particular. How can that be? Nyaruko looked skeptical. The future banquet gives unique rewards. Darling, try to sense it carefully. Unique rewards? I'll try. Toya closed his eyes and began to focus, searching for the reward Nyaruko mentioned. In that moment, his consciousness seemed to sink into a dark, starless void. The entire cosmic space was devoid of light, filled only with infinite darkness and cold. Where is this? Toya wondered. He had never been to this mental space before, let alone such a desolate, dark starry sky. Hum. Suddenly, a magnificent, resounding hum echoed. In this moment, a formless, colossal giant seemed to be carving open the dark cosmos. The entire world of darkness trembled. Boom after boom resonated through the stars until, finally, the shaking stopped. 4 brilliant stars slowly lit up in the sky. Though they shone brightly, they couldn't fully illuminate the vast darkness. Information flooded his mind, and Toya felt a dawn of understanding. Is this the reward Nyaruko was talking about? In reality, Toya slowly opened his eyes, a smile curling his lips. Nyaruko, I think I know what the reward is. Every banquet has a unique reward. Even the crawling chaos doesn't know what it will be. Nyaruko's eyes were full of anticipation. Darling, show us your power. Don't be too surprised. Toya chuckled softly and whispered. Sword Saint. Boundless white light erupted, completely enveloping his figure. The girls stopped eating and looked at Toya curiously. What's happening? Is Oniai-chan testing a new ability? Ran stared at Toya with solemn eyes. That annoying feeling I haven't felt in years, it's back. The aura is still Kawashima, but it feels completely different. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the white light slowly dissipated. A figure in white robes appeared, exuding an ethereal, unrestrained aura of a sword saint, a being who had transcended the mortal limits of the blade. Toya stood clad in the flowing garments, looking like a figure of myth whose presence dwarfed everything in sight. If he had a 3-foot R-blade in hand, he would look even more dashing. Toya smiled at everyone. This is my new ability, Sword Saint. At the same time, I have 3 other forms. He then demonstrated the remaining 3 abilities, one by one. The Enlightened, Vile Deity, Divine Will. These 4 abilities were obtained by defeating his 4 selves. By activating these abilities, he could gain their respective combat powers and temperaments. Toya deactivated the final state, the ethereal, emotionless Divine Will, and returned to normal with a calm smile. So, were you scared by my transformation? Yes. Ariri patted her chest, still shaken. That vile deity state was terrifying. It felt like one look would drag me into an endless abyss. The Divine Will was scary too. Utaha's expression was serious. It felt like Toya truly lost all emotion. Like you only cared about pursuing the absolute truth of the universe, leaving everything else behind. Toya comforted everyone gently. Don't be afraid. No matter what ability I use, I am still me. It's just that the specific ability brings out a corresponding temperament. Chapter 196. Nyaruko sighed with palpable regret. The vile deity form is so wonderful. It's a pity Darling didn't choose to walk that path. Toya ignored Nyaruko's grumbling. just from the appearance of the vile deity capability, radiating gloom, darkness, and eldritch horror. It was clearly a path aligned with the Cthulhu mythos. Why would he ever choose that? He traveled across these worlds to enjoy life, not to embrace such dark, corrupting power. 4 unexpected abilities. Toya's eyes flashed with satisfaction. If difficult enemies appeared in the future, having 4 distinct abilities to choose from would give him plenty of tactical options. As twilight gradually descended, Toya stretched lazily. Everyone, get ready, we're heading back. We enjoyed the daytime scenery on the way here, so let's appreciate the night view on the flight back. We're going back already? Sora looked at him reluctantly. Oni-chan, can't we stay for a few more days? Beside her, the other girls also expressed their desire to extend the trip. Toya smiled calmly but shook his head. No. Most of you have classes tomorrow. We absolutely cannot interfere with your studies. It's time to depart. 2 full days of playing were enough for a short trip. Besides, apart from the Genesis disc, there was nothing else in the Emerald Spire. The only scenery left to admire was the endless snow and the distant peaks of Mount Kunlun. Reluctantly, everyone packed their luggage and took the private car to the temporary airstrip. Kawashima, will I still get to eat fried tofu when we go back? Ran asked expectantly, still in her fox form. Toya nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I promise to provide for your daily necessities, and that won't change. It depends on your mood. Whether you want store-bought fried tofu or homemade, you can have whatever you like. Thank you. Ran's lingering reluctance vanished instantly, replaced by infinite anticipation for the future. She wouldn't have to endure Yakumo Yukari's exploitation every day. No more mental anxiety, no more shedding fur from stress. Toya led everyone onto the Trash Fox private jet and set course for Japan. Tohru and Kana, in their dragon forms, flew alongside the plane like escorting bodyguards. Yukino and Ariri sat by the window, realizing the true face of the world for the first time. So dragons really do exist in this world. Land directly on the rear field of the estate. After giving the command, Toya closed his eyes to rest. Not far away, Gabriel stared wide-eyed in shock, her understanding of rich being refreshed once again. Even the plane is fully automated, that's practically cheating. 2 hours later, the Trash Fox landed smoothly on the designated field at Toya's estate. The entire flight had been so smooth, there wasn't a single bump. Under soft, ambient lighting, the steady breathing of the passengers filled the cabin. Although they had planned to go back to their rooms to sleep, the boredom of the night flight had lulled everyone into slumber. As a jet designed for ultimate comfort, the resting area was in no way inferior to a luxury hotel. Quiet, soothing music played in the background, ensuring everyone drifted into a peaceful dreamland. Tohru and Kana landed softly nearby, the 2 dragons leaning against each other as they fell asleep on the grass. The next morning, Toya rose from the soft tatami mat and looked out the plane window, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Is it morning already? 7 o'clock. Seeing the time, Toya immediately woke everyone up. Wake up, everyone. Hurry up and get ready for school. School already. Sora sat up slowly, her silver hair a mess. Oni-chan, can I skip school today? No, if you have school you go, don't waste time. Toya righteously rejected Sora's request and proceeded to wake the others who were still deep in dreamland. Ariri opened her beautiful eyes, looking around at the plane's interior before realizing how bold she had been. I actually slept on the plane. But the beds here are too comfortable, more comfortable than at home. Walking by, Kasumigaoka Utaha nodded in agreement. Indeed, much better than home. The plane landed without any turbulence. We slept through the whole thing. Yukino walked off the plane with a cool expression, though a shy blush crossed her cheeks. Thank goodness, I didn't do anything embarrassing in my sleep. Growing up, she had never slept in the same room as others, let alone on a plane. She was relieved her sleeping face hadn't been exposed. Since they were running late, the girls were all groggy and didn't even have time to wash their faces properly. Toya cited the lack of time and immediately arranged cars to send them to school. That's the spirit. Toya stood on the straight driveway, watching the cars drive away with a satisfied expression. Studying is the most important thing. Washing your face isn't a big deal. Can't you just do it at school? In an instant, the population of the estate was halved. Even so, it was still quite lively. Jashin-chan dragged Medusa, and Jiangshi-chan toward the dedicated gaming room in the estate. Toya glanced at Tohru and Kana playing in the distance, then looked at Nyaruko and Kuko, who seemed to be waiting for him to say something. Nyaruko, you and Kuko go play. With that, he decisively picked up the fox and headed back to the castle. Ran, let me familiarize you with your duties as a maid. Toya looked at Ran with a beaming smile. We already have a dragon maid at home, so your duties as a fox maid are very simple. You only have one job every day: prepare tea when I need it. As for your room, pick any unoccupied one you like. He couldn't assign Ran too much work. After all, she was Yakumo Yukari's Shikigami. It wouldn't be appropriate to overwork her. Yukari had paid such a high price in origin points. He couldn't actually treat Ran like a servant. Besides, even if he wanted to, Tohru probably wouldn't be happy about someone taking her job. Toya chuckled. Ran, any questions? Just preparing tea. Ran was stunned, asking in disbelief, shouldn't a maid handle all sorts of housework? Kawashima, you don't have to worry about my competence. In Gensakayo, I handled far more work than you can imagine. I even took care of Yukari-sama, the Yaokai sage. You really don't need to hold back. Toya smiled and pointed to the green dragon Tohru, who was still sleeping in the distance. Tohru has already monopolized all the housework. You just need to be responsible for the tea. You can rest freely the rest of the time. Go familiarize yourself with the environment. I have something to set up. With that, he left Ran to explore the castle on her own. Ran stared blankly at Toya's retreating back. Is this really what a maid does? No work at all. Isn't this just freeloading? With her heavy workload suddenly gone, leaving only the task of brewing tea, she found herself extremely unaccustomed to this new life. Chapter 197. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Kawashima Toya sat in front of the garden. An irrepressible smile appeared on his face. A massive haul. No, calling it a massive haul is an understatement. This is an absolute fortune. Floating before him was a lance wrapped in bandages. Its true name, Rangaminiad. Name, Rangaminiad, the Holy Lance. Rank A++X. Description: the anchor of the planet that fastens the world of man to the surface, preventing the world of phantasm from peeling away. Its true form is a tower of light piercing the sky, approximately 2,000 meters tall. Effect: it possesses 13 restraints. Each released restraint increases its power correspondingly. Releasing all 13 restraints reveals the true power of the Holy Lance, Rangaminiad. I didn't expect Merlin to be telling the truth. I actually gained the acknowledgement of the Holy Lance. Toya smiled with genuine delight. Yesterday marked the conclusion of his month-long training with Merlin. Just as the training was coming to an end, the Magus of Flowers had guided him to receive Rangaminiad's approval. Although, it's a bit of a pity I didn't get Avalon. A trace of regret flickered in Toya's heart. Merlin had originally planned to take him to the fairies to obtain Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. However, after inadvertently asking about the current state of the fairies, Toya immediately dismissed the idea. The reason was simple. The fairy guarding Avalon was likely Morgan Le Fay. Not just any version, but the one associated with the evil aspect of the Lady of the Lake, Vivienne, the High Queen who single-handedly established the Lost Belt Britain. A high fairy of the highest order. She had ruled the fairy kingdom for 2,000 years and even mastered Rangaminiad as a form of magecraft. A genius mage from the Age of Gods. I'll visit my sister, Morgan, another time. After careful consideration, Toya decided to steer clear of Avalon for now. To obtain it, he would have to go through Morgan Le Fay. Morgan was an existence comparable to a god, violent, cruel, and harboring an endless hatred for Artoria. She despised the fact that despite being of the same origin, only Artoria could reach the White Castle. Since Toya's current identity essentially carried the concept of a King Arthur, meeting this version of Morgan would almost certainly result in a catastrophic confrontation. All conditions have been met. Today is the day to expel the evil god from the North and South Poles. Toya calmed his mind, honing his spirit and energy to their peak. He stood up abruptly, his gaze piercing through space toward the polar regions. Evil gods have no place in the human world. Today, I'm sending the North and South Poles flying. Ding, world request issued. Knock the North and South Pole landmasses out of the human texture and send them beyond the world's boundaries. Reward, 200,000 origin points. World request issued. Please do your utmost to slay the evil god Alwasa, no time limit. Reward, 100 million origin points. System, are you crazy or am I? Toya, who had just focused himself to his limits, nearly broke character. Leaving aside whether a mortal could kill an evil god. The reward of 100 million origin points alone proved that this task was harder than ascending to the throne of heaven. If he even entertained the thought of killing the evil god, he would likely be erased instantly. At least there's no time limit. Toya's eyes sparkled, momentarily tempted by the astronomical reward. However, he didn't dwell on it. It was virtually impossible. Unless he ascended to true godhood in the future, he wouldn't even dream of trying to slay an entity of that magnitude. Rangaminiad, Excalibur, I'm counting on you. Toya changed into a pure white tuxedo handmade by Nyaruko. On his back, he carried Excalibur and the Sin-Star Holy Sword. He was fully prepared to expel the evil god from this world today. He had stored all the items from his collection room into the Gate of Babylon empty. He had purchased earlier. The only thing he left behind was the Genesis disc. He left it in the estate's basement to serve as a perpetual spiritual energy generator, supplying energy for Sora and the others to practice Abe no Seime's on Myodo. Gripping Rangaminiad, Toya boarded the trash fox jet and set a course for the poles. He hadn't told anyone about this specific mission. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want them to worry. On the highest terrace of the estate, Nyaruko and Kuko watched the jet disappear into the distance. Kuko, what do you think Darling's chances are? I don't know. Kuko shook her head gently. He's too strange. All his abilities seem to come from the root. Accepting various abilities from the root without the root's protection, it's inconceivable. Without that protection, it will be hard for him to even approach the evil god. Nyaruko's face broke into a confident smile. Believe in Darling, he can definitely do it. On the trash fox, Toya began to sense the North and South Poles again. In his perception, the space was dim and distorted. The majestic, boundless aura of the evil god blotted out the sky, threatening to transform into an abyss that would swallow the world at any moment. As expected, it split in two, half at the North Pole, half at the South Pole. A serious glint flashed in Toya's eyes. Did the evil god do this himself, or did someone forcibly chop him in half? If it was the first option, he wouldn't be too surprised. Outer gods were incomprehensible. But if it was the second option, that was a terrifying thought. To think that in the past, there was an existence in this world powerful enough to slice an evil god in two and seal the halves at the extreme ends of the planet. He couldn't imagine how difficult and epic that battle must have been. Half of evil god at each pole, this is trouble. Toya's expression grew solemn. Even though the evil god was split in two and separated by the entire world, he felt no joy, only a heavier burden. A deity stood at the pinnacle of existence. No matter how many pieces they were cut into, even if they were reduced to atoms scattered across the root, they were still a deity. The essence of a deity was eternal and would not degrade. If mortals looked upon a deity, perhaps only one lucky soul in 10 million would survive the madness. Toya could face a deity only because of his high conceptual status. Otherwise, this operation would have failed before it even began. I must knock both continents out of the world simultaneously. If I only hit one, the essence of the other half will surely awaken. If that happens, the entire world will turn into the most wretched abyss. How do I hit both ends of the earth at once? The trash fox had arrived at the edge of the North Pole. Toya fell into deep thought. Just as he was struggling with the logistics, he caught a glimpse of Rangaminiad in his hand. I'll release the true name directly and unleash the 13 restraints of the Holy Lance. Chapter 198. Using the power of the third perpetual motion machine, is it possible to bombard the South Pole directly with Rangaminiad? Kawashima Toya began to simulate the feasibility of his plan. Countless streams of data flooded his mind as he used the computational capacity of the perpetual motion machine to calculate the trajectory required to launch the Holy Lance from his current position to the other side of the world. Meanwhile, at the North Pole, Alwasa, the Silent One, an evil god who resembled a twisted, grotesque infant, seemed to sense the impending threat. It immediately emitted a howl that sounded deceptively like the singing of angels. The song was melodious and beautiful, yet it carried an eerie, maddening aura that began to erode reality across the entire polar region. I can't hesitate, Alwasa has sensed me. Toya opened his eyes abruptly, a cold, sharp glint flashing through them. The evil god has foreseen my actions. I must strike now. Autopilot engaged, return to the estate. With that command, he stepped out of the trash Foxjet. The jet ignited its thrusters, trailing brilliant blue flames as it banked sharply and began its return journey to the estate. Toya stood suspended in the high atmosphere, his calm gaze fixed on the North Pole where the evil god was forcibly accelerating its awakening. Give it up, you won't be waking up today. Here and now, the Savior manifests. A magnificent, resounding voice echoed through the heavens. At this moment, Toya entered the Savior state for the second time. The boundless power of the world surged toward him in a frenzy. The planet itself stood completely on his side, granting him the authority to protect it. This is enough. His body erupting with brilliant light, Toya looked toward the distant South Pole with eyes shining like galaxies. More than enough. The coordinates of the South Pole, originally vague due to the distance, became crystal clear in his mind. With the world's guidance, his noble phantasm would not miss. Sensing Toya's intent, the two halves of the evil god at the poles began to struggle violently. The angel-like song intensified, carrying endless chaos and madness as it swept toward him in a psychic wave. Useless. Toya's expression remained impassive as he slowly raised the lance in his hand. The holy shroud wrapping the weapon unraveled bit by bit, revealing the brilliant, divine shaft of light underneath. I've expanded the land, built cities, crossed the ocean, and split the heavens. All for what, Holy Lance, tell me of the end? Toya chanted the true name of the noble phantasm aloud. Rangaminiad. VMM. In an instant, the shaft of light erupted with blinding brilliance. Countless mysteries from the age of gods poured forth, forming an impossibly massive, spiraling lance of pure energy. Its majestic, holy aura formed a barrier, blocking the corrupting influence radiating from the North Pole. Go, expel the South Pole from this world. Enveloped in the aura of the Age of Gods, Toya gathered every ounce of his power and hurled Rangaminiad toward the southern end of the planet. Boom! The Holy Lance was released with explosive force, piercing through space and obliterating the cloud layers in its wake. The boundless ocean was split in two by the sheer pressure of the noble phantasm, which now had all 13 restraints released. Shocking waves, thousands of meters high, rose along its trajectory, parting the seas like the Red Sea of legend. This strike contained the strongest attack Toya could muster, carrying his invincible will to crush all adversaries. The South Pole was destined to be knocked out of the world's texture. Now, only the North Pole remained. In his savior state, Toya's strike was virtually unstoppable. Any entity attempting to block it would have to face the weight of the entire world. Heaven, the demon world. Powerful beings looked on in shock and uncertainty as the light tore through the atmosphere. What is he doing, challenging an evil god head-on? The savior of the human world. Is he trying to imitate the first emperor from thousands of years ago? Oh my, the little guy is quite impressive. On a certain mountain peak, the Quetzalcoatl dragon, Lukoa smiled as she watched the display of power. He exceeded my expectations. Tohru made a very correct choice. Perhaps I should make up my mind as well. In this moment, countless factions held their breath, waiting for the conclusion of this battle. They waited to see if Toya could achieve the impossible, or if he would be annihilated by the outer god. At the North Pole, Toya slowly drew the sword of promised victory from his back. He prepared to release its true name and blast the remaining half of the evil god out of the world in one go. Arrogant, insignificant mortal. As it was wrought thousands of years past, so it remaineth even unto this day. Thou art far inferior to him, thou wretched insect. The chaotic, magnificent voice boomed like thunder, exploding directly in Toya's mind. Any ordinary human listening to the direct voice of a deity would have been annihilated instantly, or at the very least, driven into irrevocable madness. Toya's expression remained indifferent, just as I guessed. This world is unexpectedly mysterious. As the savior of this era, I can't even access information about the previous eras. According to the knowledge he possessed about saviors, each generation left behind records of their time, inscriptions carved into the world itself that could not be erased by conventional means. Yet he knew nothing about the eras before him. The only fragmented information he had come from the time of Abe no Seimei. Clearly, something momentous had happened in the distant past to erase those records. Pausing briefly, Toya's cold voice shook the sky. I don't consider myself stronger than anyone. But as the savior of this era, knocking you out of this world is enough. Once you reach the outside of the world, there will be other deities waiting to deal with you. Excalibur shone brightly. The holy light that annihilates all evil flared, and countless particles of starlight began to flow toward the blade. The restraints on the sword began to dissipate one by one, revealing the brilliant glow of the star-forged weapon. Foolish and laughable creature, dost thou truly believe that the crawling chaos and the living flame can be trusted? Alwasa's voice was filled with thick temptation and mockery. I wot well they shall seek to stay my hand. Yet ere that hour, why dost thou not essay to battle the one who quelled me an eternity ago? He was a man of exceeding might, powerful enough that even I was moved to marvel. A pity 'tis, for in the end he couldst not withstand the erosion of mine aura, and thus became my kin. In the center of the North Pole, a crazed, twisted rift in reality slowly tore open. Last savior, in the reckoning of thy fleeting, paltry time, thou hast but a single hour. Shouldst thou fail to vanquish him, I shall rise in my fullness and consume the very foundations of the world. This feeling, Toya frowned, staring at the North Pole with extreme vigilance. He sensed that besides the reviving evil god, another terrifying existence had awakened. From the rift, a shirtless, burly figure with disheveled hair slowly stood up. His hair, dark as the deepest abyss, surged with madness and chaos. His face, which retained a noble but rugged appearance, was filled with numbness and deathly stillness. A strong enemy. Toya stared indifferently at the figure emerging from the rift. Who are you? The person who had suddenly appeared was strong, unexpectedly so. But Toya felt no fear. He was the savior. He carried the weight of a world, not just humanity, but all living beings. Hearken, and I shall make it known. Allow me to present him unto thee. Alwasa's comical, exaggerated sneer echoed through the frozen wastes. The first savior of this realm, and its first sovereign. Chapter 199. To the ears of an ordinary person, the voice released by Alwasa would have sounded melodious and enchanting, akin to the fanfare of angelic trumpets. But to Kawashima Toya, it was a sound thick with malice, madness, and boundless hatred. The first savior of mankind, the exalted sovereign of the morning. 4 millennia past, he clove my form in twain and sealed the sundered halves at the world's furthest ends. In truth, he was a sacred presence walking the earth. Clad in naught but mortal flesh, he brought a god to ruin. While Alwasa continued its theatrical, clown-like narration, the first savior took a heavy step forward. In an instant, the frozen bedrock of the North Pole trembled violently, groaning under the sheer weight of this king's presence. Name, first sovereign. Rank, demigod peak. Description, the first savior of humanity. Once blessed by the Eastern gods, his strength had long since stepped into the absolute zenith of human potential. If granted enough time, he might have been the first human to ascend to the divine throne. Unfortunately, Alwasa's appearance had shattered first sovereign's path to ascension. To this day, no true god had ever been born from the human race. Toya gazed solemnly at the figure before him. This was a meeting between the first and the last savior, and a farewell to the one who had paved the way. First sovereign, since you belong to the past, allow me to return you to the dust. Roar! A feral roar shook the polar region. First sovereign's burly figure vanished from sight. In a split second, wrapped in the twisted, chaotic aura of the evil god, First Sovereign materialized directly in front of Toya, unleashing a strike channeled with terrifying power. Toya's expression remained calm as he countered with a strike of his own. Boom! Their attacks collided, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. The heavens, the earth, and the sea seemed to scream in unison under the pressure. Everything in the vicinity suffered devastating destruction. First Sovereign, his eyes pitch-black voids of chaos, attacked relentlessly, using the simplest and most brutal methods to try and crush Toya. As expected of the first, a moment of carelessness, and Toya was sent flying backward, smashing into the frozen continent like a meteor. Crash! Toya instantly stood up from the crater, shaking off the impact, ready to face First Sovereign's ferocious assault again. The power behind each blow, it's not inferior to mine, even with the third perpetual motion machine boosting my output. From the void, Alwasa's voice drifted down, full of hatred and exaggerated mockery. Behold, the first savior doth dominate the last. What path shalt thou tread to pierce the defense of the High Sovereign? You talk too much. Toya was sent flying again, but he stood up from the crater with a disdainful sneer. If you had fully revived, I might actually be worried. But a mere fragmented evil god, you're still a long way from resurrection. By the time you reach the outside of the world, are you prepared to face Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu? Toya struggled to block First Sovereign's attacks, but maintained a faint smile. A mere evil god like you wouldn't understand the bond between saviors. You don't understand what this is. This is a passing of the torch. A test from a predecessor to his successor, ensuring I am worthy of entrusting the world to. As the last savior, naturally, I must respond with the utmost respect. For this operation to expel the evil god, he had brought almost his entire arsenal. The sword of promised victory to save the stars, the holy sword of the sinful star to destroy them. The sword of promised victory alone was enough to sweep away all evil. Why hadn't he used it immediately? It was simply to show his predecessor, First Sovereign, that the last savior possessed the strength to carry the weight of this world. Even if this predecessor had been dead for untold ages. Toya blocked a flurry of First Sovereign's attacks and chuckled softly. Senior, it's time for you to rest. Alwasa's mocking voice came again. With thy strength alone, 'tis a thing impossible to vanquish him. The world changes, and time moves forward. Toya's body surged with a terrifying aura. The atmosphere solidified, and the ground collapsed under the immense pressure. A boundless, vast pillar of light began to rise into the sky. Senior, my apologies. The test must end early. What if the evil god lied about the resurrection time? Although a god would usually disdain lying, it's better to be safe. The third perpetual motion machine fired at full power. Power capable of shattering the firmament gathered in Toya's right hand as he punched toward First Sovereign. Boom! The entire North Pole shook violently, as if the tectonic plates were about to disintegrate. This strike was unprecedentedly powerful, unmatched by anything he had thrown before. Even the incredibly powerful First Sovereign couldn't withstand it. His physical form instantly exploded, turning into black ash and scattering into the wind. After successfully sending off the first savior, Toya looked at Alwasa's indescribable form and smiled brightly. Your turn. Alwasa stared at Toya with eyes containing the most primal chaos and madness. It shouldst not be so. The High King shouldst ne'er have fallen before thee. I mind me now, time floweth like a river, thy strength hath surpassed even his. Alwasa, was it? Go have a chat with Nyarlathotep and Cthulhu outside. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Toya's body erupted with a brilliant, powerful aura. His arm, gathering the gift of world-shattering power, exploded with an aurora as bright as a star. This was a magnificent aurora capable of piercing the sky, shattering stars, and leading humanity into a new era. This time, Toya didn't intend to knock the North Pole landmass away. He aimed directly at the entity itself. From now on, the human world won't have to worry about the evil god Alwasa. Boom! The massive aurora beam pierced through the atmosphere, instantly hitting Alwasa's body. It blasted the entity straight out of the physical plane, pushing it toward the distant cosmos. It didn't stop there. The world itself seemed to aid Toya, rejecting the foreign entity and expelling Alwasa from its boundaries. A long time later, the dust settled. Ding, world request complete. Reward, 200,000 origin points have been distributed. Toya stood in the massive crater at the North Pole, looking up at the sky in surprise. Strange, that noisy Alwasa didn't say a single word at the end. Don't villains usually have a monologue before they lose? After admiring the desolate scenery of the North Pole for a moment, he departed. Outside of the world, in the chaos, 3 evil gods gathered together. At this moment, Alwasa was no longer split in 2, but had recovered its original form. A true evil god. Nearby, Nyarlathotep and Sethua snickered. Look, it's the evil god who lost to humans twice. I don't want to talk to you. Alwasa hid in the chaos like a sulking child, avoiding the mockery of its peers. Alwasa had been utterly humiliated, a deity defeated by First Sovereign and Kawashima Toya separately. Nighttime. Toya returned to the Trash Fox estate. Nyaruko, who already knew the result, welcomed him joyfully. Darling, you really succeeded. Chapter 200. Kawashima Toya shook his head gently. I can call it a success, but hardly a victory. Alwasa was too honest to the point of foolishness. He didn't prepare any countermeasures. He simply arranged for First Sovereign to fight me and left it at that. If it were any other villain, they would have undoubtedly swarmed him with minions or traps before the final confrontation. Even if Toya could defeat those obstacles, it would have bought enough time for the final boss to fully revive. But Alwasa had only deployed First Sovereign. There were no other obstructions in sight. Naturally, the evil god was easily knocked out of the world's texture. Don't sell yourself short, darling. Nyaruko's face wore a playful smile. No matter the method, you defeated a deity. Just think about it. Thousands of years ago, First Sovereign splitting Alwasa in 2 also required assistance from the Eastern Pantheon. True, but I'm still not strong enough. Toya sighed. I can feel that I'm far from reaching my limit. Currently, he had reached the zenith of humanity. However, his instincts told him that the true peak wasn't here. It lay in the distant past, or perhaps the far future. Only when he pushed everything to the absolute extreme would he qualify to ascend to the divine throne. That's right, Nyaruko nodded in agreement. When Darling reaches his limit, he can challenge that broken mirror. Only by reaching the limit can you qualify to step into the future and ascend from man to God. 1,000 years. A look of wistfulness flashed in Toya's eyes. It will take me another 1,000 years to reach that limit. According to the system's projection based on his current progress, it would take a millennium of self-honing to reach perfection. For him now, 1,000 years was just a number. Having defeated a heretic god and having the 3rd perpetual motion machine, his sublimated constitution granted him immortality. But for someone who once had a lifespan of barely a century, the number 1,000 felt incredibly long. He couldn't even imagine what he would become in 1,000 years. Nyaruko smiled playfully. Darling, you indeed need 1,000 years to reach the peak naturally. But the Great Cycle is only 1,000 years away. So, you need another method to reach the peak ahead of schedule. Toya's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. What method? This was his primary concern. If he spent 1,000 years reaching his peak, the Great Cycle would already be upon them. By then, what would he use to face it? Below the level of a deity, it was impossible to resist the Great Cycle. Darling, the mirror of past, present, and future can help you. Nyaruko said with a smile, it has the ability to let you cross worlds. However, there's currently a major flaw. It can't take you to specific worlds. But it can greatly shorten the time needed to reach your limit. Maybe you could do it in 500 years. That mirror can cross worlds. Toya was astonished. He had always thought there was only one way to cross worlds. Keep getting stronger, and maybe one day the system would unlock world travel. He hadn't expected the mirror of past, present, and future to enable direct crossing. What am I waiting for? I'm going to cross worlds right now. Toya couldn't wait and prepared to head to the basement to find the mirror. Nyaruko didn't stop him, smiling as she watched his retreating back. My eyes are as sharp as ever. Out of countless beings, finding Darling, he will become the new god of the entire route. And the last new god. Ding, host's intent to cross worlds detected. The will of the route begins to provide assistance, calibrating the crossing function of the mirror of past, present, and future. Forging the path to godhood for the new divinity. Oh, providing assistance. Toya's interest was piqued. What kind of assistance? I look forward to it. Returning to the estate's basement, the mirror of past, present, and future, which he thought would only open at a specific time, had activated ahead of schedule. The familiar sphere of light floated within the mirror, speaking in a humble, polite voice. Respected Savior, are you fully prepared? This is an endless journey of ascension. Unless you attain godhood, you cannot return. On the path of ascension, there are only two outcomes: perish halfway or return basking in the glory of a deity. Cannot return, Toya fell silent. If he couldn't return, it meant he had to abandon everything here to walk the path of godhood. According to Nyaruko's estimate, returning would take at least 500 years. In 500 years, everything he knew would have turned to dust. Darling, go without worry. I, along with the Seathua, will freeze the time of this world, awaiting the return of you, the ascended deity. At that moment, a magnificent, holy divine voice resonated through the sky. This wasn't Nyaruko's usual voice, but the voice of her true form, the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. With the support of an outer god, Toya stepped into the mirror of past, present, and future without hesitation. May fortune favor your journey, the sphere of light said quietly before disappearing. No way back, huh? I must keep moving forward until I return as a god. Toya glanced behind him. The path back had vanished without him noticing. He had only one way to go, forward. In the chaotic, hazy passage, faint songs seemed to play, as if congratulating Toya on the official start of his road to divinity. Germany, Einsborn Castle, underground workshop. Inside a fluid-filled culture tank, a stunningly beautiful woman with long, shining silver hair and ruby-like eyes blinked in confusion. She stared at the red markings that had appeared on the back of her hand. What is this? Irisveil von Einsborn's ruby eyes showed a trace of bewilderment. It looks like a command seal, but it's different. Command seals don't usually look like this. Silver and iron to the origin. Gem and the Archduke of Contracts to the cornerstone. Why am I suddenly chanting the heroic spirit summons? I can't summon now, it's not the time. It won't work. A struggle flashed in Irisveil's eyes as she tried to stop the summoning ritual rising from her throat. But the incantation completed itself, and a complex magic circle appeared on the floor of the underground workshop. It was the heroic spirit summoning circle, capable of calling forth heroes from various eras to fight for a master in the Holy Grail War. Bright crimson light illuminated the entire basement. The terrifying, surging magical energy fluctuations even startled the homunculi in the castle above. And a cold man known as the Magus Killer. As the crimson light gradually faded, Toya appeared, clad in majestic silver-white armor, holding the sword of promised victory. Toya opened his azure eyes and looked at the breathtakingly beautiful silver-haired woman before him. Servant, class savior. I ask of you, are you my master? The end. And that's a wrap. If you check the source of the story, there are still about 3 volumes left covering different worlds. There was honestly so much left to explore. Fate Zero. Artoria meeting a noob, King Arthur who doesn't even have a kingdom. The ultimate showdown. Gate of Babylon versus Gate of Food Reserves, 100 years worth. A fake king savior infiltrating the king's banquet. The noob king and Mary teaming up to finally take down Merlin. FGO, Babylonia. Someone getting targeted by the human order, human principle. Total chaos while messing around in human history. The essential experience, bullying Ishtar and flirting with Ereshkigal. Mondaji. Getting a spirit status straight from Little Garden. Seeing abilities like Godslayer, King of Eternal Daylight, Last Savior reach sublimation. The transformation into the final trial of humanity. So why? Because there are only so many chapters in a volume. I can accept 58 chapters for the Fate Zero and treat it as transition and 27 for Babylonia, but 61 chapters on Mondaji just to end the story? That's stretching the worldview way too far, especially since the original author only followed the anime and skipped the light novels. Anyway, this chapter feels like the perfect spot to wrap things up, so I'm ending the story here. Thanks for reading. I'm going on hiatus to handle some real-life stuff before I start anything new. Peace out. P.S. I have some old translation practice files gathering dust. I can upload them while I'm away if you're interested, but fair warning, the quality is a bit messy and some chapters might get some cut. I never plan to finish them, so don't expect perfection. If you want to see them, drop a comment on this paragraph. The synopsis. Kazushi has been thrust into a convergence of worlds, a chaotic fusion where the ordinary meets the supernatural. He finds himself an identityless drifter in a reality where Yatsuya Miko, Yi Miko, and Gojo Satoru all exist. In this world, monsters roam the streets and danger is a daily reality. Fortunately, he awakens a unique system. By building intimate connections with the world's female leads, he can get rewards. System alert, contact with Yukinoshita Yukino established. Reward, heavenly restriction. System alert, contact with Yukinoshita Haruno established. Reward, yin-yang dual cultivation method. System alert, contact with Yatsuya Miko established. Reward, spirit sight. Nakano Miku, Kazushi-kun, it's my turn for you to visit today. Kasumigaoka Utaha, come over to my place, Kazushi-kun, I just bought some new stockings. Want to see Tilda. Yukinoshita Haruno, step aside, little girls. You can't handle a man like Kazushi yet, leave this to big sister. Yukinoshita Yukino, sister, what are you even saying? At the end,